global broadcast, a life and death game of hide and seek. While everyone thought this was just an ordinary novice match, I awakened a god tier cheat. They get random transformations, but I can directly search for anything in existence: a sharp diamond, a surgical scalpel, or even Optimus Prime. While other players worried about becoming a toilet or a vase, I was contemplating which method to use tonight to hunt those so-called hunters. Did you hear? Someone from Class 1 of the senior year got a speed-based superpower in the hide-and-seek space and was immediately hired by Mate 1 for 100,000 a year. Seriously? Zhang Hongxiao from Class 3 got a fire-based power and was admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University early. This damn hide-and-seek space, the rules are a complete secret. It's torture. Su Chen woke up amidst a clamor of discussion, finding himself in a classroom with a blood-red countdown timer on the wall. Time until hide-and-seek begins. 1 hour. A sharp pain shot through his head as a flood of information poured into his brain. He understood. He had transmigrated to a world with a similar tech level to his own, but where everyone at 18 had to enter a hide-and-seek space for a life and death game. Here, you could win superpowers, technology, even a longer life. But if you died in the space, you would disappear forever. Everyone gets one chance to avoid death, allowing them to quit after their first death, which is why the world hasn't suffered mass casualties. In half an hour, Su Chen's Class 4, along with 2 other classes, would begin their first hide-and-seek challenge. The atmosphere in the classroom was as tense as any final exam. I was a detective in my past life. My reasoning is fine, but this body is too weak, Su Chen lamented, feeling his skinny stomach. The homeroom teacher, Old Lu, came in and comforted the nervous students. Don't be nervous. According to the last class, you'll likely be placed in the same game, so help each other out. As his voice fell, the countdown hit 0, and everyone vanished instantly. A flash of white light, and Su Chen found himself on an endless grassland, his exclusive initial lobby. Challenger Su Chen, welcome to the hide-and-seek space. Your first challenge begins in 10 minutes. Please choose your appearance. Choose a different appearance. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Using an alternate identity was basic survival. He quickly molded himself into a bearded man in his 20s. Please enter your codename. Whiskey. Codename available. Personal panel unlocked. Codename, Whiskey. Level, F. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 20. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Except for his absurdly high spirit stat, the rest were trash tier. Su Chen guessed it was related to his transmigration. His advantage this time lay in thinking. 5 minutes later, he was transported to a huge, pure white room. About 200 participants appeared, nearly all of them novices judging by their awkward behavior. A mechanical voice boomed from the ceiling. Welcome to the hide-and-seek space. This match is a special mode, veterans versus novices, a confrontation match. The rules are as follows. You are the prey. You will transform into any object and hide for 4 hours. You will be randomly assigned a new object every hour. You have 10 minutes to draw an item from a lottery wheel, then 10 minutes to hide. If your transformed object is destroyed by a hunter, you fail. Victory will bring rich rewards. As the voice faded, a virtual panel appeared before Su Chen, but instead of a lottery wheel, there was only a search bar. A search bar? Not a lottery? He tentatively thought brick, and a red brick immediately appeared on the panel with a confirmation button. They draw randomly, but I can search for anything? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately deleted the brick and tried Bumblebee. A yellow sports car appeared but was unselectable. After a few tries, he discovered he couldn't become thermal weapons or extremely large/small objects, but everyday items were fine. Needs to be hard to destroy, and small. A diamond. Su Chen quickly searched and selected a 25-carat diamond with an extremely sharp point, barely larger than a needle. You have successfully chosen a diamond as your first transformation. This was going to be a god-tier play. It was bulletproof and tiny. How could the hunters possibly find it? It was hard to say who the real prey was now. Su Chen calmly observed the others. Many looked disappointed, clearly having drawn poor items. Soon, the students realized they were all classmates and began to form groups. The Class 4 monitor, a scar-faced brute named Zhao Yu, started organizing everyone, planning their strategy, even fantasizing about counterattacking the hunters. I'm a TV. I'll be safest in a room. Yeah, it's our first time. The hunters can't be that strong. Su Chen shook his head at their naivety. Veterans were not just experienced players, they were battle-hardened super experts. This special mission was more like a hell difficulty bonus round for the hunters. Drawing time is over. The hide-and-seek challenge officially begins. A flash of white light, and Su Chen felt himself transform into a diamond needle, landing on a soft wheat field. He discovered he could switch between first and third-person perspectives. Map, Urban-Rural Fringe. Participants, 243. Hunters, 12. You have 10 minutes to hide. Please find a hiding spot quickly. Such a huge map, can they even search it all? Su Chen thought, maneuvering the diamond needle to stab into the soil, leaving only an infinitesimal pinhole. Just then, a selection box popped up. Fix your position? If fixed, you will gain a God's Eye view. Fix position, activate God's Eye view. Su Chen chose without hesitation. Instantly, his consciousness floated up, giving him a panoramic view of the entire map. He saw a TV hopping towards the buildings, a roll of toilet paper balling itself up and jumping into a trash can. All sorts of objects were finding their spots. The chat box was filled with optimistic messages. Everyone felt they were sure to win. 10 minutes of hiding time is over. The hunters are entering the field. 12 meteors streaked across the sky, landing as 6 men and 6 women. They wielded swords, bows, and even sniper rifles and rocket launchers, exuding a murderous aura. 6 of them were from China's special forces, the other 6 from a mysterious organization called Greedy Wolf. As the participants reeled in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Player Greedy Wolf has used hidden match upgrade cards and bonus cards. Match difficulty is being adjusted. Novice vs Veteran Showdown upgraded. Reward level multiplied by 10. Global live broadcast activated. Instantly, the homepages of all streaming platforms worldwide were taken over by this hide-and-seek match. Viewership exploded past 200 million in 10 minutes. Governments around the world urgently convened experts, their greedy eyes fixed on the unprecedented match and its tempting special reward. The praise chat box erupted in panic. This was looking like a total wipeout. The match begins. The 12 hunters didn't move immediately. After a brief negotiation between the greedy wolf leader and a female archer from the Chinese team nicknamed Python, Python raised her bow and shot an arrow at a nearby streetlight. Bang! The streetlight exploded into dust. Player I'm the F*** King Best has been eliminated. Remaining prey, 242. The chat box exploded. No one understood how the streetlight was found. Su Chen switched his view and immediately saw the reason: the dust on the ground. The streetlight had left a clear drag mark as it moved into position. He immediately typed his discovery into the chat box. Whiskey, watch the dust under your feet. That person has excellent eyesight. This single message stunned the global audience and the expert analysts. A novice with such keen observation. Hundreds of participants scrambled to erase their tracks, but the slight movements alerted the hunters. Let's go hunt rats in the buildings. The greedy wolf team rushed towards the houses. We'll take the wheat field. Python led the others into the field. A slaughter began. The greedy wolf team rampaged through the buildings, hacking at everything in sight. Countless players who had followed the most dangerous place is the safest place principle were eliminated on the spot. Player Little Wooden Boat has been eliminated. Player Supreme Invincible Cosmic Emperor of the World has been eliminated. Current remaining prey, 205. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. Wow! With their search method, aren't we in the building area dead for sure? Damn, I should have hidden in the wheat field. At this rate, everyone in our building area will be wiped out. Ha ha! The little black-clad ones are all surrounding the building area, clearly not planning to enter the wheat. We're safe. It seems like the hot weapons in their hands are limited. I haven't seen them fire a single shot. Yeah, their strength must be severely restricted. We're safe. Woo woo. Safe my foot. Brothers and sisters, please save me. I'm a wardrobe. They're about to search my floor. Yes, brothers, save me. I'm a vase. I'm about to be found too. Woo woo. Everyone fell silent collectively. How could they save them? Go out and die to attract fire? Who would do such a stupid thing? The vase, wardrobe, and all the items in the building area felt a bit desperate. After finding the wardrobe and vase from a god's eye view, Su Chen carefully examined their positions. After thinking for a while, he came up with a feasible method. Saving these people would surely earn him performance points, right? The earlier mention of dust should also count towards performance points. He had to compete for the best reward of the whole event. Anyway, lying in the dirt doing nothing was worse than stirring up some trouble to make it a bit harder for the pursuers. Su Chen thought about typing in the chat box, Whiskey, I have a way to help you, but if you die, don't blame me. All the people hiding in the building area were jolted by this message. This ID was the one who had previously reminded them to deal with the dust on the ground. He might really have a way to save them. Cute meow meow. Big shot. Save me. Can warm the bed. Can be pushed down. Lowly voice lasting iron rod. Big shot. I'm a wardrobe. If it works, there will definitely be a big reward. When I get back, I am Digga. I beg the big shot for help. That group is coming to my room soon. I'm going to die. Su Chen felt no fluctuation from these sycophantic words. He had seen too much in his past life. Whiskey, have you noticed the option for fixed items before? Fixed item option? Everyone was confused. What does this have to do with avoiding pursuers? Lasting iron rod, can the big shot explain a bit clearer? We don't quite understand. Is there a problem with this option? Whiskey, wardrobe, try and fixing the item, then control the wardrobe to double jump in place and immediately fix the item in the air. Double jump in place and use fix in the air? The wardrobe was a bit bewildered but still prepared to give it a try. After confirming that the building had not yet been searched, the wardrobe hesitated to unfix the item and then followed Su Chen's instructions, using a double jump in place and immediately fixing it in the air. 3 seconds later, the wardrobe felt no sensation of falling and switched to God's eye view, surprised to find that he was actually floating in the air. Countless people watched the wardrobe's actions from a God's eye view, all with their eyes wide open. Whoa, this wardrobe is floating? No way. Newton's coffin board can't hold it down. Is this a bug? This works too. My god. Is this person really a newbie? He actually found a loophole in the game? Maybe this is part of the game's design. If so, how powerful is Big Shot Whiskey? He found this hidden setting in just 20 minutes. Lasting Iron Rod immediately got excited, ready to cling to Su Chen's leg. Big Shot, what should we do next? You say, I'll do it right away. Please enlighten me. Whiskey, isn't there a balcony next to you? Jump down, get stuck in midair. It's deep night and the moon is covered. Who can see you? Lasting Iron Rod, thanks for the reminder, Big Shot. I'm next to the balcony. 5 meters is enough. Saying this, Iron Rod cleared the traces around him and excitedly jumped down from the balcony, getting stuck in midair. Countless large objects close to the window, upon being alerted by Su Chen, jumped out of the window and got stuck on the wall outside. Boss, please accept my knees. I just looked at myself from the first floor with a God's eye view, and I really can't see clearly. Yeah, this image only has lights by the roadside, and the building area has no electricity. Clearly, the space is set up to accommodate us. Boss, you're not a newbie, right? You must have used some props to get in, right? To win in the end? Please, boss, help us. Boss, what about us items that are far from the window, stuck in the room? Please help. I'm a tissue. I saw them tearing paper in half before. My life is short. Su Chen thought briefly and then came up with another idea. Whiskey, is it close to the bathroom? Jump in. Those who can't jump in should be ready to escape at any time. Be careful when jumping into the bathroom, or you might end up as a big object and get crushed. Jump into the bathroom? Escape? Everyone was confused again. Jumping into the bathroom is a gamble with a chance of implementation, but how to escape? Seeing the chat box suddenly go silent, Su Chen explained, have you noticed that they are holding heavy weapons but haven't fired a shot? They are all superpowered yet still using the stairs? This indicates their limitations are significant. The movement speed of the items is very fast, you might really be able to outrun them. This method can only be used when fighting for your life. If you survive the first hour, maybe there will be a chance when extracting items in the second hour. Escape? Everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed indeed possible to take a risk. If they were really found, why stand there waiting to die? They could directly run to the wheat field area or use the complexity of the hallway to hold on a bit longer, waiting for the second transformation. God, 666, damn it, I'm jumping into the bathroom. At worst, I'll come out when it's time to transform. Then I'll pick a good escape route first, and later I'll sneak away to the wheat field while they aren't paying attention. Hee, I have an empty room here. I'll try to get stuck at the door and see if I can get into a blind spot. A table said as it hopped into the empty room, closed the door, and got stuck at the junction of the doorframe and the ceiling. Just as it got into position, 6 greedy wolves acting collectively walked onto this floor. Boom, rip. The door shattered, and the sound of tearing paper and sofa echoed continuously. Where is it? I remember there was a sound here. Hey, little thing, don't hide. You won't die anyway. A burly man said as he walked into the room where the table was blocking the view, kicking the closed door open and crashing inside. He scanned the surroundings. The room was empty, devoid of any objects. Where is it? Where did the little thing hide? The burly man said as he turned and left. In the global live broadcast room, the camera focused on this big man and the giant table hovering directly above his head. Seeing this scene, the live chat erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this fool doesn't look up? Iconic scene, iconic scene. I've already recorded it and am ready to post it on YouTube. If this guy sees such footage when he returns, he'll be furious. How could he not see such a huge table above his head? What is he doing? I take back what I said before, these evaders are too talented, right? By the way, how did this table get up there? +1, same question. Can any expert explain? Same request. Countless veterans lurking in the hide-and-seek space were also baffled. How did he do it? Using props to get stuck should trigger a full broadcast. I haven't heard the system announcement in this game. Born with extraordinary powers? Levitation? Is it a loophole in the rules? It seems like it wasn't mentioned in the game rules we saw before. In the Eagle Nation's conference room, all attendees looked at Zeus with puzzled expressions. What's going on? Special skills or props? Zeus frowned at the table, floating in the air, and shook his head after a moment. The information is too sparse, it must be hidden rules. Let's keep watching, it should be mentioned. Next, the attendees exchanged glances. Was there something even Zeus didn't know? As expected, the live stream showed a close-up of the suspended table 4. A few seconds before shifting to the chat records of the hiders, the name Whiskey was heavily highlighted in red. Su Chen's words in the hiders chat box were once again exposed to countless people around the world. Whiskey is definitely not a newbie. How could a newbie possibly guess the hidden rules of the game in just 20 minutes? This must be some A-level big shot pretending to be a newbie. Those 12 pursuers are going to be played for fools. Wasting so many rare items only to benefit someone else. I'm a fan now. From now on, I'm the little fangirl of the great god. Why didn't I encounter such a great god when I was in the hide-and-seek space? It's inexplicably heart-wrenching. After seeing this news, countries around the world intensified their search for Su Chen. Damn! Whiskey is our country's liquor. He must be our country's hide-and-seek god. We must dig him out to serve the nation. Why? Have I never heard of this person's name? Where did he come from? The reputation in the hide-and-seek space will always spread. Could he be a recently promoted big shot? Could it be that the other party is a real newbie with extraordinary talent, revealing it on their first hide-and-seek? That seems possible. If that's the case, we must find him. If he refuses to join us, then we must destroy him. We don't need another opponent. The probing search for Su Chen intensified, and his information had already turned into a file ready to be perfected at any time. The people in the game were completely unaware of everything happening outside. The competition continued. Thanks to the methods provided by Su Chen, the survival rate of all hiders significantly increased. In the next 20 minutes, the 12 pursuers only managed to kill 10 unfortunate souls. Many items were discovered and escaped towards the wheat field. And even though those items had their locations marked by the system's arrows after leaving their hiding spots, they couldn't catch them. With their limited strength, they couldn't outrun those objects. In the pursuer's line of sight, several large arrows pointed towards the wheat field, seemingly mocking them. Invisibly. Damn! With hot weapons unusable and our strength limited, this rocket launcher is less useful than a stick, grumbled a burly man among the 6 greedy wolves as he angrily threw the rocket launcher to the ground. Boss, you need to make a decision. We have no way out. We can't keep searching for those unfortunate souls who have turned into large furniture. Yeah, boss, among those 6 women, there's one who can use a bow and arrow. Once she finishes off the items fleeing in the wheat field, our performance points will definitely be surpassed. This limitation is too great. We can't cause large-scale destruction to the map while searching. Otherwise, I would have burned the wheat field down long ago. Boss, you need to make a decision. The 5 of them focused their gaze entirely on the greedy wolf. After thinking for a moment, the greedy wolf shook his head. It's not easy. Let's continue searching and wait for the second item switch. Our limitations should be slightly lifted then, making it easier to find. This group of hiders must have some expert guiding them, otherwise, there's no reason we can't find them. Let's wait. When they switch objects, that's when we hunt. After discussing, the greedy wolf group began to frantically scour each room, attempting to find the unfortunate hiders. On the other side, the 6 figures in black pursuing the fleeing items were also making little progress. It was as if these evaders had eyes. Despite their various encirclements, they failed to trap a single fugitive. These fugitives seemed exceptionally clever, and upon realizing that only the one called Python posed a threat with her bow, they all kept a distance of over 200 meters from her. During the encirclement, aside from Python, the other 5 women could spot the traces of the evaders within their line of sight. But it was of no use. Even if they spotted them, they could only stare helplessly, as they simply couldn't outrun them. After yet another fruitless chase, one of the 6 women, exhausted, broke away from the group. Sister, I think we need to stop. Take a break. These evaders are too cunning. There's no need for us to waste time and energy trying to catch them. Right now, they have us running in circles, probably just wearing us out. Yeah, sister, let's wait until the second unlocking to catch them. At this rate, we really can't catch them. The women looked at the fleeing items, which were getting further away, feeling somewhat helpless. The girl codenamed Python sighed and slowly lowered the bowstring she had kept in a taut state. Let's go back to the building area first. The people from the greedy wolf team have gone quiet. They probably have the same plan. I'm sorry for being too anxious. This reward is really important to me. If I don't get it, Python said, her expression tinged with sadness, but it was quickly masked. The others hurried to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, sister, we will definitely get the special reward. The greedy wolf team is no stronger than us." Exactly. Let's head back to the building area and search. The chances of finding items here are just too low. We might have a big haul in the building area. Alright, thank you, everyone. We will definitely succeed. Absolutely. With that, the Python 6-member team withdrew from the wheat field area. Cheers erupted in the evaders chat box. With the great whiskey leading us, how can they compare to us? I feel victory is just around the corner. I want to cling tightly to the thigh. The second item switch will start in 10 minutes. Give me a smaller object. I want to slip away from the pursuers. In the last 10 minutes of the first transformation countdown, the 12 pursuers had only caught 2 unfortunate souls who had turned into large pieces of furniture. aside from the joyful evaders running. Outside, they had actually gained nothing. Damn it, boss, shouldn't we speed up? Are all the items hiding in the buildings we haven't searched yet? Someone in the Greedy Wolf team said impatiently. This is a global live broadcast, we need to pick up the pace. His words caused billions of viewers in the live stream to burst into laughter, flooding the screen with comments. What an idiot. These 6 people have passed under the floating items countless times without ever looking up. It's making me anxious just watching. Haha, speed up? If we speed up, we won't find anyone. Seeing the great one toy with these strong players makes me inexplicably happy. Just wait and see, if they get toyed with like this again during the second item transformation, they'll really lose all face. If the Great Whiskey is really a newbie, that would be hilarious. They should disband their organization as soon as they come back, having been toyed with by a newcomer. The reputation of the Greedy Wolf organization was routinely under siege. Greedy Wolf was still sensible. Seeing the team grow increasingly impatient, he simply stopped and signaled for the whole team to rest. Wait a moment, I'm more anxious than you. I don't have a chance to escape death. If this mission fails, I'll die on the spot. Wait for the second item selection. There will be a turning point. That will be our hunting moment, Greedy Wolf said, his eyes flashing with madness. Just as Greedy Wolf finished speaking, the virtual panels in everyone's minds began to flicker and change. The first item hiding phase has ended. Remaining evaders, 195. Remaining pursuers, 12. In 5 seconds, all evaders will reselect your items. After the selection ends, evaders will gain 5 minutes of invincibility. During these 5 minutes, items will be in an invisible state, and walking speed will be significantly increased. All evaders, please find and confirm your hiding spots within 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the pursuers will unlock 30% of their abilities, and each attack will consume health as a limitation. Su Chen, who had been lying still for an hour, heard the system's prompt and immediately manipulated the diamond needle to emerge from the ground. The system had turned the items into an invisible state, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Finally, it's time for the second item selection. There should be some good stuff this time, right? Maybe I can try hunting them. Please start your item selection. A familiar search box popped up. Su Chen tried searching for Optimus Prime and Iron Man, but found that these were still in gray status. After trying again, he discovered that helicopters and cars were all unlocked. Various firearms were also basically unlocked. How should I choose? Captain America's shield isn't unlocked, and choosing the diamond seems a bit risky. With 30% of the pursuers unlocked, they might have a way to deal with diamonds. Should I confront them head-on? So which weapon should I choose? What if the rocket launcher doesn't come with ammo? The same goes for firearms. If I turn into a submachine gun and have no bullets, wouldn't that mean instant death? Su Chen stared at the weapons on the virtual panel, lost in thought. Are there any weapons that automatically come with or increase ammo? Such a thing definitely doesn't exist in reality. But can the firearms in the game be used? With this thought, Su Chen's eyes lit up. If the firearms in the game could be used, then the options would increase. He connected the keywords game and firearms for a search. A dark golden sniper rifle appeared on his panel with a blood-red container in the middle. Do you confirm the Inferno Roar as your transformation item? Sniper rifle Inferno Roar, a terrifying weapon forged from unknown dark metal, equipped with a silencer, the chamber filled with blazing demon blood. The sacrifices made through this gun will replenish your ammo. Inferno Roar? Yes, I confirm. The Inferno Roar as my transformation item. Su Chen said without hesitation. Killing enemies would increase ammo. The dark metal might have some special bonuses. The best choice at this stage. Congratulations, your transformation item is the sniper rifle. Please choose your hiding spot within 5 minutes. Hiding spot? Su Chen hopped with the sniper rifle to a place in the wheat field where he could see the entire building area. All the pursuers were currently in the building area. This was the best place to kill. After setting up his hiding spot, Su Chen switched to God mode and logged into the chat box to see what items others had transformed into. Before he could ask, countless messages asking for help flooded the chat box. Persistent iron rod, God, save me. I turned into a train, what should I do? The kind with 16 carriages. Can I still be stuck in midair? Cute meow meow, God, save me first. I turned into a 3-story small building. Where can I place this without it looking out of place? I want to become light, big shot. Is there any oil in here? I turned into a helicopter. There's no oil inside. 16 carriage train, 3-story building, helicopter without oil? Su Chen was dumbfounded. How unlucky could one be to draw these? This is impossible to save. Whiskey, you all turned into such large objects? I am Digga, God, I was a bit luckier and turned into a silver ticket already lying in a box. Ninja killer, get out of the way upstairs. Where's my helicopter brother? I turned into oil. It seems like we can take off. I want to become light. What? Bro, come to the road, meet at the place where the pursuers have descended. We're set. Now. Helicopter? Fly? Suchin suddenly had an idea, maybe he could really save these people. Whiskey, if the train and the house want to survive, they should find a helicopter to help them fly away. A flurry of question marks appeared in the group. Big shot, I'm a helicopter, not an aircraft carrier. How can I carry a train and a house? Whiskey, have you ever heard of stepping on your left foot and right foot to spiral into the sky? Question marks once again covered the entire screen. Whiskey, when the train and the house get stuck in the sky after a double jump, you fly below them and lock onto yourself. The house and train will unlock and crash down on you, using your body as the ground to double jump to a higher place. When they unlock and step on me, won't I just die on the spot? I can't bear that much pressure. Whiskey, did you forget the rule that pursuers won't harm each other? We can't attack our own kind. The rules can be used like this? The whole place was shocked. Can it really be played this way? What if something goes wrong? Don't be a coward, bro. I just tried it with the vase next to me, and it really works. The vase stood directly on my silver note. It can also double jump up. Alright, let's do it. You all come to the road. I'll take you flying. Seeing this message, an item fleeing in the wheat field thought of a more secure method. If it could take the house up, then it could also fit inside the house. Isn't that safer than running in the wheat field? With this thought, the fleeing item quickly spoke up. Building bro, take me with you. I'll get inside your belly. Let's go to the sky together. Others were also tempted upon hearing this. Why not go to the sky with the building? As long as they fly high, the pursuers definitely won't catch them. The pursuers had only unlocked 30% of their abilities. Surely no one could fly, right? The second item transformation would definitely be an easy pass. Big wooden bed, bro, take me with you. I'm very small. I won't take up space in your belly. Cute duck, train bro, take me in. I'm a seat, just toss me in your belly. Whiskey. Everyone needs to be quick, there's only 5 minutes, and we must ensure we can jump to a sufficient height. The rumbling sound and hurried footsteps, along with the sound of items sliding, echoed from the building area. The 6 greedy wolves, unable to move from their spot, laughed mockingly upon hearing these sounds. No way? These people think they can hide from us in the wheat field? Don't they think too little of us veterans? Comparing speed with us, who have unlocked 30% of our abilities. So overconfident. Exactly, we can now use extraordinary powers and hot weapons. How can they compare with us? Sounds like there are a few giant items. Instead of waiting to die in the building area, they dare to resist. Voices in the global live broadcast also expressed skepticism about the evaders. Too foolish, right? Newbies are just newbies. They can't keep their cool after transforming into a bad item. If it were me, I'd rather stand still and gamble that the pursuers can't find me. They probably gave up on themselves. The pursuers have 30% of their abilities unlocked, and they aren't just going to crush these newbies. These people's luck has run out. In the end, the greedy wolves will win. In response to these comments in the live broadcast, someone quickly rebutted below. Not necessarily. Whiskey is definitely capable. Exactly, we didn't think much of these items before, and what happened? Whiskey directly led the evaders to toy with all the pursuers. Now these items are being led by Whiskey. Maybe their movements are part of a plan. Perhaps they're uniting all the items to prepare for a counterattack. Counterattack? How is that possible? Are you joking? A counterattack? Don't they know how strong A-level is? A-level basically isn't afraid of bullets. Yeah, although this time the greedy wolf's performance was a bit foolish. He once single-handedly took down a military base in the Middle East. He dismantled a tank with his bare hands. Even if the Whiskey boss has the ability of a dozen 12, he's now turned into an item. His combat power must have been greatly weakened. In the live stream, the majority still didn't have faith in the evaders. Just as they were about to cheer for victory, the camera shifted. The evaders, mocked in the live stream for their inexperience, were rapidly moving towards the houses and trains on the road. What are they doing? Aren't those houses and trains also transformed by the evaders? Do they want to be caught all at once? This is simply delivering food. Just search randomly and win. Whoever finds it first wins. Is this the Whiskey God's joint strategy? All items charging in together? If that's the case, I might turn from a fan to a hater. What kind of god is this, isn't it? Harmful? Wait. No. What are they doing? Double jump? What the hell? Nest. Hundreds of millions of people around the world watched in disbelief as a building and a train, aided by an airplane, slowly ascended into the sky in a way that defied logic. The live stream fell into silence, and when the camera returned to the evaders chat group, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Nest. This can't be real, right? This is possible? Left foot stepping on the right foot spiraling into the sky? How did the Whiskey God come up with this move? 0-inch. This is simply too amazing. That train and building must have taken at least 100 items into the sky. At this speed, they'll be untraceable in 5 minutes. Exactly. Even if they are discovered, so what? They're flying so high now. A pursuer with only 30% ability trying to hit something flying this high? That's going to be a bit difficult, right? Mom. Ask me why I'm kneeling to watch the livestream. The god's moves are so impressive that I can't express my admiration without kneeling. Now I want to know what item the whiskey boss is. Yeah, hurry up and show us the livestream. Stop teasing us. Tens of millions of messages requesting to see Su Chen transform into an item flooded major live streaming platforms worldwide. The hide-and-seek space seemed to hear the crowd's calls and shifted the camera to a golden wheat field. In the middle of the wheat field, a dark golden sniper rifle appeared in the center of the frame. It was aimed at the building area. The whiskey boss wants to hunt the pursuers. Does the god have such good luck? He directly transformed into a sniper rifle? This luck is too unfair. Maybe the hide-and-seek space deliberately made the whiskey boss turn into a sniper rifle for the sake of the show. Upstairs, do you think that's possible? Would the hide-and-seek space care about that? By the way, have you seen this gun? I've never seen it. What gun is dark golden? Everyone familiar with the hide-and-seek space was almost shocked to drop their jaws upon seeing the gun. Damn, is there really such a big difference in luck among people? This guy named Whiskey just ascended in Europe, right? This gun is either futuristic machinery or a fantasy item. I think it looks like a futuristic firearm. The style is a bit sci-fi, probably a sniper with a very high destructive power. No, it should be a fantasy item with a special skill. There's no need to add a red stripe in the middle of the gun for a sci-fi style. Anyway, no matter what, these pursuers are probably in big trouble. They are still happily looking for people. After the livestream gave a 15-second close-up of Su Chen's firearm, the perspective returned to the 6 members of the Greedy Wolf. The 5-minute hiding time was just about to end when the 6 members of the Greedy Wolf roared and charged out of the room, leaping directly from the 3rd floor. They began frantically searching every room, physically destroying everything in sight. The 6 members of the Python took the same approach. The 12 of them completely disregarded their health points, especially after smashing a hider and regaining health. They had stumbled upon the second round of hiding rules. Killing a hider could restore health. After this, all 12 pursuers unleashed their full strength, conducting an extremely thorough search of every room, tearing apart even the cotton fluff floating in the air after ripping the blankets. Several players who sensed danger and tried to float away were caught and torn apart, with messages of player deaths flooding the screen. Player Blind Box Makes Me Happy has been eliminated. Player 53 is Too Interesting has been eliminated. Player Little Rabbit has been eliminated. Current remaining hiders, 150. A total of 45 hiders had died in this round of extermination. The hiders who chose to follow the building into the sky felt incredibly fortunate. If it weren't for the plan devised by the Great Whiskey, we would probably have died on the spot. Exactly. I was still thinking about leading those pursuers around the wheat field, but now I realize I was too young. These people have unlocked 30% of their abilities, and their running speed is at least 3 times faster. Brother. Building. Let's push a bit more. I feel like we're still not safe at this height. Yes, let's go a bit higher. We need to be more cautious as we go further up. I don't want to die. I feel like the space didn't expect us to run this high, otherwise they would definitely have limited the height. The Greedy Wolf and others, having unlocked 30% of their abilities, achieved good results in the first 20 minutes. But that soon came to an end. The flying buildings and trains took away over 100 hiders, and counting the 30 or so hiders in the wheat field, there were now only 3 or 4 hiders left in the building area who had not been found. In the next 20 minutes, only the sister group led by Python found 1 hider, while the 6 members of Greedy Wolf found nothing, forcing them to cautiously use their extraordinary powers and firearms. No, this won't do. Everyone, wait a moment. Greedy Wolf said, stopping his team's actions. We need to think of another way. Aren't we searching? We're about to finish. That group of rookies is probably in those last few buildings. Someone in the Greedy Wolf team was already red-eyed and unwilling to stop. Save your strength. Something feels off. If we keep going like this, we'll lose health and turn into corpses. Let's try a different method. What method? The others asked, puzzled. Capture a hider and have him lead us. From the current situation, there must be some form of communication and a full map perspective among the hiders. As long as we catch one hider, he can guide us to find the others. Greedy Wolf said sinisterly. Isn't that against the rules, boss? The 5 asked, somewhat confused. What's against the rules? The rulebook doesn't say we can't do this. Let's quickly search the last few buildings. The luck of the 6 members of Greedy Wolf seemed to explode at that moment. They really found a hider in the last few buildings, and the captured hider was a dagger. Ha, heaven helps me. Kid, surrender. Or die. Help us find the others, and you can live. Greedy Wolf said fiercely, gripping the dagger. The dagger hesitated and nodded. This dagger was Zhao Yu, the class leader of Su Chen's class. Zhao Yu transformed into a dagger for the second time, thinking his hiding spot was excellent, so he didn't move. This time, he was caught red-handed. Zhao Yu, who originally thought he was going to die, nodded without hesitation upon hearing the words of the Greedy Wolf. Damn it, anyway, no one knows my name. If I rebel, then I rebel. What friendship is there in a life and death competition? With this thought, Zhao Yu immediately got into character, manipulating the dagger to start writing on the ground. His actions with the dagger were quickly noticed by the Seekers. Watching from a god's eye view, the chat group of the Seekers was flooded with curses. Damn! No way? Betrayal? Is there such a move? Who is this person? Don't! Let me find them! What a beast, wanting to die and dragging us down with them. Does this person really believe the pursuers? It's over, he has a global perspective. Doesn't that completely expose our positions? After receiving this news in the chat group, Suchin silently buried his gun in the wheat. Fortunately, I didn't expose my position earlier for safety. Now I just need to patiently wait for them to come within my shooting range from the building area. Zhao Yu's betrayal. The situation for the Seekers instantly worsened. The curses from the Seekers did not shake Zhao Yu's resolve to betray. On the contrary, it only strengthened his determination. Zhao Yu even began to mock everyone in the Seekers' chat box. Collaborating with the pursuers is the best choice. They eat meat and I can still drink some soup. How can we rookies compete with these top pursuers? I advise you all to come out and die quickly. Don't wait for me to bring the pursuers to find you. Seeing Zhao Yu daring to say such things, all the Seekers' anger surged again. Just wait. You will get your comeuppance. If I ever meet you in real life, I'll be the first to kill you. I am Dijia, brothers hiding in the wheat field. Don't show your heads. Stay hidden. Don't expose your information here. Cute little cat, this person must have randomly come in from outside, right? How could there be such shamelessness among our three classes? The messages in the chat box were broadcasted live to the entire world. In the live stream, the actions of this dagger were despised by everyone. That's too bad, right? Being a dog for the pursuers? Once they've used this dagger, they will definitely kill him. I bet $100 eagle. They say hide and seek is a brutal space. To survive in it, you have to be heartless. I'm feeling that now. This dagger must be a newcomer who just entered, right? I bet they have this kind of personality in real life too. If I can find them, I'll despise them every day. In the live stream, besides cursing the traitor, some people began to worry about the safety of all items next. There's an insider with full map vision, equivalent to the pursuers having a full map hack. The items hiding in the wheat field are in trouble. Yeah, once the dagger leads the pursuers to kill those items stuck in the air in the urban area, they will definitely head straight to the wheat field. I wonder if Whiskey has any way to deal with this? Whiskey might not have a way either, right? He transformed into a sniper rifle. Is there hope for a 1 against 12? Everyone in the live stream held a pessimistic attitude towards the Seekers. How to fight against the hacked pursuers. Zhao Yu's betrayal was not something that the officials of various countries were concerned about. After all, everyone had experienced such betrayals to some extent. What they were most concerned about were the three classes mentioned in the chat box earlier. 3 classes entering the hide-and-seek space together. This is a method unique to Huaxia. First time entering the hide-and-seek space, age 18, is a senior student from Huaxia. The competition starts at 2 in the afternoon. Use our spies to investigate. Maybe Whiskey is really among these 3 classes. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, several people dressed in black combat uniforms from the Special Operations Department were boarding a helicopter one after another. Their target was Yuchuan Middle School. After the country conducted a thorough investigation, using big data, they immediately obtained the information. The purpose of dispatching the little black leaders is the same as in other countries, to find the Whiskey. This is a talent that cannot be captured by other nations. As countries around the world began to take action, Zhao Yu had already eliminated all the items in the building area with the pursuers. No wonder we can't find the items, they were all stuck in the air. Is this the hidden rule of the evaders? Impressive. Kid, hurry up and show us the way. Where's the next one? Greedy Wolf said, kicking the dagger that had stopped in front of him. Zhao Yu quickly wrote on the ground. The building area is gone. Everything is in the sky in the wheat field area. The building area is gone? There are still over 140 left, all in the wheat field in the sky? Wait, what does in the sky mean? Stuck in the sky above the wheat field? Greedy Wolf looked a bit confused. No, it's in the sky right next to the road in the building area. They used the rules to get up there, very high. Zhao Yu wrote quickly, there are over 100 evaders all stuck there. Over 100 evaders all stuck together. The Greedy Wolf 6-man team was a bit excited at the prospect of eliminating over 100 evaders in one go. As long as they killed them all, only a couple of little cats would be left. Where? Point it out quickly. Greedy Wolf roared, grabbing Zhao Yu and excitedly saying, if it's true, we guarantee you'll survive to the end. Hearing Greedy Wolf's words, Zhao Yu didn't hesitate to sell out his teammates, pointing the dagger towards the sky. Greedy Wolf and the others looked up in the direction of the dagger, but there was no moonlight illuminating the sky. They only saw a patch of black. Are you sure you didn't point wrong? Can they really be stuck that high in the sky? Greedy Wolf was a bit doubtful as Zhao Yu moved the dagger up and down, nodding frantically. Get the rocket launcher. They're all together, right? Watch me bring them all down. Greedy Wolf said as he took the rocket launcher from a teammate and then began to tear his clothes. As long as you show me there Position clearly, I can kill them. Flames began to burn on Greedy Wolf's body, and after covering him completely, they started to gather at his chest. 3 seconds later, a huge fireball formed in front of him. Greedy Wolf pushed with his left hand, and the fireball shot towards the sky with an explosive roar. This fireball also caught the attention of the Python 6-man team, who turned their focus to the sky. The bright flames kept rising, and the 12 pursuers vaguely saw the silhouettes of houses and trains. Houses and trains? Greedy Wolf and the others were collectively stunned, then they rubbed their eyes in unison and looked back at the sky. The silhouettes of houses and trains became clearer under the glow of the fireball. How did these people get up so high? Can houses and trains go to the sky too? Even if it's a hidden rule, this is too outrageous, right? Boss, our rocket launcher seems to be out of range. Let's try and see. After a brief moment of confusion, Greedy Wolf immediately raised the rocket launcher and shot towards the location of the crowd. There are evaders in the sky? The Python team, regaining their senses, also raised their bows without hesitation and shot a sharp arrow towards the direction of the houses and trains. Boom! The sky erupted with 2 loud explosions. The shells and arrows all exploded in midair. Not enough distance. Damn! No way! These evaders are stuck too high, beyond the shooting range of firearms. Hey, how did these people get up there? Greedy Wolf frowned and turned to ask Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu quickly wrote, a person codenamed Whiskey taught them the method. Left foot stepping on the right foot, spiraling up to the sky. He's very skilled, he seems to be an old hand. Whiskey? Greedy Wolf pondered for a moment, shaking his head. An old hand? How could it be an old hand? In this mode, how could there be an old hand besides us pursuers? It's just that a newcomer found a method. Once the third item selection comes, we can catch the ones stuck in the sky. Hurry! Take us to the wheat field area. The evaders in the sky can hold the pythons for a while. Let's go harvest the people in the wheat field first. Tanlang said as he grabbed a dagger and quickly rushed towards the wheat field area with his team. Su Chen's sniper scope revealed the figures of the Tanlang 6-man team. Finally here, the hunt begins. Although I practiced with a sniper rifle in my past life, it's still a bit uncomfortable to shoot people with a sniper rifle now. The guy with the dagger? The boss, right? It's you! Su Chen aimed his sniper rifle at the first Tanlang that appeared and pulled the trigger. Bang! The faint sound of the bullet leaving the chamber was followed by the blood-red liquid on the demon's roaring gun instantly emptying as a blood-red bullet swiftly cut through the air, targeting the Tanlang holding the dagger among the 6. The Tanlang, who had rushed out from the building area to capture people in the wheat field, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, an ominous premonition making him tremble all over. Not good. Almost superhuman reflexes and sharp intuition forced his head to quickly dodge to the left. The blood-red bullet grazed the Tanlang's cheek, hitting a teammate behind him. Boom! The teammate's body exploded. The bullet didn't stop. After piercing through the Tanlang's teammate, it continued forward, shooting into another person's throat. This teammate also exploded into ashes. 1 shot, 2 kills. The blood-red liquid once again filled the sniper rifle transformed by Su Chen. The system's broadcast echoed from the sky. Player Whiskey kills Pursuer One-Eyed Wolf. Player Whiskey kills Pursuer Wu De Wolf. Current remaining pursuers 10. Roar! Dodge! Tanlang, ignoring the large gash on his face, fearfully crashed into a nearby building to hide. The other team members reacted just a beat slower than Tanlang, rolling and crawling back into the building area. The global live broadcast erupted in excitement. It started. 1 shot, 2 kills. Whiskey is going crazy. This sniper rifle is so fierce. Definitely future tech. If Whiskey is really a newbie, then history has been made. A newcomer just entering the space killed 2 A-level bosses. Is this what other people's evaders are like? While we were thinking about dodging pursuers, he started hunting them down? Our game is not the same. Officials from various countries urgently revised Su Chen's profile. This Whiskey is definitely not a newbie. The difficulty of transforming into a sniper rifle and shooting is certainly higher than using a sniper rifle. An 18-year-old boy proficient with a sniper rifle? Impossible. That's right, firearms are banned in Huaxia. This person is most likely an experienced player in the space who knows what item he used to sneak in. Tell the spies on the Huaxia side to be careful. The chances of us coming up empty-handed are very high. Another expert is about to rise in the space. Damn it. Hurry and find those who are on leave. Use our connections to check if Whiskey is really from our country. After Su Chen killed 2 pursuers, the entire map fell into a silent atmosphere. Until the screams from the building area broke out. Ah, my face. My face. Tanlang clutched the part of his face that had been slashed, wailing in agony, as the bright red blood from his wound continuously turned dark golden. Special weapon. Who is it? Pursuers can't harm each other. Evader? How could an evader have an expert? Tanlang moaned as he slowly got up, grabbing Zhao Yu, who had just fallen beside him. Quick, go see what's on the other side. Zhao Yu desperately shook his head, using the dagger to write on the ground. I didn't find anyone in the overall perspective, but I'm sure it's Whiskey. It's Definitely him. He turned into a gun. He's definitely an expert. Whiskey? An expert. Turning into a special sniper rifle and still able to shoot accurately, only an expert in the space can do that. Tanlong's expression grew increasingly sinister. You made me lose 2 brothers. I will definitely take revenge. Ah, Tanlang said, covering his face and continuing to wail. Boss, what should we do? The others hiding in the building quickly shouted towards the place where the greedy wolf was hiding. Go! Call the pythons over. Let's go together. Tell her that if we don't take this person down, we're all going to die. The greedy wolf covered his face and slowly walked out of the corridor, a look of pain on his face as he moved deeper into the building area. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes until the third transformation. The remaining 10 pursuers regrouped. So, how do we coordinate? Don't expect me to go out with a bow and face someone whose abilities are still unknown, the python said straightforwardly. We don't have much time left. The competition ends in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let's take the simplest approach. The 9 of us will go out to attract attention, and you find him. I can lead the charge, the greedy wolf said frantically. Why not wait for the third transformation? Why are you so anxious? The python frowned, somewhat disagreeing with the greedy wolf's words. Do you know what he will turn into during the third transformation? We need to take advantage of knowing his weaknesses now and destroy him. You want that special item too, right? Ah, the greedy wolf said, covering his face and wailing again. The python noticed that the wounds on his face seemed to be worsening. It seems like you're not in good shape. The python raised an eyebrow. It's fine, I can hold on. According to my plan, we will kill him, and you have a 30-second priority over the evader in the sky. The python thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, let's go with your plan. Whiskey, no matter where you popped up from, you have to die. The greedy wolf bared his sharp fangs, and after the 10 of them finished speaking, they began to disperse to various corners of the building area near the road. The python then positioned herself at the top of a 3-story building. According to the plan, she would shoot a glowing arrow as a signal and a means of illumination. When the 9 saw the arrow in the sky, they would rush out of the building area at the same time, heading straight for the wheat field. It's nighttime now, and the wheat field is too dark. My flash arrow can provide temporary illumination, giving them a good condition to search. The wheat field is separated from the building area by a road, and it's most dangerous. When our people run onto the road, there are no obstructions on the road, and they can only rely on their reaction speed and agility to rush across quickly. Whiskey will definitely take action when he sees this opportunity. That will be the moment for me to confront him, the python said, gripping her bow tightly. I must win this match. No one can stop me. Suchin had already learned about the 10-person plan at the first moment. There were so many people in the chat box monitoring the pursuers' every move from a god's perspective. He knew exactly what these 10 people were doing. In the chat box, countless people were worried about Suchen turning into light. Whiskey, great god, stay hidden and don't come out. It's not worth risking yourself. Hua Hai Ching you. Yeah, Whiskey, you only have a little over 10 minutes until the third item selection. We don't need to take risks. Durable iron rod, great god. Do you need our help? I can jump down from the sky to scare them. I can definitely help you. Hua Hai Ching you, brother upstairs, did you forget there's a mole here? If you say that, the pursuers will know too. Durable iron rod, oh, right, damn it, I hope I don't run into that traitor in real life. If I find him, I'll definitely bring a van full of people to chop him up. Seeing this, Suchin smiled and shook his head, typing in the chat box as Whiskey, no need. I'm enough on my own. That traitor is probably peeking, right? Tell those pursuers to hurry up. If I take them down, I'll go back for dinner. Isn't that too arrogant? Zhao Yu felt like everyone was dumbfounded. Who gave him the courage? How dare he be so arrogant? Zhao Yu, Whiskey, what are you being so arrogant about? If you have the ability, just come out. You dare to say you can kill 10 pursuers? Are you missing a screw in your head? Whiskey. Traitors don't deserve their own words. Be a good megaphone and find your master. You, just wait. Zhao Yu was instantly furious, immediately controlling the dagger to write on the ground, embellishing the words for Tan Lang to see. What? Whiskey says I'm just a cowardly wolf? And he's shouting that if we don't come over, he's going to come and deal with us? Tan Lang was indeed enraged. Roar! Whiskey! Tan Lang screamed, when I catch you, I will slowly dismember you, humiliate you, to relieve the anger in my heart. Tan Lang's roar reached Su Chen's ears, and Su Chen helplessly replied in the chat box, catch me? Yes, it's true that it's time for the dark sky to dream. Zhao Yu relayed this to Tan Lang as he couldn't think of anything more provocative. You. Very well. You will soon know whether what I said is true or not. After finishing, Tan Lang prepared to roar but accidentally aggravated the wound on his face, the excruciating pain making him cover his face and wail. The global audience couldn't help but laugh at the verbal duel between the two. Damn. Is this the great Whiskey? Absolutely trained. He can infuriate his enemies just by talking. I'm a fan now, I love it. This guy called Tan Lang is being toyed with by the great Whiskey. Although I have high hopes for the remaining 10 pursuers' abilities, that doesn't stop me from supporting the great whiskey. To win! Su Chen's popularity surged at that moment. Tan Lang, covering his wound, was almost driven mad by Su Chen. Just as he was about to lose control and rush out, a bright light cut through the night sky. Whiskey! Tan Lang, disregarding the wound on his face, howled and was the first to rush out of the building area, desperately running towards the wheat field area. The other 9 followed closely. The 9 formed a long battle line charging towards the wheat field area. Their current goal was to reach the wheat field first. As soon as Su Chen fired, his position would be exposed, giving the python on the rooftop a chance to directly kill Su Chen. If he didn't fire, that would be even better. The 9 had already decided that once they reached the wheat field, they would start indiscriminate large-scale attacks. They wanted to clear everything in the wheat field at the fastest speed, hoping to send Su Chen away in one wave. Whiskey, do you dare to shoot? No. Whiskey, are you ready to accept death? Tan Lang roared as he charged onto the road. When Tan Lang and the other 8 reached the road, the python on the rooftop raised her bow and began to move frantically across the roof. The bow in her hand was already drawn into a full moon shape. As soon as she spotted Su Chen's trace, the arrow would shoot out a deadly shot. Everyone around the world held their breath. Watching this scene, would Whiskey dare to shoot? Su Chen smiled as he looked through the sniper scope at the pursuers charging towards him. Do you think you have a chance charging in front of a sniper? Bang! The gun fired. One of Tan Lang's team members exploded into ashes. Player Whiskey killed pursuer. One-eyed wolf. Remaining pursuers, 9. The faint sound of the gun this time did not escape the enhanced ears of the pursuers present. The python quickly found the general direction and shot the arrow based on her instincts. Found it. He's over there. Whiskey! Tan Lang roared as he charged towards the general direction where Su Chen was hiding. Bang! Another teammate of Tan Lang exploded. Player Whiskey killed pursuer White-Eyed Wolf. Remaining pursuers, 8. Roar! Tan Lang howled as he charged into the middle of the road, changing direction and heading towards Su Chen's hiding place. The python's arrow grazed past Su Chen's sniper scope. If he didn't move again, he would be hit next time. Su Chen didn't move but instead shot again, taking down another one of Tan Lang's teammates. Player Whiskey killed pursuer Little White Wolf. Remaining pursuers, 7. The blood of demons roared, filling the magazine of the sniper rifle. In the chat group of the evaders, Whiskey, Train, House, do you believe me? It's falling. When it falls, remember to lock in the speed a bit faster, don't get killed. Received. Seeing Su Chen's message, Train and House unhesitatingly chose to drop. The sound of heavy objects breaking through the air echoed from above. Their landing point was right on the road. The python, who was upstairs with a bow ready to shoot, instinctively looked up at the sky. Is this a food delivery? With their falling speed, they can't possibly hit the greedy wolf. By the time they fall, we'll have finished the fight. Bang! A faint gunshot rang in her ears, and this time the sensation of her heart contracting filled her entire body. Distracting me? Trying to kill me? As an A-class, Python's physical attributes were on par with Greedy Wolf, and she also possessed reflexes that could be described as monstrous. However, without unlocking all her abilities, Python's agility couldn't keep up with her god-level reaction speed. After the gunshot, her body could only instinctively tilt slightly to the left. A blood-red bullet shot into her right hand and exploded. Python lost an arm, losing her combat capability. Ah! Python gritted her teeth and crouched down, covering her wound, her body trembling violently. Whiskey, you really calculated this well. The intense pain caused her to faint. Sister! Python's scream made all her teammates stop in their tracks. Among the 6 rushing towards Su Chen, only Greedy Wolf was still roaring forward. Damn it! Kill Whiskey first. What are you all doing? Greedy Wolf shouted as he lunged into the wheat field. You all go kill Whiskey. I'll head over to Sister. One of the 5 women said as she quickly ran back, while the other 4 continued to charge towards Su Chen. Their pause created a significant gap in the attack surrounding Su Chen. Only the frenzied Greedy Wolf rushed to Su Chen's front. In his line of sight, he had already seen the dark golden sniper rifle that Su Chen had transformed into. Whiskey, I've got you! Greedy Wolf roared, flames igniting on his body, transforming him into a fiery figure as he dashed towards Su Chen. Su Chen executed a double jump to evade Greedy Wolf's lunge, then directly swung his rifle and shot, exploding Greedy Wolf's body. The flames on Greedy Wolf were instantly extinguished and he was blasted away. No way! Does anyone really think that a sniper has no ability to fight back when someone gets close? After dealing with Greedy Wolf, Su Chen hadn't had time to switch targets when 4 figures quickly approached him, knocking his gun away. Dare to shoot at our sister? A long sword lunged towards Su Chen's gun, creating a brilliant spark as it sliced through the air, stabbing towards him with searing heat. Skills? Su Chen forced a double jump, turning his gun towards the long sword. Come on! The blood of the demon once again infused a bullet. The eyes of the world were focused on the final showdown. Damn! I need to go to the bathroom, but the battle is too intense. What should I do? Blind guess, the pursuer took down Whiskey, and now it's close combat with the 5 women. Even a god can't save him. Whiskey must have some special skills, right? If not, I feel it's a bit precarious. Yeah, at most one more kill, and Whiskey will be caught, right? Bang! The blood-red bullet was fired and collided with the long sword. A tearing sound erupted. The long sword was shattered by the bullet, and the blood-red bullet shot into Python's teammate's body. At the same time, the other 3 were about to grab Su Chen's gun, preparing to crush him. Just then, a system prompt sounded in the sky. Pursuer Greedy Wolf used a rare level item card to successfully shorten the match time. This match is shortened by 1 hour. There are 20 minutes left until the match ends. The 3rd item selection is skipped. The 4th item selection begins. There are 143 evaders remaining in the field. There are 7 pursuers remaining in the field. 5 seconds later, all evaders will reselect your items. After the selection ends, evaders will gain 5 minutes of invincibility. During these 5 minutes, items will be in an invisible state and walking speed will be significantly increased. All evaders, please find and confirm your hiding spots within 5 minutes. The pursuers unlock all abilities. As a limitation, pursuers cannot use group skills. The entire scene froze. The 3 girls, about to catch Su Chen, were pushed back, restricting their movements. Is that guy Greedy Wolf still alive? Su Chen entered an invisible state, somewhat puzzled. Greedy Wolf, what are you doing? We were about to catch him, the 3 girls said angrily. Not far away. Greedy Wolf, with a large hole in his body, staggered to his feet and took out a potion from his waist pocket, drinking it down. As the potion entered his injuries instantly healed. Revived, Greedy Wolf's expression darkened. This rare level item card was his last trump card. This item card could directly push time to the item selection period, meaning that during the selection, no matter how severe the injuries of the pursuers, they would not die. He could use this time to recover himself. Damn it! If it weren't for your hesitation, we could have killed him directly. Greedy Wolf said angrily. I took a bullet for you, lay on the ground for 3 seconds, and you useless fools still haven't taken him down. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by Greedy Wolf's words. So that's it. I was wondering why this guy was so eager to be cannon fodder. Turns out he had this plan. Lying on the ground for 3 seconds without dying, combined with the item card and recovery potion, it's like having an extra life. Greedy Wolf's plan might not stop there. He might want to use others to kill. Greedy Wolf's ideal plan should be for Whiskey to kill all the members of the Python team, and then he would take his teammates to take down Whiskey. But it backfired. Now all his teammates are dead, and the Python team lost no one, even letting Whiskey go. By the way, what should Whiskey do next? An A-level fully powered pursuer is not afraid of even tanks. Does the boss have a way to deal with them? Greedy Wolf angrily looked towards Su Chen's hidden position. Whiskey, are you ready? I will find you and kill you. Kill me? Who kills whom is still uncertain. Su Chen thought as he brought up his search box. The 4th item selection begins. Ignoring the several pursuers standing nearby, Su Chen directly began searching for the next item he would transform into. Spaceship, Star Destroyer, how about those? Su Chen tried to input. The page was gray. Then the Infinity Stones definitely won't work. This game is not generous. I can't even get something novel. What about Iron Man, Optimus Prime? This time it should work, right? After Su Chen entered Optimus Prime and Iron Man, the page was in a shining state. Selectable. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately input the names of other vehicles: Bumblebee, Megatron, Tornado, King Tiger. All of these were in a shining selectable state. How about choosing King Tiger to play? If I can't win, I can use the backup hidden energy to self-destruct? By the way, will choosing these have energy limitations? Su Chen was suddenly stumped by this question. He really hadn't delved into it. What if the Autobots come out and can't transform or move? Iron Man is definitely a trap. He doesn't have a nuclear reactor in his chest. Forget it, let's take a gamble. Su Chen's gaze fell on the blue-red truck with a container. Do you confirm selecting Autobot Optimus Prime as your transformation item? Optimus Prime, armed robot, equipped with a sword, shield and flying apparatus is firepower. Level 10. Equipped with flying apparatus? That gives me another escape route. Yes, I choose Optimus Prime as my transformation item. After thinking for a while, Su Chen made his decision. Simply surviving Optimus Prime was definitely not the best choice, but Su Chen didn't want to just survive until the end. He wanted to take down all the pursuers here. Congratulations, your transformation item is Optimus Prime. Please choose your hiding spot within 5 minutes. As the system's voice fell, Su Chen immediately felt his body growing larger. So, Transformers transformation? Boom! The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground appeared next to the 4 pursuers. Large objects? Greedy Wolf laughed at Su Chen's location. Whiskey, you can't be turning into a car, right? Or some kind of super large building? Ha. You still have 2 minutes until your death. Are you declaring your own death? A magnetic Voice echoed around the four. Greedy Wolf's smile suddenly froze, his face showing an incredulous expression. How can you talk? What have you transformed into? And a sound device? Whiskey actually managed to speak. Everyone in the live stream was collectively shocked. Nest, what has the boss turned into? A robot? The object that Whiskey transformed into must be huge. The camera was aimed at the sky when he spoke. It might be a giant robot. What is it exactly? Remove the invisibility. I want to know. Same here. +1. Also, Whiskey's voice is so nice. Love it. Su Chen's voice was not only heard by the pursuers, other evaders also heard it. Most of them had fallen next to the road along with houses and trains, not far from where Greedy Wolf and the others were. I want to become light. The game that Whiskey is playing is completely different from ours. How can the boss still talk? Oversee Bluefish. Whiskey, what should we do next? I'm all ears. I transformed into a submachine gun. Durable iron rod. Yeah, boss, why don't we fight them? I transformed into a shield. There are over 100 of us here, and we definitely have many offensive weapons. Whiskey, no need, just stay far away. I can handle them alone. Whiskey is going to take them on solo again. This time is not like the last. One person against 7 peak state A levels. Could it be that Whiskey is an A+ level boss? No way, aren't there only 2 A+ level bosses in the world? Is Whiskey underestimating them? Durable Iron Rod typed worriedly. In the chat, Whiskey, they are basically unrestricted A levels, not the ones who were previously limited by 30%. Why not take me along? I'm a shield and can be of some use. Oversee Bluefish, yeah, boss, we are still somewhat useful. At worst, we can be cannon fodder. Su Chen looked at these people clamoring to fight alongside him. Feeling a bit helpless, he had gained a few diehard fans. Whiskey, don't worry, just hide well. These people are not to be feared. I will send them away one by one. You all hide quickly, there is still a minute and a half left. More than 100 evaders hiding on the road. Upon hearing Su Chen, no longer hesitated and quickly searched for the best hiding spots. Cute cat, boss, I'll hide not far from the wheat field area here. Call me if you need anything. Oversee Bluefish, Whiskey, me too. As these evaders spoke, they ran deep into the wheat field area, finding a good vantage point to hide and quietly observe the changes around them. After replying, Su Chen came to the road and began to adapt to his new body. It was his first time transforming into a transformer. Firepower system, laser weapons intact. The aircraft in the white container is intact. Is my power system nuclear energy accelerated? A truck can still jet accelerate. With both hands, I can conjure sci-fi shields and mechanical swords. Alright, let's get started. Su Chen said as he transformed back into the shape of a truck, the front facing the direction of the Greedy Wolf. His first target. 5 minutes of evasion time is up. Pursuers' restrictions lifted. An energy pressure appeared around all the pursuers' bodies. Their life levels were skyrocketing. D level, C level, A level. Awah! The Greedy Wolf howled, tearing at the clothes on his body, which gradually grew larger, transforming into a massive black wolf. The python slowly rose from the ground, tiny shards of ice appearing around its body, its right hand, blown off by Su Chen's gun, directly restored. All the pursuers displayed their strongest abilities. Whiskey, come on, where are you? The Greedy Wolf howled, looking around, only to see a truck pulling a container on the road directly facing him. A truck? Whiskey? A truck? A truck dares to challenge us? The Greedy Wolf's mouth opened wide, showing a mad grin. I thought it was something impressive, but it's just a truck. You don't want to try to run us over, do you? Come on, I'm standing right here, come hit me. The Greedy Wolf said, spreading his wolf claws, waving his hands, signaling Su Chen to crash into him. The live stream fell into silence. No way? I thought the Great Whiskey had transformed into some amazing robot? How is it just a truck? That's so lame. Is the reason Whiskey can talk because of the voice navigation system in the truck? No way? I just didn't think Whiskey could take on 7 A-level powerhouses, and now it seems this guy is just a brainless fool, probably just got lucky before? Hearing the slander against Su Chen in the livestream, his fans immediately began to refute. No way. The Great Whiskey definitely has a plan. And how do you know this truck is the Great Whiskey? He hasn't even spoken. Yeah, maybe the Great Whiskey is hiding in that container. This truck is a tactic to confuse the pursuers. The Great Whiskey relied on luck before? You can even say that? After turning into a gun, he could still kill so many pursuers? Exactly. Even if the Great Whiskey really turned into a truck, that truck must be extraordinary. Just as the two sides were arguing endlessly, Su Chen moved. The red and blue truck slowly drove towards the giant black wolf, the Greedy Wolf. Oh, you're really coming to crash? Come on. The Greedy Wolf said while waving at the 6 members of the python. You guys go kill others, let me play with him. Greedy Wolf, don't get tricked, the python said, lowering her bow from a distance, signaling her teammates to prepare to leave. She didn't think Su Chen had any chance to turn the tables. The Greedy Wolf's full-strength ability could easily withstand 2 A-level powerhouses. Being hit by a truck? It would be like being hit by a train. He wouldn't suffer too much. Just right, with the greedy wolf stuck here, she took the opportunity to look for other evaders. She had to get the best performer. Kid, after this crash, there will be a price to pay. How about I give you a beating? First, I'll take apart your truck, then I'll crush the tires and we'll play slowly. The greedy wolf looked at the truck slowly approaching him, revealing a twisted smile. His sharp teeth were fully exposed. Want to hit me? A magnetic voice came from the front of the truck. Then come and try. Boom! Blue flames erupted from the back of the truck, accelerating rapidly towards the greedy wolf. You're serious? I'm so scared, the greedy wolf said, extending a claw to grasp the air, trying to stop Su Chen with one hand. After this crash, you're in for it. The evader chat box was flashing with messages. Oversea Bluefish, great whiskey, be careful. We're coming to save you. Durable iron rod, great whiskey, run. Your truck, even if it can super accelerate, is useless. A-class powerhouses aren't afraid of such impacts. Cute meow meow, boss, will help you attract attention, you hurry and run. Whiskey, no need, just watch. What? A little wolf wants to provoke me? Su Chen looked at the wolf claw head and directly switched from truck form to armed robot form. Boom! The two collided. The wheat around them, half a person high, was blown up by the shockwave. The golden wheat in the air swayed back and forth, blocking everyone's view until the howling of the greedy wolf emerged. Is this it? No way. Don't you have any strength? Put in a bit more effort. Hearing this voice, everyone deflated. Damn it, I said. How could a truck possibly take down the greedy wolf, making me wait in vain for so long? Me too, I was just looking forward to Whiskey taking down the greedy wolf, but now it seems the pursuer is still unbeatable. Damn, this guy called Whiskey is just a newbie, and a bit lucky at that. Maybe all those previous shots were just lucky hits. In the Eagle Nation conference room, the head of the expert group rubbed his eyes and said to the person next to him, hurry, tell the spies to stop their actions, this is just a waste, a lucky waste. Let's end this meeting here. It seems there won't be anything dramatic happening. Everyone go back and rest. All the experts stood up to leave upon hearing the leader's words, except for Zeus, who remained seated, staring at the screen without moving. Lord Zeus? If you need, I can make a copy for you, you can replay it any time, the leader inquired tentatively. No way. Look, my god. Zeus stood up in shock, pointing at the screen and shouting, what? All the experts preparing to leave turned their attention back to the screen. In the footage, the golden wheat gradually fell back to the field and a tall and short figure appeared before everyone. The short figure revealed a black wolf head. It was actually the greedy wolf. One of the greedy wolf's hands was blocking the leg of a red and blue giant robot. In his black wolf form, he stood a full 3 meters tall, but compared to the giant ahead, the greedy wolf looked like a baby. What is this? The greedy wolf, confused, retracted his hand and looked up at Su Chen's face. I heard someone wants to beat me up and tear me down? Su Chen smiled as he extended his mechanical giant hand, grabbing the greedy wolf's head and lifting him up. Just you? This little body wants to beat me? As Su Chen spoke, he manipulated the mechanical giant hand to squeeze the greedy wolf's head forcefully, smashing it down onto the ground. Boom! The sound of the ground cracking intertwined with the sound of bones shattering. The noise echoed throughout the venue. Hundreds of millions of people around the world watched Su Chen transform into Optimus Prime. Through the live stream suddenly fell into an eerie silence. What is this thing? A robot from a cartoon? Whiskey god, I was wrong. Please accept my knee. The floor was a bit damp, I cleaned it and knelt down again. Can any experts in technology explain what this is? How many years ahead of current technology is it? Did you see the cannon on Whiskey's hand? Such a large caliber. It's for launching missiles, right? Standing at the pinnacle of global technology, the top experts from various countries studying the hide-and-seek space looked at this robot in confusion. What is this? Someone cautiously asked, a robot transformed from a truck? Or a humanoid imitation? Future technology is definitely future technology. Damn it! Who the hell said to lower Whiskey's rating? Change it back, tell the spies to increase their efforts. I dare say this technology surpasses the future technology we've obtained by at least 20 years. Damn! Is he just lucky, or does he really have this thing? Whiskey most likely has this thing. Our country has been in contact with space for at least a few hundred years. I've never seen such an epic-making technology. We must find him in reality. In the Meitian district, the greedy wolf crawled up from the ground, quickly retreating to distance himself from Su Chen. How is that possible? How did you do it? The greedy wolf, ignoring the intense pain in his head, looked at Su Chen in fear. Why? The other evaders aren't this strong. How did you even get into this competition? Get into this competition? What do you mean? This is my first match. Su Chen said calmly, then twisted his mechanical arm, transforming it into a shield and a 3-meter-long greatsword. The size of the greatsword was larger than the greedy wolf himself. Watching Su Chen seriously deceive the greedy wolf, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha! The whiskey boss pulls out a 3-meter-long greatsword and calls himself a newbie. Look at the greedy wolf's expression. It's hilariously ridiculous. Exactly. I almost laughed out loud when the greedy wolf pressed down on the robot's leg. Science popularization time. The truck that the whiskey boss transformed into has a real-life prototype. I checked, it's called Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? Awesome. I wonder if Optimus Prime can take on 7 pursuers. Countless people reignited their expectations, one person challenging 7 A-level bosses. In the real world, these A-level bosses are rarely seen, let alone fighting them. They had never witnessed such an exciting duel. In the footage, Su Chen was already slowly walking towards the greedy wolf, holding the greatsword aloft, while the greedy wolf's entire body ignited with dark red flames. A robot with a bit of strength, I'll tear you apart. The greedy wolf snarled, and his figure surprisingly split into 3, charging towards Su Chen from 3 different directions. Your sword can only hit one at a time. Can you tell which one is the real body? Die. The 3 greedy wolves howled as they lunged at Su Chen, their flames burning even more fiercely as they approached him, aiming to see if they could melt Su Chen. Who said, "This is just a sword"? The blade of the great sword split in half, and a gun barrel appeared at the tip, continuously gathering energy. Have you heard of laser weapons? Su Chen casually aimed the gun barrel at one of the greedy wolves rushing towards him. What? The greedy wolf instinctively felt a sense of danger again, a strong survival instinct enveloping him. Damn it, isn't he using a sword? How did it turn into a gun again? Why do I feel a death omen when he aims at my clone? No, I must kill him. The greedy wolf roared as he lunged at Su Chen. Whiskey. You guessed wrong. Oh, if you guessed wrong, it doesn't affect your death. A white beam of light covered the greedy wolf's vision. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the entire map as the greedy wolf was directly split in half by Su Chen's laser, then exploded with a bang. The greedy wolf is dead. Player Whiskey kills pursuer greedy wolf. Current. Remaining pursuers, 6. They said it was a laser weapon. Just change direction if you hit wrong, right? With your speed, you think you can get close to me? Su Chen said as he transformed the laser gun back into the great sword form. What era is this, still using claws, thinking you're tough just because your body is on fire? Su Chen helplessly opened the evader chat box. Whiskey, is anyone there? Report the positions of the remaining 6. There are only a few minutes left in the match. If we don't hurry, we won't finish killing them. All the evaders had complex expressions upon seeing Su Chen's message. Was the whiskey boss playing a different game than them? Why was he so impressive as an evader? The space must have assigned the whiskey boss the wrong identity at the beginning. I want to become light, boss. All those pursuers have been attracted by greedy wolf's screams. They're all rushing towards your direction. Durable iron rod, whiskey god, we're all set here. If anything comes up, just call us. By the way, boss, how about we cheer you on with a few words? Oversea green fish, I can't believe my first match went by like this. It's so exhilarating. Next time, I definitely want to team up with whiskey boss. Again. Before Su Chen could respond, an ice arrow, radiating a chilling aura, shot through the air towards him. As the arrow passed, it conjured numerous tiny shards of ice in its wake, which were propelled forward like bullets towards Su Chen. One ice arrow transformed into a rain of arrows. Hey, wait a minute. 6 pursuers are planning to ambush me? Su Chen casually raised his energy shield. As long as I can kill you, any method is worth it. Boom! Crystals of ice filled the air. Su Chen was engulfed in a white mist. Behind the high-rise buildings in the district, the 6 members of the Python team had taken advantageous positions, fully focused on the icy fog. How did a truck turn into such a robot? The speed at which the greedy wolf was taken down was simply too fast. He didn't even have time to call for help from the 6 of them. If whiskey wasn't dealt with quickly, they might not be able to find the remaining items and would lose the match. Whiskey had to be resolved quickly. With this thought, Python unhesitatingly took a moving jade pendant from a teammate. This jade pendant was Zhao Yu. His luck had turned sour again, getting caught and becoming an undercover agent. Killing you will restore some of the energy I lost earlier, and then I'll find someone else to lead the way. What? Zhao Yu, terrified, shook his head as Python grabbed him firmly and crushed him. Player, I am your little universe, was killed by the pursuer Python. Just as the system announcement appeared, a blue-red figure burst out from the icy mist, flying like lightning to hover above the 6 members of Python. Got you. Su Chen smiled as he raised his sword, pointing it at the 6, then plummeted at an incredible speed. Not good. Dodge. The 6 members of Python exclaimed as they hurriedly retreated in the opposite direction. Boom. The 3-story building collapsed in an instant. A laser swept through the dust, slicing all surrounding buildings in half. The district was destroyed. Player Whiskey killed pursuer Tongue Snake. Player Whiskey killed pursuer Cobra. Player Whiskey killed pursuer 7-Step Snake. The kill notifications rang out 5 times in a row. 1 pursuer remaining. 5 minutes left in the match. Daylight has arrived. The pitch-black night was instantly devoured by dazzling sunlight. The entire map was illuminated in an instant. The warm sunlight dispersed the dust that had obscured time in the district. The live broadcast. Camera zoomed in, showing Optimus Prime pointing his sword at the only remaining pursuer, Python. Wow! Whiskey Boss really defeated 7A ranks. Worship. I'm a little fan of the boss now. Whiskey's strength can't be that strong. He's completely relying on Optimus Prime to win. If I had Optimus Prime, I could do it too. No way? Can you adapt to becoming Optimus Prime? I bet you wouldn't even know how to walk. In the future, when I enter the hide and seek space, I must become someone like Whiskey Boss. 1 minute left in the match. Whiskey, can you sell me the special reward? I'll pay any price. Just name it, any condition is fine. Python gritted his teeth, covering his wound. Sell the special reward? What is the special reward? Su-Chen asked curiously. It's a type of potion. Before Python could finish, the laser gun began to charge. Bang! The gun fired. Let's talk about selling rewards when fate allows. Player Whiskey killed the last pursuer in the match. The match ends early. The Hiders faction wins. Survivors, 135 people. Starting reward. Settlement. As the system's voice fell, a white pentagram appeared beneath Su-Chen's feet. Accompanied by the flickering of the pentagram, he transformed into a beam of white light shooting towards the sky. When Su-Chen regained his vision, the surrounding buildings had vanished and he found himself once again on that boundless grassland. Welcome back to your private space. The first hide-and-seek match is being settled. Congratulations, Player Whiskey. In the special hide-and-seek duel, Novice vs. Veteran, your performance was outstanding. As an F-level hider, you eliminated 7 A-level veterans. Breaking the norm, you ended the match early and achieved a perfect score, SSS level. This news looped throughout the entire hide-and-seek space and global live broadcast. The name Whiskey echoed around the world once more. Everyone in the hide-and-seek space and the live stream erupted in excitement. They all noticed a piece of information in the announcement. Whiskey is an F-level hider. My god, Whiskey is truly a prodigy. He wasn't joking. This is really his first match. First challenge and he gets an SSS score. Whiskey is amazing. An F-level taking down the world's top experts. Is he even human? My F-level is definitely not the same as Whiskey's F. Damn, this marble floor can't be real, right? Why does it make such a loud noise when I kneel? Officials from various countries were also shocked upon hearing this news. We must find Whiskey. Absolutely. Quickly. Mobilize all our forces hidden in Huaxia. We must determine if Whiskey is among those 3 classes. First, classify Whiskey as the #1 threat. Once confirmed that he is not from our country, we will immediately take drastic measures. Quick, let's mobilize all our intelligence departments. As long as we can get Whiskey to join our country, we'll use any means necessary. Intelligence agencies around the world began large-scale mobilization. The Special Operations Department of the imperial capital of Huaxia dispatched at least 10 planes to Yuchuan Middle School. Everyone's target was Su-Chen. Unaware of the huge storm he had caused, Su-Chen was happily settling his rewards in the space. Congratulations on successfully completing your first task. Your rewards are as follows: randomly allocated attribute. Points 30 points. Title, Celestial Blessing Star. You performed exceptionally well in the hide-and-seek space for the first time, earning a permanent guest seat. Exclusive reward for best performance. Life level elevation potion, limited. Ha, is that it? Su-Chen looked at the reward panel, slightly disappointed. Wasn't the reward supposed to be an increase of 10 levels? Is that all? System, show me the detailed information of my rewards. Celestial Blessing Star, unique, reduces the probability of death from natural disasters by 99%. Life level elevation potion, limited, can elevate a person from G level to F level, has no effect on those of other levels. Permanent live guest, your every challenge will be globally broadcasted, and if you perform excellently in the upcoming broadcasts, you will receive additional special rewards. As a permanent guest of the live broadcast, you will receive protection from the space, with 3 chances to resurrect in reality. After carefully reviewing the detailed information, Su-Chen retracted his earlier thoughts. The rewards were indeed powerful. A 99% reduction in the probability of death from natural disasters. Even if a meteorite hit the Earth, he would be fine. The ability to resurrect 3 times in reality needs no explanation. It was simply incredible. What's the use of this life level potion? What does the Python need it for? Su-Chen pondered for a moment and decided to store the item for now. 30 attribute points? I'll raise the other 3 to 10, and keep the rest for now to see how things go. From then on, Su-Chen's attribute panel was completely refreshed. Codename, Whiskey level, F physique, 10 spirit, 20 strength, 10 agility, 10 distributable points, 19 title, permanent guest of live broadcast, heavenly lucky star skills, none. After adapting to his fully enhanced physique, a new prompt appeared on Su-Chen's virtual panel. You will return to the real world in 3 seconds. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Player Whiskey is returning. The familiar white light enveloped Su Chen again, and he felt his body begin to shrink, transforming back into an 18-year-old youth. After a bout of dizziness, Su Chen found himself back in the familiar classroom. He stretched lazily in his seat and surveyed the surroundings, where flashes of light flickered in various spots around the classroom. Other participants were also gradually returning. Most people appeared excited, clearly having survived until the end. However, a few others looked quite grim, likely the unfortunate ones who had been eliminated early on. The representative among them was Zhao Yu, whose expression was dark as night. Su Chen glanced out the window into the corridor, where a dozen people in black combat uniforms were talking to their homeroom teacher, Old Lu. That was fast. Is it because of the live broadcast? I need to be careful, I've beaten so many veterans, and being hunted by enemies is no joke. So now I have to pretend to be someone who barely made it through? After all, I still have challenges ahead, and it's hard to explain being a loser. What about the code name? Should I come up with one? Just as Su Chen pondered how to navigate this situation, a chubby hand patted his shoulder. Hey, how's it going, Musy? Did you survive? Ha, I made it to the end. Su Chen turned to see his deskmate, Wang Sanpang. True to his name, he was quite overweight, over 200 pounds and standing at 5'5". Of course I survived, fatty. With that lewd grin, you must have gotten quite a few rewards, right? Su Chen asked with a smile. Hee, you could say that. The rewards I got are absolutely top tier. Wang Sanpang was practically floating with pride. Top tier? What kind of abilities did you get, fatty? Su Chen inquired with interest. Something just as precious as abilities. I got 3 randomly distributed attribute points. A full 3 points. Wang Sanpang exclaimed, holding up 3 fingers with exaggerated pride. Is 3 points a lot? Su Chen asked, somewhat confused. Bro, are you from Mars? Haven't you ever seen a regular hide-and-seek class before? Wang Sanpang was shocked and speechless as he explained to Su Chen, according to world authoritative statistics, the maximum basic attribute points you can get in the first hide-and-seek challenge is 4 points. Those who get 4 points are the second in the world today, Zeus. The average person only gets 0.1 to 0.4 basic attribute points on their first try. So little? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have 19 unallocated points, right? So this was still a huge sum? So that's how it is. This SSS level rating is somewhat useful. How about that? Now you know how awesome I am, right? Just 1 point away from Zeus. The fatty put his hands on his hips, a smirk on his face, looking like a chubby version of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. After class, I'm going to strut around this senior year department. Aren't you afraid there are people here who are even stronger than you? Everyone here has received special task completion rewards. Su Chen said helplessly. The most they can be is on the same level as me. I'm the first one to hug Whiskey's thigh. This reward is all thanks to the big shot Whiskey. The fatty's voice lowered. You can't tell anyone else, okay? I'm the one in the chat box known as the persistent iron rod. Damn, I should have picked a more normal name. It'll be embarrassing to boast about my code name later. Persistent iron rod, Su Chen really had an impression of this name. Wasn't it the cabinet and the house from before? I remember. When you turned into a house and got stuck in midair, I was on the train right next to you. Su Chen began to blend in. Ha, you little rascal, you do have some insight. Following us, you made it through the second stage safely. If only we could meet the Whiskey God again. I, Fat Master, will definitely become a die-hard fan of the god. I'll cling to the Whiskey Boss's thick legs and never let go. Following the boss means there's definitely food to eat. Goodness, Su Chen was speechless. He now had another reason not to reveal his identity. If his identity were exposed, the scene would be too beautiful to imagine. The fantasizing fat man came back to his senses and casually asked Su Chen, Musy, what's your name? Ahem, heroes don't ask for names. Hee, I get it. Did you pick a name even more embarrassing than mine? Like I love whoever or something? Get lost. Your name is the one that's sleazy. As the two were talking, Old Lu and a middle-aged man in a small black collar walked in. The slightly noisy atmosphere in the classroom quieted down a bit. Alright, students, your most important challenge in life has ended. Now, all winners please stand up. Follow this official comrade next to me to register some information. Students who did not win this time, please remain seated. If you wish to challenge again, you need to report to the relevant department within 3 days. The cost of death is quite high. This is something you need to think carefully about. After Old Lu finished speaking, people in the class gradually stood up and walked to the podium. Su Chen and Wang Sanpang also got up to follow, and the number of people sitting in the classroom instantly halved, forming 2 distinct groups. The hiders lining up in front of the podium felt somewhat fortunate. Thank goodness the first challenge had the Whiskey God leading us, otherwise, I feel like I would have been sitting down there too. Exactly. Without the Whiskey God, most of us wouldn't have made it to the 3rd transformation. When I get back, I'm going to set up a longevity tablet for the Whiskey God. Just look at the situation in classes 1, 2, and 3. The best class among them only has 12 survivors, while our class has a full 30. Ha! How did the class leader fail? I thought he was definitely going to succeed. A sharp knife stabbed into Zhao Yu's heart. His face twisted in rage as he clenched his fists. Whiskey! It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, my collaboration with the greedy wolf would have definitely made it to the end. No one cared about Zhao Yu's thoughts at that moment. Seeing that no one else stood up, the man in the small black collar led Su Chen and the others out of the classroom and toward the playground. The inspection and registration were not as harsh as Su Chen had imagined. Everyone was taken to the playground and entered a small room in order of their numbers to register information. The information being registered included what rewards they had received, what their ideal university was, and other common questions for the convenience of future university selection. Su Chen filled in that he had received 2 basic attribute points as a reward. After a few men in black collars confirmed in some way that Su Chen was a winner and had no relation to whiskey in the scene, he was informed that he could leave and go home to rest and prepare for the next hide-and-seek challenge. After completing the first challenge of the hide-and-seek space and winning, the second hide-and-seek could be scheduled at any time within 3 days. Losers, due to the restrictions of the national special items, could not freely enter the hide-and-seek space and needed to apply. Going home was Su Chen's second challenge. In his memory, his parents had passed away, leaving only a half-sister, Suya, to rely on each other. Their livelihood depended entirely on his sister's job in a public institution. His sister was definitely the one who understood him the most. After taking the bus for 3 stops from school, Su Chen got off and walked into a large courtyard, finding the home from his memories. After confirming some details at the door several times, Su Chen used his key to open the door and walked inside. He almost tripped over a shoe at the entrance. Are there a lot of people at home? Sister, I'm back. Su Chen tried to shout into the house. Following the routine, he remembered. Yay! Xiaomu is back. How was it in the hide-and-seek space? A stunning girl, dressed in slippers and a rabbit-themed pajama, with her black hair flowing down, quickly ran out of the room and hugged Su Chen tightly. A flurry of face-washing motions. How was it? How was it? My little Mu succeeded, right? Yes, yes. Sister, let go of me first, I succeeded. Su Chen felt a bit suffocated. That's great. My little Mu is the best. Even such a difficult scenario could be passed. Suya happily tightened her grip. This time, the hide-and-seek was quite dangerous. I almost got shot dead by a bad woman called Python. Suya paused and a continuous coughing sound came from the room. Sister, do we have guests at home? Su Chen asked, a bit confused. Yes, they are your sister's friends. Hurry, Xiaomu, come. Suya said cheerfully, pulling Su Chen into the room. A few of my sister's old friends are here, and now they are all seasoned experts in the space. You can ask them any questions you have about the space. Seasoned experts in the space? Sister, when did you have such friends? How come I didn't know? Su Chen was puzzled. Oh, why ask so much? Come on, let's go in and meet them, Suya said as she pulled Su Chen into her room. Inside the room, 6 girls in various casual outfits were each holding a cup of tea, sitting around a small table. After entering, Su Chen keenly noticed that 5 of them were behaving very reservedly and were unconsciously glancing at a girl with purple-blue eyes. Clearly, she was the core of the 6 people, a team in the hide-and-seek space? Hello, sisters? Su Chen attempted to greet them, only to be pressed down by Suya to sit at one side of the small table. What sisters? Xiaomu should directly say wives. Which one do you like? Sister will take you two to get the certificate right away. Ha! Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. She was going to introduce him to a wife right away? No, sister, don't joke. Suya sat behind Su Chen and wrapped her arm around his neck, whispering, Xiaomu, I'm not joking. These are all quality stocks, capable of getting a wife qualification certificate. You must seize the opportunity. Pay special attention to that girl with purple-blue eyes. Later, I want to add her on WeChat, and you should be proactive since you're 18. Add WeChat? Aren't you friends with them? Not even a WeChat? Surface friends? No, sister, let's not joke around. These are all seniors, I'm here to learn. Su Chen thought and immediately tried to politely change the subject. Perfect. What knowledge is there in marrying them? Cough, Sister Su, we're not here for matchmaking. Seeing the topic veering off course again, the girl with purple-blue eyes helplessly interrupted Suya. Su Chen, hello, my name is Chu Yuzheng, and I am currently an A-level expert. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, I can answer them all. A-level expert? Sister's friends are so impressive? Wait, this person can't be Python, can she? No way, I just killed her and she found her way to my home? Su Chen was shocked and began to scrutinize Chu Yuzheng closely. Sensing Su Chen's thoughts, Chu Yuzheng calmly said, I am not Python, I am an official. Oh, I knew it. You scared me for a moment. How could such a beautiful sister be that violent person, Python? Su Chen continued to probe. Shu Yuzheng tightened her grip on the teacup slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Su Chen. Now, tell me, what questions do you have? I can help you solve them. With a seasoned expert's help, Su Chen quickly understood the specific situation of the space. First, every time the life level is raised by 1 level, an additional chance to avoid death is granted. Second, those who possess a chance to avoid death are not restricted by the country's special items and can directly log into the hide-and-seek space at midnight every day by silently reciting the login phrase 3 times in their hearts. Third, after the second game of hide-and-seek, the Reincarnation Tower's entertainment mode can be activated, which involves completing tasks in various worlds. In entertainment mode, one cannot truly die but can only obtain some items and special abilities as rewards without being able to elevate their life level. Fourth, challengers can use entertainment mode to evade the hide-and-seek challenge. That occurs every 3 days. In summary, as long as you have participated in the second game of hide-and-seek and activated entertainment mode, you can remain in entertainment mode indefinitely. Entertainment mode is a blessing for those challengers who lack a chance to avoid death and are timid. It also provides an opportunity for those who feel their strength is insufficient and wish to improve. There is still a chance to obtain powerful items and abilities through entertainment mode. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Chu. Oh, by the way, Su Chen, have you encountered whiskey in the hide-and-seek space? Or do you have any information about whiskey? Chu Yuzheng casually asked, pretending to be indifferent. No, I haven't even seen the great whiskey. I was being chased by that A-level veteran called Python the whole time, and I almost died under her arrows. That woman is really despicable. I need to find a way to stab her a few times later. Shu Yuzheng's expression darkened, and everyone present except Su Chen was stifling laughter. After being kicked out of the room by Suya, Su Chen returned to his bedroom. This person named Shu Yuzheng is definitely Python. She came here to find his whereabouts. There must have been a few challengers from other places in the hide-and-seek competition at that time. They shouldn't have discovered my identity. What is my sister's relationship with Python and those people? Python and her group were clearly nervous in front of my sister. She is definitely not familiar with the 6 of them, and she can't even name the other 5 besides Python. Could it be that my sister is some hidden big shot? Why doesn't she tell me? After careful consideration, Su Chen temporarily set this question aside. The most important thing right now is to eliminate suspicion. 3 days later, the official will organize the second hide-and-seek competition. I must participate in another game before this competition. They will participate in the second hide-and-seek competition, while I will participate in the third, so we definitely won't run into each other. This will dispel all doubts. It would be best to start tonight. Su Chen made up his mind. At midnight that night, lying in bed, pretending to sleep, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes and silently recited 3 times, "Enter the hide-and-seek space." The familiar feeling of dizziness returned, and his body began to grow larger, transforming back into a young man in his 20s. When Su Chen regained his vision, he found himself lying on a patch of green grass. Welcome back to the hide-and-seek space. Would you like to start your second hide-and-seek challenge? Start my second hide-and-seek challenge, Su Chen said without hesitation. Player Whiskey has started the second hide-and-seek challenge. Live broadcast regular guest begins. The second hide-and-seek challenge. Global live broadcast in sync. Match difficulty upgraded. We hope you perform even better in this challenge. Do I have to upgrade again? Goodness, it turns out that becoming a regular guest for the challenge also increases the difficulty. Is it for the sake of the live broadcast effect? Before Su Chen could think further, a pentagram appeared beneath his feet. Familiar white light rose from the pentagram, and moments later, Su Chen transformed into a shooting star and vanished from sight. Match successful. Good luck. When Su Chen's vision finally cleared, he found himself sitting in a magnificent church, with a huge cross directly in front of him. The clothes he was wearing had transformed into a black trench coat, and there was a hat and a pipe in the pockets. This was all too familiar. It was the attire of Sherlock Holmes. Was this challenge also about identity? Identity? Am I a detective? After checking his pockets to ensure he hadn't missed anything, he began to survey his surroundings. White light flickered in the remaining seats of the church, as countless challengers in various outfits arrived one after another. Priests, Taoists, monks, all sorts of characters gathered together. It was another large-scale challenge. To fill the entire church, there had to be at least 90 participants. The level of the hiders this time was completely different from the last. Everyone remained silent like him, cautiously observing their surroundings. Not a single person stood up from their seat. They were all seasoned veterans of caution. Half a minute later, the white light disappeared, and all the seats in the church hall were filled. The seating was arranged in rows of 3-person benches, giving the impression that this competition would further divide into teams. To Su Chen's left sat a noble lowly in a gothic short-tailed dress, and to his right was a cool-headed policewoman with an icy demeanor. Both were constantly turning to observe the others in their seats, seemingly uninterested in conversation. Just as Su Chen was about to take another look at the crowd, a mechanical voice echoed from the church's ceiling, "Welcome to the hide-and-seek space. This challenge is an escape mode. Role-playing battle royale. Next are the competition rules. Please listen carefully. The rules will only be repeated once. In this round, you are the prey. You will be divided into teams of 3 according to your seats to escape from the ruthless pursuers. Winning conditions for this round: 1. Obtain an exclusive escape password by completing 5 tasks. 2. Escape the manor in a reasonable manner. As long as one person from the team escapes, the entire team is considered successful. Failure conditions for this round: total team annihilation. Special rules for this scene: every player has an exclusive fatal rule. Once triggered, you will be eliminated immediately. Players of the same faction cannot attack each other. Given the difficulty of this competition, each of you has one chance to draw an item. You will have 10 minutes to draw items from the roulette. The competition will officially begin after the item drawing ends. Teams of 3. An escape-type game. Exclusive fatal rules. 5 tasks? What tasks? The rules didn't specify, requiring exploration. As long as 5 tasks were completed and some way was found to leave the manor, it would count as a success. After the system's announcement, a familiar search box appeared before Su Chen once again. This time, the search box was slightly different, with an expanded option next to the search bar. Su Chen used his mind to click it open. Countless items instantly filled Su Chen's entire screen, each item marked with a manor exclusive label. Manor exclusive? Do I have to choose from these items? Su Chen tried searching for Optimus Prime, but as he expected, Optimus Prime was in an unselectable state and had a non-mention item label. What good things are in the manor exclusive items? Su Chen carefully examined the manor exclusive items section and soon discovered its secrets. The items were divided into 3 main categories: ordinary items, special items, and legendary items. There were many types of ordinary items, few special items, and only 3 legendary items. Upon discovering this, Su Chen directly skipped the special and ordinary items and looked at the legendary items. Mr. Door's key can teleport to any door in the manor, limited to once per hour. The first mate's pocket watch can pause time for 3 minutes, once every half hour. The butt needle can revive a teammate once every hour. Mr. Door's key is definitely a key item to consider. It can teleport to any door in the manor, which absolutely includes the main gate for escaping the manor. The first mate's pocket watch is also a godly artifact. Pausing time for 3 minutes is simply exhilarating. You can do anything. The butt needle is definitely an option to exclude. What do I need it for? Teammates? What are those? The whole team relies on me to carry. What do I need teammates for? After ruling out the butt needle, Su Chen was left with only the first mate's pocket watch and Mr. Door's key. This was truly a dilemma. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chen chose the first mate's pocket watch. With a super short cooldown of half an hour, its usability is definitely higher than Mr. Door's key. Do you choose the first mate's pocket watch as your exclusive item? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn a legendary item, the first mate's pocket watch. As the system's voice fell, an ancient silver pocket watch appeared in Su Chen's hand. This is solid, with the ability to pause time. How could the pursuers possibly catch me? As Su Chen finished selecting the item, the homepage of all live streaming platforms around the world once again featured the top live stream of the hide-and-seek space. The name of the live stream was Su Chen's codename, Whiskey. Countless viewers flooded into the live stream room again. No way! Whiskey is starting another challenge? Just finished the first challenge in the afternoon, and now starting the second one in the evening? My god, isn't that too reckless? Let me see what this competition is about. Why are so many people sitting in the church? Damn, why are monks and Taoists in a Catholic church? Such a strange say. They all suddenly had something extra in their hands. Some held brooms, others cameras, and all sorts of strange items appeared. Su Chen looked around. Thornflower was holding a pair of handcuffs, and Yao Yao had a cross in her hand. Both of their expressions were somewhat joyful, clearly indicating that these were items with special abilities. Just as Su Chen was about to ask, a monk in tattered robes sitting behind him suddenly stood up and threw the broom he was holding onto the ground. Damn it! What kind of ordinary broom is this? This is just too unlucky. Hey, brother, wait. I have special items, our team can still play. His companion quickly grabbed the monk, who was about to stomp on the broom. At that moment, bang! The two of them instantly exploded into ashes. Player bald head eliminated. Player spicy hot pot eliminated. Everyone who was about to speak immediately shut their mouths. Those who wanted to get up all slumped back into their seats. The two companions sat beside them, bewildered, not knowing what had just happened. The match hadn't even officially started and he was the only one left in the team? What the hell? The viewers in the live stream were also collectively confused. What just happened? Can anyone tell me? Wait, didn't it just start? How? Did 2 people die all of a sudden? Such a twisted escape game? No wonder it's a challenge from the whiskey master. The difficulty is terrifying, right? I'm completely dumbfounded. The entire venue fell silent, and now everyone didn't even dare to open their mouths. In the exclusive chat box for the hiders, someone began to try to input messages. Awoo, damn. What happened? British strongman, exclusive rules. It's their two's exclusive rules. Arthur's little wife, quick. Did anyone see their actions? Can someone repeat what they did? Where are their teammates? Awoo, their teammate was so scared he wet his pants, he can't come to his senses for a while. Observer, that monk stood up and cursed, threw his item on the ground, and the one next to him just stood up and spoke. What to do? They can't just sit here forever. The pursuers are about to be released and they haven't even left the church. They still don't know what the outside manor map looks like. They can't waste the precious time to familiarize themselves with the map. Everyone hesitated and the scene fell into a stalemate. While everyone was hesitating, time quietly passed. The system's prompt sound rang out again. 10 minutes to draw time is over. This match's map is the luxurious manor map. Current hiders, 91. Pursuers, 7. Hiders are given 10 minutes to hide. Please find a hiding place. Quickly, the hide-and-seek match officially begins. As the system's voice fell, the church's doors opened automatically. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to make a move. British strongman, everyone, hurry up. Let's get out and seize the initiative. Arthur's little wife, why aren't you moving? If you have the guts, stand up first. Awoo, strongman, show us how it's done. Suchin looked at these people bickering and felt a bit speechless. They said it was an exclusive rule. Everyone's death rules were different. How could they just die by standing up? Thinking of this, Suchin pretended to stand up, but two small hands reached out from either side and pressed him down. Thornflower and Yao Yao both grabbed him, signaling with their eyes for Suchin not to act rashly. Alright, since it's an exclusive rule, our death rules must be different from theirs. If we don't go out to find a hiding spot, do you want to be wiped out in one go? Suchin helplessly gestured for the two girls to let go, then stood up. Everyone, look at your outfits. The exclusive death rules for all of us are somewhat related to the roles we are playing and the characteristics of our bodies. That monk in tattered clothes is probably playing the role of an ascetic, having violated some Buddhist precepts. The exclusive death rules are related to the roles played and the characteristics of the body? That seems to make some sense. Who is this person? Just a few minutes in, and they've already deduced the general direction of the exclusive kill rules? The camera in the live broadcast room had already focused on him when Suchin stood up to speak. Familiar vibe. This person is definitely the whiskey boss. As expected, the boss is about to show off. I'm already ready to kneel. Whiskey boss's die-hard fan reporting in. I want to screenshot my idol's face for my desktop. Wow, the two girls next to Whiskey Boss are so lucky. They're about to be taken for a ride by the boss. After Suchin finished speaking, he directly pulled Yao Yao and Thornflower, who were still sitting in their seats, up. Come on, what are you dawdling for? Thornflower immediately pointed to her lips at Suchin. What? Do you want me to kiss you? Thornflower's face instantly turned red, her expression somewhat annoyed. Don't worry, you both can talk. Hurry up, let's go out and see the situation. We don't have much time. Stop dawdling, Suchin said as he took the lead toward the church's main door. Seeing Suchin say this, Thornflower and Yao Yao no longer hesitated and quickly followed him out of the church. Their teammates seemed quite capable. After Suchin exited the church, there was a replay in the global live broadcast room. A line of characters appeared in the heads of the two players. Player Baldy's death rule, swearing player Spicy Hotpot's death rule, loud noise in the church. Everything Whiskey Boss said was spot on. Wow, why is this person's brain so different? Whiskey Boss figured out the rules and cracked them in just 7 minutes? Otherwise, why would they call Whiskey a master? Their reasoning ability is top-notch. We would take at least half an hour just to think about these rules in this game. Whiskey Boss must be a famous detective in real life, or a super skilled police officer. They are definitely not a newbie just starting out. Yeah, I thought about it carefully. Maybe Whiskey Boss was demoted directly from a high level to F level for some special reason. In the expert conference room of Bear Country, Suchin's character model was being replayed repeatedly. The chief person in charge turned to ask a burly man with a full beard sitting in the main seat. Ostankin, you are the world's most famous detective, a master of spatial reasoning games. Can you reason this quickly? I think this whiskey is nothing special. 7 minutes? If you gave Ostankin 7 minutes, he would have probably cleared the level by then. No, I can't do it. Ostankin shook his head, looking somewhat fanatical as he gazed at Suchin's image, encountering the fervor of a rival. Who said whiskey cracked this rule in 7 minutes? They spent a considerable amount of time on the lottery before. From the moment those two stood up to the explosion, there was at most only a minute. He must have been analyzing it on the spot at that time. Less than a minute? The head of the expert group was somewhat shocked. Absolutely. This is a very powerful opponent. I look forward to competing with him in the space. I will definitely defeat him. Ostankin said, clenching his fists. If only Ostankin could. Neat whiskey, that would be perfect. The country is already preparing to incorporate the content of the hide-and-seek space live broadcast into youth education courses. All those in our country who have not yet entered the hide-and-seek space challenge will have to study the live broadcast videos. I've heard that other countries will gradually start nationwide promotion as well. Nationwide promotion, and the recorded broadcasts will be used as learning content, even establishing a course? If I could become a fixed choice like whiskey, the benefits would be unprecedented. Austin was a bit excited. I will definitely become a regular on the live stream. Such conversations were constantly happening among expert groups from around the world. Su Chen's code name, Whiskey, had already become the challenge target for all the strong players in the world. What was happening in reality had nothing to do with Su Chen at the moment. He was staring blankly at a signpost outside the church. This luxurious mansion seemed a bit too extravagant. There were 5 major areas: the church, school, castle, amusement park, and library. Wouldn't the pursuers have to run themselves ragged? There were only about 90 people here. According to the rules of spatial balance, the pursuers would never be at such a disadvantage. The difficulty of this competition lay in the 5 tasks. There must be hints for the 5 tasks in these 5 areas. Perhaps we need to search through treasure chests or something to obtain clues about the tasks. While Su Chen was pondering, Thornflower and Yao Yao walked out of the church one after the other and came to Su Chen's side. After glancing at the signpost in front of Su Chen, Thornflower immediately said, "Let's hurry to one of these places. I think the castle is a good option. It has many rooms, making it easy to hide, and there might be food inside. This competition is likely to last a long time. We need to be prepared for a prolonged battle." After thinking for a moment about Thornflower's words, Yao Yao nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's hide and see how things go, and get to know the pursuers' details." I agree. Hiding and observing? That would definitely be a waste of time. After hearing the 2 women's conversation, Su Chen immediately shook his head in refusal. "You go ahead, I'm going back to the church." Back to the church? Thornflower and Yao Yao exchanged puzzled glances. "What are you going back to the church for?" "There might be something in the church that can give us hints. Our standard for clearing the game isn't just hiding." Back to the church. There should be something in there. Without hesitation, Su Chen turned around and quickly walked back toward the church. Thornflower and Yao Yao looked at Su Chen's retreating figure, feeling a bit bewildered. Searching for clues about the 5 tasks? They had never thought of that. When they saw the signpost, their minds were filled with thoughts of where to escape to that would be safer. After all, the pursuers would arrive in 10 minutes. Is this the attitude of a high-level hide-and-seek player? Yao Yao's eyes lit up, and she hurried to catch up with Su Chen. Seeing this, Thornflower could only grit her teeth and follow. "Hey, shouldn't we check the situation first? Why are we starting directly? What if the pursuers come down and we don't have time to hide?" "So you can just hide in the castle. I'll look for the clues," Su Chen said, looking at the 2 women with some confusion. "You go hide. I won't die faster than you. Some tasks might require team members to complete together. If you die, it could be troublesome." "Hey, what kind of attitude is this?" Thornflower, feeling a bit helpless, quickened her pace to catch up with Su Chen. "You know we're a team, right? Let me introduce myself. My codename is Thornflower, B-level challenger." Yao Yao immediately added, "Codename Yao Yao, F-level challenger." "Whiskey, F-level challenger," Su Chen said as he walked. "What?" Thornflower and Yao Yao paused, looking at Su Chen with disbelief. "Whiskey? You are Whiskey? What's wrong?" Didn't the great Whiskey just finish a game of hide-and-seek? How could he possibly start a second one right away? "We are teammates, there's no need to lie," the competition will say. "We 3 are together." Yao Yao was a bit skeptical of Su Chen's words. "Big shot, what is your code name? Don't joke around, this is a very serious time. We 3 need to work together to get through this crisis." Seeing this, Thornflower frowned and said, "Trust is very important in the team. Please don't joke around anymore. The probability of the Whiskey God appearing here is basically 0. Your reasoning skills are good, but they must be a bit lacking compared to Whiskey. If you still claim to be Whiskey, then say something in the chat box to prove it. Everyone's name will be displayed there." Sure enough, teammates are the ones who affect my progress speed. What a hassle. If I expose my identity and a bunch of people want to cling to me, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Although helping others earns more performance points, those are all side quests. The main quest right now is to escape. I am Whiskey. What proof do you need? Su Chen said, then directly entered the church. "You all should go hide well this round. I'll take the lead." "You, whom?" Thornflower looked at Su Chen's back, somewhat annoyed, and immediately turned to Yao Yao, saying, "Yao Yao, let's ignore him and let this madman go crazy. We should go hide in the school first, right? Well, it's not good for the team to lose a member right off the bat. There might be places later that require 3 people to cooperate. Let's follow him and see. After all, his reasoning ability is quite strong," Yao Yao said hesitantly. "I think he's just lucky, having a moment of inspiration to deduce this." "Fine, let's follow and see." Thornflower sighed. The 2 girls said this and once again followed Su Chen's pace. into the church. Just then, over 80 escapees in the church were rushing towards the exit, making their three figures appear particularly conspicuous. Among the crowd of fleeing escapees, someone curiously asked, "God, why are you back? Aren't you going to hide?" "Oh, you all go hide, I want to see if there are any good places to hide on the second floor of this church," Suchen casually replied and walked straight in. That person scratched his head and walked away without questioning their actions. Sure enough, masterful deception, without a change in expression. In the future, he will definitely be the kind of old trickster in the space. Thornflower thought to herself, snorting a few times, but did not expose Su Chen's lie. Although she was angry with Su Chen, as an experienced B-level player, Thornflower still knew the importance of priorities. If there really were treasure chests or something here, it would be best for her team to enjoy them alone. "So, Whiskey, let's just call you Whiskey for now. You deduced the rule that two people must be eliminated. Can you deduce the rule that we two must die?" Yao Yao said as she quickly walked to Su Chen's side. "You are dressed like a noble lowly from your complex yet exquisite and tidy clothing. It shows that the character you are playing values etiquette highly. And looking at your elevated little leather shoes wearing these to increase your height is to conform to some kind of etiquette. The connection between etiquette and height is your must-die rule, such as not jumping, and your feet must touch the ground when sitting, and so on." "Feet must touch the ground when sitting?" Su Chen thought as he quickly climbed the stairs, running towards the second floor. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yao Yao was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Just as she had sat down, she had thought about swinging her legs but felt it was too silly, so she didn't do it. Thornflower, following behind the two, heard Su Chen's deduction but showed no reaction, secretly nodding in her heart. This person does have some skills. What he analyzed does make sense. Should I ask him what my must-die rule is? I've never encountered such a complex reasoning situation. My head is about to explode. Thornflower hesitated but ultimately did not muster the courage to ask for help. She and Yao Yao followed Su Chen up to the second floor, each with their own thoughts. The entire church was a spire-style building, and the space upstairs was considerably narrower than downstairs. Thus, aside from a corridor, the entire second floor only had 3 rooms. Seeing the silly expressions of the two behind him, Su Chen did not mention the method of searching one room per person. Directly from the first room at the entrance, they found the third room. The first room opened. Empty. There was nothing at all. The second and third rooms were also completely empty. Seeing the rooms all vacant, Thornflower couldn't help but hum a sound. "Are you satisfied now? These 3 rooms have nothing in them. We've wasted so much time here for nothing. Let's go. We can still make it to the castle." Could it be a wrong guess? Not every area has treasure chests? No, that can't be right. What was the point of the system setting the church? How could there be nothing to hide? Or did I overlook some information? Su Chen thought about quickly returning to the first room, and began to knock on every wall of the first room. "Hey, are you even listening to me? Crazy." Thornflower, seeing that Su Chen completely ignored her words, couldn't help but feel a bit angry. "Yao Yao, let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Who knows how long it takes to get to the castle from here? I think he just had a bit of luck earlier, right? Stubborn madman. Just listen to me, I'm Birang. I can definitely help you get through." "Well, let's wait a bit longer, or should I go talk to him?" Yao Yao said hesitantly as she walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen was searching the second room. "Whiskey, we..." Before Yao Yao could finish her sentence, Su Chen punched the western wall with all his might. Boom! The sound of the wall cracking echoed. There was a hidden chamber inside. Yao Yao's mouth dropped open as she watched Su Chen pull out a box-sized locked treasure chest from the hidden chamber. "Sister Thornflower, come here quickly. I found the chest," Yao Yao said in shock. "What?" Thornflower's expression became a bit unsettled as she hurried to the doorway of the second room and saw the treasure chest in Su Chen's hands. Thornflower was momentarily speechless, and after a moment, she quietly said, "Luck, but there's a lock on it. We still need to find the key." Su Chen had no intention of paying attention to the two of them. After getting the treasure chest, he directly smashed the lock and opened the box. "A key? Do you really need a key to open something like this?" Thornflower's expression was extremely colorful, but she couldn't say anything more. Su Chen reached into the treasure chest and pulled out an item, a smartphone. As the smartphone was taken out, the virtual panels of the 3 of them popped up simultaneously. "Congratulations! You have triggered your team's first exclusive mission. Exclusive Mission 1, within 48 hours, take a group photo with all the pursuers using this smartphone. Requirements: close-up shot, all pursuers must show their faces. 1 person from the 3 can complete the photo." "What?" Thornflower exclaimed in horror after reading the mission. "Take a group photo with all the pursuers? And it has to be close-up? Don't joke around. No way. How can this be completed?" Yao Yao's face turned pale instantly. "Are we going to waste this chance of survival? This is only my second time playing hide and seek. Taking a group photo with all the pursuers? This couldn't be simpler." It could even be done without using the first mate's pocket watch. Su-chen thought as he stood up, preparing to leave. Hey, where are you going? Great. We're all done for. It's all your fault. If we had gone to the castle, maybe none of this would have happened. This exclusive mission is probably the hardest of all tasks, right? If you had listened to me and gone to the castle, we wouldn't have come here and opened this treasure chest. Flower tried to place all the blame on Su-chen. After hearing Thornflower's words, Su-chen stopped and said, "Do you know where our gap lies? The gap is that I will find a way, while you only complain here. There are no tasks that cannot be completed in this space. Only those who think they can't do it. Is it really that hard to take a photo with the pursuers? You might as well go find a place in the castle to hide like a turtle." After hearing Su-chen's words, the face of Thornflower turned from green to white. What kind of big shot is a mere F rank? If it weren't for the rules limiting strength, I could take out a whole bunch of F ranks like you. Fine. Then go ahead. I won't accompany you. There might really be impossible tasks in this space. I'll look for other ways to pass. Be my guest. Su-chen shrugged and quickly walked away. His method had a time limit, so he needed to hurry to the designated location. Yao Yao glanced at the two and hesitated before stopping, choosing to follow Thornflower. After shaking off the two, Su-chen instantly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, without the burden, I feel completely different. If I'm not mistaken, the pursuers should be appearing right in the middle of the manor soon. This is the best time to take a photo with them. That's right. The system would never give out impossible tasks. The simplest way to complete this task is to take a photo with all the pursuers when they arrive. When they first descended here, the pursuers were restricted from acting for a period of time. This is the solution to the impossible task. As long as the timing is right, this is the simplest task. Completing this task requires not only finding the right method but also having the courage to implement it. After all, the time limit on the pursuers is very short. A slight misstep could lead to being hunted down by the unrestricted pursuers. For Su-chen, this was incredibly easy. Even if he made a miscalculation, it wouldn't matter. The first mate's pocket watch could compensate for any mistakes. 3 minutes was enough for Su-chen to take hundreds of photos back and forth. After searching for a high ground and observing the manor slightly, Su-chen gained a certain understanding of its structure. The layout of the manor wasn't too complicated. Each area was interconnected, and each of the 5 major areas had a main road leading to the center of the manor, the central square. It was a huge square paved with bluestone. This was also where Su-chen was headed. The pursuers would arrive there 10 minutes after the competition started. Let's hurry over and check the situation. There should be enough time. Su-chen quickly ran along the main road towards the central square. In the global live broadcast room, the camera, after initially focusing on Su-chen, spent the rest of the time showing the hide-and-seek games of other evaders. Damn, I'm dying of laughter. As expected, those in the hide-and-seek space are the best at hiding. Putting a small weeble inside a big one and then crawling in is just too much. Exactly. If I were a pursuer, I definitely wouldn't open the second layer after finding the first weeble. Got it? Quickly jot it down. We might actually be tested on this. Hey, upstairs. Our teacher just said that questions on this topic will be on the exam. No time to waste, let's get back to studying hide and seek. Quickly switch to the whiskey boss. I want to see how the boss hides. The last comment immediately garnered countless agreements. Yeah, the whiskey boss must have some great hiding tricks. Why isn't the space broadcasting it? I want to see, count me in. The whiskey boss last time used the rules to make the pursuers spin in circles. I wonder what new tricks he has this time. I want to see the whiskey boss's hiding plan. The methods of the master must be better than these people. Count me in. Same request. Tens of millions of comments were flooding in. To the audience's disappointment, this time the space did not comply with their wishes and instead switched the view to a square. 5 seconds until the pursuers arrive. Wow, so fast? I saw some people earlier still wandering around looking for places to hide. Are the pursuers about to arrive? It would be fun if they knew the whiskey boss was in this competition. I'm suddenly a bit excited. I wonder if the whiskey boss will play the pursuers hard this time. Can't wait. Just as they were speaking in the live broadcast room, the system began to announce. Ding! The 10-minute evasion time for the evader is over. The pursuers are on stage. As the system's voice fell, 7 streaks of light fell towards the center of the square. 4 men and 3 women, all dressed in matching white uniforms. As the camera zoomed in on the live broadcast, a flood of comments began to cheer. Oh, it's the members of our country's special forces, bowing. 7 A-level powerhouses from our country. That one called Whiskey has no chance. Prepare to surrender. Our A-level powerhouses are not like those useless greedy wolves. Wait, look. The leader looks so familiar. Isn't that our country's swordsmanship powerhouse, Kimura Jiro? He's known in the system as the young generation sword saint. Although I really like Big Brother Whiskey, I still support our country's powerhouses. Our country is invincible. The supporters of the pursuers in the live broadcast room were quickly countered by Su Chen's fans. So what if they're swordsmanship powerhouses? Big Brother Whiskey will still toy with them. Exactly, what are they bragging about being the best? Just wait until Big Brother Whiskey beats them to death. No matter how strong they are, they're still A-level, right? Big Brother Whiskey killed 7 A-levels in one go, he can do it again. Some viewers from their country immediately retorted, is Whiskey really that amazing? If he has the ability, let him stand in front of our country's powerhouses right now. Does he dare? The two sides argued endlessly in the live broadcast room. The system's announcement did not stop because of their words. The pursuers will transform into powerful monsters in this operation. As a balance, they will face certain restrictions. Please, pursuers, choose the monster you want to transform into within 30 seconds. The match will officially begin in 30 seconds. The 7 people in the center of the venue all sneered upon hearing this news. As expected, being a pursuer means we will be restricted. It seems there are no evaders who can stand against us. Exactly, why not just kill all the evaders directly? Now we have to waste a little more time. That's right, our boss is in a hurry to practice swordsmanship. Boss, let's not play with these rookies, okay? The 6 of them looked at the core of the team, a man with a scar on his face, known as the young generation sword saint, Kimura Jiro. Let's resolve this quickly. It's completely pointless to fight these small fries. 2 hours should be enough, right? Enough, boss, you don't need to make a move, we can handle it. The 6 of them appeared calm, completely disregarding the evaders. Their words were broadcasted live. Damn, aren't they too arrogant? Did you see that? This is the confidence of our country's powerhouses. Whiskey? What is that? Our country doesn't know. You guys? Just as the live broadcast was about to erupt again, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. 6 people. Coming to find us might be a bit difficult. 7 is also a challenge. Why don't you call more people? The camera shifted to reveal Su Chen, dressed in a black trench coat and holding a camera, appearing in the square. Under the gaze of billions, he smiled and raised the camera, slowly walking towards Kimura, Jiro, and the others. Come on, let's take a group photo. It's my first time taking a photo with someone I've defeated. The world was shocked. Is this the evader? In the global live broadcast, everyone watching Su Chen slowly approach the pursuers felt their scalps tingle. Oh my, Big Brother Whiskey is the evader, right? An evader. What is this friendly atmosphere? As expected, Big Brother Whiskey as an evader is completely different from us. I'm kneeling. Big Brother Whiskey is ready to go all out. Could it be 1 against 7? Oh my. If that's the case, all the pursuers would have been wiped out at the start. This match would definitely become the fastest ending in the history of space, right? No. The monster transformed by the pursuers definitely surpasses A-level. How could the Great Whiskey go up to fight? Maybe he just came to take a picture? Perhaps this is the Great One's mission. Seeing the last comment in the livestream, all the viewers felt a sudden realization. That's right. Each team has 5 exclusive missions. The exclusive mission of the Great Whiskey is to take a photo with 7 pursuers. This is insane. I get it. The Great One has to complete this mission within 30 seconds of the pursuer's arrival. Damn. If I got this mission, I would definitely freeze on the spot. Who would dare to go? The psychological quality of the Great Whiskey is really strong. If it were me, my legs would go soft and I wouldn't even have the heart to say a few words. Look, Kimura and the others are dumbfounded. Ha. In the central square, Kimura Arrow and his 6 companions were indeed stunned as they watched Su Chen stroll over to take a photo with them. You're the evader? So brave. Instead of running away like a mouse when you meet us, you dare to come over and seek death. Not very bright, are you? Are you here to die? Just watch me kill you. You dare to tease us. Newbie, huh? You're the first one I'll take down. 3 of the pursuers angrily charged towards Su Chen but were directly restricted by the rules and couldn't move. What? Damn it, rule restrictions. Good. I was wondering how you dared to be so arrogant. Just wait 30 seconds. You will die. The 3 could only threaten Su Chen, who stood right in front of them, feeling powerless. Why waste so many words? Guys, turn your heads, let's take a picture. Su Chen calmly walked in front of the 7, setting his phone to selfie mode. Come on. Everyone smile. Cheese. Click. You have successfully taken a photo with 7 pursuers. Your team's exclusive mission 1 has been successfully completed. Kimura Arrow tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. You have 20 seconds left. In 20 seconds, it will be your death. Oh, bye, all done. Su Chen said as he tossed the phone onto Kimura Arrow, then quickly turned and left. This photo is a keepsake for you. Kimura Arrow's face gradually darkened, his eyes practically blazing with fire. You will definitely die. Definitely. Kimura Arrow roared as he watched Su Chen's back. The viewers in the live stream were nearly laughing themselves silly upon hearing Kimura Arrow's voice. Ha, powerless rage. Damn, this is so enjoyable to watch. It's the first time I've seen a pursuer being teased like this by an evader. Is this really a strong person from the stick country? They're even worse than the greedy wolf team. The Great Whiskey is amazing. Watching the Great One as an evader is truly a delight. I don't feel any tension from the Great Whiskey at all. This must be the gap. Where are those boastful stick country folks? Where did they go? Oh, they went to embarrass themselves with these pursuers. The message about the mission completion was shared among the teams, and Thornflower and Yao Yao, who were searching for hiding spots in the castle, also received the news: your teammate Whiskey has successfully completed exclusive mission 1. The two, who were looking for the evader's location, instantly stopped their actions. Whiskey has completed exclusive mission 1. Whiskey. He really is the Great Whiskey. Ah, the Great Whiskey is actually on my team. I even doubted him. Yao Yao was completely stunned, covering her face with her hands. Compared to Yao Yao's reaction, Thornflower's expression was incredibly vivid. Impossible. How could he be Whiskey? How could that mission be completed? Even Whiskey would die, right? He's just a reckless madman. Yao Yao, let's ignore him, Thornflower said as she tried to pull Yao Yao to continue searching for hiding spots. Sister Thornflower, let's go meet the Great Whiskey. Following the Great Whiskey, we will definitely win this match, Yao Yao said excitedly. No, Thornflower interrupted, a bit flustered and angry. Yao Yao looked at Thornflower in confusion. Realizing her attitude was off, Thornflower quickly calmed her tone and said to Yao Yao, the Whiskey God is currently who knows where. Didn't he tell us to stay in the castle? We're staying in the castle. Well, okay, sigh, the Whiskey God will come to the castle to find us, right? Yao Yao's expression was somewhat dejected. No way. After taking the photo, he would definitely die. Absolutely. That madman must die. Clearly, he is Whiskey but gives people the impression that he is a fake. Why can't he just speak properly as a god? He does this just to make me look bad. That person deserves to die. It's all his fault. Just when he finished the hardest task. The other tasks must be very simple. I can definitely complete them myself. Isn't he unwilling to take us both along? Then he better not come over. Thornflower cursed inwardly, then forced a smile and pulled Yao Yao to find the best hiding spot. After completing the task, Su Chen indeed had no intention of heading towards the castle. Dealing with troublesome teammates was best left for later. First, he needed to find the other tasks. With this thought in mind, Su Chen chose to head towards the amusement park's main road. Just 20 seconds after he left, a huge black pillar of light appeared in the central square. 30 seconds for monster selection completed. The game officially begins. The black pillar of light gradually disappeared, and the camera in the live stream focused inward, revealing the figures of the transformed monsters. A monster wielding an umbrella as a sword. A pale, muscular man with a mace. A woman in red floating in the air. A clown wearing a mask and holding a giant firework. 7 various monsters appeared in the live stream. Wow, luckily the Whiskey boss ran fast. These monsters seem to have special skills, right? So fierce, I'm already hiding under the blanket, shivering. Who knows how far the Whiskey boss has run in 20 seconds? Will he get caught right away? Kimura Jiro transformed into the monster wielding the umbrella as a sword. After surveying the surroundings, he immediately began to assign roles. I'll chase that guy. You and the others choose a region to hunt down the hiders. I will definitely make that guy pay. While Kimura Jiro was rushing towards the amusement park, Su Chen had already entered it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this luxurious manor was overly extravagant. The amusement park was fully equipped, even featuring a series of circus tents. Given that pursuers were about to arrive, Su Chen abandoned the idea of directly searching for treasure chests. After glancing around, he arrived at the starting point of the roller coaster and hid inside one of the carriages. This spot was elevated, allowing him to observe the pursuers' movements, and it was not easy to be discovered. Since ancient times, seekers rarely look up. This was an excellent hiding place. Let's first see what kind of tricks this hider has, then plan accordingly, Su Chen thought as he opened the hider's chat box, where messages were flashing rapidly. Cute paladin, oh no. A woman in red is coming towards the castle. Brothers in the castle, be careful. This woman in red can float. I'm just too awesome. A masked clown has come to the school. Is that huge firework a rocket launcher? Please call me Azura. Brothers, does anyone know where to check the tasks? We still don't know what the task is. Whoa, count me in. Same question. What is this task? Has no one discovered the task box yet? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Did these people spend 10 minutes just finding hiding spots? Were they really treating this game as a pure game of hide and seek like those two silly teammates? To complete the task, one cannot stay in one place for too long, one must keep running. So, should I tell them about the task box? This could definitely earn some performance points, but if I tell them, will the process of finding the treasure chest become too difficult? There must be more than one treasure chest in the church, but I only found one. Could it be that each team's treasure chest can only be seen by their own team? I need to confirm this idea in the amusement park first. If that's the case, I can announce the news. Just as Su Chen was thinking, a very clear sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the amusement park. Kimura Jiro had arrived at the amusement park. Hey, where's that arrogant guy? Where are you? Let's take another picture together, Kimura said, swinging the umbrella in his hand as he quickly dashed into the circus tent. Knowing it was the best hiding spot in the amusement park where the chances of finding the hiders were definitely high. After half a minute, screams echoed. From inside, a team was hiding in the circus. Before Su Chen could check the situation inside, the system's announcement quickly rang out. Player I am. The Wind was eliminated by pursuer Kimura Jiro. Player Little Wooden Horse was eliminated by pursuer Kimura Jiro. Player Supreme Emperor was eliminated by pursuer Kimura Jiro. A small team was completely wiped out. And it wasn't over yet. The screams from the circus continued. Player I am the lucky one was eliminated by pursuer Kimura Jiro. How can they fight inside? Come out. I can't see anything in there. Su Chen's line of sight was completely blocked by the circus. He couldn't see what was happening inside at all. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. A window of one of the circus tents shattered, and two terrified hiders tumbled out of the window. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately focused all his attention on this spot. This was the best opportunity to observe the weaknesses of the transformed monster. Sure enough, as Kimura Jiro climbed out of the window, intending to continue chasing the two escapees, Su Chen clearly felt that Kimura Jiro's speed was slowing down. This slow speed was definitely a rule restriction. The speed of the transformed monster would significantly decrease when climbing out of a window. This was definitely good news. Kimura Jiro, who had climbed out of the window, picked up his speed with the umbrella and charged towards the two who had escaped from the circus. After a chase, the experienced Kimura Jiro successfully cornered the two hiders in a corner. In this corner, there was only an empty room with the door and window right next to them. The two had nowhere to escape. Hey, that arrogant hider. I know you're here. Take a look. This is what you're about to face, Kimura said, poking one of them with the umbrella in his hand. Ah! The person couldn't dodge in time, and a shocking gash was drawn across their face. That's more like it. A hider should look like a hider. Look at your companion. When I find you, you'll be 100 times worse off than them, Kimura Jiro said, slightly smug. The cameras in the global live broadcast room followed Kimura Jiro the whole time, and his words were broadcasted live. Ah! That's too brutal, right? Not killing them directly after catching them but torturing them instead? What's wrong with this guy? From fan to anti-fan. This is terrifying. I don't want to encounter such a pervert in the space in the future. If the whiskey god gets caught, the consequences will be severe. The god must be very careful. Su Chen in the roller coaster carriage was completely unaffected by Kimura Jiro's words. All his attention was still focused on finding Kimura Jiro's weaknesses. Only by fully understanding the weaknesses of this transformed monster could more hiders be saved from being killed. There's a noticeable pause when striking, 1 to 2 seconds. Does that mean every normal attack has a pause? This needs to be tested. Should I go try it? Anyway, with the first mate's pocket watch, I don't have to worry about getting caught. Su Chen thought as he prepared to get up. At that moment, Kimura Jiro continued to speak to the two evaders, whose faces had turned completely pale. You should have the evader chat box, right? Send everything I just said into it. Once you complete it, I'll let you run for 3 seconds. Run for 3 seconds? The two exchanged a glance, feeling a bit desperate. This was no different from waiting to die on the spot. They thought better of it and opened the chat box, preparing to comply. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. What a great opportunity. He didn't even need to step in. With that thought, Su Chen quickly typed in the evader chat box, Whiskey, the two who got caught, if you want to survive, listen to my instructions. When you run, jump through the window next to you. As soon as Su Chen's ID spoke, the entire chat box erupted. The evaders here had basically watched the hide-and-seek livestream from half a day ago. They remembered the name Whiskey vividly. Arthur's little wife, Whiskey God? Whiskey God, you're also an evader. Awoo, damn. The big shot is actually in the same game as us, just finished one half a day ago and now has started another? Little Stone, everyone, don't talk yet. Someone got caught and it seems like Whiskey God is going to save them. The two in the corner, preparing to send messages according to Kimura Jiro's wishes, felt a surge of energy upon seeing Su Chen's message. This monster was looking for Whiskey God. Could Whiskey God save them? They might really be saved. With that thought, the two blocked by Kimura Jiro quickly replied in the evader chat box, Big Bad Wolf, Big Shot, help. What should we do? We'll listen to you. Big Monkey, woo woo. God, we're on our knees. This is our last life. Please save us. Su Chen watched the two respond and immediately typed in the evader chat box, Whiskey, when he lets you run, jump straight into the window. If he comes in, you immediately open the door and keep escaping through the window. Everyone can use my method to escape when encountering a pursuer. The pursuer's speed when climbing through windows is 1/3 of a normal person's. There's also an unconfirmed loophole. Every time the pursuer attacks, there will be a brief pause, about 1 second. Be cautious when using this loophole to escape. As Su Chen listed the loopholes regarding the transformed monster, all the evaders felt dumbfounded. Whiskey God had found 2 flaws of the pursuer just like that. They had just hidden well and were about to carefully check the clues about the task. How had Whiskey God already started targeting the pursuer? They felt like they were a century behind. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Those hiding throughout the manor suddenly felt incredibly weak. As Su Chen sent the message, the live stream began to display the information from the evader chat box. The audience in the live stream, mirroring the evader's expressions, felt utterly bewildered. What the heck? I've been watching this monster with an umbrella moving around. How did I not notice these loopholes? I noticed that the monster was a bit slow when climbing over the wall, but I thought it was because of its large size. So it was the effect of the rules. In cartoons, monsters come out of windows slowly too. Every time the monster climbs through a window, the camera has to pause for a few seconds to scare us. Is the inspiration for this rule from cartoons? I'm already on my knees. Who dares to say Whiskey God's name doesn't match his reputation? The competition hasn't even started for 10 minutes, and Whiskey God has already begun studying the monster. Who can do that? In the conference room of the Bear Country, Augustine was pounding his head in frustration. Damn, how did I not think that there's a cooldown when swinging the sword? Whiskey must have been outside the window at that time. He discovered information I couldn't even imagine in less than 2 minutes. I have to have a showdown with Whiskey. Let's see who the strongest detective is. After the live stream camera lingered on the evader's chat box for 15 seconds, it immediately cut back. The time for Kimura Jiro to send messages to the two had arrived. The 3-second escape was about to begin. Are you ready to send? Kimura Jiro said, shaking the umbrella in his hand. Okay, you said it. Let's run for 3 seconds first. You won't go back on your word, right? The big monkey hurriedly replied. Of course, 3. Upon hearing Kimura Jiro's words, the big monkey and the big wolf exchanged a glance and without hesitation turned around, crashing through the glass and leaping into the house. God bless. God bless, the two said as they cautiously stood by the window and door, watching Kimura Jiro. Is this your choice? Kimura Jiro looked at the actions of the big monkey and the big wolf with some confusion. Are you waiting to die? How boring to die. As he spoke, Kimura Jiro grabbed the doorframe with one hand and was about to step into the house. After stepping onto the window ledge, his speed visibly decreased. The big monkey and the big wolf, noticing this, brightened their eyes and, as soon as half of Kimura Jiro's body entered the house, they rushed towards the door without hesitation, smashing it open and running away. What? Seeing this, Kimura Jiro immediately turned to chase them down from the window, but his speed was still slow. Damn it! Don't think you can escape, Kimura Jiro said, preparing to throw the umbrella forcefully at the two. The big monkey and the big wolf, eager to escape, didn't see Kimura Jiro's movement. Everyone in the livestream felt a jolt. It's over. Why don't these two look back? Even the Great Whiskey said to pay attention to the pursuer's movements while running. Are these two too nervous? What a pity. If the umbrella flies over, it would definitely take one of them down. Is this a skill? Or just incredible arm strength? Just as everyone was lamenting, the umbrella, at the moment of being thrown, quickly returned to Kimura Jiro's hand. Ha! What the hell? Why did the umbrella come back? Yeah, why did the umbrella come back? Is Kimura Jiro messing around? Not familiar with the monster's body? Wait, look, that umbrella seems to be unable to leave his hand. No matter how Kimura Jiro swings it, he can't throw that umbrella. What's going on? Is there an explanation? As the audience was puzzled, a restriction condition appeared in the livestream. Monsters are significantly weakened during the day. Skills cannot be released during the day. Ha. So, that's it. These two really have divine assistance. The Great Whiskey is helping them, and the rules are helping them too. These two have escaped the amusement park. Look, Kimura Jiro's face has turned dark. He seems to be stuck in the window. Damn, this is too creepy. He's stuck. As the audience said, Kimura Jiro was indeed stuck in the window. He swung the umbrella too forcefully, and when his body slammed against the window, he got stuck inside. Damn it. It's bad enough that skills can't be used during the day, but why can't the umbrella leave my body? The limitations of this body are too great. How could I end up in this situation if I were in my full state? Kimura Jiro, filled with rage, picked up the umbrella and began to tap on the window frame, trying to free himself. He would tap once and pause for a second, looking exceptionally comical. Su Chen, hiding in the distance, nodded in satisfaction at this scene. He typed a message into the chat box. Whiskey, the pursuers are greatly limited during the day. Skills can't be used at all, and every attack they make has a 1-second pause. Now is the best time for us to complete the task. These pursuers are useless during the day. After Su Chen finished typing in the chat box. He stood up and walked towards the circus. He was ready to search for the treasure chest. This daylight couldn't be wasted. There wasn't even a sun in the sky, and who knew when it would turn to night. The sound of Su-chen stepping down from the roller coaster did not escape the notice of Kimura Itaro. Kimura Itaro stopped his actions and looked towards the source of the sound. It was that arrogant evader. How dare he appear before him? Kimura Itaro angrily gripped his own body tightly but couldn't move an inch. Upon seeing this situation at the entrance of the circus, Su-chen waved directly at Kimura Itaro. Bro, keep it up. Go for it. Damn it, damn it. Kimura Itaro's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Alright, tell me your name. When I get out, I will definitely kill you. Kimura Itaro, if you want to kill me, let's talk about it when you get out. I have things to do, so I won't play with you, Su-chen said as he walked into the circus. This time, his luck seemed to have improved quite a bit. He rummaged through the first tent and soon found the second treasure chest. Looking up at the window, he saw that Kimura Itaro was still struggling, so Su-chen simply opened the treasure chest right there. Congratulations! You have triggered the second exclusive mission. One member of the team must restrain a pursuer up close for 2 minutes during the night. There are 10 seconds until nightfall. 10 seconds? It would be dark in 10 seconds? No way. Before Su-chen could react further, the light outside the circus suddenly vanished. There was no warning. Daylight disappeared in an instant. The sky turned dark. Accompanying the darkness, strange changes began to occur inside the circus tent where Su-chen was. The originally shiny and bright circus tent was gradually weathering away. It was visibly transforming into a skeleton. The weathered tent roof turned into a sand-like substance that floated in the air, and this material increased over time. What's going on? Su-chen frowned and reached out to grab some of the floating yellow sand, but this yellow sand seemed to have no substance, passing right through his hand and continuing to float in the air. What does this mean? What changes will the manor undergo? Su-chen fell into deep thought. The live broadcast camera was switching back and forth among the 5 major areas, and the changes the audience saw were much more comprehensive than what Su-chen was experiencing. The surface of the church began to rot and was draped in blood-red decorations. A blood-red carpet extended from the interior of the church all the way to the main road. The castle had transformed into an ancient fortress adorned with skull carvings. Strange paintings appeared in the library, and white flames burned in various rooms of the school. The 5 areas had completely transformed, and the familiar map of the evaders had vanished. The entire manor, under the cover of night, shed its disguise and revealed its true form. Oh no, that weeble wobble turned into a skeleton, and the evader inside can't get out. What is that black tunnel in the castle? Is it an exit? That would greatly reduce the difficulty of escaping. Damn! That rocket the clown is holding can actually ignite. It's flying so fast. How can the woman in red still teleport? How do we run from that? It wasn't just the manor that was changing. All the pursuers had their skill restrictions lifted. With their skills, they could capture evaders at an exponentially faster rate. Luck seemed to have abandoned the evaders. Due to the changes in the map, the previously excellent hiding spots had turned into open ground. Countless hidden evaders were caught off guard. News of evader deaths began to flood the screen again. Player I am the head of the family was killed by pursuer Kamida Aikiru. Player I was killed by pursuer Kim Ji-min. Player my harem of 3,000 beauties was killed by pursuer Kim Myungwi. Current remaining evaders, 69. The number of evaders dropped again. Night was the paradise for pursuers, and slaughter was crazily unfolding everywhere. In the amusement park, Kimura Itaro, with red eyes and holding an umbrella, quickly rushed towards the circus. Whiskey, come out, and I will make you feel the torment from hell. The circus in the night was nothing but a skeleton. If it weren't for the yellow sand obscuring the sky, the two would have already seen each other. There were no windows in the circus to buy time. Su-chen glanced around. Aside from a few suddenly appearing giant ancient trees on the left as cover, the rest of the area had turned into an unobstructed open space. Run to another place? No. This is the best time to complete the mission. The probability of encountering more than 2 pursuers in other areas is very high. It's better to stall for 2 minutes here. With Kimura Jiro, these ancient trees are enough. Su-chen already knew Kimura Jiro's weaknesses well enough, and he had seen the key skill release method during the day. This monster is definitely the easiest to deal with right now. If he really can't hold out for 2 minutes, then he can just pause time and slip away. Additionally, after using the deputy's pocket watch to pause time, perhaps he could try to stay in front of Kimura Jiro for 2 minutes. If that counts as close-range maneuvering, then he can easily complete this task. Su-chen thought, having made up his mind, and looked in the direction of Kimura Jiro, laughing as he said, "Haven't you eaten? Hurry up. I'm right here." The livestream had already turned the camera to this spot before Su-chen spoke. Seeing Su-chen's actions, all the viewers were collectively dumbfounded. What is the whiskey boss doing? It's night time. The pursuer's domain. Is he challenging the pursuers now? What the hell? No way. What is the boss trying to do? Playing with the pursuers? It should be a mission. Look at the whiskey boss's feet. There's a small box. Is the team's exclusive mission to provoke the pursuers? No way. Why not run after provoking them? The whiskey boss's mission can't be to kill the pursuers, right? Livestream, show us, please. Count me in, same request. Under the calls of tens of millions of viewers, the live stream displayed Su Chen's team's mission on the screen. As soon as the mission was revealed, everyone was shocked. Close range restrain the pursuers for 2 minutes? Is this a task a person can complete? And it has to be done in the dark? The pursuer's abilities are greatly enhanced in the dark. How can you restrain them? Damn, if I went in, I'd just explode on the spot. How can the tasks get harder and harder? Suddenly, I really envy the whiskey boss's two teammates. They just lie there and win without doing anything. While the audience was talking, Su Chen and Kimura Jiro had already seen each other. Whiskey, I remember now. You were the one from the last system livestream, right? Good luck, kid. This is where you stop. Kimura Jiro said as he cleaved through the skeleton blocking his path, stepping closer to Su Chen. The distance between them less than 100 meters. This distance should count as close-range restraint, right? Then come on. Su Chen said, giving Kimura Jiro the middle finger. Whiskey, are you in such a hurry to call me over to die faster? Why aren't you running? You don't expect me to go easy on you, do you? In Kimura Jiro's blood-red pupils, Su Chen's figure was continuously magnifying. The distance between them was less than 30 meters. Of course not, I just thought you were getting too little exercise, so I came over to stretch you out. Su Chen said, holding the deputy's pocket watch in his hand, slowly retreating. Just as Su Chen was about to turn and run, Kimura Jiro, closing in on him, accelerated his speed and crashed into a realm wrapped in yellow sand. As the yellow sand swirled above Kimura Jiro's head, Su Chen vaguely saw a row of characters above him. This row of characters seemed to have a color-changing function, successfully blending into the environment. Only a trace was revealed beneath the strange yellow sand. What was that? Before Su Chen could react, his virtual panel automatically opened to answer the doubts in his mind. Player's exclusive death rule for the 3 swords of Tianshan, killed by swordsmanship. The death rule for the pursuers? That's right. The rule states that every player has their own exclusive death rule. The pursuers are also players, so each of them must have the same death rule hanging over their heads as we do. It's just that the probability of their death rules being triggered is basically 0. Take Kimura Jiro for example. Among the evaders present, there probably isn't a single one who could kill him with swordsmanship after he transforms. This rule is practically non-existent, even if others know the pursuer's death rules, they are powerless against them. But I'm different. I can modify the death rules. Speaking of which, why does this transparency of the pursuer's death rules look so much like an anti-cheating mode? These colored fonts seem to be aimed at me. Before Su Chen could continue his thoughts, the sound of something slicing through the air interrupted him. Kimura Jiro had already reached Su Chen's front, and the umbrella in his hand was thrusting towards Su Chen's waist. In a hurry, Su Chen leaned back, shifting his weight backward, narrowly dodging Kimura Jiro's thrust. The viewers in the global livestream were on the edge of their seats. What is the whiskey god doing? How can he be distracted at a time like this? I almost thought he was going to be sliced in half. Why did the god suddenly space out? It seems like he was thinking about something. Whiskey god, don't be so arrogant that you end up getting caught and killed by Kimura Jiro. Hearing you say that, I'm actually a bit worried. Is the whiskey god good at reasoning but not at fighting? After all, he's just an F rank. Su Chen's earlier distraction hadn't escaped Kimura Jiro's notice. He thought it was just Su Chen insulting him. You think you can compete with me while being distracted? Watch me cut off your legs first. Then come on. Su Chen, having used his previous evasion, had already reached the ancient tree. Seeing Kimura Jiro continue to stab with his sword, he began to circle around the ancient tree with him. While running, Su Chen quickly chanted in his heart, modify Kimura Jiro's death rule to walking will cause death. Rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. Not possible? Su Chen thought and continued to modify. Kimura Jiro will die if he speaks. Rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. Kimura Jiro will die as long as he draws his sword. Rule does not conform to common sense. Please re-enter. This doesn't work either? What could it be? Su Chen frowned, thinking while narrowly dodging another sword strike. All the viewers watching Su Chen's performance in the livestream were dumbfounded. What the heck? My heart is about to jump out. Is the god really not in a hurry? Dodging swords while being distracted? What is the big shot thinking about? Is he predicting Kimura Jiro's next attack? Have all these moves been calculated by him? No way. Can this even be calculated? If it weren't for this crooked ancient tree being so big, the whiskey god would have been done for long ago. It's over. I feel like if this goes on, even if the god holds out for 2 minutes, he'll still be caught by Kimura Jiro. The person in charge of the bear country watched Su Chen's dodging on the livestream with some confusion. Augustine, Kimura Jiro is an A-rank existence. How could he not defeat an F-rank person? Augustine stared at Su Chen's image, pondering for a moment, then said, the system rules have limited Kimura Jiro's strength by at least over 60%. He is barely a C rank now. Moreover, he is clearly not familiar with this monster's body. While swinging the umbrella, he has at least injured himself 3 times. Additionally, looking at his furious expression, this body seems to have a significant negative mental effect. He hasn't thought of using his own skills this whole time. Compared to Kimura Jiro's situation, I'm more interested in what Whiskey is actually thinking. What could be more important than completing the task? The gaze returned to the ancient tree by the amusement park where Su Chen and Kimura Arrow's deadly chase continued. After dodging Kimura Arrow's sword once again, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration while looking at the umbrella in Kimura Arrow's hand. A swordsman, huh? Then let's use the dignity of a swordsman as the rule. Player 3's exclusive death rule for the 3 swords of Tianshan. If you don't take down the Whiskey within 13 swords, you will die. Rule activated, modification successful. It's worked. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Alright, now it was time to show off his skills. Su Chen quickly turned around, taking advantage of the 1 second after Kimura Arrow's attack to create distance between them. Hey, is that all you've got? You call yourself a swordsman? You've stabbed me so many times and it hasn't done a thing, Su Chen said as he stood behind an ancient tree. No effect? Then let's do it again. My body won't get tired. You want to play, huh? Come on. So what if you can't hit me? I'll wear you out, Kimura Arrow said as he picked up his sword and chased after Su Chen again. The first sword struck the tree. The second sword did the same. Su Chen, coming back to his senses, gave Kimura Arrow no chance at all. A portion of the viewers in the live stream found this scene eerily familiar. Where have I seen this before? Didn't our teacher mention something similar in class? Running around a tree? Running around a pillar? Isn't this just a remake of Jingke's assassination of the king of Qin? Hey, it does seem like it. You're not wrong saying that. The Whiskey Master is running around the pillar, while Kimura Arrow is frantically stabbing and missing. But saying it's a remake isn't quite right, is it? At this rate, it's clear that the Whiskey Master will lose. No one is here to protect him, and Kimura Arrow won't get tired. The Whiskey Master is clearly in a doomed situation. Kimura Arrow clearly thought the same. He believed that as long as he kept chasing, he would definitely be able to kill the Whiskey. But there was always a voice in his heart roaring loudly, kill him quickly. No more waiting. He must die. Die. Kimura Arrow always felt that if he didn't act according to the anxious voice in his mind, he would face some danger. What danger could I face? This body is invincible. How could I be in danger? Is it the negative effect of this body? As Kimura Arrow thought of this, his bloodshot eyes gradually returned to normal, and his mind became slightly clearer. Right. Why am I not using my skills? If I use my skills, I can directly catch the Whiskey, right? What am I doing? The speed of my sword is plummeting, and my whole body is completely following instinct to hunt. While my mind's control over my body has been stripped away? No. I must end this battle quickly, he thought as he threw the umbrella in his hand to the other side of the big tree, right in front of Su Chen's escape route. Whiskey, got you. The sharp umbrella sliced through half of the ancient tree's bark and pierced out from the other side. At the moment Su Chen was about to be stabbed, he stopped, turned around, and smiled at Kimura Arrow. The 13th sword, goodbye. What? Boom. A loud explosion sounded. Kimura Arrow looked at his body with an expression of disbelief. How could I die? I am the pursuer. The invincible pursuer. So what if you're a pursuer? In the end, you're still just a player. As a player, you can't be invincible. If you were invincible, how would this game be played? Su Chen said as he turned and waved goodbye to Kimura Arrow. I'm off to find treasure at school. One last thing, your swordsmanship really isn't that great. Kimura Arrow exploded into ashes. Player Whiskey has killed pursuer Kimura Arrow. 6 pursuers remaining. The entire venue was in shock. The other 6 pursuers all stopped their hunting, looking up at the sky with incredulous expressions. Did I just hear that wrong? The boss was killed? What's going on? Is there a bug? How could we pursuers possibly die? Whiskey? That evader who was live-streamed in space? Is he playing a game with us now? Did the boss get killed? The audience in the live stream was bewildered after hearing the system announcement. How did the Whiskey God kill Kimura Jiro? An item? There can't be such a powerful item, right? How did Kimura Jiro die? What does it mean that players can die? Is there a god to explain this? Numerous A-level challengers from various countries, who were closely watching this challenge, began to speculate after a brief shock. Players. Yes. The problem lies in the word players. Every player has a unique rule of certain death. The pursuers are no exception. Was Whiskey's previous thinking about finding the rule of certain death for monsters, based on each monster's appearance, clothing, and style? That's terrifying. In the end, seeing Whiskey stop with a confident demeanor, he must have completely figured out Kimura Jiro's rule of certain death. Where did this person come from? An 18-year-old boy making a name for himself? Damn it! We must find him. At the international airport in Huaxia, a large number of spies from different countries were queuing to enter. Everyone unconsciously looked towards a flight at the airport. They would take that flight to quickly rush to the city where Suchen was located. On this plane, apart from the crew, there were no ordinary passengers. During the challenge, all the pursuers put aside what they were doing, ignoring the fleeing evader nearby, and ran towards the central square to regroup. In their minds, Kimura-jiro was an unbeatable existence. These 6 had long been accustomed to following orders. Now that Kimura-jiro was taken down, their backbone was gone, and the entire team was thrown into chaos. They had to gather to discuss countermeasures. Another important reason was that their strongest boss had been killed by whiskey, which meant their chances of being taken down were even greater. Sticking together was their only thought now. After the 6 gathered, they immediately held a small meeting. What exactly happened? How was the boss killed? What should we do next? We need to come up with an idea. I only have one chance to avoid death. I don't want to waste it here. Damn it. Usually, the boss leads the way, and we just charge in. Now we have to come up with a plan. How is that possible? So what should we do? That whiskey killed the boss. The 6 of us together might not even be able to beat him. After discussing back and forth, they couldn't come up with a countermeasure, growing increasingly anxious. I say, should we hide? If whiskey comes here, won't we die on the spot? Hide? No way. We still have to hide? We are pursuers. Pursuers, not evaders. Then what do you suggest we do? Group up to hunt the evader? Sweeping through these 5 areas would at least take a day. The opportunity would be gone. How do we play this? None of us have the confidence to beat a single evader. We might as well just commit suicide. The 6 grew more and more dejected as they talked. Just then, new messages appeared on all their system interfaces. Pursuer has died. The round triggers a hidden reward. Pursuer private channel opened. You can freely choose one evader to become your insider. You will receive certain specific information about the mysterious manner. This will help you carry out your pursuit mission more smoothly. Hidden rewards? Choosing an insider and specific information. There's actually such a special rule. The 6 exchanged glances and instantly rejoiced. With an insider and some special information, they might still achieve victory. This was clearly a chance for them to turn the tables. They had to seize it. Insider? We can directly designate whiskey as the insider, someone immediately said excitedly. Right, just designate whiskey as the insider. We have someone to carry us to victory. Good idea. Quickly, let's choose whiskey as our insider. 6 people excitedly entered Su Chen's code in the traitor column. Ding. This character cannot become your traitor. Please choose from the list below. The system said, listing all the names of the evaders along with their groups. No way, choose whiskey? How about we pick his teammate instead? This counts as placing a pawn next to whiskey. It might play a huge role later. Right, let me see who whiskey's teammates are. Yao Yao and Thornflower? 2 girls? Which one to choose? How about Thornflower? Let's take a gamble. Yao Yao sounds too weak. She might just be a pretty face and ruin our plans. Are you sure Thornflower is your traitor? Yes. Behind a wall of bones in the castle, Thornflower, who was preparing to go out with Yao Yao, suddenly paused, her expression changing. Yao Yao, noticing, asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Sister Thornflower?" Nothing. Shall we continue? By the way, didn't you say you wanted to find whiskey? Let's see if we can find him, Thornflower said with a strange smile. Oh, great. Sister Thornflower, have you finally come around? We can't let our team be at odds. Let's go. Yao Yao didn't notice anything unusual. Right. We must work together as a team. It was my mistake before. Let's hurry and find him. In the pursuer's chat box, Thornflower. So, what do? We must eliminate whiskey in one go. Jean Minghui. Lure whiskey into the dungeon that appeared in the castle. We have our ways to kill him there. While searching for whiskey, use his teammates' identities to have all the evaders head towards the back of the school. There's a sealed door there. Tell them that opening it will let them leave directly. Thornflower, understood. I will report the contents of the evaders' chat box at any time. Happy cooperation. Thornflower, by the way, we evaders need to complete 5 tasks in the 5 major areas. Whiskey completed a task in the church before, but I'm not sure what happened next. Do you have any trace of him? It would be best if we could pretend to run into him. Whiskey's trace? The 6 pursuers squatting in the central square looked at each other, clueless. They were still trying to avoid whiskey. How could they possibly go looking for him? The soldiers from Jean Fatty's house. All we know is that whiskey killed our boss in the amusement park. He must have completed the task there. Jean Deadly, let's be clear, we can at most drive away some other evaders and lead them to the school and nearby areas. Dealing with whiskey will completely depend on you. As long as we can lure whiskey into the dungeon, he will die. The trap at the back door of the school is too low quality. If we can trap a few people, that's something. Whiskey shouldn't fall for it. Thornflower, okay. Whiskey is least likely to appear in the church and amusement park, so send one person to each of those areas to drive away the evaders. The remaining 4 will pair up and head to the library and castle to drive away the evaders there. Leave whiskey to me. The 6 pursuers felt they had found their backbone with Thornflower's arrangements. They didn't have to think anymore. It was a familiar feeling. It seems we really picked the right person for the traitor this time. Yeah, as long as we help out a bit, we can complete the task. Whiskey must have offended this woman, huh? Great. We can always pair up to escape. Whiskey probably won't go to the church and amusement park anymore. One person is enough for those two places. Then let's get started. At the entrance of the castle, after Thornflower smiled and finished speaking in the pursuer's chat box, she eagerly pulled Yao Yao and began to move towards the area outside the castle. Yes, just like that, a madman can never win. Killing the pursuers is definitely just luck. Now that I'm in the pursuer camp, the pursuers will definitely win. Lead most of the evaders to the back of the school. This task is very simple. I just need to use my identity as a Whiskey teammate to spread the news. But getting Whiskey into the dungeon of the castle is a bit tricky. What reason should I come up with? Thornflower fell into deep thought. She and Yao Yao had seen the pitch-black dungeon in the castle before, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. It would be quite difficult to trick Whiskey into it, so a suitable reason had to be devised. Oh right, Yao Yao, we didn't find the mission treasure chest in the castle, did we? Thornflower said, her eyes lighting up. Yeah, what's up? Yao Yao asked, a bit confused. Do you think the probability of the mission treasure chest being in that cellar is high? Well, it could possibly be in that cellar. Yao Yao nodded, but then seemed to think of something and quickly shook her head. No, it definitely won't be in that cellar. I'm not going. It's too dark, I have claustrophobia. But haven't we searched everywhere in the castle? There are no signs of treasure chests anywhere in the castle, only possibly in the cellar. Should we go back to look for the treasure chest now? Or how about we wait for the Whiskey God to come and let him take us? Yao Yao said, a bit terrified. Alright, let's go to the school and try our luck. Maybe we can find the Whiskey boss. 10 minutes later, an exciting message appeared in the evaders chat box. Thornflower, everyone, come to the school area. We found a door leading outside. This door seems to be able to be broken open. It looks like we don't need to complete 5 tasks to unlock it. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless evaders quickly inquired about this news. Awu, isn't that fake? Can the system really have such a loophole for us? There can't be a barrier blocking us outside that door, right? Arthur's little wife, yeah, before we tried to climb over the manor's wall to get out directly, but found a barrier blocking us, and the system prompted us to find a reasonable path. Thornflower, there is no barrier outside the door. We pried open a small hole and reached out to try. We didn't hit any barrier. There are evaders nearby who can testify. Big Bad Wolf, I'm right here. There really is no barrier blocking behind this door. We pried it open. Thornflower is a teammate of the Whiskey boss. She's looking for the Whiskey boss to come. A teammate of the Whiskey boss? The Whiskey boss is also going to the back door of the school? Everyone's eyes lit up. The Whiskey boss is definitely trustworthy. Following the boss means there's food to eat. Big Monkey, damn. I'm coming right now. Following the Whiskey boss is definitely the right choice. By the way, it seems like now is the best time. There are no pursuers moving around the school. Awu, brothers, wait for me. I'm almost there. Damn, I have 2 pursuers here. It's a bit slow coming. Su Chen, who had just arrived near the school campus, frowned at the messages in the evaders chat box. Escape without 5 tasks? Where is such a good thing? The troublesome teammate is also here, still looking for me. Only the school area has no pursuers? Back door? I want to see what the situation is. The school in the mysterious manor is also a huge luxury. Although it has turned into a massive skeleton in the night, one can still glimpse the remnants of its past luxurious architecture, with some small bits of gold still remaining and the stone tablet beside. The main gate still standing tall. Shizaki Academy? Does this manor have a lot of history? Su Chen thought as he quickly walked into the school. He was among the later arrivals, and in the corridor 5 or 6 teams were heading towards the backyard of the school. These people were all excitedly discussing how to quickly leave through the back door. Mad, I thought we were done for this time. Up until now, I haven't found a single piece of mission information, but thankfully, Whiskey God's team found a shortcut. Isn't that right? If Whiskey God hadn't found this shortcut, we would definitely be dead. This scene is way too difficult. We haven't discovered anything yet. How lucky we are to encounter Whiskey Boss this time. Riding on the coattails of a god really feels good. Let's hurry up and go before the pursuers arrive. We need to move quickly. If the pursuers show up later, it could get troublesome. Several teams said as they quickly made their way toward the end of the corridor, running behind a teaching building. Su Chen frowned as he watched their backs. Wasn't the back door he found the one that Thornflower discovered? Misunderstanding? Before Su Chen could think it through, a large wave of people came up behind him. More than 6 teams. These teams also wore expressions of relief, continuously thanking Su Chen. It seemed everyone believed he had found the back door. No, there was something very wrong here. With so many evaders moving in large numbers, how could the pursuers not have noticed anything? How was that possible? With such a large-scale movement of evaders, they would definitely catch 1 or 2. But until now, there hadn't been any reports of deaths. All the evaders had safely arrived here? These pursuers couldn't be that incompetent. It could only mean they intentionally brought all the evaders here. Their purpose must be related to the back door discovered by Thornflower. What role was Thornflower playing in this? He had to go take a look, Su Chen thought, and followed the teams as they ran toward the school's backyard. This unprecedented movement of evaders was also being monitored in real time by live cameras. The audience was buzzing with discussion about it. Was it Whiskey Boss who found the exit, or was it his teammates? Can we escape directly without completing the mission? I find that hard to believe. What's hard to believe? With Whiskey Boss around, anything can happen. Didn't the so-called immortal monster, Kimura Jiro, fall before? What's impossible? Look at the camera. Whiskey Boss is also running in that direction. By the way, if we pass without completing the system's mission, will the rewards be halved? Experts in hide-and-seek from various countries frowned at the actions of all the evaders in the live broadcast. This door definitely has issues. From the previous situation, this escape manner is definitely not as simple as it seems. The final escape method is bound to be a huge challenge. They can't let you escape without completing the mission. There can't be a single fool among these evaders. This trap is really tempting. Let's see what this door is like first. What is Whiskey doing now? The live camera seemed to have heard the expert's words and shifted its focus to Su Chen, who was following the crowd toward the back door. After rounding a building's ruins, Su Chen arrived at the school's backyard with the main group. The backyard was backed by a tall wall, marking the boundary of the manor. Su Chen scanned the entire backyard and saw that more than 30 evaders had already arrived. They were using bones and other items as tools, crowded in a corner, desperately hammering at something. As Su Chen approached, he saw that they were all focused on a black door in the wall, exerting all their strength against it. The black door had already been smashed open to a large hole, and some petite female evaders had even crawled through. There really was a door, and it could actually lead outside the wall. No wonder. It was so deceptive. Passing through here could indeed take them beyond the wall. This is definitely a trap. Getting outside the wall doesn't necessarily mean escaping the manor. Without completing the 5 tasks, any method to escape the manor is definitely a trap. Let me remind these people through the chat box of the evaders. I still shouldn't reveal my identity. I don't want to drag a bunch of deadweight. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone, keep it up. This door will open soon. Then we can all escape successfully. Pay attention to the pressure points. You 3 go knock on that iron block, and the newcomers can take a break or keep an eye on the outside. The pursuers might arrive any moment. We need to escape quickly. Whiskey Boss is definitely on his way. He helped us find this place, so we should thank him later. That voice belonged to Thornflower. The place I found? Thornflower? I don't remember saying there was a back door here. Su Chen frowned and walked into the crowd. Whiskey God. The knocking sound from behind the door suddenly stopped, and Yao Yao peeked her head out from outside, excited. Whiskey God? Everyone present stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Su Chen with excitement. Wow, he is the Whiskey God, the one who reminded us of the exclusive rules in the church. Yeah, wow, so Whiskey God has been leading us all along. Brothers, dig quickly. If Whiskey God is here, then this exit must be real. Thornflower looked at Su Chen's figure. Her expression starting to look a bit unnatural, but she quickly masked it and forced a smile. Whiskey God, come look. We've found the exit. This is all thanks to you. Everyone should thank you. Don't you all agree? Thornflower's words immediately drew compliments from everyone present towards Su Chen. Wait. Su Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Thornflower and said flatly, how come I didn't know I discovered this black door? How could I lead all the evaders into a trap? A trap? Everyone present was stunned. The black door was a trap? Wasn't this door discovered by Whiskey God? What's going on? The confused crowd collectively looked at Thornflower, who was standing among them. Damn, how did he get here so quickly? Thornflower cursed inwardly and hurriedly explained to everyone, I was thinking of notifying everyone as quickly as possible. Once I found the exit, so I used your name, Whiskey God. I thought we were all on the same team, and I would tell you about this once you arrived, Whiskey God. Look, this really is a passage to the outside. As Thornflower spoke, she pulled a few people aside to show Su Chen the hole they had dug. Look, Whiskey God, this really can lead outside. It's definitely an exit. Heh, an exit? Thornflower, you are an evader, right? Why are you trying to trap everyone in this trap? Su Chen said as he slowly walked towards Thornflower. All the evaders sensed something was off and retreated to the side, whispering among themselves. Wasn't it Whiskey God who told us to come? Is it his teammate? Whiskey God doesn't even know about this. Something's not right. I came here because I trusted Whiskey God's reputation. If it weren't for him, how could I have come here? Our teammates are all temporary. This one called Thornflower is clearly also a temporary teammate of the god, and she tricked us into coming here using his name without him knowing. What does she want? The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I knew Whiskey God wouldn't believe in this black door. Why would the god's teammate do this? Trapping everyone is of no benefit to her at all. Yes, if she were to get everyone killed, could she really face so many pursuers alone? This can't be a personal mission. How could an evader's personal mission be to kill other evaders? What is her purpose in doing this? Standing next to the black door, Flower noticed the unfriendly gazes from everyone and suddenly felt a bit panicked. I just wanted more people to know about this place. This is really the exit. I definitely don't want to harm you all. Think about it, if you all die, am I supposed to face all the pursuers alone? I was wrong to use the name of the whiskey god, and I apologize. But I did all this for everyone, to help everyone escape quickly and smoothly. Look at this black door, can it really lead through the wall to the outside of the manor? Yao Yao has been outside the manor for so long and nothing has happened, Thornflower said, pointing to Yao Yao, who had just come back in through the black door. The many evaders exchanged glances. That seems to make sense. She has no reason to harm us. Hurting us would bring her no benefit. This black door does seem to lead outside. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Seeing this, Thornflower's eyes lit up and she quickly put on a pitiful expression. Woo, I'm sorry, Whiskey God. I really did this thinking of everyone. I apologize for this. If you're worried about what I said, I'll give you all the credit for this. I don't want any credit. I just want everyone to survive together. Not wanting credit is a good thing. Su Chen approached Thornflower and looked at her head. There were no words above it. The evaders next to her all had words displayed above their heads. Only one type of person has a special rule of certain death that does not display. That is the pursuer. Whiskey God, have you forgiven me? Let's not talk about that for now. Everyone, keep digging. Let's go together. Why should I forgive you? Su Chen said with a faint smile. What you said before was quite right. But these reasons only hold when you are an evader. If you are a pursuer planted among us evaders, then everything you did makes sense. A traitor? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They immediately distanced themselves from Thornflower. That's right. A mole. If this person is a traitor, then this is a super conspiracy. Yeah. If she were an evader, using the name of the whiskey god to gather us would barely count as good intentions. If she is from the pursuer camp, then gathering us here is to slaughter us all. No way. There's a traitor in this game. That's terrifying. If the whiskey god hadn't come, we would have all been tricked. Everyone looked at Thornflower's face, which was becoming increasingly unfriendly. Wait, Whiskey, didn't I just provoke you? You don't have to treat me like this, right? How could I be a traitor? If there really is a traitor, I think you are one. Thornflower shouted, pointing at Su Chen. The audience, watching this scene in the live stream, burst into laughter. This person has been exposed and is speaking without thinking. The whiskey god has killed a pursuer. How could he possibly be one of them? What she said is no different from self-destructing. Serves her right. Who told her to use the name of the whiskey god? Thornflower, right? Everyone, remember her code name. Be extra careful if you encounter her in the future. I absolutely did not expect this traitor. The whiskey god figured all this out as soon as he arrived? That's terrifying. The system didn't mention anything about a traitor. The fact that the whiskey god could think of this is really impressive. Experts from various countries were collectively stunned by Su Chen's statement. A traitor? They had never considered that. Damn. I thought the whiskey's teammate was just a simpleton, but it turns out this person is a traitor. Damn it. This kind of insider is impossible to guard against. How did he guess it without any system alerts? I've been in this space for over 20 years and I've never encountered such a dangerous situation. If it weren't for whiskey being here, this insider could have doomed a large number of people. We need to raise the importance of whiskey another level. Damn it, has our spy infiltrated Yuchuan High School or not? In the school's backyard, all the evaders surrounded Thornflower in layers. Thornflower was still desperately arguing, but no one believed her anymore. Just as Thornflower was helplessly preparing to send a message for help to her pursuers, Yao Yao slashed a piece of iron across Thornflower's hand. Bright red blood appeared. Thornflower's face turned pale. Her identity was exposed. Thornflower, are you really the insider? No wonder you've never been interested in the great whiskey. Thornflower is indeed a pursuer. Attacks between allies are considered invalid. Insider. Great. She almost got us all killed. She must be severely punished. By the way, didn't she say that this black door is a real exit? Let's make her go in and scout the way. The crowd angrily said as they lifted Thornflower. Thornflower struggled wildly, shouting, Whiskey, damn it, don't let me see you again. If I see you again, I will make you pay. See me again? Sure. I could take on 100 opponents like you, Su Chen said with a faint smile. After the crowd threw Thornflower outside the black door and sealed it shut, the kill broadcast echoed in the sky instantly. Player Thornflower triggered a trap and committed suicide. As long as the black door was blocked, anyone inside would immediately die. All the evaders present broke out in a cold sweat. If the great whiskey hadn't exposed Thornflower's true identity, they would have been doomed. Thinking of this, all the evaders looked at Su Chen with reverent eyes. Great one. Thanks to you. If you hadn't seen through Thornflower as the insider, we would have been dead. Yes, Thanks to the Great One for your help. Great One, what should we do next? We will follow your lead. Follow my lead? Su-chen was speechless. This was why. He didn't want to expose his identity. With so many people clinging to him, could he still move? Thinking of this, Su-chen quickly said, following me is not a good decision. With the insider dead, the pursuers will definitely come rushing over. You guys following me is too big of a target. I can protect myself, but that doesn't mean I can protect all of you. Run? Why should we run? Great Whiskey. You can kill the pursuers. Just give the order. We will follow your plan and catch all the pursuers in one go. Yes, yes. Great Whiskey. Give the order. We will definitely execute it. Catching all the pursuers in one go? Su-chen was dumbfounded. How were these people even more fanatical than him? There were still 6 pursuers left, and he can only modify the rules once an hour. It would take 6 hours to finish off everyone. How could that work? In 6 hours, it would be bright outside, and Suya would come to wake him up. If Su-chen wasn't home, he would definitely be exposed. Before Su-chen could explain, Yao Yao's voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone run. I think I heard something outside the school. Could it be the pursuers coming over? As Yao Yao spoke, she tugged at Su-chen's clothes, and Su-chen immediately reacted, saying loudly, everyone, go your separate ways and complete your 5 tasks. If there's a plan, I will notify you in the evaders chat box. Run. All the evaders present scattered in a rush. How about that, Great Whiskey? I'm amazing, right? I drove away all the evaders trying to cling to me. Now it's just me left. Yao Yao. Alright, let's leave the school first and go to the library next door to look for the treasure chest. We'll come back for the treasure chests on this side of the school after those crazy pursuers have left. Su-chen sighed as he looked at Yao Yao. He might as well take this little burden along. It could be useful, and at a critical moment it could even be used to block a knife. Yao Yao, what's the effect of your magical item? Across, it can prevent one enemy's hunt. Well, that can block 2 attacks. Just as Su-chen expected, shortly after they evacuated, 6 pursuers roared into the school's backyard. How could the traitor be discovered so quickly? Now the plan was completely in disarray. Damn it! Doesn't this traitor have a brain? How could the plan fall apart right at the start? What do we do now? We haven't even made use of this hidden reward at all. What should we do? Damn it! I don't care anymore. Let's fight them. The clown said, clutching a rocket launcher, ready to search for the evaders. But he was directly stopped by the woman in red. Wait, we have another plan. What plan? The clown stopped, a bit impatiently asking. Did you forget the escape points given in the intel? We should guard that. Hold down the easiest escape point. If this whiskey can really take us all out at once, we have nothing to say. If he can't take us all out at once, then we will still win in the end. Don't you realize? There's no water or food here at all. That means these evaders can last at most 3 days. After 3 days, they will die of thirst. We pursuers won't go hungry. The clown thought for a moment and shook his head, but the intel mentioned there are some hidden escape points. Wouldn't it be too rash to guard just one escape point? And just let them complete their tasks? Of course not. Now we split into 3 groups, 2 people in each group, and sweep through the major areas to exhaust all the evaders' stamina to the maximum. Once the evaders are worn out, we will defend that escape point, and we'll boldly tell them there's an escape point here, waiting for them to rush in. Think about it, exhausted evaders will definitely be eager to find the escape point after completing 5 tasks. They will definitely take the bait from the rumors we spread. After all, we really do have an escape point here. After hearing the woman in red's words, the pursuers present thought for a moment and all nodded. Su-chen currently had no idea about the pursuers' next plan. He had brought the little burden to the library's main entrance, ready to go in and look for the next task treasure chest. The library seemed to be the only building that hadn't weathered or changed in the night. The entire 3-story structure showed no signs of age, and many umbrellas were placed near the main entrance, indicating that people often came here. Let's go in and search this library to see where our task treasure chest is, Su-chen said as he opened the library's large door, preparing to walk inside. Great God, how about I wait for you outside? It's a bit dark in here, Yao. Yao said, stepping back a few paces with a pale face as she looked at the dark hall. Sure, if you're not afraid of being taken out by the pursuers if they come looking for you, then you can wait outside, Su-chen said nonchalantly. After hearing Su-chen's words, Yao Yao felt like crying without tears. Going in would mean facing claustrophobia, but staying out would mean being taken out by the pursuers. This is too difficult. After a brief hesitation, Yao Yao chose to hug Su-chen's right leg. Yes, she really hugged Su-chen's thigh. Alright, great God, let's go. How am I supposed to walk like this? Dragging you along? Su-chen said, somewhat speechless. Great God, don't worry about me, I can keep up with your pace. Yao Yao said, tightening her grip a bit. Goodness, she really is a burden, isn't she? Seeing Yao Yao with a look of I won't let go even if I die, Su-chen had no choice but to take her into the library. The moment Su-chen stepped into the library, the camera in the livestream switched to him. The whiskey god has gone to the library. That library where pictures fly everywhere. In the previous footage, several evaders must have been scared silly. Look at the whiskey god's performance. Why does the whiskey god have a little charm on his leg? I want one too. I dare say the library is definitely one of the top few scariest places in the mysterious manor, right? Watching from the live stream doesn't feel scary, but if we actually went, we'd be terrified. Looking forward to the god's performance. What exactly is in this library? I feel like it has something to do with escaping the manor. Count me in for the anticipation. Amid the audience's excitement, Suchen stepped into the library. As soon as he entered, the surrounding light noticeably dimmed. If he walked further, he would definitely be unable to see his hand in front of his face. How do I find anything in this darkness? By the way, is there really no one in this area? That can't be right. It's so dark, clearly a perfect hiding spot. How could there be no one here? Suchen thought, then shouted into the dark corners of the library, "Hey, is anyone there? Any evaders around?" No one responded from the darkness. Big God, are these people afraid of the dark? This library looks a bit eerie, so maybe that's why no one comes here, Yao Yao said, clinging tightly to Suchen's right leg. How could no one come here? Yao Yao, go ask in the evader chat box. Okay. As Yao Yao responded, a pair of icy hands wrapped around Suchen's left leg. Suchen? Is this thrilling? A trap in the library? Yao Yao, you actually have 4 hands. What 4 hands? Yao looked confused. It's nothing, just hold your cross tight and switch to hugging my other leg. My left leg is a bit cold, warm it up for me. Hug the left leg while holding the cross. Yao Yao, a bit bewildered, took out the cross and reached towards Suchen's left leg, feeling a furry spherical object through a piece of fabric. A spherical object? A little monster? After imagining what might be next to her, Yao Yao silently withdrew her hand. What's wrong? Switch legs and hug. My left leg is getting stiff. Whiskey God, your left leg's pectoral muscle and leg hair are so developed. Forget it, I'll stick to hugging the right leg, Yao Yao weakly said, tightening her grip on the right leg. Yao Yao, what are you afraid of? God will protect you. That cross in your hand is not just for show. Suchen continued to tease Yao Yao. No, I'm just going to cling to your right leg. Absolutely not going over. Seeing that he couldn't tease Yao Yao anymore, Suchen had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. This is tricky, no wonder no one comes to this library. Who wouldn't be scared by this? Suchen said, taking a deep breath and reaching for the creature on his left leg. In the global live stream, some timid viewers had already covered their eyes. Damn! Someone brave, please describe what happens next in words. I can't bear to watch. Ugh, in the middle of the night, why does it feel like a horror movie? Can't the camera give us a god's eye view? This first-person perspective is too immersive. My leg is cramping up. I'm blocking my view with the comments. Ugh, if I encountered such a bizarre scene the first time I entered a space, forget it, I don't want to think about it, my scalp is tingling. The camera angles in this livestream are just like those in horror movies. The shooting angles are the same. Damn, it wouldn't be something like Sadako wrapping around the whiskey god's leg, would it? Countless viewers instinctively leaned back from their screens. Some were afraid of ghosts but also looked forward to the upcoming plot, squinting at the livestream obscured by comments. Suchen's hand cautiously moved down, touching the same furry object. Hiss. A deformed monster? No way. This kind of thing is scarier than a ghost. As Suchen was thinking about continuing to feel around, the thing hugging his leg moved and swatted away his hand. Ha? An animal? So what is this thing? Suchen curiously bent down and grabbed the creature clinging to his left leg, then pulled it up. He brought it to his face, locking eyes with its glowing eyes in the dark, and took a closer look. Goodness! This creature looked incredibly familiar. At that moment, the livestream camera immediately switched to focus on the creature, activating night vision. Upon seeing the creature, countless squinting viewers instantly widened their eyes. It was a panda. Isn't this a panda? No way. I actually got scared by a panda? Mom! I can't believe I got scared by a panda. Wow, this panda is so funny. Why does it have fewer dark circles on one side? Ha ha, look at its paws, all the fur is gone. I thought it was a ghostly fat hand from the camera angle. Ah, my OCD is kicking in. Whiskey God quickly punched its left eye to give it a dark circle. One black and one white is making my heart ache. After seeing that the thing hugging Whiskey God's leg was a panda, the atmosphere in the livestream changed dramatically. Where did this panda come from? How can there be a panda in a library? This is so out of place. My inner girl is screaming. This panda is too cute. Whiskey God, hurry and feed it bamboo. Look how skinny it is. There's a loophole in the hide-and-seek space. Quickly take this panda away. This is a bizarre library. How can there be such a silly creature like a panda? The strangeness of the library has instantly dropped to the bottom, while the cuteness level has skyrocketed. Experts from various countries, upon seeing the panda, immediately thought of other aspects. Could this panda be related to those floating paintings we saw earlier? It should be. Did something from the painting come out? Something from the painting came out? Did two-dimensional evolve into three-dimensional? Who painted these? It feels like this mysterious manor has more background to explore. In the lobby of the first floor of the library, a person and a beast stared at each other for a long time. Su Chen looked at the strange panda, feeling both amused and helpless. This space has a strange sense of humor, throwing this at me. Ah, what humor? God! Quickly throw away the thing on your left leg, Yao Yao shouted with her eyes closed, her voice trembling. Throw it away? Why would I throw it away? Look at what this is. What to look at? Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's face turned even paler and she started crying. I don't want to look. Woo woo. I'm most afraid of ghosts. What ghost? This is a panda. Su Chen helplessly placed the strange panda beside Yao Yao. Panda? Yao Yao opened her eyes in confusion, wiping the tears from her face. Looking at the panda Su Chen was holding, Yao Yao displayed the same bewildered expression as Su Chen. After a few seconds, the girl excitedly released her grip on Su Chen's thigh and snatched the panda from his hands. Ah, so cute. Wow. It's so adorable. This is my first time holding a panda. Whiskey God, why is this panda cold and has no warmth? Seeing Yao Yao completely forget everything now that she had the panda, Su Chen pinched her cheek to bring her back to reality. Alright, let's put this little guy down here and continue moving forward to see if there are any switches or something. In this darkness, we can't find any treasure chests. Leave the panda here? Although she was reluctant, Yao Yao still followed Su Chen's words and placed the panda on the ground. Let's go, let's keep moving forward. Maybe there are many such animals inside. God, wait for me. Your pendant hasn't come up yet. Su Chen and Yao Yao continued to feel their way forward in the pitch-black environment, and the little panda that Yao Yao had placed on the ground disappeared after following them for a while. During the search, Yao Yao repeatedly succumbed to her phobia in the darkness, severely slowing down Su Chen's search speed. If it weren't for her fatal rule restriction, Su Chen would have wanted to just carry her on his shoulder and take her away. What? Modify Yao Yao's fatal rule? How could that be possible? Such an important skill couldn't be given to a tool who might die at any moment. Su Chen felt no psychological burden at all about putting Yao Yao in danger. After all, she was his teammate and his victory meant victory for the whole team. Su Chen thought, as he explored the entire first floor of the library with this little burden, he still couldn't find a single switch. He also didn't discover anything like a kerosene lamp. So, do the people in this manor not come here every night? Is this library just a decorative facade? Su Chen frowned in thought and walked towards the bookshelves in the middle of the first floor of the library. After this exploration, he had a rough understanding of the structure of the library hall and found the door leading to the second floor. Now he just needed to check the bookshelves on the first floor for any signs of treasure chests. If he found nothing, he would head to the second floor to continue searching. Just as Su Chen and Yao Yao were checking the various bookshelves among the stacks, the library's main door swung open. A loud, arrogant shout came from the entrance. Hiders! Who wants to see a beautiful fireworks show? Come here, I'm right here. This fireworks show is free. Just hand over your lives. It was a clown holding a rocket and a burly man wielding a spiked club. The people in the live stream gasped in shock. It's over, it's over. Whiskey God is a bit unlucky. 2 pursuers have come so quickly. Can Whiskey handle 2 at once? No way. Right? I heard the big shots in the group say that Whiskey figured out Kimura Jiro's fatal rule before killing him. But now there are 2 pursuers here. Even if the god can deduce their fatal rules, it won't help, right? After all, Whiskey is just an F rank. As soon as the clown's voice appeared, Su Chen immediately crouched down, covered Yao Yao's mouth, and moved her towards the second floor of the library. Without the global perspective of the live stream, Su Chen could only judge that the clown and another pursuer had arrived here by the sounds of their voices and footsteps. Su Chen had seen the clown's skill in the hider's chat box. Lighting the rocket-like object in his hand allows him to run incredibly fast. Not to mention how fast he could run. As long as the clown ignited the rocket under the illumination of the flames, Su Chen and Yao Yao hiding on the first floor would definitely be discovered. So Su Chen unhesitatingly led Yao Yao quietly towards the second floor. Knowing the situation was critical, Yao Yao gritted her teeth to overcome the fear brought by the darkness, trembling all over, as she quickly moved towards the stairs with Su Chen. Just as the two were about to reach the stairs, the clown and the burly man with the spiked club arrived at the center and began cursing as they smashed the bookshelves in the center with their weapons. Damn, this place is really eerie. Every time we smash something here, it just goes back to normal after a while. It's not like other places are hard to search, it's just this one that wastes our time so much. And we have to smash it. If there are hiders hiding in these bookshelves and we let them go, we'd be laughed at to death. If we could just burn this house down, we wouldn't have so many problems. This damn rule restriction. The burly man with the spiked club said as he pulled a doll out of his pocket and casually tossed it at the entrance of the library. Hee, let's block the main door first so no rats can escape in the chaos. After the 2 clowns entered the live broadcast room, the camera shifted to them. All the viewers looked bewildered at the doll thrown by the burly man. What is this? A puppet? For guarding? This doll really has a big head and its body sways. It doesn't look like it's for fighting. At this point, we need to call upon the omnipotent Space to help us answer. Space Kuan, are you there? +1. Please, Space, enlighten us. After Millions of messages flooded the live chat. The skill information of the puppet appeared on the screen. Big Head Doll can swap positions with the user and can detect nearby evaders passing by, providing this information to the pursuers. This really blocks off the escape route for the Whiskey Boss. Unless he jumps off a building, there's no way to get out through the front door. Isn't jumping from the second floor a bit high? The height of the library's first floor is more than 3 meters. The Whiskey Boss is in danger now. Fortunately, the clown used a skill during the live stream. I remember it has a time limit. He hasn't activated it now to conserve energy, so the Whiskey God should be able to escape to the second floor. By the time the audience in the live room said this, Su-chen had already taken Yao Yao to the second floor. Whiskey God, what should we do now? Should we go directly to the third floor or find a place to hide on the second floor? Yao Yao tugged at Su-chen's sleeve and whispered extremely softly. Hide? Why are we hiding? Are we going to keep looking for treasure chests? Don't you want to complete the mission? Su-chen said as he pulled Yao Yao and stealthily made his way deeper into the second floor. Hey, God, the 2 pursuers below can come up at any time and we're still looking for treasure chests. What else? Alright, stop talking, don't cling to my leg. Hurry up and look around for any signs of treasure chests. As Su-chen spoke, he stretched his hand forward, swaying it back and forth, afraid of bumping into something. Okay. Yao Yao gritted her teeth, one hand tightly gripping Su-chen's clothing while the other hand mimicked Su-chen's movements, constantly feeling ahead. Once they reached the second floor, it was truly pitch black. Su-chen could only sense Yao Yao's presence through her grip on his clothing and the faint sound of her footsteps. This was too dark. They didn't have time to search for treasure chests slowly. How could they quickly search this place? Yao Yao, pay attention to the walls and see if there are any light switches or something, Su-chen said as he continued forward. Light switches? I know where they are. Do you want to turn on the lights? I'll take you there. A cheerful female voice suddenly appeared to Su-chen's left, causing Yao Yao to hug his right leg in fright. What the hell? Yao Yao felt uneasy all over. Upon hearing this voice, Su-chen immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound and placed his hand in his pocket to press down on his pocket watch. Someone had managed to approach him without him knowing. First, he ruled out the pursuers. If any of them had such a silent ability, the evaders would definitely suffer heavy losses. Could it be an evader? No. Judging solely from her words, she couldn't possibly be an evader. So where did this person come from? An outsider? An inherent NPC? A former survivor of the manor? She knows where the lights are to lead us there? The probability of this being a trap is quite high, but should he go and try? If they could turn on the lights, they could quickly find the treasure chests. After finding the treasure chests, they could immediately escape by pausing time. After some brainstorming, Su-chen smiled and replied, "Thank you very much. We can't see the road clearly. Could you guide us?" As he spoke, he extended a hand. "Sure, no problem. I'll take you there." As the voice next to Su-chen fell, he felt a cold hand grasp his outstretched hand. It was cold again, just like the previous panda. This library still looks eerie. Before Su-chen could think it through, the owner of the hand had already started to move. After hesitating for a moment, Su-chen followed her pace. Big God, are we really going to follow her? It feels like a trap. Yao Yao clearly shared the same thought as Su-chen. Let's take a chance. If something happens, you'll be there, right? Just take the lead when the time comes. No, please, why did I have to draw the cross? After turning left and right among the bookshelves on the second floor, the person led Su-chen and Yao Yao to the side of a wall. Alright, the light switch is on the wall. Wait a moment before you turn it on. Let me go home first. Once the light is on, I can't come out. By the way, this light will turn off by itself after half an hour, so you need to be careful. As she spoke, the woman grabbed Su-chen's hand and guided it to the wall, where Su-chen indeed felt the shape of the switch. A friendly NPC. I guessed right. Su-chen thought, smiling as he thanked her. Okay, thank you very much. Alright, I'm back home now. You can turn on the light. Your home is right next door, and the sound hasn't changed position. Forget it for now. After turning on the light, I need to search the second floor as quickly as possible. If there's nothing there, I'll rush to the third floor. The clowns downstairs will definitely come up quickly to look for the hiders once the light is on. Yao Yao, when I turn on the light, let's split up and search quickly. If we don't find any trace of the treasure chest, we'll run straight to the third floor. Got it? Okay. Then close your eyes slowly. I'm going to turn on the light. Su-chen said, closing his eyes as well, and pressed the light switch. The moment Su-chen pressed the button, the entire 3 floors of the library were lit up. The 2 clowns searching for hiders on the first floor were immediately blinded. Damn it. Upstairs. Go. Quick, upstairs. A hider turned on the light. This library can turn on lights? Wait. Let me adjust first. Damn, it blinded my eyes. The bright light didn't dazzle Su-chen and Yao Yao, who had already closed their eyes. As they slowly opened their eyes to adapt to the brightness, Su-chen and Yao Yao immediately split up and began to search the entire second floor quickly. While running, Su-chen glanced at the location of the mysterious voice. There was only a portrait of a woman. A portrait of a woman? Was the person in the darkness just now the woman in the painting? The home she mentioned was in the painting? So that's it. No wonder the people and animals I encountered in the library felt so cold, they all came out of the painting. So the reason the panda I met on the first floor had only one black eye was, it faded? Who painted these characters and animals? This mysterious library is truly extraordinary. It has a big secret. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suchin pushed this question aside. The urgent task now was to find the treasure chest and then make a run for it. If there was still time left after completing all 5 tasks, it wouldn't be too late to explore here again. Suchen thought as he hurriedly quickened his search for the treasure chest. After searching half the area, he found no trace of the treasure chest except for the entrance to the 3rd floor. Whiskey God, I don't have anything here either. Yao Yao, who was searching for the treasure chest on the other side, quickly ran over to join Suchen. Not on the 2nd floor? Then it must be on the 3rd floor. Quick, let's hurry to the 3rd floor, Suchen said, beckoning Yao Yao to follow his lead. Okay. Yao Yao quickly followed Suchen, dragging her skirt. The commotion on the 2nd floor naturally did not escape the notice of the 2 clowns downstairs. Did the mice upstairs start to panic after hearing our voices? They even turned on the light. It seems they're waiting for us to harvest. Let's go. Kill all the hiders upstairs. How dare you turn on the lights and blind us? You're asking for death, the clown and the burly man said as they struggled to open their eyes, stumbling towards the stairs to the 2nd floor to begin their ascent. The viewers in the live stream felt a tight knot in their stomachs at the sight. We're doomed. When the lights were off, we might have been able to use the darkness to evade the clowns, but now it's so bright, there's nowhere to hide. Whiskey, turn off the lights now. Why are they still running towards the 3rd floor? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yeah. If you turn off the lights now, there's still a chance to escape. Running straight to the 3rd floor with the lights on is just waiting to die. All the physical attributes of the evaders in the game have been restricted. Jumping from the 3rd floor of the library is no different from seeking death. Experts from various countries were also slightly confused by Su Chen's actions. What is Whiskey doing? The best choice right now is to turn off the lights. As long as the lights are off, there's definitely a glimmer of hope. Is he willing to risk his life just to find a task treasure chest? Whiskey doesn't look too panicked. He must have a backup plan. A backup plan? What could help Whiskey escape? Oh right. Damn, we all forgot. Each evader drew an item at the beginning. Upon hearing the last person's comment in the conference room, everyone felt a sudden realization. That's right. The item in Whiskey's hand must be something with special attributes. This item could allow him to escape easily from the clutches of the 2 clowns. His special item might be related to flight, like making his body weight disappear or being as light as a feather. Let's see how it goes. If the clowns discover that Whiskey is trying to jump to escape, they can easily follow him down. The pursuers are invincible in body. As Su Chen and Yao Yao prepared to climb from the 2nd floor stairs to the 3rd floor, the 2 clowns arrived on the 2nd floor and, following the sound, spotted Su Chen and Yao Yao. You guard the 2nd floor to prevent anyone from escaping while I catch these 2 scurrying mice. Ha ha, the clown laughed maniacally as he raised the firework rocket in his hand and charged towards Su Chen and Yao Yao. The burly man with the spiked club stood at the entrance of the 2nd floor to prevent anyone from sneaking back down to hide. Yao Yao, seeing the clown charging towards them, panicked and shouted to Su Chen, Master, they're coming for us. It's fine, keep running, don't look back. Once we reach the 3rd floor and find the treasure chest, I have a way to escape, Su Chen said, not stopping his pace as he ascended to the 3rd floor. After quickly scanning the surroundings, Su Chen froze in place. There was no sign of any treasure chest here. No. Apart from the paintings hanging on the walls, there was absolutely nothing. The 3rd floor of the library is all paintings? Could these paintings come to life in the dark? Wait, what if the treasure chest is inside one of the paintings? Su Chen thought as he quickly browsed through the various paintings hanging on the wall. Portraits, landscape paintings, stick figure doodles. Damn, there are at least 1,000 paintings here. Finding the treasure chest is going to be too difficult. Just as Su Chen was about to continue searching, Yao Yao, standing at the stairs of the 3rd floor, shouted loudly, Master, hurry. We don't have time, they're coming up. Oh no, do we really have to use the pocket watch to escape now and come back to check later? Just as Su Chen reached for the pocket watch to press it, a woman in a painting at the bottom of the wall spoke, Is someone trying to kill you? Hurry, I can hide one child here, that girl can come in. Ha, we can enter the painting? Hearing voices from behind, Yao Yao quickly turned to check. Upon realizing it was a woman from the painting speaking, her face was filled with shock. Whiskey Master, the person in the painting is talking? After assessing the situation, Su Chen pushed Yao Yao towards the painting. Listen to her, you go hide inside. Should I go in? With Su Chen's push, Yao Yao stumbled a few steps and fell into the painting of the woman. The moment the painting made contact with Yao Yao, a burst of white light enveloped her, and as the white light continued to shine, she gradually merged into the painting. Just as Yao Yao was about to fall, she completely transformed into a character from the painting. The woman in the painting caught Yao Yao, preventing her from falling, and the two were squeezed into the same artwork. So, does this count as going from 3 dimensions to 2? Lowering one's own dimension? Ha ha ha. Is the little mouse hiding well on the 3rd floor? I'm coming, the voice of the clown echoed from the entrance of the stairs to the 3rd floor, and in a moment, the clown would enter the 3rd floor. Then how should I hide? Su Chen looked around at the characters in the painting, and the figures in the artwork shook their heads under his gaze, stretching their bodies to indicate that they couldn't accommodate Su Chen. Can't hide? Yao Yao is already hidden, so I'll just use the pocket watch to leave. Let Yao Yao stay here for now. I'll come back to get her after I finish the tasks in the other areas. Not bad, the dead weight is gone. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, a tiny clump of dirt hit his ear. Confused, Su Chen turned to look at a stick figure doodle hanging on the wall behind him, where many stick figures were waving at him. What's going on? Are they telling me to go in? Can your painting fit me? Su Chen approached in a daze and touched the stick figure doodle on the wall with his finger. Just like Yao Yao, as soon as Su Chen made contact with the painting, a burst of white light extended from the artwork, wrapping around his body. As the white light enveloped him, he felt his body shrinking. The arm that first entered the stick figure doodle transformed into a simple line. This was definitely an unprecedented experience. 2 seconds later, Su Chen was completely inside the stick figure doodle. He had become a stick figure painted in yellow. The pocket watch had transformed into a large clock. After Su Chen entered, a bunch of stick figures waved at him, signaling him to follow them and striking various poses. So this is how stick figure art is created. Su Chen, in a daze, blended in, then sat against the wall holding the clock, striking a pose reminiscent of a thinker. The surface of the painting resembled a giant screen, and from his position, he could see the entire situation on the 3rd floor. On the ground-level painting, Yao Yao, alongside the woman from the painting, struck a perfectly disguised pose. Right, if the pursuer comes up and can't find us, will they become suspicious of these paintings? What if they tear the paintings apart? Before Su Chen could think it through, the clown had already rushed into the 3rd floor with a rocket firework. Ha ha ha, little mouse, where are you? The clown said, surveying the surroundings. The entire 3rd floor was empty, with no trace of anyone. Hey, where is everyone? The clown looked around in confusion, then immediately walked to the window to look outside, finding it empty as well. The live broadcast camera remained focused on the clown, and the viewers following the clown's perspective were equally bewildered. Hey, where are the whiskey god and his teammates? Did they jump out? Did they run away that fast? They disappeared in an instant? Did the whiskey god close the window when he jumped? It wasn't a jump, right? My sound system is definitely fine. When I went upstairs just now, aside from the voices, there was absolutely no sound of a window opening. Wait, everyone, look at the stick figure. Can someone explain what scientific principle this is? What a ridiculous laugh. Everyone, quickly find where the whiskey god is. It seems he's not in the character painting on this wall. Almighty Space Lord, please show us which painting the whiskey god is in. Brothers, let's go. Count me in. Waiting. Same request, already tipped, though I don't know if it's useful. Audiences from all over the world were captivated by the operation of hiding in the painting. Amidst a flurry of requests to reveal Su Chen's location, the live broadcast camera focused on the stick figure art where Su Chen was. Are you telling me the whiskey god is in here? The whiskey god turned into a stick figure? Ha, is that even possible? Oh no. Brothers, who can guess which stick figure is the god? This is too absurd. Even the stick figure gods can't be found. By the way, if the clown can't find anyone, will he just destroy all these paintings at once? Then the whiskey god hiding in the painting and his teammates would be in trouble. There must have been pursuers on the 3rd floor before, right? These paintings have definitely been torn. What happened back then? As soon as the news of whiskey turning into a stick figure broke, countless experts became excited. My god, this is yet another strange item we've never seen before. This item can actually trap people in paper and turn them into stick figures. Goodness, if this item could be brought into the real world, what a huge storm it would cause. Absolutely. Not to mention, our country's prisons are already overcrowded. If we could put all these criminals into the paintings and turn them into stick figures, that would be incredible. This item could also solve our waste disposal problem. We could dump all the waste into a piece of paper. What a magnificent item. Is there any chance Whiskey could get his hands on this item? Countless people were looking forward to the follow-up developments of the event. On the 3rd floor of the library, the clown carefully observed the outside through the window before shifting his gaze to the wall full of paintings. Judging by the situation outside the window and the dust on the windowsill, no one had jumped from the building before. The evader who came up to the 3rd floor couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Where on earth are you hiding? Let me take a guess. The clown said as he walked to the center of the 3rd floor, starting to spin and scan the walls. The little mice must have disguised themselves as one of the paintings here, right? There's nothing else here besides the paintings. So let me search slowly. Hee hee. The clown said as he raised the rocket launcher, ready to charge in a certain direction. As everyone expected, he was preparing to destroy everything here to find the evaders. Luck didn't seem to be on Su Chen's side. The direction the clown aimed the rocket at was exactly where Yao Yao was hiding. It's over. We're done for, come on, Whiskey. Yao Yao thought carefully to shield the woman beside her, pulling out a cross from her pocket. The clown didn't notice her small movement. He was now in a frenzied state. Come on, let me see where you're hiding. If I destroy the entire third floor and still can't find you, I'll admit you're impressive. The clown shouted as he raised the rocket launcher, preparing to charge towards the painting on the wall where Yao Yao was. Su Chen frowned at this scene, even though his eyebrows were not visible now. If the clown kept destroying things like this, he would definitely find him. Sitting here without moving was no different from waiting to die. Right now, Yao Yao, the tool, was not meant to be sacrificed. Her life could be used for something far more valuable. If Yao Yao sacrificed herself now, it wouldn't bring him any benefits. The sacrifice would be completely worthless. Should he use time stop to save Yao Yao and then search for treasure chests in other areas? That would be too much of a loss. A Yao Yao that could be used twice was not worth as much as the first skill of the first mate's pocket watch. He needed to save Yao Yao without using time stop. Su Chen thought for a moment and then looked at himself. Stick figure, what would happen if I could trap the clown inside? The clown in stick figure form would have limitations, right? Could I use the modified rules in the drawing to kill him? That's not impossible. Perhaps after bringing the clown in, I could lock him inside the painting. With this thought, Su Chen quickly asked the stick figures beside him, if I bring in that person outside with the rocket launcher, can you trap him here? The stick figures nodded in unison and then rushed in a group towards a watercolor area, searching for something. One of the green stick figures pulled out a yellow-green checkered object from the watercolor. The upper half of this checkered piece was an abstract grass block, while the lower half was an abstract dirt block. It fit perfectly with the stick figure's artistic style, but what were they planning to do? Before Su Chen could voice his question, he noticed a bunch of item slots appearing above the green stick figure's head. The slots contained abstract-style diamond swords and diamond armor sets. After the item slots appeared, the green stick figure kept tapping on the slots above its head, and with each tap, the sword and armor clattered down. A group of stick figures quickly equipped themselves with the diamond set, pointing their diamond swords at the clown outside. Su Chen stared in confusion at all of this. What was happening? Were these stick figures planning to gang up on the clown? Did he not need to take action? Whatever, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, he could just leave with Yao Yao using the first mate's pocket watch. Su Chen thought about it and directly charged out of the painting, transforming back to his original form, and casually took the stick figure painting in hand, before rushing towards the clown. Hey, there's a UFO behind you. Ha! Hearing the commotion behind him, the clown halted his attack, turning around with an incredulous expression. A stick figure art piece slammed into his face. You brat! Before the clown could finish his sentence, the white light on the paper suddenly enveloped him, and the unprepared clown was directly pulled into the stick figure world by an overwhelming suction force. A multicolored stick figure, holding a giant pencil and wearing a mask, appeared in the scene. What's going on? Damn it, how do I get out of here? The clown shouted in panic. Oh, he can't get out. Su Chen's eyes lit up. These stick figures really could trap someone inside. Hee. The stick figure war has begun, Su Chen said as he hung the painting back on the wall and jumped in as well. The live stream camera zoomed in completely on this stick figure art piece, and viewers around the world laughed at the cheap-looking special effects. Goodness, I can't believe it. From 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. Ha ha ha, that colorful clown stick figure is so ugly. By the way, after entering the stick figure world, can the fireworks rocket in his hand still be used? Here it comes. Stick figures versus the clown. A cheap special effects film. Is that abstract diamond sword for real? So cute. Go stick figures. Give that clown a good beating. Experts from around the world were not focused on the fun and strange art style. They were all staring at the block held by the green stick figure. What is this? A new type of prop? After getting this, can it continuously produce items? I wonder if it can produce food or resources. If it can create those things, that would be incredible. If it really can produce such things, we could all live on paper. No need to worry about food. At least it could solve poverty for half the world's population. Whiskey probably can't get this thing, right? It should be a very precious item. Next, before the last expert finished speaking, the green stick figure holding the block tossed it to Su Chen, who had just entered. All the experts dropped their jaws in shock. What? How could he so casually give this magical block to Whiskey? This block must be a top-tier special item. There are people who bring items out of the game too. If Whiskey manages to take that block out of the manor, forget it, I can't even imagine. Wait, don't jump to conclusions just yet, let's see how it goes. This clown must be from the stick country, right? How did this idiot end up fighting a stick figure to grab that block? My god, where's his brain? In the stick figure art, Su Chen sat quietly in the corner holding the block, watching the battlefield. These stick figures seemed battle-hardened, their combat power incredibly strong, locked in a fierce struggle with the clown. Su Chen had completely become a spectator. and out of boredom he began to study the block in his hands. By the way, what is this block even for? It shouldn't be able to be taken out, right? Suchin said, looking up and mimicking the stick figure's movements, using his hands to sift through the item frame. Experts from various countries watched the constantly scrolling item frame, their hearts racing. My god, those must be diamonds and gold bars, right? If whiskey really brings this item into the real world, the prices of diamonds and gold will plummet. Bread, meat, and other food. My god, are these all in unlimited supply? If this item really gets brought out, the entire world order will change. Quick, place the importance of finding whiskey above making nuclear bombs. We must get whiskey in our bear country. Damn it, why isn't his code name vodka? As the experts spoke, the stick figure art battle was nearing its end. Although the clown couldn't die, it could still be knocked out. After a flurry of operations from the stick figures, the outnumbered clown was successfully knocked out and tied up. After Little Green took the block from Su Chen, he produced a potion and poured it down the clown's throat. The clown twitched once and then fell completely still. Cheers erupted in the live stream. I'm a fan now. I'm going to make a set of Little Greens, matching stick figure and block later. I feel like the stick figure's merchandise is going to sell out just like whiskey's code name. By the way, how many times has the price of whiskey gone up now? I can't remember, but anyway, all the distilleries producing whiskey have erected monuments for the whiskey god. In the stick figure landscape painting, Su Chen pulled the unconscious clown and bid farewell to the stick figures one by one. Brothers, I can't thank you enough. If I can come back here another day, I'll definitely play with you. Yao Yao's annual Best Teammate Award was gone. The Best Teammate Award was going to the stick figures. This operation was simply too successful. Without the help of the stick figure brothers, how could he have dealt with the clown so easily? After hugging each stick figure, Su Chen pulled the clown and jumped out of the painting. Yao Yao, hiding on the opposite wall, quickly walked out of the painting as well. Whiskey god, isn't this clown eliminated? I don't think I heard the announcement. Yao Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. He can't die right now. If he does, another pursuer downstairs will definitely rush up. My stick figure brothers just finished one, and another one might be too much. Let's keep him alive for now. You watch him, and if he shows any signs of waking up, let me know immediately. I need to find the treasure chest. Once I find the treasure chest, I'll deal with him properly. Su Chen said as he handed the rope to Yao Yao, then hurriedly began checking the first painting at the entrance. There were at least 1,000 paintings on the third floor, and it was quite time-consuming to check them all. Su Chen had to find the treasure chest before the clown woke up, otherwise, everything he had done before would be in vain. About 10 minutes later, while searching the last wall, Su Chen discovered the treasure chest in a unique painting. It was a beautiful landscape painting, the only one among the over 3,000 paintings that had text. The task treasure chest was held by a woman on a small boat in the painting. Finally found it. As long as he got the treasure chest and took down the clown, the library trip would be a complete success. Su Chen began to scrutinize the girl in the painting holding the treasure chest. The girl on the boat wore a hanfu and a veil, making it impossible to see her exact features. After glancing around for a while, seeing that the woman in the painting showed no signs of wanting to speak first, Su Chen could only helplessly say, Sister, could you please give me the treasure chest in your hand? No, the girl's light and agile voice came through. No? If you don't give it to me, I'll just pause time and take it. Forget it, let's see what she wants to do first. NPCs always have to issue quests to give rewards. Su Chen thought and continued to inquire, Sister, just tell me, how can I get that treasure chest from you? You take this painting with you and help me escape the manor. After we escape the manor, I will give you this treasure chest. The girl in the painting said, shaking the treasure chest in her hand. Escape the manor? She wants to escape the manor too? She'll give me the treasure chest after we escape the manor? How can I escape the manor without completing this quest? Su Chen said helplessly, Sister, if you don't give me the treasure chest to complete the quest, how can I take you to escape the manor? So you're agreeing? Great. Enter the painting and sign a contract with me, and I will give you the treasure chest. The girl said, with some delight. Sign a contract? Something like if I don't take her out of the manor she'll die? How troublesome. It seems I should quickly grab the quest treasure chest and run away. Who knows what strange things will happen if I take this painting while escaping. Better to avoid trouble. Su Chen frowned and touched the painting, entering the beautiful scenery of the painting. After a flash of white light, he found himself on the boat in the painting. The boat actually swayed slightly with Su Chen's arrival, and the water rippled. What's going on? Su Chen looked at his hands in confusion. This painting was completely different from a two-dimensional stick figure drawing. It was like an independent, real world within the painting. He had entered in a three-dimensional form. What on earth is this person? Su Chen looked up at the veiled woman in front of him, and to his surprise, a long line of information appeared above her head. Special player Banshee's exclusive fatal rule. Escape the manor. Banshee's special rule. In human form, eyes cannot be seen, legs cannot move. After leaving the manor, human form can only be maintained for 1 hour, and abilities will be greatly reduced. Banshee? She's an object that has turned into a human form? This object needs to escape the manor? Is she considered a special player? There's even an exclusive fatal rule. And the rule is to escape the manor. If we escape the manor, she will die immediately. How can I take her out of the manor? Am I supposed to help her modify the rules? What a loss. Are you in? Stand still and don't sway, be careful the boat capsizes. The veiled girl said, pulling out a pen from who knows where and began to write something in the air. After her last stroke fell, a shining piece of paper appeared in front of the girl. Not bad, take a look, if you agree, we'll sign the contract. The banshee said, pushing the paper, which quickly flew in front of Suchen. The system's prompt sound rang out again. Contract detected. You are signing a contract with the banshee. Contract content. Whiskey agrees that the banshee will join your team as a temporary item. Join my team? So that's it. Suchen suddenly realized. Once she joins my team, as long as I achieve victory, she automatically achieves victory too. This way, I can avoid the exclusive death rule and escape the manor. But where will she go after escaping the manor? The hide-and-seek space, the real world? Will she be treated as my item and return with me to the hide-and-seek space? There seems to be a pitfall in this. But for now, as long as the banshee joins my team, the difficulty of this match will be greatly reduced. It seems like a somewhat risky contract. Seeing Suchen silent, the banshee hurriedly said, so, how about it? Let me join? Don't you guys lack a teammate? I'm just the right fit to fill in. She even knew we were short a teammate? Just as Suchen hesitated, a new option appeared on the contract panel in front of him. Hidden entry detected for this contract. Would you like to modify it? Hidden entry? There's a trap. View hidden entry. Suchen silently chanted in his heart. Hidden entry, the pen fairy, as a temporary item of whiskey, has the autonomy to dissolve the master-servant relationship. During the period as a whiskey item, whiskey must cherish and care for her, taking her to eat various delicious foods. When eating tofu pudding, it must be salty. When encountering good things, she must be the first to be thought of. Buy her the best paper for drawing, and no mocking her for drawing poorly. Over 100 hidden contract entries. Goodness. Just goodness. System. Delete all of these. Change hidden rules. Hidden entry, the pen fairy, as an item of whiskey, is completely dominated by whiskey. Whatever whiskey says, she will do, and whiskey has the power to continue adding clauses. Ah, so it's a contract signing, right? I have no problem with that. This contract is great. Suchen smiled. If there are no issues, just place your hand on the contract and that will count as a successful signing. The pen fairy said happily. Just put my hand on it, right? Suchen placed his hand on the contract, smiling at the pen fairy as he said, you better not regret it. Regret? Why would I regret it? Sensing that Suchen had already signed the contract, the pen fairy immediately retracted the contract and pressed her handprint onto it. The moment the pen fairy pressed her handprint on the contract, Suchen immediately felt an invisible chain connecting him to the pen fairy in front of him. Before Suchen could fully sense this change, his virtual panel popped up with new information. Congratulations! You have successfully contracted the pen fairy as your item. The pen fairy's personal attributes are as follows: name, pen fairy, to be determined, level, F, item level cannot exceed the host. Skills, turn decay into wonder, grants life to drawn objects for 30 minutes, once a day. Current mood, extremely happy. Thoughts about whiskey, aha, this must be the tool person that the lady told me about. Once we get out, I must make whiskey take me out for a big feast. No, 2 feasts. Buns, tofu pudding, osmanthus cake. Suchen looked at the constantly refreshing snack names, speechless. She's such a foodie. She hasn't even gone out yet and is already thinking about food? Also, what the heck is F level? Did she automatically downgrade after signing the contract with him? This girl should be going crazy, treating me as a tool person? Who's the real tool person here? Suchen smiled. At this moment, the pen fairy, after the excitement, gradually felt something was off. Why was her strength declining? Wait. According to what the lady said, signing a temporary master recognition contract shouldn't lead to a decline in strength. What's going on? The pen fairy anxiously checked the contract imprinted in her heart. Master recognition contract? Where are the words temporary? Temporary? No way. Did I forget to add it because I was too excited? Oh no, oh no. The pen fairy covered her little head with a look of despair. How did it turn into a formal master-servant contract? Woo-woo, dissolve. Dissolve it. With the pen fairy's shout, a prompt box appeared in front of both Suchen and her. The pen fairy is attempting to dissolve the master-servant contract, but the system has rejected it. This contract is a life and death contract and cannot be dissolved under any circumstances. Whoa, it can't be dissolved. All the strength I worked so hard to cultivate is gone. I haven't even gotten to know what this master is like, whether he likes salty tofu pudding or not. What if he bullies me? The pen fairy suddenly brightened her eyes. Right. I also added a large portion of hidden clauses. The lady told me that one must always keep a backup plan. Now, it really comes in handy. Hidden clauses? You have hidden clauses? Su Chen feigned ignorance, looking at the spirit of the pen with a shocked expression and exclaimed, "You tricked me? Ahem, hum. So what if I tricked you? With me, the spirit of the pen, as your item, just wait to become stronger," the spirit of the pen said somewhat weakly, then began searching for its hidden clauses. Getting me is your good fortune. But when you go back, you must make me delicious food, take me out to play, and care for me, see? These are all things you need to do. If you can't do them, I will set punishments, the spirit of the pen said as it rummaged through and presented the hidden rules to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled as he looked at the modified rules and said, "So it turns out you're this polite, spirit of the pen, even drafting a contract for servitude? Don't worry, stick with me, and you'll definitely reach the peak of life." A contract for servitude? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the spirit of the pen suddenly felt something was off and quickly sensed its own contract in its heart. The spirit of the pen must obey all commands of the master Su Chen? The spirit of the pen sniffed, tears welling up in its eyes. Why is this happening? It wasn't supposed to be like this. I clearly remember writing so many delicious things. Alright, crying won't help now. This contract is something you chose to sign yourself, and I even specifically asked you about it. Give me the treasure chest, let me see what the task is. We won't waste any more time, Su Chen said, reaching out to take the chest from the spirit of the pen. How could this be? Woo woo, the spirit of the pen cried as it handed the treasure chest to Su Chen. Whiskey, did you change this? Yes, your lady is right, always keep a backup plan, and you were the one who tricked me first. After receiving the treasure chest, Su Chen immediately opened it. The three of them received a system prompt simultaneously. Congratulations. Your team has obtained the third exclusive task. Before dawn, go to the castle cellar and challenge the castle guardian. Castle guardian? What is that? Spirit of the pen, do you know what the castle guardian is? Whoa whoa. The castle guardian is a huge metal giant, a big toy of the lady. Its ability is to turn any object into a toy. The spirit of the pen answered with a whimper. The third task is in the castle, just right, after challenging the castle guardian, we can directly look for the fourth treasure chest. Su Chen pondered as he prepared to leave the painting. By the way, spirit of the pen, can you turn into a pen directly? It's too troublesome to carry this painting. Woo woo, Whiskey, this is my home. Where would I live without this painting? My current level can't create a world like this. The spirit of the pen looked pitiful. Alright, I'll take this painting with me. You turn back into your original form first. Maybe you'll still be useful when we fight later. We'll talk about your background and origins after we escape the manor, Su Chen said as he touched the surface of the painting and was about to go out. Before, I called you sister, now it's you. The spirit of the pen sniffed again, wiping the tears from its face. Let's be clear, if you dare say anything excessive, I will self-destruct, the spirit of the pen said as it transformed into a pink paintbrush floating into Su Chen's hand. Excessive things? What excessive things? Not buying me delicious snacks, not using purple clay lake water to bathe me, not letting me use turtle shell paper. Purple clay lake water? Turtle shell paper? What are those? They sound expensive. Does raising a pen cost money too? Then you're doomed. Aside from the first one, I'm going to do all the other excessive things to you, Su Chen said as he placed the spirit of the pen into his pocket and jumped out of the frame. What? This is my minimum requirement. It's not that excessive. The spirit of the pen jumped around in the pocket. Let's talk when your value exceeds your bathing water. I've never heard of any of these things you mentioned. Have you never heard of it? Cracked the sound of Su Chen's heart shattering echoed from his pocket where the spirit of the pen lay motionless. As a flash of white light passed, Su Chen returned to the world outside the painting. Yao, seeing Su Chen emerge, looked at him anxiously and said, "Whiskey God, it seems like this clown is about to wake up. Also, the paintings on these walls have suddenly stopped moving and all the papers look increasingly old." The paintings on the walls have stopped moving? Su Chen looked around, all the portraits gradually turning to ash. Spirit of the pen, what's going on? They can only survive thanks to my ability. Now that my power has significantly weakened, they are about to dissipate. Put the painting of the stick figure you stayed in and the painting of the woman your companion stayed in into my home. Consider yourselves lucky, these two paintings are my masterpieces and have special abilities, the spirit of the pen said weakly from inside the pocket. Whiskey God, your pocket is talking, Yao exclaimed in shock. Oh, pretend you didn't hear, Su Chen said as he took down the spirit's home, placing his good brothers and the painting of the beautiful woman inside. After rolling up the spirit's home and stuffing it into the inner pocket of his trench coat, he took out the pocket watch, leaving the clown alive for now. The immediate priority was to complete the next task. Perhaps modifying the rules would help deal with that castle guardian, and wasting it here would not be good. By the way, how to get Yao out of here? Her inevitable death rule is a troublesome thing. He had always thought she would die here and had never considered this matter. Now leaving Yao here felt a bit wasteful. He would try dragging her along after stopping time. There were only 3 minutes, so he had to make do with this rough method. It might strain his knees, but it should be fine, right? Su Chen looked at Yao, lost in thought. Yao didn't notice Su Chen's strange gaze and nervously asked, God, what should we Do now? There's still a pursuer waiting on the second floor. We can't escape. There is a way to escape, but it will be a bit of a hardship for you, Yao Yao. A hardship for me? Yao Yao instinctively touched the cross in her pocket. Whiskey God, you want me to distract the pursuer on the second floor? No, I just need you to strain your knees a bit. Since you say it's no problem, I'll just be extra careful. Ha! Before Yao Yao could ask, Su Chen pressed the pocket watch. Time stopped. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The dust from the shattered paintings froze in the air. Time stops for 3 minutes. Countdown begins. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen unhesitatingly grabbed Yao Yao and dragged her up the stairs to the second floor. The sound of thumping echoed on the stairs. Forget it, forget it. If her legs get ruined, this tool won't be useful anymore. Su Chen helplessly wrapped his arms around Yao Yao, bending down to carry her legs without letting her shoes touch the ground, taking her down. The entire manor was paused, but the real world was not. The live broadcast did not pause either. The viewers in the live stream went into an uproar during these 3 minutes. Their screens were all frozen. After the clown was knocked out, the camera switched to show other evaders and pursuers, all of whom had been paused by Su Chen. What's going on? Is the camera stuck? Space bug? My god? Can space really get stuck? Is the server overloaded? So it was space that got stuck. I thought my internet was down again. Space can lag? This is really the first time I've heard of it. A stir erupted among global experts. My god, this is a huge loophole. Space can actually lag? Players are lagging too? What does this mean? The limits of space, or could it prove that space is a precise computer and now it has finally shown a flaw? Unbelievable. Is this the first time in hundreds of years that such a situation has occurred in this space? Not necessarily, maybe it has happened before but we just didn't know. As everyone expressed their different emotions, the perspective in the live broadcast suddenly came to life, turning towards Su Chen, who had already carried Yao Yao out of the library and placed her beside the grass. Ha! Why is Whiskey moving? What's going on? System issue? Did Whiskey find some loophole to pause the system? That can't be right, right? Whiskey is clearly making a run for it. How did he manage that? Everyone was puzzled until the system displayed the information about the pocket watch that Su Chen had obtained on the screen. Instantly, it caused a global sensation. What the heck? What is this? Time stop? This can't be real, can it? Does such a skill really exist? So everything they said in the cartoons is true. There really is a skill to stop time. Whiskey must have dominated Europe, right? Other evaders got brooms and stuff, but he got a time-stopping watch. Every half hour, he can stop time for 3 minutes. That's insane, right? This is simply invincible. Whiskey didn't use this ability for the previous 2 hours, which shows how powerful he is, right? Scholars from various countries studying the field of relativity stood up collectively, excited. A groundbreaking moment. A groundbreaking moment. Time can be stopped. Relativity is about to reach a new height. No, part of relativity is going to be overturned. Time is not infinitely continuous. It can also be stopped. My god, what will happen if Whiskey can bring this thing out of the space? If this time stopper can't stop the entire universe but only stops the Earth, what will happen? Everyone was shocked by the last scenario proposed. A catastrophic disaster. Earth time stops, Earth's rotation halts. Mass extinction. No, this item shouldn't be that powerful. Its range might only be as large as a manor. This item shouldn't be able to be taken out. Based on the rules set for us by the space, it doesn't want humanity to go extinct, and the space won't allow an F-level challenger to ultimately obtain such an absurdly powerful item. That's also a rule. Whiskey, who exactly is he? The surprises he brings us are more than in the past hundreds of years. After using the time stop, Su Chen completely disregarded the external impact. What Whiskey did has nothing to do with me. Su Chen, who is Whiskey? He is a god. I, Su Chen, am just an F-level newbie, out there using a secondary account, galloping without fear. After placing Yao Yao on the grass, Su Chen squatted down, waiting for the time stop to end. 3 minutes later, time in the manor resumed. Whiskey, what does knee pain mean? Lying on the ground, Yao Yao felt a moment of dizziness in her vision, then pain signals shot through her knees. It hurts. What's going on? Wasn't she just standing and talking? How did she end up lying on the grass? Teleportation? Does this teleportation come at the cost of knee pain? Ha, is there such a skill? Whiskey, this? Yao Yao sat up, somewhat confused. It's fine, can you walk? Su Chen had no intention of explaining. Why does the tool need to know so much? It's useless anyway. I can, but I need to go a bit slow. Let me catch my breath. Yao Yao, being very understanding, stopped asking and tried to stand up. Alright, let's walk a bit slower, no need to rush, take your time to recover. Su Chen smiled as he helped Yao Yao up and supported her as they walked towards the castle. We need to walk slowly. When it comes time to deal with that castle guardian, you might just be the moving shield. Whiskey, why don't you just leave me behind? I can find a place to wait for you to finish your task. That way I won't hold you back. There's no rush, no rush. We're a team. How could we leave anyone behind? Your value can only be realized within the team. Whiskey God, you're so great. You won't leave me behind like this. Ha, of course not. But after we finish this, who knows? Ha, it's nothing, just keep going your way. As Su Chen and the others hurried towards the castle's cellar under the cover of night, a group of evaders had already arrived here. Big brother, do we really have to go in and look for the treasure chest? It's so dark. Shouldn't we wait until dawn? Or go back to the castle and search again? We've already searched the castle several times. There's nothing there. The treasure chest for the mission is most likely inside here. Once dawn breaks, this place won't be here anymore. We have to go in now and get it. Other teams are gradually discovering the situation with the treasure chest. We need to speed up. Let's go. The cellar was like a pitch-black giant mouth, and as the three stepped inside, they immediately fell silent. 10 minutes later, a beastly roar echoed from the cellar, and 3 toy heads rolled out from within. Player I am the Demon King was killed by the castle guardian. Player I go back to marry Old Wan was killed by the castle guardian. Player I am Old Wan's wife was killed by the castle guardian. Current remaining evaders, 66. Hearing the system's announcement, Su Chen frowned and quickened his pace, dragging Yao Yao along. Had someone already encountered the castle guardian? Did they take the same mission? What was happening over there? If someone defeated the castle guardian first, would their team's mission fail directly? While Su Chen was lost in thought, Yao Yao exclaimed, Whiskey God, look at the chat box. A lot of people have gone to the castle guardian. Ha! A lot of people have gone to the castle guardian? Su Chen quickly brought up the virtual screen and entered the evaders' chat box. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the castle guardian. Su Liang Ben Liang, what do we do? The unknown monsters inside can turn people into toys. Are the 3 toy heads that just rolled out a warning to us? Arthur's little wife, what does it matter if they warn us? We still have to go in and get the treasure chest. We've searched everywhere in the castle, and this is the only place we haven't checked. Oh well, everyone, stop hiding. Our team just needs the castle mission and the library mission to complete everything. You all should be in a similar situation, right? Su Liang Ben. Liang, our team only has the castle mission left. We've completed all the other tasks. I think we should cooperate to deal with the monsters inside. Su Chen looked at the conversations in the evaders' chat box, bewildered. They had completed all the tasks in their other areas? And another team was just 1 task short? How could these people finish such a difficult task so quickly? Were they really that strong? Had they been hiding their strength? That couldn't be. From their previous performance, they didn't seem like experts. If these people weren't hiding their strength, then it was possible that the difficulty of the tasks they completed was different from theirs. Su Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that the tasks they received now were all special favors from the system? Thinking of this, he quickly asked in the evaders' chat box, Whiskey, what were the specific area tasks you completed before? Can you share? Su Liang Ben Liang, wow, the Whiskey God has appeared. Our previous tasks were riding roller coasters and tidying up the classroom during the day. Arthur's little wife, we were about the same, sweeping the school and cleaning the church's cross, stuff like that. Oh whoa, yours were that simple? Our team's tasks were much harder. Just now, our task was to stay within 500 meters of the pursuers. Staying 500 meters away from the pursuers is called a difficult task? Alright, the system is screwing me. Can I file a complaint? I want to complain. Why is it that in the same amusement park their task is to ride the roller coaster, while my task is to hold off the pursuers for 2 minutes up close? Su Chen's internal complaints received a response from the system, and a prompt appeared on his exclusive panel. The system has already stated before the competition began that as a permanent guest of the live broadcast, the difficulty of the game you are in will be significantly increased. The difficulty of the game has been significantly increased? So it's only targeting me. No, it's also targeting Yao Yao, dragging a fellow sufferer into this. Yao Yao, if you sacrifice yourself, don't blame me for treating you like a tool. This isn't my fault, it's the system's. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but nod, feeling a bit relieved about the psychological burden of putting Yao Yao in danger. At this moment, because of Su Chen's appearance, a wave of pleas for help appeared in the evaders' chat box, asking him to help with the castle's cellar. Su Liang Ben Liang, Whiskey God, have you completed the castle's task? If not, we can go together. Arthur's little wife, Whiskey God, please take us. The monsters in that castle look really strong. We can't beat them without a big shot leading us. Big Bad Wolf, the pursuers are very lax in patrolling the castle cellar. We have time to gather and storm the castle cellar. God, you come lead us. He leads? Su Chen's eyes lit up at these words. This group of evaders only wanted to enter the castle cellar to get the treasure chest, completely lacking the intention to challenge the castle guardian. But entering the castle cellar requires a confrontation with the castle guardian. Perhaps I can take this free labor force to challenge the castle guardian. With their strength, we can defeat the castle guardian. That way, the tool and meat shield won't just be Yao Yao. Let's do it. After a brief moment of thought, Su Chen replied in the chat box, Whiskey, you all gather at the cellar, I'll be there soon. I also need to look for the treasure chest inside. Arthur's little wife, great. I can cling to the big shot's leg again. Big Monkey, God, I'll follow you to fight the Castle Guardian. Each of our teams can send one person to follow you. Big Bad Wolf, as long as we have Whiskey God leading us, this is definitely a sure win. Seeing the reactions in the evaders chat box, Suchen nodded in satisfaction. Yao, why don't you go slowly by yourself? I'll go complete the task in the castle first. There are plenty of tools now, so I don't really need you. Yao, ha? You don't need me anymore? There are so many tools? Yao was confused. Didn't the big shot say before that her abilities could only be utilized in a team? How did it change so suddenly? If he teams up with others, does that mean she's not needed? The little accessory felt a pang in her heart. It's not that I don't need you. It's just that you have a more important task to complete. The task of challenging the Castle Guardian will be left to me. Let's divide the work. Su Chen said with righteous fervor. A more important task? I'm going to complete it alone? Yao's eyes lit up. It turns out the big shot still needs the little accessory. Whiskey God, you say it, and I promise to complete the task. Good. Yao, you head back towards the school to look for our treasure chest. I hope to hear the task information of the treasure chest opening before we finish off the Castle Guardian. Su Chen said, ruffling Yao's hair. Use the cross when necessary. Getting the treasure chest isn't hard. I believe in you. After hearing Su Chen's task, Yao paused. I'm going to look for the treasure chest alone? There might still be pursuers in the direction of the school, and if I get caught, I won't be able to complete the task. Plus, it's so dark now. Going to the campus alone is too scary. But since Whiskey God believes in me so much, I will definitely do it. I can't let Whiskey God down. The little accessory also has strength. With this thought, Yao lifted her little face and touched Su Chen's hand, saying firmly, God, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task. When necessary, I will use the cross to protect myself. Yao waved goodbye to Su Chen and turned to run towards the school. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback watching Yao's retreating figure. Why is she protecting herself with a cross? What I mean is, Yao is willing to sacrifice her life to open the treasure chest. She shouldn't have misunderstood. Right? Should I remind her? Forget it. With that look of hers, she must have understood my meaning. Yao should be quite rational, right? She should know which is more valuable, life or the treasure chest. Su Chen thought as he took out the spirit pen from his trench coat pocket. Wake up, you're not asleep, are you? Quickly, tell me what the Castle Guardian is and what its weaknesses are. Woo, do you really see me as just a tool? Don't touch me like that, it's such a hassle to bathe without the purple play lake water. The spirit pen's voice came out from Su Chen's hand, slightly crying. Su Chen restrained himself from touching the pen and urged. Alright, hurry up, tell me about the Castle Guardian's information quickly, time is tight. The Castle Guardian is a large toy made of building blocks and it can change its form at will. Any creature touched by it for 3 seconds will turn into a building block. As long as the head doesn't separate, the person turned into a building block won't die. The way to destroy it is to destroy its core component, which emits a red light every 5 seconds. By the way, its changing forms are indistinguishable from real people. Don't think it simply turns into other building blocks. That's all I know. I usually stay on the 3rd floor of the library and don't come out. The spirit pen finished speaking weakly and automatically jumped back into Su Chen's trench coat pocket, looking completely uninterested in communicating with him. Su Chen also had no interest in teasing her. He was now pondering how to deal with the Castle Guardian. If touching for 3 seconds turns you into a building block and it can change its form at will, it would be troublesome if it mingled with their group. So everyone going in must be careful of others' touches. The condition that the core component emits red light every 5 seconds must be utilized well. As long as he finds an opportunity to take out its core component, he can destroy it. Su Chen thought as he quickly ran towards the castle. At this moment, the global live stream audience had already learned all the details through the live broadcast's God perspective, with countless viewers eagerly anticipating Su Chen's arrival at the castle's cellar. Hide and seek space, make Whiskey God run a bit faster. I'm dying of anxiety watching. How is Whiskey God going to deal with the Castle Guardian inside the cellar? Can't wait. The live stream camera doesn't even show us what the Castle Guardian in the cellar looks like. You say it's turned into a skeleton castle. Are the monsters inside skeleton monsters? Skeleton monsters? Which skeleton monster has the ability to turn people into building blocks and then kill them? Let's wait for Whiskey God to lead the way down to check. Such a large gathering of evaders could not escape the pursuers' notice. As almost all the evaders gathered near the castle cellar, the pursuers' chat box had already begun to celebrate. The knight from the Jean Fatty family, haha, this feels good. I didn't expect this trap to be useful. Now all the evaders have to jump into the trap. Little Jean Jin's wisdom, should we go chase them? Force them all in? The things inside will definitely catch them all. Jean Agile, no need to rush, we can wait for a large portion of them to go down first, then appear and drive everyone who hasn't gone into the cellar down. Little Jean Jin's wisdom, then it's settled. Everyone quietly gathered towards the castle. I feel like we can really clear the level this time. The knight from the Jean Fatty family, what if we run into Whiskey? Should we fight him? No, wait. We shouldn't run into Whiskey, right? He definitely won't stay on the ground. He. After the 6 pursuers discussed a good strategy, they gradually began to move towards the castle. Just as their encirclement plan was about to commence, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the castle cellar. From this point on, almost all the evaders had arrived, except for Yao. Yao! Upon seeing Su Chen, everyone immediately excitedly surrounded him, chattering away. Whiskey God, what do you say? What should we do? Yeah. God, you lead us. Let's go in and fight that monster. Now is the best time. The pursuers haven't reacted yet. We must quickly deal with the castle guardian. Okay. Everyone calm down. Let's all listen to me. Su Chen raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the crowd quieted down, Su Chen immediately said, everyone, I have already gathered some information about the castle guardian. What? The Whiskey God knows about the castle guardian before even starting to fight? Everyone who heard Su Chen's words looked bewildered. God, this is your first time here, right? You just got here and already know the information, someone among the evaders asked in confusion. You all need to read more books. Think about why there's a library here. The books inside aren't just for show. Su Chen began to speak seriously. How could he reveal the matter of the pen fairy? Always keep something up your sleeve. That person was right. The books in the library are useful? That can't be right. I've taken them out and flipped through them. They're filled with incomprehensible scribbles, and the system's translation function doesn't work at all. Yeah, I've looked too, and I can't understand it at all. I used to have a translation skill, but I still can't comprehend it. Someone among the evaders also said in confusion. That's because you're too inexperienced and haven't found the right method. I found a dictionary in there and learned it on the spot. Su Chen said calmly. Learn it on the spot? What the heck? This is ridiculous, right? You can learn it on the spot? Is this what makes a god? It's night, right? I've been to the library. You can't see your hand in front of your face. Did the god find a dictionary in the dark and learn a foreign language? It doesn't seem impossible. As long as your mental attribute is high, you can definitely learn quickly. But the mental attribute has to be at least A level. Could it be that the special item drawn by the Whiskey God has the effect of rapid learning? After a whispering discussion among the many evaders, they barely found a plausible explanation. The audience in the live stream was shocked beyond measure. They had a god's eye view. They basically understood Su Chen's actions in the library. The Whiskey God found a dictionary and learned a foreign language while being hunted by 2 pursuers? Mom, why am I kneeling on the ground? Learning a foreign language in a pitch-black library with a dictionary? Damn, is the Whiskey God even human? I remember the god didn't have anything in his hands on the first floor. He could only have learned it on the second floor. In 10 minutes? Learned a foreign language? Is the big shot trying to fool me? Regarding Su Chen's explanation, experts worldwide reached a consensus through their god's eye view. It's impossible for Whiskey to learn a foreign language in 10 minutes. He is hiding the source of his information. Whiskey must have obtained something on the 3rd floor of the library. This item gave him this information. Pay attention to his trench coat. It seems like something is propping it up from the inside. Now Whiskey is successful. All the evaders here believe him. After all, they don't have a god's eye view and are unaware of Whiskey's movements. Just as the last expert said, Su Chen's words barely earned the trust of all the evaders. After Su Chen detailed the information about the castle guardian, a large number of evaders couldn't wait to rush over and cling to Su Chen's leg, begging him to take them alone. According to the plan, we will split into 2 groups and act separately. The group I lead will specifically deal with the castle guardians, while the second group will search for treasure chests in the castle. The first group is the Desperate Death Squad, and the second group is the Victory Assurance Team. Does everyone agree? Su Chen said with a smile. The Tool Group is ready. If there are no objections, we will start dividing into groups. Su Chen said, spreading his arms to point to his left and right. My left side is the Victory Assurance Team, with 1 member from each team joining. And to my right is the Desperate Death Squad. After ensuring the Victory Assurance Team is complete, the remaining members will be the Desperate Death Squad. If a member of the Victory Assurance Team is killed, a teammate from the Desperate Death Squad will directly replace them to continue searching for the treasure. Countless gazes turned to Su Chen's left side. Clearly, according to Su Chen, the left side seemed far better than the right. One of the evaders couldn't help but speak up. Whiskey God, your plan isn't very good. If that's the case, we all want to join the Victory Assurance Team. Who wants to go to the Death Squad? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, our team is all temporary. Who would want to rely on their teammates? This way, all 3 of us will definitely want to go to the Victory Assurance Team. Exactly. Whiskey God, why not change the approach? Otherwise, the morale here will scatter. Anyway, I'm not going to the Desperate Death Squad. That's clearly a death sentence. The global audience in the live stream also disagreed with Su Chen's distribution method. It seems that Whiskey God's organizational skills are lacking. If this continues, we might just end up arguing for a long time. It appears everyone has their strengths. The god's reasoning and judgment skills are top-notch, but he's lacking in understanding human nature. Why doesn't Whiskey God just take everyone together to confront the castle guardians instead of splitting into two teams? Can someone explain? In response to the last person's question, someone quickly replied below to clarify, dude upstairs, you need to understand that their goal isn't to challenge the castle guardians but to get the treasure. Think about it, if a team mixes in and gets the treasure first, then what if the whole team escapes? Other teams might continue, but the collective morale will be shattered. Everyone will be thinking of not putting in effort and letting other teams take the damage while their own team looks for the treasure. If this continues, the chances of total annihilation will significantly increase. Looking at this clarifying comment, many viewers felt a sense of realization. Someone continued to comment below, isn't Whiskey God's method of splitting into two teams going to avoid this? It seems like the situation you mentioned could still happen, right? One team gets the treasure and then all the members escape, becoming scattered. I haven't thought of a solution yet. Let's see what Whiskey God proposes. He must have considered this method. As expected in the live stream, Su-chen had already thought of a solution to these questions. After waving his hand to quiet everyone down, Su-chen continued, the Desperate Death Squad, as a restraining force, has many people, but they are a tough nut to crack. The Castle Guardians might prioritize attacking the members of the Victory Assurance Team. The danger level for the Victory Assurance Team is definitely higher than that of the Desperate Death Squad. The castle's cellar is very large, and we can't guarantee that we can save the members of the Victory Assurance Team. Additionally, to prevent any team from getting the treasure and collectively escaping, any team that obtains a special treasure chest must not open it within 30 minutes. They cannot inform their teammates about obtaining the treasure in any form. If someone from the Desperate Death Squad runs away first, they will be captured by us to serve as bait to distract the castle guardians. As soon as Su-chen said this, everyone was in an uproar. They all understood Su-chen's intentions. We can't let the members of the Desperate Suicide Squad know who has found the treasure chest. Without knowing whether their teammates have obtained the chest, the members of the Desperate Suicide Squad will strive to hold on until the end. 666. Who says the Whiskey God isn't proficient in human nature and distribution? Step forward and kneel. This distribution is simply amazing. The survival rates on both sides feel about the same now. Those who join the Desperate Suicide Squad might even have a greater chance of survival. If it were me, I would choose the Desperate Suicide Squad, their strength in numbers. Once Su-chen's distribution method was announced, the entrance to the cellar quickly split into two distinct teams. Su-chen looked at the majority of the Suicide Squad and nodded in satisfaction. So many tools, this is enough. Alright, the Suicide Squad will enter the cellar first to attract attention. Let's go. Our Suicide Squad aims high. Our goal is to kill the Castle Guardian. As Su-chen spoke, he waved his hand, standing at the front of the team, leading the Dodgers armed with various weapons into the dark cellar. The feeling of entering the cellar was similar to that of entering a library. Once inside, the light was dim, and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. In such darkness, those who entered could not see the terrain or the specific size of the cellar at all. Everyone, be careful, watch out for the red flashes. Just as Su-chen's voice fell, a flickering red dot appeared ahead in the cellar. A second later, the red dot quickly extinguished. The Castle Guardian has appeared. Everyone, charge. If you encounter it, smash it directly. Destroy the red dot. Su-chen said as he led the charge into the depths of the cellar, towards the location of the flickering red dot. Just as Su-chen was about to get close, an arm reached up from behind him. Brother, I'm so scared. Can I stay with you? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, seemingly belonging to a girl from the Suicide Squad. According to previous training, anyone who got too close would be kicked away. This person is disguised as the Castle Guardian. Sure, give me your core, and I'll take you with me, Su-chen said as he shook off the hand resting on his shoulder and turned around. He reached back. The chest is quite hard. Break for me. Su-chen forcefully thrust his hand into the heart of the Castle Guardian. The blocks shattered. The Castle Guardian's disguise effect broke, transforming into a blocky humanoid. Su-chen grabbed the components from its heart and tore them apart. The destruction of the heart components only caused the Castle Guardian's body to tremble slightly. It seemed to have not sustained significant damage. The core component is not in the heart. Roar! The Castle Guardian, regaining its senses, roared in anger, swinging its hands towards Su-chen's head. Su-chen directly bent down and executed a sweeping kick to dodge the attack, also tripping the Castle Guardian. The Castle Guardian's blocky body crashed to the ground, starting to loosen slightly, with countless blocks separating and scattering across the floor. The viewers in the live stream cheered at the sight. The Whiskey God is amazing. Just entered and already knocked the Castle Guardian down. Isn't that too fierce? I'm a fan now. The Whiskey God's moves make me feel like I could do it too. This Castle Guardian is so trash. How did those three teams get wiped out before? I can't understand. In the castle cellar, the other Dodgers following Su-chen saw the Castle Guardian's pathetic performance, and their eyes lit up. It seems this Castle Guardian has no other strong points besides its special ability. What can restrain it? Just take it down directly. Everyone, charge. Damn. I thought this guy was tough, but it turns out to be trash. Watch me tear you apart. Whiskey God, you take a break. We can handle this kind of person. Quick. It doesn't matter if we can't find the core, everyone just stomp all its blocks to pieces. Upon hearing the words from the Suicide Squad behind him, Suchen immediately smiled and stepped back. Great. This is fantastic. The tools are coming to lie down for the thunder. And they are doing it voluntarily. Yao Yao wasn't this proactive. First, let the tools scout the way. Suchen thought about retreating to a slightly rear position in the crowd to observe the overall situation. Hey, brothers, pay attention. Don't step on the scattered parts on the ground. Don't crowd around. Be careful. 3 seconds. The time in contact with the parts must not exceed 3 seconds. What about the members of the victory team? Hurry. Come in and look for the treasure chest. The faster you find it, the quicker we can exit the battlefield. Suchen's orderly commands had a tremendous effect in the pitch-black scene. The parts of the Castle Guardian were being destroyed one by one. The sound of parts shattering in the cellar kept echoing. Just wait 3 more seconds and the core of the Castle Guardian would shine, allowing them to successfully destroy the Castle Guardian. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A daredevil saw the situation and had other little thoughts. He was the evader codenamed Big Bad Wolf. Big Bad Wolf thought that since this Castle Guardian was so useless, he might as well quietly leave and search for treasure chests throughout the cellar. It wouldn't matter much. After all, it wouldn't be a big problem if he was missing. It was this kind of thinking from Big Bad Wolf that led to the collapse of the entire team. You see, the scattered locations of the Castle Guardian's parts were very concentrated, and over 40 daredevils were attacking the parts of the Castle Guardian in a small area. Searching for parts without touching others was a delicate task, let alone moving positions to get out. Once Big Bad Wolf moved, a big problem instantly arose. In the dark environment, trying to walk out without touching others was an extremely difficult task, unless one had mastered some dragon tail technique. Obviously, Big Bad Wolf did not have such skills. After he bumped into a teammate, before he could explain, a foot flew over and kicked him, sending him crashing into another teammate. Damn! Who touched me? Get lost! Be careful! I don't want to turn into a block. You rogue! Bumping your head into my butt. Get lost! Who's causing trouble here? Who's rolling around on the ground, not afraid of turning into blocks? Hey, why did my hand turn into a block hand? Am I infected? Chaos erupted in the crowd. Countless daredevils turned into block people and began to panic, trying to dodge. Those who hadn't turned into block people kicked away the block people approaching them. The parts on the ground increased, making it impossible to distinguish which were from the Castle Guardian. Damn! Who knocked the part off my chest? How the hell do I piece this back together? It seems like we who turned into parts have no sensation. Hey! Don't kick under my legs. Whose ghostly foot is this? Don't pull my hair. How do you piece together hair parts? It was a mess. Completely chaotic. All the daredevils were in disarray, attacking wildly, body parts flying everywhere. The entire situation had completely collapsed. The night vision live camera kept stopping on various evaders. Chaos was the main theme now. What's that evader's ID? Did anyone see clearly? Whiskey God's great plan has been completely ruined. Why is this evader's key part so long? Can it really be forcibly pieced together? How shameless. These people are killing each other. If the Castle Guardian reacts, won't they all be finished? Suchen had quietly retreated as soon as the chaos began. He was now waiting for the red light to appear, then he would rush in without hesitation for a one-hit kill. These tools were doing great. Such a good opportunity to assemble a brand new body. Would the Castle Guardian be tempted? If he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill on the Castle Guardian, he would not hesitate to exit the cellar, wait for the cooldown of the first mate's pocket watch to end, and then come back in to easily deal with the Castle Guardian using time stop. This is the last resort. After all, the first mate's pocket watch is meant for saving lives, and using a life-saving skill to kill the Castle's Guardian is just not worth it. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, a red light began to flicker ahead. Countless building blocks flew towards the red light on the ground. Now's the time. Su Chen immediately tensed his leg muscles and dashed towards the red light, crashing through all the obstacles in his path. Before the Castle Guardian could react, Su Chen slammed into the central core of the building blocks. Roar! The Castle Guardian, who was assembling a giant block monster, roared and swung its massive block hand down at Su Chen. Crack! A shattering sound echoed. Just as the giant block hand was about to land on Su Chen's head, it instantly disintegrated into dust. Player Whiskey successfully killed the Castle Guardian. All the block components automatically returned to their owner's possession with the system's announcement, and everyone who had turned into blocks returned to normal. In the live stream, over 1 million neatly arranged 666 flooded the screen. Damn, is this the Great God? One-hit kill? Timing was perfect, right? Yeah, if Whiskey had been even a moment later, that block monster would have formed. I thought the Great God was hiding at the back to fish in troubled waters, but it turns out he was waiting for the right moment. I was so shallow. I apologize to the Great God. Whiskey. Enough talk, I'm going to check when the Great God's next match starts. I want to see if I can get lucky and team up with the great god Whiskey. It must be amazing to have such a god leading the way. Just as everyone in the live stream was cheering, the long silent Korean troll reappeared. What good is Whiskey no matter how strong? Ha ha ha. Our warriors from Korea have surrounded you. All the evaders will be trapped in the cellar to die. The final victory still belongs to our great ability users from Korea. Whiskey, just wait to die. The condition for winning this time is not to kill the castle guardian, but to escape the manor. The trolls' words were quickly confirmed on the livestream. 6 pursuers approached the castle cellar from all directions. The audience in the livestream gasped as they saw the figures of the 6. How did they get here so fast? A trap? No way. Just finished with the tiger, and now the wolf is here? The great god Whiskey and the others are completely unaware. They are definitely going to be surrounded. The evaders had not anticipated the swift arrival of the 6 pursuers at all. Those waiting at the cellar entrance for their teammates to secure victory screamed in terror upon seeing the 6 pursuers rushing back into the cellar. Not good. Everyone, 6 pursuers are coming in from outside. We're trapped here and can't get out. It's over, they've found us. The pursuers have blocked our escape route. 6 pursuers are coming? Upon hearing this news, the members of the desperate squad, who had been filled with joy, were immediately assimilated by the panic of those who had just arrived. What? How did they get here so fast? All 6 of them together? How long have we been down here? Did you see it wrong? How could it be 6 together? I didn't see it wrong. It's true. All the pursuers are here. Damn, let's go out and fight them. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. Great god Whiskey, you lead. Everyone was saying this while searching for Su Chen's figure. Where's the boss? Where did the boss go? The great god Whiskey is over there. He seems to be looking for treasure chests. Someone found Su Chen's trace in the darkness and shouted, Great god Whiskey, enemies are coming. This is not the time to look for treasure chests. Oh, if they're coming, then let them come. What's the big deal? Su Chen said, not stopping his search at all. What was he afraid of? He would just stop time and slip away later. Who could catch him? Hey, all the evaders present were collectively dumbfounded. Some believed that Su Chen seemed unaware of the current situation and immediately added, Master, there are 6 pursuers coming together. 6. Not just 1. Yeah. They're about to surround us here. If we don't take action soon, we won't be able to escape. Escape? Why do we need to run? Su Chen said, as he found their team's exclusive treasure chest in the corner of the cellar. That's right. As long as Yao Yao retrieves the school's task treasure chest, all 5 exclusive tasks for their team would be found. So now, they just needed to stall for time in the cellar until the end, then use time stop to leave and complete the task. This challenge was extremely successful. Su Chen thought to himself, satisfied as he held the treasure chest. Looking at Su Chen's calm expression, the others were anxious and restless. Master, if we don't run, what should we do? We're about to be wrapped up like dumplings. Did you not think about this situation when you came here? Su Chen looked at them speechlessly. Everyone exchanged glances and then collectively shook their heads. We thought at most one pursuer would find us here. Master, please think of a way. If it really comes to it, just lead us out to scatter and escape. Yeah, Master, you must have considered this situation, right? You definitely have a way to deal with it. Please help us. As they spoke, the crowd began to walk around anxiously, checking the movements of the pursuers. Seeing this, Su Chen helplessly calmed everyone's emotions. Don't panic. The pursuers who reached here won't come down immediately. Can't we just rest for another 5 or 6 minutes before going out? Look at you all, you're exhausted. If you don't rest, how will you have the strength to escape? Since the pursuers have pushed us to this point, we need to stay calm. If they see you all anxious, you'll die even faster. Stay calm, listen to me, sit down, rest, and after recovering your strength, we can think about other things. Su Chen said as he leaned against the wall of the cellar to rest. The others exchanged glances and sat down, mimicking Su Chen's posture. Master, do you have a plan? Are we supposed to conserve our energy? Whiskey Master, give us a hint so we won't be so anxious. Hey, what do you know? The Master is training us. Haste makes waste. Listen to the Master, rest first. After 5 minutes, the Master will definitely tell us the plan. Did Whiskey really have a way to help these people escape? The viewers in the live stream were a bit skeptical. Is the Master just stalling for the cooldown of the pocket watch skill? Once the skill is ready, he'll make a run for it. That should be it. But if that's the case, the other evaders in the cellar will be caught all at once. Whiskey Master wouldn't do that, right? The Master must have a way to rescue them. Experts from around the world unanimously believed that Su Chen was stalling for time. Even Whiskey has his limits, right? He couldn't have anticipated that 6 pursuers would arrive here so quickly. Whiskey is definitely waiting for the skill cooldown. He absolutely doesn't care about these people's lives. Whiskey has no obligation to help these people. Bringing them to fight the castle guardian is entirely for his own task. Whiskey letting them rest and calm down is also to buy time. Isn't this just a version of the ancient Eastern empty city strategy? Look, the 6 strongmen from the stick country at the entrance of the cellar have hesitated. Just as the last expert said, the 6 pursuers hesitated as they looked at the dark entrance of the cellar. Why is it so quiet down there? Could it be a trap? Well, who knows, maybe Whiskey, who took down the boss, is inside. He might be waiting for us to go down so he can catch us all at once. Why is the castle guardian so quiet? Isn't it supposed to bite anyone it sees with super strength? Could it be that the evaders have been tamed? The 6 of them expressed a hint of hesitation. No, let's block the entrance to this cellar. They will definitely make a move. There's no water or food inside. If it comes to it, we can just starve them here for a few days. Victory will still be ours. Surprisingly, the 6 of them sat down around the cave entrance. What? The experts from the were almost infuriated by the behavior of the 6. These fools. Have they really fallen for the Whiskey's empty city trick? Have they actually given those evaders time to rest? Where's Kimura Jiro? Hurry! Call him over, we need to assign him a few teammates immediately. His IQ has definitely been dragged down by these teammates. Letting Whiskey escape is one thing, but if the others run away too, they can just wait to come back and face punishment. In the castle cellar, everyone looked at Suchen with admiration. Wow, those pursuers really haven't come down. They actually gave us time to recover. The great Whiskey is indeed impressive. If we had started panicking just now, those pursuers might have come down to catch us directly. Alright, we need to quickly adjust our physical condition. Suchen shrugged at this scene. This was the last thing he could do. He had no obligation to take these people away. Good luck to them. 5 minutes later, the first mate's pocket watch had cooled down. Suchen stood up and everyone followed suit. Everyone, let's go. I wish you all good luck. Suchen smiled, placing his hand in his trench coat pocket, pressing down on the pocket watch. Just then, the system's announcement echoed from the sky. Daylight has arrived. Pursuer restrictions have begun. As the system's voice fell, the manor began to undergo strange changes again, returning to its magnificent appearance. In the castle cellar, a beam of light shone down from above Suchen's head. Everyone looked up, and above Suchen was another exit that only appeared during the day. So the great Whiskey had already calculated this. Everyone looked at Suchen, bathed in light, with reverence like that of a deity. Suchen? The global livestream fell silent as they realized they had been too shallow. After the shock, all the evaders looked at Suchen as if on a pilgrimage. Great Whiskey, so you had it all figured out. I was still wondering if the great Whiskey had the ability to escape on his own and leave us behind. Now it seems I really am a worthless person. How could I dare to question the Great One? This is simply a miracle. How did the Great One do it? It will be daylight 5 minutes after defeating the Castle Guardian. This must have been calculated by the Great One long ago. No wonder the Great One told us not to rush. This is a test for us. If we had lost our composure and rushed out, it would have definitely been a dead end. Great Whiskey, we understand now. There aren't many good people like you left. All the evaders said in unison, bowing slightly towards Suchen. The audience in the live stream slowly regained their composure as they watched the scene. I'm not a good person either. When I just saw the Great Whiskey stand up with his hands in his pockets, I thought he was going to leave with the first mate's pocket watch, but I didn't expect. From now on, the Great Whiskey is my idol. There aren't many selfless people like him in the hide-and-seek space. I'm kneeling on the floor and can't get up. This is a miraculous turnaround. Is this really the Great Whiskey? Whiskey is definitely the embodiment of God. He inherited God's wisdom to save all beings in the hide-and-seek space. The global expert group fell silent for even longer. How many times had Whiskey slapped them in the face? It seemed like the third time, right? The pain was scorching. This is definitely not a coincidence. The exit is right above Whiskey's head. How did he calculate this? Could it be that he really learned a foreign language in 10 minutes? I'm starting to believe it. If Whiskey were a person from our country, I would personally go and be his loyal servant. If Whiskey were a person from another country, I would give him a complete body under certain conditions. No. Whiskey can become one of us even if he's not from our country. I've just sent our 18-year-old beautiful spy to Huaxia, using coercion and seduction. Even if I have to kidnap him, I will bring Whiskey to our country. In the castle's cellar, bathed in sunlight, Suchen looked bewildered at the evaders. What happened? Does it have anything to do with me that it's dawn? The sudden appearance of this exit is just a coincidence. Why does this group think I did it? So what should I do? After a brief moment of contemplation, Suchen calmly nodded at all the evaders. That's right, I've laid my cards on the table. I already knew all of this. You all did well. You passed my test. Alright, let's go. We need to leave here. If we don't leave soon, we won't have time to escape. As Suchen spoke, he put the treasure chest in his pocket and then jumped up to another exit of the castle's cellar. Yes. The evaders responded excitedly and followed Suchen out of the castle cellar. Shortly after they left, the 6 pursuers sitting at the cellar door sensed something was off. What are they doing in there? It's too quiet. Yeah, why is there no sound of breathing? I remember that Castle Guardian liked to howl from time to time, right? Why isn't he howling now? Something's not right. Let's go. We need to check it out together. Damn it, why does it have to be dawn right now? The six quickly got up and entered the cellar to check the situation. Upon seeing the skylight at the top of the cellar, they collectively covered their faces and silently walked towards the central square. I think we should stop with those flashy schemes and just wait for the rabbit to come to us. Is this a coincidence, or is our IQ completely outmatched? As much as I hate to admit it, the six of us really can't match Whiskey's intelligence, the knight from the Jean family said as he led the five others quickly towards the central square. On the evaders' side, after Su Chen, who had obtained the treasure chest, escaped first, he immediately chose to leave quickly. He had no intention of waiting for these evaders to come up one by one. These tools had all been used up, and their value was now basically zero. There was no need to mix with them, who had become dead weight. If he didn't run quickly now, he wouldn't be able to escape once they came up. After running to the third floor of the castle and casually entering a room to hide, Su Chen took the treasure chest out of his trench coat pocket and crushed it. Your teammate Yao Yao has triggered exclusive mission 4, Clean Class 3-1. Congratulations, you have triggered exclusive mission 5, Explore the secrets of the castle. The sound rang out twice. Yao Yao also found the treasure chest and triggered an exclusive mission. Great! Yao Yao's tool is quite effective. Wait, why is the mission Yao Yao triggered so simple? Su Chen looked at the system's prompt panel and fell into deep thought. Wasn't it said that the game's difficulty had greatly increased? Cleaning the classroom, what the heck? Did the mission become easier? But that doesn't seem right. My mission to explore secrets is clearly more difficult. Could it be? He suddenly had a guess. Could it be that only his triggered missions are of difficult level, while Yao Yao and the others' missions are of simple level? This system is ultimately only targeting him? With that thought, Su Chen was completely speechless. Forget it, Yao Yao should be able to complete it soon, right? Once she finishes the mission, she will definitely come to the castle to find me. Tool Yao Yao is still quite useful. I'll search while waiting for her. Su Chen thought as he got up, preparing to walk out of the room to look for the castle's special features. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he inadvertently glanced around the room's interior. Why do all these pieces of furniture look so strange? The cup has two handles, and there are two beds in the room that are symmetrically arranged. All the items are identical pairs, and everything is symmetrically aligned along the main door. A paradise for obsessive compulsives. Could it be that someone with severe OCD lives here? Someone who can't stand anything asymmetrical or awkward. Are the other rooms like this too? Su Chen thought as he searched through all the rooms on the third floor of the castle, and as he expected, all the furniture and layouts in every room were symmetrical. If the previous owner of this castle wasn't an obsessive compulsive, then the secret of the castle must be related to these symmetrical rooms. Just in time, I have someone here who is very familiar with the old manor. Su Chen thought as he took out the spirit pen from his pocket and fiddled with it. Spirit pen, are you asleep? Your lady also lives in this castle, right? Is she suffering from severe OCD? Why does everything have to be symmetrical? Woo, stop, don't touch me anymore. The spirit pen trembled, trying to break free from Su Chen's grasp. How could the lady possibly have such a strange illness? Oh, then this time the task in the castle is to investigate the reason for the symmetry. Su Chen pondered. Alright, where is your lady's room? Take me to see it. There might be clues for our task there. Hurry up. Woo, don't touch me. If you keep touching, the film will break. I'll take you. The spirit pen cried out, resisting Su Chen's large hand. Go to the room at the far left of the top floor, that's where the lady resides. The room at the far left of the top floor? Alright, Su Chen said as he continued to feel the spirit pen back and forth. The texture is indeed nice. After spinning the pen a bit, Su Chen quickly ran towards the top floor of the castle, with the spirit pen in hand. The spirit pen, feeling hopeless.jpg at the end of the top floor, there was a small pink door. Su Chen approached to observe closely and found that this door had marks from heavy impacts and cuts. These scars seemed to be made by previous evaders trying to break down this door. Clearly, they were wasting their efforts. This door was much sturdier than they had imagined. Wait, if this door hasn't been opened, why did that group think their treasure chest was in the castle cellar? Spirit pen, is there anything outside that can see inside the room? Can you see inside the room from the outside? The spirit pen, exhausted from struggling, lay in Su Chen's pocket and weakly replied, yes. The entire roof of the lady's room can turn transparent. Perhaps from the castle's rooftop, one can see the interior of the lady's room. This was designed by the lady for convenience in stargazing at night. I see, then it's likely that the transparent skylight above was left open, and the evaders in the castle confirmed that their exclusive treasure chest was not here before heading to the castle's cellar. Su Chen nodded and began to carefully examine the pink door. This door doesn't even have a handle. How do you open it? If you want to enter the lady's room, just place your hand on the door handle and then say "Open Sesame" to get in. Open Sesame? This door is fully automatic? Quite an idea. Su Chen tried placing his hand on the door handle and recited, "Open Sesame." The pink door let out a rumbling sound and slowly opened. Dust poured out the moment the door opened. This room had not been inhabited for a long time. Su-chan cautiously stepped inside, surveying the furniture around him. This lady's room was indeed the most unique in the entire castle. Her cup actually had no two handles, and the furniture was asymmetrical. What does this represent? Su-chan frowned and began to search the entire room for clues. The vanity, the wardrobe, under the bed. After searching through, Su-chan was astonished to find that aside from the furniture, there was only a dressing mirror in this room. Pen Spirit, did that lady leave you behind? I saw her take everything with her when she left, even the clothes from the wardrobe. Well, I'm not really sure about the situation. Ever since that day when the lady sent me back to the third floor of the library, I haven't seen her again. I don't know how long I stayed on the third floor before I met you. This master who can't even provide bathwater, the Pen Spirit said with a tone of grievance. I allow you to modify what you just said. The sinful hand reached out to the Pen Spirit. Woo woo. I was wrong. I'm going to be played with. No. After making the Pen Spirit cry again, Su-chan took down the dressing mirror. The whole room had only one dressing mirror, which was definitely an important clue. But how to use it? Su-chan tried using the dressing mirror to look around the room, but nothing unusual appeared. Could it be that it needed to be used in those symmetrical rooms? He thought about moving the dressing mirror into a symmetrical room on the top floor and used it again to look around. Sure enough, the problem appeared instantly. A centrally symmetric sofa did not show a body in the dressing mirror. The cup with two handles appeared as a normal cup in the dressing mirror. Su-chan tried to touch the mirror surface, and his fingers surprisingly penetrated into the mirror. This dressing mirror can be entered? What kind of world is inside? Wait, shouldn't be that only this dressing mirror is special. It's just that I only found this mirror. Now that I think about it, the windows throughout the manor, aside from reflecting light, can't show any other objects at all. As long as there is something that can reflect objects, one can enter this mirror space. What is inside? While Su-chan was pondering, the system's prompt sounded. Your teammate Yao Yao has successfully completed her exclusive task 4. Yao Yao finished cleaning the classroom? That's great. The tool is back. Yao Yao, hurry to the castle. We really need you to explore the mirror. When Yao Yao arrived at the castle after finishing her task, she encountered Su-chan, who was waiting for her in the castle. Su-chan was even smiling and waving at her. Seeing the scene, Yao Yao was instantly moved. The whiskey god is so nice. Afraid she couldn't find anyone, he even waited for her in the castle. Is there such a good teammate as the whiskey god in the world? Woo woo. Next time, I want to be the whiskey god's teammate again. Tears of joy streamed down Yao Yao's face as she happily rushed towards Su-chan. God, your little pendant is amazing. I found the treasure chest and the task is completed. Not bad. Yao Yao still has some skills. Su-chan smiled and rubbed Yao Yao's head, then handed the dressing mirror behind him to her. What is this, whiskey god? Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise, hugging the dressing mirror with both hands and examining it. Could it be a reward from you, whiskey god? It's so beautiful. I love it. The whiskey god is the best. Su-chan looked at Yao Yao joyfully holding the dressing mirror, feeling a bit confused. A reward? A gift? Do you get a reward for cleaning a classroom? This could be considered a reward. A reward for the tool to start the next task. That's pretty good. Su-chan nodded thoughtfully and smiled, saying, That's right, Yao Yao, this is your reward for completing the task. This reward is very special. It can be entered. This mirror can be entered? Yao Yao curiously touched the mirror's surface, and ripples like water spread across it. Wow! Whiskey god, where did you find this? It's so magical. There's space inside the mirror? How about it? Do you like this gift, Yao Yao? I like it. Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Well, as long as you like it, hurry, take your cross and go inside to see what it's like. There are surprises inside, Su-chan coaxed with a smile. Take the cross inside? There are surprises? Yao Yao felt a hint of unease but still followed Su-chan's instructions. She placed the dressing mirror on the ground, then slowly made contact with the mirror, gradually walking towards it. Yes, Yao Yao, go in and see what's inside. Let me know when you come back, Su-chan said expectantly. Whiskey god, you don't know what's in the mirror? Yao Yao paused just before stepping inside, retreating a few steps in fear. No, wait, God, isn't this a gift for me? How could you not know what's inside? There wouldn't be any strange creatures in there, would there? In her fright, Yao Yao quickly wanted to back out and cling to Su-chan's leg. Seeing that Yao Yao seemed to have realized something, Su-chan quickly squatted down and rubbed her face to ease her tension. What are you thinking? I promise you, my gift has nothing strange in it. Go in and take a look. There's definitely something particularly beneficial hidden inside. I'm not lying. Something particularly beneficial. Su-chan certainly wasn't lying. Once they figured out what was going on in the mirror space, they could complete their 5th task. Completing the 5th task would allow them to find a place to escape, which was, of course, something particularly beneficial. Well, okay then, God, just pull me a bit. Alright, let's see what's inside. If anything happens, just tap my hand, and I'll pull you out immediately, Su-chan said as he tightened his grip on Yao Yao's right hand, then signaled her that she could go in. Something happens? Whiskey God, didn't you say it was very safe? How could something happen? You have to hold on tight to me. Under Su Chen's coaxing and deceiving, Yao Yao successfully began to carry out her next task as a tool. Yao cautiously stretched her head into the mirror space, looking around. It seemed no different from the castle. Whiskey God, this mirror space is just like the castle. Exactly the same. Exactly the same? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen pulled Yao Yao out of the mirror and took her to a symmetrical room in the castle. Yao Yao, why don't you go in here and check it out? Su Chen said as he pushed Yao Yao back into the mirror space. Ha! God! I found something. These strange cups have all turned normal, and there's only one set of furniture left. Sure enough, the mirror space in the symmetrical room had changed. Why was the furniture in the mirror space normal while the furniture in our place was not? Yao Yao had no issues entering the mirror space, indicating that it wasn't very dangerous and could be explored. Yao Yao, let go of my hand, let me in. Let go of your hand? After a brief moment of thought, Yao Yao quickly pulled Su Chen's hand over and hugged him tightly. No, if I let go, what if you leave, Whiskey God? I won't let go. Just come over like this, Whiskey God. Su Chen speechlessly crawled out of the dressing mirror. Oh girl, you still have some use as a tool. How could I possibly discard you? Alright, can you let go of my hand now? No, the little pendant is already on. I can't take it off. Yao Yao shook her head, holding onto Su Chen's hand tightly. It's not night anymore. The daytime pendant is worn on the hand. Well, this little burden has truly grasped the essence of being a burden. Su Chen, speechless, stopped paying attention to her and began to look around the room. The world in this mirror space was infinitely more normal than the original world. The furniture was not bizarre and the windows reflected their images. This made Su Chen somewhat confused about which world was real. Could it be that this was the real world? It wasn't impossible. We had been living in the mirror space before. The world inside the mirror was the real world. The barrier surrounding the manor is the limit of the mirror space. The reason we can't escape the manor is simple. How could one possibly escape the manor in the mirror space? Yao Yao, let's go outside the castle and take a look. Su Chen thought for a moment, then turned and pulled Yao Yao out of the room, heading for outside the castle. Great God, aren't we taking that mirror with us? Yao Yao pointed to the magical mirror in the room. No need to take it, just leave it here. Let's run and explore the manor. Okay. Su Chen pulled Yao Yao out of the castle, and outside the castle, the sun was shining brightly. That's right. There was actually a sun in the sky. This was definitely a real manor. As long as we could run out of the manor's range, it would count as a successful escape. Why hadn't the last task been completed yet? Did we need to find some evidence? What could it be? As Su Chen looked around, Yao Yao suddenly let out a scream. Great God, look at the chat box of the evaders. There's something important. The evader chat box? Su Chen, puzzled, opened the evader chat box on the system panel, which was already flooded with messages from someone called Exit. Awu, the exit is definitely in the central square. Those 6 pursuers have given up searching for us everywhere. They are all guarding the central square, waiting for us to charge in. Arthur's little wife, what should we do? We've searched everywhere else, and there's no exit at all, only the central square hasn't been searched. Big Bad Wolf, what should we do? Let's gather and charge over together? Life and death are fated, wealth is in the hands of heaven. It's all up to luck. Su Liang, feeling cold, wait. Where are we going once we charge over? Have you seen anything resembling a door in the central square? No, right? Whiskey God, are you there? Please enlighten us. 6 guardians gathered in the central square? Is there an exit in the central square? Is there one in our central square? This might be the key to the task. Su Chen thought, his eyes lighting up, and he directly pulled Yao Yao towards the central square. Great God! Wait! We're in the mirror now. There's no escape route in the central square of the mirror. Yao Yao anxiously reminded Su Chen, as she still hadn't figured out the situation. Who knows if we're still in the mirror? You wait here for me, Su Chen said, pulling his hand out of Yao Yao's embrace and leaving her behind as he accelerated towards the central square. Hey! Great God, you can't leave the little accessory behind. Yao Yao hurriedly followed Su Chen. After abandoning Yao Yao, Su Chen's speed increased significantly, and soon he arrived at the central square, which was indeed different from the original central square. In Su Chen's view, there was actually a fountain in the middle of this central square. Upon closer inspection, the bottom of the pool was paved with marble tiles. There must be a patch of water covered by the marble floor beneath those pursuers' feet. Water can also act as a mirror. As long as the evaders over there dig up the marble floor, they can enter the real world where I am now. As Su Chen shouted this, the system's prompt sound instantly rang in his ears. Congratulations! Your team has successfully completed all tasks. The door to escape the manor has been opened for you. Please escape the manor in a reasonable manner. The pursuers were still in the mirror space. Now, as long as we find a wall to climb over, it would count as a success. Phew, wait, Whiskey God, what happened to the little accessory? What happened? How did our task suddenly get completed? Yao Yao ran over, panting, still in a daze. Don't worry about that, let's go to the exit. Now we can walk a bit slower. Tu Yao Yao performed quite well. This round, worth praising. Suchen smiled as he pulled Yao Yao towards the castle's main door. Tu Yao Yao? She had only left for a moment and Whiskey God had completed all the tasks? And found the exit? Yao Yao was confused, her little head completely unable to understand why. She remained in this state until Suchen opened the gate of the manor, preparing to step outside. Wait, Whiskey God, as long as we go out, we can leave the manor? That's right, you go ahead and ensure victory. I still have some things to take care of. Leave? Yao Yao fell into confusion again. Was this how the task was completed? It seemed like she hadn't done anything other than tidying up the classroom. Is this the Whiskey God? Even with a little charm, still carrying on. Alright, Yao Yao, you go first. As the first person to escape the manor, you might get an extra reward. Suchen smiled and ruffled her hair. Overall, this tool was quite handy. It listened to everything, and aside from being a bit clingy, there were no other downsides. Wait, before you go, Whiskey God, could you squat down for a moment? Yao Yao bit her lip and opened her arms. Ha! Suchen squatted down in confusion. The little girl quickly wrapped her small hands around Suchen's neck, kissed his cheek lightly, and then tousled his hair. God, I'm your exclusive little charm. Next time, I'll definitely be on your team. Remember to add me as a friend. Yao Yao said, her face flushed before quickly running out of the manor. Player Yao Yao successfully escaped the manor. Suchen wiped the saliva off his face in disbelief. Was this taking advantage of me? Ha, women. Next time I meet Yao Yao, I won't feel guilty about tricking her. After Yao Yao leaves and ensures victory, I need to take care of some things. Suchen thought as he stood up and opened the chat box for the evaders. Whiskey, go to the castle, I'll take you out of the manor. The first person to escape was a teammate of the Whiskey God. The Whiskey God knows the way to escape. We are saved. Seeing Suchen send the message, the evaders couldn't sit still, all pleading with the fastest hands in their lives for Suchen to take them away. God, we kneel before you. If anyone dares to blacken you again, I'll be the first to bite them. God, I'm on my way to the castle. Arthur's little wife. God, I can warm your bed. I'm also on my way to the castle. After we escape, let's add each other as friends and have fun. The big bad wolf. Whiskey God, we've reached the castle area. Please guide us. Su Liang, who is usually cool. Haha. I see that group of pursuers is completely confused. Whiskey God is amazing. I'm on my way. Please, take me in. In the global live broadcast room, all the viewers were baffled by the current situation. After Suchen left, the camera shifted to the 6 pursuers who hadn't seen Suchen's series of actions. What happened? How did the Whiskey God know the escape method? I remember the god was still doing the last task, right? The treasure chest was just obtained. The 5th task was completed in just a few minutes? Is it because the task was too easy? But that doesn't make sense. I've seen the Whiskey God's tasks before, and they were all particularly difficult. There's no reason the last task would be easier. Yeah, the Whiskey God's tasks are all of heavenly difficulty. How could he finish so quickly? He completed the 5th task in just a few minutes and found the treasure chest too? Almighty Space Lord, can you please post all 5 of the Whiskey God's tasks? I beg. You, count me in. Same request. After a flood of comments requesting this, the live broadcast screen displayed all 5 of Suchen's tasks on the public screen. Except for the exclusive task 4, the other tasks had their difficulty levels marked by the system. The 5th task was even labeled as the most difficult. The Whiskey God completed the most difficult task in just a few minutes? What kind of brain is this? Exploring the secrets of the castle? What secrets does the castle have? How to explore? None of this was mentioned. Can such a task be completed so quickly? I looked around. Aside from the 4th task of cleaning the classroom, I can't complete any of the others. You should compare the Whiskey God with the other teams. The Whiskey God cleared Hell mode, while the other teams are still stuck in Easy mode, waiting for the Whiskey God to lead them. How can there be such a huge gap between people in a game like this? The expert groups from around the world reacted similarly to the audience. They also couldn't figure out how Suchen managed to find a way to escape so quickly. Coincidence? Luck? Damn it. Please don't use these words to deceive yourselves anymore. The Whiskey God can't possibly have no reputation in the world. The secret of the castle? How did he complete such a broad task in just a few minutes? If I went in, under the best circumstances, it might take me a day to figure it out. We, hundreds of experienced players, analyzed for over 2 hours from the god's perspective in the live stream and couldn't find the exit. How did he, the Whiskey God, find it in just a few minutes? If he's an F level, I'll eat this computer screen on the spot. I mean it. In the analysis room of the Bear Country, Augustine silently stood up, preparing to leave. The person in charge of the conference room in Bear Country quickly grabbed him and asked, "What's wrong, Augustine?" There's no need to keep watching. The Whiskey God has already successfully escaped. I need to go back and prepare for my next hide-and-seek competition. Augustine, have you figured out the Whiskey God's method? No, I have no clue how he escaped. He's too strong to lighten my psychological burden. A bit. I'll watch the recording later. Augustine didn't even know how the whiskey god escaped? He actually felt fear towards the whiskey god? Everyone present exchanged glances, and after a moment of collective silence, they all turned their attention back to the live stream. Almost everyone was discussing how Su-chen managed to do these things, but after much discussion, there was no conclusion, and in the end, they could only shift their gaze back to the screen showing the evaders' chat group, which seemed to have no intention of replaying, leaving it to the whiskey god to reveal the answer himself. About 3 minutes later, Su-chen's message appeared again. In the evaders' chat box. Whiskey, has everyone arrived at the castle? You should all be there, right? Those who have arrived should go to the room on the left side of the second floor of the castle. There's a mirror inside, and you can crawl through it. Through the mirror, you can reach the real manor. In the real manor, just find any wall to climb over, and that counts as escaping the manor. Crawl into the mirror? The real manor? The real manor is inside the mirror? Then, where we are is the mirrored space. Everyone who saw Su-chen's message felt a sense of enlightenment. No wonder we couldn't escape. It turns out we've been in the mirror all along. Climbing out of the manor from the mirror is completely useless. A mirror? Right. It seems we haven't seen anything like a mirror in the manor. This manor doesn't even have reflective windows. Thinking about it this way, the rooms in the castle are reminding us of this. All the furniture is symmetrical. Doesn't that imply a mirror? My god, how did the whiskey god discover this so quickly? I'm really kneeling. All the evaders quickened their pace, running towards the room Su-chen mentioned. In the live stream, they scrambled to crawl into the dressing mirror, arriving in the sunny manor. Looking at the bright sun outside, everyone suddenly agreed with Su-chen's words. This is the real manor. After experiencing a long darkness, all the evaders were moved to tears as they looked at the sun in the sky. Whiskey god can be slandered in every way, but no one dares to tarnish his noble character. In all the time I've played in this space, I've never seen anyone uphold such noble character like Whiskey God. I really have become a little fan of Whiskey God. CPDD. After giving all the evaders away out, Su-chen pulled out the pen spirit from his trench coat pocket. Hee. Woo woo. No, please, it really won't wash off later. I'm going to die again soon, just let me be, woo woo. The pen spirit cried. Who said you have to die once? It's just a special rule, I changed it for you. Changed it for me? Don't joke around. Everyone's rules are unique, how can they be changed? Just let me quietly accept death once, the pen spirit said somewhat dejectedly. How about we make a bet? What if I can change it? Does that mean I can switch whenever I want in the future? Betting sounds good. How could you possibly change my rules? If you can't change them, you have to agree to my 100 rules. Alright, you can say as many rules as you want. Su-chen smiled and casually modified the pen spirit's fatal rule, then quickly walked out of the manor. Player Whiskey successfully escaped the manor. Player Pen Spirit successfully escaped the manor. Hee, it feels so different from the spinning pen I played before. When playing with the spinning pen, I was afraid it would drop, but with you, I have no such worries. If you stick to my finger, if it drops, it will be even dirtier. In Su-chen's exclusive space, the bewildered pen spirit was spun around and around by Su-chen. It's impossible, my exclusive rule is to escape the manor. And escaping the manor must involve dying once. Why am I completely fine? Whoa, this isn't right, stop spinning, my head is dizzy. The pen spirit jumped out of Su-chen's finger and transformed into a stunning girl in mid-air. She was no longer wearing a veil, and Su-chen could see the tears filling her eyes. But, so what? Losing means keeping the promise. Does crying help? No. Hey, why did you turn back into human form? This is no fun, turn back. Are you planning to have me spin around while you hold me with both hands? Su-chen said, pinching the pen spirit's little face. The pen spirit pouted, feeling utterly desolate. How did she end up signing that contract? How did she end up with such a master? Woo. It feels like she'll often be exploited as a tool in the future. No wonder the lady said one must never become a tool. It turns out being a tool is so miserable. Every day being spun around, and the bathwater and drawing paper can't even be the best. The pen spirit shook her head stubbornly and said, I won't change, after an hour, I'll automatically turn back. You promised to take me to eat delicious food, and I'll turn back after I finish eating. I want to eat soup dumplings, steamed buns, a treasure porridge. The pen spirit said, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corner of her mouth. Alright, when we get back, you can eat whatever you want, but we need to agree in advance that after you come back with me, there are some rules you must remember clearly. If you make a mistake, you won't get anything at all. What? Rules? The pen spirit hurriedly listened closely upon hearing Su-chen's words. If she made a mistake, would she not even get to eat? That wouldn't do. It had been so long since she had eaten something delicious. First, when outside, don't call me master, call me Su-chen. Second, after turning into human form, keep your mouth shut. No matter who talks to you about space matters, don't respond. Especially regarding my code name, Whiskey. If you don't follow this rule, you'll never get to eat delicious food again. Looking at Su-chen's serious expression, the pen spirit wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and nodded vigorously. Got it, Su-chen. Yes, that's it. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at his virtual screen. Once I finish the settlement, I'll take you out for some good food. Okay. The pencil ghost's eyes sparkled as it nodded vigorously. Welcome back to your private space. The second hide-and-seek challenge is starting to settle. Congratulations to player Whiskey and his team for being the first to clear the mysterious manor at the highest difficulty. In the hide-and-seek showdown, Escape the Manor, Whiskey's performance was outstanding. While clearing the game, he, as an F-level novice, killed an A-level pursuer and identified the mole, completing all side quests. He ultimately received a perfect score, SSS level. Another global announcement. Everyone listening to the looping announcement in the space was collectively stunned. This is already the second time Whiskey has received the SSS level reward, right? Damn, before he showed up, we all thought the highest score in the space was S level. This SSS level score is definitely related to the speed of clearing. Otherwise, Whiskey wouldn't get such a high evaluation. After all, he didn't kill all the pursuers. Damn, watching Whiskey's livestream makes me feel like those so-called god-level pursuers are just noobs. Whiskey always gives me the feeling that I could do it too. Whiskey has successfully given me another assignment. The teacher asked us to write a 2,000-word analysis report on Whiskey's operations in the showdown. After the officials from various countries received this news, they almost simultaneously issued the highest directive to make Whiskey's livestream a compulsory course in schools for those under 18. Learning from Whiskey should start from childhood. If the youth of our bear country can learn even a bit of Whiskey's skills, there will be more people who can protect the home and the country. Through this livestream, it can help these children who have not yet experienced or are about to experience understand the cruelty of the space better. By the way, our spy has already infiltrated that Yuchuan High School in Huaxia. Whether Whiskey is there, we will confirm quickly. The shocking global broadcast outside was something Su Chen had long gotten used to. It was about Whiskey. What did it have to do with him? Compared to the global broadcast, he was more concerned about the reward he was about to receive. Congratulations on completing your second task. The rewards you have received are as follows: Space Entertainment Mode activated, Friends Social Mode activated, randomly assigned attribute points 10 points, SSS level growth item, Pencil Ghost, Universal Skill, Cell Electrotherapy. As a guest in the livestream, you have received a performance score of 40,000. You will receive an additional excellent reward. Congratulations on receiving a commendation from the space avatar. Only 10 points for randomly assigned attribute points? Could it be that this glutton took a large part of my reward? That makes sense. After all, it's an SSS level reward. I should use her more as a tool to make up for my losses. Cell Electrotherapy and Avatar? System, check the specific effects of these two skills. Cell Electrotherapy stimulates cell activity, temporarily increases all attributes of the body, has slight negative effects. This skill can be used in any match as a universal skill. Avatar can load virtual character models in the real world, can transform into Whiskey's character model. Cell Electrotherapy? It seems like an explosive life-saving skill. I'll test the negative effects on the Pencil Ghost later. The avatar can serve as a disguise, but its current utility is limited. I need to be very cautious about Whiskey's appearance in the real world. Let's allocate the attribute points as usual. System, raise all my three-dimensional attributes to 15 and my mental attribute to 30. As Su Chen's words fell, he suddenly felt a surge of hot energy enveloping his body. Congratulations! Your life level has risen from F level to E level. Keep up the good work. F level to E level? So fast. This is my second hide-and-seek mission. System, check my attribute panel. Whiskey attribute panel. As follows: a codename, Whiskey level, E grade physique, 15 points spirit, 30 points strength, 15 points agility, 15 points distributable points, 4 points title, livestream regular guest, heavenly lucky star skills, cell Electrotherapy, transformation item, Pen Fairy. Not bad. I've made another step closer to becoming a quadrilateral warrior. After familiarizing himself with his rapidly increasing strength, Su-chen pulled the Pen Fairy, transforming it into a beam of white light, and returned to the real world. 5 hours, just in time for dawn. While my sister is still asleep, let's take the Pen Fairy out for a meal. Su-chen was directly sent to his familiar bed by the space, while the Pen Fairy crashed down onto him from midair. Food. Hurry. Su-chen, quick. I don't have much time to transform, the Pen Fairy said excitedly, preparing to pull Su-chen up from the bed. Keep it down, someone is sleeping. By the way, it's just the right time to try out my new skill. Su-chen smiled as he held the Pen Fairy's hand down. What new skill? The Pen Fairy asked, confused. Cell Electrotherapy. A slight electric current flowed from Su-chen's hand, affecting the Pen Fairy. Her ears suddenly turned red and her cherry-like lips parted slightly. Seeing her like this, Su-chen had a bad premonition. His hands quickly moved to cover her mouth just as she was about to speak. In Su-chen's room, the muffled cries of the girl quickly faded away. What skill did you use on me? The Pen Fairy touched her frizzy hair in confusion. Just a little appetizer, so you can eat a bit more later, Su-chen said, trying to distract her. Goodness, confirmed that the side effect of this electrotherapy is to stimulate excitement in the cerebral cortex and hair will frizz. under slight electric stimulation. Luckily, I tested it on a tool first. I can't have my hairstyle messed up. Su-chen watched as she unconsciously touched her own hair, then immediately felt the pen fairy's angry gaze. Ahem. Anyway, don't worry about your frizzy hair. Are you still going to eat? You only have half an hour left. Only half an hour left? Hurry up. I haven't eaten in ages. Quick. Slurp slurp. What do you want to eat? Su-chen said as he got up, carefully leading the pen fairy out. Soup dumplings, I want to eat everything. Hurry. Su-chen, let's go fast. Half an hour later, Su-chen painfully put his wallet back in his pocket, leaving the breakfast shop with a plump paintbrush. Goodness, you can eat so much? You've eaten up 2 months worth of my pocket money. Over 100. Su-chen lamented, relieved that the pen fairy only ate for half an hour. If she kept going, he would have to walk to school from now on. 2 months' money? I can't eat snacks for the next 2 months? No way. I only ate half full, and tomorrow I won't even get half full? You only ate half full? You want to continue tomorrow? Su-chen was shocked. Raising a pen was harder than he imagined. For a long time to come, his wallet would have to stay this thin. Tomorrow I'll buy you a bag of chips as your snack for the day, no more than that. If you eat more, you'll bankrupt me. Chips? What's that? Slurp, can I have 2 bags? Or 3? 5 bags. Su-chen, 5 bags, okay? You're the best. Master the pen fairy rolled around in Su-chen's hand, acting cute. Acting cute won't work. If you can't get the dowry from Suya later, you'll only have half a bag tomorrow and we'll split it. What's a dowry? The pen fairy asked, somewhat confused. The money my sister Suya set for me to marry. She used this excuse to take all my pocket money, giving me only $100 a month, taking everything else. I used to have a little savings, but since the dowry was established, all my private money is gone. Su-chen shrugged helplessly. Su-chen had no money, which meant I had no snacks to eat. How terrible. The pencil ghost thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. Su-chen, why don't you marry me? If you marry me, can you get your wife's dowry? If you marry me, can we eat whatever we want? Hee, a tool person doesn't deserve it. Do you know what wife means? Su-chen asked, speechless. I don't know, what is a wife? You don't know and you still ask? Alright, there will be food for you every day. When you get home later, just pretend to be a paintbrush and don't get found out. Okay, so does that mean there will be 5 bags of chips tomorrow? Slurp, hey, don't spin me around now, I just finished eating. The two joked and laughed their way home, and before entering the door, Su-chen stuffed the pencil ghost into his pocket. Sister, I'm back. There was no response in the room. Did she go to work? Su-chen looked around as he entered, and on the dining table, he found 300 yuan bills and Suya's note. Su-chen, sister has urgent work to do today and we'll be back in 2 days. This money is for your meals in the next 2 days. If you have nothing to do at home, go to school and bother the little sister. The second hide-and-seek challenge must wait for sister to come back before starting, okay? If I find out you went to bars or places like that, be careful I break your legs. I will supervise you with video calls from time to time. Also, remember to wash all my clothes, okay? I'll say it again. Don't wash socks with the others. Lastly, love you. Goodness, what movie? Have I done such things? What does it mean to go to school and bother the little sister? It should be the little sister bothering me. At school, right? People are just too handsome and excellent to have such troubles. Su-chen sighed as he thought about it and walked into the bathroom to start washing Suya's clothes that had piled up for a few days. How old are you? Still wearing bear-patterned pants? Women are troublesome. How come there are so many socks and clothes? Luckily, they smell nice. Washing them together should be fine, right? While dealing with Suya's pile of clothes, the fat guy sent a message. Wang Sanpang, Musy, hurry. Come to school with Fat Master to show off. The little schoolgirls are waiting for us. We're just waiting for you. We are definitely the most eye-catching guys in the whole school. Forget it, you go show off by yourself. I'm not interested. After I pick up my bag from school, I'm going home to sleep. Su-chen replied with voice messages while scrubbing Suya's clothes. Hey, Musy, let's not be so boring. Wealth should not be forgotten, like wearing fine clothes at night. Now we are quite the figures in the school, shouldn't we show off a bit? Today the school is very lively. That hideous student council president is holding some kind of challenger exchange meeting, inviting many college challenge masters to give lectures. Many of these masters are super pretty girls. It would be a pity to miss out. This exchange meeting will also have a flea market selling all kinds of strange items produced in the space. A flea market? Items produced in the space? Su-chen felt a bit interested. Okay, wait for me at the school gate, I'll be there soon. Wang Sanpang, alright, see you at the school gate. After quickly handling Suya's clothes, Su-chen changed into casual clothes and went out to take the bus to the school gate. Hey, Musy, over here, by the parking space next to the school gate. The fat guy in a black leather coat was waving frantically at Su-chen. Fatty, are you trying to suffocate yourself wearing a black leather coat in this hot weather? Su-chen said, speechless, as he walked over to the fat guy. Hey, didn't you notice that this outfit looks very familiar? Wang Sanpang said as he shook his coat and wiped the sweat off his face. Familiar? Su-chen looked him up and down, shook his head. Who are you pretending to be? You're so fat I couldn't think of it for a moment. Hey, can't you tell? Did you watch the live stream of the Whiskey Master last night? Wang Sanpang said as he took a hat out of his trench coat pocket and put it on. After my live stream last night, Su-chen looked at Wang Sanpang in confusion from head to toe. Goodness, isn't that the detective outfit from the previous space? Ah, when the fat guy put on this outfit, I almost didn't recognize him. No way? Fatty, I remember the Whiskey Master didn't wear this color, right? And he definitely didn't wear it this thick. Su-chen reminded the fat guy with a bit of speechlessness. Oh, the Whiskey Master's trench coat in the same color sold out in minutes. I, Fatty, was quick on my feet and snatched this one at 5 times the price. Now, there are no such trench coats available nationwide, or even abroad. They're all out of stock. All the clothes worn by the Whiskey Master are sold out. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Hurry, our moment to show off is coming. Wang Sanpang said as he hurriedly beckoned Su-chen to run into the school, heading towards a teaching building. Where are we going? Why are we heading towards the sophomore area? Isn't the exchange meeting in the teaching building? Su-chen followed Wang Sanpang, feeling a bit confused as they walked towards the sophomore floor. Of course not, the exchange meeting is in the playground. We're just passing by, and later we have to pass by the senior section too. Wang Sanpang said as he tugged at his black trench coat, puffing out his chest, ready to walk past the sophomore classrooms. We're just passing by? We took a huge detour, okay? What are you up to? Su-chen had a bad feeling about Wang Sanpang's behavior. Just here to show off a bit and then leave. Good bro, you need to act accordingly later. Whether Fatty can hook up with a girl depends on you. I found out that all the sophomore students are going to rewatch the Whiskey Master's first live stream today, and I'm in that live stream. Newsy, let's go, Fatty said, flipping his trench coat and shouting at the entrance of a classroom. Hey, isn't this the competition I participated in? They're still broadcasting the recording. My collaboration with the Whiskey Master was pretty good. All the students from a certain sophomore class stared at him. Oh, Su-chen, every time I see this recording, I can't help but sigh. You know, luck is the most important thing for a person. I, Fatty, got to team up with the Whiskey Master and I gained 3 attribute points in my first game of hide and seek. 3 attribute points. Just a bit less than that. Guy named Zeus, Fatty said, constantly glancing into the classroom, his gaze automatically filtering out the boys and focusing on the girls. Damn. Su-chen was speechless, turning his head to look at the sky, pretending he didn't know this guy. Along the way, thanks to his invincible thick skin and his connection with Su-chen, Wang Sanpang really caught the attention of a few little fans. A few times he even went in to act as a lecturer, fooling those boys and girls who hadn't started the hide-and-seek challenge yet. After finishing his talk, he shamelessly left a contact number, saying they could reach out to him if they needed anything. Wang Sanpang's show-off career peaked in the senior class that hadn't started their challenge yet. In his words, he had already become the Whiskey Master's little brother and even got the Whiskey Master's contact information. Seeing that Fatty had no intention of heading to the playground, Su-chen greeted him and chose to go on his own. With Fatty's show-off antics, there was no way it would stop in just one morning. The name of whiskey wasn't so easy to borrow, and this guy wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. Su-chen shook his head and walked towards the playground. A gathering of challengers in the hide-and-seek space? Items in the hide-and-seek space? Can I pick up some leftovers? Shortly after Su-chen left, a glamorous beauty dressed as a professional secretary stopped Wang Sanpang, who was preparing to head to the next classroom to show off, in the hallway. Little brother, I heard you know some things about whiskey? I'd love to hear. Can we have a good chat? Just behind the teaching building. Just a moment, the enchanting beauty said, slightly bending over. Alright, let's go. I can stay as long as you want. Wang Sanpang's eyes were nearly popping out, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Then, let's go. A strange dark light flashed in the beauty's eyes as she pulled the chubby guy towards the back of the teaching building. Su-chen was still completely unaware of what was happening to Wang Sanpang. He had now arrived at the playground, joining this so-called challenger exchange meeting. There were indeed quite a few people here. The range of invitees seemed quite broad, but Su-chen saw no fewer than 30 challengers in their 20s. Wang Sanpang mentioned something about beautiful senior sisters, and there were indeed many. However, Su-chen was not interested at all. After entering, he headed straight for the flea market. What could possibly attract him more than items produced in space? After pushing through a few students who were just watching the excitement, Su-chen entered the flea market of this exchange meeting. All the stall owners were selling their goods in a street vendor style. Most of the vendors were young, likely challengers from a local university. The sounds of hawking filled the air. Unparalleled divine weapons. Unparalleled divine weapons. Cuts through iron like mud. Can sever hair with a breath. $100 each. Blind boxes are open. It's all about luck. 500 for one. Herb exchanges. Private chats upon meeting. Herbs? Divine weapons? Su-chen looked around with some interest but quickly became disappointed. The level of this exchange meeting seemed limited. Cuts through iron like mud? he could tear apart iron blocks without much trouble. What high-tech weapons, or a knife favored by some big shot in a space entertainment mode? After looking around, he found nothing useful. This flea market seems to have nothing good. I've wasted a whole day of sleep. Forget it, I'll go back to the classroom, pack up, and then head back to sleep. Just as Su Chen was thinking of leaving the flea market, a few small black collars slowly approached the edge of the crowd, carrying a fainted person. What was going on? Seeing that there were quite a few people around the small black collars, Su Chen used his detective skills from his past life to blend in with them. What detective hasn't taken on a lucrative case of infidelity? Those who know, know. As Su Chen moved behind a few small black collars, he overheard their conversation. Hey, how many mice is this now? There have been mice running around here every day lately. The prison can't even keep them in. We can't catch all these mice. Who knows how many are in here? Why did the higher-ups agree to hold this exchange meeting? Isn't this just adding trouble for us? Keep your voice down, there are still people around. We can't rule out that there are mice among us. Hearing this, Su Chen pretended to be a passerby and slowly moved away from the small black collars. Mice? Spies? Was this exchange meeting tacitly approved by the authorities? Why? To catch all the spies in one net? What was the special department planning? To lure me or the spies lurking in the shadows out? In the special department's branch, a marked document lay on the table of the python. The greedy wolf organization has infiltrated. Traces of the wolf of Wuhan University have appeared near Yuchuan Middle School. After naturally leaving the small black collars, Su Chen prepared to leave the exchange meeting and head home immediately. If not now, then when? This exchange meeting looked like a byproduct of a conspiracy. After the meeting started, the student council president that Wang Sanpang mentioned had yet to show up, and aside from a few students who came to do manual labor, not a single person from the organizers had appeared. The entire exchange meeting was in a chaotic, self-developing state. What was their purpose? To concentrate the spies and those of us who participated in the first hide-and-seek competition. It had to be that way. The special department wanted to eliminate all spies at once and find the whiskey. In what way? There were so many students here besides the spies. These students are all civilians. Is searching for spies on a large scale in this situation equivalent to disregarding the lives of civilians? Not every spy can be a rookie. As soon as the little black collars and the spies start fighting, there will inevitably be huge casualties here. What exactly should the little black collars do? How are they going to find me and catch all the spies without harming a single civilian? Forget it, who cares? As long as I slip away now, nothing will have anything to do with me. How great would it be to just stay home and sleep? As Su Chen was thinking, a rapid mechanical warning sound suddenly rang out ahead. Mechanical failure. Please be aware of reversing. Please be aware of reversing. Quick, get out of the way. The wheels are out of control. What the hell? Su Chen looked up and saw a black-haired loli in a school uniform, sitting in a wheelchair, frantically waving at him from ahead. Her wheelchair was making a loud mechanical grinding sound and accelerating rapidly towards Su Chen. A wheelchair could lose control? And go so fast? Su Chen didn't have time to think. He immediately darted to the side, and as the wheelchair sped past him, he grabbed the girl and lifted her from the runaway chair. The runaway wheelchair crashed into a tent with a loud thud, sparking and shattering into pieces. The booming explosion of the wheelchair was like a signal. Apart from the surrounding crowd, some of the conversations at the exchange meeting instantly ceased. A portion of the little black collars scattered throughout the venue turned their attention. What's happening? Are the spies starting to move? No, a girl's wheelchair went out of control. Go check her identity and also the young man next to her. What great skills! In such an emergency, he not only dodged the wheelchair but also single-handedly rescued the person on it. He looks to be around 18, doesn't he? Lifting a person with one hand, that arm strength is a bit terrifying. Go check him out. After whispering among themselves, the little black collars mixed in the crowd turned and left. Once the onlookers realized what had happened, they immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. Wow, that's amazing. He can lift a person with one hand, so much boyfriend power. Which senior is that? A master from the absolute space. I just saw him grab someone from a runaway wheelchair and then calmly get out of the way. Ha, isn't that Su Chun from class 4? Their class had a hide-and-seek game with the great whiskey. That kid seems to have gained a lot of benefits. As the last person spoke, more eyes turned to Su Chen. A game with whiskey and gained a lot of benefits? This guy must have put all his attribute points into strength, right? He looks so thin, but his first reward must have been very generous. Boss, why haven't our operations started yet? Soon, soon. As long as whiskey is truly in this city, I'll make him pay. Oh, by the way, was that little chubby guy dealt with? Don't worry, boss, I gave that guy some medicine, and he's reciting the 3-character classic behind the teaching building. If we run into that kid later, we'll take him out too. Su Chen suddenly felt the change in atmosphere caused by the sudden incident. This solidified his thought, this is no place to stay. Su Chen thought about it and carried the girl, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock, to a nearby tent where someone had thoughtfully provided a chair. Thank you, I almost had an accident. The lowly, whom Su-chen had set down, let out a sigh of relief and quickly explained this wheelchair was fine, but suddenly it seemed to hit something and lost control. It's nothing. Just be careful next time. Call your companions. You didn't come alone, did you? Well, I'll call them. I heard you were with Whiskey. Before Lowly could finish her sentence, Su-chen had already turned and left. Was he in a hurry? Why so anxious? She had wanted to ask him if he had any information about the Whiskey deity. Yao Yao sighed and took out a phone with Su-chen's picture on it, dialing a number. Hello, Sister Cobra. Help me in the principal's office of Yuchuan School. The woman codenamed Cobra helplessly put down the phone in her hand. Boss, Yao Yao didn't listen to advice and ran in. Should I go bring her out? No need, let Yao wait there for now. It's not good for you to appear outside right now. Senior Suya has already gone to the TV tower in the city center. Our plan is about to start. This will be a great experiment. If successful, Senior Suya will have the chance to be promoted to an S rank that no one has ever reached. Our voice in the space will greatly increase. In the principal's office, Python looked in admiration towards the direction of the city center TV tower. What? Senior Suya is going to be promoted to S rank? Isn't our mission to catch spies and find Whiskey? Boss, why have you never told us about this? The 5 members of Cobra looked at Python in shock. How come they had never received this news? Have you heard about the traitor in our organization? Traitor? The 5 exchanged glances, and Cobra said incredulously, Boss, you can't be suspecting that there's a traitor among us, right? We've been your teammates for life. Yeah, boss, we've been sisters since kindergarten. How could there be a traitor among us? I said the same to my superior. For safety, they don't allow me to disclose anything to you, Python said with a bitter smile, turning to show her apology, revealing a blood-red chain on her arm. This is a spell that Senior Suya brought back from a high-difficulty world in the hide-and-seek space. The loyalty spell. As the keeper of the spell, I cannot disclose any related information. The spell will only expire in 20 minutes. So that's how it is. Cobra adjusted her glasses. Then what is our real mission? To restrain the greedy wolf organization and, when necessary, sacrifice our immunity to help Senior Suya succeed in her advancement, Python said as she summoned her bow. What about Whiskey? He's just a shield, used to cover Senior Suya's advancement. If Whiskey is really an 18-year-old boy and in our country, I believe he will make the right choice in the upcoming events. 15 minutes until all combat preparations. By the way, tell Yao Yao to find a place to hide. A big change is about to happen here, Python said as she drew her bowstring, aiming at the school playground. Yes, I'll call Yao Yao and let her wait in the tent. After returning to the classroom and tidying up his things, Su-chen didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately headed towards the school gate. Just as he was about to reach the gate, his phone rang in his pocket. It was a call from the fatty. Hello, fatty, I have something to take care of. I'll talk later. At the beginning of man, nature is good. The sound of Fatty's clear reading came through the phone. What are you doing, Fatty? Which grade are you in? Are you even in class? Su-chen was speechless. Nature is similar. Habits are far apart. If not taught. The gradually emphasized words came from the phone. Su-chen frowned and stopped. Something was off. There was a sense of coercion in those words. Fatty, can you say something else? What's next to you? At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Can't say anything else? Fatty, are you still in the teaching building over there? In the 3rd year? Read a bit more fluently if you're here. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Still over by the senior year teaching building. Right now, the seniors are in class, and the fat guy should be hiding in a place where no one has found him yet. There are very few places that meet these 2 conditions. After a brief moment of thought, Su-chen quickly asked, behind the teaching building, or in that restroom? At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. The first sentence has emphasis. Behind the teaching building. This is really messing with my mindset. I told you to keep a low profile, now you're going to face the consequences. Just wait, I'll come to rescue you soon. Su-chen helplessly retraced his steps and quickly ran to the back of the senior year teaching building. He soon found the fat guy lying on the ground covered in injuries, still mumbling the 3-character classic. Fatty, you look a bit tragic. You got punished for showing off, huh? At least you didn't die. Su-chen thought about directly picking up Wang Sanpang and dialing the police and ambulance. The paramedics and the little black collar seemed to have measures in place for such situations. Within 3 minutes of his call, they arrived with a stretcher. After watching the fat guy being injected with a sedative and carried away, Su-chen curiously asked a little black collar, Officer, what happened to my friend? You're the one who saved someone at the exchange meeting, right? I remember a bit. Some bad guys infiltrated here. Your classmate is lucky, just got a beating, and will recover soon. Classmate, it's not very safe here right now. You should hurry home. The exchange meeting area has already started to be locked down, and the school will soon evacuate students. While there aren't many people around, you should leave quickly. After the little black collar finished speaking, he hurriedly left with the other personnel. Evacuating the crowd? Bad guys infiltrating? Is this a joke? Most spies are extraordinary humans. How could evacuating the crowd at this late hour be effective? What is the little black collar doing? Are they really willing to sacrifice the public to catch a spy and find my whereabouts? That's impossible. What is their purpose in doing this? A pile of confusion weighed on Su Chen's mind. Just as he was about to head home with his backpack, his phone rang again. This time it was his sister, Su. Yeah. Hello, hello. Xiaomu, please respond if you receive this. The girl's crisp voice mixed with the sound of strong winds rang in Su Chen's ears. Received, sis. What are you doing? Where is it so windy? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Oh, I'm doing an interview on the upper floors of the TV tower, over 300 meters up. I'm getting acrophobic. The wind here is so strong, it looks like it's going to rain. Remember to bring in the laundry. Got it. I'm heading home right away. The weather really is unpredictable. Yeah, it is. At over 400 meters high, Suya stood on one foot on the TV tower's lightning rod, smiling as she looked into the distance. This weather really is unpredictable. Xiaomu, you have to behave while I'm not home these days. I'm giving you $150 a day, not for you to chase girls. If you want a girlfriend, just tell your sister, I'll help you find one. How can $150 be enough to chase girls? The pencil spirit can't even afford a half-full meal, let alone money for dating? The tool spirit pencil is still a bit more important than chasing girls. Sis, when did you turn into a robber? Can you even steal this? Suchin said helplessly as he walked out of the school gate and arrived at the bus stop, chatting while waiting for the bus. Aren't you going to the TV tower in the city center? Why haven't you come home for 2 days? The TV tower in the city center is just the first stop. Later, I have to fly to the capital. I'm exhausted. When I get back, Xiaomu, you have to make me something delicious. Okay, if you don't eat dark cuisine, I'll cook a meal. Are you busy at the TV tower? Suchin said, glancing at the bus schedule, noting a few buses heading to the city center. If you're not busy, I still have time to come see you, it's just on the way. Come to see me. Suya was taken aback by this statement, looking down at the pedestrians on the ground like ants. It's still very hard to find me. You can't possibly find me. Can't find you? What if I do find you? What will you do then? Suchin smiled as he looked towards the direction of the TV tower. You won't find me. Hurry home, your clothes must be done washing and hanging out, right? If my clothes get soaked in the rain, you're finished. There are a few white clothes in there that will be ruined. Oh, what if I find you after collecting the clothes? How about you? Promise me a condition? What condition? Suya asked, a bit puzzled. I haven't thought of it yet. Maybe I'll come up with something after I find you. Alright, whatever condition you say, I'll agree. I can even watch the morning movie with you. I can learn to meow like a cat. Ahem, I didn't watch a movie this morning. Okay, just kidding. Stay home and behave. I'll be back in 2 days from my business trip. Love you, gotta go. I have things to do. Suya looked at the dark clouds covering the sky with a complex expression. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. After Su Chen hung up, he looked towards the TV tower. A bus he often took home happened to arrive at the station at that moment. Seeing that Su Chen was the only one at the entire station, the bus driver shouted, Hey, young man, are you getting on or not? If not, I won't stop. No, you go ahead. Su Chen shook his head and waved his hand to signal the driver to leave. As the bus headed home pulled away from the station, he continued to wait for the bus to the TV tower. Suya clearly had something going on. Chatting with her felt like leaving a last will. Judging by the intensity of the wind coming from the phone, it was at least a level 5 wind. Is there a strong wind of level 5 or above 300 meters away? Is the quality of this TV tower that good? What dangerous thing is she doing? What a worrisome sister. Is she playing hide and seek? If I find her, will I get a grand prize? Suchin shook his head helplessly and continued to wait for the bus to the TV tower. His luck today seemed to be a bit off. The bus to the city center he had been waiting for had not appeared at the station for over 10 minutes. Not to mention the bus, he hadn't seen a single car on the road in those 10 minutes. The dark clouds had already covered the sky 8 minutes ago, and the originally scorching temperature was rapidly dropping. It seemed like the sky was brewing a once-in-a-century superstorm. The humidity in the air was continuously rising, and this rain seemed to have no transition to a light drizzle. Once it started, it would be a torrential downpour. Su Chen's eyes had repeatedly darted towards the small shop at the corner next to the school. He had countless times wanted to go in and buy an umbrella. Waiting for a bus was such a hassle. If he weren't afraid that the bus would arrive just as he left, he would have turned back to buy an umbrella long ago. Now he definitely couldn't go back to school to borrow an umbrella. In the more than 10 minutes he had been standing there, the school's alarm had gone off at least 5 times. The situation inside seemed very chaotic. And once he got in to grab an umbrella, it wouldn't be so easy to get back out. Could it be that the bus home was the last one? Are the other vehicles being diverted by that little black guy? Don't say, it really is possible. Just as Su Chen made up his mind that if the bus didn't come in a minute he would turn around and buy an umbrella, the downpour began. Large raindrops fell rapidly from the sky, smashing into the ground like cannonballs. A rumbling thunder followed. The heavy rain had arrived. The sound of rain clattering against the bus station's shelter completely drowned out the noise from the school. The dense raindrops greatly reduced Su Chen's visibility. It's over, Suya's clothes are completely soaked. I'm going to get scolded. I should have taken that bus back and then rode my bike to the TV tower afterward. Now I can't even go to the convenience store. Going out means getting wet, and there's not much difference between having an umbrella and not having one. So what do we do now? Walk back in the rain? Just as Su Chen sighed, a familiar virtual screen appeared in his line of sight. Ha! The exclusive panel for the hide-and-seek space? What the heck? Isn't this the real world? How could there be an exclusive panel for the hide-and-seek space? Before Su Chen could continue pondering, a series of new messages began to appear on the panel in front of him. Player Ling has used a special scene card to initiate a real-world hide-and-seek challenge. The task scene is Linhai City. Task information will be announced in 1 hour. So now, please do your best to survive. Welcome to participate in this hide-and-seek competition as a permanent guest in the live broadcast room. The live stream is ongoing. Please do your best. Real world hide-and-seek challenge? The scope of hide-and-seek is an entire city? What kind of challenge is this? How could it appear in the real world? And there's a live stream. Can I watch the live stream and see myself through my phone? Wait, why hasn't my character model loaded? System, is there a problem? Why hasn't my character model loaded automatically? Su Chen quickly thought. In the real scene challenge, no one will load character models from the hide-and-seek space. No character models from the hide-and-seek space? A meeting of online friends? A good opportunity for enemies to seek revenge? Luckily, I have the system's rewards. After carefully surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no cameras or anything like that, Su Chen tossed his backpack into a trash can and immediately chanted, "Transform." A flash of white light passed, and he transformed back into the formidable figure of Whiskey. The casual clothes he was wearing turned back into that familiar detective trench coat. After confirming that his outfit was fine, Su Chen checked the system space again. Player Ling? Who is Player Ling? Real-world hide-and-seek? What a grand move. What are they trying to do? Just as Su Chen was pondering, his figure reappeared on the top screens of global live streaming platforms. Countless people wandering in the live stream clicked in immediately. The popularity of the global live stream began to soar wildly. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. In just 3 minutes, the number of viewers online had already exceeded 100 million. The camera in the live stream had been focused on Su Chen since his transformation. All the viewers saw the background of the station where Su Chen was. What just happened? I don't understand. The Great Whiskey started streaming again after 5 hours? Is this person made of iron? A life and death duel that also involves staying up all night to pass? Look at the billboard behind the Great Whiskey. Linhai City welcomes you. It's in Chinese. The Great Whiskey is in Linhai City? What's going on? This hide-and-seek competition is still happening in reality? No way. What happened? Linhai City? Oh my gosh. Whiskey is a challenger from Huaxia? How magnificent is our Huaxia? The Great Whiskey is amazing. Loyal fans reporting in. Experts from various countries, while gathering others, also marked detailed information on Su Chen's profile. Whiskey is really an 18-year-old youth from Huaxia. Do whatever it takes to take down Whiskey. Wait, don't rush to conclusions. Whiskey might be scheming. We received news about this real scene. We can't transform into virtual models. Why does he still look the same? Is it possible that Whiskey also got this news and rushed over wearing a human skin mask from somewhere else? To mislead us into making the wrong judgment? The live broadcast camera noticed that Su Chen had no intention of going outside to check the situation, so it shifted its focus and began to comprehensively showcase the changes in Linhai City. Torrential rain had blocked all roads leading out of Linhai City, and countless vehicles trying to escape the storm were turned back. Water began to accumulate on the city streets, and people, panicked, rushed out into the rain, looking up at the sky. Televisions, power lines, the internet, every electronic device had failed. The current state of Linhai City was like the prelude to a large-scale apocalypse. My God! Those extraordinary beings have a chance of survival in the hide-and-seek space, but what about these civilians? They have no chance of survival. Could it be that the space involves civilians? What should we do? Will this kind of real scene actually occur? Could one appearance destroy an entire city? So terrifying. Thankfully, the emergency measures from the Huaxia government are very effective, and so far, there haven't been any major issues. I hope this scene ends quickly. Wait, what the hell? I'm in Linhai City. The weather here is very clear. Where's the apocalyptic scene? Why am I still in the live broadcast? I'm at home watching myself panic and run around on the live stream. It's quite amusing. The last 2 viewers' comments left everyone dumbfounded. Linhai City hasn't faced an apocalypse? They saw themselves in the live broadcast? What's going on? It's true. I climbed over the wall to find the streamer broadcasting Linhai City. This streamer has shown their face in the space camera. They're completely fine. I called a friend in Huaxia and their Linhai city isn't experiencing heavy rain or any strange occurrences. What's going on? Time-space separation? Is this Linhai city from another timeline? So are they from another timeline? Almighty Space Lord, please enlighten us. Yes, the coolest Space Lord in history. Share some knowledge. Count me in. Same request. Amidst the crowds, please. The space displayed some relevant information on the public screen. The characters in the real-world scene are all replicated virtual characters and the scene will not affect the real world. This scene's challenge only invites challengers over 18 who have a chance of survival. Once this news broke, everyone immediately felt relieved. So that's how it is. I thought I was going to be thrown into the space for a life and death escape again. Now, watching the live stream is quite enjoyable. Check out Ruwashing Square in the live stream. I was just confessing my feelings there. The live broadcast interrupted my confession. The me in the scene shouldn't be able to watch the live stream, so now, let's see if the confession was successful. This large-scale scene was initiated by a player. What does she want to do? Capture the whiskey god? Why is the task going to be announced an hour later? Does this hour have any special significance? There must be at least tens of thousands of challengers in a city, right? After their concerns were addressed, the audience erupted with even greater enthusiasm for analysis. The focus of experts from various countries on this challenge was completely different from that of the viewers. The Huaxia side really hasn't noticed our little moves. The spies from the Eagle country are really impressive. Exactly, does Huaxia want to openly build a road while secretly moving troops? We'll use their own tactics against them. Huaxia's military strategy is indeed exquisite. Ha. If it weren't for the spies from the Eagle country sending out intel, I would have really believed that Huaxia wanted to mobilize almost half of its high-end combat power just to capture whiskey. Are the people from the Eagle country, Bear country, Stick country, and East Japan all in place? The show is about to start. Want to advance to S level? Have you consulted us? This time, we will annihilate most of Huaxia's forces in one fell swoop. From now on, Huaxia will be completely left behind in the competition of special powers. Its influence in space will plummet to freezing point. After the live broadcast fully showcased the current situation in Linhai City, the camera turned to the leader of this event. At the highest point in the center of Linhai City, Suya, codename Ling, the world's #1 A+ level powerhouse. At this moment, she had donned a sci-fi style mech with 6 fantastical mechanical wings behind her radiating dazzling blue light. A deep red mechanical ring over 200 meters long slowly rotated above her head, absorbing all the falling lightning and blocking all raindrops from entering. In the live stream, Suya appeared like a deity descending amidst the thunder and lightning. Before the audience could ask questions, the live stream directly displayed some simple information about Suya on the screen. Is this really the world's strongest? So cool. I heard she's a young lady, but why is she wearing a mask? Can't see her face. What kind of technology is this? A mech has appeared? Where? Can I buy one? I want one too. Oh no, looking at the god's equipment, I suddenly want to go into the space and fight again. What is this god planning to do by opening this scene? Who will win, whiskey or this god? Can't wait. Floating in the air, Suya might have known that the live stream cameras were focused on her, but she didn't care at all. Now that I've been promoted to S level, I can stay with Suchin all the time, right? What is Xiaomu doing now? I hope he's not doing anything weird with my clothes. Just wait until I get back to break his legs. No, can't get distracted. I'll deal with that after this is over. Suya thought, shaking her head slightly, closing her eyes to calm her mind and continue waiting. It's very difficult for one person to advance from A+ to S level, but if thousands of people help me share the pressure, it becomes much easier. This is the time for Huaxia's strength to soar. Not only can I advance, but the official high-level warriors who came here can also level up. By then, Huaxia's position in space will be very solid. As Suya was thinking, an unexpected notification sound exploded in the sky. Player Zeus uses scene membership card to enter the scene. Reality scene expanded. Player Augustine uses scene membership card to enter the scene. Reality scene expanded. Player Kimura uses scene membership card to enter the scene. Reality scene expanded. Player Demon Blade Moramese uses scene membership card to enter the scene. Reality scene expanded. Thus, the scene involves Huaxia, Eagle Nation, East Japan, Bear Country, and Stick Country, 5 nations at war. Special rules triggered. Task mode changed. The system's announcement echoed throughout the space. The entire venue was in shock. Zeus, Augustine? My god. The world's top powerhouses have all arrived. What is going on? 5 nations at war? What happened? Why are 5 nations at war? What the heck? Are the other countries here to encircle Ling? Why do I have a sense of déjà vu of a world war? No matter what, Huaxia will win. No regrets in this life for joining Huaxia. May I be in the flower family in the next life. Damn, the other 4 countries seem to be planning something. Together, our Huaxia is going to fight against 4 countries. Let's go. At this moment, the global livestream instantly split into 5 factions. Eagle Nation audience, our Eagle Nation rises. Eagle Nation will lead the world again, whether in space or in reality. We are the world's police. Stick country audience, what are you fighting for? Your culture was spread by our country. This time in the national war, our stick country can never lose. Bear country audience, Augustine, go for it. Take down the people from other countries. After we return, vodka is on us. We'll all chip in. East Japan audience, the glory of our empire will shine in this national war. Great East Japan will surely win. The news of the addition of the four nations and the changes in the system mode swept through like a storm, quickly drawing hundreds of millions of viewers from various countries into the debate. Major global media outlets rushed to report. Official press conferences were held in various countries to issue statements. Even those with a dull political sense realized what this competition represented. The spatial powers were about to undergo a major reshuffle in this competition. The world order might change as a result. According to high-level sources, the advanced combat power deployed by China and the other four nations in this competition exceeds 50%. A war that could change the world order is about to unfold. Countless experts, who were deep in slumber, were pulled from their beds one by one, all forced to gather for a professional analysis of this showdown. The high-ranking officials of the five nations were all glued to the conference room, staring at the big screen, not daring to miss a single detail. For the high-ranking officials of China, the arrival of the other four nations was absolutely unexpected. After a brief analysis, they quickly realized the problem: an insider. There's an insider who has infiltrated our special department's upper echelons. Her rank seems to be even higher than we imagined. How did she learn about such a tight plan? Only a few people know about this plan. That insider likely entered this real scene showdown with Ling. This is a serious threat. We've done everything we can only place our hopes on those still in the field. China will surely win. Although the other four nations caught China off guard, they were also made anxious by the information about the spatial rule changes. If the five nations were to oppose each other and only one nation could win, then their alliance would be a joke. The outcome of this match really determines the future spatial ranking of the countries. If one nation wins, it will be in a dominant position in space. China will definitely be attacked by our four nations united. We must not let China rise. I've already tweeted to rally our people. Go Zeus, defeat the other four nations. After this victory, my election will be secure. After the sound prompt in the space ended, the curtain of rain surrounding Linhai City began to expand outward significantly. In the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions, four cities of different styles began to appear. The live broadcast camera shifted to these four cities that were revealing their outlines. In the east, a statue of the Lady Liberty holding a torch appeared first in everyone's sight, and the skyline of high-rise buildings gradually emerged. In the west, the beautiful Mount Fuji appeared, adorned with swirling cherry blossoms. In the south, polar bears began to gaze into the distance with puzzled expressions. In the north, a wooden house resembling ancient China appeared in the land of the Stick Nation. The five nations gathered, with four surrounding Linhai City. The center point of the entire map was the Linhai City TV station, where Suya was located. Suya felt somewhat bewildered by the scenes appearing around her, but quickly calmed down. With such tight secrecy, you still managed to come and cause trouble. You really have some skills. Since we can't avoid it, then let's fight. I will not fear any challenge. What of the four nations? I will step on your corpses to reach the S rank. As Suya spoke, she opened the communication channel. Python, you and your small team start moving. The rest follow my orders. This is a war that determines our fate. Even if we die, we must achieve victory. Yes. In the channel, a unified roar echoed. After Suya arranged the plan, several incredibly powerful auras quickly approached her from all directions. The person in the east, dressed in a white suit, was the first to step onto the scene with thunder. He was Zeus, a lightning attribute extraordinary ability user, second only to Suya among the A+ level powerhouses. It seems you've really made quite a preparation to stop me from advancing to S rank. Suya turned around. A large number of the world's famous strong have arrived. Are there still some hiding in the city as trump cards? Of course, we absolutely do not allow you to advance to S level, Zeus said, electricity flashing in his hand. My lord, are you ready to face the challenge from all of us? If you can successfully advance under our collective targeting, then we have nothing to say. If not, then prepare to pay the price of death. Ling, your chance of immunity should be gone, right? Today is your burial ground. What if there's no chance of immunity? Only the weak fear death. As Suya spoke, the azure six wings behind her emitted a beam of ghostly blue energy. Everyone who had rushed here unleashed their strongest states. The national war was about to break out. At the moment a thunderclap echoed in the sky. War erupted at the top of the television tower, just as both sides were about to engage in battle. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. During the mission change period, no country may engage in any form of combat. Once combat begins, it will result in an immediate loss and direct death. What? Immediate loss, direct death? All the figures rushing towards Suya halted. slowly coming to a stop. They couldn't kill Ling before the game started, otherwise, their anti-Hwasa alliance would disband immediately. After the game began, they would be fighting for their own national interests, and if they turned against Hwasa, the four countries would not be united. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into silence. My lord, it seems you have good luck today. It looks like our battle will have to take place in the game. Zeus shrugged helplessly and turned to leave without a second thought. Staying here suddenly lost its meaning, and contacting other countries would have to wait until the game rules were released. Seeing Zeus leave so decisively, Kimura-jiro and the others could only retract their weapons and turn to leave. Just as Kimura-jiro was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a card from his pocket, tossing it into the sky. Player Kimura-jiro uses the scene amplification card. Kimura-jiro, Whiskey. After I take down the world's #1 in this match, I'll come find you. I saw your live stream before entering the scene. You're somewhere in Lehigh City. Whiskey is in this match? Augustine, who originally planned to return the same way, paused upon hearing this news, his eyes immediately shining with excitement. Whiskey, I didn't expect we'd meet so soon. Let me see your performance. On this stage with tens of thousands of challengers, can you stand out? If I find you, I will definitely kill you and inherit everything of yours. From now on, the live stream will be mine, Augustine said, filled with motivation, flying faster towards his country's city. After Augustine and the others left, Suya slowly retracted her wings and stood back on the tower's peak. She sighed in relief. If a fight had really broken out just now, the outcome would have been dire. It seems the hope of advancing to S level has become even more elusive, with 5 countries at war. I wonder if I can survive until the end. Go, Suya! After cheering herself on, Suya immediately turned and jumped down from the tower's peak, her light wings unfurling as she flew towards Yuchuan High School. I originally wanted to keep the greedy wolves around to confuse the situation and secretly advance to S level, but now that the rules have changed, keeping you is useless. Eliminate future troubles, and let me fight in Space 1. Last time, this will definitely be the final time. At the Yuchuan High School bus station, Su-chen watched as a large Nanfang energy ring swiftly floated towards him. This big ring is definitely useful for charging. Did it come off the battery's backside? Su-chen thought boredly. The sudden change in rules, with 4 countries besieging Hwasa, overloaded his brain with a series of unexpected events. 5 cities serve as the competition venues, with tens of millions of people present. Don't think that these people are just virtual and can be used casually. All challengers present dare not joke with the lives of these citizens, because this competition is being live-streamed in its entirety. Anyone who dares to use these virtual beings is human shields could very well be executed by the state once they come out. Everyone watching this live stream will wonder, if they dare to use the lives of virtual beings to achieve victory, will these challengers who won through virtual beings abandon the citizens when they are truly caught up in a spatial struggle? This is a test of human nature. Everyone is selfish. Virtual beings absolutely cannot be harmed. During the national war, we must also try to ensure they live well. This is also a time to showcase national strength. We must make all citizens believe during this live stream that the state has the power to guarantee their safety. National war. 5 super large maps. How do you play hide and seek? Transforming items for hide and seek? How can the pursuers find tens of thousands of people at once? That's unrealistic. Moreover, from the perspective of spatial behavior, it seems they don't intend to resolve this duel through force. I'm now somewhat looking forward to what the new rules will be. In what way will I join in? Su-chen thought while running home in the pouring rain. He still had one very important question unresolved. What if his sister calls later? Su-chen's phone seemed to be a special version, unaffected by electromagnetic interference in real scenarios, allowing it to continue functioning. This meant that if Suya called and said she wanted to see him, that would be terrible. He currently looked like Whiskey. If he turned back and was live-streamed, wouldn't that mean instant death? A life with exposed identity is nowhere near as free as it is now. Should he tell Suya his identity? That would be even harder to explain. A mediocre boy who suddenly realizes his potential after 18 years, becoming a spatial overlord? No, now is definitely not the time. Can he negotiate with the system? Su-chen thought and silently murmured in his heart, System, can I apply for a period of time in the live stream where I won't be broadcasted? As a permanent guest in the live stream, you have the right to prevent the camera from turning to you at any time. The maximum time the camera can be away is half an hour. After half an hour, you will again be in a state where you could be live-streamed at any moment. Half an hour? That's enough. Dealing with the issue of Suya's identity exposure shouldn't take an hour. She probably won't have time to come find me besides making a phone call. Su-chen thought as he placed the seemingly asleep pen spirit from his trench coat pocket into the inner pocket. If the pen spirit found itself waking up after bathing in the rain, its mindset would definitely explode. When he gets home, he'll just wipe it with paper, and that'll count as a bath. What's with the purple play lake water? Bathing shouldn't be that complicated. System, use my privileges. Live stream. Privilege countdown starts now for 30 minutes. As Su Chen was nearing home, he quickly transformed back to his original appearance, hurrying home. Under the cover of the heavy rain. After returning home, Su Chen thought it best to give Suya a call. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, Suya finally answered, but the background noise on her end was quite loud, as if many people were discussing something. Hello? Sis, all your clothes are ruined. I didn't get in the car. Is that bad? What? Those clothes were my favorites. Xiao Mu, you're done for. Just wait until I get back. You'll see how I deal with you. Ah, sis, are you still at the TV tower? I'm on my way. On your way? Suya paused. Sis has already left Linhai City. The plane is about to take off. You have no chance now. Stay home and wait for me to come back and teach you how to meow. Suya's voice noticeably lowered as she said the last few words, and then she abruptly hung up the phone. After a busy tone, Su Chen casually threw the phone onto the sofa. He definitely couldn't take this phone. It surely had some tracking measures inside. Suya doesn't seem to want me to know the identity of her challenger and wants to continue hiding it from me. Is this girl really that foolish? How can she still receive my call after leaving Linhai City? It seems that thing's over. There are too urgent, and she didn't even consider this loophole. But it's fine that Suya isn't planning to confess her identity to me. The risk of exposing my identity as whiskey has greatly decreased. Su Chen thought to himself as he returned to his room to change clothes, preparing to leave. Immediately, he needed to find a place to hide within the next half hour and watch the situation unfold. He definitely couldn't stay at home. Just as he finished changing, the sound of a key turning in the front door suddenly echoed through the house. His sister is back? No, it can't be her. Su Chen paused, slowly retreating back into his room, peering through the crack of the door to observe the newcomer. Su Chen, are you there? It's your sister who came yesterday. Are you there? Suya asked me to find you. It was the only one among the 6 snakes he had encountered before who wore glasses. Suya asked her to find me? Crisis. After calling out a few times, the cobra walked into the living room, and she would reach his room in no more than 3 minutes. I seem to be unable to take on an A-level right now. What should I do? After a moment of thought, Su Chen took out the still sleeping pen fairy. He had left his shoes at the door when entering the house, so it was impossible to pretend no one was home. He could only use the pen fairy's skill to hide in the painting. When hiding in the painting, it was best to transform into whiskey. If discovered, he would still have room to maneuver. Before hiding, he also needed to create a false impression of jumping out to escape. After transforming back into whiskey, Su Chen thought to turn around and slowly take down the painting from the wall, then hang it on the wall very close to the window. Everything was ready. At this moment, the global live broadcast perspective had been following the cobra since she entered the living room, with countless viewers watching in confusion as the cobra cautiously walked into a room searching for someone named Su Chen. What is she doing? Is this the little black collar from Huaxia's official team? What is she looking for? Su Chen? Is this person important enough to warrant a live report? Have you heard of the name Su Chen? This person must have significant influence on this competition, otherwise the space wouldn't report on him separately. Shouldn't influential people be immediately protected? Even virtual beings should be, right? Why is this Su Chen only now starting to be protected? Is it because the protection level is too low and they only thought of him now? But that doesn't make sense. How can there be a dedicated report for someone with such a low level? Wait, why do I feel like this? Little black collar's expression and attitude are off. She doesn't seem to be here to protect someone. It feels like she's here to kill. The last viewer's words were quickly validated. After discovering Su Chen's still warm phone on the sofa, the cobra drew her sword. Su Chen, don't hide anymore. Come to me quickly, she said, raising her sword and striding towards the bedroom. The live chat was filled with speculative comments. Nest. This little black collar is going to kill someone named Su Chen. Why is she here to kill him? Revenge or something else? This little black collar's intention to kill Su Chen could definitely change the situation in Huaxia. It can't be as simple as personal revenge. Su Chen shouldn't be some big shot from Huaxia, otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding at home, afraid to respond. He is likely a relative of a big figure from Huaxia. This little black collar is going to kill a big figure's relative? Suspicious behavior. What is going on? All-knowing Space Lord, please enlighten us. Count me in on that question. This person's identity is unclear, which greatly affects the viewing experience. This time, there was no need to wait for the global live streaming rooms to flood with comments. A simple introduction appeared on the screen showing the cobra's forehead. Codename, Cobra, spy from the Eagle Nation. This is a spy infiltrated into Huaxia. Those who saw this news in the major live streaming rooms of Huaxia instantly erupted in anger. A spy? The match hasn't even started and there's already a spy? Damn! A traitor! Could this sudden appearance of the other 4 countries be this guy's doing? My God! I just searched. Damn, isn't this person the one who participated in the first live stream of the Whiskey Master? That's right, it's the A-level official figure known as Cobra. A-level official figure defecting? I'm stunned. How long has this spy been hidden? It's over. The people inside have no idea about her identity. I've already reported it to the authorities. We must find out this person's information. They must be severely punished. With such a strong spy in this game, Huaxia is in deep trouble. The crowd in the special intelligence meeting room of Huaxia erupted in shock and anger upon seeing the label on Cobra's head. How could Cobra be a spy? Her ancestors are all Huaxia people, raised by us since childhood. How could she possibly be a spy? An A-level spy. I must have been blind. How could we have trained such a traitor? The Eagle Nation is hiding very deep. Now the command system of Huaxia is in danger. This person is simply a ticking time bomb. Immediately arrest all her relatives. Wait, it seems she has no relatives. Director, who is this Su Chen? Why have we never heard of him? Also, I remember she seemed to have tricked your daughter Yao Yao away when she left. I heard it with my own ears. Cobra casually mentioned something about whiskey in Yao Yao's ear, and Yao Yao secretly followed her. As the people in the meeting room spoke, all eyes turned to a bald middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. Xin Xia, the highest official of Huaxia's special department. At this moment, Xin Xia frowned as he looked at Cobra's figure. Good old Cobra, I watched her grow up. I never expected this. Everyone, investigate. Find out all traces of Cobra's activities in Huaxia. The greatest possibility of preventing our confidential information from being stolen. The matter regarding Su Chen is still confidential. I will not disclose anything, but immediately place Su Chen's safety under the highest protection. Regulations. Additionally, arrange a flight to Linhai City immediately. I need to go right away. Xin Xia clenched his fists and stood up, ready to take action. Yes. As the others responded in unison, the sound of breaking glass appeared in the live stream. Everyone followed Cobra's perspective into the room, where someone directly smashed the window and jumped out. It should be Su Chen. He discovered Cobra's problem. Seeing Su Chen jump out the window to escape, everyone in the special operations meeting room of Huaxia was jolted awake. Great. As long as Su Chen reports this traitor to the police, that spy is done for. Wonderful. This Su Chen is very sharp. He sensed danger and immediately ran away. As long as he gets to the street and shouts a few times, the spy will be exposed. Cobra definitely came here to kidnap someone secretly. She will definitely be suspected. This Su Chen is a challenger, right? Even if he's an F level, he can still run a bit. Huaxia's hidden danger will be resolved before the match. Fantastic. At Su Chen's home, Cobra looked at the broken window and jumped down without hesitation. After falling to the ground from a height, she immediately drew her sword and surveyed her surroundings. There was no sign of Su Chen. He ran away? How is that possible? Cobra frowned, and instead of using the stairs, she jumped back into the room along the wall. Su Chen, come out. You didn't escape at home, did you? I'll take you to find your sister. Stop hiding from me here. No one responded in the room. After searching all the rooms to no avail, she could only accept the fact that Su Chen had escaped, unwillingly, swinging her sword a few times. The people in the live stream were delighted to see the Cobra's efforts go to waste. Ha ha, the spy deserves to die. Even heaven can't help you. Once Su Chen escapes, that Cobra will die, right? Let her die quickly. The sooner, the better. After eliminating this threat, China's chances of winning will greatly increase. Everyone, the officials have issued a notice. They have already started to clean up all the information about the Cobra in China. As soon as the Cobra leaves the space, she will be executed immediately. What a relief. Just as everyone was celebrating, the Cobra took out her phone and began typing. The live stream switched to the phone screen. Cobra, mission failed, Su Chen escaped. I couldn't catch him. I only found his phone. That person must have given him a powerful trump card. He got away? Follow the original plan, get Su Chen's clothes. Our people have been ready for a long time. As long as that person doesn't confirm face-to-face, she will definitely not recognize the real from the fake. This phone is a good thing. With it, our disguise will be seamless. Cobra, what about Su Chen, who is currently escaping? What if he goes to the police? Directly list Su Chen as a wanted criminal and mobilize the police for a full capture. This competition has extremely strong restrictions on technology. That person's abilities are severely limited and it's impossible for them to see through our plan. Cobra, received. I'll take care of it right away. This chat was broadcasted and the entire audience fell into shock. There was actually another spy. A spy hidden even deeper. Next, the Eagle Nation's desire to destroy us is unyielding. This grand scheme has been in preparation for a long time. They even have a plan to capture Su Chen. This codenamed P is clearly a big fish. If Su Chen can't relay information, that would be disastrous. Who is that person? Possessing strong technological abilities, this is clearly a high-ranking individual. The spy capturing Su Chen is trying to threaten this high-ranking person. Do you think this high-ranking individual could be Lady Ling? Su Chen is an important person to Ling? It's not impossible. These two are chatting On the phone without daring to mention names, probably afraid that Ling has some technology that could trace it. The information speculated by the live stream audience was also discovered by China's high-ranking officials, and countless people turned their gaze to Qin Xia. Qin Xia sighed and nodded slightly. That's right, Su Chen is Ling's relative, and her only relative. The spy's goal is to take Su Chen hostage to threaten Ling. The only relative? Everyone realized Su Chen's importance. If Su Chen is captured, it will be a problem. By the way, isn't the issue of Ling's relatives very confidential? Can we narrow down the identity of this P further? I already have a rough candidate in mind. Qin Xia nodded slightly. In the space, and having had contact with Ling, there are only a few people. I really can't understand how any of those people could betray the country. Compared to the heavy atmosphere on the side of China's special department, the Eagle Nation was much more relaxed. What a pity, these two are excellent pieces we cultivated for over 60 years, and now we just lose them like this. Are we really not going to rescue them? These two are also talents. Rescuing them would consume too much manpower and resources. Let them die there. China doesn't need to worry about it now. We just need to focus on other countries. With these few spies around, China will definitely be doomed. Ha. After receiving the orders, the Cobra began rummaging through Su Chen's clothes in the wardrobe. Everything she did was seen by Su Chen, who was hiding in the painting. It really is a meticulous plan, considering every possible unexpected situation, right? Disguising himself to deceive Suya, he truly has a knack for this. Suya's identity is indeed very high. These spies are willing to expose themselves just to capture that person with the codename P, who must be very familiar with Suya. Otherwise, the plan to capture him throughout the city would be impossible to execute. The person with codename P will definitely propose to Suya to protect me. Suya will absolutely agree, and after that, this P will have the Cobra take the fake me into their protected relative's place. Meanwhile, P will report the matter of someone impersonating me to Suya, so she can openly use my portrait to hunt me down throughout the city. After all, Suya believes I am being well protected by the police right now. Anyone outside must be a fake. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a chill. This is indeed a seamless plan. But the Cobra and those insiders definitely did not expect that he is Whiskey. What does the citywide hunt for Su Chen have to do with me, Whiskey? As long as I find an opportunity to contact Suya, these insiders will be completely exposed. After the Cobra left, Su Chen cautiously waited in the painting for about 10 minutes before leaving. At this point, there were less than 2 minutes until the national war began. He arrived at the park, found a bench to sit on, and began to quietly wait for the start of the national war. Billions of people around the world were also waiting for this epic-making war to begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After a 5-second countdown, the gloomy sky once again echoed with the mechanical voice of the system. Welcome to the hide-and-seek space, reality mode. This competition is a special mode, 5-nation struggle, a national-level melee. There can only be one victorious nation. The initiator of the national war is Huaxia, and this time the rules will carry elements of Huaxia culture. Next are the competition rules. Please listen carefully. The competition rules will only be repeated once. The content of this hide-and-seek is chess. Hide-and-seek. Each country has 16 pieces representing special identities. Among them, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 cannons, 2 elephants, and 2 advisors, 5 pawns, 1 general. If the commander is killed, the entire nation dies. The selected individuals will gain the identity of the pieces. They will have exclusive powers and restrictions. Those challengers who are not selected will transform into guardians, protecting their respective pieces within the national borders and eliminating pieces from other sides. The secret rules exclusive to the pieces will be announced to each piece after they are selected. Now, time stops. The selection of pieces begins. As the system's voice fell, the entire competition venue came to a standstill. Global viewers began to get excited as they watched the opening scene. The national war has begun. So exciting. What rules and powers do each piece have? Is the selection of pieces randomly chosen by the space? It should point to those high-level challengers, right? Like Zeus and the others. This rule has a significant flaw. Can't the pieces just declare themselves as pieces to gain protection from their own country? This special rule must have some restrictions. In the time-stopped competition space, Su Chen stood up, stretched his body, and changed to a more comfortable sitting position, waiting for further developments. Time stop? Is it useful for him, who has activated cheats? Su Chen thought as the virtual light screen in front of him flickered, and a message appeared on the public screen. Congratulations, you have obtained the identity of a piece. The following are the special rules for the pieces. 1. You will be assigned a brand new identity and appearance. At the same time, as a restriction, you will not know what specific piece you represent. 2. If your identity as a piece is discovered by your country's guardian, you will immediately die. Revealing information will also result in immediate death. 3. Only pieces can kill pieces, and the strength of the pieces is entirely limited to F level. 4. If your identity As a piece is confirmed by the guardians of other countries, you will immediately die, for example, witnessing you kill other pieces through photos. 5. The death of each piece will be announced with its location and identity. After reviewing the specific rules provided by the system, Suchen fell into deep thought. Simply put, as pieces, they must play hide and seek with all the guardians of the 5 countries without allowing any guardian to discover their identity. They also need to engage in national duels to eliminate pieces from other countries while keeping everything a secret. How to mobilize national power without revealing their identities? This might be the key to this competition. Each country's guardians number at least in the thousands. Before Su Chen could think further, a mechanical voice echoed again, now starting to randomly draw the identity of the pieces. A large spinning wheel appeared before Su Chen with a circle of 16 pieces. He could clearly see the Chinese characters on each piece, and it seemed that the wheel had no intention of spinning. Seeing this, Su Chen tried to grip the wheel and adjust the pointer towards one of the pieces. Do you choose the soldier as your representative piece? You can only view the special rules of one type of piece. Indeed, he could freely choose one type of piece as his representative. Only able to view the special rules of one piece? In Chinese chess, the chariot is undoubtedly the most mobile piece. Should he check the rules for the chariot? No, the key to winning this competition is the general. It's safer to be the general himself than anyone else. After a brief contemplation, Su Chen immediately thought, system, check the rules for the general. General piece special power, 1 extra life. The first death is blocked by piece advisor. General piece restriction rule, when making eye contact with the enemy's general piece, whoever sees the other's eyes first wins an extra life. Almost no special restriction rules. I choose the general piece, Su Chen said without hesitation. Congratulations, you have drawn the general piece. Random identity appearances being matched. Wishing you a victorious game. As the system's voice fell, Su Chen transformed into a white light and vanished from his spot. After Su Chen left, all the other pieces were selected. Just as speculated in the previous livestream, these pieces were all chosen from high-level challengers. Zeus, Augustine, Kimura Jiro, all these people were selected to become pieces. After understanding the special rules of the pieces, everyone fell into silence. How are they supposed to play? The 5 major cities. Just the population of New York is over 1 million, right? They have to find pieces from other countries on this giant map? This is simply an impossible task. Demon Blade Mora Mesa. Baka, is this space playing with us? We can't even use the power of our countries. Are we supposed to fight here for a lifetime? Augustine, 16. People deciding the fate of nations? Ha, whiskey. I don't know which country you're in. Looking forward to our duel. Zeus, in such a chaotic battle, there's no way to target Huaxia. Once inside, just kill whoever you find. Allies? What's that? The audience in the live stream also learned about the special rules of the pieces from the public screen. My god, how are we supposed to play this? If the identity of a piece is discovered by the guardians of its own country, will it die too? So there's a mechanism here that's equivalent to suicide? 5 major regions, each with a population of over 1 million. How can we find people without the power of our countries? And when killing pieces from other countries, we can't leave any evidence. How do we play this? We have to kill seamlessly? The main point should be that the 5 major official forces don't know the rules of the pieces. They will definitely find ways to locate their own pieces. The last comment from the audience in the livestream sparked everyone's thoughts. This means it's possible for one's own country to eliminate its own pieces? And it's quite likely. Isn't that too absurd? If a country really gets eliminated like this, wouldn't they be laughed to death? I feel like no country can survive until the end. The experts from various countries were instantly thrown into a panic upon learning this rule. The experts from the stick country exclaimed, it's over, Kimura Jiro, I doomed you. How could I have helped you switch to a few clever teammates? If they find you, won't it be like killing yourself? So this time, the national commander should be as foolish as possible? What if they are too clever and manage to find all the pieces from their own country? The experts from the Eagle country said, this match should require an invisible tacit understanding between the pieces and the country. But Zeus has always been a lone wolf. How could there be any understanding with the commander we sent? The experts from Huaxia remarked, if Ling is selected, the command will automatically transfer to the next person, which means the commander could be a spy. Is it possible for our country's power to backstab the pieces? Everyone was baffled by this bizarre rule. It was just hide and seek with the guardians of other countries, so why did they also have to play hide and seek with their own countries? Guardians? The white light gradually faded and Su Chen slowly regained his vision. After carefully surveying his surroundings, he found himself wrapped in a bath towel next to a hot spring. This was a semi-open luxury hot spring with a 2-story luxury cabin behind it. So what is my identity? Where is this place? Before Su Chen could enter the room behind the hot spring to check, a message appeared on his screen. Your current identity is A. Chinese doctor restricted from returning to your home country by the East Japan. After another unsuccessful application to return, you reluctantly used a vacation as an excuse to bring your family to a private villa at Mount Fuji. Family? Chinese doctor? Am I in East Japan now? Is this location also random? Family? Who is my family? Time stop ends. The competition officially begins. As the system's voice fell, two stunning beauties wrapped in bath towels, one big and one small, walked out from two rooms. The smaller one was only 1.50 meters tall. Su Chen stared in confusion at the appearance of these two stunning beauties, transforming and sending off a wife and child. He wasn't even married yet and was about to become a dad? What are their names? There was no hint in the system's prompt. So should I greet them in Chinese or Japanese? What should I do next? What are the etiquette rules? While Su Chen was pondering how to deal with these two, the familiar search box reappeared in his view. Would you like to check the identities of the two people in front of you? The character identity query function can be used twice within an hour. Query twice within an hour? Identities absolutely cannot be exposed. I must check the identities of these two. Yes, check the identities of the two people in front of me. Su Chen thought resolutely. Xin Yao represents peace, sure. Disguised identity, daughter of Chinese Dr. Lin Mu, Lin Yao. Suya represents peace, sure. Disguised identity, wife of Chinese Dr. Lin Mu, Linya, and leader of the Japanese spy organization Sakura Group. Suya, my sister also has a special identity? This Qin Yao can't be Yao Yao, right? That's right, A is 1.50 meters. Besides being cute, she has nothing else. This is the hidden function of the handsome piece. It comes with two shures? If we follow the rules of chess, the other pieces shouldn't be too far from me, right? The amount of information is still too little. After the information about Suya and the two gradually faded, the search box did not disappear and a drop-down arrow appeared. It seemed to have other functions. Su Chen used his mind to click on the drop-down arrow. Search box usage examples. Would you like to search for how to naturally see Suya and Qin Yao's panties without them noticing? Would you like to search for how to perfectly kill Suya and Qin Yao in front of you? Would you like to search for how to perfectly make Suya and Qin Yao sleep together? After automatically ignoring the first and third options, Su Chen focused on the second option. The system also provides perfect assassination methods? No, this search box is not that simple. Perhaps it can be expanded. For example, how to perfectly escape under police pursuit, how to perfectly deceive the Japanese government with false information. Let's first test the effectiveness of the search box. System, search for the first example. As Su Chen's thoughts settled, countless pieces of information and operational plans appeared before his eyes, constantly increasing and decreasing. The final result of each operational plan was that Su Chen could naturally see the two women's panties without being discovered. After a quick search, Su Chen decided to choose the fastest plan. 5 seconds later, say to Suya and Qin Yao, come on, it's chilly outside, come in and warm up, then turn around and pretend to slip into the hot spring. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys come on, it's chilly outside, come in and warm up. Su Chen said with a smile, then turned and slipped, falling into the water. Ha, Dad, Daddy, honey. Qin Yao and Suya awkwardly said as they quickly walked to the edge of the hot spring, but hesitated to go down. Su Chen rose from the water and looked up. This function seems pretty amazing. At the same time that events were unfolding for Su Chen, the temporary command centers of the 5 major cities were in a state of panic. What's going on? Where did Mr. Zeus go? How did he disappear after being chosen as a pawn? Augustine has left. Who is our leader? His teammate just finished drinking vodka and is only thinking about fighting. He can't give orders. Has Kimura Arrow encountered some difficulties? Or is his strength restricted, making it impossible for him to contact us quickly? Hurry! Search the entire city for Kimura Arrow's whereabouts. Kimura Arrow, don't worry, we will definitely find you. Now search for the whereabouts of our pawns within the country. Once found, protect them immediately. The complete departure of high-end combat forces through the command systems of the 5 major cities into chaos, with everyone mobilizing to find and protect their own country's pawns. Their actions were faithfully recorded in the live broadcast room. Ha, I said there would be such a bizarre situation, right? Now it's good. Maybe there will really be a suicide situation. The more the command system can't find the pawns, the more panicked they will become. They will definitely be dumbfounded. How can the Guardians protect those they can't find? Kimura Arrow, don't come over. What's the pawn's perspective? What identities have they turned into? Can't wait. Experts from countries around the world felt extremely complicated seeing this scene. At this rate, I feel like being found is just a matter of time. Luckily, the chosen pawns are all masters of hide and seek. They can still delay for a while. Most of the current commanders are their teammates or familiar people, which greatly increases the difficulty of hiding. I still can't think of how they will find enemy pawns in 5 super large cities. Perhaps there are new rules that haven't been announced yet. Now is the time for them to get familiar with their new identities. In a private villa on Mount Fuji, Suya and Yao Yao watched Su-chen fall into the hot spring, completely unsure how to handle such a scene. They didn't suddenly feel the presence of an extra dad, husband. At this moment, Yao Yao was the most panicked among the three. How did she suddenly get chosen as a pawn? She was only F rank. Shouldn't those high-end players be the ones to become pawns? What should she do? Whoa, Whiskey God, where are you? Little Trinket misses you. How should I play as a pawn? Protect the handsome pawn? Should I protect the handsome pawn or should the handsome pawn protect me? If I don't find the handsome pawn soon, my identity will be exposed. Special ability of the pawn can block attacks for the handsome pawn within a radius of 500 meters. Special rule of the pawn must stay with the handsome pawn for more than 10 minutes within 4 hours, otherwise the location will be exposed. How great would it be if the Whiskey God were right next to me and was a handsome piece? I just happened to get a skill that allows me to possess a friendly piece's head in the game, so I could just sit on Whiskey's head as a little ornament. For now, I can just learn from this mom, right? Whatever mom does, I do. Yao said, her gaze constantly drifting towards Suya. Coincidentally, Suya's gaze was also directed at Yao. The two locked eyes and instantly sensed something was off. Why is she looking at me? Suya and Yao thought simultaneously, puzzled. At that moment, Su-chen, who had fallen into the hot spring, helplessly said, Hey, if we're pretending to be a family, we should at least look the part, right? Aren't you guys just going to get exposed like this? Special pieces? The three of us are pretending to be a family of special pieces? Which country are they from? Hearing Su-chen's words, Yao and Suya's expressions changed and they instantly jumped back, creating distance between them. Hey, do you think the system would start by putting together pieces from 3 different countries? Let me introduce myself, I'm Whiskey, and you guys? Su-chen said, speechless, as he shifted to a more comfortable position in the hot spring. Su-chen's identity really shouldn't be exposed during the live stream, but Whiskey's identity could be mentioned freely. Meeting these two was truly a pleasant surprise, especially since they could shield him from danger. Well, using an older sister as a tool isn't ideal, so let's continue using Yao as a tool. If something unfortunate happens, I'll just use Yao's life to take a hit. After all, I no longer feel guilty about putting Yao in danger. Whiskey God? Yao's eyes lit up. No way. The Whiskey God is really next to her? Did her wish come true so quickly? No way. This is too blissful. You are the Whiskey God? I'm Yao. I'm your little ornament. Yao exclaimed, ready to cheer and leap onto Su-chen. Yao, oh, the tool from last time, I remember. Tool? That's right. The tone is just like the Whiskey God. Whiskey God, your little ornament has arrived. Yao cheered as she directly pounced onto Su-chen in the hot spring. Su-chen felt his vision darken as the fragrant girl suddenly wrapped her arms around his head. I forgot, this ornament has a clingy attribute. Perhaps admitting my identity now is a bit hasty. Alright, Yao, get down first. Su-chen helplessly held Yao and pulled her aside into the hot spring. Yao hummed a few times and immediately clung to Su-chen's arm. Tool ornament loading complete. Yao, I'm Sister Suya. Whiskey, you really are from our country. After a brief moment of thought, Suya immediately relaxed her guard and entered the hot spring. She truly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly having multiple husbands and a daughter was simply overwhelming. Sister Suya? Wow, this is amazing. We have all 3 pieces together at once. Yao felt like she could go buy a lottery ticket today. Suya and the Whiskey God were both by her side. She could win effortlessly again. Let's exchange some information first. You all know the rules of chess, right? My rule is to protect the king, to shield the king from danger, which should be the advisor or elephant. Me too. Sister Suya, we're the same. Yao clapped her hands happily. Well, my rule is that when I die, I can use the advisor's life to take a hit for the king. I should be the king, so remember to protect me and always be ready to act as a tool to sacrifice yourself. Suya, Yao. No problem, Whiskey, your safety comes first, we will shield you when necessary. Suya quickly reacted and nodded. Yao didn't say anything, just tightened her grip on Su-chen's arm. After all, she was used to being a tool. Whiskey, what do you think our first step should be? I have a special identity. I am the leader of a spy organization called the Sakura Group. This identity can greatly assist us in finding other pieces in the East and returning to China. Let's search for information in the room now and strive to get in touch with the Sakura organization. This time we might be able to leverage the power of the East's command system. Suya immediately proposed her plan. After hearing Suya's words, Su-chen shook his head. In refusal, no, contacting them without understanding the Sakura organization first would expose us, wouldn't it? What we need to do now is wait. Wait for the system to present new rules, and wait for the Sakura organization to contact you on their own. Wait for the Sakura organization to contact me? How long will that take? We are in the East now, and if your identity is exposed, our country will be in danger. Suya said calmly. Look at Yao Yao, she should be an adult by now, right? Suchin said as he rubbed Yao Yao's little head. What does that indicate? It indicates that this spy has been undercover in this doctor's house for at least 18 years, meaning her connection with the organization has been rather loose for at least 18 years. She should have been arranged by the organization to take care of this doctor for her entire life. The title of Sakura Group Leader you mentioned might just be an honor. Look at your hands, you don't even have calluses from holding a gun. If you use the identity of the Sakura Group Leader to contact them now and issue some orders, you will definitely be suspected. Suya thought for a moment and raised a doubt. Sorry, Whiskey, what? If I were working outside with this identity, running a shop or a company? That way she would have the opportunity to manage the Sakura organization, using a business trip as an excuse. My current identity is that of a scientist who is eager to return home and has tried multiple times to leave the East with his wife and daughter. Do you think he would let his wife go on a business trip for 2 or 3 days without a care? What if there's a chance to return home and his wife isn't there? Wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? After hearing Su Chen's words, Suya felt an impulse to knock her own head. How could she not think of such a simple loophole? It must be because she hasn't participated in such a hide-and-seek game for too long. It's all Su Chen's fault. When they get back, she must confiscate all his money. Boys shouldn't have money. Then, shall we wait here and look for an opportunity to return to Linhai City? Suya proposed her plan with some uncertainty. No, the probability of dying if we return to China is much higher. Okay? If our identity is recognized by the guardians of our country, we would die immediately. There aren't so many restrictions in the East. Suchin pondered for a moment and said, let's see how things are in the evening. If it doesn't rain, I'll go out alone to take a look. You want to go out alone? No way. Suya and Yao Yao said in unison. You are the key piece. If something happens to you, our entire country is doomed. I disagree. If anyone should go, it should be me. My identity is more flexible. Suya said immediately. Whiskey, you have to take me with you. I can add shields and defenses for you at critical moments, and I can even sacrifice myself. I'm a super good accessory. Yao Yao quickly added. Taking both of you would be too conspicuous. The nights in Japan are not as peaceful as in China. Just by looking at your faces, it's clear you don't look safe. Taking you out would definitely bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Not looking safe just by appearance? Is Whiskey complimenting me and Yao Yao? After thinking for a moment, Suya quickly shook her head. I can wear a mask. Besides, our current strength is both F level. You might not necessarily be able to defeat me. Oh, really? Su Chen's hair gradually stood on end. 3 minutes later, he pressed Suya down on the ground beside the hot spring with one hand. Now, who has the strongest combat power here? You have no objections, right? And no objections. Suya said reluctantly, struggling. That's more like it. Suchin proudly released his grip, taking advantage of Suya being restricted in power to pin her down and elevate my family status. Directly. So satisfying. It's my first time leading a rebellion. With this thought, Su Chen walked into the villa in a good mood. I'll be back in 4 hours, just wait at home with Yao Yao. After Su Chen left, Suya got up and rubbed her twisted, reddened joints, tapping Yao Yao on the head. Yao Yao was the daughter of the director of the Special Bureau, and Suya had known her for a long time. Every time you hear the name Whiskey, you forget everything, and just now you didn't even help me. Woo-woo, I believe that the Great Whiskey will definitely come back safely, and I thought sister Suya could beat the Great Whiskey, Yao Yao said, feeling wronged as she touched her head. I was ready to help the Great Whiskey. Yao Yao, you really are hopeless. Suya covered her face. Oh, Sister Suya, let's go get something to eat? I'm hungry. Yao Yao shook Suya's hand. Okay, let's also see if there's a computer or something inside to check if it can still be used. If it works, maybe we can try to hack into the network system of the Eastern Japan Command. Why should a tech person compete with him in strength? I must be out of my mind, the two women said as they walked into the villa. At this moment, the live broadcast finally shifted its focus to the group familiarizing themselves with their new identities. Zeus had turned into a beggar in the stick country, struggling to solve his basic needs. Augustine was using his reasoning skills to help people investigate infidelity, earning a handsome reward. The Demon Blade Village was working in a heavy mascot costume at an ice cream shop in New York. Ha ha ha, that's Zeus from the Eagle Country really can't forget his manners even after becoming a beggar. He made a goblet out of plastic to drink water. How ridiculous. I have a feeling that when Augustine returns to the Bear Country, those who want him to investigate infidelity will definitely line up at his door. What a disgrace. Niramesa's outfit definitely won't raise any suspicions. Seeing him at the door saying welcome makes me feel so good. These gods have been completely messed up by the space. It's amazing. I love seeing scenes like this. Let these big shots experience the life of ordinary people. When The live stream camera turned to Su Chen. All the viewers let out a heartfelt gasp. No way! The Great Whiskey is having a candlelight dinner? French. Steak, champagne, red wine, with a wife and daughter? No way! Why does the Great Whiskey's vibe seem so off? Is this the treatment of a great one? Space Kuan, did you pick up the wrong script? Why has the Great Whiskey's treatment improved so much? As all the viewers were shocked, the identities of Su Chen and the two others were revealed on the live stream's public screen. One handsome leading two warriors. Whiskey is definitely Chinese. And he is a handsome man from China. The pieces from China have already gathered to 3. Are they still a family? What a crazy start. No way. Does the world really have a lucky person like this? After watching 3 live streams of the Great Whiskey, I have to believe it. No way. Let's not even mention the doctor identity. How is Lady Ling still the head of a Japanese intelligence agency? She can even borrow from Japan's intelligence agency. 1. Handsome leading 2 warriors. How many minutes has it been? Could it be that the handsome pieces automatically attract the warrior pieces? Or are their positions always very close? It's possible. The handsome pieces might automatically attract the warrior pieces. Maybe other handsome pieces also have warrior pieces nearby. After the expert groups from various countries worshipped Su Chen's incredible luck, they immediately began analyzing this video. If the handsome pieces can really attract the warrior pieces, then Augustine and the others are not the handsome pieces. Our handsome piece may not have appeared yet. Whiskey being Chinese also means he really could be that 18-year-old high school student from Yuchuan Middle School. I think what we should be most concerned about is that everyone has messed up the place. Hua Xiaoling has actually become the head of the spy intelligence agency in the East Japan. She can actually borrow the national power of East Japan. This will turn the current chaos into a complete mess. The command system would never expect them to switch countries. Think about it, Zeus's current identity is that of a Korean. Can't he use some means to leverage the national power of Korea? Others can do the same. It's all messed up, completely messed up. The national power is actually being used by the enemy. While the expert group was still in heated discussion, the live broadcast switched to Mu Village Erlang, who was clearing snow in the Bear Country. He was accompanied by 2 others, also a general with 2 soldiers. The audience from Korea erupted in cheers. Great! Our Korea is finally turning the tide. Mu Village Erlang's birthplace is not in Korea, and he comes with 2 soldiers. Korea is invincible. We will definitely win. We also have a small Tianhu starting off. Just as they were celebrating, the live broadcast displayed their identities on the public screen. Everyone in Korea stopped cheering and rubbed their eyes vigorously. What the hell is this? The 2 soldiers that Mu Village Erlang brought are not from our country. Is this fake? Can it be played like this? 1 soldier from the Eagle country, 1 soldier from the Bear country? How did they come together? Before the global audience could express their confusion in the comments, the live broadcast automatically replayed the footage and provided a detailed explanation. In the footage, Mu Village Erlang, who was driving a snow-clearing vehicle, triggered the hidden effect of the general piece. General piece can detect the positions of surrounding pieces every hour, but the general piece cannot distinguish the nationality of the pieces. As a result, 2 large green arrows appeared in his view. This led him to mistakenly identify these 2 soldier pieces as challengers from Korea. After some chatting, the 2 soldier pieces first realized something was off, and after exchanging glances, they cleverly disguised themselves as Korean soldier pieces and stayed by Mu Village Erlang's side. Mu Village Erlang is in danger. After watching the replay, everyone was stunned. So this match can also disguise itself as pieces from other countries? In the end, will there be pieces that are indistinguishable from real ones? In the end, the pieces from each country might even have to look for spies within their own team? This is like a large-scale werewolf game among the 5 countries. Can the general from Bear Country disguise himself as the general from Korea? Night fell, and after several hours of heavy rain ceased, Su Chen changed into a suit and drove a luxury car from the villa to the city at the foot of Mount Fuji, Tokyo. This was the city that had been carved out of reality in East Japan. As Su Chen drove into the streets of Mount Fuji, the scene was still bustling and lively. It should be a limitation of the system rules. These simulated virtual people were unaware of the 5 Nations War and could not see the other 4 country cities that were very close to them. Aside from not being able to leave the city, everything here continued as usual. The power of the space was vividly displayed at this moment. Su Chen looked around in the car, and he could not tell any difference between the passing pedestrians and real people. Everyone here had their own consciousness and behavioral logic. Finding special pieces among the virtual people was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After a brief look at the pedestrians around, Su Chen drove to the central street of Tokyo, found a spot, and parked the car. He could only stroll around the city a few times at most, then casually buy something before heading back to the villa on the mountain. The cameras and lights were being continuously repaired, and if Su Chen were to drive around sneakily at this moment, he would definitely raise suspicion. Just as Su Chen hesitated, trying to find a supermarket to buy 2 lollipops for Su Yeah, and Yao Yao on the mountain, a rich fragrance wafted in from outside the car. Ha, handsome, nice car. Are you interested in giving me a ride? Which hotel should we check out? A somewhat alluring beauty said as she tapped on Su Chen's car window, then bent down to pull open her collar. I can bring the ball to crash into people. Not interested. How about you help me buy 2 lollipops from a store? Su Chen replied, feeling speechless. Buy 2 lollipops? The enchanting woman froze for a moment. What kind of new code was this? Why hadn't she heard of it? Do you mean to call 2 more people over, handsome? The alluring woman continued to smile seductively. Could this guy handle it? 3 people together? Call 2 more people? Sure, each of you can take 2 lollipops and I'll give a tip. The delivery service in Tokyo is quite efficient, go ahead. Su Chen smiled as he took out his wallet, ready to pay. Each person taking 2 lollipops? A tip? Did he think I was a convenience store clerk? After carefully sizing up Su Chen, the enchanting woman showed an angry expression. Are you messing with me? Buying lollipops? What's wrong? Su Chen casually pulled a bill from his wallet and handed it to the alluring woman. The woman instinctively glanced at the bill, and upon seeing its denomination, her harsh words were instantly swallowed back. The money for the lollipops was more than her monthly salary. And no, it's fine, I'll get them for you quickly. 6, right? Sir, please wait, I'll bring them right over. The alluring woman said as she dashed towards a convenience store on the street at lightning speed. Sure enough, the service is attentive. I wonder if she'll call the police as soon as I grab the 6 lollipops and run. Su Chen thought boredly when suddenly a green arrow appeared on the road ahead. Before he could look towards the arrow, a new prompt appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Congratulations! You have triggered the hidden rule of the handsome chess. Within a certain distance, you can discover special pieces. The hidden rule of handsome chess. Automatic radar sensing? The green arrow points to our piece? Su Chen squinted and looked carefully ahead, spotting a young man in a white tank top running into his line of sight. System, check this person's identity. Kamita Ichiro, Eastern Japan Military Chess. Disguised identity, top. Star in a host club. Eastern Japan Military Chess. The green arrow might not necessarily point to our teammate. Tonight's outing is going to be profitable. I found the trace of Eastern Japan's military chess and obtained the hidden rule of handsome chess. As expected, the system will definitely make us pieces meet. I'll use you as a target in this match. Su Chen thought as he jumped out of his search box with his mind and began typing how to execute a perfect murder on Kamita Ichiro. After pressing the search button, thousands of different perfect murder plans flashed before Su Chen's eyes. After a flurry of searching, he found the simplest plan. Tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. place a 22-gram, 18-centimeter-long standard Eastern Japan pencil upright on the trash can next to the Manhwa flower shop. Can a pencil achieve a perfect murder? The system shouldn't be deceiving me. While Su Chen was deep in thought, the car window was knocked on again. Hey, handsome, your 6 lollipops have arrived. The alluring woman gasped as she handed 6 alpine lollipops to Su Chen. Great, can you also help me buy 10 boxes of standard Eastern Japan pencils? Sure. I'll do anything you ask, handsome. After sending the beauty running, Su Chen put away his purchases and happily drove back to the villa. Waiting in the villa, Suya and Yao Yao hurried to the garage to greet him upon hearing the car. Suya looked at Su Chen, who was carrying a large pile of items from the car, and quickly asked, Whiskey, did you find any clues? Wait, why do you smell so strongly of perfume? Where have you been? Perfume smell. Yao Yao immediately ran in front of Su Chen, leaned in, and sniffed Su Chen's suit. It really smells like perfume. Is the purpose of the whiskey god taking me out to find other accessories? Find other accessories? Su Chen and Suya simultaneously looked at Yao Yao, speechless. This girl's thought process was indeed a bit strange. This is from the courier who helped me buy things before? But let's not talk about that. I found the Japanese chess piece. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to kill him. Found the Japanese chess piece? So soon? You found a special piece in a city of millions in less than an hour since you left? Suya was shocked. Tomorrow? Why do we have to wait until tomorrow to kill him? While the technology blockade here hasn't been completely lifted, we should go kill him right now. No need, I've already found the perfect way to kill him without leaving any evidence. Just wait and see tomorrow. As Su Chen spoke, he gestured with the pencil in his hand to Suya and Yao Yao. What do you mean? You've already thought of the perfect crime plan? So fast? How are you going to do it? Suya transformed into a curious baby. Did you get a sniper rifle or something? Or a rocket launcher? No need for that, a single pencil is enough. A single pencil? This one you bought? Suya took the pencil from Su Chen's hand, examining it closely. Is this a pencil gun? High-tech? Where's the switch? What is a pencil gun? This is just an ordinary pencil, Su Chen said, speechless, as he walked into the main hall of the villa. Are you going to use some kind of spell or skill? Like a puppet doll, as long as you get the hair of the Japanese chess piece, you can curse him with the pencil? After looking at the pencil from side to side, Suya felt her brain was about to short-circuit. Kill someone with a single pencil? And it has to be a perfect crime. How is that even possible? Where are you planning to act tomorrow? Right on the busiest street in Tokyo. After taking out the Japanese chess piece, we still have time to grab breakfast. I just checked, there's a Chinese ramen shop there, let's go try it tomorrow. Committing a crime on the busiest street in Tokyo. After the crime, not fleeing the scene but choosing a ramen shop nearby for breakfast? How could Whiskey say such things in such a plain tone? Suya looked at Whiskey's face, feeling an impulse to teach him a lesson like she would to Su-chun. So what's your specific plan? Suya asked helplessly. The plan, you'll know tomorrow. Still keeping it a secret. This person is so much like Su-chan. It must be because she misses Su-chan too much, right? If this goes smoothly, she absolutely must mess up Su-chan's hair, make it a complete mess, then make Su-chan cook and clean. Alright, let's talk about it when we get to the central street tomorrow. If your method doesn't work, I'll force a stop. You all stay here, I'm going to fix the computer. This doctor's laptop isn't too damaged, it can be fixed easily. Tomorrow, when we go to the central street, I'll try to connect the computer to Tokyo's surveillance system. Suya rubbed her forehead, entering the bedroom with a pained expression. In the global live broadcast room, all the viewers, like Suya, were holding their heads, looking pained. A single pencil? The Whiskey God plans to take out a chess piece with a pencil? How is that possible? On the busiest street in Tokyo, executing a perfect crime with a single pencil? Although I'm a die-hard fan of the Whiskey God, I still have a bit of disbelief in my heart. Could it be that Whiskey is going to learn from some game and go on a rampage? Taking out everyone on the street with a single pencil? As long as they all die, no one will discover Whiskey's crime. Upstairs, be realistic, the chess piece's strength is limited to F level. Is such a miracle something an F level can create? Oh, he's Whiskey, so forget I said anything. The expert groups from around the world stared at the ordinary pencil on the screen, lost in thought. Does that Eastern chess piece have a fear of pencils? Does it faint at the sight of one? The first step to a perfect crime is to have an alibi, or to have never come into contact with that piece at all. How did he manage to kill someone on a bustling street and then calmly go to a nearby shop for a bowl of noodles? Whiskey must be deceiving his teammates, right? What kind of plan is that? I don't think Whiskey can pull it off, he's just bragging, his mind is all muddled. After giving the pencil in Su-chan's hand a 15-second spotlight, the livestream shifted to Kimura Arrow. Poor Kimura Arrow was about to spend a night sleeping with two spies. After witnessing Suya leave, the bored Su-chan and Yao Yao sat on the sofa, staring at each other. Yao Yao, what should we do now? I don't know. Great. Whiskey, aren't you going to think about tomorrow's plan? It would be bad if something goes wrong at any stage. Yao Yao reminded. Think about tomorrow's plan? Su-chan glanced at the system's silly cross-plan. What was there to think about? Yao Yao, how about we go soak in the hot spring? We just soaked for 10 minutes, since we have time now, let's go soak a bit longer. The hot spring is great for skin care and hydration. Ha! Soak in the hot spring? But, great one, Sister Suya is still working in her room. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do that? Yao Yao was a bit tempted but shook her head, looking towards Suya's room. Do you think we, who know nothing about technology, could help? It seems like we would just be a hindrance. Exactly, let's go. Hot spring time, Su-chan said, directly pulling Yao Yao and heading outside. 5 minutes later, the two were soaking in the hot spring with towels on their heads. There's nothing better than eating a lollipop while soaking in the hot spring, Su-chan said, pulling out another lollipop and starting to feed Yao Yao, who was about to doze off with her eyes closed. Here, open your mouth. Su-chan tapped Yao Yao's lips with the lollipop. Yao Yao opened her mouth, revealing her soft little tongue. Hee. Su-chan teased Yao Yao's little tongue with the lollipop, then quickly pulled it away just as she tried to bite it. Pop! The lollipop made a sweet sound as it touched Yao Yao's rosy lips. Woo woo! Yao Yao protested with her eyes closed, hugging Su-chan's hand. So happy to be soaking in the hot spring with great Whiskey. Is this a hide-and-seek challenge? Yao Yao could hardly believe it. Just as the two were about to drift off to sleep, an excited shout came from inside the house. Great! The command system over in the East has actually fixed the internet. I've connected to their system. Whiskey! Yao Yao, where are you two? Suya came out excitedly, holding her laptop, and saw Su-chan and Yao Yao soaking in the hot spring. The sleeping Su-chan and Yao Yao felt a wave of killing intent coming from behind them. Danger! You too, finished with your work? Want to join us in the hot spring? It's nighttime now. If a girl gets angry at night, her face will get all wrinkled and unattractive. Yes, Sister Suya, if you get angry at night, you won't look pretty. Come on, let's soak together. Su-chan and Yao Yao said in unison, turning to wave at Suya. You too. We're in a national war right now. A national war. You two are actually soaking in the hot spring without a hint of tension. Suya looked at these two clowns, feeling a headache. There's nothing contradictory about a national war and soaking. In the hot spring, come on, it's definitely a must-do at night. Yes, Sister Suya, soaking in the hot spring feels so good. You must be tired. From working, come and relieve your fatigue. Sigh. Suya sighed, holding her laptop. Let me go change my clothes. You too. The three of them were once again soaking in the hot spring, just like at the beginning. The next morning, after washing up, the two of them got into Su-chen's luxury car, heading to Tokyo. The live stream's perspective began to follow Su-chen as soon as he stepped out. So comfortable. I woke up just in time for the long-awaited segment. Ha, victory for the night owls. After listening to Kimura Jiro snore all night, I'm completely awake. The brother upstairs is as tough as I am. I thought something would happen last night, but those two cowards didn't dare to move. The alarm clock woke me up again. I can't miss the scene with the whiskey master. Experts from various countries were all energetic and ready. They had shift experts so they didn't have to stay up all night. I want to see how the whiskey master is going to cover up this lie. Killing someone with just a pencil? If he really pulls it off, I'll eat the computer I promised last time. The war game must have some special ability, right? I don't believe the whiskey master can kill a transcendent being from the east with just an ordinary pencil. Unless the whiskey master stabs the heart or a major artery with the pencil, it's simply impossible. Isn't the whiskey master a handsome chess piece from Huaxia? Haha, if he messes up this time, won't he be directly eliminated? The last experts. Words represented the thoughts of the Huaxia high-ups. If the whiskey master got caught, the national battle would be doomed. Isn't that too risky? How? Could Ling agree with the whiskey master's view? Just because he's the whiskey master? To be honest, I still have a sliver of belief in miracles. I believe the whiskey master can do it. Yeah, looking at the whiskey master's 3 live broadcasts, every one of his ideas is outlandish. We don't agree, but he has successfully achieved his goals every time. I believe in the whiskey master. Our Huaxia will definitely survive until the end. Everyone watching the livestream was fixated on Su-chen's every move. How could a pencil possibly kill someone? Su-chen's car entered the city and arrived at the parking spot from last night. Not far ahead, crossing the traffic light, was the Manhwa flower shop, next to which was a deep green trash can. Su-chen checked his watch. It was 8:50. Just on time. You guys go to the ramen shop and order something. I'll come find you after I finish my business. Remember to get me a bowl of braised beef ramen, Su-chen said as he opened the car door, preparing to leave. Wait. You need to think this through. The street is full of people. Do you need us to back you up? Whiskey, you don't have a chance to show off. Suya reminded him nervously again. Just trust me, that's enough. And remember to get me extra beef in the braised beef ramen, Su-chen said, closing the car door and waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Suya and Yayao clearly had no intention of getting out to order noodles. Both were nervously watching Su-chen's back, and Suya couldn't help but sit in the driver's seat, ready at any moment. As Su-chen slowly walked past the traffic light, he surveyed his surroundings. An old professor reading a book next to the flower shop, a young man riding a bicycle on the sidewalk, the puddles left on the road after the heavy rain. He was just as confused about how the system was going to create a perfect murder. From the current analysis, it seemed to involve using the surrounding environment to take out Kidada Ichiro. But as for how to utilize the environment, Su-chen wasn't quite sure. That was beyond the analytical capacity of the human brain. Arriving next to the green trash can, Su-chen looked at his watch. It was 8:54 and 50 seconds. After silently counting to 10, he took out the pencil required by the system from his pocket and stood it on top of the trash can. After confirming that there were no mistakes in the steps, he turned and left, preparing to return to the car. The live stream's camera frantically switched angles around the pencil standing on the trash can. Everyone watching the live stream looked completely bewildered. What is the whiskey master doing? Isn't he supposed to kill someone with a pencil? Why did he just put the pencil on the trash can and walk away? Is this how you can kill an extraordinary being? No way. This is the scene I stayed up all night for? Is the whiskey god joking with us? I'm going to sleep. I mean, how could anyone pull off a perfect crime with just a pen? So disappointing. The god is joking with us, and that will cost him his divine aura. The image of the whiskey god in my heart has changed just a little. No way. I bet $2,000 in the black market that the whiskey god could kill someone with a pencil. That's my living expenses. In the live stream room from the land of the rising sun, voices mocking Su-chen filled the air. Haha, whiskey? Isn't he just a lucky guy? A pen to make our samurai die? That's hilarious. Are the handsome chess players from Huaxia that weak? Whiskey, haha, this guy is a handsome chess player, and the threat from Huaxia is completely gone. Experts from various countries looked at the pencil standing on the trash can, exchanging glances. Should we grab some breakfast? Whiskey's abilities are still limited. Let's go, have some breakfast. Even F-level whiskey isn't omnipotent. Just as a flood of negative comments about Su-chen filled the livestream, many diehard fans of whiskey pushed back hard. Everyone, don't panic. Be careful not to get slapped in the face later. Look, the camera has been focused on this pencil the whole time. What does that mean? It means this pencil really might be able to kill someone. Although I don't know how it will kill, please everyone, be patient and keep watching. The words of Su Chen's diehard fans made many people calm down a bit and choose to wait a few more minutes. The number of onlookers increased as the pencil lingered on screen. There was no need to film a useless pencil for so long unless it was truly useful. While everyone was pondering, the live stream camera ended the close-up of the pencil and began filming a high-angle shot. A familiar figure appeared on screen. It was Kamita Ichiro. He was jogging. The positions of the pencil and Kamita Ichiro began to be highlighted. A taxi in a hurry to pick up passengers sped past a puddle on the road, splashing a large amount of water onto the green trash can. The trash can shook, and the pencil on top lost its balance, falling to the ground with a thud. An old professor sitting on a bench next to a flower shop noticed the pencil and stood up to pick it up. The sudden movement of the old professor caught a young man riding a bicycle on the sidewalk off guard, and they collided, both falling to the ground with a loud crash, creating chaos. A truck driver speeding and trying to run a red light instinctively turned to look at the situation beside him just as Kamita Ichiro began to jog across the road. Boom! The sharp sound of brakes screeched. On the road, Kamita Ichiro, the military chess piece from the land of the rising sun, has died in the streets of Tokyo. The military chess power is activated, and a small amount of information about the killer will be reported. The challenger who killed the military chess piece from the land of the rising sun is the handsome chess player from Huaxia. After a series of explosive messages, the camera returned to the pencil lying on the ground. The world was in shock. What happened? I'm dumbfounded. Can someone explain what just happened? Pencil, old professor, truck driver. Is this a probabilistic event? The butterfly effect? Why do I feel like I'm kneeling again? Next time, no matter how outrageous the Whiskey God's operation is, I will firmly support it. Ha ha ha. $2,000 turned into 20 times. I said the Whiskey God wouldn't deceive us, right? Look, didn't the god just kill Kamita Ichiro with a pencil? A perfect murder. After Su Chen killed with a pencil, the barrage in the live stream room decreased significantly. Most people replayed the scene they had just witnessed in their minds over and over again. It was simply seamless. Dropping a pencil can kill a person? Is this the realm of the gods? After a long silence, countless comments flooded in. Can we really learn these moves from the Whiskey God? This is beyond the syllabus. Our teacher asked us to analyze how many disciplines of expertise the Whiskey God used in this series of actions. Us. 2. Aerodynamics, probability, mathematics, psychology. It's making my head spin. What took us ages to think about, the Whiskey God accomplished in less than a minute. After a quick assessment, Whiskey determined the action plan. I feel like this is truly a miracle. Only a supercomputer could achieve this, right? To the last comment, the expert group could immediately refute. They had just scrapped a supercomputer using trajectories that even computers 20 years ahead of today cannot simulate. How did Whiskey do it? Our computer broke down while testing when the pencil would fall. The real-world testing site in Tokyo also hit a snag. They can't guarantee the pencil won't fall within a minute. The computer is really struggling. Do you want to meet me in the ICU? While the global live audience was left in shock by Su Chen's display, those in the know felt mixed emotions. The command center of the Eastern Land, are you kidding? The surveillance shows our samurai was hit by a truck in the busiest street? Quick, mobilize all forces. Arrest the truck driver and everyone around. They are likely the Huaxia strategist. Great. The Huaxia strategist actually exposed their location just to kill a soldier. We absolutely cannot let the Huaxia strategist leave our country. Immediately investigate all related personnel here. This soldier's death is worth it. All troops mobilize. Zeus, who was begging on the street corner, the Huaxia strategist exposed themselves so quickly. And in the Eastern Land, where relations are very poor, it seems Huaxia is about to be eliminated early. Augustine, hiding under a shaking bed. Taking photos, the Huaxia strategist killed someone first? Looks like I need to start moving after I make this money. Kimura Jiro, sweeping snow with 2 pieces that don't belong to him. It's Huaxia again. Damn it. I need to speed up my search for the enemy. The soldiers from the Eagle Nation and Bear Nation exchanged glances and nodded. Yeah, we need to speed up our search for the enemy. These actions had yet to affect Su Chen. After the accident, he returned to the luxury car and knocked on the window. What are you staring at? I told you to go in and get a bowl of ramen. Why are you still sitting here? Hurry up. I'm starving. Inside the car, Suya and Yayao stared blankly at Su Chen before turning their gaze back to the accident scene. They had been watching the whole time. Whiskey had just placed a pencil on the trash can, and it actually took out the Eastern Land soldier. The two replayed the scene they had seen in their minds, becoming more and more confused. How could this be possible? Suya thought that if her current ability wasn't limited and was still at A grade, perhaps she could have facilitated this accident. There's a chance, but it would require extensive and precise calculations and even manipulating the weather and pedestrians on the road to achieve it. This would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Whiskey completed this perfect murder in just a few minutes with F-grade strength. How was this possible? While Suya was lost in thought, a pair of hands knocked sharply on her head. Hey, you two, snap out of it. The guardians from the Eastern Land are about to arrive. Sitting here staring at the accident scene will easily raise suspicions. Let's go. Are we still eating ramen? I'm starving. Suchen helplessly pulled the two from the car and dragged them to the ramen shop. Whiskey, God, how did you do it? On the way to the ramen shop, Suya and Yao Yao simultaneously voiced their inner doubts. How did he do it? Just standing the pencil there, and the rest depends on luck? Where to stand the pencil, and the rest relies on luck? Maybe it really is just luck. Suya thought back to the strength Suchen had shown during his previous livestream and had to temporarily accept his explanation. Whiskey God is so amazing. Yao Yao didn't think too much, she believed whatever Suchen said. Let's go, after we finish the ramen, we should head back to the villa to avoid the spotlight. Yeah, okay, Whiskey God, can we buy lollipops? I want to eat lollipops while soaking in the hot spring after. The three entered the ramen shop. Countless police cars whizzed by, taking away everyone related to the case for investigation. After some experiments, the command center of the Eastern Japan was baffled to find that these people were not the Huaxia chess pieces. Baka, what's going on? Hurry, find, check the surveillance footage. If you can't find Huaxia chess pieces or evidence of his crime, just wait for your seppuku. Seal off the entire city. We can't let anyone escape to other countries. Damn it, why didn't the Eastern Japan chess pieces contact our command center? After another round of searching through the video surveillance, the Eastern Japan commanders still looked confused. According to the surveillance and eyewitnesses, this was completely an accidental incident. There was no evidence to suggest it was a premeditated murder. If the alert sound on their virtual panel hadn't appeared, everyone would agree that this Eastern Japan piece was just unfortunate to be hit by a truck. While all parts of Eastern Japan were strengthening their defenses, the instigator Su Chen had already left the ramen shop with Suya and Yao Yao, driving home. Are we going to continue looking for chess pieces in Eastern Japan? The difficulty will increase a lot from here on. It's fine, I'll continue to search for other chess pieces tonight. Now, we just wait for the space to release more rules or actions from other pieces. As Su Chen spoke, he maneuvered the car to avoid a camera. Only the chess pieces can find other pieces. If some countries' chess pieces hide in one place and don't come out, it could lead the whole game into a prolonged process. This is definitely something the space doesn't want to see. If such chess pieces appear, the space will definitely find ways to accelerate the entire game's progress. The further this match goes, the greater the probability we'll encounter other pieces. After hearing Su Chen's words, Yao Yao immediately raised her hand with a question. Whiskey God, according to what you said, the longer the match drags on, the greater the chance of encountering pieces, so why do we still need to act tonight? Can't we just sit at home and wait? The longer the time drags on, the more complex the situation of this match will become. Have you noticed that some food shops on these streets have already closed early? Su Chen casually pointed to a few food shops they passed by. What does that represent? Yao Yao was still puzzled. Before Su Chen could answer, Suya jumped in. Silly girl, we're currently trapped in these 5 cities. The cities are about to face a food supply issue for millions of people. Just think, if there's no food in the city, and hundreds of thousands of people are starving, what will happen? The city will be thrown into chaos, and the guardians of the 5 countries will fight over food. It will be a bit difficult to confront the chess pieces of other countries in such chaos. Exactly, so we need to find more teammates and eliminate more enemies before the crisis begins. Su Chen said calmly, driving the car into the villa. I've already made a start. I believe from this afternoon onwards, news of the deaths of chess pieces from various countries will keep coming out, right? The command centers of the 5 nations are now frantic. They still haven't figured out why the pieces aren't contacting them. Once the news of the pieces' deaths breaks, they will definitely intensify their search efforts. Just as Su Chen anticipated, the governments of various countries, startled by him, began frantically searching for their own pieces and the lurking pieces from other nations. Those who discovered even the slightest trace of other pieces acted without hesitation. Throughout the afternoon, the announcements kept coming. Player Thomas the Little Train was eliminated in New York. His identity is the cannon piece of the Stick Nation. Player Augustine My Boss was eliminated in the Eastern Land. His identity is the Chariot piece of the Bear Nation. Player John was eliminated in the Bear Nation. His identity is the Cannon piece of the Eagle Nation. Player Stephen was eliminated in the Bear Nation. His identity is the Chariot piece of the Bear Nation. The Bear Nation currently has the highest number of dead pieces. They lost all their Chariot pieces in one afternoon. The causes of death for these 2 Bear Nation pieces were almost identical. They were all killed by the command center of the Bear Nation. Among them, Stephen, having drunk too much vodka, let something slip and was discovered by the Bear Nation commander, who rushed to the street and was sent off on the spot. After inexplicably witnessing the death of the chariot piece before him, the commander, somewhat flustered, sent troops to find another chariot piece that wanted to gain national support through indirect means. Thus, both chariot pieces were killed by the Bear Nation officials. Viewers remarked that the idea of self-destruction might really come to fruition. As the crazy afternoon was nearing its end, the system's prompt sound echoed from the sky once more. New rules emerged. The total number of piece deaths has reached 5, and the hunting leaderboard will soon be activated. The person at the top of the leaderboard is the one who has killed the most pieces. Their location will be announced to everyone every half hour. The first place on the hunting leaderboard will have the power to view the locations of all pieces. Please do your best to survive. The following is the hunting leaderboard. First place, Whiskey, number of kills 1. Second place, Augustine, number of kills 1. Third place, Zeus, number of kills 1 is the top of the hunting leaderboard. Whiskey's location will be announced to everyone in half an hour. After hearing the system's announcement, the live chat went wild. It's over. The Great Whiskey is going to be targeted by everyone. Announcing his location every half hour? The Great Whiskey is going to have a tough time. Exactly. Unless the second and third place kill one more person, otherwise the Great Whiskey's location will keep being announced. The Great Whiskey is a handsome piece. Is the handsome piece of Huaxia going to have his location constantly announced? Survival is in jeopardy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the information on the virtual screen. The new rules had indeed appeared. This time, he was going to be in the spotlight again. Well, it gives me the locations of all the pieces. This hunt can begin. What do you need me to do? I've already hacked into the Eastern Lands network. As soon as I hit enter, this place will be paralyzed for half an hour. Suya said, showing Su Chen a string of data on her computer. Whiskey. I'm ready to be your tool. Yao Yao quickly added. Su Chen looked at the two and nodded in satisfaction. The best tool of the year, so calm even when facing death. Please send me a few more tools like this. For now, I won't need you. Once my location is exposed, my current disguise will likely be recognized, and I can't stay in this residence any longer. You two pack your things and find another place to stay. Wait for my news. This is a great opportunity to hunt pieces, Su Chen said as he put on his coat and prepared to act. Wait, how will we meet up later? You need to be within 10 minutes of me at least once every 4 hours. If we can't connect, our locations will be exposed too, Suya quickly reminded. It's fine, you can find any place to hide. I'll find you within 4 hours. Find any place to hide? The system said it would show the positions of all the pieces, but it didn't say it would show their names. If you want to use this feature to find us, it might be a bit difficult. No need, we are fated to meet again, and fate will bring us together. That's just luck, Su Chen said as he casually picked up a pencil from the table in the main hall, then immediately walked towards the garage. I'll drive the car away. You and Yao Yao can walk. Okay, remember, Whiskey, you are not just representing one person now, you are representing all of Huaxia. Don't worry, I won't die. If I die once, won't you all be there to take the hit for me? What do I have to be afraid of? Su Chen said very calmly. If anyone has bad luck and suddenly falls down later, don't blame me. Suya was speechless. You better not die even once. After parting ways with Suya and Yao Yao, Su Chen immediately drove back to the busiest street in Tokyo. The most dangerous place is the safest place. After exposing his coordinates, the further he goes into a remote area, the easier it is to get caught, so it's better to stay here and play with them. The live camera focused on him again as Su Chen drove into the bustling city center. He was now the center of attention. 3 minutes left. Why isn't the Great Whiskey running yet? Is he planning to dance around the Guardians of the East Japan in this busy city? How can you dance around the Guardians in the city center? Taking hostages? These are all virtual people. The hostage-taking tactic won't work on virtual beings, right? The Great Whiskey is pulling off some crazy moves again. No matter what, we must ensure that the Great Whiskey successfully escapes capture. We absolutely cannot make the same mistake as last time. Go, Great Whiskey. Show those foolish samurai from East Japan what you've got. Experts from various countries set up high-speed cameras in the conference room, ready to analyze every subtle movement of Su Chen in detail. Now let's see how Whiskey manages to pull off these amazing maneuvers. If Whiskey uses random phenomena to kill again, we will definitely capture it clearly, and after replaying it a few times, we will uncover the secrets behind Whiskey's actions. Want to dance around the Guardians in the city center? How arrogant. I want to see how he escapes the net of thousands of people from East Japan. The experts smiled as they watched Su Chen walking in the bustling city center on the screen. They would soon see through Whiskey's tactics and true identity. Would someone who has been seen through still be in danger? No. Danger always comes from the unknown. All 5 countries were mobilizing to search for Whiskey. As long as they captured Whiskey, they might obtain first-hand information about the pieces. If Whiskey appears in our country, we must not let him go. Find him, then bring him back. Once it's confirmed that Whiskey is not from our country, kill him immediately. Smart people cannot appear in other countries. We haven't had any news about the pieces since the beginning, and Now they are likely to surface. There might be other pieces around where whiskey appears. As all countries were ready and poised to act, the system voice in the sky sounded on time. Player Whiskey's coordinates are 498, 124. It's a latitude and longitude coordinate. The coordinates are still changing. Whiskey is constantly moving. The coordinates 498, 124 are in the central area of Tokyo. Baka. He dares to appear in the center of Tokyo? Quick, get him back. If you let Whiskey go with the coordinates, you can just wait to commit seppuku. Yes. A large number of guardians surrounded the central area of Tokyo from all directions. At this moment, Su-chen was leisurely sipping hot coffee bought from a convenience store, taking a relaxed stroll. In his virtual panel, besides his constantly changing coordinates, there were also 18 red dots marked with coordinates. These represented all the pieces located in Tokyo. One at a time. First, I need to escape the pursuit from all sides, Su-chen thought as he glanced around at the increasing number of guardians on the street. These guardians formed teams of 12. Each team had someone holding a phone, constantly confirming the latitude and longitude. As the number of guardian teams grew, Su-chen gradually found himself surrounded. System, what is the easiest way to break out of the encirclement? 8 hours 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Put his wallet in the pocket of his outer coat. 8 hours 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Slowly raised the coffee in his hand to drink. 8 hours 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Arrived at the traffic light and leisurely waited for the green light. He could escape the encirclement in 20 seconds. Su-chen thought as he glanced at his watch. There was exactly 1 second left before the plan began. So, is the show about to start? Su-chen smiled as he took the wallet from the inner pocket of his coat and placed it in the outer pocket, then confidently walked towards a large group of guardians. The live broadcast camera zoomed in on the wallet in Su-chen's outer pocket. All the experts were on high alert. It's starting. Is there something special about Whiskey putting the wallet in the left pocket of his coat? His wallet is made of shark skin, very precious, but what does that have to do with escaping? Is he really walking boldly towards the guardians? Won't he be discovered immediately? The experts debated but couldn't come to a conclusion. At that moment, the camera shifted to a pair of whispering men and women not far from Su-chen. The woman, dressed in revealing clothing, was pulling the man, greedily eyeing the wallet in Su-chen's outer pocket. Tian Chuan, that's the rich kid. If we can get this kid's wallet, we won't have to worry about expenses for at least a year. You wait here, and when I grab the wallet, run to my brother. If that kid dares to chase after me, I'll make him pay. The man named Tian Chuan excitedly approached Su-chen, ready to steal the wallet from his pocket. All the experts exchanged glances at this scene. Does Whiskey want this person to steal his wallet? What's the purpose of letting him steal it? The system is not tracking Whiskey's wallet but him. Did Whiskey really do something like this? He's about to collide head-on with a large group of guardians. Just as Su-chen was about to make contact with the guardians, Tian Chuan snatched the wallet from his pocket and instinctively looked up ahead. Coincidentally, the guardian checking Whiskey's coordinates also looked up when he saw the coordinates were so close. The guardian's gaze met Tian Chuan's, and he noticed the tension in Tian Chuan's eyes. Is this Whiskey? The coordinates matched. Whiskey is over there. The guardian with the phone pointed at Tian Chuan, and all the guardians turned to look at him. Tian Chuan turned and ran, and all the guardians rushed towards him without hesitation. As they brushed past Su-chen, he poured coffee into his mouth, making such an impolite gesture in public that the guardians instinctively overlooked him. No one would be so carefree as to drink coffee while being captured, right? Another 10 seconds later, Su-chen arrived at the traffic light, quietly waiting for it to change, while the extraordinary army behind him had already subdued Tian Chuan and pinned him to the ground. The guardian checking the coordinates looked at the red dot representing Whiskey. It remained motionless. The sense of achievement from capturing Whiskey made the Japanese guardians a bit overconfident. He merely glanced at the stopped red dot on his phone, forgetting to confirm the current latitude and longitude. Ha ha, Whiskey is nothing special, right? We caught him just like that. What kind of expression do the viewers in the livestream have when they see Whiskey being caught? I can't wait to find out. As a large number of Eastern guardians gathered, the green light lit up. Su-chen leisurely left the main street with an empty coffee can in hand. The barrage in the livestream was filled with excitement. The great Whiskey escaped from the encirclement of thousands of Eastern guardians with just a cup of coffee and a wallet as props? Is this what it means to be a great one? So cool. Watching the great one's moves makes me subconsciously think I can do it too, as long as I have hands. It's just a few thousand extraordinary beings, I can do it. The way the great Whiskey drinks coffee is so cool. I'm a fan now. Haven't those people realized something's off? Seriously, do they really think they've caught the great Whiskey? How silly. At this moment, the faces of the Eastern experts watching the live stream turned green. Baka, who is that person looking at the location with a phone? He should commit seppuku when he gets back. How could we let the East lose so much face in front of the world? Damn it. Out of the thousands of guardians, only a few can understand latitude and longitude? Are the rest all art students? Hurry! Connect the high-definition camera feed to the screen. We need to restore the dignity of the Great East. As soon as we analyze Whiskey's moves this time, share it online immediately. The process of Su Chen's escape began to play at an extremely slow speed. On the high-definition camera, that woman clearly knows Whiskey. She's seen Whiskey's wallet and knows it contains a huge amount of cash, so she got greedy. Whiskey must have intentionally exposed the wallet to that woman's line of sight. Does he have an extra eye on his head? Why didn't Whiskey look at her for even a second? Yeah, this escape method is very time-sensitive. How did Whiskey manage to let the guy named Tachikawa come over at the right moment to steal his wallet without paying attention to the time? Tachikawa had to time it perfectly the moment he took Whiskey's wallet. He must make eye contact with the guardians, only then can Whiskey escape smoothly. The tension and fear in Tachikawa's eyes would make people subconsciously think he is someone trying to escape from capture. After this analysis, the Eastern experts were still baffled. If they really wanted to carry out this action, there were too many factors to consider. For example, would the surrounding crowd block Tachikawa's view of the guardians? Would Tachikawa and the alluring woman dare to steal directly on the street? This plan couldn't possibly be realized without designing it for 10 days or half a month. Whiskey definitely didn't have that much time to prepare this plan. The competition had only just started less than 2 days ago. Unless Whiskey had predicted before the competition began that he would fall into such a predicament. But how could that be possible? After a long silence, one of the experts hesitantly said, maybe Whiskey really is someone with extraordinary luck. The Eastern experts could only reluctantly agree with this explanation. A mere F-class, how could it possibly be a deliberately designed plan? It must be extraordinary luck. The reason this guy was chosen in the livestream is probably because of his extraordinary luck, right? What a lucky guy. Why isn't he in our East? Luck must have its limits, right? He can't be this lucky every time in a game. Look at our idiots finally realizing they've caught the wrong person. In the center of Tokyo, Tachikawa knelt among thousands of guardians, crying bitterly, I just wanted to steal a wallet. Why are so many extraordinary beings coming to catch me? This is unfair. I'm really not Whiskey. I don't drink whiskey. The guardians looked at each other in confusion. Caught the wrong person? Baka. Who led the way first? Whiskey's latitude and longitude coordinates are still moving. We clearly have the wrong person. I said, how could Whiskey be so easy to catch? Turns out it was a fake. Wait. I remember there was a man drinking coffee next to the thief. That must be Whiskey, right? Did we really let Whiskey slip away right under our noses? It's over. The whole world is going to laugh at us. We're being live-streamed right now. Quick, everyone, chase in the direction Whiskey ran off to. Do whatever it takes to kill him. Yes, the guardians roared, starting to spread out in all directions, preparing to regroup and encircle again. At this moment, Su Chen, who had just escaped the encirclement, arrived at the subway station in Tokyo to wait for a train. 5 pieces scattered around Tokyo were moving towards him, and 2 of them were already less than 500 meters away. These 2 pieces also knew they couldn't hide from Su Chen's tracking ability, the privilege of being the top of the peace-hunting leaderboard, so they swaggered towards him. System, check the identity information of these 2 people. Otto Father Baradov, Cannon Piece from the Bear Country. Nobi Villager, Soldier Piece from the Eastern Country. The newcomers were not friendly. Perfect, saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Su Chen casually tossed the empty coffee cup into the trash can and walked to the subway waiting area. System, how do I kill these 2 people? Wait, let's be a bit bolder. How do I kill all the enemies here? At midnight, on the top of Mount Fuji, drop the pencil from your pocket at position 124, 352. Another pencil. This time there was only one path. It was the only way to eliminate the pursuers in one go. How many thousands of guardians can a pencil take out? The top of Mount Fuji. Ha! Let's see the power of this pencil. Before that, let's find a way to shake off these people. System, how do I shake off the ones following me? And safely stay with Suya for 10 minutes? After silently reciting in his heart, the simplest path appeared before him at 8:30. Bump into the man in the blue uniform in front of you and pat him twice on the back. At 8:31, walk into the subway car and smile at the camera inside. Then turn around and wave at the 2 pieces following you, loudly declaring they are pieces from the Eastern Country, and tell them you will kill them in 2 minutes. At 8:36, arrive at the control room door of the subway car and gently knock, telling them you will force your way in soon. At 8:40, jump out of the left window outside the control room door. 4 steps to shake off all pursuers again? Su Chen glanced at his watch. There were 10 seconds left until the plan started. His action of checking the watch was faithfully broadcasted on the screen. Here it comes. The Great Whiskey is checking the time again. Every time he checks the time, a big plan is about to start. How is the Great Whiskey planning to escape this time? Can't wait. Is the Great Whiskey planning to escape by subway? Is there enough time? The command center of the eastern country will definitely not let the Great Whiskey escape by subway. After silently counting down for 10 seconds, Su-chen bumped into the man in the blue uniform from behind and patted him twice on the back. Hey, what are you doing? Watch where you're going. The man in the blue uniform was in a hurry and didn't dwell on Su-chen's bump, heading straight into the subway. All the viewers in the live stream perked up at Su-chen's actions. The Great Whiskey was already starting to show off. What is he doing? Is the two pats on his back a foreshadowing? Who is this man? I checked, he's a subway controller. The Great Whiskey's actions should be related to the subway. He still wants to escape through the subway. How could a subway controller get on the train midway? I looked, he should be an intern subway controller. What do those two pats have to do with the Great Whiskey's escape? As all the spectators fell into confusion, Su-chen followed the subway controller into the subway car. At the center of the car's ceiling was a round camera that could monitor every corner of the compartment. After glancing up at the camera and smiling, Su-chen turned to face the two pieces from the East Japan and the guardians who were about to surround them. Hey, two pieces from the East Japan. Aren't you overestimating yourselves? You think you can kill me? In 2 minutes, I'll take you down. Are you ready? As Su-chen's words fell, the lights went out instantly. The sound of exploding bulbs echoed through the subway station and countless virtual people fled in panic, creating a scene of chaos. As the live stream turned dark, the perspective switched immediately, revealing Suye and Yao Yao on the screen. It's Ling, the technologist. She hacked into the East Japan's network, causing the subway station blackout. Oh, did the whiskey god look at the camera to confirm the action plan with Ling? Nest, did the god plan to escape here too? But what's the use of that? Even if the subway starts moving, those B-class extraordinary beings can still stop it. The subway's initial speed isn't fast. Did the whiskey god miss something? In the chaotic underground subway station, the two pieces cautiously began to retreat. At that moment, the system stopped broadcasting Su-chen's coordinates, and countless guardians surged into the subway station. Quick! Split into two teams. One team chase the subway. One team protect our East Japan pieces. Prioritize protecting our country's pieces. Hey, East Japan pieces, hurry over here. We'll protect you. The East Japan pieces are running towards us. Hearing this, the villager from Nibi, who was still looking for a chance to enter the subway to take revenge on Kid Ichiro, cursed under his breath. Baka, protect me? You want to get me killed. Damn whiskey, he wants to use the guardians to hold me back. If I expose myself in front of the guardians, I'll die instantly. No, I have to get out of here quickly. Just as the villager from Nibi was about to escape, among the guardian team, a dozen fire-type extraordinary beings illuminated the entire subway station with fire. The East Japan Command Center, through surveillance, confirmed the identities of the two pieces following Su-chen and immediately relayed their characteristics to the guardians present. One person wearing a black vest and a hat? Countless guardians turned their gaze towards the villager from Nibi. Boom! The villager from Nibi's body exploded, instantly turning to ash. Player. Nibi villager was eliminated by whiskey. His identity is an East Japan piece. The special ability of the piece is activated. The one who killed Nibi villager is the Huaxia's handsome piece. Huaxia handsome piece? Whiskey is the Huaxia handsome piece? All the guardians in the subway station exclaimed. Quick, we can't let Whiskey get away. Damn it, where is Whiskey hiding? Where did he kill Nibi villager? The team chasing the subway, come back quickly. Whiskey is still in the subway station. Where's the other piece? Hurry and protect it. Where are the people in contact with the command center? We can't let Whiskey kill our pieces again. A 2-meter tall man in a blue jacket with a backpack. Countless guardians' gazes turned to Baladov, the cannon piece from the Bear Country. The pieces from other countries being found by the guardians is a solid fact. Baladov didn't immediately collapse. After being discovered, he began to flee frantically. The scene in the subway station grew increasingly chaotic. In the live stream, the audience with a full view slowly pieced together the current situation. So that's how it is. Nibi villager was indirectly killed by the whiskey god, and this counts against the whiskey god. This created an information gap. The East Japan guardians didn't know the rule about not meeting with their own pieces, and Nibi villager's death led them to mistakenly believe that the whiskey god was still in the subway station. All the guardians believe that the god of whiskey personally killed the pawn and is ready to continue hunting the next pawn. Although the god of whiskey successfully left the subway station, a greater crisis is about to unfold, right? His identity as the general has been exposed. The exposure of Su-chen's identity as the general immediately drew the attention of the command center of the 5 nations in the challenge arena. He is currently the first general to be exposed and undoubtedly the most special one. As the general of Huaxia, he is now in the city of his arch-rival, East Japan. If Whiskey does not escape East Japan quickly, he will face the fiercest blow from East Japan. Upon learning that Whiskey is the general, the East Japan command center immediately fell into a frenzy. Baka Yaru, Quickly send out all those virtual police. Cover the streets and alleys with Whiskey's photo. The fighter jets we specially dispatched will take off immediately. If we see Whiskey trying to leave East Japan, use missiles to send him off. What? Commander, are we disregarding the consequences? Using missiles in Tokyo could easily misfire and hit those virtual people. I don't care. As long as he wants to escape the country or heads to a remote place like Mount Fuji, take him out with missiles. Notify the Guardian Squad to kill Whiskey at all costs. After the command reached the Guardian Squad in the subway station, the Guardians, busy catching the fleeing pawn, finally realized what their current task was. The Guardians looked around, not even catching a glimpse of Whiskey's shadow. How is this possible? Whiskey must be in the subway station, our pawn died right in front of us. But we searched the entire subway station and couldn't find him. Could he be on that last train? It's possible. Let's split up and head to the next station. A B-level extraordinary can definitely outrun the train. Can't we just pull the surveillance footage from this train? No, Whiskey has helped and hacked our network. The command center is urgently repairing it. In the middle of the subway tunnel, Suya was hunched over her laptop, continuously writing various programs. Yao was pacing around, keeping watch. After Su Chen's identity was exposed, Suya and her companion dared not stay in any hotel, so they had no choice but to hide underground. Sister Suya, how did the god of Whiskey know we were watching the surveillance? You had just hacked into the system then. This guy definitely calculated it. Although I don't know how he did it. He probably came to this subway station knowing we would hide here, not afraid that we might suddenly change our minds and go elsewhere. Suya said, rubbing her wrist, which ached from typing quickly. He's just a reckless fool. Just like Su Chen. He's practically a copy of Su Chen. When eating ramen, he likes to use a spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Such a typical guy, messy all over except for his hairstyle. Suya frowned in confusion. It's like he's the same person. No way. He's just a beginner. If Su Chen were present, a big word would surely be hovering above his head. Danger. Sister Suya, are you daydreaming? Yao, noticing Suya's dazed expression, quickly reminded her, this is not the time to be daydreaming. The god of Whiskey is waiting for us to rescue him. Suya came to her senses and began to write various virus codes again. I can maintain the technological blockade against East Japan for another 20 minutes. Whiskey's ultimate goal is definitely to meet up with us. We just have to believe in this reckless fool's luck. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was being talked about by everyone, was calmly knocking on the control room's door. With each knock, the steel door of the control room bore more and more imprints. If you don't open the train door soon, something terrible will happen when I break in, said Su Chen. At that moment, in the control room, the train conductor and the trainee conductor were frantically dialing for help, but the line was busy. It's over. Opening the door means death, and not opening it also means death. What should we do? Hey, Donya, what's wrong with you? Donya, the trainee conductor, who had been struck in the back by Su Chen, was now pale and clutching his chest in pain, exclaiming, I don't know, I was bumped a few times when I got on the train, and now my chest feels tight. The situation is a bit tense, my heart is racing too much, it's making me feel a bit. As Donya spoke, his gaze began to drift, and his body slumped against the control panel. His head hit the emergency brake button. The subway sparked violently against the tracks. In Suya and Yao's view, the subway's speed gradually slowed down, eventually stopping right in front of them. Su Chen smashed the window at the front of the subway, jumped in front of the two with a smile, and said, how's that? Just right, isn't it? Yes, just right. The Whiskey God is amazing. Yao nodded vigorously. Her words represented the views of most viewers in the live stream. The Whiskey God's escape plan is simply a precise art. It's incredible, we can't learn this at all. That's why I'm watching the live stream on my knees now, not even taking notes. This is something I could never learn in several lifetimes. We can't learn the Whiskey God's escape methods, but we can learn that calm feeling of escaping. Upstairs, this is a higher level of difficulty, okay? We're exhausted from escaping in this hide-and-seek space. Where's the grace? Where's the composure? The constantly refreshing comments made it seem like Su Chen was about to become a deity reincarnated. Of course, Su Chen was unaware of this. He was currently arranging the next steps at the subway station. Let's talk while we walk. After you stay with me for 10 minutes, you must leave Japan for New York immediately. I will reach New York and find you within 4 hours. What? We run to New York, leaving you to take the risk? Whiskey, you're handsome, but you want us to run while you take the lead? Suya shook her head, holding her computer with both hands to form a big cross. Whiskey God, you're handsome, if you die, we all die. If you take us with you, we can help shield you. Yao said, pretending to hug Su Chen's arm again. I'm not going to die. If you stay here, you will definitely die. Shouldn't you leave? Su Chen said helplessly. We will definitely die. If we stay here? Why? Is this related to your next plan? Suya asked, puzzled. Well, for the next step, I'm planning to go to the top of Mount Fuji and take out everyone. Go to the top of Mount Fuji and take out everyone? Everyone in the livestream was stunned by Su Chen's words. The whiskey god is going to the top of Mount Fuji to take out everyone? How is he going to do that? The top of Mount Fuji? Use Mount Fuji to take out everyone at once? A volcanic eruption at Mount Fuji could indeed take out everyone, and it could even bury all of Japan. The whiskey god should know that Mount Fuji is an active volcano, right? The last eruption was in the 18th century. Can a god with F-level power trigger a volcanic eruption? Experts from around the world exchanged glances upon hearing Whiskey's words. This is a real scenario. If Whiskey can really trigger the eruption of Mount Fuji with F-level power, then his method could work in reality. Although I find it hard to believe that Whiskey can do it, he has created too many miracles. I remain cautious. I estimate that the Japanese government must be panicking now. They have already begun to impose martial law around Mount Fuji. If someone follows Whiskey's method to cause trouble at Mount Fuji, the losses would be unimaginable. As the expert group mentioned, Mount Fuji in the real world has begun to impose strict restrictions. The high-ranking officials of the East are mobilizing troops towards Mount Fuji. They are adopting an attitude of better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. They can't afford to take that risk. If the volcano really erupts, many of them would have to commit seppuku. The audience in the live broadcast room is eagerly anticipating what Su Chen will say next. The only way to eliminate everyone at the top of Mount Fuji is to detonate it. Now it all comes down to how to detonate it. In the subway tunnel, Suya asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Going to Mount Fuji? Are you planning to detonate the volcano to destroy everything here? How are you going to do it? How do you detonate a long-dormant volcano? As usual, a regular pencil is enough, Su Chen said, waving the pencil he carried in front of Suya. Another pencil? This time you're going to detonate M, driving all the way to the foot of Mount Fuji after stepping onto Mount Fuji, turning around to mock the large group of Eastern Guardians arriving by raising the middle finger while walking towards the summit, introducing your plan to detonate Mount Fuji with a pencil. The viewers in the livestream were collectively shocked when Su Chen returned to the main street to drive his car. No way? Shouldn't the whiskey god be hiding quickly now? He's just running to Mount Fuji so brazenly? Isn't the whiskey god afraid of someone lurking next to the car? Boldness comes with skill. Is this the style of escaping? I've learned nothing. Just as Su Chen got into the car, the live stream switched to a god's eye view, marking the positions of all the Eastern Guardians' defenses. All the viewers were shocked to find that there was only the main road, with no Guardian defenses at all. Damn, this is using reverse thinking. After all, escaping by car is the dumbest method. An E-level speed ability. User can run faster than a car. Escaping by car is definitely a death sentence. Everyone subconsciously overlooked the car. They all think that the incredibly smart whiskey god couldn't possibly be foolish enough to leave by car. Does the whiskey god not have enough time? In 5 minutes, the god's coordinates will be exposed again. He can at most drive to the foot of Mount Fuji. Yeah, the guardians who know the whiskey god's coordinates will definitely swarm in. With their extraordinary speed, they can catch up to the whiskey god in a minute at most. What should the whiskey god do? Just as analyzed in the live stream, when Su Chen stopped his car at the foot of Mount Fuji to prepare for the climb, his coordinates were exposed. Countless B-level speed-type extraordinary users rushed to a spot not far from Su Chen. Ha ha, the whiskey god of Huaxia is caught by us. Whiskey, did you drive your old car to such a remote place to make it easier for us to kill you? Exactly. Let's not delay any longer. Let's kill him quickly for revenge. This person has caused us to lose 2 pieces. That's right, if it weren't for the system prompt, none of us would have known they were killed by this person. It's terrifying to kill without leaving any evidence. The Guardians looked at Su Chen, revealing extremely wary expressions. Wait, why did Whiskey come here? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Yeah, if he were hiding in the city, we might have wasted even more time. He doesn't need to come to such a desolate place like Mount Fuji to seek death, right? All the Guardians hesitated for a moment and did not rush towards Su Chen immediately. At that moment, Su Chen smiled and turned to raise his middle finger at all the Guardians. Do you know why I came here? I want to detonate Mount Fuji with a pencil and take you all down. Detonate Mount Fuji with a pencil and take us all down? All the Eastern Guardians exchanged glances and burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. My emperor, this is definitely the funniest joke I've heard this year. Detonate Mount Fuji with a pencil? Ha ha ha, are we being played by Whiskey again? This lunatic must have found some fool to help him. If you can detonate a sleeping Mount Fuji with a pencil, can I smash the earth with a rock? That's too ridiculous, right? Whiskey, you might as well just end it. Being forced to a dead end, you're talking nonsense. The dialogue between Su Chen and the Eastern Guardians sparked intense fighting spirit among Su Chen's diehard fans watching the live stream, who saw him being mocked. Just wait and see. This group of Eastern Guardians will definitely pay the price. Go, Whiskey God. The Whiskey God has already created so many miracles in the first 3 live streams. I believe he will be no exception in this one. Yes, because he is Whiskey, a man who can create miracles. When a pencil takes down a person, how can anyone believe in the whiskey god? But in the end, the whiskey god did it anyway. If the whiskey god can create a miracle where a pen takes down a person, why can't he create a miracle where a pen ignites a volcano? At the Huaxia airport, Yao Dao's father, Qin Xia, the director of the special bureau, was boarding a plane with a group of experts preparing to fly to Linhai City. One of his subordinates asked Qin Xia, "Boss, do you believe that whiskey can ignite a volcano with a pen?" "Of course I believe it," Qin Xia nodded. Without hesitation. "Why?" the subordinate asked, puzzled. "Because he is our Huaxia's handsome chess piece. Because he is now the commander deciding the fate of our Huaxia. And most importantly, his name is Whiskey. I will believe in him without hesitation." "Alright, speed up. Our comrades are fighting in space, and we cannot slack off." As almost all experts around the world focused on the live broadcast, experts from the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation simultaneously received a confidential document from their superiors. The Staling Super Bomb Plan, a top-secret scheme for the annihilation of the East Japan. Note, this plan is adapted from facts and the author has performed artistic recreation. What is this? The experts from both countries opened the yellowed confidential document with puzzled expressions, and after reading it, everyone was stunned. During World War II, the Soviet Union actually had a plan to annihilate East Japan. This plan has already reached the final stage? To ignite Mount Fuji with the Staling Super Bomb. The Staling Bomb has already been buried at the mouth of Mount Fuji, ready to explode at any time. This plan was abandoned because the Eagle Nation bombed East Japan with the Big Ivan, leading to East Japan's unconditional surrender. So, that means there are still enough super bombs buried in Mount Fuji to cause an explosion. The experts from the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation looked at the document as if they had realized something. This is the condition. Right. If these bombs from World War II can still be used, whiskey can ignite Mount Fuji through the butterfly effect. With the Staling Super Bomb, the myth of a pen igniting Mount Fuji could really come true. Quick, notify East Japan. Tell them to seal off Mount Fuji and dig up those bombs from World War II. Mount Fuji absolutely cannot explode in reality. If Mount Fuji explodes in reality, East Japan will definitely be annihilated. The entire Earth's environment will deteriorate immensely, the experts from the Eagle Nation said, quickly connecting with their East Japan allies. Upon hearing this news, cold sweat broke out on the face of East Japan's leader. A large number of extraordinary individuals who had just been recalled rushed back to Mount Fuji. Countless bomb disposal experts were pulled from their homes and all headed to Mount Fuji. The residents within a 50-kilometer radius of Mount Fuji were all evacuated to safety. Just as other countries, unaware of the truth, prepared to send spies to check the situation, the official spokesperson of East Japan announced the super difficulties they were facing. They requested the world's top bomb disposal experts to head to Mount Fuji to defuse the imminent danger facing East Japan and the global environment. The world was in an uproar. A top-secret plan. Super bombs capable of igniting Mount Fuji. Everyone couldn't help but look back at the live broadcast screen at Su Chen, who was calmly explaining how to ignite Mount Fuji with a pen. World War II super bomb, the top-secret plan to ignite Mount Fuji. My God, the myth of the whiskey god igniting Mount Fuji with a pen is really about to come true. Currently, there are still no traces of the bombs found on Mount Fuji in reality. All experts are waiting for whiskey to point out the location of the bombs. The spokesperson of East Japan was angrily scolding those who wanted to surround the whiskey god. If these guardians really manage to stop whiskey, they might face punishment from East Japan. At this moment, in the hide-and-seek space, Su Chen had already made his way step by step to the top of Mount Fuji with that pencil, looking around from the summit. Thousands of Eastern guardians had formed a circle halfway up the mountain, completely trapping him on the peak. The other guardians watched Su Chen like he was a monkey. Hey, great God, come on, show us how a pencil can blow up Mount Fuji. Yeah. Don't think you can escape with such a ridiculous excuse. You are completely surrounded by us. Once we expose your lies, we will kill you. Right, let's make Huaxia look foolish in front of the whole world. See, this is their handsome chess piece, a handsome piece full of nonsense. As everyone spoke, a loud bang echoed in the sky. Everyone, don't act yet, give me a chance to take down whiskey. I can't let this fighter jet go to waste. Watch me take out whiskey with one bomb. It was a fighter pilot from the Eastern country. Brothers, give me this chance. I'll take him out with a bomb. I'll treat you to dinner later, the fighter pilot said as he continuously adjusted his flight angle, aiming the cannon at Su Chen. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated to use fighter jet bombs on whiskey? We really shouldn't turn Mount Fuji into rubble. One of the Eastern Guardians halfway up the mountain said with some concern. This pilot said bombs, not missiles. The lethality of bombs isn't that great, at most a snow avalanche. Killing whiskey with a fighter jet is still considered torture, right? Alright, let's do it. Bro, aim a bit better. Give whiskey a nice one. Su Chen looked up at the fighter jet in the sky and smiled, nodding his head, then checked the time. 2359:59. At midnight sharp, Su-chen stood at the position designated by the system and slowly dropped the pencil from his hand. The fighter jet pilot, ready to press the bomb launch button, placed his hand on the missile launch key instead. Using a bomb on Whiskey probably won't kill him, but using a missile will definitely do the trick. Safer that way. A missile shot out from the wing of the fighter jet. The live stream camera slowed down tenfold in that second. The position where the pencil fell was captured clearly. Experts who were closely watching the live stream immediately calculated the coordinates of the pencil's drop. 124, 352. The pencil's landing point was definitely above the bomb. Quick, start digging. These sailing bombs are extremely unstable. Everyone must be careful. The expert team on Mount Fuji in the eastern country immediately grabbed small shovels and began digging downwards. With the information provided by Su-chen, unearthing the sailing bombs was just a matter of time. For now, reality was safe. What would happen in the hide-and-seek space? Would the detonation of the sailing bombs cause an eruption of Mount Fuji? Countless experts turned their gaze back to the live stream. A missile larger than two people was flying towards Whiskey. As Whiskey dropped the pencil, he looked up at the rapidly approaching missile, his face calm and composed. It was as if everything was under control. Is this what it looks like to face a missile without changing expression? I really am a fan of the sister. Is the great god Whiskey, at F level, able to face a missile so easily now? Why isn't he moving yet? Is he preparing to take the missile head-on with his body? Take a missile head-on with his body? Even A-level experts wouldn't dare to try that easily. Is the great god Whiskey preparing to challenge at F level? It really seems so. Look, the great god Whiskey isn't moving at all. In the space, beneath Su-chen's unchanging expression, his heart was actually racing. He suddenly remembered an important question. He had forgotten to search for how to escape. When disaster struck, how can the system help me safely leave the eastern country and reach New York within 4 hours? This time, the system provided the only solution, which was also the fastest escape plan. 5 seconds later, using cellular electrotherapy, stimulating his own cells, he jumped directly off the cliff at the top of Mount Fuji. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, disregarding the wounds on his body, he quickly ran towards the luxury car parked at the foot of the mountain. Covering his mouth and nose, he drove the car at maximum speed down the main street and crashed into the subway station, within 5 seconds seizing the subway controller and ordering him to accelerate the train to maximum speed. Perhaps due to the complexity and diversity of the disaster, the path given this time was incredibly precise and complicated. A slight misstep could lead to the death of Yao Yao and the others. Well, anyway, it wasn't Su-chen who would die first. Su-chen thought to himself as he silently counted to 5, then used cellular electrotherapy to forcibly stimulate the vitality of his cells and jumped off one side of the cliff of Mount Fuji. Seeing this scene, the Guardians of the East immediately began to mock. I told you that a pencil exploding Mount Fuji was fake, right? This guy just wants to escape in the end. Hurry! Brothers on the cliff, stop him. Don't let him get away. Just as all the Guardians were preparing to act, a missile struck the summit of Mount Fuji, producing a violent roar. The rocks at the top of Mount Fuji cracked, and the accumulated snow evaporated. Among the rubble, many boxes adorned with skull patterns appeared before everyone. The boxes were shattered by the impact of the rocks, revealing their contents. One by one, oversized bombs. The pencil thrown by Su-chen shot towards the skull-patterned boxes propelled by the missile explosion. In the slowed-down live broadcast, everyone could clearly see a pencil about to fall apart colliding with the missile's warhead. Boom! A series of explosions occurred. The crater of Mount Fuji became unstable, and small-scale earthquakes began. A column of magma shot into the sky, quickly transforming into a multitude of meteors crashing down to the ground. The fighter jets directly above Mount Fuji vanished. Mount Fuji erupted. The raging flames illuminated the entire sky. Volcanic ash rapidly surged towards the Guardians of the East gathered halfway up the mountain. All the Guardians of the East looked at the approaching volcanic ash, the words of Su-chen echoing in their minds. Use a pencil to explode Mount Fuji. Just as the volcanic ash was about to meet them, they suddenly woke from their stupor, each one crying out and turning to run down the mountain. Everyone wished they had more legs. Run! Hurry! Such a massive volcanic ash. The entire East will be covered, right? Where can we run to? There are air raid shelters, right? Hurry! Run there! All the viewers in the live broadcast room were momentarily breathless at the hellish scene unfolding. Whiskey really did it. The great god is amazing. He really used a pencil to explode Mount Fuji. Incredible. I just simulated it on the computer. The pencil could never have hit the bomb if it fell anywhere else. The design by the great god Whiskey is too clever. Ha ha ha. The East still wants to challenge the great god Whiskey? Just die. Now the national power of the East will be completely destroyed, right? These Guardians are restricted by the rules and can't escape the territory of the East. The violent explosion sounds continued to spread, and all challengers could see the massive column of fire rising from the east. All challengers, including Augustine, showed shocked expressions. What happened? Did Mount Fuji in the east erupt? Impossible. Mount Fuji is a dormant volcano. How could it erupt? It can't be that the East Command is conducting some secret experiment with Mount Fuji, right? That's impossible too. This is a national war. Why would the East engage in dangerous experiments now? In the live broadcast room, experts from various countries remained silent for a long time, staring at the flames filling the sky. Who would dare to believe this was the consequence of a pencil? Whiskey really did it, using a pencil to explode Mount Fuji. This person is truly terrifying. Now he is only at level F. What will happen when he reaches a higher level? If this person is not eliminated, China's position in space will become increasingly solid. The bizarre and sci-fi calculations even include natural disasters. What is it that he cannot accomplish? Hey, hurry, doctor. Someone has committed seppuku. In the hide-and-seek space, volcanic ash filled the air in the city of East Japan. All virtual beings that came into contact with the scorching volcanic ash instantly vanished without a trace, and players hiding in East Japan were caught off guard and directly consumed by the ash. In no time, death reports echoed throughout the space. Player Fatty Jean, who wanted to fly, was eliminated by Whiskey. His identity is a player from the Korean chess. Player Long Live the Emperor was eliminated by Whiskey. His identity is a player from the Korean chess. Player Kobanov, the Sure Shot, was eliminated by Whiskey. His identity is a player from the Bear Country chess. All these players were counted as kills by Su Chen. On the chess piece hunting leaderboard, Su Chen's kill count began to soar. 5 minutes after the volcanic eruption, 6 chess pieces had already died at his hands, and the number of dead pieces continued to rise. If the deceased guardians were included, he had at least claimed over 1,000 heads. At this moment, Su Chen had followed the system's escape plan and exited the subway station, arriving at the junction with New York City, USA. Upon reaching this point, the system's prompt was reduced to just 4 words: Celestial Blessing. Celestial Blessing. The probability of dying from natural disasters is 1%. The system's prompt indicated that the 1% danger had been passed. On this last stretch of road, he would not be punished by natural disasters. In the live broadcast perspective, Su Chen's escape speed suddenly slowed down, and he was calmly engulfed by the flames that swept in. The intense flames did not stop their advance after consuming Su Chen. The energy accumulated over the years by Mount Fuji was enough to swallow the cities of 5 countries. When the raging fire collided with the adjacent New York plate, a deafening roar echoed through the space. An invisible barrier blocked the spread of Mount Fuji's eruption. The appearance of the barrier meant that the power of Mount Fuji's eruption would be limited to East Japan. In the hide-and-seek space, the command centers of the other 4 countries breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this situation. Thankfully, the space intervened. If they were also affected by Mount Fuji's eruption, how would this game be played? The 5 countries would be collectively paralyzed. Watching the constant stream of information in the space, the command centers of various countries felt a twinge of fear towards Su Chen, the instigator of the Mount Fuji eruption. My god, how did he do it? East Japan can be eliminated early now, right? All the combat power in this competition has been destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, our eagle country chose New York this time. If we had brought the map of Yellowstone Park, the volcanic eruption might not have been limited to East Japan. Whiskey is too dangerous. His name will probably stay at the top of the chess piece hunting leaderboard, right? He has already killed 9 chess pieces. Where is Whiskey now? His location will not be reported for another half an hour. God, let that demon Whiskey die in the volcano. Where is Whiskey now, and what is happening to him? This question is on everyone's mind. In the global live broadcast, all the viewers expressed concern for Su Chen's current situation. They had watched Su Chen being engulfed by the volcanic flames. Why did the great Whiskey stop running at the last stretch? If he had just held on a bit longer, he would have reached New York. Yeah. The great Whiskey's previous state clearly showed no decline. He could definitely escape. Why did he stop at the end? The Whiskey god appeared remarkably calm before being engulfed by flames, seemingly unafraid of the fire. He should be fine. Now the eastern Japan region is covered in volcanic ash, and the system's camera isn't showing Whiskey. We can't see his condition at all. It's driving me crazy. On the plane heading to Linhai City, Jin Xia repeatedly watched the footage of Su Chen being consumed by flames before slowly shutting down his laptop. Accelerate towards Linhai. Whiskey is definitely fine right now. One of his subordinates asked, puzzled, Captain Sheen, how can you be so sure that Whiskey is completely fine? The high temperatures from the volcano would be unbearable even for an A-class. Just based on Whiskey's particularly composed demeanor, that's enough for me to believe in him. Regardless of the final outcome, after this competition victory, I hope to meet this mysterious Whiskey. At this moment, everyone was murmuring about Su Chen, who was indeed unharmed and had successfully blended into New York City. After casually acquiring a set of clothes from a clothing store, Su Chen stepped onto the streets of New York. As a top-tier city in the Eagle Nation, New York's level of modernization far surpasses that of Tokyo in eastern Japan. Skyscrapers are everywhere, and the foot traffic on the streets is several times greater than that of Tokyo. Is the Eagle Nation bringing all of New York to participate in the national war to advertise their country? To attract high-end talent? It's a pity New York doesn't have a volcano. If only it could be destroyed too, then I wouldn't have to familiarize myself with the map. Using perfect crimes to eliminate pawns in the Eagle Nation will become even more troublesome. Su Chen watched helplessly as workers continued to install cameras on the streets. Let's put the pawn elimination aside for now. There are still over 20 minutes left, and after 20 minutes, my location will be reported by the system. I must find Su Ya and Yao Yao before the system reports my location. Once I confirm that the tools won't expose my position, I need to start a chase with the Eagle Nation's command center. I wonder if the Eagle Nation has any secret weapons waiting for me? Su Chen thought as he typed into the search box, how to naturally find Yao Yao and Su Ya in New York City? 3 minutes later, standing next to the Statue of Liberty, he turned and waved in surprise towards the northwest, saying, "Where did you all go? Next to the Statue of Liberty? Would Su Ya and the others make it there in 3 minutes? That's quite close," Su Chen thought as he turned to look left. Not far ahead was the location of the Statue of Liberty. Just as Su Chen was about to head straight for the Statue of Liberty, he heard a roaring sound from the street on his right. "Quick, get out of the way. FBI in action." FBI in action? Su Chen looked over in confusion as a large group of silver-armored figures wearing helmets appeared in his line of sight. Exoskeleton armor? It seems the Eagle Nation has managed to acquire quite a few good things in this space. So my opponents are these people? The upcoming chase seems to be a bit challenging. After watching for a moment, Su Chen turned and walked towards the Statue of Liberty. First, I need to meet up with Yao Yao and the others, and see if Su Ya can directly hack these mechanized troops. If Su Ya can't hack the Eagle Nation's network, then I'll take Yao Yao with me when I escape, just in case. Yao Yao has a shield boosting skill. When in life-threatening situations, she can also serve as a human shield. Perfect. 2 minutes later, Su Chen arrived next to the enormous Statue of Liberty. After silently counting to a minute, Su Chen feigned a surprised expression and turned to wave towards the northwest. "Where did you all go?" In the northwest direction, Su Ya and Yao Yao were with a police officer. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Yao Yao immediately turned and ran over in delight. "Daddy!" Yao Yao's eyes glistened with tears as she pounced onto Su Chen. Hubby, you really came at the right time," Su Ya said helplessly, pointing at the police officer beside them. After fleeing from the east and entering New York, her and Yao Yao's luck had taken a turn for the worse. Their laptop had run out of battery, and they couldn't find a compatible charger. With not a penny to their names, they had considered becoming thieves out of desperation, but due to their suspicious behavior and carrying a hammer and other tools, they were caught and questioned by the police. Since the laptop was dead, Su Ya couldn't process her identity in New York, and now she and Yao Yao were essentially stowaways, unable to withstand police interrogation. Just as Su Ya hesitated, preparing to change their robbery target to this police officer, Su Chen happened to arrive. What a coincidence. Whiskey, does this count as the current situation? Can we resolve the police issue peacefully now? Su Ya thought, letting out a sigh of relief. After assessing the situation, Su Chen smiled and picked up Yao Yao, walking over to the police officer. "Officer, what's going on?" "Oh, sir, your family has been wandering the streets with a hammer and staring at the bank for quite a while. That's very suspicious. Can you show me your identification and explain this?" "A hammer? Do you need to carry a weapon to rob a bank? Do extraordinary beings need to bring a hammer to rob a bank?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Ya in surprise, his eyes conveying the message, "Why are you bringing a hammer? To rob a bank?" Su Ya, who inexplicably understood Su Chen's meaning, rolled her eyes back at him. This national war was originally aimed at her advancement. Scene. Not only had her power dropped back to F level, but all her skills and items were also disabled. Wouldn't she just die if she tried to rob a bank unarmed against firearms? Isn't it safer to bring a hammer? Besides, it was already quite good that they could find a hammer without any money. After exchanging glances, Su Chen held Yao Yao with one arm and began to rummage through his pockets with the other. After searching for a while, he pretended to be distressed and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, officer, my wallet is in my shop. Would you like to follow me to get it? My shop is a bit far, at 125 Queen Street. If I go back to get my wallet now, it might take a while." 125 Queen Street? The officer glanced at his watch, looking a bit hesitant. "Your family didn't bring anything? Just a hammer? Why is that?" "Oh, I'm so sorry, officer, we just wanted to go out to buy a hammer and take a walk. My wife was staring at the bank because she was looking at the electronic screen inside, right?" "Electronic screen?" The officer looked puzzled. "Isn't there often information about deposit rates on the bank's electronic screen? My wife has been buying bank stocks recently, and she gets extremely concerned whenever something happens at the bank." You know how it is, caught up in the madness of stock trading. You can't possibly think my wife would take my adorable daughter and a hammer to rob a bank, right? Su-chen said, pinching Yao Yao's little face. Well, alright, sir, just remember to bring proper identification next time. Those damn extraordinary beings have been causing trouble everywhere, and it's quite frustrating for us. After sizing up Su-chen and the others, the officer handed the hammer to Suya and turned to leave. Thank you, I'll definitely remember, Su-chen replied with a smile. A crisis successfully resolved. You two are really having a tough time. Come on, we need to start our New York trip. Having a tough time? If it weren't for the laptop being dead and not having a charging adapter, Yao Yao and I would be waiting for you in a luxury hotel right now. Suya said helplessly, how about we just rob a bank now? Yeah, let's keep robbing. I just arrived, and I'm broke. Su-chen shrugged, showing his empty pockets. After we rob the bank, let's buy a good computer first. I'll help hold back the network forces of the Eagle Nation. Do we still need the hammer? Suya raised the hammer to signal. Let Yao Yao hold it, she's outside keeping watch. By the way, take off your socks, we need to cover our faces. Get lost. 10 minutes later, the president of a bank lay on the ground, furious, shouting, damn it. Do you extraordinary beings think this place is an ATM? By the time the police arrived to check the situation at the bank, Su-chen and the others had already secured the money in a hotel. Alright, in 3 minutes my position will be exposed. I'll take Yao Yao with me first, her shield is going to come in handy now. The little charm is finally useful? That's great. Yao Yao happily hugged Su-chen's arm. What are you planning to do during the chase? Suya suddenly remembered something, silently turned around and picked up the computer. Forget it, I don't want to ask. What crazy plan will it be this time, like blowing up a volcano? My heart can't take it. Put on the earpiece, I'll communicate with you through it. Earpiece? No need, just look at my eyes and act. As Su-chen said this, he lifted Yao Yao and quickly jumped out of the hotel window. Suya, look at your eyes and act? It seems we haven't reached the level of communicating through eye contact yet, have we? Speaking of which, how did I understand his eyes before? Is it because Whiskey's personality is too much like Su-chen's? That's it, even the eyes are like Su-chen's. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. A person can change everything, but not the soul. Suya looked at Su-chen's back, lost in deep thought. The national war is important. Once it's over, if I'm still alive, I must test Whiskey. Suya silently made up her mind. At this moment, in the global live broadcast room, countless people were waiting for the system's announcement. It had been so long, and the system still hadn't reported Whiskey's death, which meant he was still alive and well. It's coming, it's coming. 3 minutes left. Where on earth is the great Whiskey? Yeah. Is the great Whiskey buried in volcanic ash? Or has he already escaped from the land of the rising sun? Can't wait. I hope the great Whiskey has escaped from the land of the rising sun. I want to see him cause chaos in other countries. If the great Whiskey has escaped from the land of the rising sun, he could be in Eagle Country, Bear Country, or Huaxia. 3 minutes later, the system's prompt sound rang out as expected. Whiskey's current coordinates are 124.79. The live broadcast camera turned to Su-chen at that moment. All the global viewers saw Su-chen, unharmed, with a backdrop of New York. Wow, the great Whiskey is amazing. Now in New York? The command center in New York is going to have a headache. Ha, I told you the great Whiskey would be just fine, right? How could the great Whiskey die under a volcanic eruption he created? Go, great Whiskey. Huaxia will win. While countless people cheered in the live broadcast room, viewers from the land of the rising sun were also cheering. Our Demon Blade Muramasa is also in New York. Whiskey, prepare to die. Demon Blade, take down Whiskey and avenge us. The Sword Saint is here. Whiskey is about to kneel and beg for mercy. Even if the Demon Blade's strength is reduced to F level, it's still invincible in the same realm. In terms of combat power, the Demon Blade can take on at least 10 Whiskeys. After seeing the comments from the viewers in the land of the rising sun, everyone suddenly remembered. The top combat power of the East, the Demon Blade, was also in New York. Wow, the Great Whiskey is about to face off against the world's top powerhouse. The Great Whiskey's combat power shouldn't be stronger than the Demon Blade, right? In a face-to-face clash, he probably can't win. He should retreat when he encounters the Demon Blade. Retreat? The Great Whiskey might just take down the Demon Blade Muramasa with a pencil. The live camera is on the Demon Blade. The Demon Blade is going to find Whiskey. Why did he stop halfway? What happened? Did the Demon Blade hide? Demon Blade Muramasa, the Sword Saint of the land of the rising sun, ranked 3rd in the world for combat strength, second only to Ling and Zeus. Faced with an enemy harboring a grudge capable of destroying nations, this person actually chooses to endure and prepare to use a cowardly tactic? No way. This is an exaggeration, right? The 3rd strongest in the world is actually afraid to face Whiskey head-on? Ha. Is this really the top combat power of the land of the rising sun? So pathetic. The great whiskey actually scared off the demon blade Muramasa? Whiskey is truly formidable. I really want to see the expressions on the faces of those spectators from the land of the rising sun, after witnessing the performance of the demon blade Muramasa. All the spectators from the land of the rising sun were momentarily stunned before becoming completely furious. The old schemer was not wrong, but it also depends on the occasion and situation. This match is being broadcast live worldwide. The global audience is watching. Isn't hiding like this embarrassing for them? Whether they can win against whiskey is not important. What matters is the attitude. Baka Yoru. Demon blade. Go! Show us the spirit of the samurai from the land of the rising sun. Is this really our first sword saint from the land of the rising sun? Afraid of whiskey? Fight! Doesn't the demon blade Muramasa have a sword dojo? I'm going to throw eggs. Coward! How could our brave land of the rising sun have someone like you who is afraid of trouble? Fight! Go ahead and fight. Don't embarrass us. The expert panel from the land of the rising sun looked at the performance of the demon blade Muramasa in confusion, their speculations flowing. The demon blade Muramasa shouldn't be afraid of a direct confrontation, right? What happened? Could it be that the demon blade Muramasa is our land of the rising sun's pawn? If he is a pawn, then hiding and waiting for an opportunity, being cautious, is definitely not wrong. First, let's clean up the demon blade Muramasa's image. We can't let the audience from the land of the rising sun feel disheartened, nor can we let the global audience laugh at us. Countless online commentators flooded into the live stream from the land of the rising sun. The demon blade endures humiliation for the greater good, deserving our respect. He might be the pawn of the land of the rising sun. Hiding is for the overall situation of the land of the rising sun. He is considering the whole of the land of the rising sun. Yes, the demon blade is suffering inside, but there's nothing he can do. If he weren't a pawn, he would definitely fight with all his might. This national battle is extremely important. He is gritting his teeth and holding back from fighting whiskey. Demon blade, go! Don't worry, everyone in the land of the rising sun supports you. After the official commentators from the land of the rising sun cleaned up the situation, the reputation of the demon blade was slightly restored. If he really is the pawn of the land of the rising sun, then his actions are indeed justifiable. Demon blade, we misunderstood you. Enduring humiliation for the sake of the land of the rising sun, abandoning your samurai spirit, so great. As long as we have the demon blade in the land of the rising sun, that's enough. From now on, I will be a die-hard fan of the demon blade. When I find a girlfriend and have kids, I will definitely let them learn swordsmanship from the demon blade. Space Lord, show us the identity of the demon blade, please. Yes, same request. Our land of the rising sun is already in such a dire situation. Please fulfill this wish for us. Count me in. The requests from the audience of the land of the rising sun had an effect, and the representative identity of the demon blade Muramasa was displayed on the public screen of the live stream. There was no familiar character for pawn. Demon blade Muramasa is a knight. The world was in an uproar. What the hell? The demon blade is a knight? Haha, the sword saint of the land of the rising sun is really as timid as a mouse. The reputation of the great whiskey still had some effect on him. The reputation of the demon blade is about to plummet. This guy is also ranked third in the world for combat strength. Why doesn't he have the demeanor of a strong person? His swordsmanship must be the art of cowardice. After a moment of silence, the live stream from the land of the rising sun exploded. Disappointed, so disappointed. Is this really our strongest warrior from the land of the rising sun? I'm done. What kind of pathetic country am I in? I've seen the demon blade on TV. He looked quite imposing, but who would have thought? Even if this guy ambushed and killed whiskey, I wouldn't have any good feelings for him. Looking at the identity of the demon blade Muramasa as a knight, the entire expert panel from the land of the rising sun was dumbfounded. Really? This guy is actually so cowardly? Why should we go to bat for him? This is going to have a bigger backlash. I suddenly envy Kimura-jiro from the land of the morning calm. Although he can't compare to the demon blade in strength, he's so reckless. If it were Kimura-jiro right now, he would definitely charge in without hesitation and wouldn't embarrass us. Maybe the demon blade has his own reasons? Perhaps he's trying to save his own life for the greater good. The expert group from the east gradually lowered their voices, then fell silent collectively. How can this be resolved? It can't be resolved at all. The demon blade is a chess piece. He didn't rush in to fight whiskey right away. That's a fact set in stone. Just as the expert group from the east was sinking into despair, new information suddenly appeared on the public screen, the status bar of the demon blade. With the appearance of the status bar, demon blade, severely injured, missing a heart, body completely disabled. What? The demon blade is severely injured? Completely disabled? No way. What happened? Who did this? But the demon blade looks fine right now, doesn't he? I don't see any injuries. Although I don't know what happened, this is actually a good thing. The demon blade isn't afraid, he's just too badly hurt. Right. He's on the verge of death, but because of national hatred, he's hanging on to life wanting to kill Whiskey. Quick! Activate the water army. Again! Before the expert group from the east could take action, the live stream replayed the reason for the Demon Blade's injury. In the video, the Demon Blade sneaks into a tall building at night and takes an old elevator down to the underground of New York. There is a super large secret base here. In the video, countless sci-fi machines appear. Flying silver battlesuits, hovering tanks, laser swords. After the Demon Blade attempts to take a silver battlesuit, he is discovered, and countless robots spewing flames rush towards him like locusts. If it weren't for the fact that only chess pieces can kill chess pieces, the Demon Blade would have definitely been done for. My god, is this the trump card of the Eagle Nation? A mechanized army that transcends the era? So the mechs on the streets of New York were just junk. This is the real trump card of the Eagle Nation. Whiskey is in danger. The danger mentioned in the livestream soon confronted Su Chen. Compared to the East's Guardians using rudimentary GPS to track Su Chen's whereabouts, the Eagle Nation's Guardians could directly use smart positioning to find him. Once Su Chen's location was exposed, the roaring sound in the sky grew closer and closer to his position. Looking up at the sky, countless black dots were rapidly enlarging to the naked eye. It seems the Eagle Nation has acquired quite a few good things in space over the past few hundred years. Su Chen looked at the sky with some emotion. This armor had a shabby Iron Man vibe. If the Eagle Nation continues to linger in space for a few more hundred years, they might really be able to create an Iron Man whiskey. What should we do now? Should we run quickly? Yao Yao seemed a bit nervous, constantly tugging at Su Chen's clothes. Run? Su Chen glanced at the map on his exclusive panel, counting the number of chess pieces, 20. In New York City, the Eagle Nation had 20 chess pieces, and almost all of them were moving further away from Su Chen's position. They had no intention of challenging him. The closest chess piece to Su Chen was moving about 1,000 meters to his left, seemingly waiting for something. Why isn't he running? If this chess piece isn't from Huaxia, then let's use him as a sacrifice for this trip to New York. Su Chen thought to himself, silently pondering, how can I safely reach this chess piece and perfectly kill him? Instantly, countless conditional paths erupted on Su Chen's attribute panel, with the sacrifice of Yao Yao successfully arriving and then killing the piece. There's a plan involving the sacrifice of Suya to take down Yao Yao and then smoothly reach and eliminate the piece, as well as a reckless plan to charge in with overwhelming force. Given the multitude and complexity of the plans, Su Chen chose one with the fewest words to review. Smile and wave at the camera. Then within 10 minutes, pull Yao Yao to the top floor of the Westin building before opening the top door. Let Yao Yao use her skill to possess after entering, count silently for 2 seconds, then bend down to pick up the octagonal stone on the ground and throw it at the left side of the incoming person's heart. Finally, press him down with a single finger. How weak is this piece? Throw a stone, and then press him down with a finger. Is it this pathetic? Trying to take down Yao Yao with just a finger is still a bit difficult. This person is even weaker than Yao Yao. In the global live broadcast room, all the viewers were sweating for Su Chen, who was still lost in thought. What is the whiskey god doing? He should be running right now. Standing there is definitely waiting for death. Yeah, once surrounded by the mechanized forces of the Eagle Nation, even a heavily injured escape like that of the Demon Blade Muramasa would end in near death. There's no way the whiskey god is going to use a pencil to take everyone out again, right? I'm really afraid he'll pull out a pencil and throw it on the ground. The whiskey god might actually pull out a pencil. Hasn't he done miraculous comebacks before? The viewers in the live room discussed, some eagerly looking at Su Chen's pocket. Was there still a magical pencil inside that could help Whiskey safely navigate this crisis? The anticipated pencil did not appear, and Whiskey remained deep in thought. It's over. Once the mechanized forces get a little closer, the whiskey god really won't be able to escape. What is the whiskey god doing? It's driving me crazy. Hasn't the god figured out a way to escape yet? That's impossible. Last time he figured out a way to run in a minute. There's no reason it should take this long. Just as Yao Yao, who was on the ground, could see the menacing mechas in the sky, Su Chen finally snapped out of his reverie. After smiling and waving at the camera beside him, Su Chen pulled Yao Yao onto the street. Su Chen quickly walked towards the direction of the Demon Blade Muramasa, completely ignoring the countless mechanized forces in the sky. The whiskey god is directly disregarding the Eagle Nation's super forces? After waving at the camera, he just ignores the mechanized forces in the sky? This scene seems a bit familiar. It's Ling. The whiskey god is greeting Ling. Right, how did we forget about Ling? She's an A-class technologist. Ling's understanding of technology is definitely many times stronger than that of the Eagle Nation. The whiskey god is signaling to Ling. But wasn't Ling weakened to F-class? Can she handle so many forces? Just as the viewers were eagerly discussing, a violent explosion erupted among the rapidly approaching mechanized forces. A cold female voice echoed from all the machines in the sky. Is the technology of the Eagle Nation this backward? Daring to use these toys in front of me? Thank you for lifting the technological restrictions. I am free. In a luxurious hotel, Suya said as she pressed the enter key, causing all the densely packed mechanized forces in the sky to stop, and the pilots of the fighter jets were completely unable to operate their planes. Suya had taken control of all the mechanized forces in the sky. The primitive society of the Eastern Japan is too restrictive for me. Here I can truly unleash my power. What? Our forces have all lost control? In the command center of the Eagle Nation, all the technology-based extraordinary beings looked helplessly at the chubby rabbit occupying their screens. What the hell? Over 300 of our technologists couldn't defeat just one Ling? Is a technological overlord still invincible even when their power is limited to F level? No wonder they are aiming to advance to S level strength. I never expected to battle against the greatest technologist of our time. I have no regrets in this life. The commander of the Eagle Nation looked bewildered at the group of extraordinary beings. What were they doing? The 300 of them had been defeated by a single woman, and they didn't feel ashamed at all, instead appearing as if it was only natural. Gentlemen, we are in a war right now. This is not an idle signing event. Ling's power has already dropped to F level, and without the use of any epic-making technology, she cannot maintain control over our army for long. Gentlemen, we must shorten the time she controls the army as quickly as possible. You are the world's top technologists, the elite of the Eagle Nation. Encouraged by the commander, the 300 technologists with an average level of B began to counterattack Suya, attempting to regain control of the army. A prolonged battle ensued. All mechanized units danced mindlessly in a 360-degree spiral under Suya's manipulation, while the pilots of these mechanized units cowered in their cockpits, afraid to utter a word, fearing that they might provoke Suya and be treated like fireworks. Due to this sudden situation, the Eagle Nation found itself in a vacuum regarding the capture of Suchen. They had never considered the possibility that the mechanized units could not defeat Suchen, so they hadn't sent any other troops to capture him. Now, dispatching virtual police forces was far too slow. They could only watch helplessly as Su Chen and Yao Yao jogged down the street. In the global live broadcast room, everyone laughed at the commander of the Eagle Nation, whose face was turning green. Ha ha ha, the Eagle Nation must be dumbfounded now, right? All their mechanized units have been controlled by Ling, and they can only let the whiskey god roam freely. They can't possibly think that an A+ level powerhouse turning back to F level is particularly easy to bully, right? No way. Ling is still the world's #1 powerhouse. At this point, unless they find Ling's location within 3 minutes, these mechanized units will be dragged to the systems and broadcast of Whiskey's location. If Ling were ruthless, she could directly destroy all the mechanized units of the Eagle Nation, instantly having their strength. In this hide-and-seek challenge, why doesn't Ling destroy these mechanized units? In response to the last comment in the live broadcast room, experts from various countries found the answer: Ling can't do it. Yes, her power is limited to F level, and she doesn't have the strength to modify the core programs of these mechas. That's right, the core programs of the mechas absolutely do not allow for any human-operated self-destruction. This is the highest regulation to protect the safety of the pilots, and it cannot be tampered with in any form. Having lost all abilities and skills, Ling can at most temporarily control all mechanized units through network technology, and her control won't last long. A single person, relying solely on an ordinary computer, trying to compete with 300 technologists is simply a pipe dream, except for A+ level Ling, but unfortunately, she is not A+ level now. As the experts said, an F-level Ling could not contend against 300 peak-level technologists. In a luxurious hotel, the rapid clattering of keyboards echoed continuously. Suya could no longer feel her hands. To be honest, after advancing to B-level, she hadn't touched a keyboard at all. B-level technologists could directly log into the network through thought, a connection method that was countless times faster than using a keyboard. With her power reduced to F-level, Suya lost this skill and had to revert to using the most primitive keyboard as her weapon. What she faced with the keyboard were 300 super technologists connected to the network through thought. Faced with the intense attacks of 300 technologists, Suya could only keep increasing the speed of her operations, continuously launching a barrage of attacks to entangle the 300 technologists. The longer she delayed, the safer Whiskey and the others would be. I must ensure Whiskey's safety. I must secure victory in this national war. After this national war, I'll retire directly, and I'll beat Suchen every day. Heh, I must beat him every day. Suya thought to herself, forcing herself to focus, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she once again repelled the counterattack from the Eagle Nation's technologists. Another perfect defense. 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the command center of the Eagle Nation, the shock on the faces of all the technologists who were using their minds to log into the network to attack Suya became increasingly evident. How is this possible? While she is defending against our attacks, she is also throwing a large amount of malware at us, trying to attack our systems? Damn, luckily her network viruses are all simplified versions. If they were the full versions, we'd probably be done for. Is this the power of Ling? It's terrifying, but it should end here, right? The number of her error codes is increasing, and soon we can regain command and find Ling. Exactly. Capturing Ling is as important as capturing whiskey. We're very interested in Ling's brain structure. Zeus won't let us open his brain, but Ling's head should be able to give us what we need, right? The brain of an A-class powerhouse, the technologists said, starting to intensify their virus attacks on Suya's computer. It's almost there. Soon we'll be able to pinpoint her location and capture her. Ling's location won't be too far from Whiskey. Let's send virtual police to stand by in the vicinity. Once we confirm Ling's location, we'll capture her alive at all costs. We want Whiskey, and we want Ling too. 3 minutes later, the system stopped reporting Su Chen's identity location. At this moment, Su Chen and Yao Yao arrived at the Winston building. The Winston building was a high-end commercial skyscraper with over 100 floors. Su Chen and Yao Yao chose to take the elevator directly to the top floor. Yao Yao, don't you have a skill that can let you go up? Try it on me? Go up? Is the great Whiskey finally going to load a little accessory? Great! Yao Yao said happily as she hugged Su Chen's neck, reciting a complex incantation. After the incantation ended, a halo appeared above Yao Yao's head and her body slowly began to emit light. Is this the skill that can add a shield? The light effect seems very strong. It can definitely be used to block attacks later. Su Chen pinched Yao Yao's face, nodding in satisfaction. Then the little accessory is loaded, Yao Yao said as her body slowly floated upwards, gradually hovering above Su Chen's head. Grade 1, this skill of mine comes with a super shield. The shield can resist any form of damage. Once the shield is broken, we will revert to our normal state. During the existence of this shield, only you, the great Whiskey, can see Yao Yao. No one else can see her. Not bad, it's quite powerful. We'll see how it works later. Let's see how it works. Yao Yao suddenly had a bad premonition. It felt like she was about to become a tool again. Before Yao Yao could think further, the elevator reached the top floor and opened its doors. After looking around on the top floor, Su Chen found the stairs leading to the rooftop. At the end of the stairs leading to the rooftop, a wooden door was slightly ajar. As soon as Su Chen pushed the door open, he would enter the rooftop and immediately see the piece on the rooftop. The audience in the live broadcast room with a god's eye view could clearly see the situation on the rooftop. The demon blade Muramasa was standing outside the door with a sword in hand. If it weren't for the door in between, the two would have been face to face already. Here it comes, the opportunity that the demon blade has been waiting for. As long as the great Whiskey pushes open the door, the demon blade's sword will be unsheathed and it will be a one-hit kill. If the Whiskey god can dodge the peak strike of the demon blade, the scales of victory will overwhelmingly tip in his favor. The demon blade's injuries are just too severe. The demon blade has now locked onto the Whiskey god's position. Now it's a matter of who loses their composure first. The one who strikes first will fall into disadvantage. If the Whiskey god turns and leaves now, the demon blade will likely lose his composure. He only has this chance. The most advantageous move for the Whiskey god right now is to turn and leave. Just when all the spectators thought Su Chen would choose to turn and leave, he took another step forward and placed his hand on the handle of the rooftop door. What? The Whiskey god chooses to confront him head-on? Is the Whiskey god the one losing composure first? It's over. How could the Whiskey god choose to attack first? Leaving is the best plan when uncertain of the dangers outside the door. Could it be that the Whiskey god is underestimating his opponent? That's possible. He has no idea that outside the door is the super powerhouse ranked third in the world. The Whiskey god is in danger. Su Chen had indeed considered the danger outside the door, but after glancing at the little Yao Yao on his head, he abandoned the thought. After all, if something went wrong, Yao Yao would be the first to die. He was a man with a built-in resurrection armor. Cowardly? Absolutely impossible. Su Chen thought, slowly pushing open the rooftop door according to the perfect murder plan he had seen earlier. He then immediately bent down to pick up the unique stone on the ground, temporarily ignoring the man with the sword in front of him. Baka Yoru. Die. The demon blade adjusted his spirit to the peak as Su Chen opened the door and bent down to pick up the stone. He roared as he drew his sword and swiftly slashed down towards Su Chen's head. The sword of the demon blade Muramasa, once unsheathed, sliced through the air, leaving behind trails of black light descending with immense pressure towards Su Chen's head. The strength of the demon blade Muramasa had been reduced to F rank, but his experience and swordsmanship had not. Seeing the deadly strike from the demon blade, all the experts in the livestream felt a chill down their spines. What the hell? Is Whiskey out of his mind? Going to pick up a stone now? Isn't that just sticking his neck out for the demon blade Muramasa to chop off? I can't even dare to stick my head out to take that strike from the demon blade Muramasa. This is simply asking for death. Even if the demon blade is reduced to F rank, that strike still has the power to kill A rank strength. Whiskey is done for. Huaxia is about to be eliminated. Ling's efforts will all be in vain. As the expert group spoke, the sword of the demon blade Muramasa had already descended. Yao Yao, perched on Su Chen's head, looked blankly as a fierce sword came crashing down towards her. The whiskey god should at least give me a heads up when testing the shield's hardness. This little trinket can't hold up. Before Yao Yao could voice her warning to Su Chen, the sword of the demon blade Muramasa had already struck Su Chen's head. Bang! The shield of Yao Yao shattered, and it flew off to the side. After making contact with Su Chen's head, the sword of the demon blade Muramasa emitted black sparks, seemingly having taken down Su Chen. You bad guy dare to hurt the whiskey god. Yao Yao struggled to get up and deal with the demon blade. Muramasa. Ha ha ha. Baka. Huaxia, prepare to be eliminated. I traded my life for the life of Huaxia's handsome chess piece. Worth it. As the demon blade Muramasa spoke, the left side of his chest, which had been straining, was struck by a stone and completely shattered. Nani? The demon blade stared in shock at Su Chen, who had been struck in the head by his deadly sword, slowly flicking his sword away with his hand and standing upright. Not bad, you knocked off Yao Yao's shield, your strength is decent, but still too weak, Su Chen said lightly, pressing a finger against the head of the demon blade Muramasa. Bang! The demon blade Muramasa fell to the ground, turning to ashes. Player Demon Blade Muramasa has been eliminated by Whiskey. His identity is a Japanese chess piece. What? All the experts watching the livestream were collectively dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly for them to react. What happened? Can anyone tell me? The peak sword strike of the Demon Blade Muramasa definitely hit Whiskey on the head. Damn. What is his head made of? So hard. After that girl's shield was broken, Whiskey had absolutely no defense left. His head couldn't possibly be as hard as an A-grade shield, right? The rules of chess? An expert suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted, no, it's not chess. It's horse chess. The special rules of horse chess. Special rules of horse chess? What is that? All the experts exchanged glances, and before they could ask, the expert who figured it out quickly explained, in Chinese chess, the horse has its own exclusive rule, blocking the horse's foot. Simply put, as long as there are other pieces blocking its movement direction at specific positions, it cannot move to certain places. Space's horse chess might have similar rules. Once a piece blocks the horse chess at a specific position, the horse's attack will be nullified. That's why Whiskey bent down to pick up that stone at the beginning. He did this to trigger the special rules of horse chess. Blocking the horse's foot? The special rules of horse chess? After a moment of contemplation, the experts all had expressions of sudden realization. Yes, it must be. What a cunning Whiskey. Isn't he afraid of misjudging the rules of horse chess? Using the most risky yet safest method to take down the demon blade Muramasa fits Whiskey's style perfectly. If he weren't a bit reckless, he wouldn't be called Whiskey. Right now, all we have are guesses. Quick, let the Water Army spread our guesses to all the viewers and urge Space to provide an answer. After a flurry of operations from the expert group's Water Army, the global live audience learned of their speculations. Everyone was amazed by Su Chen's plan and bold actions. Is this what a master looks like? He definitely didn't know the rules of horse chess before, right? Just a slight guess and he dares to take the plunge? So reckless. How did Master Whiskey know this person was horse chess? Wasn't this their first meeting? Did Master Whiskey determine that the demon blade was horse chess through a moment's observation and already think of a solution? Master Whiskey calculated everything. I'm already prepared to kneel for a long time. I've bought knee pads. Space, please, we beg for the special rules of horse chess. Same request. Kneeling request +1. This time, Su Chen's actions truly ignited the enthusiasm of the global audience. The demon blade Muramasa was definitely the first master-level character that Master Whiskey took down head-on. So exciting! Under millions of requests, Space displayed the limiting rules of horse chess on the public screen. Blocking the horse's foot. If a piece is in a specific position, it can block the horse chess. The blocked horse chess's attack will be nullified. Sure enough, the girl named Yao Yao on Whiskey's head just happened to block the horse chess's foot. Yao Yao was in an invisible state while on Whiskey's head, right? The demon blade Muramasa definitely didn't expect an invisible, transparent piece to be between him and Whiskey. Master Whiskey calculated everything. A generation sword saint just like that was played to death. So tragic. On the top floor of the Weston building, Yao Yao, completely unaware of the situation, quickly ran to Su Chen's side and tiptoed to pat his head with her small hand. What are you doing? Su Chen asked in confusion. Master Whiskey, did you specifically practice iron head skills? Your head is so hard. Even a sword strike doesn't hurt. Yao Yao was shocked. Alright, you can too. When we go back later, I'll teach you. I remember there's a supermarket in the hotel where we can buy walnuts. Walnuts? Yao Yao was puzzled. What do walnuts have to do with practicing iron head skills? After we go back, use your head to smash walnuts. It'll help you practice your iron head skills, Su Chen said as he picked up Yao Yao and quickly headed towards the hotel. Smashing a walnut with your head? Walnuts are so hard, won't it hurt to smash them with your head? No, your head is definitely harder than a walnut. If the walnut isn't crying out in pain, you won't feel any pain either. No, it can't be like that. Yao Yao hesitated as she spoke. It is like that. We need to buy more walnuts later. Ling can practice with you more if we can see her later, Su-chan said, quickening his pace again. The mechanical troops in the sky were definitely under Suya's control. With her current F-level strength, she couldn't hold on for long. Earlier, controlling the cameras in the East Japan had already felt exhausting. Now controlling so many troops, she probably wouldn't last much longer, right? It was a miracle she had held on this long. Halfway through their journey, the mechanical troops that had been flying in a 360-degree circle began to slowly stop spinning. Suya couldn't hold on any longer. At that moment, in the luxurious hotel, Suya was trembling, clutching her head as she collapsed onto her laptop. The high-intensity rapid thinking caused her head to throb, making it impossible to think of anything. As Suya forced herself to sit up to type another line of code, she realized she couldn't control her hands at all. The extreme intensity of coding had completely numbed her fingers. After trying to lift her hand again, Suya helplessly rested her head on the laptop. After a flicker, the laptop screen displayed a line of text. You are the strongest opponent we have ever encountered. Unfortunately, we have emerged victorious. I tried my best, I really did. The rest is up to Whiskey. And the others, Suya sighed, closing her eyes and waiting for death. By the way, is Whiskey really Su-chan? He looks so much like him. I haven't had the chance to test it yet. If Su-chan isn't Whiskey, then he should be a guardian in Huaxia right now? Then, go Huaxia. As Suya lay there, the mechanical troops in the sky completely returned to the embrace of the Eagle Nation's command center. We have located Ling at the Four Seasons Hotel. All troops, attack. Let's put Whiskey aside for now. We need to capture Ling first. Her value is immense. Once we capture Ling, we can go after Whiskey in half an hour. Perfect. The mechanical troops in the sky, under the command of the Eagle Nation, began to swarm towards the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon discovering this situation, Su-chan immediately stopped. Suya's location had definitely been discovered. By the time he and Yao Yao ran back, it would be too late. They had to find another way. System, what is the fastest way to rescue Suya and leave safely? There is a Lamborghini with the license plate S857857 next to you. Steal it. After stealing it, reach maximum speed within 1 minute. In 1 minute and 20 seconds, you will arrive at the hotel entrance where there is a gentle slope. Drive the Lamborghini up it. In 2 minutes, you will reach the parking garage. Hide in the car with the license plate A888. A gentle slope, a Lamborghini? Suya's room is on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Am I supposed to drive the Lamborghini from the 1st floor of the hotel directly into Suya's room? How thrilling is that? Before I even get the Lamborghini to the hotel entrance, I have to drive it at maximum speed through the bustling streets of New York? If something goes wrong during the high-speed drive, wouldn't that mean disaster? No, it would mean Yao Yao's demise. To save my sister, I might have to sacrifice Yao Yao. Which is more important, my sister or Yao Yao? Forget it, I won't think about it. Saving my sister is the priority. Later in the car, I'll let Yao Yao possess me. Her shield should withstand the impact of the crash. Su-chan thought as he turned around, holding Yao Yao, and found the Lamborghini parked by the roadside. After quickly knocking out the lovey-dovey couple and tossing them out, Su-chan sat in the driver's seat with Yao Yao. Yao Yao, hurry, get in. Get in? Whiskey God, the skill isn't on cooldown yet, still got a minute. Then hold on tight, the experienced driver is about to take you for a ride. Su-chan revved the Lamborghini, flooring the accelerator. Ha! Before Yao Yao could react, a strong force hit her. Caught off guard, Yao Yao wrapped her arms around Su-chan's neck and sat on his lap. Whiskey God, what's happening? Why are we driving so fast? Won't we get caught? Ling is in trouble, we need to speed up, Su-chan said, shifting into 5th gear and accelerating again. On the street, the Lamborghini roared, spewing blue flames from its exhaust as it zipped through the congested traffic. The drivers around them panicked and swerved to avoid them. What the hell? This is a road, not a racetrack. Is this guy insane? And he has a girl with him? Fast and furious? Where's the traffic police? Traffic police. This guy is speeding. We need to catch him. He looks like he's just trying to have fun and fly away. That car just zoomed past me, almost causing an accident. Damn, that car must be going 300 kilometers an hour. There's going to be a chain collision ahead. Su-chan's Lamborghini racing through the streets of New York immediately caught the attention of the Eagle Nation Command Center. Due to the high speed, the footage captured by the video surveillance was extremely blurry, making it impossible to see Su-chan and Yao Yao's faces. After a careful observation, the Eagle Nation commander treated Su-chan and Yao Yao as ordinary reckless virtual beings. These virtual beings keep coming out to cause trouble for us. I bet it's the space messing with us. Exactly, those virtual beings have already demanded an increase in food supplies. If we don't meet their demands, they'll organize a riot. If it weren't for this national war being broadcasted globally, I would definitely lead a team to shoot these protesters on sight. Quickly send some virtual police to handle this incident. The Eagle Nation commander said this nonchalantly before turning to check on the mechanical troops capturing Ling. Just then, the Lamborghini appeared next to the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel. What the hell? Is he planning to crash into the hotel? Damn it. Right now? Sir, should we notify the mechanical troops? To take out that Lamborghini directly, a techie suggested nearby. Take him out? Are you saying we should kill a citizen of the Eagle Nation just to catch a fugitive? Do you want me to end up in prison? Think about the political implications, the Eagle Nation commander said angrily, rubbing his forehead. Forget it, let him go. A car crash on the first floor won't affect the third floor much. Before the commander could finish, someone watching the surveillance shouted, Sir, my God, his car just flew up to the third floor, right into Ling's room. What? The Eagle Nation commander exclaimed, pushing through the crowd gathered around the monitor to get a better look. On the surveillance, the Lamborghini crashed through the hotel doors, raced up the fountain slope, and flew toward Ling's room. It was too late to call the mechanical troops in the sky to shoot down the car. The Eagle Nation commander could only watch helplessly as the Lamborghini crashed into Ling's room. At that moment, Suya, who was slumped over her laptop in the room, exhausted and waiting for death, heard the deafening roar. Am I so tired that I'm hallucinating? I can hear the roar of a sports car from the third floor, Suya said, struggling to turn her head toward the left wall where the sound was coming from. The roar of the car grew closer, and before Suya could think about what was happening, a blue sports car crashed through the wall and came to a sudden stop right next to her. The two people in the driver's seat looked very familiar. It seemed to be Whiskey and Yao Yao. How did you guys come back? Run! The mechanical troops are coming. There's still time. Get out of Eagle Nation before my efforts go to waste, Suya said weakly. So what if the mechanized troops come? How can we just leave a super tool person behind and run away? Suchen said as he got up from the car and carried Suya on his back. Yao Yao, hurry up, we need to get out of here. Okay. The human shield Yao Yao successfully loaded. How are we going to escape? The mechanized troops will definitely take over the entire hotel now. We are surrounded here. Suya leaned her head on Suchen's shoulder and said weakly, escape from a hotel? Can that stump me, Whiskey? You just rest for now. You rushed in without considering the consequences, acting on impulse like a reckless fool, Suchen said as he quickly ran towards the underground parking lot. Reckless fool? Not considering the consequences? Is he talking about me? Suya was confused. How am I a reckless fool? Acting on impulse and challenging the Eagle Nation, not only did you fail, but they also tracked us down through the network. If you're not acting on impulse, who is? I was buying time for you to escape. Buying time for us to escape? Why should I run? If the Eagle Nation dares to chase me, I will make them pay. Not running? Reckless fool, don't be impulsive, hurry up and run. We really can't fight these mechanized troops, Suya said, forcing herself to raise her hand to pat Suchen. Put me down, I can still buy you some time. Hey, don't move around. I have a perfect escape plan to save you, otherwise, why would I come to save you? Suchen said as he ran down to the first floor and entered the underground parking lot. Perfect escape plan? You thought of this possibility long ago? Suya was shocked. Of course, I thought of it long ago, after that Lamborghini crashed into the room. It might just drive right past your face. After quickly reaching the underground parking lot, Suchen immediately found the impressive car with the license plate A888. The owner of this car was a bald fat man, and when Suchen saw the car, the bald fat man was talking on the phone next to it. After stuffing Yao Yao and Suya into the trunk, Suchen squeezed himself into the small trunk as well. Hey, please don't crash into people. Move in a bit, I can't close the trunk door. Move aside a bit, I'm holding Yao Yao, Suya said angrily. Oh. After a series of vibrations, the A888 car returned to calm. The bald fat man returned to the car after finishing his call and didn't notice the car was much heavier. The process of exiting the Four Seasons Hotel was exceptionally smooth, and after eavesdropping on the bald fat man's conversation, Suchen learned that this guy was actually the mayor of New York City, right there in the Four Seasons Hotel. When the car stopped at a red light halfway, Suchen gently opened the trunk and let Yao Yao slip out first, then carried Suya out of the trunk. The three of them were completely safe. How did you know? Forget it. It's pointless to ask. Where are we going next? I strongly suggest we leave the Eagle Nation's borders. It's not suitable for us to stay here, Suya still said weakly. I said I wouldn't run. The most important thing we need to do now is to treat your injuries and then deliver a big gift to the Eagle Nation. I can't stop you anymore. Do as you please. I need to rest a bit, Suya said as she lay on Suchen's back and fell asleep. Whiskey, Suya. Sister has fallen asleep. Where should we hide to change her medicine now? Simple, follow me. We'll avoid the surveillance and find an unoccupied house to stay temporarily, then I'll go get some medicine by myself. After hiding for half an hour, I'll come back. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Chen spoke as he began to evade surveillance using the system's power, following the system's instructions to enter a two-courtyard independent house. After settling Yao Yao and Suya, Su-Chen immediately set off to find a pharmacy to get some medicine. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in the sky. Player Zeus has killed player 7-inch snake. Her identity is Huaxia Cannon Chess. Player Zeus has killed player Tongue Snake. Her identity is Huaxia Cannon Chess. Player Zeus has killed player 7-step snake. Her identity is Huaxia Cannon Chess. The number of pieces killed in the entire arena has exceeded half. Special rules are activated again. What? Zeus killed 3 Huaxia pieces at once? These 3 pieces seem to be from the team of Python and the others, right? Has the mole started to act again? Yes, I must find a chance to remind Suya to be careful of the spy, codenamed P. While Su-Chen was lost in thought, the live broadcast room had already synchronized Zeus's kill information to global audiences. The Huaxia audience, upon seeing the kill information, was filled with outrage. Spy. It must be those 2 spies. They've connected with Zeus from the Eagle Nation. This Tang Snake and 7-step Snake are teammates of Cobra, right? This is too ruthless. Even teammates are being killed? I hope that after this special hide-and-seek match, these 2 spies will be brought to justice. Don't worry upstairs. Just now, the Little Black leaders have issued a statement. They have dispatched many strong players to Linhai City. Cobra and her partner won't be able to escape. That's good. Such people must be sent to prison. After receiving the official promise, the audience in the live broadcast room shifted their focus back to the special rules that the system was about to announce. What would the next special rules be? Do you think this time the special rules won't be aimed at the top of the peace kill leaderboard again? It shouldn't be possible. Is there a rule more terrifying than reporting positions every 30 minutes? I think that's unrealistic. Yeah, normally a game wouldn't target the whiskey god twice in a row. I think this time the rules are aimed at all pieces. Maybe the space is preparing to push the pieces to fight each other again. After countless people waited for 3 minutes, the system's notification sound echoed again. In the hide-and-seek space, due to the number of pieces killed in this match exceeding half, the 5 Nations Chess Championship enters an advanced stage. 1. The reporting of the top position on the Peace Kill leaderboard is cancelled. Any player who enters the top 3 of the Peace Kill leaderboard can check the positions of other players once every 10 minutes too. The system will drop 5 airdrops within the 5 countries 2 hours later, each containing a vial of medicine. Players who inject the medicine will have a 3-minute opportunity to unleash their peak strength. Su-Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing the rules. The punishment rule for the top of the Peace Kill leaderboard has been cancelled, leaving only the reward rule. The rule targeting him has been removed. Now entering the Peace Kill leaderboard only brings benefits, not drawbacks. The system is encouraging pieces to intensify their slaughter. The second special rule is even more so. Each country will only have 1 airdrop, and the person who picks up the airdrop will have the chance to recover to peak state for 3 minutes. This is a temptation that all pieces cannot refuse. After these 2 hours, the struggle among the pieces will intensify further. Perhaps a country will be directly eliminated because of the airdrop. This is a trap full of temptation, but everyone has to step into it. Su-Chen is also ready to fight for it. As long as Suya recovers her peak strength, Huaxia will definitely have a strong advantage. He is determined to get the airdrop from the Eagle Nation. Since my position won't be reported every 30 minutes anymore, I'll go back to rest and recuperate after buying the medicine. There's going to be a big battle in 2 hours. If Suya can recover her state in 2 hours, it's best to take her over to grab it. Who knows if that vial of medicine will turn into a special potion once it's in hand. If I take it and it becomes my exclusive potion, that would be a waste. After all, my level is only E right now. The significance of recovering from F to E is minimal. I must make sure to heal Suya when I get back. By the way, how should I treat her injury? Will just wrapping it up and taking some medicine make it better right away? When Suya woke up again, she found herself lying immobile on a large bed in a luxurious room. Her body was tightly bound with layer upon layer of bandages, and her legs were also covered with bindings, suspended and fixed to a frame. What happened? Didn't she only injure her arm? Why does it feel like her whole body is paralyzed? She doesn't feel any injury in other areas. Suya was completely bewildered. Just as she was trying to struggle and get her legs off the frame, Su-Chen walked in holding a cup of medicine, covering his nose. Oh, you woke up after an hour? It seems my bandaging and the medicine I gave you worked. What's going on? Didn't I only injure my arm? Why am I bound all over? Suya continued to look dazed, completely unaware of what had happened. Oh, when I was giving you the medicine and wrapping your bandages, you kept moving around, which was troublesome and could easily cause damage to the injured areas. I thought about it and decided to tie you up to keep you still. This way, you can't move while I give you the medicine, and you won't accidentally touch the wound while sleeping, Su-Chen said with a smile. You could have just tied my hands, right? That way I wouldn't touch the wound even if I moved around. Why did you tie my legs too? Suya looked at Su-Chen, speechless. Oh, after tying your hands? I felt it was a bit uncoordinated, so I tied your feet as well. Of course, the main reason is that when I was giving you the medicine, you kept spitting. it out because it was so bitter and your body was moving around, which affected my speed in feeding you the medicine, Suchin calmly explained, placing a cup of deep green potion by Suya's mouth. Suya leaned in to sniff it, and a strong bitter smell of traditional Chinese medicine hit her nose, causing her stomach to churn. No wonder he brought it over while covering his nose, no wonder she was so unwilling to drink it in her sleep. She had always hated taking medicine, especially something this bitter. Resistance was written all over Suya's delicate face. Seeing that Suya not only had no intention of drinking but was also pulling her head away, Suchin immediately urged, "Hey, why aren't you drinking? You woke up, so drink it yourself. The doctor said you'll get better faster if you do." No, I can't drink this bitter medicine." Suya shook her head vigorously, retracting her neck. "Hey, didn't I give it to you before? You didn't react much other than frowning. Were you already tying me up tightly then?" "Yeah, you almost broke free, which made me tie a few more rounds," Suchen answered honestly. "I won't drink. Absolutely not. You have to let me go." After hearing Su Chen's words, Suya continued to struggle. "Not drinking? I'll let you go after you finish it. Forget it, feeding you medicine is really troublesome. I have to do it myself forcefully. Just bear with it," Suchen said, putting one hand into his pocket. "Forcefully feed? Do you have instruments prepared?" Suya looked at the intensely bitter medicine in Suchen's hand, feeling completely unwell. "Come on, open your mouth." "No. Don't touch my neck, it tickles." As Suya laughed, Suchen shoved the item in his hand into her mouth. So sweet, it was the milk candy she used to love the most. She had to eat something while drinking the bitter medicine. Suchen used to buy this for her. "How did you know I?" Before Suya could finish her sentence, the cup with the taste of traditional Chinese medicine immediately blocked her mouth. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough. Suya choked and kept coughing. Not as Suchen immediately took a towel out of his pocket and helped Suya wipe the remnants of the medicine from the corners of her mouth, then pulled out a piece of milk candy and stuffed it into her mouth. "Not bad, you're behaving well. Sleep a little longer, we'll be leaving in half an hour," Su Chen said as he set the medicine cup down, preparing to turn and leave. "Hey, wait, whiskey, are you Su Chen?" Suya, struggling against the negative effects of the medicine, turned to look at Su Chen and said, "Only my brother knows that when I'm sick and taking medicine, I have to eat this kind of milk candy. It can't be a coincidence. Are you Su Chen? Good. You've become whiskey and didn't tell your sister. How did you suddenly get so strong? What happened?" After hearing Suya's words, Suchen paused, turning back with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you think the person feeding you medicine with milk candy is your brother? The first time you were given medicine, you threw up everywhere. I had no choice but to go out and buy random candy to mix with the medicine and feed it to you." "Hey, then how did you know that my favorite candy is this one?" "Previously, I mixed various candies with the medicine to feed you, and it turned out that only this brand of candy allowed you to swallow the medicine," Su Chen said calmly as he pulled out a large handful of assorted candies from his pocket. "So many? How much medicine did you give me?" Suya asked in confusion. "I don't know. Every time I gave you medicine, you threw it up, so I just kept feeding you." Su Chen shrugged and waved his hand as he left. "I'll come find you in half an hour, we need to start moving." After Su Chen closed the door, all the confusion on Suya's face disappeared, and a cunning light flickered in her eyes. "Humph. Su Chen always twitches his nose involuntarily when he lies to me. Whiskey just did the same thing. Since you already know my favorite candy, why do you still have so many other brands of candy in your pocket?" "The purpose of having them in my pocket is to deal with my questioning. Of course, these are just guesses, lacking actual evidence. What makes it hard for me to believe is the gap in strength between Su Chen and whiskey." Suya thought, falling into contemplation. If Su Chen is whiskey, why has he become so powerful after coming into contact with the space? I remember that hide and seek with items was his first match. Why is Su Chen hiding this from me? Is it because of the live broadcast? Yes, it's very likely because of the live broadcast. If whiskey really is Su Chen, I will definitely make him aware of the consequences. How dare he keep such a big secret from his sister? From now on, he'll have to do all the laundry. Not only that, I'll collect all his pocket money as my own, keeping an eye on him every day. It's true that a man becomes bad when he has money. Just as Suya fantasized about 100 ways to teach Su Chen a lesson, Su Chen had already arrived in the living room, starting to think about the next step in his plan. In another hour, the airdrop mentioned by the system would appear. He was determined to secure the airdrop from the Eagle Nation in New York City, with no possibility of backing down. This time, the system announcement is a full-field broadcast, which means the Eagle Nation Command Center is aware of this matter. Our biggest enemy is definitely not the other pieces, but the mechanized forces of the Eagle Nation. If the Eagle Nation discovers the location of the airdrop first, it will be difficult to snatch it back. Currently, I have no plans to engage in direct combat with the Eagle Nation. System, is there a way to take down the Eagle Nation and get this treasure chest? As Su Chen's voice fell, countless paths appeared before his eyes. One unique suggestion caught his attention. Head to 110-275 in 40 minutes. Infiltrate the Eagle Nation's underground secret base. In the underground base, proceed through the smallest entrance, moving forward until reaching the end of the path. Entering the mechanical repair room, using Suya's technological prowess to create a brand new armor for myself. The underground secret base of the Eagle Nation. With the materials from the Eagle Nation, I can build a super mech for myself? After bringing Suya into the secret base of the Eagle Nation, I might even find a way to completely destroy the national power of the Eagle Nation. Perhaps there are nuclear bombs or something similar in the Eagle Nation's base. If there is such a thing, we must hit the Eagle Nation hard. The special rules announced by the system have long been broadcasted globally, and countless viewers are eagerly discussing the new rules. If I were a pawn, I definitely wouldn't go for that airdrop. After all, there's national power watching. Once I go for it, I'll expose myself. I say, this airdrop is just a benefit for the national power, meant to attract pawns. After all, who can snatch an airdrop from the hands of national power? Yeah, even Zeus and Ling can't do it, right? I think saying it can't be done is too absolute. The whiskey god might be able to pull it off. Su Chin! With 40 minutes left until the airdrop arrives, Suya is restlessly shouting in bed. There's no Su Chin here, don't you want to sleep? There's still half an hour of rest time. Su Chin helplessly says as he enters Suya's room again. Whiskey, we need to go grab the airdrop. This is not the time to rest. Quickly untie the bandages on me. Wait, I'll go wake up Yao Yao. Why do you need to call Yao Yao to untie me? Can't you do it? Suya asks, somewhat confused. Oh, your clothes were covered in vomit earlier, so Yao Yao stripped you and directly wrapped you in bandages. Are you sure you want me to untie you? Suya's face turns red upon hearing this. Dream on. Let Yao Yao come. After waking up Yao Yao to Suya's seal, the three gather in the living room for a small meeting. We must get this airdrop from the Eagle Nation. As long as I get the airdrop potion, there will be no one I can't defeat, Suya declares confidently. But Sister Suya, how are we going to get the airdrop? Didn't they say that the people from the Eagle Nation's command center would also send a large army to guard the airdrop? Yao Yao, just awake, covers her head, trying to keep her hair from sticking up. Simple, I'll just hack their troops. Again? Hack again? You're almost incapacitated. How are you going to hack their troops? Suchin says, poking Suya's hands, which are completely bound by bandages. Yeah, Sister Suya, can your hands even be used? How are you going to hack their troops? Do I need to use my hands to hack their troops? I previously installed a virus program in all their mechanical troops. As long as I send out the activation signal, their troops will all stand by for 3 minutes. Oh, but don't you still need to use your hands? Sending out the activation signal requires a computer, right? Are you going to use your tongue to type on the computer? Su Chen questions her soulfully. Sister Suya, are you planning to type on the keyboard with your tongue? I've never seen that before. Yao Yao chimes in. Suya wishes she could rush over and give each of them a hit. I can still type some code, I just need to move my fingers a bit. This time, the potion grab will be handled by you, Whiskey. Yao Yao and I will provide remote support from the hotel. I need Yao Yao's hands to type some code. No problem, right? The plan is set, Suya says as she prepares to grab the laptop in the living room. There's a problem, I have a better plan. Suya's hand pauses. What plan? Can you build a mech? If you have ample materials and perfect experimental conditions, how long would it take you to build a mech? Build a mech. Suya's expression paused. If all the conditions you mentioned are met, and we have a neural connector, I can build a mech that surpasses the Eagle Nation's military by at least 20 years in 20 minutes. But where are we going to find such a laboratory? Don't tell me it's in the Eagle Nation. We absolutely can't get in there. Who says we can't get in? Come on, let's go build a mech, Suchin said as he stood up, ready to leave. Are we really going? Are you sure you can sneak in? Suya's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, if we can get in, our chances of snatching the airdrop will increase significantly. After all, I can build the neural connection equipment there. Once we get that equipment, I can at least hold my ground against the Eagle Nation's technologists for 10 minutes. Then there's no problem. Let's hurry to the Eagle Nation's mechanical manufacturing room and have some fun, Suchin said, pressing down on Yao's fluffy hair, leading the two towards the door. How are we going to sneak in? Suya asked, somewhat puzzled. It's a secret, just watch. Another secret. Keeping people in suspense. Whiskey, you know I have a brother named Su Chen, right? When I survive this national war and go back, I will definitely give him a big bump on the head so he knows what an angry sister is like. Su Chen felt a chill run down his back. Danger. I really feel sorry for your brother, Su Chen said, forcing himself to remain calm. He's doomed. Su Chen drove the car in this mansion, taking Suya and Yao Yao to search for the coordinates given by the system. After crossing most of the city, Su Chen arrived next to the coordinates, 110, 275. This coordinate was located in a small alley, completely empty except for a manhole cover. Let's go, we're here, Suchin said, stopping the car and prying open the manhole cover. Entering the Eagle Nation's secret base through the underground passage of New York City? Suya said as she and Yao Yao got out of the car, peering into the seemingly bottomless underground passage. There's one problem, how do I get down? My arms have no strength at all, and even if I go out to buy a rope to tie myself, there's no time. Suya frowned. Just press down on me and hold on. Yao Yao goes down first. Okay, Yao Yao said, carefully squatting down to grip the ladder, slowly making her way into the sewer. Once Yao Yao reached halfway down the ladder, Suchen hugged Suya, resting her head on his shoulder. After confirming that Suya wouldn't fall, Suchen gripped the ladder tightly and quickly descended step by step. Climbing a completely vertical ladder with the weight of another person was a test of arm strength and stamina, and Suchen regretted not adding more points to his strength. Why is it not Yao Yao who's heavy, but me? What? Am I heavy? Hey, don't move around. Do you want us both to fall? Poof. Suya grunted like a little pig and leaned back against Suchen's shoulder. Stupid brother, whiskey can trick my sister, but Suchen can't. Just wait until we get back. After the Eagle Nation's matter is over, should we start looking for traces of other Huaxia pieces? Suya continued with some worry. There might be a traitor among the challengers from Huaxia this time, and there could be a high-level traitor among the Huaxia pieces. Our country's pieces might threaten your safety. There's no need to worry about finding the pieces. The three of us are enough, Suchen said as he slowly climbed to the bottom of the underground passage, quickly setting Suya down. Let's discuss the traitor issue after this incident. Right now, we need to hurry to the Eagle Nation's mechanical repair center. Suchen glanced around and quickly led Suya and Yao Yao towards the smallest entrance of the sewer. This entrance began to narrow shortly after they entered, clearly a passage periodically opened by the system to release dirty water. After walking for a while, the three of them climbed up an escalator into the underground military base of the Eagle Nation. They arrived directly in a room filled with various parts. There was no one here yet. How did you do it? Suya looked around, feeling a sense of unreality. Was it really that simple? To enter the military base of the Eagle Nation? Just a few steps and they were in? Don't worry about how I did it. Quickly hack into the Eagle Nation's military base computer and tamper with the surveillance. If the monitoring personnel discover our traces, it will be troublesome. No problem. This is my territory now. Suya looked excitedly at the countless parts around her. After directing Suchen to rummage through the room full of parts, she had him retrieve a wristband from the pile for her to wear. This is a mental connector. Once I put it on, I can connect to the network directly, through my brain. Then start your personal show. Yao Yao and I will go play nearby while you film one and I film one, Suchen said as he put the bracelet on Suya. After putting the bracelet on her, Suchen clearly saw the electronic blue light flickering in Suya's eyes. This was the manifestation of the mental connection network. Now go play, I'm going to build a mech to blow them up, Suya said, waving her hands in the air. Countless parts began to rise slowly as if commanded by her, continuously assembling something in the air. Mechanical arms, power units, auxiliary robots, one after another. Super technologies formed around Suya. At that moment, the live broadcast shifted its perspective to the material room of the Eagle Nation. Countless viewers saw Suya, who was busy creating things, and Suchen, who was clapping hands with Yao Yao beside her. What the hell? Where is this? Ling wasn't caught? There are so many high-tech materials in this room. Where is this? The room next door is labeled as the material room. Whose material room is this? The nest. Could it be that the Whiskey God and the others are in the underground military base of the Eagle Nation? No way. This is the military base of the Eagle Nation? How did the Whiskey God and the others sneak in? Last time, they were beaten half to death when they snuck in. Is it possible that Ling hacked in? Ling hacked in? Everyone looked at Ling, whose hands were completely wrapped in bandages, with confusion. Didn't you see that Ling's hands are completely useless? How could she hack into the command center of the Eagle Nation in this state? It's not like Ling hacked in, right? The mental connector she's using is clearly from the material room of the Eagle Nation. She must have entered here to get the mental connector. Could it be that the Whiskey God hacked into the Eagle Nation's system with a computer and sneaked in without the system knowing? That's also possible. Watching Suya, who was showing off her skills in the material room, the experts from the Eagle Nation looked bewildered. What the hell? The underground military base system in New York is the most advanced. For safety, we even use the super one-way VPC channel technology found by Zeus to protect our network. Yeah, the system absolutely cannot be hacked. Even if Ling hacked the surveillance, it wouldn't help. The system can detect intruders through infrared sensing and various other means. Could it be that there's a flaw in our system settings? That's impossible. This system's defenses are as solid as a fortress. How could there be a flaw? Just as all the experts from the Eagle Nation were puzzled, the hide-and-seek space played a replay. In the footage, everyone clearly saw Suchen and the others swaggering through the sewer directly into the interior of the material room. All the experts from the Eagle Nation collectively went into a daze. What's going on? How was this sewer system designed? How could there be a passage directly leading to the materials room? No way. Even if they were going to fix the passage, they wouldn't just build it straight to the materials room. What happened? Quick! Notify the people in New York. Get them to send police to seal off that tunnel. Got it. We have internal moles. Damn it. Someone is trying to sell our country's super tech materials for money. And this happens at such a critical time. Not good. A large crowd of tourists has already appeared in the New York sewer. Some have already gone down. What? The expert team from the Eagle Nation was in chaos. In reality, the sound of police sirens echoed in New York. However, the chaos in New York did not affect the space within. While Su Chen and Yao Yao were starting to play with the grid and jump rope, the mech that Suya was building was already halfway done. A one-story tall mech prototype had emerged. Various high-tech weapons were continuously being installed on it. Electromagnetic cannons, mechanical wings, laser eyes. The war machine would be fully assembled in about 10 minutes. With this war machine, our upcoming battles will be at least 10 times easier. After I get the potion, I will have 3 more minutes to transform back into an A-level powerhouse. Unless something unexpected happens in this national war, victory is just a matter of time. No more delays, speed it up, and let's not have any more mishaps. Just as Suya finished speaking and was about to focus her mind back on the mech production, the sewer cover moved slightly. A white man in a police uniform with a black mask quietly rushed in, locking eyes with Su Chen and the others for 2 seconds. Upon seeing this person, Su Chen instantly understood how this coincidental sewer came to be. It turned out this was a backdoor. A special backdoor for someone to sneak in and steal some parts. This person was probably a high-ranking official overseeing the military base's construction. After the official looked confusedly at Su Chen and the others, he quickly realized their identities and the mouth of the black mask opened to shout. Not good. We can't let him call out. Su Chen shouted as he charged towards the official. Suya also hurriedly manipulated a mechanical arm to grab at the official. The 3 of them were still a second too slow. Just as they were about to subdue the official, he let out a loud shout. Whiskey. Ling. We have intruders. After the official's shout, the entire military base began to flash red lights. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the base. Intruder detected, system self-check in progress. Materials room surveillance has been hacked, no anomalies in other areas. Probability of intruders in surveillance is 100%. From the sound, the intruders are likely the red alert wanted Whiskey and Ling. It's over, just one step too late. The base alarm went off early. After knocking out the official, Su Chen turned to Suya with a serious expression and asked, how long? Until the mech is completed? At least 5 minutes. Suya said, fully immersing herself in the mech's construction. She needed to speed up now. At this moment, the command center of the Eagle Nation also received the alarm from the military base. What the hell? Ling and the others hacked into our military base and entered the materials room? Quick! Dispatch troops to rescue. Ling is definitely making some high-tech weapons in the materials room. We can't let her succeed. All tech personnel focus on the materials room system. Hold Ling back. We absolutely cannot let her produce any weapons. 300 tech personnel launched another cyber attack against Suya, and the effect was immediate. After receiving the challenge from the 300 powerful tech personnel, Suya had no choice but to put down the mech production and deal with their attacks. Whiskey, quick, think of a way to temporarily intercept the Eagle Nation hackers' attack. I can't manage both the mechanical manufacturing and dealing with them. An attack from the hackers of the Eagle Nation? How am I supposed to intercept them? My computer skills aren't enough. I need to think of another way. Su Chen began searching in his mind's search box. Cut the wire located 3 meters down from the center of the materials room. Cut the wire? What is this wire for? Could it be the network cable connecting here? Can I physically disconnect the network? After a moment of confusion, Su Chen casually picked up a large part and started smashing it down in the middle of the room. Ling, hurry, operate the mechanical arm, and let's dig down 3 meters. Dig down 3 meters? Suya, somewhat puzzled, operated the mechanical arm and started digging with Su Chen. When they reached 3 meters deep, a wire appeared before them. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly cut the wire in half. All the technicians in the Eagle Nation Command Center felt a darkness in their eyes. The network is down? Damn, how did the network go down? In the Eagle Nation Command Center, 300 technicians continuously tried to log into the network using their mental connection. This is the first time I've learned that using a mental link to the network can have poor signal conditions. Did Ling create some high-tech material in the materials room? Something like a machine that blocks all networks? Impossible. I have a skill specifically for connecting to the internet, and this skill is not affected by any instruments. Damn it, everyone continue to link to the network. We must log in. We can't give Ling a moment to breathe. The 300 technicians began to try logging into the network again with their mental links. Failure, failure. The commander of the Eagle Nation watched as the technician's eyes flickered between bright and dark, constantly flashing, like a nearly dead light bulb. After taking a look at his phone, the commander hesitated and said, "Did Ling pull our network cable? If it's not a disconnection at the technological network level, then it can only be a physical disconnection. My phone's wireless network is also gone. Maybe they cut the network cable." Pull the network cable? The technicians were collectively dumbfounded. Network cable? Don't we have satellites in the sky? What good does it do to cut the underground network cable? Right, I suddenly remembered we are in space. Where would the satellites come from? Now, it's all a local area network made of cables. Some technicians suddenly realized and then began to grit their teeth. How despicable. They actually physically disconnected the network? Is this how hackers save face? Pulling this kind of stunt? What do we do now? Without the network, we are all useless. Quick, restore the communication of the mechanized troops first. Let's take control of the army. In the Eagle Nation Command Center, all the technicians' comical expressions after learning the truth were faithfully captured by the live broadcast cameras. Countless viewers applauded in amazement. Physical disconnection of the network is the most lethal. The whiskey god really thinks differently from others. The technicians in the Eagle Nation Command Center are all dumbfounded. Their expressions are so funny. Ha, so what if they are technicians? So what if there are many of them? Pull the network cable, and it doesn't matter how many people you have. How well does the whiskey god understand the Eagle Nation? He even knows the exact location of the buried network cables. The last viewer sparked everyone's thoughts. Whiskey might have some predictive skill. He used it to find this back door. Or Ling hacked into the military base model and found this hidden backdoor. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Whiskey has planted spies within us. The probability of that is very low. And there's one terrifying possibility. The reason Whiskey can do all this is just because he got lucky. Just as the global audience was continuously guessing, 5 boxes with parachutes appeared slowly descending from the sky in the virtual reality scene. The system airdrop arrived as scheduled. The skies of the 5 nations simultaneously sounded the system's prompt. The potion airdrop has been deployed. Please pay attention to the sky. All pieces, keep up the effort. Kill leaderboard updated. First place on the leaderboard. Whiskey, number of pieces killed 15. Second place, Zeus, number of pieces killed 14. Third place, Augustine, number of pieces killed 14. The top 3 on the leaderboard will gain the right to see the locations of all pieces. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the exclusive panel in front of him. If he didn't put in a bit more effort, he might lose his first position. The second and third places on the kill leaderboard, Zeus and the others, were catching up to him in terms of the number of pieces killed. Why were their kill counts so high? I got this kill count by triggering a volcanic eruption. They don't have anything like a volcano to rack up kills. In other words, since entering, Zeus and the others have been killing like crazy. Previously, only the handsome pieces could find other pieces. The only reason they can quickly locate other pieces is one: they are either handsome pieces or have already found a handsome piece. The handsome piece must be right next to them. Zeus and Augustine were definitely people that had to be eliminated. While Su Chen was deep in thought, a thunderous sound echoed from the military base. Hurry! Immediately head to the materials room. Kill everyone in the materials room. Leave no survivors. After taking out Whiskey and the others, immediately support the airdrop location. It was the mechanized troops of the Eagle Nation. They split into 2 lines. One unit surrounded Su Chen and the others, while the other unit rushed to seize the airdrop crates. The sound of machines crashing to the ground grew closer. They were about to face the mechanized troops head-on. Ling, how's it going? Is the mech ready? Su Chen quickly asked. The mech is 99% complete. It just needs the cockpit to be expanded. The current cockpit is for 1 person. I need to expand it to 3, which will take at least a minute. We might not make it. 1 person is fine. We'll squeeze in and go up. Okay. There's no other choice. It has to be this way. Quickly, Yao Yao, get in first. Suya said as she operated one arm of the war machine, lifting Yao Yao and stuffing her into the belly of the war machine. Su Chen followed closely behind and entered the cockpit. The entire cockpit was circular, with only 1 leather seat for 1 person. After sizing it up, Su Chen immediately picked up Yao Yao, sat down in the seat, and placed Yao Yao on his lap. After completing the final assembly, Suya quickly entered the cockpit and sat on Su Chen's other thigh. The cockpit slowly closed, and Yao Yao and Suya squeezed against Su Chen's chest. He helplessly held both of them in his arms. Should we take the parts for expanding the cockpit? You two are so heavy. Still talking back? We won't take the cockpit parts, we'll make do. You control the mech and we'll leave quickly. It won't be good if someone else takes the airdrop crate, Suya said as she stretched her hand to touch the wall above the cockpit. As she touched it, several blue lines dropped from the top of the cockpit and attached themselves to Su Chen's head. Neural connection stabilizing. Driver pairing in progress. As the mech spoke, Su Chen felt a blur in his vision, and his body gradually felt strange. He saw the scene outside and his hands transformed into mechanical arms. It felt similar to transforming into Optimus Prime, but also a bit different. When transforming into Optimus Prime, Su Chen could clearly feel the condition of every part of his mechanical body. But while operating this mech, he felt none of that. It seemed his consciousness was controlling the mech, but his body was still in the cockpit. For instance, he could still feel the two soft bodies pressing against him, and he could smell the faint fragrance of the girl. It was too cramped. The experience was terrible. Can you two move your heads a bit more outward, especially you, Yao Yao? Your head is right on my heart. Su Chen's voice automatically converted to an electronic tone emanating from the mouth of his mechanical head. Whiskey God, in such a cramped space, I can't even move. Suya and I are already squished together. Yao Yao tried to lift her head, but due to gravity, it pressed back against Su Chen's heart. Alright, stop complaining. Let's go. Don't let the incoming mechanized troops delay us, Suya said, raising her hand to give Su Chen's waist a 360-degree spin. A sharp pain shot through his waist. Hiss. We're going. Su Chen waved his mechanical arm in pain, trying to activate the 6 light wings behind him. As the wings flapped, a towering mechanical giant gradually lifted off and pressed against the ceiling. 2. Avoid getting entangled with the incoming mechanized troops. Let's go back the way we came, Su Chen said, spreading his 6-winged wings and crashing into the tunnel, then shooting towards the sky at breakneck speed through the previous manhole cover. Ling, where's the treasure chest? I don't know. Find the mechanized troops of the Eagle Kingdom in the sky. Wherever they are, the treasure chest will be. Just charge ahead, and leave the rest to me, Suya said, lying in Su Chen's arms, smiling as she closed a segment of information on her virtual screen. Whiskey's brainwaves are matching with Su Chen's, the evidence is about to be found. Once we get back, I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson. Bad guy Su Chen. Big bad guy. I've found the trace of the Eagle Kingdom's mechanized troops, and they've already spotted us. Ling, it's up to you, Su Chen said, spreading his light wings and accelerating towards the mechanized troops of the Eagle Kingdom. He could already see the supply drop of potions slowly descending from the sky. The mechanized troops of the Eagle Kingdom were preparing to collect it. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, the Eagle Kingdom had already prepared a large batch of mechas and fighter jets charging towards him. Whiskey, you should surrender quickly. Although you have a more advanced mecha than ours, you definitely don't have as many as we do. We can just pile you up with manpower. Is there really someone who would come to us for this potion? I'll make you regret unplugging the network. Just watch me turn you into a cripple this time. Countless mechanical voices echoed from the Eagle Kingdom's drones. Clearly, they were the group of technologists who had been cut off from the network. After re-establishing contact with the mechanized troops, the furious technologists chose to personally control the mechas, ready to give Su Chen a good beating. Oh, so you're the bunch of fools opposing Ling? Don't block my way, I have urgent business, Su Chen said, tapping on the cockpit area. Ling, it's your turn. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Suya quickly regained her focus and reconnected to the internet with her mind. Virus program activated. The back door of the network for all mechanized units of the Eagle Kingdom was reopened, and Suya regained control over all the mechanized battle armor of the Eagle Kingdom through the back door. Inside the command center of the Eagle Kingdom, the eyes of the 300 technologists remotely operating the mechas dimmed once again. The network was cut off again. All the technologists were filled with impotent rage. The greatest nightmare for a technologist had descended upon them once more. Oh my god, I really should upgrade the firewall for the mechanized troops. Who set this damn control program? Why does Ling always come in like it's her own home? It's over. This time the mechanized troops are going to suffer heavy losses. Damn it, I've learned. The most brutal punishment for a technologist isn't to kill them, but to cut off their network. Damn it, I've learned that too. After immobilizing all the mechanized troops of the Eagle Kingdom, Su Chen activated his laser eyes, scanning wherever he went, making every effort to eliminate the living forces of the Eagle Kingdom. After speeding past, he arrived next to the slowly descending airdrop box and opened his cockpit. Suya quickly reached out to embrace the box, then retreated back into the cockpit. After closing the cockpit, Su Chen grinned as he set off on a path of destruction against the Eagle Nation's forces. 3 minutes. Is that enough to annihilate an invincible mechanized army? Absolutely. After the Eagle Nation's command center urgently repaired and cleared the background virus, all they saw was the wreckage of their fleet. Among the debris, Su Chen, with his 6-winged wings, hovered in the air continuously, destroying the few remaining mechas they had left. Whiskey, Ling, the Eagle Nation commander roared in anger, and then everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. The viewers in the live stream went wild with comments. Whiskey is amazing. This is a crushing advantage. The Eagle Nation has been completely wiped out by Whiskey. With Whiskey and Ling, they are invincible. Who can compete? The main thing is that this mecha is too strong. In front of this mecha, the Eagle Nation's mechanical forces are like water. Whiskey has another chance to harvest. Without the Eagle Nation's balance, all the pieces in the Eagle Nation will face Whiskey's pursuit. Just as the last comment said, after the Eagle Nation's high-tech forces were basically eliminated by Su Chen, they no longer had the strength to carry out a comprehensive capture of Su Chen. They could only send some land-based exoskeleton soldiers to follow Su Chen from a distance to monitor his movements. Seeing that the Eagle Nation seemed unwilling to continue the war, Su Chen immediately began to harvest all the pieces within the Eagle Nation's territory. Causing these pieces to die unexpectedly was incredibly easy. Just the wreckage of the Eagle Nation's mechanical forces had accidentally crushed to death over a dozen pieces. During the time the airdrop was descending, the system's broadcast had not stopped. Not only was Su Chen killing pieces, but pieces from other countries were also being slaughtered madly. Player Whiskey killed Golden Warrior. Golden Warrior's identity is a piece from the Stick Nation. Player Augustine killed Golden Oil. Golden Oil's identity is a piece from the Stick Nation. Player Zeus killed Golden Fatty. Golden Fatty's identity is a piece from the Stick Nation. The number of pieces on the field had sharply decreased to nearly half. There were now fewer than 30 pieces left. This war had entered its decisive moment. Not a single general piece had died. Every person they encountered could potentially be a general piece from their country. Whiskey, what should we do now? Should we head directly to the Bear Nation or the Stick Nation? In these two countries, we will definitely encounter general pieces. It will be a super battle. Then, Suya said, her eyes flashing with blue light. The brainwave test was about to yield results. No, we won't go to these two countries, Su Chen said, spreading his 6 wings and flying towards the other side. Not going to these two countries? Where then? Back to Huaxia? Suya was somewhat puzzled. Isn't going to Huaxia a death sentence? If we are discovered, we will die immediately. Not going back to Huaxia, but to Danying. Don't you remember? Danying has a potion. If we get this potion, we will have absolute initiative in the entire game. With your 6 minutes of peak state, you should be able to handle other strong players who are only in their 3 minutes of peak state, right? After hearing Su Chen's words, Suya's eyes lit up. How could she forget about the airdrop in Danying? Alright, let's return to Danying immediately. As long as we get another bottle of potion, I am confident we can defeat everyone in this national war. That's right, let's go. We will head to Danying right away, Su Chen said, transforming into a shooting star and quickly flying towards Danying. Whiskey, heading to Danying still carries some risks, right? The matter of the potion in Danying isn't known only to us. Suya suddenly thought of a possibility and said with some concern, well, I hope we can reach the East Japan before anyone else. Su Chen nodded and said with a serious expression, I have a feeling that this time the potion competition in East Japan will be the pinnacle battle of this national war. Why? Is there anyone besides the whiskey god who would dare to go back for the potions? Yao Yao asked, puzzled. It's not scary that there are people like us who dare to venture back to East Japan for the potions. What's scary is those who are waiting for us in East Japan to find the potions. Waiting for us to find the potions in East Japan? Who's waiting for us? Yao Yao continued to question. Those powerful figures from other countries might be waiting for us in East Japan. They want to unite and take us down first. Maybe those waiting aren't pieces from other countries, but rather pieces from our own Huaxia. If that's the case, our Huaxia pieces could unite together, Yao Yao said with some anticipation. Yao Yao, don't forget that there are traitors among Huaxia's pieces. If we really encounter a team or 1 or 2 Huaxia pieces when we get there, we need to be on high alert, Su Chen said as he flew to the edge of the Eagle Country in East Japan. We have to be cautious of Huaxia's pieces too? Then isn't our trip to East Japan very dangerous? Whiskey god, how about we don't go to East Japan? If we do that, all their plans will be ruined. The more Yao Yao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and she quickly added, we can first go to other countries to harvest the remaining pieces and gather Huaxia's pieces. Once we confirm East Japan's conspiracy, we will have the initiative. You really are a clever one. He. Yao Yao happily nudged Su Chen's chest. But we still have to go, Su Chen said as he looked at the search box on his virtual screen. Why? Yao Yao was confused. A reason I can't disclose. Don't worry, we will return safely and truly take the absolute initiative in this national war, Su Chen said with immense confidence. He had just found the solution for this trip to East Japan using the search box. 1 hour later, gather at the crater of Mount Fuji and detonate Mount Fuji again. A reason you can't disclose? Starting to act mysterious again, do as you please. With my peak state for 3 minutes, I can handle any dangerous situation. This trip to East Japan, we will definitely be safe, Suya said confidently while holding the potion. As Su Chen and the others quickly headed to East Japan in their mechas, the viewers in the livestream had already begun to silently mourn for Su Chen and his companions. They could see clearly from the god's perspective that on the land of East Japan, Zeus, Augustine, and Kimura Jiro had already gathered with several pieces. Just as Su Chen had predicted, they were preparing to unite again and ambush Suya. It seems the 3 of us are quite in sync, all coming to East Japan to wait for someone. Zeus looked at the other two and extended his hand. Pleasure to cooperate? Of course, pleasure to cooperate. Taking down Huaxia is our top priority now. Augustine was the first to shake hands with Zeus. Kimura Jiro's expression was somewhat grim. We can cooperate, but I have one request. I want to kill Whiskey later. Of course, that little condition is no problem. Zeus smiled and shook hands with Kimura Jiro as well. Rest assured, I have a trump card prepared to deal with Ling, ensuring that if Ling gets distracted during the battle, surrendering might even be possible. Zeus said, pointing to a young man behind him, wearing a hood and casual clothes, who was lying on the ground asleep. Who is he? Kimura Jiro asked, puzzled. He is Ling's only relative, a guardian from Huaxia. Just think, if Ling hears the sounds of us tormenting her relative during the battle, what will she do? That's right, although this method is quite shameless, it really is a good method. The conversation among the three was faithfully broadcasted to the viewers in the live stream. It's over, the Great Whiskey is doomed. If the strongest fighter, Ling, really gets distracted, then this battle will be a foregone conclusion. Indeed, it seems they were well prepared. They even captured Ling's relatives. This trip to the land of the rising sun is likely to become the last performance in this national war for Huaxia. Wait a minute. Everyone, don't be too quick to feel disheartened. Didn't the Great Whiskey say he already had a chance to face the unexpected situation here? And this person with the hood might not necessarily be Ling's relative, right? Think back to what happened when the national war just started. Upon seeing this comment, everyone fell into deep thought. What happened at the beginning of the national war? Memories gradually surfaced, right? That person named Su Chen had escaped from the traitor, hadn't he? This could very well be an imposter. I see. Ling's relatives have already run away. This might be an imposter. It's just a tool used by the traitor to deceive Ling. But Ling doesn't know he's an imposter. If this masked person mimics the way that person named Su Chen speaks, Ling might just be fooled. If Ling can harden her heart and not be influenced by this imposter, perhaps there's still a chance in this battle in the land of the rising sun. Now it all depends on Ling. While all the viewers were worried about Su Chen and the others, Su Chen and his companions had already piloted their mechs into the territory of the land of the rising sun. At this moment, the land of the rising sun had completely transformed due to the eruption of Mount Fuji. The pure white sky was obscured by fiery red dust and a scorched smell permeated the air. The bustling Tokyo was completely covered by thick volcanic ash. It wouldn't be long before all that could be seen here would be flatland. What they were seeing now was just the tip of the iceberg. The eruption level in the hide-and-seek space was definitely limited by the system. If Mount Fuji erupted in reality, the situation would be much worse. Su Chen looked at the distant Mount Fuji, still spewing black smoke, and thought with some emotion, I really have a connection with this Mount Fuji. It's going to erupt again just a day later. Last time it was to escape, this time it's to settle the score. At this moment in the livestream, the camera followed the flight path of the mechs for an aerial shot. Countless people from the land of the rising sun looked at this apocalyptic scene with some fear. Damn, has our army really dealt with the super bomb in reality? It's too terrifying. I want to move away from Mount Fuji. I was planning to buy a house next to Mount Fuji, but now I think I'll pass. If Mount Fuji really erupts in the future, we won't even be able to escape. Upstairs, unless you leave Asia, it doesn't matter where you live, you'll be affected. If Mount Fuji erupts, the entire land of the rising sun will fall. I heard that experts have found the super bomb, but it seems they haven't resolved the danger yet. I heard they plan to transport the Stalin bomb to the ocean for destruction. Transporting it to the ocean for destruction? Why transport it to the ocean for destruction? Why not just test it in the plains of the land of the rising sun? A viewer questioned in the comments. That was the original plan, but the experts from Eagle Country disagreed because once this type of bomb explodes, its power is slightly less than that of a nuclear bomb, you see? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Think about it, if the land of the rising sun replaces the Stalin bomb with a nuclear bomb while destroying it, what would happen? They might conduct a nuclear test under the pretext of destroying the bomb. Conducting a nuclear test under the pretext of destroying the Stalin bomb? So, does that mean the land of the rising sun might play tricks during this destruction of the Stalin bomb, using the excuse of destroying the Stalin bomb to experiment with nuclear weapons? The land of the rising sun really is scheming. It's no wonder that the bomb was requested to be eliminated near the coast of the East Japan country. Using a nuclear bomb in the sea is simply self-destruction. The nuclear radiation would be enough for them to drink a pot of it. The whiskey god has really brought up something very important. If the god were a terrorist in reality, I feel like the apocalypse would be upon us. The last person's sigh in the live broadcast room was exactly what the expert group was worried about. Whiskey is just too mysterious, too powerful. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that Whiskey is from Huaxia, a great threat. After this national war ends, regardless of the outcome, we must restrict Whiskey. A nationwide manhunt, right? Yes, by putting some moral pressure on whiskey from the international community, we can label whiskey as a terrorist. If this person is not under our supervision, they are a terrorist. Let's discuss the wording. With various countries later, we must control whiskey. This person hiding in the shadows poses a great danger to any of our countries. Just looking at how one pencil destroyed East Japan, he indeed poses a great danger. Our restrictions on whiskey are very necessary. After discussing for a while, all the experts unanimously agreed on one point: the stick country and Huaxia must be eliminated first in this battle. The next national war will take place between East Japan, the Bear Country, and the Eagle Country. The Bear Country and the Eagle Country might engage in battle first. Zeus and Augustine have definitely found their country's handsome pieces. These two handsome pieces might just be within the borders of East Japan. Look at the screen. Whiskey and the others are about to approach Zeus's encirclement. Is Kimura Arrow going to face off against Whiskey? Let's see who reacts faster. The first one to see the other's eyes will be the victor, and the victor will definitely be attacked by both the Eagle Country and the Bear Country. Just as the expert group said, Su-chen and his companions, who were frantically searching for the potion in East Japan, were quickly moving towards Zeus's encirclement. As they were about to enter the encirclement, Suya seemed to sense danger and tugged at Su-chen's clothes, signaling him to stop. You really are a crow's mouth. You were right, there really is an ambush outside, and it seems to be all old acquaintances. Are they really surrounding us? Su-chen helplessly hovered the mecha in the air and stopped advancing, reminding Suya, if we can't fight them off, lead them to the crater of Mount Fuji. I have a way to deal with them. How do you know I can't fight them? 3 minutes in peak condition is enough for me to beat them. Suya said somewhat proudly as she opened the airdrop box and took out a bottle of light blue potion. What if they find the potion first and have 3 more minutes of peak time than you? Wouldn't you be done for? Su-chen said helplessly. If I can't beat them, I'll hold them off with Yao Yao, and then you can escape directly. That's the safest method, right? Suya smiled as she looked at the progress bar about to reach full value. If you and Yao die together, wouldn't I lose 2 tools at once? In the end, I wouldn't even have a handy tool left. Leading them to the volcano isn't as simple as you think. Yao, later you come and control the mecha. There might be some handsome chess pieces outside, and if someone sees me first, it'll be over, Su-chen said as he exited the mecha operation mode and transferred the mecha permissions to Yao. Ha! Whiskey God, I'm going to operate the mecha? I can't do that, Yao said, a bit panicked. It's fine, I'll teach you and direct you. Ling, can you allow Yao to control the mecha while giving me the language permissions? Yao operates, and I'll talk, Su-chen said, looking down at Ling, who was lying on him, her eyes flashing with electronic brilliance. What are you doing? Nothing, I'm just helping you allocate permissions, Suya said, temporarily putting away the virtual screen in front of her, nervously waving her hands to distribute the mecha's permissions. Just a little more to go. Suya wanted to lean on Su-chen again, to continue connecting and comparing brainwaves. At that moment, 3 blue halos began to erupt in front of the mecha. The mecha cabin started flashing red lights wildly. Warning, warning, energy levels rising. 3 A-class extraordinary beings detected. Zeus and the others, growing impatient in their encirclement, launched their attack. Ah, of all times. Suya glanced at the screen showing 99% progress, feeling frustrated. Forget it, I'll find evidence properly after this is over. What evidence? Nothing. If it doesn't work later, I'll move them to the volcano, according to your plan, Suya said as she opened the vial in her hand and poured it into her mouth. As the potion entered, a blue light flickered from Suya's body, and the surface of her body displayed continuously flashing Arabic numerals 0 and 1. Hey, Su-chen, am I leaving now? Suya casually mentioned. Yeah, just follow the plan, Su-chen replied instinctively. Alright, you're dead when I get back. Suya smiled as she opened the cockpit door and leaped into the air. The 200-meter red sci-fi ring previously referred to by Su-chen as the Nanfu energy ring reappeared in the sky. A white battle armor, clearly more advanced than Su-chen's mecha, materialized out of thin air, enveloping Suya within. Once Suya was fully equipped, Zeus, Kimura-jiro, and Augustine quickly flew in front of her and stood still. Among them, Kimura-jiro had a black cloth strip covering his face. The details of what was happening on the scene and the attire of the newcomers were reported to Su-chen by Yao, who was operating the mecha. Someone was wearing a cloth strip on their face? It's a handsome chess piece. System, can I check their identities without looking at them? Su-chen tried to communicate with the system in his mind. Nearby search function activated. You can view the identities of 2 pieces within a 500-meter range. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a system panel appeared in front of Su-chen, showing a map of his 500-meter vicinity. Besides Suya standing in front of him, there were a total of 5 pieces within the 500-meter range. Yao had only described 3. What's going on? Are the other 2 pieces preparing to ambush Suya? Let's check the person wearing the eye mask first. Su-chen quickly asked Yao, which position is the person with The eye mask standing in among the three, the middle or the left? Middle, Yao Yao replied promptly. After receiving the information, Suchen quickly thought, system, check the identity of the piece in the middle ahead. System querying, Kimura Jiro, handsome chess piece from the Stick Nation. Handsome chess piece from the Stick Nation. Given that Kimura Jiro is a handsome chess piece among the three, the probability of the other two being handsome chess pieces is very low. Let's check the two hiding on the side. Let's randomly click one to try. System querying, Mandrill, codename Cobra, handsome chess piece from the Eagle Nation. Ah, Cobra is a handsome chess piece from the Eagle Nation. What's going on? The spies from the Huaxia Nation haven't returned to Huaxia's side. This is good news. If the Cobra is here, then the one next to it must be the mysterious spy P? Su Chen pondered slightly. He never expected that the Cobra was the champion of the Eagle Nation. If only this inquiry skill could check a few more people, that would be great, but alas. The champions from the Stick Nation and the Eagle Nation were all present. If he could take out those two, this match would be secured. What should he do? Su Chen fell into deep thought. At that moment, the decisive battle between Suya and Zeus had already begun. The potion only had a 3-minute effect, so wasting time with small talk would only reduce his own time, right? Thus, the great battle commenced. The red mechanical ring floating above Suya's head began to spin wildly, and the volcanic ash in the sky along with the magma on the ground all flew towards the mechanical ring. Countless magma streams, while heading towards Suya's technological marvel, consciously shot towards Zeus and his companions. Everything in this world will be destroyed by thunder, Lady Ling, accept our challenge, Zeus declared as he spread his arms. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, transforming in Zeus's hands into a trident crackling with electricity. The audience from the Eagle Nation watching the live stream immediately erupted in cheers. It's the mythical item, the trident of Poseidon, Zeus's representative artifact. Zeus will surely win. So cool. So cool. But that somewhat cheap-looking suit on Zeus really doesn't match his aura, it's all fuzzy. Damn it. Why does Zeus have two teammates? Space Lord, please remove Augustine and Kimura Jiro. We want to see the ultimate showdown between the world's number 1 and number 2. Yeah. Augustine and Kimura Jiro. Can you please step aside? Zeus can take on Ling one-on-one. As everyone spoke, Augustine and Kimura Jiro summoned their weapons, adjusting their states to peak performance. Just as Augustine pointed his sword at Suya, the masked Kimura Jiro aimed his sword at the mech where Su Chen was. Whiskey. Come on. I will return all the humiliation I suffered in the last match. Hearing Kimura Jiro's words, the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh, a showdown of the strong. The Great Whiskey is going to fight Kimura Jiro. Who will win? Can't wait. The Great Whiskey is F rank, Kimura Jiro is A rank. Isn't it obvious who will win? Hee to the one upstairs, it seems F rank has no chance against A rank, but this F rank is Whiskey. The Great Whiskey, who has created countless miracles. I believe the Great Whiskey can take down Kimura Jiro. That's right. The F rank is Whiskey. Besides Whiskey, anyone else from F rank trying to fight A rank would be considered a fool's dream, but when it comes to the Great Whiskey fighting A rank, they believe it's a highly probable event. Go, Great Whiskey. Take down that Kimura Jiro. Give us F rank some confidence. If the Great Whiskey can defeat A rank strongman, so can we. How will the Great Whiskey deal with someone who has 3 minutes of full status and no restrictions except for not being able to see? Yeah, the previous A rank strongmen were defeated by the Great Whiskey using system rules or balance items provided by the system, but this time the Great Whiskey has no rules to rely on. To the one upstairs, that's not quite right. Who says there are no rules? Think about why Kimura Jiro is blindfolded. Isn't it because he's afraid to make eye contact with Whiskey? Have you forgotten the rules of the champions? Whoever sees the others' eyes first wins. Whoever sees the other's eyes first wins? That's right, there's that rule. But how will the Great Whiskey utilize this rule? All the viewers fell into contemplation. Can the Whiskey God, controlling the mecha, barely manage to fight to a draw with Kimura Jiro? Perhaps the Whiskey God has a chance to remove Kimura Jiro's eye mask first and see him. A draw? It seems a bit difficult with just one mecha, right? Since Kimura Jiro is wearing an eye mask, he must be on guard. It would be quite hard to get close enough to remove it. That probably won't work, but the Whiskey God can only win by taking off Kimura Jiro's eye mask. What should the Whiskey God do? Not necessarily. Maybe the Whiskey God can control the mecha to last 3 minutes against Kimura Jiro. After 3 minutes, Kimura Jiro would drop back to F rank. At that time, wouldn't the Whiskey God be able to easily kill Kimura Jiro controlling the mecha? Lasting 3 minutes against Kimura Jiro while controlling the mecha? Upon hearing this speculation, all the spectators found it hard to believe. That shouldn't be possible, right? I think the mecha the Whiskey God is piloting is at most B rank. This mecha is clearly a super simplified version of Ling's mecha. Having a B rank is already impressive. Yeah, if the Whiskey God were piloting Ling's mecha, I think lasting 3 minutes would be easy, but piloting this mecha, I don't think there's much hope. Exactly, the attributes of this mecha are definitely not higher than Kimura-Jiro's at his peak. The mecha might not even be faster than Kimura-Jiro's blade when trying to escape. To be honest, I think the probability of the whiskey god getting KO'd by Kimura-Jiro in one move is very high. I actually don't have much faith in whiskey. Yes, not much faith. In whiskey, this was the thought of the vast majority of the audience as well as the experts. The expert teams from various countries repeatedly played the footage of this battle armor, calculating its rank. Only B rank, saying B rank is still a bit generous. I think the power system of this battle armor seems a bit lacking, probably designed to save energy with a low output. Even if Whiskey's piloting skills are extraordinary, he can't possibly last 3 minutes under Kimura-Jiro's sword. The only way he might take down Kimura-Jiro is by using the rules of the chess stare. Trying to kill Kimura-Jiro using the chess stare rules is nearly impossible. Kimura-Jiro will definitely guard his eye mask closely. Trying to remove it is probably harder than defeating him. Actually, if Whiskey wants to survive, there's another way. Ling needs to defeat Zeus and Augustine in about a minute and a half. If Ling can defeat Zeus and Augustine in about a minute and a half, she can definitely return to protect Whiskey and even take down Kimura-Jiro. All the experts looked at the screen where Suya was already engaged with Zeus. With both being A+ level, even if Ling is stronger than Zeus, taking him down isn't that easy, and Zeus isn't fighting alone. There's also a rank Augustine helping him. For Ling to take down Augustine in a minute and a half is simply a fantasy. That's impossible. Given the current situation, Whiskey can only turn the tide if some unexpected event occurs, otherwise, he will definitely die, and Huaxia will surely be the first country eliminated. What can Whiskey do? How can he turn this situation around? In the skies of the eastern land, Zeus and Augustine successfully intercepted Suya, allowing Kimura-Jiro to charge towards Su-Chen. Do you think I don't exist? You two think you can block me? Suya, somewhat annoyed, activated the floating ring in the sky. Countless small silver arrows, engulfed in flames, fell rapidly from the ring like a torrential rain. Halfway down, the silver arrows transformed into a dense energy net with no visible gaps, surrounding Zeus and the others. No, Your Excellency, your opponent is us. Before you concern yourself with the death of Whiskey, you should first watch out for yourself. Within 3 minutes, you will surely perish beneath my trident. Zeus roared with a monstrous growl, pointing his trident skyward. Countless bolts of lightning, shining with apocalyptic brilliance, fell from the heavens. After colliding with the lightning, Suya's energy net even showed faint signs of scorching. Zeus, he is also an A-class powerhouse. As an A-class powerhouse, no matter how strong Suya is, she cannot possibly be stronger than Zeus by a whole level. The situation here has become a stalemate, and with Augustine's involvement, it might turn unfavorable. She has already been dragged into the battlefield by Zeus and cannot extricate herself. If she gets distracted trying to save Su-Chen, she might be directly annihilated. Su-Chen is in danger. It's over. If this situation continues, Whiskey will definitely die. Ling can't support Whiskey. What can Whiskey use to fight against Kimura-Jiro? Yeah, Ling is struggling to protect herself. How can she afford to think about saving Whiskey? Right now, the great Whiskey can only rely on himself. What should he do? Kimura-Jiro has already raised his sword in front of the great Whiskey. He is about to strike. Ling wants to go back and save him, but she was blocked by Zeus. After failing to break through Zeus's defense, Suya became a bit anxious. The battlefield on her side is not the key, it's Whiskey's side that matters. If Whiskey, as the commander piece, dies, then Huaxia will be directly finished. Even if she defeats Zeus, it won't help. Just as Suya gritted her teeth, preparing to rush over to save Su-Chen despite her injuries, Su-Chen's electronic voice came through. Ling, just focus on the other two. How could this defeated opponent possibly kill me? This rascal is so full of himself, he must be reckless. Suya felt a moment of relief upon hearing the confidence in Su-Chen's voice. Forget about Whiskey for now, I must quickly deal with Zeus and Augustine to have a chance to turn the tide. As Suya fully concentrated on dealing with Zeus and Augustine, Kimura-Jiro had already charged in front of Su-Chen, ready to slice the mech in half. Seeing the scene, Yao Yao panicked. She was the one controlling the mech. The pendant does not come with skills to operate the mech. Gee, great one, what should we do now? Yao Yao asked Su-Chen anxiously. Yao Yao, do you still remember your pawn identity? Pawn identity? I'm a knight pawn. What skills do knight pawns have to defeat him? Knight pawns don't have skills to defeat him, but knight pawns can block a life for the commander piece. Yao Yao, the situation is very critical. It's time for you to contribute. Su-Chen comfortingly patted Yao Yao's shoulder, saying, don't worry, at most you'll get hit by one sword. The significance of that sword you take will be great, it will buy me a chance to survive. Ha! Great Whiskey, didn't you just tell Sister Suya not to come save us? You must have a plan. Yao Yao asked in shock. Plan? What plan? That shout just now was merely to get her to focus, Su-Chen replied. Let me think about how to deal with Kimura-Jiro first. You operate the mech and accelerate to escape. I remember the mech has an intelligent mode, right? Activate intelligent mode and run in one direction. Kimura-jiro won't be able to catch up to us within 10 seconds. Ha, okay, Yao Yao said, quickly trying it out, maneuvering the mech with 6 wings to turn and speed away in the opposite direction of Kimura-jiro. The viewers in the live stream, seeing the mech's movements, were confused. What is the Great Whiskey doing? Isn't he supposed to fight Kimura-jiro? Why is he turning to run? Ah, could it be that the Great Whiskey's method of dealing with Kimura-jiro is to use running to buy time? Isn't that a dead end? Kimura-jiro's speed is faster than the mech's. Is the Whiskey God planning to use running away to buy 3 minutes of time without Suya's support? Isn't that a joke? And does the Whiskey God really think that Kimura-jiro has no long-range attacks? Fighting with Kimura-jiro is much better than this method of running away. Experts from around the world brightened at the sight of the mecha fleeing. Great. Now the Whiskey is undoubtedly doomed. Running away in front of an A-class powerhouse is just asking for death, isn't it? Exactly. Once Whiskey runs, Kimura-jiro will know that Whiskey has no power to resist, and the caution he originally had will be greatly reduced. Wait, the caution will be greatly reduced? Is this escape part of Whiskey's plan? Whiskey's goal is to make Kimura-jiro lower his guard against him to achieve his purpose. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The last expert's words made everyone ponder what exactly Whiskey wanted to do. Achieving some purpose through escape? Whiskey's schemes are indeed deep. The plan has already started, right? As long as Kimura-jiro chases after him, he will fall into a trap? Why does Whiskey want to lower Kimura-jiro's vigilance? What kind of purpose does he want to achieve by lowering Kimura-jiro's vigilance? For example, to take off Kimura-jiro's eye mask. That's impossible. Even if Kimura-jiro's vigilance is lowered, he won't completely lose his guard, right? What exactly is Whiskey's goal? I can't quite figure it out. All the experts looked at Su Chen's fleeing figure with confusion until they saw Kimura-jiro's equally bewildered face. At this moment, Kimura-jiro actually slowed down slightly in his pursuit of Su Chen. He stared at Su Chen's back, frantically pondering Su Chen's next plan. How could Whiskey choose such a pathetic method of escape? If it were anyone else using this method to flee, he would have caught up and cut them down with a single sword. But the one escaping this way is Whiskey. He must have some kind of premeditated plan, Kimura-jiro thought, further relaxing his offensive pace. The onlooker sees clearly. Seeing Kimura-jiro's slightly slowed speed, an expert inadvertently spoke the correct answer. Could it be that Whiskey just wants to delay time by running away? Kimura-jiro not charging directly is exactly what Whiskey wants to see. The experts nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He has already started to delay time, but no one has noticed. That fool Kimura-jiro being too clever for his own good. Whiskey might just want to escape, and now Kimura-jiro has unwittingly given Whiskey a bit more time to run. Whiskey's reputation is too great. Our guesses might all be wrong. Perhaps the reason Whiskey chose to flee is to realize some plan of his. False and true, true and false. The art of war in Huaxia is indeed profound. Now it all depends on what Kimura-jiro chooses. If he chases after him now, there's a high chance he can take down Whiskey, but there's also a high chance he will fall into a trap and die. Inside the mecha cabin, Su Chen, having gained a bit of time, silently thought, system, how can I take down Kimura-jiro first? 5 seconds later, stopping his escape, he turned to Kimura-jiro and said, you need to run faster. If you run this slowly, how can I implement my plan? 30 seconds later, facing the sword swung by Kimura-jiro, he continued, you still can't move freely with your eyes closed, can you? This black cloth is just a disguise. It has no effect, right? It greatly weakens your vision. If I step out of the cabin now and look directly at your eyes, who do you think will win? After maneuvering the mecha and circling around Kimura-jiro, for a minute, you opened the cockpit, allowing Yao Yao, dressed in your clothes, to curl up and jump down from the air to look at Kimura-jiro. After silently counting to 3, you poked your head out of the cockpit. Kimura-jiro's face was covered with a black cloth that actually served no purpose. As long as I could see the area around Kimura-jiro's eyes from the cockpit, he would die? So that's how it is. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly pinched Yao Yao, who was operating the mecha, to escape. Hurry, Yao Yao, get down and let me control the mecha. Ha, okay, Yao Yao replied, exiting the mecha operation mode and transferring control to Su Chen. After counting to 30 seconds, Su Chen maneuvered the mecha to hover in the sky and turned towards Kimura-jiro, saying lightly, you actually can't move freely with your eyes closed, can you? That black cloth is just a disguise. It has no effect, right? It greatly weakens your vision. If I step out of the cockpit now and look directly at your eyes, who do you think will win? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the audience gasped. What? Kimura-jiro's eye mask is just a decoration? It has no effect? He actually can't move freely with his eyes closed? What a clever scheme. Kimura-jiro wants to deceive the Whiskey God with that black eye mask, and not only that, he also wants to use this black eye mask to fool the upcoming matches between the Bear Country and the Eagle Country. If Zeus and Augustine want to use the rules of the match to kill Kimura-jiro, they might be countered by him. After all, in a match, one must see the opponent's eyes, and with Kimura-jiro wearing the eye mask, others can't see his eyes. Wait, according to what the whiskey god said, wearing a black cloth or sunglasses isn't considered an obstruction? As long as you look at the opponent's eyes, it's fine? Even if the opponent's eyes are covered? Hearing Su-chen's words, Kimura-jiro, with his eyes open, behind the black cloth, was also shocked and quickly closed his eyes, hovering in front of Su-chen. He really couldn't move freely in the dark. He thought he had found a loophole in the system by wearing the eye mask. As long as he wore the mask, he wouldn't be seen first by other players during a match. Although his vision was weakened with the mask, it felt incredibly safe. Originally, Kimura-jiro was quite pleased with his clever method, but after hearing Su-chen's words, he began to hesitate. During a match, one only needed to look directly at the opponent's eyes? The obstruction was useless? After a brief hesitation, Kimura-jiro chose to believe Su-chen's words. He had to admit that the F-level whiskey was indeed somewhat capable in terms of strategy. Even if they were deadly rivals, his words still held some credibility. I can't delay any longer. While we're this close, I'll kill him in one go. At this distance, even if I close my eyes to kill him, it shouldn't be a problem. Kimura-jiro thought, no longer hesitating, and raised his hand to unleash a sharp sword light aimed at Su-chen. Are you planning to close your eyes and kill me? Su-chen smiled as he spread the mechanical wings, narrowly dodging Kimura-jiro's strike with the speed of the mecha. After that, Su-chen chose to continue increasing the distance between himself and Kimura-jiro, repeatedly opening and closing the cockpit door halfway. Cautious, Kimura-jiro was afraid that Su-chen would suddenly rush out of the cockpit and make eye contact with him, so he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to chase after Su-chen. Kimura-jiro's sword-swinging state while chasing Su-chen with his eyes closed dropped significantly. The more they fought, the easier it became for Su-chen to dodge, and Kimura-jiro's moves gradually became familiar to him. The audience in the live stream erupted at this turn of events. What a dramatic reversal! Oh my! If Kimura-jiro remains in this state for the next 3 minutes, I feel like the whiskey god can really hold on for 3 minutes. Does having something covering the eyes not affect the handsome against handsome? Is what the whiskey god said true or false? If it's true, how did the god figure out this rule? There are no handsome pieces dead right now. I feel like the whiskey god is tricking Kimura-jiro. His strategy seems incredibly effective at the moment. The whiskey god really has a talent for operating mechas, countering an A-level with F-level strength. Truly a god, but I won't say more, my knee hurts a bit. Experts from countries other than Huaxia were feeling anxious upon seeing this situation. Damn! A-level Kimura-jiro actually can't move freely in the dark? How did he even get to A-level? If Kimura-jiro can't take down Whiskey in 3 minutes to save Zeus and the others, Huaxia might win this time. He can't keep going like this. The battlefield on Zeus's side is about to determine a winner. Kimura-jiro must break the current stalemate. He can only take a gamble now. Open your eyes and quickly take down Whiskey. Otherwise, the entire battlefield will completely fall under Huaxia's control. After restraining Kimura-jiro for half a minute, Su-chen switched to the internal channel, anxiously saying to Yao Yao, take off your clothes. Ha? Take off your clothes? Yao Yao's face turned red and she instinctively looked at what she was wearing. Whiskey god, I'm only wearing 2 pieces of clothing, and underneath is just a little tank top. Do I really have to take it off? I meant take off my outer coat and put it on. Why would you take off your clothes? Su-chen said while dodging Kimura-jiro's attacks in the mecha. I can't move my body while operating the mecha, just a bit faster. The next plan needs you. Oh, Yao Yao realized. Her face flushed as she leaned on Su-chen and started to pull off his outer coat. Whiskey god, do I need to take off my pants too? No need, if you can wear my top in a longer version, the pants don't matter. Yao Yao. After pulling off Su-chen's clothes and putting them on, Yao Yao asked Su-chen with some confusion, Whiskey god, what task do I need to complete? Wait for my command. Wrap yourself in my clothes, hug my legs, and jump out of the cockpit. After jumping out, keep your eyes on Kimura-jiro in the sky. Okay, I will definitely complete the task. Yao Yao nodded vigorously, then continued to ask, Whiskey god, what next? What should I do? Next, if I kill Kimura-jiro, I can come back to get you. If I don't kill Kimura-jiro, then Yao Yao, you can choose to strike a pose in the sky and calmly welcome death. Don't worry, I might come to accompany you soon. Su-chen said very calmly, his tone unchanged. Yao Yao, going to die one after the other. With the whiskey god? That doesn't seem like something to be happy about. Yao Yao now felt like a warrior carrying a bomb ready to blow up the enemy's bunker. Her position was very important. The little accessory was going to play a big role again. Thinking of this, Yao Yao nodded firmly, Whiskey god. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Anyway, the worst outcome is just ending the match together with the god, right? The little accessory is no problem. The worst outcome is ending the match with me? Su-chen thought for a moment and didn't say the real worst outcome. The real worst outcome, after he took down Kimura-jiro, he wouldn't be able to catch Yao Yao falling from the sky in time while controlling the mecha. Forget it, it's better not to tell her this worst outcome. The probability of this tragic result happening is still a bit small. Yao Yao is so light, she should be able to float in the air for a long time, right? Anyway, longer than Suya. If Suya and Yao Yao were dropped from the same height, Suya should land first, right? No, this metaphor has some issues. Suya can fly, but Yao Yao cannot. It should be that Yao Yao and the watermelon fall from the same height, with the watermelon hitting the ground first, right? Let me comfort myself first. If I can't save Yao Yao later, the psychological pressure will be much less. After a brainstorming session, Su Chen chose to encourage Yao Yao. Yao Yao, you can do it. I believe in you. Get ready. We're about to start. Don't worry, Whiskey God. The little charm has strength. Yao Yao sat up from Su Chen's embrace, her face full of excitement, moving closer to the cockpit door to stand by. Just as they were about to delay Kimura Aitaro for a minute, a sharp voice from Zeus rang out. Kimura Aitaro, what are you doing? Does it take this long to kill an F-class? We can barely hold on here. If we can't hold on, the next one to die will be you. Zeus's sharp voice attracted all the viewers in the live broadcast room. With the god's perspective of the livestream, all the viewers were astonished to find that Zeus and Augustine seemed to be in a rather excessive predicament. In the battlefield dominated by Suya, Zeus and Augustine were trapped inside a massive sphere, with countless laser weapons attacking them from every angle. The two could only huddle in the center of the sphere, maintaining a blue defensive sphere to temporarily withstand the laser attacks, but the blue sphere was showing signs of collapsing. What the hell? Didn't Zeus and Augustine manage to hold their own against Ling? How did they become so helpless all of a sudden? Isn't Zeus also an A+ level? Is this the gap between the worlds? Number 1 and number 2? Isn't it a bit too big? If Kimura Aitaro doesn't quickly deal with the Whiskey God, the situation might really turn around. Exactly. As long as Ling takes down Zeus and Augustine, she can directly support the Whiskey God, and Kimura Aitaro will definitely die immediately. Now it all depends on whether Kimura Aitaro kills Whiskey first or Ling takes down Zeus and the others first. What about Ling? Since she has trapped Zeus and Augustine, why doesn't she directly support the Whiskey God? The most important thing right now is definitely to protect the Whiskey God. Before the viewers in the live broadcast room could request Space Lord to switch perspectives, the camera automatically turned to Suya. Suya was restricted in her movements by the trap formed by Zeus's trident and Augustine's sword, but compared to how severely Zeus and the others were suppressed, Suya was completely unharmed inside and was actively attacking the trap. Zeus's trap wouldn't hold for much longer. Suya might soon break free. Experts from countries other than Huaxia saw this situation and their hearts skipped a beat. Damn it! Kimura Aitaro, get in there. Don't let Whiskey lead you by the nose. If this goes on, the national battle will really undergo a major change. What the hell? Why agree to let Kimura Aitaro deal with Whiskey? The IQ gap between these two is just too big. If Augustine went after Whiskey, he would have definitely died long ago. I can hardly imagine how such a stable situation could turn into this. Damn it, Kimura Aitaro, get in there. In the skies of the eastern country, Kimura Aitaro, who had his eyes closed and was looking around randomly, heard Zeus's furious scolding, gritted his teeth, and decided to open his eyes to directly take down Su Chen. As long as I'm careful, nothing should go wrong, right? Whiskey. As Kimura Aitaro spoke, he opened his eyes, saw Su Chen's position through the black eye mask, and without hesitation, lunged at the dodging Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen had delayed Kimura Aitaro for a minute. The timing was just right. Su Chen dodged the incoming sword tip and, after slightly increasing the distance from Kimura Aitaro, whispered, Yao Yao, jump. The cockpit door opened, and without hesitation, Yao Yao grabbed Su Chen's clothes and jumped down. What is she doing? The viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat confused. Yao Yao changed into the Whiskey God's clothes and jumped down? What is she planning to do? To attract attention? Is this useful? Yes, obviously. The Whiskey outfit is several sizes larger than Yao Yao's. How could such a cheap trick to attract attention possibly work? Kimura Jiro really fell for it. The last viewer in the live stream said as he turned his gaze to Kimura Jiro, noticing the black eye mask on his face. Wait, doesn't the eye mask Kimura Jiro was wearing greatly impair his vision? With this mask on, he can only see a blurry shape outside, right? That means Yao Yao, dressed as the Whiskey Deity, could really be mistaken for the Whiskey Deity by Kimura Jiro. The black eye mask. That's right, the Whiskey Deity mentioned. Before that, wearing this black eye mask would severely weaken vision. Maybe Kimura Jiro really can't see who fell. No way? Is it really possible for Kimura Jiro to make a mistake? He has fallen for the Whiskey Deity scheme. Hundreds of millions of viewers around the world stopped speaking, all eyes focused on Kimura Jiro's next move. The moment of truth had arrived. Kimura Jiro spotted Yao Yao, who was wearing the Whiskey outfit, jumping out of the cockpit and falling. Limited by the black eye mask, he could only see a blurry figure. From Kimura Jiro's perspective, this blurry figure seemed to want to turn its gaze towards him the moment it jumped out of the cockpit. This person is the Whiskey He has already calculated that I, urged by Zeus, would definitely open my eyes to duel him. The whiskey is ready to fight to the death. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Kimura Jiro's lips. Ha ha ha. The whiskey is just waiting for you to fight desperately. Who will see my eyes first? You better see my eyes clearly before you talk. As Kimura Jiro spoke, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth and his body suddenly accelerated, turning into a shadow rushing towards Yao. Yao! Ah, whiskey. With my speed, can you see my eyes clearly? You're finished. Didn't you want to use the rules of the handsome chess to kill me? I'll use the rules of the handsome chess to kill you first. Kimura Jiro removed his eye mask while moving at high speed, proudly looking at the petite whiskey ahead, only for his expression to freeze instantly. To Kimura Jiro's right, a gaze was directed at him. Goodbye, remember to eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Player Kimura Jiro has been eliminated by player Whiskey. Kimura Jiro's identity is the handsome chess from the stick country. Handsome chess eliminated. The stick country is completely wiped out. The situation took a dramatic turn, just as Suya breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this news, a piercing scream tore through the air from not far away. Sister! Su Chen's voice? Little Mu? Suya's expression turned, dazed, incredulously turning to the source of the voice. A young man wearing a black hood was being escorted by a strong man wielding a long knife towards their battlefield. How could Little Mu be here? Isn't Whiskey Little Mu? Ignoring the obstacles of the chaotic situation, Suya forcibly turned her head towards Su Chen. It looked like it was indeed Little Mu. She had bought this outfit for him. No, wait, Whiskey is Little Mu. Who is this person? Suya, puzzled, activated the intelligence system built into the mech and said to the system, analyze this character model. Character is being analyzed. Character model, Su Chen, facial features unknown, no signs of disguise. No signs of disguise? How is that possible? Suya stared at the system report, completely confused. Did she make a mistake? Compared to Suya's confusion about the identity of the newcomer, the audience with a god's eye view could see everything clearly. Here it comes. The big show is here. Ling's fake relative is on stage. After Kimura Jiro fell, if these two don't show up, the situation will be completely different. Still, the whiskey deity is amazing. He took out Kimura Jiro directly, making the big show premiere early. Can't wait to see what happens next. The stick country made an early appearance, turning the situation around completely. Now, as long as Ling takes down Zeus and Augustine, the Huaxia team will win this match. Now it all depends on whether Ling can see through this person's false identity. If she can't, the situation will change drastically. If Ling fails to see through the impersonator of Su Chen when Zeus's subordinates start tormenting Su Chen, Ling will definitely become emotionally unstable. As the audience continued to flood the screen with comments about the upcoming situation, information about the fake Su Chen appeared on the live broadcast. Mandeli, codename Cobra, the Eagle Nation's chess piece. This impersonator is Cobra? The Eagle Nation's spy in Huaxia is the Eagle Nation's chess piece? Zeus and his team are bold enough to use their own chess piece to deceive Ling? Aren't they afraid their chess piece could be shot dead? What the hell? That's too bold, right? Zeus is definitely playing for keeps. Using his own chess piece as bait? Can't he find any other good actors? Is the undercover spy in Huaxia counted as part of the Eagle Nation's influence? I thought she would be counted on the Huaxia side. Do you think Zeus wants his country's chess piece to play the role of Su Chen to set a trap for the whiskey god? What normal person would think that the one brought up as bait is a chess piece? Yeah, I feel like Zeus wants to use this whiskey god to make Ling emotionally unstable, killing two birds with one stone. Experts from various countries were also shocked to see the identity of Su Chen. My god, isn't Zeus afraid of it backfiring? If the identity is recognized, the Eagle Nation will be directly doomed. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Risky moves win. Only Zeus could pull off such a method. If Zeus really manages to execute his plan, the situation will flip again. Huaxia will fall. The Korean nation will fall, and the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation will fight for supremacy. Now it all depends on whether Ling believes this Cobra's identity. I estimate that Zeus is about to have Cobra perform a self-inflicted injury tactic. If Ling believes in the fake Su Chen, can she maintain her composure while watching her only relative being brutally abused? Countless gazes were focused on Suya. The decision she makes next will determine the entire battle. There are those who curse her for not recognizing the truth of Su Chen, and those who hope she can distinguish between truth and falsehood. Among those who hope she can tell the difference, besides Huaxia and some of Suya's die-hard fans, are all the experts from the Korean nation. That's right, all the experts from the Korean nation. If the Eagle Nation or the Bear Nation wins the final victory, our country will definitely have a hard time in the future. Compared to the Eagle Nation or the Bear Nation winning, Huaxia's victory is currently the most favorable choice for us. Once Huaxia wins, both the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation will be weakened to the same level as us, making our enemy Huaxia. If Huaxia wins, This time, we can at least still muddle through in the space. If the Eagle Nation or the Bear Nation wins, our survival in the space will become dozens of times more difficult. It's truly a ridiculous irony that the eliminated Korean nation is now hoping for the victory of Hwaxia, which they have always regarded as an enemy. While the fake Su-chen screams in agony, the real Su-chen is quickly maneuvering the mech to catch the falling Yao Yao in midair and return her to the cockpit. As soon as she enters the cockpit, Yao Yao happily leaps onto Su-chen. Whiskey God, how did the little accessory perform this time? I did everything according to your requirements. Good performance. If I have time, I'll give you a lollipop as a reward. As Su-chen spoke, he spread the wings behind the mech and flew towards Suya. Yao Yao, you'll operate the mech later. Report to me if anything happens. The Eagle Nation's chess piece might be around Ling, so I need to be careful. Whiskey God, should we go in to help? Wouldn't that just complicate things? We must go help. I need to remind a certain fool not to mistake identities. Mistake identities? Mistake who? Yao Yao, who was in free fall, did not hear Su-chen's scream. Zeus and the others found someone to disguise as Ling's relatives to deceive her. If we don't remind her, it might be a bit troublesome. Sister Suya's relative? Brother Su-chen? Sister Suya only has one relative, it must be him. After taking control of the mecha from Su-chen, Yao Yao activated the mecha's long-range vision to scan the battlefield ahead. Is that wrapped in black cloth the fake brother Su-chen? Whiskey, how do you know this is fake? This person wearing a black hood is completely indistinguishable from the real one. Yao Yao asked with some confusion. How do I know this is fake? Because I am Su-chen. No, I am Whiskey now, so how do I know? After pondering for a moment, Su-chen said, have you heard of the sixth sense? My intuition tells me this guy is a fake, just trust me, let's hurry over and remind Ling. Intuition? Yao Yao was puzzled for a moment but didn't ask further, silently choosing to trust Su-chen's words and quickly piloting the mecha towards the battlefield ahead. At this moment on the large battlefield, Zeus saw the personnel he arranged coming up, and without caring to curse Kimura Arrow, he hurriedly shouted towards Suya's direction, Ling, stop it. If you stop now, we will torment your brother a little less. His name is Su-chen, right? He really is a good kid. If you don't stop now, he will suffer our most brutal torture. He just entered the hide-and-seek space. You wouldn't want him to have any psychological trauma, would you? Hearing Zeus's words, Suya came back to her senses and increased the energy output. You don't think finding a fake and mimicking my brother's voice can fool me, do you? This method is too low level, right? Suya said as she struggled to break free from the encirclement of Zeus and the others. Fake? He is your relative. Hurry! Take off his mask, cut off one of his hands to cheer Ling up. Zeus shouted with a smile. The piercing scream of Su-chen made Suya's heart tremble, and she kept comforting herself in her mind that this is fake. This is fake. Whiskey is Su-chen. Whiskey is Su-chen. Don't get distracted. As Suya thought about this, a hint of uncertainty arose in her heart. What if I guessed wrong, and Whiskey really isn't Su-chen? Regarding the true identity of Whiskey being Su-chen, I have no actual evidence. When I called Su-chen's name to Whiskey before, he responded, but maybe he just didn't hear me clearly and answered casually. Whiskey having the same habits as Su-chen could also be a coincidence. The biggest difference between Su-chen and Whiskey is strength. Whiskey couldn't possibly be a newcomer who just entered the space not long ago, right? So Whiskey isn't Xiaomu? Is this scream really from Xiaomu? Listening to Su-chen's scream, Suya's heart was in turmoil, and her control over Zeus and Augustine inevitably weakened significantly. Seeing this situation, Zeus and Augustine's eyes lit up. Ling believes it. Ling, maybe we can. Each take a step back, you lift the blockade and let us leave, and we will hand Su-chen over to you, how about it? Zeus hurriedly said. Yeah, if you don't lift the blockade, we will continue to torture him. Let me see how cold the heart of the world's strongest is. Augustine shouted following. Sister, don't worry about me. I have a chance to avoid death anyway, it's more important to kill them. The national war is important. My hand is broken. Just as Suya was engulfed in great confusion, Su-chen's voice and scream made her eyes turn red. Xiaomu, do you still remember when? I was in the hide-and-seek space. Just as Suya was about to confirm whether the hooded Su-chen was real or fake, the burly man holding Su-chen covered Su-chen's mouth with his hand. Oh, it seems our world's number one doesn't believe these are her relatives, huh? Well, forget it. Let's not have her believe it. Come on, cut off his tongue. Ling, you might as well just kill us directly. This guy with his head covered is the one we prepared. You can slowly finish us off amidst his screams. Zeus and Augustine exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ling fell for it. As long as there was a hint of doubt in her heart, their plan would succeed. Just as the burly man's sword was about to stab Su-chen's mouth, Suya, inside the mech, listened to the heart-wrenching screams, her eyes filled with tears. Wait! The attacks around Zeus and Augustine began to wane. The viewers in the live stream sighed collectively at this scene. It's over. Hwaxia has gone too far. Zeus and Augustine have succeeded. I estimate that after escaping Zeus and Augustine will choose to take the fake Su Chen away and then continuously threaten Ling. There's no way, apart from the cold-blooded executioner, no one can bear to see their only relative being tortured and killed in front of them. Yeah, Ling has done well, but Zeus and Augustine are just too cold-blooded. I've turned from a fan to a hater of those two. Using someone else's relatives to achieve their goals, what a sinister act. There's a reason Zeus is always second in the world. The expert group from the Eagle Nation erupted into enthusiastic cheers upon seeing the current situation. Great! Zeus has gained the initiative. Our Eagle Nation has a high chance of winning. After escaping, we'll take out Augustine, and finally, we'll capture Su Chen to deal with Ling, and we'll win the national war. Zeus is indeed a genius. Using the handsome piece as bait is simply brilliant. Now Ling is completely fooled. On the battlefield, seeing Suya gradually retracting her blockade, Zeus and Augustine breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly wanted to fly towards Su Chen's location. Once they reached Su Chen's side, wouldn't the next situation be under their control? Just as Zeus and Augustine were about to leave, Yao maneuvered the mech, bringing Su Chen to the edge of the battlefield. The handsome piece of the Eagle Nation personally playing the role of Ling's relative. It's thanks to you all for coming up with this. Su Chen's calm voice spread across the battlefield, causing the secretly crying Suya to pause. Su Chen is disguised by the handsome piece of the Eagle Nation? After a moment of confusion, Suya instantly reacted and intensified her attacks on Zeus and Augustine, pushing them back to the center. Damn it! Whiskey, you're ruining my big plan again. How does he know this bait is our country's handsome piece? Zeus struggled to maintain his shield while secretly shocked. Only he knew about the cobra. Disguising as Su Chen, everyone else was completely unaware. Stay calm. At this moment, he couldn't show any signs of abnormality. If he did, wouldn't it directly indicate that what Whiskey said was right? Thinking of this, Zeus immediately continued to laugh and shouted, "It seems, Ling, you really are prepared to deal with us amidst your brother's screams, huh? Alright, then bring it on. Cut off the other hand of Su Chen too. As long as he says anything other than screams, just cut off his tongue." Seeing Zeus act this way, Augustine thought Su Chen was just stalling for time and joking. After all, using the handsome piece as bait, even the vodka-drunk bears wouldn't dare to do that. So, Augustine directly spoke to Su Chen in a mocking tone. "Whiskey, if I were you, I'd advise Ling to prioritize national interests right now. And saying that the hostage here is fake, that it's the handsome piece of the Eagle Nation in disguise, doesn't that just deepen Ling's doubts? Is this all you've got? No way?" Suya heard Zeus and Augustine's words, and hesitated before turning to Su Chen, asking, "He's really not my brother? He's the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom?" "Of course," Su Chen replied, firmly. He was the real deal. How could he not be firm? The audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. How did Whiskey know that the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom was disguised as Su Chen? Was the confidentiality of this matter so poor? Even Whiskey knew about it? After a moment of silence in the live stream, someone couldn't help but speak up. "What's going on? Is there a connection between the great Whiskey and Su Chen? Has he met this person before? How did he suddenly know that this person wearing a black hood is the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom in disguise?" The audience's comments sparked countless responses. Yeah, the great Whiskey probably didn't even know about Su Chen before, right? And he can't possibly know Su Chen better than his sister. How did he find out? Even Su Chen's sister can't tell the real from the fake. How did he see through it at a glance and identify this person as the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom? What did the great Whiskey use to make his judgment? It's too unbelievable, right? Could it be a lucky guess? How could that even happen? Before the audience could reach a conclusion, Su Chen revealed the true identity of the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom. Cobra, right? The person pretending to be Su Chen in front of us is a high-level spy from the Eagle Kingdom. Planted in Huaxia. Cobra. What? He's Cobra? Cobra is a spy sent by the Eagle Kingdom, and he's also the chess piece for this operation? Su Ya's lips parted slightly, stunned. This person was not only not Su Chen, but he wasn't even male? Disguised as Xiao Mu, he was actually a spy from the Eagle Kingdom, a chess piece? Receiving such a large amount of information all at once, Suya felt her mind spinning. Zeus, upon hearing Su Chen's words, nearly lost his composure. What was happening? How did Whiskey know so much detail about this matter? The plan should have been very covert. How could it be known so clearly? There was no way secrets could leak from here. Cobra couldn't be the source of the leak either. Where exactly had the problem occurred? Zeus was filled with a sense of unease, and the audience in the livestream shared his feelings. My God, the great Whiskey must be the embodiment of a deity, right? An omniscient and omnipotent creator? Otherwise, there's no way to explain how he knows so much. Whiskey is definitely cheating. What went wrong here? To me, Zeus's plan seemed perfect. Ling was deceived. How come Whiskey wasn't? I'm stunned to learn that this is the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom. I assume he found out through some means, but how did he know that the identity of the chess piece from the Eagle Kingdom is Cobra? Did Zeus tell him? Is that even possible? Experts from around the world fell into deep thought. How did Whiskey know? Did he judge it based on Cobra's language and actions? That's impossible. Did he know Cobra before? How could he identify her without knowing her? Let's not rush to discuss how Whiskey found out. Now it all depends on whether Ling believes it. If Ling believes it, Huaxia wins. The 3 minutes are almost up. Ling must make a decision quickly. If we wait until the peak time of 3 minutes passes, things will take a turn. Now, Suya's choice would once again determine the outcome of this national battle. The eyes of the world were focused on Suya. At this moment, after listening to Su Chen's words, Suya fell into silence. After thinking for a while, she spoke to Su Chen through the mech. Whiskey, do you remember what I said before? You found me, and I made a promise. That's right, this was the method she had come up with. Only Su Chen could answer the question correctly. If Whiskey answered, then he was Xiaomu. She had asked in such a covert way, he should respond, right? After Suya finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. Su Chen was caught off guard by the question, making it difficult to answer. Should he reveal his identity to Suya? Once he got home, he would undoubtedly face a wave of concern from her. Or maybe he should just let it go. Is the national war really that important? No. It seemed there was another way to resolve this. Suddenly inspired, Su Chen quickly spoke up. I know she's not Su Chen because I know Su Chen. That's right, I know Su Chen. And I have a good relationship with Su Chen. When the national war started, I happened to be at Su Chen's house. The reason Su Chen was able to evade the Cobra was entirely because I was there at the time. I saw the Cobra enter Su Chen's house to capture him, and it was I who used my abilities to help Su Chen escape into the painting to avoid the Cobra's pursuit. Because of this, I know this is the Cobra. As for why I think the Cobra is Shuai Qi, it's actually quite simple. If Su Chen were really here, Zeus and the others wouldn't need to put a mask on him. Not wearing a mask would probably be more effective, right? The reason she's wearing a mask is to guard against me. Shuai Qi's rules require her to wear a mask. Of course, Zeus is probably also thinking about plotting against other Shuai Qi, right? After all, who would have thought that the bait would be the Shuai Qi from the Eagle Nation? The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized after hearing Su Chen's words, so that's it. If the Whiskey God was at Su Chen's house at that time, then everything can be explained. Yeah, the Whiskey God saw the Cobra come in looking for Su Chen with his own eyes. No wonder he could make such a judgment. Why didn't Space Lord broadcast the Whiskey God's footage earlier? Was he just waiting for this moment to appear? The Whiskey God actually has a good relationship with Ling's relatives? Zeus definitely didn't see that coming. Zeus is finished. What bad luck. The experts from the Eagle Nation were so shocked by Su Chen's words that they almost slammed the table. How did this guy happen to be at the Cobra's capture scene? This is too coincidental, right? Zeus, this was definitely a super perfect plan, but man proposes, and God disposes. The Cobra actually ran into the Whiskey God before. I said before that they didn't catch Su Chen at his house. It turns out the Whiskey God took Su Chen into the painting to hide. Yes, there were indeed a few paintings at Su Chen's house. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zeus's calm demeanor showed significant fluctuations, but he forced a calm expression and continued, you speak so nicely, let's see if Ling believes you. Ling, why don't you bet your brother's life on it? Let's see if what the Whiskey God said is true or false. Alright, I'll take that bet. The mechanical technology in the sky started operating again, and Su Ya made her move. She directly attacked the Su Chen wearing the hood. What? Don't you care about your relative's life anymore? I believe what the Whiskey God said, and Su Chen is doing just fine. Suya smiled as she turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen? What did I say wrong? How could this be discovered? Before Su Chen could figure out which of his words was wrong, the laser shot by Suya was about to fall on Su Chen's head. If that laser hit Su Chen, she would immediately turn to ashes and be eliminated. The Su Chen who had been screaming in agony quickly stopped upon seeing this situation. His body swiftly dodged to the right, evading Suya's attack. The big man holding Su Chen not only didn't stop him but instinctively jumped over to help Su Chen block the residual wave of the laser. At this point, the fake Su Chen was instantly exposed. It's over. Zeus and Augustine felt a chill in their hearts as the hostage was revealed. Their plan had completely collapsed. The collapse of the plan meant that the two would be eliminated by Ling, who was at her peak. The audience in the live broadcast room cheered at this situation. The Whiskey God is amazing, pulling off a comeback. I thought we were going to lose just now. The Eagle Nation is about to be eliminated, and the probability of victory for Huaxia has skyrocketed. Huaxia will definitely win. Once the Eagle Nation is out, Huaxia's only opponents will be the Bear Nation and the Eastern Nation. Augustine from the Bear Nation is about to die, and the Demon Blade from the Eastern Nation has long been defeated. These two countries have no one left to fight. That's right. As long as Ling finds the airdrop potion from the Eastern Nation, she will be the strongest force on the field, basically able to push through everything. The expert group from the Eagle Nation saw this result and collectively collapsed. Damn it, why did Zeus use such a risky plan? Our Eagle Nation is going to be directly eliminated. I can hardly believe the outcome after this failure. We invested at least one-third of our high-end combat power in this national battle. If we fail, the strategic deployment of the Eagle Nation in space will be completely disrupted. The more they talked, the more anxious they felt. This match was guaranteed to win by the higher-ups. If we lose, our government's credibility in the eyes of the public will plummet. This match is being broadcast live worldwide. Our Eagle Nation will become the second country eliminated among the 5. We will lose face. The president has already tweeted more than a dozen times, expressing strong dissatisfaction with our work. This year is an election year. If we mess this up, the election might be in trouble. Can't Zeus be a bit steadier? Even being the second to last eliminated would be better than this. If the Cobra can't escape and the Eagle Nation is out, then we can only hope for Huaxia to win. The expert group from the Eagle Nation, while discussing, maintained the same attitude towards the champion as the expert group from the Stick Nation. Whether the Eastern Nation or the Bear Nation wins would be a significant blow to us. Only Huaxia winning would have a smaller impact on us. We lost. The Bear Nation and the Eagle Nation absolutely cannot win. As long as those two countries can't win, our global dominance won't be significantly shaken. After Huaxia wins, we can still unite all countries against Huaxia. Our country's position of power might even become more solid. What Zeus needs to do now is to take down Augustine. Once he takes down Augustine, the Bear Nation will be eliminated too. He must take someone down with him. What Zeus needs to do now is to get out of this depressed mindset and immediately analyze the situation to his advantage. Zeus's mindset was completely unraveling at this moment. Their Eagle Nation's chess piece was right beside him. Damn it! Why did such a perfect plan have such a huge flaw? Zeus's gentlemanly demeanor was completely gone, and he was breathing heavily like a wounded beast. He looked several times in the direction where Su Chen was, wanting to say something but not speaking. Forget it, this time I, Zeus, admit defeat. Just wait, if there's another chance, I'll compete with you again. Augustine, go all out and break through the defenses. Zeus shouted angrily, and a blue electric light flickered in his hand. Come on, Augustine, let's go together. Charge out. This is our only chance. Okay. Augustine was also resolute, raising his long sword to clear a path. Just as Augustine was outputting all his strength, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. What? Augustine looked down at his heart in disbelief. A spear made of lightning had completely pierced through his chest. What are you doing? Don't you want to escape? Augustine looked at Zeus with an incredulous expression. Escape? Our Eagle Nation's chess piece is about to die. And I'm about to die too. Before I die, I must take you down with me. You know, this is politics. Next time we cooperate, we'll still be friends. Sorry, buddy. Zeus shrugged helplessly. You're ruthless. This is politics, Augustine said as he turned to Ash. Player Zeus kills player Augustine. Augustine's identity is a chess piece. Man's calculations are no match for heaven's whiskey. I still lost to you, Zeus said as he withdrew his defenses, calmly accepting death. Whiskey, Zeus said, looking unwillingly in the direction where Su Chen was. After Zeus retracted his defenses, a dazzling laser instantly pierced through his body. In just a few seconds, Zeus was vaporized and eliminated. Player Zeus was killed by player Ling. His identity is the Eagle Kingdom's chess piece. The special ability of the chess piece is activated. The one who killed him is the Huaxia Kingdom's chess piece. Zeus and Augustine were both dead, and the outcome was set. The Huaxia Kingdom had already gained a super huge advantage in this national war. Zeus, Augustine, Demon Blade Muramasa, Kimura Jiro, the top experts of the 4 nations are all dead. These people almost all died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Great God Whiskey. The Great God Whiskey's reputation soared after this battle. Now, who would dare say that the Great God Whiskey is just a name? With F-level strength, he fought against the top gods of 5 nations. Who can do that? Unmatched wisdom. Now the only thing limiting the Great God Whiskey's performance is his strength, right? If the Great God Whiskey were A+ level, the position of world number 1 would probably change hands. Just as everyone was marveling at Su Chen, the Special Organization Department of the United Nations was scratching their heads over Su Chen's photo. The existing rankings of strong individuals in the world were being compiled and updated in real time by them. As a newly emerged dark horse, Whiskey's name absolutely had to be included in the latest strong individuals list. Where should Whiskey be placed on the list? They compared Whiskey's name back and forth next to the world strong individuals ranking. Whiskey is absolutely top-notch in terms of IQ and strategy. If it weren't for Whiskey's low level, he would have been on the list right after the second live broadcast ended. Who should Whiskey be placed before? Zeus? Augustine? Damn, his level is too low. His hard power isn't enough, and it feels wrong to place him before anyone. But we can't just leave him off the list, right? Whiskey's strategic prowess is too monstrous. His soft power can completely make up for his hard power shortcomings. How should they rank him? Everyone was pulling their hair out while thinking. Although Whiskey took down Kimura Jiro and the others, he did it through strategy. Yeah, if Whiskey had taken them down with hard power, our ranking would be easier, but he didn't. Previously, the Demon Blade was in a severely injured state, and his strength was limited to F level. Even though the Demon Blade was in such a crippled state, Whiskey still chose not to confront him head-on, but instead calculated his demise through schemes. Whiskey loves to use schemes too much. It's hard for us to assess his hard power. What should we do? Just as everyone was in distress, someone had a sudden idea. How about we create a separate ranking? Create a separate ranking? What do you mean? A separate list just for Whiskey? Listing Whiskey on his own? Yes, almost. We can create a list of extraordinary individuals, specifically listing these extraordinary beings with special abilities. Listing extraordinary beings with special abilities separately? Great idea. Everyone was moved by this suggestion. Exactly, let's create a separate list of extraordinary individuals. Place Whiskey at the top of this list, the reason being his unmatched wisdom. Through this list, we can refine the world's strong individuals. This is an excellent idea. Once this list is out, everyone should have no objections, right? A list specifically tailored for Suchen was being closely crafted. This list would be globally released after this national war. In the hide-and-seek space, the national war was far from over. After the elimination of Zeus and Augustine, the 3-minute peak state was about to pass, and Suya dared not delay for a moment, controlling the mech and the energy-gathering rings in the sky to directly block all escape routes for the Cobra. A Cobra fleeing at high speed crashed into a barrier, forced to halt its escape. How could she, restricted to F-level strength, possibly escape from the peak state of Suya? Even Zeus, strong as an A-level, couldn't escape from Suya's grasp, so she had no chance. Cobra, an A-level powerhouse from the Python team, a native of Huaxia, whose ancestors never even left the country. It's truly surprising that someone like this became a spy, Suya said, slowly landing her 6-winged mech beside the Cobra, aiming the laser cannon on the mech at her. Seeing that she couldn't break through the barrier, the Cobra simply yanked off the hood she was wearing. So close, Ling, you were just a hair's breadth away from being defeated by me. Didn't expect that, did you? I am the spy from the Eagle Nation residing in Huaxia back in the day. Just as the Cobra was about to say something, Suya placed a finger to her lips. Quiet. I'm not interested in your story. Just looking at your face makes me furious. When we return to the real world, what awaits you is true death. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the little shepherd must die. A violent beam of laser shot straight through the Cobra. Player Ling kills player Cobra. Cobra's identity is the chess piece of the Eagle Nation. Eagle Nation's chess piece is dead. All participants from the Eagle Nation are annihilated. The system's announcement echoed throughout the entire hide-and-seek space, leaving the remaining command centers of the Bear Nation and Huaxia in a state of confusion as they listened to the broadcast. What happened? How did it come to this? They hadn't even seen a single chess piece until now. Was the national war really at the point of life and death? In the global live stream's comments, a wave of envy emerged. Ah, I want a sister like Ling too. The doting sister. Ling is so domineering. Oh no, I've already become Ling's little fan. I want to be pampered by Ling too. Defeat Su Qin. I want to be Ling's little sister. 3 minutes of peak time had passed. Suya's strength began to plummet continuously, various sci-fi weapons slowly disappearing from the sky, and her 6-winged mech gradually faded away. The intense regression of power left Suya's body and mind completely unable to adapt. Under everyone's gaze, Suya collapsed onto a patch of volcanic ash sand. The peak war of the Eastern Japan nation thus came to an end. After this war, all peak combatants from the Eagle Nation withdrew. Huaxia currently stands alone in the national war. The probability of victory is extremely high. Many politicians and high-ranking officials watching the match have already begun to contemplate the upcoming international situation. Huaxia has a great chance of winning. If Huaxia wins, Ling will advance to the peak level S that humanity has yet to explore. An S-level peak powerhouse is enough to change the international situation. We need to put our joint meetings with other countries on the agenda. We must prevent Huaxia from becoming dominant. How to prevent it is another question. Although we don't want to admit it, we have to face reality. All our powerhouses combined might not be able to defeat S-level Ling. A+ level powerhouses can already be considered small nuclear bombs. A qualitatively transformed S-level powerhouse is likely to be on the level of world destruction. If she enters any of our countries to massacre, the consequences are unimaginable. As the politicians and high-ranking officials fell silent, pondering how to jointly restrict Huaxia with a powerhouse like Ling, it seemed that Huaxia's rise could no longer be contained. Perhaps we need to deal with Huaxia like we did with the Bear Nation during the Stalin era. Using the methods from the Stalin era against Huaxia? Peaceful evolution? That won't work, right? Today's Huaxia is not like the old Bear Nation. In terms of technology, the ascension of S-level Ling might surpass us by an era. How can we achieve peaceful evolution? As all the government officials fell into deep thought, the national war continued. On the sandy ground of the Eastern Land, Su-chen, and Yao rushed to carry the unconscious Suya back to the cockpit. Whiskey God, what should we do now? Where should we go? Yao asked while taking care of Suya, glancing at Su-chen who was operating the mech. First, let's search the cities of the eastern land and find the airdropped potions, Su-chen said, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain. This trip to the eastern land was indeed filled with danger, but fortunately, they emerged as the final victors. Suya's combat power really skyrocketed. She took down Zeus without even using the volcano plan. If Kimura Jiro hadn't attacked me at the start and instead teamed up with Zeus to besiege Suya, the volcano plan would have been implemented, right? Regardless, the final outcome is good. Our journey in the eastern land ends here. Just as Su-chen was thinking, the mech's intelligence system alerted him that it had detected the airdrop boxes. With the potion boxes in hand, their chances of success increased significantly. After maneuvering the mech to retrieve the boxes, Su-chen flew straight towards the center of the competition venue without hesitation. Yao, hold the boxes tight and don't break them. We need to set off again. Whiskey God, after we get the boxes, which country should we go to find the other pieces? Let's go to Lehigh City. In Huaxia. That's the final destination to end this competition. Lehigh City in Huaxia? Yao paused for a moment before quickly reminding, Whiskey God, isn't it very dangerous for us to go there? If the Guardians of Huaxia discover our pieces' identities, we could die instantly. I think it would be better for us to search for pieces in the cities of the Bear Country instead, Su-chen countered. Yao, do you think the pieces from the eastern land and the Bear Country would go to the cities of the Bear Country? Su-chen asked back. After pondering for a moment, Yao hesitated and said, why wouldn't they? The Eagle Country and the Kimchi Country have been eliminated, the eastern land has been wiped out by me, and the strong from the Bear Country are also gone. Aren't we the strongest and most powerful on the field now? Yes, we're about to win the national war. Aren't they the ones most afraid of us right now? Aren't they looking for a favorable place to deal with us? A favorable place to deal with us? After thinking for a moment, Yao's eyes lit up. That's right, they must want to use the rules of Huaxia against us. We face the greatest restrictions in Huaxia. Exactly, the pieces from the eastern land and the Bear Country are very likely in Lehigh City, Huaxia. I can say with 100% certainty that the piece from the Bear Country is in Lehigh City. For him, surviving in the Bear Country is too difficult, only Lehigh City is suitable for him. Let's go, we need to speed up towards Lehigh City and Huaxia. Once we enter Lehigh City, we can't flaunt our mech in public. We must be cautious here. If we're discovered, it could mean instant death. Su-chen cautioned. Yes, don't worry. Whiskey God. When Suya woke up again, the first thing she saw was the charming blue night light hanging from the ceiling, along with Yao sleeping soundly beside her. Where have we ended up? You're awake. We've returned to Lehigh City in Huaxia. We're currently in a guest house on the outskirts of the city. Since we have no identity, I found a black marketplace to temporarily make do. The conditions are a bit rudimentary. Now we just need to wait for you to wake up to improve our living situation. Suya looked up, her gaze sweeping past Yao, and landed on Su-chen, who was lying on the sofa covered with a blanket. Back to Huaxia? So we need to start here, wait. As Suya spoke, she gradually recalled the events that had transpired, and her gaze towards Su-chen turned somewhat unfriendly. What's wrong? Su-chen suddenly felt a chill down his back and instinctively wrapped himself tighter in the blanket. Before we improve our living situation, shouldn't we clarify some things first, Whiskey? Suya smiled as she got up to tuck Yao in, then suddenly pounced onto the sofa where Su-chen was lying. Su-chen, sweating, asked, what are you doing? What do you think? I heard you're Xiaomu's friend. When you came to find him at home, you just happened to run into a cobra? Yeah, that's right. Su-chen forced himself to stay calm and said, I really am. Hey, what are you doing? Don't lift my blanket, I'm not wearing any clothes. Still pretending? Suya pressed one hand against Su-chen's chest, trying to fool me? How could I not know Su-chen's friends? Besides, that classmate who got drugged by the greedy wolf organization, who else does he have that's particularly close? How could he have none? Your brother's hidden social connections are much better than you think. Su-chen argued back while suppressing his heartbeat. Still stubborn. Hidden connections? Other than those little fans who were just after Xiaomu's body, what other hidden connections could I not know about? Xiaomu's wife fund is all in my hands. What other hidden connections could I not know? I've made a pact with Xiao Mu. Only friends who are not very familiar can come to his house. Unless you tell me you're a girl, otherwise, Xiao Mu, you're dead. Suya said, pulling out a small notebook from who knows where. Xiaomu has finally grown some courage, daring to go against his sister and even pinning her down. Xiaomu even took the chance to hit his sister on the head when she wasn't paying attention. Xiaomu became Whiskey and hid it from his sister, not telling her. Even hiding it from his sister is simply unforgivable. When we get back, I'll confiscate all your pocket money, even the ones hidden in your socks. Punishment. Where did this notebook come from? After a brief moment of confusion, Suchin quickly thought to himself, "System, activate my guest privilege, don't let the cameras find me for 30 minutes. Guest privilege has been activated, 30-minute countdown begins. Xiaomu, do you still want to fool your sister? You promised me you'd never lie to me," Suya said, her eyes slightly red, looking like she was about to cry. "No, really? You're flaring your nostrils again, your heart rate is irregular, and you're still suppressing your heartbeat." Suya leaned her face closer to Su Chen. "Although you're controlling your gaze, you still instinctively dodge when looking at me. Actually, this is Xiaomu's opening line every time he wants to trick me, something he often uses when he wants to deceive me about the wife. Fund. This. Woo woo." Suya sniffled. Seeing this scene, Su Chen silently swallowed the words that were about to come out. He really couldn't stand seeing Suya cry. Defeated, why is Suya so clever? He knew that staying with her posed a great risk of exposure. It seemed there was no way to hide anymore. But if he didn't hide his identity, how could he explain Whiskey's identity to her? A regular high school student from Huaxia, who became a big shot after first encountering the space, dominating the scene. This seemed a bit hard to explain. Forget it, who told her to be Suya? The world is vast, and the sister is the biggest. After revealing the truth, he would think about how to explain it later. Alright, actually I just as Su Chen was about to admit his identity, Suya closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, her delicate face leaning in to give him a peck. After a long time, when their lips parted, Suya's charming face had turned into a red apple, her body burning hot. "I'll let you off this time, but after the national war, I'll come back to deal with you properly. Right now it's a global live broadcast, your identity can't be exposed. Otherwise, we really won't have peace. Just to be clear, I don't know Su Chen is Whiskey, so I'll give you another kiss." No, your kiss left saliva all over my face, I just washed it." Su Chen turned his face away in disgust. "What? Steal straight man, I'll kiss you," Suya said angrily, pressing down on Su Chen's head. "Wait, you don't know my true identity right now, do you?" Su Chen dodged as he spoke. "Right, you don't know my identity and I don't know yours, so let's keep it a secret." "Ha, so that means I can resist, huh? He. Su Chen threw off the blanket, grabbed Suya's hand, and flipped over, pinning her down on the sofa. "Suya, is that wrong? Ha, you dare to sneak attack me?" Su Chen, full of spirit, pinned Suya down, rendering her unable to move. "Ah, so satisfying. So, what if you know my identity? My family status is constantly rising. The time for rebellion has come. Overthrow Suya's tyranny. Now, who is the boss, huh? Xiaomu," Suya said helplessly. "What Xiaomu? I am Whiskey now, and we don't know each other. Once the national war is over, Xiaomu is finished. I'm going to hit his head hard, making him wash clothes every day, and I'll keep a record of it. In my little notebook." Suya struggled as she spoke. "Who is Xiaomu? I am Whiskey, what does Xiaomu have to do with me?" Su Chen said, placing his hand on one side of Suya's neck. "No, it tickles, I'm going to resist." Suya desperately shrank her neck. "Still dare to resist?" Just as Su Chen was about to suppress Suya, Yao was awakened by the commotion between the two. After lifting the blanket covering her face, she sat up, rubbing her eyes in confusion. "Whiskey, what are you guys doing?" "Oh, Yao, you're awake? Come here. I've pinned Suya down, you can tickle her." Su Chen immediately called out to Yao. "Hey, Yao, don't listen to Whiskey, quickly. Save me," Suya hurriedly said. "Oh, coming. Great, Yao, the two of us will take Whiskey down." As Suya spoke, Yao hugged her leg, her little hands starting to tickle her. "Hey, Yao, traitor, why are you helping Whiskey? It tickles, stop it." Suya laughed until she cried, her hands constantly patting the sofa, trying to escape from Su Chen's grasp. "Now, who has the highest status? Who is the boss?" Su Chen said, inadvertently pinching Suya's pink ear. "Don't woo-woo." The next morning, Su Chen woke up holding two soft objects. Feeling refreshed. Before the national war ends, he is the boss. Family status has turned into family empire. What will happen after the national war? Let's talk about that later. For now, he needs to enjoy the position of family overlord. Su Chen thought about waking up the treasures in his arms. "What's wrong?" Suya said drowsily. "Hurry up, and get to work. We need to quickly obtain legal identities to infiltrate Linhai City." "Work? Oh, Whiskey, just wait. Once the national war is over, you're finished," Suya said, giving Su Chen a fierce look, then quickly got up to log into the network to arrange identities for the three of them. "What will you do next?" "Almost all the pieces are concentrated in Linhai City, Huaxia. Are we going to search for all the pieces here one by one?" Suya asked while logging into the network. I can see the positions of all the pieces, but I can't see their identities. I have to confirm the identities of these pieces one by one," Su Chen said helplessly. "By the way, Whiskey, did you find the airdrop medicine?" "Found it. You have 3 minutes of peak status left," Su Chen said, pointing to the room. "Then everything will be easy. Once I find the handsome pieces from Dongying and the Bear Country, I'll eliminate them through the network. Perfectly. Killing through the network, it's simply too easy. This time, you won't need to think, we'll finish it quickly, Suya said with a smile. Finish it quickly? Are you so eager to beat me? No, I still need to find an opportunity to showcase my family status, well, otherwise, there won't be another chance. Su Chen looked at Suya thoughtfully. What do you think? With my method, in 3 minutes at my peak state, it's quite simple to make 2 people disappear without a trace using online means. As Suya spoke, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead and quickly covered her head. Why did you hit me? Silly girl, are you thinking too naively? Everyone knows your online skills are unbeatable. Those 2 handsome chess pieces will definitely be on guard. Su Chen retracted his hand with satisfaction. How can they guard against me? With me at my peak state for 3 minutes, how could they possibly defend against it? You're just looking for an excuse to flick my forehead. Suya pouted at Su Chen, looking as if he was doomed. Do I need an excuse to flick your forehead? Think about it, you can't use any large technological match in Huaxia to perfectly eliminate the handsome chess pieces. You can only rely on online methods. If the chess pieces from both countries learn from me and dig up Huaxia's power lines, then your method won't work, right? It's not that there aren't any. As Suya spoke, her eyes suddenly went dark and the internet cut out. You jinxed it, you really hit the nail on the head. What? Woo-woo, it's nothing. Ever since the first network failure, Huaxia's internet had been constantly disconnecting and reconnecting, similar to a poor signal situation. Are these 2 pieces playing guerrilla warfare against Huaxia's guardians? Running around Linhai City digging up power lines. After another lag, Suya couldn't help but complain about the internet being choppy, which was a nightmare for someone like her who was a tech expert. A nightmare worse than being offline. It's just one of those things, it's normal for a local area network to have such issues, Su Chen said, shrugging. How about I help? You find some materials? You can launch a satellite into the sky and cover it with satellite signals? That doesn't seem impossible. Suya paused her actions and seriously considered the feasibility of the plan. I remember there's a materials room in Linhai City, right? We can raid the materials room. Making a satellite isn't too difficult. Are we really going to launch a satellite? I was just saying that casually. Su Chen looked at Suya's somewhat serious expression, feeling bewildered. Isn't that a good idea? Launching a small satellite is quite simple. As long as we get the materials from the storage, I can make a small satellite in half a day. Supplying the entire Linhai City network wouldn't be a problem. If I drink the peak potion now, I could make one in 3 minutes, but that would be a bit wasteful. Making a satellite and launching it in 3 minutes? Su Chen suddenly understood what it meant to be the world's top tech expert. This speed was thousands of times faster than current machines, right? So I'll go steal the materials, hand them over to you, and then I'll search for the whereabouts of the chess pieces from the Bear Country and the Eastern Country. A plan gradually formed in Su Chen's mind. A perfect plan. Alright, Whiskey, you're going to have to run a bit more today, I'll support you mentally, Suya said, making a heart shape with one hand. Alright, let's act quickly. I estimate that after the internet cut, the Huaxia command will be on higher alert, so I'll speed up. Once I get the materials, I'll immediately look for the chess pieces from the Bear Country and the Eastern Country. If I find out their identities and have the chance to eliminate them, I will do it directly. I really have to thank this internet outage. The chess pieces from the Bear Country and the Eastern Country are practically exposed in front of us. They're right at the signal towers or the cable distribution areas in Linhai City. At that moment, the live broadcast was showing the actions of the 2 chess pieces in real time. Just as Su Chen had predicted, they were causing widespread destruction to Linhai City's basic network infrastructure in different locations. The chess piece from the Bear Country had reached an unspoken agreement. With the chess piece from the Eastern Country, you cut one cable, and I'll knock down a signal tower, the 2 of them continuously scattered the repair teams and guardians dispatched by Huaxia, temporarily paralyzing the entire network of Linhai City. The live stream viewers watched the 2 with expressions of disbelief. I have to say, they really know how to stir things up. This handsome piece from the land of the rising sun must be a reincarnated electrician, right? That action of cutting the wires is so clean and neat. 2. Limit Ling's use of technology. These 2 are really going all out. But it feels like they can't hold on for much longer because the Huaxia construction team is restoring the network even faster. That's right, these 2 foreigners are definitely dumbfounded. Let them see the strength of our Huaxia infrastructure. Indeed, in the video, besides the continuous footage of the 2 cutting wires, the perspective also shifted to the network repair team dispatched by the Huaxia command. Wherever these 2 handsome pieces caused destruction, the repair team followed closely behind to fix it. Moreover, they reinforced defenses from a distance and newly built several signal towers. After a while, the 2 handsome pieces were shocked to discover that the network in Linhai City was actually strengthening. They hadn't stopped their destructive actions at all. The live stream was filled with voices of admiration. No wonder they are infrastructure maniacs. Huaxia has done an amazing job in infrastructure construction. There shouldn't be a country in the world that does it better than Huaxia. I suddenly remembered the scene after Whiskey cut the wires. It seems like the Eagle Country Command has never managed to restore the network, right? It's so slow, no comparison, no harm. Not to mention anything else, at least in Huaxia, we can ensure smooth network signals. Is this what the people of Huaxia often refer to as the craftsmanship of a great nation? So cool. I heard that in Huaxia, we can wander around at night without guns. Is it really such a good place? I absolutely have to go and see for myself. Through this wire-cutting incident, Huaxia successfully made a big impression globally. After evading the pursuit of Huaxia's guardians, the handsome pieces from the land of the rising sun stopped their wire-cutting actions. What should we do? The network must not be restored. Once it is restored, Ling, who dominates the network, can easily kill us. This won't do, although I sense that others are also sabotaging the network. It seems we few cannot compete with the Huaxia command. Damn it, how is this place so different from the land of the rising sun? In the land of the rising sun, it takes at least a few days to repair damaged wires, but here it took less than half an hour to fix them? No, we can't go on like this. We can only take the risk to contact other pieces. The handsome piece from the land of the rising sun said as he ran towards the nearest piece. In the final competition arena, any piece from any country could be utilized effectively. If I encounter a piece from the Bear Country or our own country, I can team up with them to dig the network lines. If I encounter a piece from Huaxia, I can blend in and trick them into digging the network lines together. Just as the pieces from the land of the rising sun began to stir things up, Su Chen had already found the vicinity of the materials room according to Su Ya's instructions. This was a huge factory with towering walls, something never seen before in Linhai City, likely newly built during these days of national war. Surrounding the factory was a large area of greenhouses and vegetable fields, all constructed after the start of the national war. The reason for building these vegetable fields was to meet the food demands of the entire city. The Huaxia command was already prepared for a prolonged battle. Su Chen roughly scanned the personnel deployment around the factory. Just at the main entrance, there were about 30 extraordinary individuals guarding it, making it nearly impossible to enter. What to do? When in doubt, ask the system. System, how can I enter the materials room without being detected and take away all the materials needed by Suya? At 9 o'clock, a truck with the license plate number Gone Whale 2021 is passing in front of you. Please enter the truck within 10 seconds. At 9:03, hide inside the only pink box in the truck and lock the box from the inside. At 9:15, a hand opened the box from the outside, and after counting silently for 10 seconds, it quietly emerged from the box and mercilessly knocked her out. Dressed in indoor security attire and holding the keys, they infiltrated the materials room at 9:20. They moved all the materials from area A12 of the materials room into a truck parked nearby and drove away in the truck. Here it comes. Going to knock someone out? Is this person the core guard of the materials room? Su Chen thought, glancing at his watch. 8 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. A truck was about to pass right in front of Su Chen. At that moment, the traffic light was red. After silently counting to 30 in his mind, Su Chen dashed towards the back of the truck and casually opened the large door of the truck's rear compartment and slipped inside. The careless truck driver had forgotten to lock the back door, giving Su Chen an opportunity. As Su Chen rushed towards the truck waiting at the roadside for the red light, the 30 guardians at the factory's main gate happened to look away and did not notice him. The first step of entering the materials room was successfully completed. As Su Chen rushed towards the truck, the live broadcast camera once again focused on him, showing the bewildered faces of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide watching Su Chen's actions. What is the whiskey god doing? Infiltrating a secret base in Huaxia? Where is this place? Has the whiskey god gone mad? If he gets spotted by Huaxia's guardians, it's instant death. This is not like infiltrating the Eagle Nation's secret base. Yeah, the whiskey god's face is definitely memorable to Huaxia's guardians. If they catch even a glimpse of him, it's game over. Isn't this too dangerous? I think the god is being a bit reckless. When the whiskey god infiltrated the Eagle Nation's secret base, he couldn't leave a trace either. Is Huaxia going to send him away immediately? The last viewer's concern gained a lot of agreement. It's too risky. Right now, Huaxia is the country with the most intact global strength. As the handsome chess piece, the whiskey god really shouldn't take this risk. If the whiskey god gets caught by his own country's guardians, that would be hilarious. Such a huge advantage wasted by himself. The difficulty of directly infiltrating Huaxia's secret base is many times higher than that of infiltrating the Eagle Nation's secret base. Does the whiskey god really have confidence? It's over, it's over. Every time I watch the whiskey god's actions, my heart nearly jumps out. Isn't this too dangerous? If the whiskey god dies, all of Huaxia will go down with him. Seeing Su Chen's actions of sneaking into the truck, experts from the Bear Country and the Eastern Country were somewhat excited. God, Quick! Let Whiskey die quickly. If Whiskey dies, our two countries have a 50-50 chance, and we might not lose the national war. This Whiskey actually dares to be so reckless? He's simply a madman. But that's good. The crazier he is, the happier we are. Whiskey can't be a machine, he will make mistakes, and once he does, it's his end. What we need to do now is pray for him to make a huge mistake soon. If Huaxia falls, our situation will really turn around. How could Whiskey think of hiding in a truck? Carrying goods? Isn't that asking for death? One expert questions Su Chen's actions. The truck entering the factory must undergo multiple scans. How could Whiskey hiding inside the truck not be discovered? Unless Whiskey can turn into an object or has a skill to evade scans, otherwise he is definitely going to the factory to die. Maybe he really has such a skill, but even if he has that skill to blend into the secret base, when it comes time to unload, won't he still be dead? While all the experts were puzzled, Su Chen's next move left them utterly astonished. What? Whiskey actually hid inside a box? No way? Is he really trying to sneak in like this? How is that possible? Did the Whiskey hide in this box just to avoid being discovered during unloading? But unloading is done manually. A living person hiding inside, and you expect me to believe they won't notice the unusual weight when moving it? I don't buy it. What is this Whiskey thinking? Did he come up with some method we don't know about? This looks like a direct path to death. While all the experts were discussing, the truck had slowly arrived at the factory's gate. Just as the truck was about to be scanned, a guardian suddenly stopped it. Hey, brother, wait. We have some personal items inside. Let us take them out first to avoid the hassle of having to get someone from the materials room later. This truck is carrying the guardian's personal belongings? I see. The Whiskey has hidden inside a box containing these guardian's personal items. These boxes probably won't undergo normal scanning procedures. In that case, the Whiskey can sneak past the scan and blend into the secret base of Huaxia. Wait, there's still one problem unsolved. When these guardians come to move their boxes, won't they notice the unusual weight of the boxes? All the experts continued to watch with confusion. At this moment, Su Chen, hiding in the box, felt a jolt as light appeared through the gap in the box ahead. The truck's rear compartment had been opened. Is the system making me hide in here just to deliver vegetables? If someone discovers the box's anomaly, won't that expose me directly? Su Chen was puzzled but chose to trust the system, remaining motionless in the box. So, officer, should I take the big box from our girl's side first? A sweet female voice said as she walked to the box where Su Chen was hiding. Hey, do you need our help? This box is really heavy. No need, I just broke through to E level and I can't control my strength at all. Everything feels exceptionally light right now, so carrying this box is just a way for me to get familiar with my power. Just broke through to E level, unable to control his strength. Everything feels exceptionally light? So that's how it is. Indeed, only the system could know this path. Without thoroughly investigating the materials room, I would never have known about this. Now it's good. The hardest part has been successfully passed. Su Chen thought as he began to wait for the box to be set down before he could go out. Everyone watching the live stream of Su Chen's maneuvering was dumbfounded. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! The Whiskey God is showing off again. If it weren't for this newly promoted E-level guardian carrying the box, the Whiskey God would have definitely died on the spot. This coincidence is unbelievable. What kind of incredible skill does the Whiskey God possess? I can't believe all of this is calculated by human brains. The Whiskey God must have some divine skill. The God's current operation is just like escaping from the Guardians. In the land of the rising sun, this means the God can use coincidences anytime, anywhere. It's terrifying. Only a God can turn coincidence into inevitability, right? The Whiskey God is definitely the embodiment of a deity. No, in Huaxia, we don't believe in gods. So whose embodiment is he? While many netizens were discussing fervently, experts from various countries wasted money burning a supercomputer. Again, it's unpredictable. Again, it's the butterfly effect. Damn it! Next time someone uses a computer to test the Whiskey's actions, they should pay for the losses. From what we can see now, the probability of the Whiskey getting into trouble in this secret base is very low. Now we need to focus on his purpose for coming here. What is the Whiskey doing here? Meeting with the Huaxia Command Center? What is he getting? Why isn't he stopping the handsome chess player who is currently wreaking havoc on the network, but instead came here? Everyone was utterly perplexed. The primary goal of the Whiskey God should be to restore the network. What is he doing here? Looking for something to restore the network? This seems to be the materials room of Huaxia, right? Is the Whiskey God here to find materials to repair the cables? Is he planning to personally jump in and fix the cables? No way. Maybe he really is. Didn't we see before? The handsome piece from the land of the rising sun went to find help, and once the other pieces are in place, disrupting a network cable is a piece of cake. Exactly. The Huaxia Command Center probably won't be able to defend all the signal communication. points in the city in a short time, and a network outage is definitely inevitable. The whiskey god might have come up with some way to prevent this outage. The last viewer's comment in the livestream sparked deep thought among everyone. How would the whiskey god stop this network outage? The whiskey god probably can't really show up to restore the power grid. After all, if he makes an appearance, he would die immediately. Taking these materials must have some other purpose. These materials should be what Ling wants the whiskey to steal from the materials room, right? What does Ling want to do with the materials? To create a device that can restore the network for the entire city, and this device won't be disturbed by the handsome pieces from the land of the rising sun. Is that even possible? Ling wouldn't want to build a super strong signal tower at home, would she? Using one signal tower to supply the entire city's network? That could be possible. The experts from various countries had different opinions on the audience's discussion. No way. How could building something like a signal tower not be detected by the Huaxia authorities? After all, your signal tower would have to be at least 100 meters tall. Exactly, a 100-meter super signal tower paired with a special signal transmission device would only then be able to cover the entire Linhai city. Is Ling planning to build this signal tower and then run away immediately? An expert immediately provided a new perspective. Right, that's a good method. Finish the signal tower and run away right after. By the time the Huaxia command center reacts, the whiskey and the others would have vanished without a trace. That method is also impossible. This signal tower is made by Ling, and it could be used as solid evidence against her. As long as the Huaxia command center finds this signal tower, Ling would die on the spot. If Ling dies, the significance of building this signal tower would be lost. The whiskey's purpose in stealing materials is definitely not as simple as building a special signal tower. An expert pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, could it be that Ling has a way to shrink the size of the signal tower? If she could shrink the signal tower, wouldn't that perfectly evade the Huaxia command center? Upon hearing this expert's words, the others immediately refuted. If Ling had such technology, why are there still so many tall signal towers standing all over Huaxia? Don't tell me Ling is hiding it. Do you think that's possible? As a representative figure of Huaxia, does Ling really need to hide such beneficial technology? Absolutely not. The difficulty of shrinking a signal tower is no less than building a nuclear bomb. What kind of expert are you? It's unreasonable not to know such common sense. The teased expert turned red and, somewhat angrily, said, then you tell me, if the whiskey isn't taking these materials to build a signal tower for Ling, then what is it for? I don't know. Anyway, what you said is wrong. It's too absurd. Let's keep watching. Maybe the whiskey will give us the answer soon. In a Huaxia materials factory, a girl in a police uniform was carrying a pink box towards her bedroom. Since the start of the national war, the Huaxia command center had summoned all guardians entering here to uniformly assign tasks. And Jiang Hongxiao, as a recommended student from Qingbei University, was among them. She was completely unprepared for this national war. On the day of the national war, she had packed her things and was about to board the train to the imperial capital of Huaxia, but the start of the national war left her stranded here, becoming a guardian of the materials room. This national war is truly a blessing in disguise. I unexpectedly met a teacher recruiting in Lehigh City here, and under the teacher's guidance, I directly broke through to F level. It hasn't even been 5 days since the first game of hide and seek, and I've already reached E level. This has surpassed many geniuses in Huaxia, right? What a great start. If Huaxia wins this national war again, the rewards we receive will definitely be super generous. I really hope the great whiskey ends the national war soon. Hiding in the box, Su Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Hongxiao's muttering. There was even a fan of his here, hoping for the national war to end quickly. That's great. Girl, it's time for you to contribute to the national war. Don't blame me if you get knocked out later. Su Chen thought, feeling his body shake as the box was placed on the ground and the lock was opened. Now was the time to go out. Su Chen quietly opened the box and looked around. A girl in a police uniform had her back to him, tidying up the bed. The baton and other weapons at her waist were placed on a nearby table. Oh, all the weapons are ready for me, Su Chen thought as he gently picked up the baton and struck down hard at the girl's neck. Jiang Hongxiao felt a sharp pain in her neck and gradually lost consciousness. Is there an enemy? Where did they come from? This was her last thought before falling asleep. After knocking out Jiang Hongxiao, Su Chen changed into a spare police uniform from the room and quickly ran towards the direction of the sound of a truck. Next, countless viewers in the live broadcast watched as Su Chen skillfully infiltrated the materials room, moved 8 boxes of materials into the parked truck, and then drove away ostentatiously. The live broadcast camera kept switching angles, and there were numerous tight deployments around Su Chen's truck. If the speed slowed down even a little, it might trigger different outcomes. It was just right. When entering the materials room, the materials manager and the truck driver had gone out for a smoke. When passing through security, the guards overlooked Su Chen's truck. Everything seemed so aesthetically pleasing. A seamless plan. Watching the Great Whiskey's operation made me feel so good. super smooth moves, and eternally confident face. I love it. I want to have a baby with the great whiskey. Upstairs, hurry and join our whiskey fan group number 30. We just need one more to be full. This kind of plan can only be executed by the great whiskey, right? Every step is a huge risk. A slight misstep could lead to death. So terrifying. I've learned my lesson. I'm about to experience the tightrope walk of whiskey. I'm about to enter the school gate. I forgot to wear my school uniform, and my backpack is still at home. The feeling of life and death is coming. Upstairs, not bad, you forgot everything except your phone. After watching Su Chen's operation, experts from various countries silently looked up at the sky. Did something just happen? No. Analyze? Analyze what? How did whiskey do these things? They had no idea. Please stop making it difficult for them. Ahem, whiskey, well, as we expected, successfully walked out of the materials room and drove away with a truck taking countless materials. I have to admit, whiskey is impressive, beyond our imagination, beyond what the computer can conceive. Didn't Zeus withdraw from the national war? Why not invite Zeus to analyze it? As the current second strongest in the world, Zeus should be able to understand whiskey's operations, right? Zeus's current mood is a bit unstable, so he might not be able to come. Actually, I think even if Zeus did come, he might not know how to operate the whiskey. Didn't we see how Zeus's plan was directly thwarted by the whiskey before? While the experts were awkwardly chatting, a female expert wearing glasses posted a message on the public screen. Everyone, take a look at this. Tarot cards, divination, Taoism. What is this? What does it have to do with whiskey? Don't you think everything whiskey is doing now is connected to these mystic arts? It's well known that the pinnacle of science is mysticism. I studied mysticism for a while during my PhD, and I have some research on it. What whiskey is doing now is very similar to divination, isn't it? Foreseeing the future. The female expert dropped a bombshell. She believes whiskey can foresee the future. The other experts were stunned by this conclusion. No way, how could whiskey possibly foresee the future? Where has there ever been a skill like mysticism in space? This sounds like a fairy tale. Yeah, the mainstream extraordinary powers in space right now are only the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Where are the mystical extraordinary powers? If there were such a system, it wouldn't make sense for us not to know about it. Moreover, if whiskey could foresee the future, why would he need to steal these things? Wouldn't he just know where the handsome pieces of the bear country and the eastern country are? Faced with the doubts of many experts, the female expert presented an irrefutable piece of evidence. There are indeed mystical powers in the entertainment mode of space. Have you forgotten? Summoners who communicate with other worldly beings, priests who gain power by praying to deities, and those messengers who awaken the dead. All these worlds have mystical powers, it's just that we've never obtained them. Maybe whiskey obtained a legacy from the mystical system through some entertainment mode. Indeed, there are mystical extraordinary abilities in the various worlds of the entertainment mode. However, they have never obtained them in hundreds of years. It's unclear, but the official channels have never acquired this type of skill. No matter how the officials dispatched challengers to explore the entertainment space, they have never been able to gain any powers related to the mystical system. Indeed, whiskey might have obtained mystical powers from a world within the entertainment space. Although I really don't want to admit it, this is the only explanation that can account for whiskey's current actions. Damn it, we haven't found a way to gain mystical powers in our hundreds of years of exploration. How did whiskey get it? The many puzzled experts were met with another bombshell from the female expert. And have you noticed, whiskey only started using these coincidental abilities during this challenge. I suspect he just obtained this mystical power from the entertainment space. Think about it, if whiskey is really an 18-year-old who just entered space, then his first live broadcast would be his debut, and the second live broadcast would be when he could access the entertainment space. He might have directly entered the entertainment space to gain this ability right after finishing the second live broadcast. The interval between the second live broadcast and the national war is very short. Whiskey only took half a day to gain this foresight ability. After hearing the female expert's speculation, everyone gasped in disbelief. We've studied for hundreds of years and haven't found a way to gain mystical powers, and whiskey figured it out in half a day? Is it a reward from the system? He often appears in live broadcasts, right? Maybe the mystical skills are the rewards the system gives him for broadcasting. In any case, we need to pay more attention to exploring the entertainment space. I wonder what the secrets of the entertainment space really are. Quick, send the video of our chat to Zeus, he will definitely be interested in the entertainment space. Just as the experts began to focus on Su Chen, who was busy in the video, a strange gathering commenced on a small island in the Central Pacific. The location of the gathering was beside the beach, filled with barbecue grills and food. It was a proper seaside barbecue party. An elderly man, dressed only in beach shorts, was welcoming the guests arriving one after another. These guests did not arrive by boat but were transported here through a shimmering pentagram on the ground. The male guests were all in suits, while the women appeared in glamorous evening gowns. After a brief survey of their surroundings, all the arriving guests looked at the grinning old man in disbelief. Sir, I remember you mentioned a gentleman's Western-style banquet, not a barbecue beach party, right? Sir, if you said it was a barbecue party, I would have come in my bikini. Don't we look just like clowns at this party? A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes said helplessly. Oh, Will, boys can't wear bikinis. Besides, everyone here is dressed in formal suits. When everyone at the party is a clown, there are no clowns left. The only man with deep green hair said with a smile. Dressing in women's clothing is my hobby. There are only 0 times and countless times for cross-dressing. Also, is there anyone in the city who isn't a clown? The world gentleman fits the party perfectly. The blonde young man, Will, replied nonchalantly. As the two were chatting, the light from the pentagram gradually faded. A total of 13 people arrived at the banquet. The host of the banquet was the world gentleman. They referred to the old man in beach shorts who appeared silly. Once everyone had gathered, the world gentleman walked over to a long table draped with beachcloth and gestured for everyone to come closer. Everyone, do you know why I called you here? The world gentleman said with a smile. The crowd exchanged glances and collectively nodded. Is it because of whiskey that you summoned us? I was just watching the live stream of whiskey. Indeed, his abilities are too similar to ours. What's up with the world gentleman and whiskey? Isn't he afraid of backlash and immediate death from misusing mystical skills? Kalso quickly chimed in. Yeah, world gentleman, with whiskey abusing mystical skills like that, he must be close to death, right? It is well known that mysticism involves theology and indescribable entities. We borrow power from these entities when we use mystical skills. Every time we use mystical skills, we are more or less subject to some degree of backlash. With whiskey abusing mystical skills like this, he's probably about to die, right? Will said, also hurriedly inquiring. Do you think he looks like he's suffered mystical harm during the live stream? If he were harmed, it would definitely be broadcasted. The absence of a broadcast means no harm. That's why I came to find you. That person named Whiskey may have found a way to use mystical skills without harm. His method has been appreciated by the space. A method to use mysticism without harm? After hearing the world gentleman's words, everyone present began to breathe a little faster. Really? Sir, does Whiskey have such a method? Does that mean he might have a way to eliminate our negative effects? Will became a bit anxious and quickly asked. Yes, according to our research in the meeting above, Whiskey really has a method to release mystical skills without side effects. You'll know when you go back and carefully watch the live stream. Whiskey remains unchanged in expression. During every moment of silence, with no adverse reactions from the body, Mr. World said with a smile. Gentlemen, perhaps our savior is about to arrive. No, perhaps our era is about to dawn. We can use the mystical magic just like the natives in the entertainment space freely. No need to accept any backlash, no need to listen to the whispers of the evil gods, no need to worry about our bodies turning into monsters. Sir, tell us what we should do, the 13 asked excitedly. Head to Huaxia, find Whiskey, ask for the methods we need. Can we use any means? Yes, by any means, at all costs. This is the instruction he gave me. As Mr. World spoke, he turned and respectfully bowed to the figure behind him. The 13 looked behind Mr. World. A blue eye appeared in the sky. At this moment, Su Chen, happily driving a truck to avoid traffic lights on his way back to the resort, was completely unaware of the massive organization outside that was about to cause him trouble. He was currently helping Suya move box after box of parts and materials to the empty space at the entrance of the resort's residential area. Before Su Chen returned, everyone in the resort had already been dealt with by Suya and locked up. Now the resort was their home ground, and no one would disturb Suya's work. So, are these the things you wanted? Not a single one missing, right? You, a tech novice, managed to find them so accurately? Suya took out a pair of blue glasses and began scanning the materials Su Chen brought back. It's all just right. Whiskey, were you searching for the parts while ing? No, is someone trying to make a satellite and just happened to pick out all the materials? And you just happened to stumble upon a ready-made solution? Bang! A sound hit his forehead. Ouch! Suya covered her forehead, pouting, her eyes brimming with tears. Whiskey, what's wrong? That was just a reminder for you to focus when making the satellite later. These tech materials are one of a kind. If you waste them, there won't be any left. What, do I need to wake you up? Su Chen said, reaching out again. Wah! Just go away, I don't want to see you. After the national war ends 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Suya squatted down, hugging her head, and as she spoke, she noticed it had gone quiet in front of her. She looked up in confusion and saw Su Chen had already driven the truck away. Damn it, when my satellite launches and I eliminate 2 handsome pieces, sister's position is unshakable. Suya mumbled as she got up and began using the several boxes of parts Su Chen had brought. High tech. Mechanical arms, polymer outer walls, nuclear-powered launchers, one piece of black technology after another appeared in her hands. When Suya started making the satellite, the camera in the livestream finally turned to her. Countless viewers stared at what Suya was fiddling with, looking bewildered. Although I don't know what Ling is doing, it looks really impressive. Tech creators always look cool when making things. These materials must have been delivered by the Great Whiskey, right? Where in Huaxia is this? Lehigh City Resort? Is the Great Whiskey's base in the resort? Ha! Why can't I see the Great Whiskey on screen? Where did he go? Did he go back to move things again? Why do I feel like Ling is making a toy? What is this tiny thing for? I can't understand any of these parts except for a mechanical arm. Can an expert come and explain? Where are the experts? Please explain. Yeah, experts, please explain. Count me in. At this moment, countless netizens were calling for experts, all staring at the things in Suya's hands with puzzled expressions. I recognize all these parts, but why can't I understand them after they're assembled? What a complex assembly of parts. What is Ling doing? Are those two small blue light panels solar-powered mechanical wings? I'm familiar with this nuclear power device. Quick, record her assembly process and try to analyze it. Ling's nuclear power device is advanced by who knows how many times. Is she making some kind of toy? What kind of toy needs a nuclear power device? This can't be a toy, a small nuclear bomber? A nuclear-powered plane that directly drops small nuclear bombs? Damn, how can she assemble this black technology so quickly? Is it about to start being put together? It's not even been half an hour. Wait, I feel like this looks a bit familiar. Could it be a black technology satellite? A satellite? Built in half an hour? A mini version? All the experts exchanged glances. Building a black technology satellite is definitely more difficult than building a small signal tower, right? This satellite should be for supplying network coverage to the entire Lehigh City area, right? A satellite this small can supply and connect the entire Lehigh City's network? That's dozens of times more exaggerated than a mini signal tower. She's starting to assemble it. If this is a satellite, then where's its launch device? Don't tell me it's going to fly up by itself. As the expert spoke, Suya casually tossed the assembled satellite into the air, and it wobbled and slowly ascended. This satellite can really fly by itself. There's no flame at the bottom. Where's the power to ascend? Could it be that nuclear energy is converted into another form of energy? Is this satellite controlled by an anti-gravity device? How can its signal be so good? Directly covering Lehigh City? No way. I feel like it can at most connect a single neighborhood. Look, the live broadcast shows the range of the electromagnetic signal diffusion. The electromagnetic coverage speed is very fast. It seems to be showing no signs of decreasing. The satellite is starting to accelerate upwards. The live broadcast materialized the electromagnetic signal diffusion of the satellite, turning it into a large blue net, allowing everyone to intuitively see the power of this satellite. The speed of this large blue net's expansion increased as the satellite rose higher and higher. Countless cable signal towers were destroyed, and areas with network paralysis suddenly regained connectivity with particularly strong signals. When the live broadcast switched to a God's eye view overlooking Lehigh City, everyone was shocked to find that the blue net had covered everywhere. The satellite had just been in the air for less than 3 minutes. Great! Ling has restored Huaxia's network communications. Now we just need to find the hidden leaders of Dongying and Maxiang countries in Lehigh City to completely resolve this national war. What about the whiskey god? He should be looking for the leaders of these two countries, right? The thrilling final showdown is about to come. As long as the whiskey god finds the leaders, Ling will drink the peak potion, and within a minute, using the power of the network to eliminate 2 people, will be more than enough. This national war is a victory for our great Huaxia. Huaxia will surely win. Aside from Huaxia, the other participating countries' leaders were so furious at this point that they nearly smashed their tables. Damn it! Who guaranteed this to me? Who said that entering the scene first would allow us to take down Huaxia and conveniently earn rewards? Useless, useless. We invested nearly a third of our high-end strength for this national war. All these people's immunity chances have been wasted here. I need to tweet. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all the instructions from other factions. If I lose the election because of this national war, I will definitely skin you all. Augustine is usually known for his intelligence. How did he act so foolishly this time? Did he drink too much vodka before entering the national war or just finish a fight with a bear? Now, if the king pieces from the Bear Country and the Eastern Country can escape to the cities of Bear Country, there's still a chance. It all depends on whether Whiskey can find them quickly. Before the last high-ranking official could finish speaking, Suya's phone rang in the live broadcast room. A message appeared before everyone. Whiskey found both of them, 124, 21, 124, 36. There are some other pieces nearby as well. Let's take them out. Remember to stab again after killing one. Whiskey had already discovered the traces of the 2 king pieces and had even located them. Whiskey is amazing. Found all the king pieces in half an hour. Now they can't escape. After this national war, it's a sure thing that the country will award Whiskey. Just depends on whether he will show up. Isn't Whiskey a friend of Su Chen? I heard that Su Chen is only 18 now, which means Whiskey might also be 18. Ah, I want to have a sweet romance. The domineering CEO falls in love with me? Ozzel. No way. I need to buy a ticket to Linhai City. I can't wait to see Whiskey. At this moment, the two king pieces, who were digging wires in the pit, looked at their phones with full Wi-Fi signal, completely bewildered. What's happening? Why is the network signal so good? We've cut so many wires. The signal tower has been repaired? Impossible, we smashed the signal tower. How could it be fixed so quickly? What on earth is going on? Just as the two king pieces were panicking, their phones suddenly flashed red. A large red question mark appeared on the screen, and no matter how they tapped, it wouldn't go away. After the red question mark blinked for a few seconds, the phone began to heat up rapidly. Bang! Shards flew everywhere. Seeing this scene at the resort, Suya opened the peak potion and poured it into her mouth. This national war should come to an end. Run! Hurry up and run! If we don't escape Linhai City soon, we will die a terrible death. After the phone exploded, these thoughts flooded the minds of the two king pieces. Ling had already discovered their whereabouts. If they didn't leave this network-covered city soon, only death awaited them. Quick! All pieces, immediately head to the cities of Bear Country. Ling has just taken control of the Huaxia network. She might not be very skilled yet. We need to take this opportunity to run. Only by reaching Bear Country do we have a glimmer of hope. The network in Bear Country might still be in a primitive state. There, Ling's technological prowess should be ineffective. The king piece from the eastern country said as he climbed out of the pit first, rushing towards Bear Country. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter upon hearing the words of the eastern country king piece. So naive, right? Ling has black technology satellites. With that satellite, there's network everywhere. Does she need to get familiar with the technology that controls Huaxia? She is Ling. Does the eastern country king piece think of Ling as a complete novice? After seeing Ling accurately blow up his phone, he should have some sense. Maybe the eastern country king piece is just self-comforting, forcing himself to hold on to a glimmer of hope. Struggling is still a must. I bet this guy from the eastern country definitely won't run 500 meters. All sorts of disasters will start happening around him soon. Just as the last audience member in the live broadcast room predicted, after the eastern country king piece climbed out of the pit, various accidents began to occur around him. Many driverless cars crashed from the streets and alleys. The electric poles by the road suddenly exploded. Drones fell from the sky with continuous explosions. After a car smashed the eastern country king piece to death, a huge blue laser appeared in the sky to deliver the final blow. At the same time, the king piece from Bear Country nearby also suffered the same fate. In the 3 minutes at the peak of Suya's power, the two of them turned to ash and directly dissipated. If the strength of these two handsome pieces hadn't been sealed, perhaps they could have held on for a while, but there are no ifs. Now, these two pieces only have F-level strength. Is it a joke that F-level is up against A+ level? Not all F-levels can be as fierce as Whiskey. Player Ling kills player Red Flower Ninja. Player Red Flower Ninja is a handsome piece from the Eastern Japan. Eastern Japan has been collectively eliminated. Player Ling kills player Bear Warrior. Player Bear Warrior's identity is a handsome piece from Bear Country. All members of Bear Country are eliminated. Shacking. In the Five Nations Championship, all handsome pieces from Bear Country, Eagle Country, Eastern Japan, and Stick Country have been defeated. Huaxia has won this national war. The systems announcement echoed in the sky of hide and seek, leaving the Huaxia Command Center, which was directing the capture of pieces, somewhat bewildered. Is this it? They had already prepared the infrastructure, set up the vegetable garden, and were ready for a protracted national war. How could it end in just a few days? Why so fast? The commanders of Huaxia looked at each other, completely unable to grasp the situation. If it weren't for the system's voice in the sky repeating the announcements, they might have thought they were hearing things. The commanders of Huaxia had never seen their 16 pieces until now. They had originally planned to find their pieces and coordinate with the national power. But it seemed their pieces were incredibly powerful, defeating everyone without the need for national strength. Our artificially cultivated super cucumbers have just ripened, and I haven't even had a chance to eat them yet. In this national war, it seems we haven't done anything other than manage the country. Ling and Whiskey are really amazing. I have to say, if it weren't for the constant reminders from the sky about the peace kills, I would have thought we were playing a city management game. It feels too leisurely, right? We haven't done anything and just got carried along. So what should we do now? How about we take advantage of the fact that we haven't returned to space yet and team up to pick the cucumbers? I've been craving those cucumbers for a long time. The suggestion from the last commander won the approval of all the commanders. Let's go, eat a cucumber before returning to space. I hope we can meet Whiskey and Ling again in the future. Being carried along feels surprisingly good. So how should we write the report later? On how to manage a city in space, sustainable development of cities in a post-apocalyptic background? I guess we can. Only write it that way. Isn't this national war being broadcast live globally? We can always watch the recordings when we get back and write it then. Let's eat cucumbers first. Just as the Huaxia commanders rushed to the cucumber patch, the global live broadcast had already reached its peak. The super battle of 5 nations, Huaxia defeated the 4 nations and emerged victorious. Whiskey, as Huaxia's handsome piece, teamed up with Ling to kill almost all the strong players in the world. If the great Whiskey doesn't appear on the World Strong Player ranking this time, I will definitely complain to them. Whiskey and Ling really have a kind of tacit CP feeling. From the start of the national war until now, their cooperation has been quite good. They are definitely the strongest combination in the world. Oh my god. The teacher wants us to write a 10,000-word thesis analyzing any characteristics of Whiskey? How do I analyze that? Can I just analyze why Whiskey is so handsome? Everyone, quickly look at the press conference of the defeated nations. It feels like they want to unite against Huaxia. The whole thing is accusing Whiskey of being despicable and insidious, and they really said it out loud. Just as the last audience member said after the national war ended, except for Bear Country, Eagle Country, Eastern Japan, and Stick Country quickly held press conferences. They accused Huaxia of lacking martial ethics, claiming that during the national war, they sent Whiskey to engage in some insidious sneak attacks. After a scathing criticism of Whiskey, the 3 kingdoms emphasized their friendship once again, with words that were not lacking in a united front against Huaxia. Many viewers were filled with anger. At this point, who is despicable? We know very well. We haven't forgotten about the time you captured Su Chen to threaten Ling. Huaxia doesn't uphold martial ethics? I remember when the national war just started, it was the 4 countries that launched sneak attacks, trying to eliminate Huaxia, right? Scolding the great god of Whiskey? What's there to say if you're outmatched? Can't you be a little honest? Look at the Bear Country, they didn't say a word after their defeat. Outside the hide-and-seek space, national disputes continued. Inside the hide-and-seek space, Su Chen, driving back to the resort, received a call from Suya. WHI. Sky. Country war is about to end, it's ending, we have to go back. Suya's sweet voice came through. Oh, we're going back, what's wrong? Su Chen feigned ignorance in his response. Nothing? It's just that I haven't seen Xiaomu for too long. I'm a bit excited, I must take a good look at him when I get home. Excited? No problem, let me help you calm down, just wait, I'll be back at the resort soon. While still not back in the space. Time to show off his family status. As Su Chen thought this, white light began to flash around his body. The system's teleportation had begun. There was no time to educate Suya anymore. Su Chen helplessly transformed into a beam of white light and returned to his exclusive space. Congratulations to your Huaxia camp for winning the 5 nations competition. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations on leading Huaxia to victory in this national war as the handsome chess piece. The system is currently rating your performance. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the system panel in front of him. Overall, this national war operation was quite successful. Although some parts were very thrilling, they ultimately achieved victory. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but take out the long-lost pen fairy from his pocket. After entering the real scene challenge, there were very few opportunities to use the pen fairy, and with it falling into a deep sleep, Su Chen was almost forgetting that he had a gluttonous pen. If I had grabbed the wrong pen when blowing up Mount Fuji in the east and dropped it on the ground, it would have been a hassle. Luckily nothing went wrong. What's wrong with this gluttonous pen? Has it eaten too much and fallen into a deep sleep? It's been 3 or 4 days. Su Chen tried to stroke the pen fairy back and forth, then began to twirl the pen. The pen fairy still showed no response. Could it be that I broke the pen fairy? System, check the current status of the pen fairy. Basic attributes of the pen fairy. Name, pen fairy, to be determined, level, F, currently at a critical moment of advancing to E level. Skills, turn decay into wonder, gives life to drawn objects. For 30 minutes, once a day. Current status, sleeping. So that's it. The pen fairy is leveling up. This means that when she advances, I can play with her freely? Thinking of this, Su Chen silently increased the speed of twirling the pen a little. Now let's see the rewards from the national war. It should be a godly level reward this time, right? Ling and I almost single-handedly took on 4 countries. In any case, Suya should have no major issues advancing to S level this time. Just as Su Chen was thinking, a mechanical voice appeared above him. Congratulations to player Ling for successfully advancing to S level. Player Ling performed excellently as a soldier piece in the special challenge of hide-and-seek, chess hide-and-seek, assisting player Whiskey in successfully winning this competition. Her score is SS level. This is a global announcement. Suya has successfully advanced to S level. TSK, when we get back, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. Does an E level have a chance against an S level? If I had known, I would have bullied Suya more in the hide-and-seek space. What a loss. It would have been great if the space had summoned us back a little later. Su Chen felt a bit melancholic. The days of suppressing Suya were gone forever. After we go back, should I put away everything at home that can be used as a weapon? At this moment, the audience from Huaxia collectively cheered at the global broadcast. Long live Sister Ling. She truly deserves to be with my husband. Did you hear? S-rank Ling assisted the Whiskey God to win this competition, and Ling is rated SS, while the Whiskey God is definitely rated SSS. Our Huaxia has had 2 global broadcasts, the only player in the world to advance to S-rank. Now Ling has left Zeus in the dust, and S-rank Ling could probably single-handedly take down Zeus, right? Media reports, national announcements, red banners on the streets. Everyone in Huaxia knew about Ling's advancement to S-rank. They now had a super powerhouse that surpassed countless others. While Huaxia was celebrating nationwide, the other countries were not so happy. They wanted to stop Suya from advancing to S-rank. Now, their own people had suffered significant losses, while others were happily advancing to S-rank. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. The Eagle Nation, Ling's lead is only temporary. Our Zeus is already preparing to advance to S-rank. Soon, Zeus will become the second member to advance to S-rank. Zeus has already declared that if he cannot become the second to advance to S-rank, he will announce to the world that he is a fool. We look forward to Zeus advancing to S-rank, so we will have enough trump cards to deal with the threat from Huaxia. Huaxia has now replaced us as the world's #1 in military power. While the diplomats of the Eagle Nation were constantly thinking of ways to bolster Zeus and instill confidence in the citizens, an unexpected piece of news appeared online. System announcement: congratulations to Ling for advancing to S-rank. As the 14th challenger to advance to S-rank, she will receive generous rewards from the system. The 14th challenger to advance to S-rank? What the hell? What does it mean to be the 14th challenger to advance to S-rank? Ling is not only not the first challenger to advance to S-rank, but she isn't even in the top 10? Isn't there a lack of S-rank challengers in this world? Where did the first 13 S-ranks come from? Has there ever been a broadcast about their advancement? Could it be that some high-level individuals have concealed their advancement to S-rank? 13 high-level individuals? The world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this news, including governments from various countries. Damn, where did so many S-ranks come from? There are actually so many uncontrollable forces in the world? We had no idea? Which country do these high-level individuals belong to? It makes no sense that there is no information at all. Anyway, they are not from the Eagle Nation. Zeus is about to declare himself a fool in front of the world. Damn it, these better not be from Huaxia. If there are a few more S-ranks, I'll send diplomats with generous gifts to Huaxia to apologize. Tomorrow, 13 S-ranks. A force capable of changing the world's landscape. Where did they come from? Why had no one ever heard of their deeds or names before? Why had they never encountered them in the hide-and-seek space? No one knew. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this news. Even he thought that Suya was currently the pinnacle of combat power in the world. These S-ranks can't have just appeared out of nowhere. Since Suya's advancement to S-rank had a global broadcast, the first 13 should have had one too. The only situations I can think of are 3. First, the system gave them the right to choose not to broadcast information. Second, they used some method or item to cover up the broadcast of their advancement to S-rank. Third, they advanced to S-rank a long time ago. So long ago that history has forgotten this event and time has buried this information in the dust of history. I originally thought that with a sister who has the world's strongest combat power, I could comfortably live off her, but it seems I still need to put in some effort myself. Looking at Suya's unreliable appearance, she must be the weakest among the 14 S-ranks. If I end up being hunted by an S-rank in the future, that would be troublesome. While Su Chen was deep in thought, his global announcement arrived. Congratulations, Player Whiskey. You performed exceptionally well in chess hide and seek. Whiskey, with world-class intelligence and brilliant strategies, directly or indirectly eliminated 58 A-rank challengers and 7,659 B-rank challengers. He ultimately achieved a perfect score, SSS rank. Another explosive piece of news. Even though it was known that Whiskey had killed almost all the guardians of the Eastern Kingdom through Mount Fuji, when the specific data was presented to everyone, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. In this space, the highest single-game kill record was about to be revealed, right? If virtual beings were included, Whiskey had killed at least 400,000 people. This was a conservative estimate. There were definitely more people in Tokyo. It was like the ancient Bai Qi reborn. Peak intelligence? Does this space think no one can surpass Whiskey in terms of IQ? How did these two monsters come out of Huaxia? If other S-rank powerhouses are also in Huaxia, I think we might as well submit to Huaxia. Let the spies hidden in Yuchuan High School take action. Killing Su Chen's classmates will surely lead us to Whiskey's whereabouts. Su Chen had anticipated the commotion outside, but he pushed it aside. Collecting his rewards was the most important thing now. On Su Chen's exclusive virtual panel, the specific rewards appeared. Congratulations on becoming the victor. Your rewards are as follows. Your outstanding performance has caught the attention of the King of Hell, and you have received an appointment letter from the underworld. Congratulations, you have been appointed as a judge of the underworld. Judge of the underworld? I actually became a judge of the underworld? Does that mean I have the power to control others' lives and deaths? I didn't expect there to be a place like the underworld in this space. System, where are my judge's pen and the book of life and death? You have not yet assumed office, so these items are not available. Not yet in office? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. How do I assume office? Go to the underworld to take office? How do I get there? You can go to the underworld to assume the position of judge after death. If you are in a hurry, the underworld can open a back door to expedite your death. Su Chen facepalmed in silence, taking office after death, and they could even open a back door to send him to the underworld sooner? He wasn't tired of living yet. System, please tell the underworld that they will have to wait a long time, and I'm not in such a hurry to take office, so please don't arrange that for me. Thank you. So, what exactly is the use of the judge position in the underworld that I just received? System, open the detailed information for the underworld judge. Underworld judge, not in office, not disturbed by evil spirits, not tormented by diseases, possesses a strong deterrent effect on all soul-type beings. Seeing the current benefits of the underworld judge profession, Su Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed that the treatment for a not yet in office underworld judge was quite good, not disturbed by evil spirits and having a strong deterrent effect on all soul-type beings meant that in the future, when entering supernatural games, he could walk with confidence. This was an incredibly powerful buff. Not bad, I'm satisfied. Although the attributes of the judge after death are probably very strong, there's no need to die just for a profession. It's impossible to take office now, so I'll enjoy the benefits of this position for free. Quick! System, unlock my next rewards. The first reward was many times better than the last. To think that the first reward he received last time was just a few attribute points, which couldn't even compare to what he was getting now. The next rewards would surely be great. 2. All the rewards you obtained from this national war are as follows: a position, Judge of the Underworld. Item, Chinese chessboard. 10 buckets of Zisha Lake water. As a guest in the live broadcast room, you have earned a performance score of 40,000 points, max, in this competition, and you will receive additional rewards. Congratulations on receiving a special award from the Space Lucky Blind Box. Items, Chinese chessboard, Lucky Blind Box, Zisha Lake water. Are there only 3 rewards this time? There's surprisingly no reward for free attribute points. Could it be that these 3 items are too overpowered? The Zisha Lake water feels oddly familiar. Isn't this the bathwater that the spirit of the pen talks about every day? How powerful can bathwater be? Lucky Blind Box? What could be inside? The Chinese chessboard doesn't seem like a powerful item at all. System, check the specific information of the remaining 3 rewards. Chinese chessboard, S-rank item, can forcibly bring a person within the designated line of sight onto the board for a game. As long as the game is not over, the player cannot leave the control of the board. No actions other than playing chess are allowed. The duration of the binding depends on the levels of both players. If the player is attacked, the binding time will be greatly shortened. This is a binding type skill. It can directly pull someone over to force them to play chess with Su Chen. During the game, the person pulled over cannot perform any other actions at all. In other words, when I restrict the enemy on the chessboard, I can take advantage of the time they cannot retaliate to eliminate them. Killing requires just 1 strike. If the binding time is shortened, it won't affect my ability to kill. This is a good item. While Su Chen was thinking, a wooden chessboard inscribed with Chu River and Han border appeared and floated in front of him. What about the Lucky Blind Box and Zisha Lake water? Su Chen thought as he scrolled down the information on the virtual panel. Lucky Blind Box, anything could be inside, or it could be empty. It all depends on your luck. Zisha Lake water. Water from the Zisha Lake in Zihuan Mountain has a super strong recovery effect. If you soak your body in it, you can permanently increase 0.5 free attribute points per minute. Forget about the luck-based blind box for now. This Zisha Lake water is so powerful. Increasing 0.5 free attribute points per minute means soaking in it for an hour can increase 30 free attribute points. The spirit of the pen used this to bathe before? If she often bathed in Zisha Lake water, why did she have no use other than painting? No, could it be that I haven't truly developed the spirit of the pen's potential? Logically speaking, if the spirit of the pen bathes in the lake water every day, her base attributes must be very high. Being invulnerable should be a common occurrence, right? This means I can use the spirit of the pen as a weapon in fights. If I were to throw the spirit of the pen into a volcano, she would likely be fine. Oh, another strange weapon has been added. In the future, when I encounter danger, I can let the spirit of the pen transform into a person to act as a human shield. After assessing and organizing the items I obtained, Suchen turned his gaze to the shoebox-sized blind box, which was entirely yellow, with a large question mark on the lid. System, are you sure this lucky blind box can produce anything? I feel like it can't produce large items at all, it's so small. Suchen said as he curiously flipped and examined the lucky blind box. He didn't find anything particularly special. Please feel free to open it. This lucky blind box can even produce planets. Produce a planet. If it produces a planet, where would he put it? Suchen thought as he casually tore open the lid of the lucky blind box, and a burst of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have gained 30 free attribute points. Special item, challenge difficulty. Doubling card. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill, item disguise. 30 free attribute points. This made up for the regret of not obtaining them earlier. Challenge difficulty doubling card. This is a card for those who are skilled at self-destruction. It can be kept, as it might come in handy later. What does the last skill do? Item disguise? System, check the skill, specific effects of item disguise. Item disguise can disguise as any object within sight for 3 minutes, 3 times a day. Disguise as any object for 3 minutes? God level skill. If I'm being chased in the future, I can directly turn into an object to evade pursuit. But I wonder what happens if I turn into a car. Can I drive after turning into a car? If I can drive, then the potential of this skill is incredibly high. System, raise my constitution, strength, and agility to 20 points, and after the upgrade, open my detail attribute panel to check my overall attributes now. Whiskey attribute panel as follows: a code name, whiskey level, E constitution, 20 points. Spirit, 30 points. Strength, 20 points. Agility, 20 points. Distributable points, 19 points. Profession, underworld judge. Title, permanent. Guest of live broadcast, heavenly lucky star. Skills, cell electrotherapy, transformation, item disguise. Items, spirit pen, Chinese. Chessboard, purple clay lake water. Challenge difficulty doubling card. Not bad. After this national war, the attribute panel has been completely refreshed. I become a quadrilateral warrior, advanced to E level, easily able to take on an S level sister, right? If there's a chance later, I absolutely have to ask Suya about her basic attributes. After adapting to the sudden surge in power, Su Chen transformed into a white light and returned to the real world. After a moment of blurriness in his vision, he turned back into an 18-year-old youth, reappearing in casual clothes at the bus stop in front of Yuchuan High School. When the national war started, it was still a rainy daytime here, but upon returning, it was already pitch black night. After spending 4 days in the national war, he was back here again. Now it's late at night and there are no buses, so I might as well run back. Suya is probably very busy, so I won't call her. I'll go home and sleep peacefully, then think about how to deal with Suya tomorrow. Just as Su Chen returned to the real world, the other challengers also gradually returned to reality. The impact of this national war further expanded with the return of these challengers. Their hearts were filled with anger. They had no idea what had happened during those 4 days and inexplicably lost the match. My God, what's wrong with our country's pieces? They didn't contact us or tell us what happened. We just lost the match for no reason? Yeah, quick, open the live stream and check the recordings. I want to see what our country's group of foolish pieces were doing. This is ridiculous. Do they look down on us guardians? They won't even contact us. Honestly, I haven't seen a single piece until now. What on earth are these pieces doing? My God, I don't have a chance to avoid death now. Losing the match so inexplicably, I'm not satisfied. Quick, open the live stream replay. I'm so angry. Countless challengers stood in place, opening the live stream replay, their eyes wide. At first, everything was so orderly until the rules of the pieces appeared. What the hell? Pieces and our country's guardians can't contact each other? If they do, they die immediately? Everyone who saw the special rules of the pieces exploded. No wonder all the pieces were avoiding us. Damn, if we contact our country's pieces, they'll be eliminated on the spot? We misunderstood them. I remember the commander said he found the traces of our country's pieces before. Could it be that some pieces were killed by our own people? Look, it's true. The 2 car pieces from the bear country were killed by their commander just out of the national war space. The commanders from various countries, following the rules of the game, were sweating profusely. After reading this special rule, these commanders immediately understood many things. No wonder the pieces from our country exploded as soon as they saw me. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I've caused at least 4 of our pieces to die? This space is too insidious, right? Our identity as guardians is actually that of pursuers. Our purpose on the field is to add to the troubles of all the pieces. Hey, where's the healer? Hurry up! Someone has fainted. After a series of commotions, the high-ranking officials from various countries began to gather personnel to discuss the next steps. We must appease these challengers who have lost their immunity. If we don't, we will lose their support. Now there are even more people mingling in entertainment mode. We need to quickly cultivate the next batch of mid-tier powerhouses. Let's find a few scapegoats among the commanders and shift all the blame onto them to divert the anger of the domestic populace. The trending topics in browsers across all countries were focused on this national war. Countless onlookers began to comment on this national war. Whiskey God is definitely the brightest star in this national war, escaping the siege of thousands of guardians with just a wallet, detonating Mount Fuji with a pencil. Isn't that just too cool? In this national war, every country performed excellently. They all did their utmost to win the battle. If it weren't for the appearance of Whiskey God, the dynamics of this battle might have changed significantly. Whiskey's incredible maneuvers give us a sense of coolness. Once I turn 18, I want to get a set of gear just like Whiskey God. I want to learn from Whiskey God. Discussions about Whiskey were skyrocketing globally. Countless people envied Whiskey's abilities and became his fans. There were also many who looked at Whiskey's photos with gritted teeth, blaming him for their failures. Some were slowing down Whiskey's actions, trying to figure out how he detonated Mount Fuji with a pencil. In Linhai City, Suya, who was dealing with a series of upcoming issues, paused her work, summoned her mech, and flew home. The Python, who was following Suya in handling affairs, quickly asked, "Your Excellency, where are you going?" "I'll leave this to you. I'm going to punish a naughty child." "Punish a naughty child? Who is the naughty child?" After thinking for a moment, the Python hurriedly called out to Suya, "Your Excellency, there's a high-level meeting later. Do you have time to attend?" "High-level meeting? I'm about to resign." "You can handle the high-level meeting. Keep an eye on things," Suya said as she quickened her pace, transforming into a brilliant blue light and disappearing into the sky. Those with power are truly extravagant. The Python sighed and turned to leave. After taking a long detour, the Python arrived at a heavily guarded small house. This was the temporary holding place for the Cobra. After being eliminated from the national war and returning to reality, the Cobra was directly captured by Qin Xia and others who were lying in wait and imprisoned here. When the Python entered the small house, the interrogation of the Cobra was still ongoing. At this moment, the Cobra was wearing a specially made outfit with a pair of handcuffs emitting blue light, crouching silently in the center of a transparent box. In the room, there were many people in the room, including Qin Xia, a large group of subordinates and experts, as well as the Python's teammates. The Python's teammates, such as the seven-step snake, were surrounding the Cobra, continuously trying to persuade her. "Lily, we've been sisters for over 20 years. Why did you betray us? What is the reason? How did you become a spy for the Eagle Nation? We haven't even left our country. Speak frankly and you will be lenient." "Lily, quickly confess everything about becoming a spy for the Eagle Nation, and we might still have a chance to earn some merit for our crimes." "Yes, if you tell us everything you've done and all the intelligence you have now, you might be able to reduce your sentence by 10 years. If you have any difficulties, just tell us, don't hide anything." "Lily, there's no one here who will harm you. Both I and the elder sister will protect you." "Come on, Lily, is it true that the person codenamed P pulled you into the ranks of the Eagle Nation spies?" Upon hearing the seven-step snake mention the name of the Python, the previously silent Cobra suddenly grinned and looked up at the Python who had just entered, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Ha ha ha, elder sister? Didn't you all want to know why I became a spy for the Eagle Nation? It's this woman. She's the one who turned me into a spy for the Eagle Nation. The person codenamed P is the Python. You must have guessed it, right? The English initial of Python is P. It's this wicked woman who led me into the endless abyss. Remember that summer when we were 18 and went on a group outing? It was during that outing the Python threatened me to join the ranks of the Eagle Nation spies. She controlled me with drugs, making my life worse than death. She threatened me that if I didn't join, she would use even more brutal methods against me." "Elder sister? Are you the person codenamed P?" The seven-step snake and others turned to look at the Python in shock. "No way. How could the elder sister be the person codenamed P?" "Lily, don't make baseless accusations. The elder sister went through layers of scrutiny when forming our team. How could she possibly be a spy for the Eagle Nation? The elder sister has been our sister for over 20 years. The seven-step snake's voice grew softer, casting a doubtful glance at the Python. Hearing the Cobra's accusation, several high-level extraordinary beings standing nearby exchanged glances, preparing to surround the Python. Just as they were about to act, Qin Xia waved his hand to stop them. "Wait, let's see how this unfolds. The Python is not the problem." Upon hearing Qin Xia's words, the extraordinary beings looked at each other and halted their actions to capture the Python. The Python, named by the Cobra, sighed and slowly walked to the side of the transparent box, locking eyes with the Cobra at close range. "So you became a spy for the Eagle Nation that summer?" "I remember that summer outing when we had just participated in our first game of hide and seek and discovered our great talents." Hey, What are you pretending to be here? You don't think that if I die, you can escape, do you? The one I talked to, codenamed P, is you. The cobra said, suddenly crashing against the transparent edge of the box. It's you. You destroyed everything for me. That outing when we were 18? Elder sister, what on earth is going on? You can't really be the person codenamed P, can you? The seven-step snake asked incredulously. I am not the person codenamed P, but I understand why Lily has become like this. The Python looked at the face so close to her and said with a pained heart, Lily was hypnotized when she was 18. From that day, when she turned 18, Lily has been continuously hypnotized every day, her memories from before 18 gradually fading away, replaced by false memories of being a spy for the Eagle Nation. What? Lily was hypnotized? How is that possible? She doesn't seem like someone who has been hypnotized. Being hypnotized every day, is that even possible? The seven-step snake questioned. Of course it's possible. A skilled hypnotist, after delivering a profound hypnosis, can have the hypnotized person self-hypnotize every day according to the requirements, and the medium for this hypnosis is drugs. Director Chin, you must have found a lot of hallucinogenic drugs at Lily's place, right? That's right, Chin Xia nodded. We found a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs at the Cobra's residence. This drug is usually the super drug that hypnotists pursue in the global black market. With this drug, the probability of a hypnotist successfully hypnotizing someone is very high. When hypnotized deeply, there can indeed be cases of personality and memory replacement, and once this happens, we cannot detect whether someone has been hypnotized. This is a huge game played by the Eagle Nation, unprecedented in its duration and the effort involved. Is there a way to break this state? Can we help Lily recover? There must be a method to undo this. Hypnosis, right? The seven-step snake asked anxiously. There is a solution, but it will take quite some time. We can only find a hypnotist to gently and subtly lift the hypnosis. Lily has been hypnotized for far too long enough that her main personality is almost gone. To save her will require an extended period of treatment, the python said as it reached out to touch the cobra's face through the transparent wall. Once she returns, Lily will still have to face endless prison disasters. I will bear the losses caused by Lily to the country. I will do my utmost to find the hypnotist and then skin him alive. That spy code named P won't escape either. As for what was happening with the python, Su Chen was not concerned at all. What he was more worried about was Suya, who had locked him in bed with a mechanical arm. Sister, do we really need to go to such lengths? I'll confess everything. Confess everything? Can I trust what you say? Suya stood by the bed, flipping through a small notebook. What if I don't confess? Su Chen hesitated. You dare to hide it from your sister? We'll settle the accounts later. Let's take it one step at a time. When I came back, you were sleeping quite soundly, huh? Do you remember what I told you before? What? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The little dress and socks I hung outside the window are all dirty from the rain. That was my favorite little dress. Wow, sister, we've been participating in the national war for so long. Those clothes have been out in the sun for 4 days and are definitely ruined. How can you blame me for that? By the way, speaking of which, why am I being interrogated by you? It seems like you have some issues too. Su Chen said helplessly. Sister, you didn't even tell me you're the best in the world. Well, that was to protect you. What if you accidentally revealed my identity and attracted my enemies? Suya said this excuse without hesitation, clearly having thought of it beforehand. If my identity is exposed, neither of us will have a leisurely life. No good days after identity exposure? Afraid I would expose your identity? Su Chen was speechless. If his identity were exposed, he would have even worse days. Well, sister, the reason I didn't tell you is also because I was afraid you would blurt it out and attract my enemies. I reckon I have several times more enemies than you do now. If my identity were exposed, the enemies knocking on the door could circle around Linhai City several times. I didn't tell you my identity before because I was afraid you would accidentally let it slip. Su Chen echoed Suya's words back to her. Is that so? But why does that sound so familiar to me? Is having more enemies than my sister something to be happy about? Suya angrily removed the mechanical arm and directly sat on Su Chen. Don't change the subject. First, tell me how you became so strong? The brother I remember had no other merits besides being handsome and liked by those little fans. And the sister I remember was just a small employee in a public institution, doing nothing but being a lazybones, shopping, and bullying her brother. Su Chen retorted. I originally wanted to tell you, but thinking about your personality, Suya, I think it's better if you don't know my identity. But sister is the number 1 in the world, the 14th strongest in the world. How could I not keep your secret? Suya crossed her arms and looked at Su Chen, pouting. Isn't this all your fault, Suya? I didn't know you were the 14th strongest in the world before. Su Chen turned the tables. After hearing Su Chen's words, Suya was stunned, as if there was some truth to it. She was the one who hid it from Suchin first, so was this her mistake? Ha ha, isn't it? This time it's your fault, sister, it has nothing to do with me, Suchin said, proudly. Oh, let's put aside the identity issue for now and let's recall your performance in the space before. Suya expressionlessly opened her little notebook. Suchin, I think we should continue discussing the identity issue, I find it quite good. Humph. On June 3rd, Xiaomu pressed me to the ground and beat me. On June 5th, Xiaomu flicked my forehead and said I had no intelligence. On June 5th, Xiaomu teamed up with Yao Yao to pin me on the bed and tickle me. On June 6th, Suya listed Suchin's misdeeds one by one. After reading through the thick little notebook, Suya put it away, leaned down, and supported herself next to Suchin's head. I hereby sentence Xiaomu to death. Punish Xiaomu to hand over all pocket money to the household. Punish Xiaomu to wash my clothes every day. Punish Xiaomu to cook every day. Punish Xiaomu to always listen to sister from now on, and never hide anything from sister. All pocket money confiscated. How will I support myself outside in the future? Ugh, I mean how will I support my pen outside? Washing clothes every day, Suya has so many clothes, I'll break my hands. Never hide anything from Suya? I'm already supporting my pen. Outside, I definitely have to keep hiding. Why so many punishments? I protest. Suchin protested. Protest? Humph. Protests are invalid. Punishment enforced, Suya said as she pounced on Suchin. The familiar feeling of suffocation returned. No, sister, not this again. I'm going to suffocate. Humph. Agree quickly. If you don't agree, I won't let go. Suya held onto Suchin's head tightly. I agree, whatever you say, I surrender. Suchin sighed, supporting Suya's waist and dragging her aside. Then the punishment starts. Now, I'm going to sleep holding Xiaomu tonight. It's me holding you, not you holding me. Come on, act like a little baby and come into sister's arms. Wait, Suya, you said that as long as I found you, you would agree to one request, right? It seems that was the case. Then my request is that all your previous requests are void. No way. This one is definitely not allowed. The two of them wrestled for a long time, and finally, tired from the play, they lay down together, feeling a bit drowsy. Suchin, Suya said, gloomily. What's wrong now? Promise me that if there's anything dangerous in the future, you will think of me, okay? I was so scared. I cried when I heard the cobra disguising your voice scream. Okay, if there's anything dangerous in the future, I will definitely report to you first. That's more like it. Come on, bring your head a little closer, Suya said as she tugged at Suchin. What's wrong? Suchin leaned his head closer to Suya in confusion. Suya's face turned slightly red as she leaned in and whispered to Suchin, you promised, if you find me, I'll meow for you. Meow, is that what learning to meow means? I remember there was also a movie to watch. Should I remind her? Suchin thought as he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Suchin woke up from his sleep, the little cat beside him was nowhere to be seen, as if it had already gone out to be busy. Sister, are you there? Suchin said as he got out of bed and opened the window covered by curtains. In his line of sight was a vast playground. Suchin rubbed his eyes in confusion, then pulled the curtains shut and opened them again. The view outside hadn't changed at all. What's going on? I remember there was a street with a Bowsy shop across from my house. How did it turn into a playground? This is my home. Where is this outside? Is it me that's wrong, or is it this world that's wrong? Suchin scratched his head and turned to carefully examine his room. This was definitely his room. The house had absolutely not changed. But what was going on outside? Suchin felt like his brain wasn't functioning properly. He fished out his phone from beside the bed and turned on the location mode. The familiar city of Linhai was gone. He was now in the imperial capital of Huaxia, Beijing. What on earth happened? I wake up and even the house has moved here? What's the specific location? Where exactly am I now? Suchin kept zooming in on his current location. Qingbei University? I'm inside Qingbei University next to the imperial capital? How did I get here? Could this be the doing of Suya? Did she move the whole house here while I was sleeping? It's not impossible. I should call Suya and ask what's going on. Just as Suchin was about to dial Suya's number, he heard the sound of keys unlocking the door at the entrance of the hall. Suchin, you lazy pig. Are you up yet? Come eat breakfast. I specially queued to buy the best youtiao and tofu now in old Beijing. Hurry up. Ha, sis, aren't you going to explain what's going on? How did we suddenly end up at Qingbei? How did you move the house while I was sleeping? Suchin, still confused, put away his phone and walked out of the bedroom. Aren't you going to school here? I thought it would be better to come here with you to find a new place, and I couldn't bear to part with such a cozy little home, so I just brought it along, Suya said as she placed the breakfast she brought back on the dining table. When did I say I was going to school at Qingbei? I remember I haven't even applied yet, right? And why did you come with me? Never mind. The strong survival instinct forced Suchin to swallow the rest of his words. After a brief brainstorming session, Su-chun chose to accept reality. He silently walked over to the dining table in the main hall and picked up the youtiao Suya had brought back and started munching on it. Sis, we didn't need to rush to move here, did we? It's only June now, and we won't start school until September. I didn't want to move so early either, but there's no choice. Your identity as my relative was exposed during the live broadcast, and if we don't leave quickly, staying there might be dangerous, Suya said as she snatched the youtiao from Su-chen's mouth and pushed him toward the bathroom. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your hands? All you know is eating. By the way, there were a lot of spies chasing your classmates everywhere last night. Chasing my classmates? Yeah, those spies were going crazy trying to kill your classmates last night. Didn't they say in the live broadcast? The famous Whiskey. He's your friend, Su-chen. Fortunately, we had protective measures in place beforehand. Only one of your classmates got slightly injured. Who? Was the injury serious? Su-chen frowned and asked. The fat guy who was still reciting the three-character classic. He was targeted because he boasted online about being particularly close to Whiskey. Oh, then it's fine. The fat guy is tough. A small injury is nothing to him. Su-chen sighed in relief. So, I'm now going to school at Qingbei? Why do we have to put the house on the Qingbei campus? Can't we stay outside? How can we stay outside? Sis has to teach and you have to go to school. Isn't it great to live on campus? I specifically placed our little house next to the girls' independent villa, so Xiaomu, just be content. Wait, sis, what do you mean? You're going to teach? I'm going to Qingbei to study and you're going to Qingbei to teach? What are you going to teach? What can't your sister teach? I'm now your extraordinary technology teacher, Su-chen, and you're about to be my student. I still have to attend classes? Who can teach me? Su-chen thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Having many students is boring. If I'm going to do it, I might as well be a teacher. Sis, how about getting me a teaching certificate? I want to teach too. You teaching? How old are you to be teaching? You look a bit too young, Suya said, pinching Su-chen's face. Xiaomu, you can skip all your other classes, but you must attend mine. Come on, being young isn't a problem. Isn't Suya here? Just give me a backdoor pass. Isn't there a nationwide live broadcast of Whiskey now? Why not let Qingbei open a course on studying Whiskey? Can't I study myself? Open a course to study oneself? Suya was stunned by Su-chen's thought process. It seemed there really wasn't a problem, as the Whiskey itself explaining its own video, that could work. Xiaomu is Whiskey, and there's not much to learn in school, so why not let him be a teacher? Well, there's no problem with that, but there is a bit of a problem. Hey, sis, what's not allowed? What problem could there be with me studying myself? Besides, isn't it simple for me to teach a group of students about Whiskey? Cultivating talent for the country, Su-chen quickly said. But if you become a teacher, how will you find a girlfriend in college? Isn't it inappropriate for a teacher and student to date? Su-ya hesitated a bit. A girlfriend? What do I need that for? Women only slow me down when I draw my sword. A rich woman, my sister is. A little rich woman, with long legs. Who needs a girlfriend? Suya, what girlfriend do I need? You are enough, Su-chen said, pulling Suya over, and before she could react, he kissed her on the cheek. That's settled then, sis, I'll leave my teacher qualification to you. I'm going to wash up, Su-chen said happily as he entered the bathroom. After watching Su-chen go into the bathroom, Suya slowly began to process what had just happened. Wanting a sister, not a girlfriend? Suya's fair neck had a slight flush. Okay, I'll help you with that right away. When Su-chen finished washing up and came to the dining room, Suya covered her face and handed him a document. Professor of Whiskey Studies, Su-chen, how long has it been? Just washing my face and the document is ready? Su-chen took the document and sat down opposite Suya, carefully flipping through it. Su-chen, PhD from Qingbei, a senior player in hide-and-seek space. A master of reasoning, very handsome. This resume is nice. The last point is simply too important. Su-chen was very satisfied. Sis, when do I start teaching? Next semester? No need, I've already talked to the school about this class. You can start whenever you want. The timing is up to you. Even if it's this morning, it's fine. Oh, I can start this morning? Su-chen's eyes lit up. Anyway, I have nothing to do right now. Wouldn't it be great to gather a bunch of people to boast about my achievements? Sis, then let's start. This morning. It's only a little past 7, and I have nothing to do, so let's just have class. Teaching students to boast about oneself for the first time, he was still a bit nervous. Sis, hurry up. I remember that college course selection can be done online, right? Quickly put my course information online. I'm ready. Su-chen shifted his gaze from the document and looked up at Suya, who was covering her face. Sis, what's wrong with you? Hearing Su-chen's call, Suya finally emerged from her intense psychological struggle. Responding a bit flustered. Oh, okay, I'll help you post the course information. Sister, why are you covering your face? Is it more comfortable for you to go online like that? And why are your ears so red? Su-chen noticed something was off with Suya. No, it's nothing. Hurry and eat your meal. The soy milk is going to get cold. I'm here to help you post the information. Be careful or no one will come to your class. As Suya spoke, she tried to hide her flushed face, quickly getting up, wanting to retreat to her bedroom. For some peace. Hey, sister. Don't go, show me on the screen, and by the way, send the course selection information for whiskey studies to all the students' phones at Qingbei. With my handsome face, I can definitely create a buzz at school, Su-chen said as he stood up, trying to catch the escaping Suya, but she deftly slipped away. Suya darted off like a startled rabbit, and as she fled, she casually shot a beam of blue light towards Su-chen. A virtual panel, reminiscent of a hide-and-seek space, appeared before him. This panel comes with artificial intelligence. It can help you do anything online. That's it, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to sleep now. Bang! The door to Suya's bedroom slammed shut. Su-chen scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. What was going on? Did he wake up too early today and the morning grumpiness hadn't worn off? So he needed a nap? Forget it, he decided to ignore Suya and quickly start his online course selection. After dragging the panel in front of him, Su-chen couldn't wait to say, infiltrate the Qingbei University software official website and publish my course information to every Tsinghua student's phone. Artificial intelligence is at your service. Your course name is Whiskey Studies, and the classroom you will be attending is the 3rd teaching building, room 3023. Room 3023 can accommodate 500 students, and this time 500 spots are open. The course grabbing button has been generated, and the grabbing information is about to be published. Please enter the title content. Enter title content? Shocking. Is that man really the one being discussed this time? The 3-year period has ended. Welcome the Supreme Dragon King Whiskey? How did that handsome man master whiskey? No, that's too juvenile. After discarding some bizarre ideas from his mind, Su-chen thought of a more sensible title. Experts will decode the stories behind whiskey. Master analysts will teach you the operations of whiskey. Very solid. System, quickly send my course selection information to all students' phones. The grabbing starts at 7:30. Sending information. The course grabbing page has been created. Information sending completed. As the artificial intelligence's voice faded, every student's phone at Qingbei University rang at the same time. Even phones set to silent or turned off rang. Countless ringtones echoed from all directions of the Qingbei campus. Professors who were teaching stopped in confusion. What's going on? Why aren't your phones on silent? This is class time. Why aren't everyone's phones on silent? Wait. Why are there ringtones coming from other classrooms too? What is happening? Why didn't our phones ring? Only yours did? Is something big happening? Quick, check. Amidst the urging of many teachers, countless students curiously opened their phone messages. What greeted their eyes was the title personally written by Su-chen. Expert. Analysis of whiskey? A course analyzing the whiskey master. A course specifically analyzing the whiskey master. Such a class. The whole school was in an uproar. Wow, the school is really on fire. The national war just ended not long ago and there's already a course analyzing the whiskey master? Someone actually dares to analyze the operations of the whiskey master? Damn, that's impressive. This teacher must be extraordinary. Damn, a class from 10 to 12 today? So soon? And only 500 spots. We definitely need to camp out to grab a spot. I just happen to have a class at 10, forget it, I won't go. The class on analyzing whiskey by the master is way more important. In Huaxia, Su-chen has countless diehard fans. Almost all the extraordinary students at Qingbei University who have come into contact with the hide-and-seek space are diehard fans of Su-chen. When the news of this class appeared, all the diehard fans became excited. Quick, contact students from other schools to help us grab the class. Those 500 spots will definitely be snatched up. How can I miss the class on analyzing whiskey by the master? I want to wear the whiskey master's yellow-gray detective coat. Our school is definitely the first in Huaxia to offer a whiskey analysis class. No, it's the first in the world. This class has super commemorative significance. I must attend. Damn it. Old 3, let's rush to the school's power distribution room to grab the online class. Damn, when it's time to grab the class, we'll use the whiskey master's method to cut off the internet. That way, we can definitely secure a spot. At this moment, the students at Qingbei University who were in class suddenly felt unwell. Collectively, teacher, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to take a leave. Professor, my uncle came to see me. I have to go check on him. Teacher, there's a problem with my business outside. I must go take a look. All the teachers and professors in class were collectively bewildered. You all felt unwell after receiving a message? What happened? Hurry. If you don't tell us, we won't approve your leave. Yes, quickly, tell us what message you received on your phones. After seeing the messages on the students' phones, all the teachers and professors were collectively shocked. Analyzing whiskey? Is there such a genius? Is this person the strongest in Huaxia right now, Ling? It's possible. Only Ling could probably grasp even a bit of whiskey's essence, right? If Ling comes to analyze whiskey, I want to attend too. Quick, ask the principal if we can change classrooms. 500 people for a lecture? That's too few. Yeah, this class should be held directly on the playground. Let all of us listen. This is a rare learning opportunity. Exactly. If students can learn even a little, it would be incredible. The gains from this class would be many times greater than what we learn in our classes. All the teachers and professors stopped their lectures and announced that class was dismissed. Students, quickly go to the playground and grab a good spot. We will contact the principal to move the class to the playground. Students, quickly prepare your small stools. Think of a question in your heart. Maybe there will be an interactive session later. The guidance from a strong person is extremely beneficial. No, I need to bring my manuscript from home. I must ask how whiskey uses aerodynamics to determine when a pencil will fall from the trash can. The news of the upcoming class on whiskey studies spread rapidly across the internet. Countless extraordinary individuals came flocking, wanting to enter Qingbei University to attend this class, while media outlets like Huaxia News were trying to sneak into the Qingbei campus with cameras to live stream the course. Security brother, we are from the TV station. Please let us in quickly. I have an appointment with your principal. Make way, we are also from the TV station. We also have an appointment with the principal. Everyone, step aside. I am a graduate of Qingbei. I want to come back and see my alma mater. The security forces at Qingbei looked at the crowded entrance with anxious faces. What's going on? What happened? Why are there so many people here? Is some big leader coming for a meeting? Quick, gather more people. We can't have a stampede. Call the principal. Get a leader over here. No way. The principal's phone has been busy. Wait, the principal has turned it off. Yes, the bewildered principal of Qingbei University, not knowing what was happening, simply switched off his phone. His phone had been bombarded with calls. If he didn't turn it off soon, it would explode. After crawling out of bed and contacting the school's duty staff with his personal phone, the principal finally understood what was going on. A teacher had opened a course on studying whiskey, and as the world's first course dedicated to whiskey, this teacher had become a sensation. The course had also gained immense popularity. Who has the qualifications to teach students how to analyze the whiskey master? Could it be Ling? It's possible, only Ling could understand a bit of the whiskey master's techniques, right? Coincidentally, a teacher was recently parachuted in to teach extraordinary technology. That teacher might just be Ling. Exactly, using technology to hack into all the students' networks. That's very tech-savvy. If Ling comes to teach, this class will be truly memorable. The strongest in Huaxia analyzing the whiskey master. What a rare opportunity. The principal of Qingbei University thought, feeling a bit excited, and quickly sent a message to the duty leader using his personal phone. Except for authoritative media, all other media are to be kept outside. Those coming to audit the class are also to be kept outside. Adjust the classroom for the whiskey studies, move it to our luxurious lawn. Oh, and remember to let a few live streaming platforms in. This lecture will be streamed live across the internet. Send teachers to the lawn to maintain order. I'll be there shortly. As the entire Qingbei campus began to buzz, the news of the whiskey studies class was already trending online. Countless netizens were discussing it. Whiskey studies? Ah, has the whiskey master been included in Qingbei University's curriculum? That's amazing. Analyzing the whiskey master? Who is this person? I think it must be Ling. Only Ling would dare to teach this course at Qingbei. Who says only Ling would dare to teach this course at Qingbei? Maybe one of those 13 mysterious S-level individuals is going to come out to teach it. Ah, I really want to be there in person. This class is simply too significant. The official recognition of the whiskey master's status has been made. At this moment, sitting in his bedroom after breakfast, pondering how to guide his students to praise him, Su Chen received a message from the principal. Qingbei University Principal Chang Guorong has made a request. He feels that the classroom is too small and hopes to arrange this course on the school's luxurious lawn. The principal of Qingbei University wants me to change the location for the lecture, to hold it on the school's luxurious lawn. Where is the luxurious lawn? It can't be that playground outside my window, right? This principal thinks too highly of me. I'm worried I won't fill a classroom of 500, and moving to the luxurious lawn is completely unnecessary. Sir, please open your window and take a look at the scene outside. The virtual panel said, manifesting an arrow pointing to the window covered by Su Chen's curtains. Look outside? What's out there? Su Chen, confused, got up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. On the lawn, countless people with small stools were entering in an orderly fashion from all directions. Besides the excited students, there were also elderly professors and soldiers in black uniforms. Not counting the dense crowd behind that was hard to see, the number of students Su Chen could see exceeded 500. Ah, why are there so Many people? Is the whiskey's reputation that powerful? System, quickly check what's happening. I just wanted to hold a small class and show off my divine looks to a few hundred ladies. Why are there suddenly so many people? The message you posted has become widely known, and a large number of people have joined your course with a desire to learn. Congratulations, your course has become a phenomenon. At Qingbei University, in an hour and a half, the estimated attendance will be around 10,000. All classes at Qingbei University are currently suspended, and you are the only teacher required to teach this morning. The president of Qingbei University has sent you a request. He has dispatched extraordinary individuals to place your floating podium right in front of the luxurious lawn. Is there anything else you need? How did it turn out like this? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just go up and brag about how handsome I am for 2 hours? I need to show some real skills? So what should I talk about? Su Chen fell into deep thought and, inadvertently glancing at the students lining up on the lawn, he had an idea. Why not go out and ask these students what they want me to talk about? I'll talk about whatever these students want to hear. That way, the lecture will be effective, and I won't have to awkwardly boast about how handsome I am on stage. Right, that's the plan. Since there's still time, I should hurry over and ask what's going on, Su Chen thought, as he returned to his room to change clothes and quickly headed out. Just as Su Chen stepped out of his house and ran towards the large group of students, the system panel appeared before him again. Sir, the president of Qingbei University is inquiring again about moving the class to the playground. Do you agree? Agree, it's my first class, I can't go in with a small presence. Replying to modify the classroom location, modification complete. Your first class will start in 1 hour and 28 minutes on the lawn of Qingbei University. Please pay attention to the time. After the system's prompt, the president of Qingbei University, who had just arrived by car, instantly received Su Chen's affirmative response. Upon seeing this message, the president was overjoyed. Great! Our school's reputation will increase significantly both nationally and globally. It would be best to announce that Ling is teaching at our school. We won't have to worry about enrollment in the second half of this year. No, I need to get to the scene quickly and do an interview to promote our school's educational philosophy, riding the wave of this course's popularity. If I can meet Ling first and have her advertise our school during the course, that would be perfect, the president of Qingbei University said as he hurriedly looked for a parking spot and then dashed towards the lawn. As the president ran towards the luxurious lawn, Su Chen had already arrived near the playground. As for why he didn't enter the playground, there were just too many people, he couldn't squeeze in. The students holding small stools and lining up to enter the lawn formed a long queue. Most of these students were Su Chen's diehard fans. Why? Just look at how they were dressed in a Sherlock Holmes coat on such a hot day. Who should he ask? Su Chen looked around and saw many Sherlocks standing at the back of the line, forming a small circle. They were excitedly discussing something. This group of people would do. Go. Ask them what they want to hear. Whatever they like, I'll talk about it. Absolutely no mistake, Su Chen thought as he quickly walked over and joined the group of chatting students. In this group, everyone was discussing the previous livestream while holding their phones. Found the right place. They're analyzing everything from my livestream so seriously. Asking them will definitely help me understand the topics the students are most interested in. Before Su Chen could speak, one of the girls, holding her phone, excitedly showed everyone a scene from when Su Chen was drinking coffee while running away. Look at this move from the whiskey master. Isn't it just incredibly cool? That calm and composed feeling in the face of death, that bold action of drinking coffee. It's simply amazing. I think the great god of whiskey must have completely disregarded the thousands of guardians from the land of the rising sun around him at that moment. His eyes had already pierced through time, beginning to calculate the plan for the volcanic eruption. He had already seen through all the movements of the enemies of the land of the rising sun. No, perhaps the great god of whiskey had already started thinking about how to destroy the Eagle Nation. The scope of the great god of whiskey is beyond our imagination. Su Chen, did I really have so much drama in my mind while drinking coffee? This is ridiculous, right? Su Chen looked around at the other students and found that they were all nodding vigorously without any doubt. I think so too. Why would the great god of whiskey specifically buy a cup of coffee? Clearly, it was a provocation to the thousands of guardians from the land of the rising sun. The great god of whiskey didn't take them seriously at all. Yes, the great god of whiskey must have been preparing to blow up Mount Fuji at that time. In his eyes, these guardians were just dead men. Exactly. The scene of whiskey lifting his head to pour coffee into his mouth while walking down the street is absolutely classic. The teacher will definitely talk about this later, right? He will definitely talk about it. After all, the other operations of the great god of whiskey are too profound. We can all understand this. Su Chen, the matter of dodging thousands of guardians from the land of the rising sun while holding coffee, calm and composed? Where did all this drama come from? Did I really think of so many things at that time? No, Thinking of this, Suchin couldn't help but speak out. Isn't the reason the great god of whiskey lifted his head to pour coffee into his mouth because the coffee was almost gone and he needed to drink it before it was gone? Who is so shallow? All the students turned their gaze to the girl who had just spoken up against Suchen. That's not right. Is it? How could the great god of whiskey drink the coffee like that just for that reason? The great god of whiskey must have his deeper meaning in doing this. Yes, how could the great god of whiskey be like us? Your analysis is wrong. It's too shallow. You need to watch more of the great god of whiskey's live streams. In the land of the rising sun, drinking coffee like the great god of whiskey would be considered rude. The reason he did this might also be to express something by breaking this rule. It's definitely not that shallow. You must be a junior who got early admission to Qingbei University, right? You should learn more about these things in the future. Everything the great god of whiskey does is not as simple as you think. Is it? Really? Su Chen was confused. I need to watch more live streams to learn my own operations? I can make mistakes studying myself. Something feels off. So, what are you most looking forward to hearing from the teacher when he comes on stage, besides drinking coffee? Su Chen quickly asked. Oh, there are so many. What we most want to hear is definitely the story of how the great god of whiskey detonated Mount Fuji with a pencil. Yes, it's simply amazing, isn't it? The great god of whiskey's pencil is not the same as our pencils. I hope we can ask the teacher questions later. I've already prepared a basket of questions to ask the teacher. They like to hear me analyze how a pencil detonates Mount Fuji. And they have questions to ask me? Sister, can you tell me what questions you have? Su Chen quickly inquired. There are too many questions, so I'll just pick one, like the operation of the great god of whiskey standing the pencil in the trash can. This involves many principles of aerodynamics and advanced calculus. For example, when the water splashes onto the trash can, how did the great god of whiskey know this process in advance through calculus curves and aerodynamics? This calculus and aerodynamics? Did I consider such things at that time? I know all this, but how do you want me to explain it? Su Chen had a bad premonition. This analysis conference was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had to be careful when asking questions later. If someone were to ask how he guessed that the pencil fell at the right moment, that would be a real headache. I have to be careful when calling on people to answer questions in class later. What if a student asks this kind of question? How should I respond? This kind of metaphysical question, created with hacks, is impossible to answer. But if I go on stage later, they will definitely ask such questions. How do I solve this? Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. It seemed like an unavoidable issue. Most of his actions as whiskey could be explained, but this metaphysical question was beyond explanation. How could he avoid these questions? While Su Chen was deep in thought, the conversation in his circle continued. Who do you think the main speaker is this time? Who has the ability to analyze the operations of the whiskey master? I think it's Ling, the highest ranked person in our Huaxia. She teamed up with the whiskey master during the National War, and having Ling speak is definitely qualified. Hey, I have a bold idea. Do you think the main speaker could possibly be the whiskey master himself? The whiskey master analyzing his own operations. The whiskey master analyzing himself? Why not just transform directly into whiskey to teach this class? That's a great idea. This girl's imaginative thought brightened Su Chen's eyes. The scale of today's event was enormous. He could first guest star in the first class as whiskey and then teach the subsequent classes as Su Chen. After all, he had mentioned in a previous livestream that whiskey and Su Chen were friends. This way, whiskey's appearance wouldn't seem out of place. Teaching the first class as whiskey would be incredibly easy, as there would be no reservations using that identity. The second class could start with Su Chen's identity, teaching up to 500 students. Perfect. Su Chen thought and interjected, Sisters, if the whiskey master were to teach this first class, would you still ask such questions? If the whiskey master really came to teach this class, how could we possibly ask questions? Wouldn't that be insulting to the whiskey master? Whatever the master says, we just listen. Yeah, if the whiskey master doesn't talk about these kinds of questions, it must be because we wouldn't understand, so he doesn't explain them to us. How could we be foolish enough to ask the whiskey master? What a pity. How could the whiskey master possibly appear and analyze himself as the main speaker? You never know. Su Chen smiled as he exited the circle and hurried home. Playing the role of whiskey would definitely be a good thing. It would be best if Su Chen and whiskey appeared simultaneously. He needed to find someone to play Su Chen, or use technology to create a scene where whiskey and Su Chen were on stage together. That way, no one would suspect that Su Chen was whiskey. This would greatly help in hiding his identity later on. Sister? Suya? The house was quiet and the door to Suya's bedroom remained tightly closed. Still sleeping? What time did she go to bed yesterday? Sleeping in is not good for the body, Su Chen said as he quickly walked to the door of Suya's bedroom and knocked. Sister, wake up, I need to talk to you. No, if you have something to ask, go to the system. I want to sleep. In the bedroom, Suya buried her face in the blanket and mumbled. Her head was a mess, still not processing what Su Chen had said earlier. Hey, sister, your system is useless, just open the door. I have a bold plan. I won't open it, I want to sleep. Whatever bold plan you have can wait. Suya, I'm going to break in. This door is made of special alloy. Even a missile can't break it. Oh, haha, I previously made a key for your bedroom. Does locking it work against me? Su Chen said, proudly as he took out the keychain from his pocket. Then he quickly found a key and opened the door. After opening the door, Su Chen lunged onto Suya's bed before she could react, grabbing her waist and pinning her down. Xiao Mu, when did you get a key to my bedroom? Suya struggled weakly without using her powers. I always wanted to sneak into your room to find out where the dowry was, and now it finally comes in handy. Sister, hurry. Do you have any disguise technology? You can impersonate me and act out a scene. Su Chen said quickly. Impersonate you? What do you want me to do? Take you to class? Suya replied, somewhat confused. No, I want to attend class as Whiskey. You disguise yourself as me and show up in class. What? Xiaomu, are you planning to go to class as Whiskey? That's too dangerous. If Whiskey appears at Qingbei University, it won't be peaceful here. Suya said, her expression turning serious. Xiaomu, do you want Whiskey and Su Chen to share the stage to dispel outside speculation and let everyone know that Su Chen is not Whiskey? Exactly. Su Chen and Whiskey's identities must be kept separate. This class is a great opportunity. I will guest lecture as Su Chen while using Whiskey's identity. I've already thought it through. Other countries are trying to find Whiskey's location, right? I will use Whiskey's identity to tell the world that I will visit each of their countries. The purpose of the visits is to find those mysterious 13S levels. I want to challenge them. This way, all the country's attention won't be solely focused on Qingbei University. They will be frantically searching for Whiskey's traces near their own countries. I have a good grasp of this plan. Su Chen said confidently. Do you need me to announce your lecture in advance? It seems a few students won't achieve the best publicity. A fact? Suya said, opening her system to help Su Chen publish the news online. A few students? Sister, did you not see the news? There are tens of thousands of people attending this lecture and it will be live-streamed online. We don't need to promote it ourselves. You're just giving a lecture. How did it create such a big stir? Suya exclaimed, quickly checking the current news. I don't know. It just inexplicably became such a big deal. Su Chen shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Central Media reports, Platform Live broadcasts, Qingbei University's luxurious grass field as the lecture hall. Your current treatment is about the same as in space, except there are no foreign audiences. Xiaomu, you really know how to stir up trouble, Suya said, speechless. Then, sister, I'll leave the role of Su Chen to you. I'll go think about what to teach in class. Su Chen smiled, releasing his grip on Suya's waist and turning to leave. Wait, Xiaomu, we haven't discussed how you got the key to my bedroom. What? Discuss what? Isn't it natural for me to have my sister's room key? It strengthens the bond between siblings, Su Chen said, returning to Suya's bedside, pinning her waist again, and giving her a peck on the ear. Suya instantly softened, seeing Suya's struggle gradually diminish until it stopped. Su Chen finally released her with satisfaction. He had found a way to make Suya submit without using force. Alright, I'm off now. When it's time for our performance, just adapt as needed. Oh, be careful not to give yourself away. Don't worry. Half an hour later, under Suya's cover, Su Chen transformed into Whiskey from a secluded corner, donning a detective coat and heading towards the grass field entrance. Meanwhile, a green pentagram array also appeared from a remote corner of Qingbei University. Within the pentagram, a bald man wearing a robe adorned with star patterns slowly materialized. Yes, the stars tell me Whiskey is here. How should I meet him? Forget it, let's do a divination one more time. As long as I find a way to make Whiskey immune to negative effects, the cost of the divination is completely negligible. This is ridiculous. Why does this guy always cost me at least 10 years of my life with every prophecy? The bald man said as he took out a small skull staff from his pocket. Oh great Allah, I am willing to give up 10 years of my life for a single prophecy. Let me find the Whiskey and get what I want. A flash of green light passed, and the bald man aged at a visibly rapid pace. Just as his back began to hunch slightly, a beam of green light guided him towards a woman with a child. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, there were pursuers on his trail. He was now transformed into Whiskey, leisurely making his way towards the grassy field. Since the road was filled with students wearing detective coats and hats, Su Chen's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Not bad. While there's still no commotion, I need to quickly enter the grassy field. When it's time for class, I'll just appear on the podium. When the class starts, I can interact with Suya, who is playing my role, so no one will think that Su Chen and Whiskey are the same person. After a couple of days of rest, I can kick off my fourth game of hide and seek. As Su Chen thought about this and prepared to walk to the back of the Line to enter. The sound of an argument nearby caught his attention. Hey, what are you doing, little girl? Are you trying to cut in line? Auntie, you're the ones cutting in line. And this is the disabled access, you should be queuing over there with the child. Su-chen looked towards the commotion, where a large group of parents with children were pushing a girl in a wheelchair aside. The person in the wheelchair was all too familiar. Yao Yao. She's also in the capital? Did she come overnight too? What a coincidence. Is this the law of automatic attraction for charms? She seems to be in some trouble now, Su-chen thought as he quickly walked over. At that moment, the parents occupying the disabled access were collectively attacking Yao Yao. Hey, are you planning to make me take my son to squeeze in with those college students? There are so many people there, how are we supposed to get in? What if there's no good spot once we get in? Isn't that delaying my son's studies? Yeah, just because this is the disabled access, we're not allowed to walk here? Who made that rule? By the way, are you from Qingbei University? I don't see any school badge on you. The college students over there all have badges. Could it be that you snuck in from some trash school outside? I heard there are a lot of whiskey fans, like those fans of whiskey. You're just here to join the fun. Having a leg disability makes you useless. You should hurry to the back. Make way for our children. Our kids are all high achievers from Qingbei University affiliated high school. They'll be much more useful than you in the future. Hearing these words, Yao Yao's eyes became a bit moist as she silently maneuvered her wheelchair out of the passage, queuing at the very back of all the parents and children. With parents acting this way, the children have no objections? Su-chen frowned as he roughly surveyed the so-called high achievers the parents mentioned. Most of them were wearing detective coats, excitedly chatting about whiskey. Regarding the parents' actions, these people were too embarrassed to speak up or simply ignored the situation. Seeing Yao Yao retreat on her own, they began to chat even more excitedly. Ha, now we can enter early and find a good spot. Exactly. The students from other classes are still insisting on queuing behind those seniors. It's just too stupid. That sister is so pretty, and she's not wearing a badge. She must be the kind of bad girl that parents talk about, right? Bad kids don't wear school badges, and looking at her, she doesn't seem like a student from Qingbei University. Yao Yao, who was at the back, felt a bit wronged upon hearing this and thought about turning to leave. This morning, Yao Yao had just returned to the capital with her father, Qin Xiafei, and upon hearing about the whiskey course opening, she didn't even take a break and secretly ran to Qingbei University without telling Qin Xia. She had been controlling her wheelchair for quite a while. As Yao Yao hesitated and stopped her departure, she still wanted to go in and take a look. Just as she turned her wheelchair to join the line, the aunt who had cut in line earlier and provoked her noticed and turned her eyes toward the security guard maintaining order. Hey, security. Come here quickly. There's someone who snuck in. Look at her, she doesn't seem like a student from Qingbei. Maybe she's here to cause trouble. Sitting in a wheelchair might just be a way to lower her presence and sneak in. In this day and age, are there really people with leg disabilities that can't be cured? With some extraordinary medicine, it could be cured in an instant. This person must be pretending to be disabled. There are often such cases online. The malicious aunt amplified her voice, drawing the attention of countless students around. Hey, no, my legs really can't move, Yao Yao hurriedly said. Then are you a student from Qingbei? The aunt continued. No, but I was invited. Invited? Do you think you're that important? At least make your lies sound believable. She was invited by me. Is there a problem? Taking up the disabled access and still having a reason? Su-chen frowned and stepped forward, coming to Yao Yao's side. Here he comes. The aunt looked at Su-chen's figure, her eyes flashing with a hint of green light. He's the bald man from before. Whiskey, you finally delivered yourself to me. Hee hee, the show is about to start. Come on, let me get a little closer to you. Just find any excuse to get near. Once I get close to you and pull you into the hide-and-seek space, that'll be a success. After a brief pause, the aunt disguised as the bald man continued, another one. Another without a school badge, clearly a bunch of intruders. Security. Security. Whiskey god? Yao Yao looked at the person standing next to her, feeling a bit dazed. Is this real? She didn't encounter the whiskey god in Haicheng, but now she meets him in the capital. It can't be wrong. The little charm wouldn't mistake him. Just as Yao Yao was excitedly about to say something, Su-chen directly picked her up from the wheelchair. My tool, the little charm, can only be bullied by me. Top student? Qingbei affiliated high school? Academic qualifications have nothing to do with character. Please get out of my classroom. I don't need students like this. Hey, get out of the classroom? You're cursing. 2. The aunt suddenly became inexplicably agitated and charged at Su-chen. Just as she was about to approach him, an invisible pressure emanated from Su-chen's body. Su-chen's exclusive panel popped up. Evil souls detected nearby, judge's hidden passive. Activated, provocation reduces the lifespan of the provoker. Detected multiple souls entangled within the body of the provoker. Punishment damage increased. The judge's hidden passive? This underworld judge is somewhat impressive. Malicious souls? A normal person's heart can't be completely dark. This aunt doesn't seem like an extraordinary person either. The multiple souls. Entangled indicated below. Does it mean someone has possessed her? Clearly, she's coming for me. Which country is she from? How? Does she know I'm here? Before Su Chen could think further, a scream erupted from the ant's head. Damn! What is this? The ball. Old man possessing the ant unconsciously knelt heavily before Su Chen, the green light on her body flickering continuously. The surrounding students immediately sensed something was off upon seeing this. An extraordinary person is about to stir up trouble. Here, quick, where's our school's god? It's time for you to show yourselves. Is someone causing trouble and not getting beaten up? Who is this? Has he eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, causing trouble at Qingbei University? Or is he doing it in front of our teachers? Isn't that asking for death? Who is the troublemaker? I was just watching and I was already annoyed by that auntie, bullying even the disabled. Now that she's in this state, I can only say it's satisfying. But this is indeed a bit too much. This person is probably going to be arrested and locked up for a few days. Under the shouts of countless students, the commotion quickly caught the attention of all the extraordinary teachers in the school. These teachers were all there to attend a whiskey analysis class. Which student has extraordinary powers? Don't they know they can't use them at school? I'm going to check it out. I'm going to. It can't be that some foreign spy is here causing trouble. Let's go together and make sure the troublemaker doesn't escape. Quick and decisive. While the media is just starting to broadcast live and the higher-ups haven't noticed yet, let's resolve this quickly. This class is being watched both domestically and internationally. If anything goes wrong, we will really be in trouble. Various extraordinary teachers with combat abilities rushed towards the chaotic area among the students, and the onlooking students were excited by the scene. Here they come. The A-level teacher who teaches us practical combat is rushing over. Everyone, make way. I wish this troublemaker a safe journey. I estimate he's going to get beaten up and then sent to a little black room. This troublemaker is done for. Wait, don't you think this person looks a bit familiar? The last student said while rubbing his eyes, expressing his confusion. Don't you think the troublemaker looks a lot like the whiskey god? Upon hearing this, countless students turned to carefully examine Su Chen's face, and the scene instantly exploded. No way. Is this real? The whiskey god is here? This person must be impersonating the whiskey god, right? He's acting so much like him. Wait, I remember this person said before to get that auntie out of his class. His class? This person is the main lecturer of whiskey studies. He is the whiskey god. That's right. Besides Ling, the main lecturer has another more suitable candidate. That is the whiskey god. Can we not understand the whiskey god analyzing himself? The news that the troublemaker was the whiskey god spread throughout the venue in an instant. Countless students craned their necks to look in Su Chen's direction. In the center of the onlookers, Su Chen's figure was so conspicuous. That's right, the living whiskey god. This time the main speaker is the whiskey god. What happened? Why is the whiskey punishing that person? Did something happen? That auntie is glowing green. It looks a bit strange. That auntie definitely has a problem. Inside and outside the playground, everyone's attention turned to Su Chen, and the major media outlets that had been invited turned all their cameras towards him. The news of the whiskey god appearing at Huaxia Qingbei University spread rapidly through the previous trending topics. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Wow! To see the whiskey god in person offline is simply amazing. Can I still make it to Qingbei University now? The whiskey god is going to analyze his own operations on stage? I definitely can't miss this class. The person live streaming, zoom in a bit. The living whiskey god, I want to take a photo with him. All the extraordinary teachers who learned the identity of the troublemaker exchanged glances. The whiskey is the troublemaker? What should we do? If we go up, we don't even know who will deal with whom. Let's go ask what the situation is first. I really didn't expect the whiskey god to personally teach this class. What an opportunity. You all step aside, I'll go greet the god first. The fastest running practical combat teacher said as he dispersed the surrounding students and hurried to Su Chen's side. Whiskey god, what's going on? Is there a problem with this auntie? Glowing green? The teacher from the practical training department asked respectfully. This person has used some kind of skill to control this ant, intending to approach me through her with ill intentions. Su Chen replied calmly. So what should we do? Should we go up and capture her? The teacher from the practical training department said as he was about to step forward, but was stopped by Su Chen. Not so fast, not so fast. He's about to reveal his true form. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the green light surrounding the ant suddenly separated. The green light that emerged from the ant's body gradually transformed into a bald man. This man was aging at a visibly accelerated rate. What's going on? Whiskey, what have you done to me? I clearly didn't feel my life being drained. How could my lifespan decrease? Instead of that, shouldn't you think carefully about how to explain your background next? Background? Whiskey, you don't need to know our background. Just hurry up and hand over that method. I was just the first to find you, not the strongest one. Detected that the provocateur is provoking again. The authority of the underworld judge is not to be infringed. The provocateur's lifespan is draining faster. As the system's prompt echoed in Su Chen's mind, the bald man kneeling in front felt a sharp pain in his chest, realizing that at least 50 years of his lifespan had vanished. He was now being pressed down by an invisible pressure, unable to get up or escape. Damn it! The speed at which the evil god drains lifespan isn't even this fast. If this continues, he would age to death. An A-level extraordinary being has a maximum lifespan of 200 years. Crow, I've come, you must have come too, right? Hurry, don't just stand there. No way, do you really look down on us teachers from Qingbei? Is there even an A-level extraordinary being willing to come and save people? Ha, you A-level extraordinary beings are just trash. You don't even understand what extraordinary power is. As the bald man spoke, his body gradually transformed into large black feathers, slowly dissipating. A significant portion of the feathers was used to obscure Su Chen's line of sight, preventing him from seeing what was happening inside. The one called Crow had come to save him. Before Su Chen could act, upon seeing the feathers appear, all the teachers from Qingbei rushed forward, trying to capture the two. The feathers gradually dissipated, and the bald man had long since vanished. Where did these people come from? Su Chen was filled with confusion. Handing over a method? What method should I hand over? The conversation was so vague. These people's extraordinary powers were somewhat interesting. They could attach to others and release a flurry of feathers to escape. Are they a special type of extraordinary being? When did I provoke them? It was all so inexplicable. Su Chen shrugged helplessly, holding Yao Yao and pulling the wheelchair towards the playground entrance. What should we do about the great whiskey here? Should we pursue them? No. Need, let them go. With such escape skills, chasing them would be pointless. I'll wait for them to come find me again. Before that, let me finish this class. Is it really that casual? You have enemies chasing you, and you still want to continue the class? All the teachers exchanged glances, and after sending one person to notify about the situation, the rest began to maintain order at the scene, arranging for students to gradually enter the classroom. The unfolding of events was somewhat sudden. Countless students had no idea what had happened and were immediately dismissed. They only knew that a man had howled a few times before being swept away by a flurry of black feathers. They didn't see anything else. What happened? I only saw someone seemingly trying to attack the great whiskey. This person seems like a rookie. Aside from having a unique way of escaping, he's useless. Then, it's fine. Hasn't this person heard of the great whiskey? How dare he confront the great whiskey? After a brief moment of concern about this matter, all the students turned their attention back to the class. Look, the great whiskey is stepping onto the mechanical platform. This time, the teacher is the great whiskey. Why is the great one holding a girl? Who is she? Why isn't he holding me? Quick, get your notebooks out. This might be the only chance in life to hear the great whiskey teach. We must cherish this. Su Chen, holding Yao Yao as he stepped onto the mechanical platform, curiously fiddled with Yao Yao's legs, which were clad in white stockings. Yao Yao, how did you get hurt? I was injured by a bad person using a special extraordinary power when I was little. No medicine could heal it, and only in the space can my legs function normally. Yao Yao said nonchalantly, wrapping her arms around Su Chen's neck, clearly overjoyed. She had really met the great whiskey in real life. She must remember to ask where the great whiskey lives later so she could stick to him every day, hanging on him all the time. Oh, is that so? Sit next to me. Find a spot and listen carefully. Su Chen withdrew his hand from Yao Yao's leg and placed her in the wheelchair seat. How? Did you recognize me, great whiskey? Yao Yao asked curiously. Hearing your voice and the way you speak made me know it was you, Yao Yao. Besides, only seeing you gives me a feeling of having tricked someone without any pain. Yao Yao? A feeling of tricking me without pain? Is that how you recognized me? A unique identification method? While they were chatting and waiting for class to start, the president of Qingbei University detailed the events, quickly focusing on the key point after ignoring the matter of Whiskey's enemies showing up. Whiskey was here to teach all of them. Great! Whiskey is actually coming to our school to teach. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it. Notify the students. The class will proceed as normal. But President, won't the matter of Whiskey's enemies affect our students? No problem. I'll have the special department come over shortly. They are very interested in whiskey. With the special department here, what mistakes could our students make? And how? Could Whiskey possibly be our teacher for long? He might only teach this one class. Proceed as normal. The lecture will officially start at 10. Yes. On the top floor of a teaching building at Qingbei University, a bald old man and a crow-like person stood together. Prophet, 2 years ago you were still a young handsome guy compared to me, and now, 2 years later, you're about to be buried. Prophecy is truly a terrifying ability. Whiskey has something that restrains me. He has at least robbed me of 60 years of life. Just a little more. If I could just make contact with him and throw the prop card to him, I would be the final victor," the bald old man said, coughing continuously. The person with the codename Crow looked at him and sighed. "So, where do you want to be buried? I'll try to help you negotiate. Where to be buried? No, I have one more chance. You have a life-sharing card, right? Lend me your life. You want me to kill you right now? I have a prophecy about your death. Lend me 40 years of your life and I'll tell you this prophecy. With your 40 years of life, I'll take a step back, enter the space, and compete with Whiskey in a game of hide and seek for life and death. You have that kind of prop card too, right? Just give it to me as well." The prophet grinned wickedly. At exactly 10 o'clock, thousands of students and teachers sat quietly on small benches, looking at Su Chen. The class by Whiskey was about to begin. Just as Su Chen was preparing to give an opening speech, his exclusive virtual panel suddenly popped up a message. "The player prophet has bound you with a forced character confrontation card. You will participate in a hide-and-seek game with someone codenamed Prophet. Please prepare, player, you are about to enter the hide-and-seek space. These people really have a lot of item cards. Want to have a round of hide-and-seek against me? Come on." The system has activated the difficulty doubling card. Player Whiskey has used the difficulty doubling card. The hide-and-seek game is escalating. Since you are a regular guest in the live broadcast room, the difficulty of this hide-and-seek has been upgraded. Again, the hide-and-seek challenge begins immediately. Have fun. As the system's voice faded, Su Chen suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. After Su Chen was teleported away by a white light, people were continuously teleported out of the luxurious grass field at Qingbei University. The sudden occurrence left everyone present in a daze. What happened? Where are they? Did they go directly to the hide-and-seek challenge? No way. Everyone quickly watch the live stream. The Great Whiskey has gone in. The live stream of the space is definitely about to start. Yeah, take out your phones and check. Countless students said as they pulled up various live streaming platforms, waiting for the sudden appearance of the hide-and-seek space. After about a minute, a live stream with a black screen appeared on major global streaming platforms. It started. Why are all 13 of them lying on the ground? What happened? Why are they all unconscious? This time the system didn't even give a hint before letting all the participants in. What's going on? We can only wait for them to wake up and see the situation. Late at night, under the pitch-black night sky, the countless lights of New York City appeared extremely dazzling. At this moment, in a remote alley, dim streetlights emitted faint glows, and the sounds of wild cats echoed continuously in the alley. Meow meow meow, the wild cats seemed to be in heat, their cries unusually loud. Su Chen groggily opened his eyes and got up from the ground, calmly surveying his surroundings. Where is this? Looking at the unfamiliar scene around him and feeling the throbbing pain in his head, Su Chen couldn't recall any past memories. He had lost his memory. Under the dim light, Su Chen rubbed his head in an attempt to ease the pain while observing his surroundings. There are many bright lights in the distance. This should be a big city. But why am I in this alley? Who am I exactly? Could I be someone from this city? As the pain gradually eased, Su Chen immediately began to analyze some of the current issues. He still couldn't remember anything, but he couldn't just sit quietly in a place like this waiting for someone to find him. Although Su Chen had lost his memory, he wasn't foolish enough to think that being in an alley with a headache was normal. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, with Su Chen's awakening, even though it was still late at night, the popularity of the live stream room surged once again. OMG. My God, shouldn't this man have no memory? Why is he so calm? He just woke up and isn't panicking at all. Instead, he's analyzing the situation based on the environment. Is this the magic of this man? Has the game started? Even if this man is strong, he should be arrested directly in our New York City, right? Comments flew rapidly across the live stream room, and everyone quickly made some judgments about Su Chen's current situation. Compared to Su Chen, they certainly knew more. But no matter how much they analyzed, Su Chen, who was observing the environment, didn't notice them at all. Instead, he discovered another issue nearby. It was a notebook. Right next to where he had just fainted, there was a black notebook. The newness of this notebook indicated that it was completely new. Is there something inside that reveals the truth? After murmuring a sentence, Su Chen furrowed his brows and directly opened the notebook. Upon seeing the contents, he was momentarily stunned. Codename Whiskey. Investigate the guard positions, look for weaknesses, and then proceed to steal. Select suitable teammates, familiarize yourself with the target in various ways. And after gaining the target's trust, choose the right moment to act. Swap and steal techniques, prepare substitute items in advance. All prepared items are tangible but worthless, and look for the right opportunity to swap with the target. A series of detailed theft techniques were recorded in the black notebook, and Su Chen stared blankly at the contents, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He actually felt that these techniques seemed somewhat familiar. What on earth is going on? After a moment of silence, Su Chen closed the notebook and couldn't help but murmur. He was now very certain that his appearance in this alley was definitely not a coincidence, and that The contents recorded in this notebook must be related to him. Could it be that it wants me to steal something? This thought suddenly arose in Su Chen's mind, and his gaze couldn't help but sharpen. Meow. At that moment, a cat's meow suddenly echoed in the alley, and a pitch-black figure leaped directly onto Su Chen, knocking the notebook from his hands and causing it to fall into the darkness where the streetlight couldn't reach. It seemed like a coincidence, yet also deliberate. When the notebook fell to the ground, it just happened to flip to a page. That page, which originally had no content, suddenly lit up with a few words in the dark. Codename, Whiskey. Mission, New City Metropolitan Museum. Target, enamel bowl. In that instant, Su Chen reacted and walked over to pick up the notebook, carefully reading in the dark. The fluorescent pen is invisible in the light, only revealing itself in the dark. Is this to prevent someone from picking up this notebook? Whiskey? Is this my codename? Metropolitan Museum? Enamel bowl? It seems like this is a bit challenging. Looking at the contents, Su Chen began to analyze each item, then flipped through a few more pages. Just as Su Chen expected, the following pages were recorded with some content in fluorescent ink, such as the location of the Metropolitan Museum and what seemed to be a room prepared for him. Everything felt like it had been arranged by someone. Looking at all the information above, Su Chen fell silent for a moment, then slowly closed the notebook and walked out of the alley. As the sun rose in New City, the largest city in the world, as the sun gradually rose, the entire city came to life. Su Chen wandered alone with a notebook in this city. However, while he seemed to be wandering, he was actually constantly thinking about his current situation. From the current circumstances, Su Chen could confirm that he was definitely under someone's surveillance. The notebook had already explained everything. Everything written on it was telling him what to do. The theft techniques. The target is that enamel bowl. Was I a damn spy before? Thinking about his current predicament, Su Chen helplessly shook his head. The Metropolitan Museum. Even if Su Chen had amnesia, he understood that this thing looked difficult to obtain. If he had to get that item, he would need to plan carefully. With that thought, Su Chen sighed helplessly. After comparing the address in the notebook and asking a passerby, Su Chen headed directly towards the location of his room. No matter what, I need to see what I can use. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, after Su Chen figured everything out, he no longer spoke easily. Yet, even so, the unusual calm he displayed left everyone in the live stream in constant awe. Even with amnesia, this man is so calm? In a strange city, with lost memories, how can this man keep everything so organized? Honestly, the whiskey god truly deserves to be my idol. If it were me, I would definitely be crying my eyes out right after waking up. The barrage of comments flew rapidly across the live stream. Watching Su Chen remain calm while on his way, everyone felt a surge of helplessness. Why was this man so calm? They had seen the alley where Su Chen woke up very clearly. It was so remote and frightening. If it had been them waking up to all this, while also suffering from amnesia, how terrified would they have been? This wasn't just a matter of amnesia. As human beings, our bodies instinctively make judgments about unfamiliar environments. That alley was undoubtedly one of those dangerous places. Yet Su Chen remained so calm, observing and analyzing coolly. Even after seeing the notebook, he quickly made certain decisions and immediately began to act. The entire process was seamless. If Su Chen hadn't lost his memory, they might not have been so surprised, but they had to remember that Su Chen was currently in a state of amnesia. He was like a blank slate, with no abilities beyond basic survival skills and language functions. Yet, with just that, he was able to take so many surprising actions. This man was not a god. What else could he be? No one could help but feel astonished at that moment, and a sense of helplessness rose in everyone's hearts. Moments later, Su Chen made his way directly to the room that had long been prepared for him. The room was quite secluded. Perhaps it was intentional, to avoid being noticed. The location was remote, and it was even a standalone villa. There was not a soul in sight for hundreds of meters around. After confirming the door number was correct, Su Chen walked in without any hesitation. The room isn't locked. I can't believe no one did this on purpose. He casually opened the door and observed the environment inside the room with a detached expression. He had originally thought there would be someone in the room, like a contact person, or some equipment to connect with the organization behind this. At the very least, there should have been a phone or some firearms, right? But unexpectedly, the entire room was empty. Aside from various types of clothing and some kitchen utensils, there was nothing else at all. This room is way too legal. Even someone is composed. As Su Chen couldn't help but complain. The notebook had such impressive writing, and yet, what was in the room was so legal. Was this a joke? They didn't even leave me a damn phone? Damn. With a helpless sigh, Su Chen casually changed into a suit, took some cash from the table, and walked out of the room. The situation was already quite clear. The organization behind him, or whoever had brought him here, would not provide him with any excessive help. Su Chen could only rely on his own abilities to figure out how to get that enameled bowl, and only then could he understand what was really going on. Su Chen was not a hesitant person, perhaps due to having been unconscious for too long. He didn't feel tired at all. After a moment of thought, he decided to first check out that so-called Metropolitan Museum. How did it go again? Just to scout the way, it's all written in the notebook. First figure out the situation, then look for weaknesses and wait for the right moment to act. With this in mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated and directly hailed a taxi, heading straight for the New City Metropolitan Museum. New City Metropolitan Museum. As one of the largest cities in the world, New City is renowned for its bustling crowds and vibrant atmosphere. The Metropolitan Museum is hailed as one of the top 5 museums in the world, covering an area of 130,000 square meters and housing 3 million exhibits. It includes 3 exhibition halls featuring treasures from ancient Rome, primitive cultures, Huaxia, and various parts of the world. Even though Su Chen had lost his memory, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the museum as soon as he got off the taxi. Stealing something in a place like this. I couldn't have been a notorious thief before, could I? For some reason, Su Chen suddenly exclaimed, his expression filled with helplessness. It wasn't that Su Chen was scared. It was just that the environment right in front of the Metropolitan Museum made him realize how difficult it would be to steal something here. First of all, at the entrance of the museum, 4 armed guards stood firm. Note that they were guards, not just security personnel. If you count the security guards with electric batons, there were a total of 14 people at the entrance of the Metropolitan Museum. 2 staff members were sitting at the ticket check, and the ticket check was equipped with a professional infrared security scanner. Looking at the tourists in front, it was evident that they couldn't even bring a lighter inside, which shows how strict the museum's security checks were. Even before entering the museum grounds, they don't allow lighters. This means that deliberately creating a fire source to attract the guards' attention is out of the question, unless there's a remote ignition device, but that's too unrealistic. I already noticed this in the car. Around this museum, all drone flights are prohibited for about 3 kilometers, so that method must be ruled out. We can't waste time. Also, getting familiar with the guards is unlikely. Those armed guards should have the highest authority, but the fact that there's not a single person within a few meters of them proves that the guards prohibit anyone from getting close. Additionally, the guards are equipped with AK-47 rifles. Looking at that bolt, it seems to be loaded. Standing still, Su Chen gradually articulated all his analyses. The more he spoke, the more he felt the difficulty of this task, which was almost impossible. Even though he hadn't entered the museum yet, Su Chen already sensed how challenging this task would be. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, everyone stared blankly at Su Chen on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Has Su Chen entered the zone? How long has it been? He left that alley at dawn, right? Then he rushed to check his living environment, and now he's starting? Is this the terrifying aspect of this man? OMG, I really can't imagine how good this man's mindset is. Even in a state of amnesia, he's still so intimidating. What if he wasn't amnesiac? This was a comment from an American woman watching the live stream. Analyzing the situation through the environment, this man has surprised me once again. If I could, I really want to spend a night with him. This was a sigh from a girl from an island nation. The girl upstairs is going too far. I also want to spend a night with him, even though I'm a man. Comments flew rapidly in the live stream. There was no way around it. The current whiskey was simply too shocking and captivating. The amnesiac whiskey had once again shown everyone just how terrifying he truly was. Not to mention these analyses, what was most terrifying about whiskey was his powerful heart that remained calm no matter what he encountered. If it were in the past, they wouldn't be so surprised. But now, whiskey is amnesiac. He analyzed so much without any previous experience. Could it be that these have become whiskey's instincts? Just how terrifying is this man? For a moment, this thought arose in everyone's mind, and the foreign experts couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Fortunately, the great whiskey is currently amnesiac. If he weren't, could the Metropolitan Museum withstand him? The answer to this question was enough to instill fear in them. Moments later, Su Chen had already observed the entire area around the Metropolitan Museum. He understood very well that this matter couldn't be rushed. So, he patiently circled around the entire museum before returning to the front entrance. Hello, I would like to buy a ticket. Looking at the staff in front of him, Su Chen's expression was very calm, and while speaking, he took the opportunity to glance at the positions of the armed guards. Okay, just a moment. Taking the cash from Su Chen, the ticket seller, a beautiful woman, seemed very attentive, even wearing a slight smile on her face. There was no helping it. Su Chen was already quite handsome, and now, to facilitate his actions, he had put on a suit that had been prepared in that room, making his demeanor even more remarkable, naturally catching her attention. After all, women do like handsome men. Hello, here is your ticket. After printing the ticket seller handed it to Su Chen with one hand while holding the change in the other. However, Su Chen's expression changed, and he revealed a smile, casually taking the ticket while gently brushing against the woman's small hand and softly saying, "No need for change, I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee." No need for change, I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Su Chen's tone was extremely gentle, coupled with a faint smile on his face. In an instant, the ticket seller's expression suddenly froze, staring blankly at Su-chen for a long time before hurriedly saying, thank you. I'm Elisa, what's your name? In fact, American women are quite warm, but for some reason, perhaps because Su-chen was too charming, or maybe Elisa was still young and had never been in a relationship, her face turned a bit red. Whiskey. I'll go in and take a look first. Remember to wait for me after work. Casually placing the remaining change on the table, Su-chen smiled and withdrew his hand. Now, Su-chen already had a slight idea of the environment around the Metropolitan Museum, but his current thoughts needed to focus on other aspects. The Metropolitan Museum is heavily guarded. Even if he found some flaws, he needed to understand the detailed situation. This Elisa was the best choice. Okay. Elisa nodded in a daze and directly agreed. Su-chen said no more and turned to check the tickets, then walked directly into the museum. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, watching Su-chen finish observing the entire area around the museum and his exchange with Elisa, the live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy once again. Is this the charm of this man? He casually secured a beautiful woman? Why wasn't I the ticket seller? Why? I've decided, tomorrow I'm going to the Metropolitan Museum to apply for a ticket seller position, exclaimed an American girl. It's starting. Whiskey has observed the environment around the museum, but why hasn't he analyzed it yet? I really want to know what he observed. There shouldn't be any flaws. I've been to the Metropolitan Museum, and it's really strict. A flurry of comments surged in the live broadcast room, some were marveling at Su-chen's charm, while others were lamenting why it wasn't that ticket seller, and some men even thought the same. Of course, most were eager to know what Su-chen had actually discovered. Su-chen had just walked a full circle around the Metropolitan Museum, and they couldn't believe he hadn't noticed anything, but there was also a hint of doubt. After all, Su-chen had lost his memory. By chatting with that Elisa, they could roughly guess Su-chen's thoughts, but they really couldn't fathom the specific process. In an instant, the entire barrage section erupted once again. Meanwhile, in a secret research facility somewhere in America, several experts looked at Su-chen's expression on the screen, which was somewhat grim. You all participated in the construction of the Metropolitan Museum, right? An old foreign man with glasses said. Absolutely no problem, no one can steal anything from the Metropolitan Museum. Yes, absolutely no human can do that. A wave of discussion immediately broke out, and the old man with glasses slowly nodded. He then looked back at Su-chen on the screen and after a moment of silence continued, no human can do that? Then do you say he is human? His voice was a bit hoarse and his expression was quite complex. Upon hearing this, almost everyone present changed their expressions, and the old man seemed to think of something and suddenly smiled. But we don't need to worry. After all, he has lost his memory. He is even less than a normal person now. They were all experts and professors from America. Although they were slightly surprised by Su-chen's series of reactions, it was not as exaggerated as ordinary people's, because calmness is a state that reflects how much a person has experienced. Su-chen's every action since waking up only indicated that his consciousness was quite firm and his mindset stable. But it still fell within the realm of a normal person. As long as he was still a normal person, the Metropolitan Museum would be unbreakable. For a moment, everyone in the room nodded slightly, their expressions easing. The old man sitting in the main seat also smiled, then adjusted his glasses and directly said, rest assured, we will definitely win this time. This man will not have any more miracles. Yes, I really didn't expect that this time the hide-and-seek game would be in our Eagle Nation's New York City. This time he will have nowhere to escape. By the way, what are the rules of this hide-and-seek game? We have only seen it from Whiskey's perspective. What about the others? Yes, I remember that everyone who entered the hide-and-seek space fell unconscious. They should also have lost their memory like Whiskey, and there must be a notebook beside them. Exactly, the content recorded in the notebooks beside them must be completely different. Now that Whiskey sees the notebook and suspects he is a notorious thief, what will the others think of their identities when they see the notebook beside them? There were too many mysteries troubling the experts of Eagle Nation. While it was night in Eagle Nation, it was afternoon in Huaxia. At this moment, the campus of Qingbei University in Huaxia was silent, with only a few sounds coming from the luxurious playground. Looking in, all the teachers and students of Qingbei University had gathered there with small stools fully focused on the young man teaching on the mechanical floating podium, Su-chen. That's right, it was Su-chen played by Suya. After Su-chen and some students entered the hide-and-seek space simultaneously, Suya, playing Su-chen, quickly took control of the class. The entire course directly turned into a live analysis of Whiskey's performance during the broadcast. What? Some teachers questioned Su-chen's youth? Now, the one playing Su-chen was Suya. What doubts could challenge her? An S-class. After a period of confrontation, all the teachers and students were completely convinced by Suya. Seeing this situation, the principal immediately decided to suspend classes during the live broadcast, and everyone would only attend one class, listening to Suya analyze Whiskey. Teacher Su-chen, why did the Whiskey master approach the ticket seller? Is it to gain access to the great Capitol Museum through her, a student asked. Gain access to the Great Capitol Museum through her? That's impossible. The Whiskey Master should want to understand the Great Capitol Museum in detail through this ticket seller. Then this ticket seller should be alert, right? If the Whiskey Master keeps asking her about the Great Capitol Museum, she will definitely notice something's off. How should the Whiskey Master avoid that? Go to bed? I can tell you clearly that the Whiskey Master absolutely cannot do anything with the ticket seller. He is just a titanium alloy straight man. Oh no, how could such an upright person think of using such means to obtain information? Suya said confidently, I know Whiskey very well, there won't be anything inappropriate. But, Teacher Su Chen, the Whiskey Master has already been taken home by that ticket seller. What? He dares. The students? In the live broadcast, Su Chen rented a car and took Eliza to her home. Is this okay? Shouldn't we go to a hotel? I've already booked a place, Su Chen said with a smile. It's fine, no need to spend money. I can just make a meal at home, and my sister needs to eat too. Eliza blushed as she looked at Su Chen's handsome face. Your sister is also at home? Is it not good for me to show up? Su Chen pretended to hesitate. It's fine, she's used to eating alone, and after dinner she just stays in her room and doesn't come out, so you don't need to worry about her. Oh, that's great, we can have a good chat. Yeah, we can chat for as long as we want, Eliza said with a face full of excitement. Is it a left turn here? Queens, New York? Yes, 103 Queens, New York. Following Eliza's directions, Su Chen drove to a two-story independent house and stopped. Wow, Eliza, your house is really big, Su Chen said as he got out of the car and opened the door for Eliza. The two walked to the front door one after the other. Just as Eliza took out her key to open the door, a sudden change occurred. A flash of a knife appeared inside the door. A shiny kitchen knife shot out from the house towards the two standing at the entrance. Fortunately, the knife was not fast, giving Su Chen time to react. He directly pulled Eliza aside to dodge the knife. Are you okay? Su Chen patted the still shaken Eliza in his arms. Oh, my God. Ilea, what are you doing? Eliza said as she hugged Su Chen's arm and pulled him into the room. Sorry, sister, I was just practicing what the craft teacher at the experimental school taught us. I didn't expect it to have such a big effect. A soft voice came from the room, giving Su Chen a strange sense of familiarity. After following Eliza into the living room, Su Chen saw a beautiful girl about 1 meter 50 tall wearing a teddy bear pajamas. Next to this girl named Ilea was something resembling a launcher, and she appeared very panicked, her eyes inadvertently glancing under the dining table, where it seemed something was there. Upon seeing the unfamiliar person in the house, Ilea also turned her gaze to Su Chen. Her expression became somewhat strange upon seeing him. Have we met somewhere before? Ilea said, unconsciously opening her arms, wanting to hug Su Chen's thigh. When Su Chen saw this action, he instinctively wanted to ruffle her hair. It seemed like a movement etched in his DNA. Do you two know each other? Let's not talk about that for now. Ilea, what are you doing again? What happened to you? First, you wanted me to buy a chainsaw, and now you're making something so dangerous, Alisa said angrily. Ilea, your behavior now is no different from those perverted murderers. No, it's just curiosity, Ilea hurriedly defended herself. Curiosity? Your previous interests were dolls and things like that. Since waking up from yesterday's coma, you've turned into this? A drastic change in personality after waking up from a coma? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He was also in a coma yesterday. Is there a connection? As Su Chen pondered, a virtual panel suddenly popped up in his view. Loading search box. Memory. Recovery in progress. What's going on? What is this search box? Before Su Chen could finish, a flood of information suddenly filled his mind. His confused eyes gradually brightened. He remembered. Su Chen. That's his name. This is the hide-and-seek space. Coming here means completing a task. So that's it. This notebook is misleading me. I thought I was a notorious thief. So what are the rules of this game? What should I do next? According to the notebook, should I first go to the Grand Capitol Museum to steal the glazed enamel bowl? This is the only clue I have, right? I can only complete this task first. Later, I'll see if Yao Yao has any clues after her amnesia. She looks like Yao Yao at 1 meter 50. Just as Su Chen was thinking, the system prompt in front of him suddenly changed. The search box, similar to Baidu, shattered and transformed into a beam of light that shot into his eyes. Due to the extreme danger of the current world, full information automatic search activated. Full information automatic search? What is that? While Su Chen was puzzled, he inadvertently focused his gaze on the flower pot in Elisa's house, and a piece of information appeared next to the vase. High-quality Clivia currently requires 300 milliliters of water, often neglected by owner Elisa, gradually entering a state of withering. Staring for 30 seconds can unlock detailed information. Detailed information can only be opened 30 times a day. So that's how it is. I don't need to search manually anymore. The system displays everything for me. With this in mind, Su Chen quickly shifted his gaze to the two sisters, Elisa and Elia. Alisa, ticket seller at the Grand Capital Museum, very interested in whiskey, pushdown probability 99%, currently thinking about how to resolve her sister's issues. Alie, codename Yao Yao, participant in this hide-and-seek game, Whiskey's accessory. Currently believes she is a hidden killer, wants to learn the killing techniques from the notebook, but is too timid to execute them. The notebook Yao Yao saw recorded all killing techniques? She now thinks she's a killer? Ah, no wonder this silly girl wanted to buy a chainsaw. With her timid personality, how could the system match her with such an identity? Su Chen was speechless. After Alisa tidied up, she arranged for Su Chen and Yao Yao to wait in the living room while she went to the dining room to prepare dinner. The two sat on the sofa, staring at each other in silence for a long time. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at Yao Yao's wary little eyes. Where have we met before? I've definitely seen you. We're quite familiar. Your codename is Yao Yao, right? Su Chen suddenly had an idea. Why, you know? Who are you? Yao Yao's eyes widened and she nervously moved a little further away from Su Chen. You are my carefully cultivated super tool, a super killer who automatically steps in front of bullets when danger arises. Look, I have a black notebook too. As Su Chen spoke, he took out his notebook from his pocket and waved it in front of Yao Yao. Yao, automatically step in front of bullets when danger arises? Before her amnesia, she was a super tool? That can't be right. You're lying. My notebook is full of murder techniques. There's nothing about blocking bullets. That notebook is for you to record what I say while you learn. All those murder techniques are things I've mentioned. With your cowardly appearance, you dare to kill? Your hands were probably shaking when you used the launcher just now, right? Can you even lift a chainsaw? Well, it seems so. Yao Yao was somewhat convinced by Su Chen's words but still remained cautious. No, I have amnesia now. I can't trust anyone. Not trusting anyone? Su Chen shook his hand and said, Yao Yao, come here and hug me. Okay. Yao Yao instinctively leaped into Su Chen's arms, wrapping around him like a little cat. Realizing what she had done, Yao Yao looked up at Su Chen, confused about her own position. Alright, she completely believed it now. It turned out she wasn't a killer, but a super tool. For a killer. So, how about it? Little accessory Yao Yao, do you have any questions? Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Whiskey. From now on, you're my super tool again. Su Chen's words were broadcasted live throughout the space, shocking the audience in the livestream. How did the great Whiskey know Yao Yao's name? Wasn't he supposed to have amnesia? What's going on? Why did the great Whiskey suddenly call out Yao Yao's name? Did he regain his memory? No way, judging by the previous actions of the great Whiskey, it doesn't seem like he has fully regained his memory. Could it be that he remembered after seeing Yao Yao? It's possible. It looks like the great Whiskey has regained all his memories. Why can he regain his memory just by seeing Yao Yao? Is there something going on here? Maybe as long as participants see other participants, they can regain their memories. Now the great Whiskey is ahead of many others. The expert group from the Eagle Nation was collectively stunned to see Su Chen regain his memory. It's over. The difficulty for the recovering Whiskey to enter the Great Capital Museum has decreased by more than half. Don't panic. If something happens at the Great Capital Museum, our military base underground in New York will get the alarm. This time, Whiskey doesn't have any mecha protection. Right, everyone stay calm. Whiskey can't beat us head on. I wonder how the others are doing. What about Whiskey's enemies? He's at least A-level. Damn. The space keeps us from seeing the situation of others. Quick, mobilize the water army, create a buzz in the livestream, and demand to see what Whiskey's enemies are doing now. The last expert from the Eagle Nation finished speaking and skillfully called the Pentagon's technical staff responsible for the network. They had done this kind of thing before and were already familiar with the process. Soon, a large number of water army appeared globally, creating a buzz demanding to see what Whiskey's enemies were up to. This flood of messages excited many viewers. Same request. I also want to know what Whiskey's enemies are doing. We haven't seen them yet. Let's see which great figure it is. Space Lord, please, let us see the others. +1. Space Lord used to be super accommodating. This time should be no exception, right? Same request. Amidst the cheers of billions, the camera in the livestream shifted from Su Chen to a room shrouded in smoke. Everyone widened their eyes to look into the room. In the center of the smoke-filled room, a person wearing a starry robe was mumbling around an incense burner. The smoke in the room was wafting out from the incense burner. Is this the enemy of the great Whiskey? What is he doing? Is he cultivating? Could it be that his notebook tricked him into cultivating? No way. Tricked into cultivating? Does he really think he's a cultivator? The expert group from the Eagle Nation looked at Whiskey's opponent, who was mumbling and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Is this person an A-level challenger? Did he have no doubts? After getting the notebook? Did he just assume he was a cultivator and start practicing according to what was in the notebook? It's over. How can Whiskey's opponent be this kind of person? Before the global audience could see the final steps of cultivation, the live stream shifted to showcase other challengers. This time, the perspective was from the top floor of a skyscraper where a winged person stood gazing into the distance. Oh, is this also an enemy of the great Whiskey? He looks so intimidating. Just a bit old. Yeah, Whiskey's last enemy was also quite old. Is this the legendary old monster? Have you ever seen a challenger with wings? Have birdmen already appeared in the space? Why are we completely unaware? The winged person captured the attention of all the viewers. Experts from around the world looked at this person with grave expressions. Which country has developed the method of merging humans and beasts? Biological grafting? This is going to be condemned morally. My God, has it really appeared? The technology of human-beast fusion. We must find out which country this person is from. This is insane. Beastmen have come out. Which country is playing so big, not afraid of catastrophic consequences? If biotechnology combines the advantages of humans and beasts, that would create a new race. Non-human races will surely have different hearts. If there are more beastmen like this, it would pose a huge threat to humanity. No, we must find this person. We need to crush them all in the cradle. Before the beastmen rise, quick, call the leaders of all countries. Beastmen must not appear in the world. We must unite to eliminate the emergence of this race. Whether beastmen are higher or lower level beings than humans, we must eradicate this race. As everyone spoke, the live stream camera switched to an ultra-high angle shot. The entire building was revealed to all the viewers. Which building has such a large letter A on top? Does New York have such a structure? Some viewers expressed confusion about the letter A. Yeah, I've never seen a building with the letter A in New York. Where did this building come from? I checked the map and there is no building with the letter A in all of New York. Is this space virtually created? Is there something wrong with this New York? The expert group from Eagle Country felt an ominous premonition about the appearance of this building. Damn, does this New York differ greatly from the real one? Does that mean our secret military base underground in New York might not exist? I've checked. There is no number over 100 on Queen Street. That Sister Yao Yao is also fictional. The last shot the system gave us is trying to tell us that this is not the real New York. This New York has things added by the system, so there might be strange things appearing on this map. This is also one of the difficulties of this game of hide and seek. Before the audience could figure out the reason for the building's appearance, Su-chan and Yao Yao began to get Eliza drunk. Since he had regained his memory and obtained the cheating system, Eliza was no longer needed. First, they would put Eliza to sleep, then complete the tasks in the notebook at night, and after finishing the tasks, return to solve Yao Yao's task. A perfect plan. The operation to get Eliza drunk went very smoothly. Eliza completely did not refuse Su-chan's offer to drink. Especially after pushing Yao Yao into the room, Eliza and Su-chan drank even more happily. Half an hour later, after finishing her last drink, Eliza swayed and stood up. Her face flushed as she looked at Su-chan and said, "Whiskey, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you please help me upstairs?" Dizzy? Su-chan's eyes lit up as he stood up to support Elisa, waving a finger in front of her eyes. "Elisa, what number is this?" 2, Elisa said, covering her forehead. "Oh, it's 2, right? Then there's no problem." Su-chan smiled and tapped the back of Elisa's neck, knocking her out cold. Done. Su-chan thought to call Yao Yao, who was hiding on the second floor. Staircase down. "You watch your sister. I'll go complete the tasks on my notebook. After I finish, I'll come back to solve the problems on your notebook. By the way, what task do you have on your notebook? Eliminate a heinous criminal." "Oh, that's easy. I'll come back later and get you a gun. We can roam around New York at night. The chances of encountering a heinous criminal are just too high." As he spoke, Su-chan pulled out Elisa's wallet, took the large bills and her phone, and quickly left through the door. After leaving Elisa's house, Su-chan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Metropolitan Museum. He already had a general understanding of the museum, and now it was about how to steal that bowl and how to escape after getting the glazed enamel bowl. The glazed enamel bowl is one of the national treasures of Huaxia, which had previously ended up at the Metropolitan Museum due to war. Since we are bringing back our Huaxia national treasure, this must be a righteous act. After getting this bowl, I need to find the quickest way to escape. Playing hide and seek with these police officers would be pointless. What to do? Huaxia's items, got it. I'll steal the national treasure and hand it directly to Huaxia. They will definitely arrange everything. This move is called utilizing national power. After a brief moment of thought, Su-chan took out Elisa's phone and searched for information on the Huaxia embassy in the Eagle Country. He was fortunate to find some contact numbers for individuals. Jiang Cheng, a diplomat at the Huaxia embassy in the Eagle Country, graduated from the law department of Qingbei University. That's her. After getting out of the taxi, Su-chan directly dialed Jiang Cheng's number. It was nighttime, and Jiang Cheng was still in the embassy office organizing some documents. Ding ding ding, her phone rang. So late, who could be calling? Could it be from Huaxia? It's possible, it's still daytime in Huaxia. Jiang Cheng thought as she answered the call, and a male voice came through. "Hello, lawyer. Jiang, I apologize for disturbing you so late. I am a Huaxia citizen, and I have a question that urgently needs answering. Calling me Lawyer Jiang? Is it a legal issue? Jiang Qing glanced at the incoming phone number. It was a local American number. Did a Huaxia citizen encounter a problem and need help? Is there something wrong? You can tell me. Our Huaxia embassy will definitely protect citizens' legal rights abroad. You can ask me anything legal. Lawyer Jiang, if I steal the national treasure from the Metropolitan Museum, how will Huaxia protect me? Stealing the national treasure from the Metropolitan Museum? Jiang Qing had thought about this before. The Metropolitan Museum was very close to the Huaxia embassy. She could see the entire museum from the window next to her desk. When she had just become an ambassador here, she had planned countless times how to sneak into the Metropolitan Museum to retrieve Huaxia's national treasure and then quietly return to the Huaxia embassy, using the embassy's power to transport the national treasure back to Huaxia. But that was just imagination. The security at the Metropolitan Museum was extremely tight, and trying to steal something was nearly impossible. With that thought, Jiang Qing sighed and replied, Sir, I can understand your patriotism, and I also don't want our Huaxia treasures to be lost abroad. If given the opportunity, I would be even more eager than you to go to the Metropolitan Museum to welcome our national treasure back home. If you can retrieve the national treasure from the Dada Museum without alarming the guards, I assure you that both you and the treasure will appear at a Chinese airport the next day. The billions of us Chinese citizens will prove that you have been at home all along and have never set foot in the Eagle country, and the national treasure was dug up from your own backyard. Jiang Qing spoke these plans without a moment's hesitation. This was a scheme she had long thought out. Oh, really? Lawyer Jiang, are you at the embassy now? I'll take the national treasure out of the Dada Museum and come to the embassy shortly, Su Chen said as he strolled closer to the already closed Dada Museum. He plans to bring the national treasure back soon? Is he expecting me to be ready at the embassy? Is he really going to retrieve the national treasure from the Dada Museum? After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Qing quickly replied, Sir, I meant you must not alert the police after you take out the treasure. If you charge into the Dada Museum with a gun and directly steal the national treasure, we will be meeting in prison or at a funeral tomorrow. Sir, please do not act impulsively, Jiang Qing said as she hurried to the window, looking towards the Dada Museum. There really was a person holding a phone over there. Is this for real? Sir, I think we can discuss this together. I see you, and we can come to the embassy to discuss how to safely retrieve the national treasure. Jiang Qing tried to calm Su Chen, urging him not to act rashly. Don't worry, I'm very clear-headed right now. Alright, Lawyer Jiang, since you're at the embassy, let's start your plan. Wait for me at the embassy, arrange for a plane to escort the national treasure back home, and we'll see each other soon. Trust me, retrieving our national treasure from the Dada Museum isn't that difficult, Su Chen said, as he turned and waved his hand towards the direction of the Chinese embassy, then hung up the phone. What? Sir? Hello? Jiang Qing said anxiously, but all she received in response was a busy signal. When she looked back towards the Dada Museum, Su Chen's figure had already vanished. This is going to be a big problem. What should I do now? If this reckless person gets caught, it would be a huge joke. Now Jiang Qing faced three choices. First, call the police in the Eagle country to inform them of this matter. Second, pretend nothing happened and wait for this person to get caught, then go to the police station the next day to bail him out. Third, believe that he can really retrieve the national treasure from the Dada Museum. Prepare a special plane to pick him up. Can he really do it? Jiang Qing recalled Su Chen's last words, feeling a bit lost. After a brief hesitation, she bitterly smiled and dialed a number. Hello? Captain Chang, arrange for our special plane to wait at the airport. Something significant is about to happen. A batch of important items needs to be swiftly transported back to China, and I will file a record with the Eagle Country Airlines. Also, arrange for a car to come to the embassy. These items are very important, and their safety must be ensured. After implementing the plan she had simulated multiple times in her memory, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone and looked towards the Dada Museum. If this operation fails, I will take full responsibility. Consider it paying for my recklessness. After hanging up Jiang Qing's call, Su Chen strolled closer to the side of the Dada Museum, staring intently at it for 30 seconds, pulling up detailed information about the museum. A miniature virtual museum appeared before his eyes. As soon as Su Chen focused his thoughts, he could dismantle the outer shell of the Dada Museum and see the internal structure inside. System, give me the best path to ensure I can retrieve the glazed enamel bowl, all the national treasures of China inside, and escape smoothly. As Su Chen's words fell, the entire model of the Dada Museum exploded before his eyes. Countless complex internal structures presented themselves to him. Finally, a path that traversed the entire building appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Is it really this simple? No turns needed? Is there such a loophole? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and carefully examined the path provided by the system. Next to the simplest path, there was a 30-minute countdown. After 30 minutes, would this path disappear? First, let's climb up to the roof and see what's going on. Su Chen thought as he looked around the environment. After confirming that there were no passers-by, he directly scrambled up the outer wall of the Great Capital Museum towards the roof. At this moment, the global live stream had focused on Su Chen, and all the viewers knew that Whiskey had begun attempting to complete the tasks on the notebook. Go, Whiskey! The tasks in that black notebook are really tough. No challenger has completed them yet. Yeah, now it all depends on whether Whiskey can complete this task. I'm super curious about the specifics of this game of hide and seek. It's extremely difficult for an F-level infiltrator to enter the Great Capital Museum, let alone retrieve a national treasure. There are all sorts of infrared scans inside. If Whiskey dares to touch anything in there, he will be discovered immediately. Exactly, and it's not just infrared scans. The armed guards we saw earlier are all on standby inside, and the monitoring room is under 24-hour surveillance of the Great Capital Museum. Experts from various countries were puzzled as they saw Su Chen climbing onto the roof. Has Whiskey watched too many movies from the Eagle Country? Is he trying to enter the Great Capital Museum like the thieves in the films? Isn't that a joke? Yeah, the skylight on the roof of the Great Capital Museum is made of special materials. Even a sea-level power-type extraordinary being might not be able to break it. I remember the Great Capital Museum also installed gravity sensing facilities, right? Anything added inside will be detected. Could it be that Whiskey has never stolen anything before? A novice? That can't be. As the experts spoke, the live stream camera rose to the rooftop. Damn! What is that? Looking at the scene on the roof of the Great Capital Museum, all the experts were stunned. The special glass of the large skylight had been completely cut out by a cutting machine and placed aside. A rope hung from the roof, extending into the interior of the Great Capital Museum. Someone had entered the museum to steal something before Whiskey. What the hell? Who is this person? They just made Whiskey a decoy. Goodness, this person has cleared all the obstacles for Whiskey. He can go down the rope now. If the Great Capital Museum hasn't noticed that a thief has entered, then the gravity sensing system on the ground must have been compromised, and the guards stationed in the venue might have been dealt with. Whiskey must have calculated this. I said, why did he rush to the rooftop without any tools? He must have known someone was going to steal something. The experts were speechless at this point. Now, Whiskey will definitely be the first among these 13 people to complete the task in the black notebook. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Is Whiskey just that lucky? Does he have good fortune wherever he goes? Is he truly favored by God? Whiskey definitely isn't familiar with the thief who went down first. It really was just a chance encounter. This luck is unmatched. Now, to hope for Whiskey to make a mistake, we can only expect him to run into that thief in the museum and have a dispute. As the experts spoke, Su Chen climbed to the top level of the Great Capital Museum and discovered the already open skylight. Ah, has a fellow thief already arrived? What are they stealing? What a coincidence to run into them, Su Chen said as he crouched down, looking at the device next to the skylight that was flashing a green light. This is an infrared scanner, right? This thief is quite well prepared. Not only did they open the skylight, but they also disabled all the infrared alarms around it. So all I have to do now is follow this rope down and smoothly take all the national treasures from the Dada Museum? This is simply too easy. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly grabbed the rope and began to climb down slowly into the Dada Museum. The surveillance equipment and special alarm systems inside the museum must have been dealt with by that thief earlier, and perhaps even the officers in the museum had been taken care of. Now, he just needed to go in, exchange glances with that thief, and then they could each do their own thing. If a fight broke out in the Dada Museum, who knows what kind of trouble could ensue. The system's countdown is still ongoing. I must pack everything up and leave within 30 minutes. This time, I truly have the heavens on my side. Coming a bit earlier or later wouldn't do. Only the timing of my arrival now is just right. Su Chen thought as he slightly quickened his pace, sliding down the rope and entering an exhibition hall filled with armor in the Dada Museum. After glancing at the massive armor, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I rushed out too quickly and forgot to bring a bag. Where can I find a piece of cloth? Su Chen thought as he quickly moved forward, casually tearing down a vintage curtain from the Dada Museum and tying it up to use as a makeshift bag. The viewers in the livestream were amazed at Su Chen's appearance, dressed in a suit while committing a robbery. As expected of the Whiskey God, this is the first time I've seen someone come in wearing a suit to take things. Indeed, even the bag for carrying things is made from local materials. Can you say he's unprofessional? You can't, because he is the Whiskey God. Maybe he anticipated this situation long ago. I've learned so much. In the future, if any viewers want to go abroad to bring back our national treasures, just learn from the Whiskey God's methods. Wait, I remember the Whiskey God's task was to take the glazed enamel bowl from the Dada Museum, right? Why is he using such a large vintage curtain to carry a bowl? The last viewer's comments sparked deep thought among everyone. Could it be that the Whiskey God plans to take other national treasures besides the glazed enamel bowl? No way. Is the Whiskey God preparing to take all the national treasures of China in one go? I remember the Whiskey God's black notebook only had one task, right? Just to get the glazed enamel bowl. Why would he take other national treasures with him? A viewer raised a question. Could it be that the whiskey god is trying to exceed his task? He wants to see if exceeding the task will yield more rewards from the Black Notebook? It's possible, but perhaps the whiskey god simply wants to bring more national treasures back to our homeland, even though he is currently in a hide-and-seek space. The last viewer's comment garnered countless agreements from netizens. That's right, the whiskey god doesn't need to take the risk of bringing these national treasures back. The reason he's doing this is to ensure all the treasures return home. I'm a fan now. Oh, I am already a die-hard fan of the whiskey god. Does this action also indicate that the whiskey god has great confidence in bringing all the national treasures back? Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take such a big risk. Look, the whiskey god is about to start taking items from under the glass display case. This glass cover is machine-controlled. It can't be opened by any device without the manager's command. Look, the whiskey god has stopped here. It seems he can't take out the national treasures inside. What exactly is this cabinet? Seeing the questions arise in the live stream, a knowledgeable person provided some background on the origin of the cabinet. This is the most advanced protective cabinet display in the world. The transparent glass cover is made from ultra-strong materials. As soon as this glass suffers even the slightest damage, its built-in sensors will immediately emit a piercing alarm. This glass display is directly connected to the ground. It's completely impossible to take it away with the display. It is hailed as a safe second only to Swiss vaults. In a room of the Metropolitan Museum, Su-chun looked at the items individually enclosed in the cabinets, feeling a bit stuck. Why hasn't Ling coming yet? I didn't even bring my computer. How am I supposed to take this thing? System, open the detailed information on this protective device. Item Protector, version 1.5. This protective cover cannot be opened by any means without the administrator's command, except by short-circuiting it. After the system's prompt, Su-chun noticed a flashing red dot at the bottom of the cabinet. Please press this spot hard to push the outer metal into the cabinet. Short-circuiting it will open the cabinet? Is it really that simple? Su-chun, puzzled, pressed his hand on the red light indicated by the system and then forcefully pushed the outer metal into the cabinet. As Su-chun pressed down, the lights on the glass cover began to flicker, and after a moment, all the lights went out. The glass cover opened on its own. The audience? Who just said this glass display case was very secure? Step forward, I really feel like I can do it too. The whiskey god just casually pressed it and disabled this safe? Got it. Let's go rob the Metropolitan Museum. Turns out these glass displays are just for show and not useful at all. If I had known this, I would have just cleaned out the Metropolitan Museum. The director of the Metropolitan Museum, witnessing Su-chun's actions, broke out in a cold sweat. This glass display case has such a huge flaw? What if someone starts stealing things? Thinking of this, the director quickly picked up the phone to call the museum staff, wanting them to temporarily close the museum. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The staff had already called in. Director, it's bad. These tourists have somehow opened all our display cases. Now everything is being frantically snatched. The staff's terrified voice was mixed with continuous gunfire, clearly indicating that a shootout had already begun. The museum director's vision went black and he fainted on the spot. The commotion at the Metropolitan Museum in reality did not affect the hide-and-seek space. Su-chun's looting journey continued. Zodiac Dragon Head? Take it. Wang Shiji Mural? Take it. Huasha Bronze Sword? Grab it. Van Gogh? Leave it. Even thieves have their principles. Su-chun's backpack was getting fuller and fuller. Over 100 pounds now. It's almost packed. Next up is the glazed enamel bowl. Su-chun thought as he quickly headed towards the arrow indicated by the system. Upon arriving at the storage place for the glazed enamel bowl, he saw a person dressed in black with only their eyes visible. It was the thief who had come down earlier. At this moment, the thief was holding a small black bag, cautiously trying to exit the exhibition room. Su-chun and this thief encountered each other right at the entrance of the exhibition room. After a brief moment of vigilance, both sides fell silent. There would definitely be no good outcome if a fight broke out now. After assessing the current situation, the thief glanced at the small black bag in his hand, then looked at the bag behind Su-chun, and immediately gasped. Unable to help himself, he whispered, "Dude, I'm here to steal, and you're here to stock up, right? This is too much." "Oh, brother, you're thinking too small. Since you're here, it would be a shame not to take a little more before you leave. If we get caught, it's definitely the death penalty. If you take less, you'll still get the same death sentence as me, so wouldn't that be a huge loss? I just passed by that exhibition hall, and there are curtains like this. You should hurry up and repack. Look at your small bag. How can you be such a useless thief?" The voices of the two exchanged glances and were faithfully reflected in the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, this thief is definitely dumbfounded. The whiskey master is here to stock up. People are afraid of comparisons. The whiskey master has a huge bundle of things, while this person only has a small bag. It's ridiculous. Thief, is this the gap between people? How big is the heart? How big is the bag? Ha ha, it seems this Thief really listened to the whiskey master and went to get a bigger bag. Experts from around the world, after hearing Su Chen's words, immediately analyzed a different meaning. Whiskey is inciting this thief. He doesn't want this thief to sneak away with the goods through the skylight. Exactly, if this thief sneaks away through the skylight first and then removes the rope, Whiskey will be in big trouble. He needs to delay the thief's departure. Whiskey must climb up to the skylight before the thief. This thief has no psychological burden in tricking a fellow thief. Don't be fooled by the brotherly act between Whiskey and this thief. When it comes to tricking someone, he won't hold back. This time, the experts guessed correctly. Su Chen was indeed inciting this thief to stay. If the rope for the skylight is really taken away later, his escape plan will become much more complicated. Moreover, leaving someone here as a scapegoat is also a good thing. After the thief left, Su Chen rushed into the exhibition hall without hesitation. When his hand touched the glazed enamel bowl, the black notebook in his bag vibrated inexplicably. It must be new information. After wrapping the glazed enamel bowl in the cloth at the bottom of the display stand and placing it in his bundle, Su Chen ran towards the skylight while pulling out the black notebook from his pocket to check its changes. On the middle page of the notebook, information was slowly appearing. Welcome player Whiskey to officially start the escape werewolf mode. Since you are the first player to complete the task, the character of the great thief you are playing will be listed as the #1 wanted criminal in New York City, Eagle Country. In this game, the 13 challengers will be divided into 2 camps to confront each other under the capture of certain forces in New York City. Your identity in this game is. The handwriting at the back of the notebook became increasingly blurred to the point where Su Chen could not see what was written at all, but at least he finally understood the hide-and-seek mode. Escape werewolf. This time, he had to complete the camp confrontation under the pursuit of mysterious forces in New York. Being listed as the #1 wanted criminal means he will be closely monitored by mysterious forces soon. Currently, there are 3 main points of information: 13 challengers divided into camps to confront each other, and mysterious forces pursuing us. The first thing to do is to deliver these national treasures to the Huaxia embassy. My identity information being vague might be the reason the task hasn't been completed. After delivering the national treasures back to the Huaxia embassy, I need to figure out who the enemies are, who the teammates are, and what the mysterious forces pursuing us really are. Su Chen thought as he arrived at the position of the skylight rope, where the little thief had already started to climb slowly with a bag similar to Su Chen's. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, the thief's climbing speed increased dramatically and he pulled out a small knife, pretending to cut the rope. Just as the experts predicted, this thief wanted to sever Su Chen's escape route. Oh, brother, you're a bit dishonest. Next time you cut the rope, remember to climb higher, Su Chen said, jumping 2 meters high with over 100 pounds of items, grabbing the rope in the terrified gaze of the thief and climbing above him. After a brief moment of confusion, the thief instantly understood the current situation and quickly looked up at Su Chen, saying, "Big brother, no, I was just joking. Bye-bye, when the police arrive, I'll trouble you to be the scapegoat, okay? I like jokes too," Su Chen said, with a smile, then kicked the thief to the ground and swiftly climbed onto the skylight to retrieve the thief's rope. Walk your own path and leave others with no way to go. Amidst the thief's furious curses, Su Chen quickly escaped from the Dada Museum. Not long after he left, a piercing alarm rang out from the north side of the Dada Museum. The thief had been discovered. "Brother, go ahead and enjoy your time in jail," Su Chen said as he took off the large bag behind him, hugging it in front of him, and swaggered towards the Huaxia embassy. The viewers in the live stream let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chen's escape. That was close. If the whiskey god had been a moment slower, he would have been left in the Dada Museum. Yeah, right? Has that thief never seen a transcendent? Doesn't he know that it's not easy for a transcendent to jump 2 meters high? If he wanted to cut the rope, he should have at least climbed a bit higher. Now it seems there shouldn't be any problems for the whiskey god. We just have to wait for him to complete the task and see what his identity is. Werewolf game? Faction? Battle? Can't wait. At this moment, expert teams from various countries began to conduct comprehensive analyses and speculations about this game mode. In this confrontation between the 2 factions, one faction must be in an absolute minority. Because there are a total of 13 people participating in this hide-and-seek competition, it's impossible to distribute them evenly. Exactly, judging by the name werewolf, one team must play as werewolves, hunting down the challengers from the other faction, and the werewolf faction can have at most 3 members. Mysterious forces hunting in New York? Is there some hidden power in New York that we don't know about? Contact the experts from the Eagle Nation and ask them about the situation. At this moment, the experts from the Eagle Nation were completely baffled by the inquiries from other countries. Aside from having a military base underground in New York, they had no other mysterious powers. It doesn't make sense. What mysterious power in New York could threaten whiskey that we don't know about? Has anything major happened in New York recently? It doesn't seem like it. What are these mysterious powers? Could it be the mysterious powers mentioned by the system are those S-level powerhouses? One expert from the Eagle Nation hesitantly proposed his view. All the experts' eyes lit up upon hearing this. It's possible. If the mysterious powers chasing are those S-level powerhouses, then it all makes sense. Right. How did we not think of that? If the ones being hunted are S-level powerhouses, then everything adds up. S-level poses a significant threat to whiskey. If what you're saying is true, then all these S-level mysterious powerhouses are hiding in New York, possibly even citizens of our Eagle Nation? Quick! Notify the media to report. We need to find them within New York. If this power can be utilized by our Eagle Nation, the world's landscape will truly change. While the Eagle Nation was busy, the operation to steal the national treasure continued in the hide-and-seek space. At the entrance of the Huaxia embassy, Jiang Qing anxiously watched the direction of the Dada Museum, which was continuously sounding alarms. She had already arranged for vehicles to the airport at the back door of the embassy according to the plan, now just waiting for Su Chen to arrive. The alarm at the Dada Museum has sounded, indicating that the person's theft has been discovered. Now it depends on where he was found. If it was inside the Dada Museum, then we really have to go rescue him tomorrow. But if he has already stolen the national treasure and the Dada Museum only realizes something is missing afterward, then this theft will be a complete success. We must keep pushing forward. Jiang Chang was looking around when suddenly, from the direction of the Dada Museum, a man appeared carrying a huge bundle. Ha! He's here! Jiang Qing's face lit up with joy, and she hurried forward, but after a moment's thought, she stopped again. Does it really take such a big bag to carry a national treasure? This man can't be that gentleman, can he? Jiang Chang mused, ignoring Su Chen's figure, and continued to gaze towards the Dada Museum. To her surprise, the man with the large bundle was actually walking towards the embassy. To avoid disrupting the handover of items, Jiang Qing quickly asked, "Excuse me, sir, this is the Huaxia embassy. May I ask what you need?" Su Chen, holding the large bundle, carefully sized up Jiang Qing, who was standing at the door, and quickly said, "Hello, you must be Lawyer Jiang, right? I've brought the items." That voice sounds so familiar. It's the same voice from the phone call. Lawyer Jiang, you've brought the items? The national treasures? Jiang Chang looked at the large bundle Su Chen was holding, somewhat shocked, and said, This is so much? Yes, I've brought back all the national treasures from the Dada Museum. Would you like to take a look? They should be undamaged. All the national treasures? He took all of Huaxia's national treasures out of the Dada Museum? My goodness! Some of those are fragile items. Come in quickly. Let's talk inside. Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to be joking, Jiang Chang hurried forward to help him with the large bundle and walked into the embassy. At the back door of the embassy, she and the captain responsible for transporting the national treasures began to unpack the bundle. Dragon head, bronze sword, Wang Shiji, mural. Jiang Qing had studied identification for a while, and these were all authentic pieces. This person really packed up all of Huaxia's national treasures from the Dada Museum. It's simply unbelievable. Captain Wang, hurry! Escort these national treasures and this gentleman back to our homeland. Time was of the essence. After checking the national treasures, Jiang Qing quickly called Captain Wang to start packing the treasures into boxes. Seeing the situation, Captain Wang knew just how important the items he was transporting were. He had seen that dragon-headed bronze statue before. This was a national treasure of Huaxia. Sir, we will set off as soon as we finish moving the items, Captain Wang said while carefully handling the national treasures. Okay, I'll help too. Su Chen nodded and joined the team moving the treasures. Just then, a white spider silk shot down from the sky, pulling the bronze sword from Captain Wang's hands into the air. Wow, what is this? What are you doing? You were behind the recent theft at the Dada Museum, weren't you? A red figure appeared on the roof of the embassy. Someone has come? The mysterious forces from New York are here to hunt us down? Su Chen warily looked up at the roof, and when he saw the red figure, he was completely stunned. Spider-Man? The character from the Marvel movies of his past life actually appeared here? So Spider-Man is the mysterious force the system mentioned? No, the Avengers in Marvel are the mysterious forces capturing us. We're playing a game of werewolf and hide-and-seek in the Marvel world. System, open Spider-Man's detailed information. Name, Peter Parker, codename, Spider-Man, A-Class. Extraordinary, possesses some characteristics of a spider, crisis sensing, and super recovery ability. It really is true, this time, he has to complete the werewolf challenge while being pursued by those superheroes. As Su Chen was thinking, the audience in the livestream looked at Spider-Man in confusion. Who is this guy? A circus performer? He's got some skills. That web shooting device is impressive, definitely black technology. The whiskey god calls him Spider-Man? This guy has spider-related powers? Another special extraordinary. Is he this time's challenger? I don't think I've seen him before. He should be this time's challenger, right? Can't recognize him with that mask on. No matter who this person is, he is definitely here to cause trouble. The whiskey god is about to fight him. Experts from around the world looked on in shock at this extraordinary being using spider silk. Could he be like that Birdman, synthesized through biological means? A mix of human and spider genes? He doesn't seem to have 8 legs. He must have inherited some special abilities from spiders. This is definitely not one of the 13 challengers participating this time. He should be one of the mysterious forces in New York. So it turns out these biological mutants were indeed created by the Eagle Nation? Regardless, the Eagle Nation can't clear its name now. Quick, hold a press conference to condemn the Eagle Nation first. The experts from the Eagle Nation looked at Spider-Man in confusion. Where did this guy come from? Do we have this person in our records? Damn. Call the president and ask how many secret plans he hasn't told us about. Genetic mutation technology has been secretly developed by our Eagle Nation for a long time. This Spider-Man must have been officially created by us. I need his information. Is this plan so tightly sealed that even our expert group doesn't have the authority to know? It doesn't make sense if we don't know who above us is researching this technology. Quick, bring me the phone. I need to apply to access the project information. This Spider-Man has been exposed. There's no reason to keep it from us anymore. The head of the Eagle Nation's expert group dialed the leader's number. Before he could ask, the leader immediately scolded him. The leader, can someone explain to me what that Spider-Man in the live broadcast is about? Oh, so you've grown some guts and dared to hide illegal research from us. If you don't hurry up and submit all the materials, just wait to spend the rest of your life in prison. The expert head? Boss, isn't this something you all hid from our expert group? How could we possibly do this? I was about to apply to access the project information. The boss, hearing the expert group's leader's words, was instantly furious. What? We hid a project from you experts? Without you experts, who would we find to research this project? What? You still don't want to hand over the project information? The military is already in the conference room. You figure it out. Damn it. I have to go to the press conference. Goodbye. Beep beep beep. The call ended. The head of the expert group hung up in a daze and turned to the others. Is there someone here taking private jobs? And even coming up with new technology? The experts all shook their heads. This is really bizarre. If the higher-ups aren't hiding anything from us and we have no one researching this, then where did this Spider-Man come from? Could he be a creation from the hide-and-seek space? Just like the one at 100 Queen Street? One expert pondered and proposed his viewpoint. That's impossible. If this person was created from the hide-and-seek space, how would Whiskey recognize him? Exactly. If this person was created from the hide-and-seek space, Whiskey couldn't possibly know him. So this person exists in reality. He is hiding in New York and hasn't been found by us. Just as the Eagle Nation's expert group was in chaos, the conversation between Su Chen and Spider-Man continued. Seeing Su Chen recognize his identity, Peter Parker directly stated his purpose. So, are you going to turn yourselves in, or should I take you in? These things were stolen from the Great Capitol Museum, right? I happened to pass by here and just happened to see you, sir, escaping from the museum with the curtains of the Great Capitol Museum. Today is not a good day for stealing. No, Spider-Man, you misunderstood. These are all things we dug up from our own backyard, not taken from the Great Museum. After collecting his thoughts, Su Chen said with a smile, dug up from your own backyard? Come on, are you joking? Spider-Man replied, speechless. That's right, these were all excavated from our country's land, but they ended up here, and we want to take them back home. These things don't belong to Eagle Country. I heard you're a partner of justice. Spider-Man, which side are you on now? These are all national treasures of our Huaxia, and I believe there's no other way to bring them back to Huaxia. As Su Chen spoke, he turned to signal the two to continue loading the national treasures onto the truck. Wait! Several strands of webbing stuck directly to Jiang Qing and Captain Wan's feet. What now? As a partner of justice, are you going to stand on the side of Eagle Country? Su Chen looked at Spider-Man with some confusion. How can I trust you? Based on just a few words? Don't tell me the people next to you are the ambassadors of Huaxia. Maybe you all conspired together. International thief Whiskey. As Spider-Man spoke, he took out his phone and showed Su Chen the content on the screen. A large red wanted poster. Whiskey, a top thief wanted in various countries, with robbery amounts exceeding billions. What the hell did you steal that's worth so much? If you really want to return Huaxia's national treasures, then hand them over to me, and I'll personally return them when I travel to Huaxia next time. Return them next time? If I can wait until then, I wouldn't need you. Su Chen was speechless and casually picked up another bronze sword from the pile of national treasures. Looks like this will have to be resolved by force. The viewers in the live stream immediately understood Su Chen's intention when they saw him pick up the bronze sword. Is the Great Whiskey going to confront mysterious forces? Is a direct fight about to happen? Wow! This is the first time seeing the Great Whiskey in a direct confrontation. Usually, he uses his intellect to completely overpower his opponents, and he rarely needs to fight. This guy using spider silk as a weapon looks pretty capable. The Great Whiskey probably won't be able to take him down quickly. If the Great Whiskey can't resolve the fight quickly, he might attract the attention of the police. If he's going to confront directly, he must be confident he can take down Spider-Man in a short time. Spider-Man looked at Su-chen's stance, somewhat surprised. Buddy, you want to fight me? And with cold weapons? You can't be serious, right? If you pulled out a gun, I might be a bit cautious. To fight you, cold weapons are enough. As Su-chen spoke, he swiftly cut the webbing trapping Jiang Cheng and Captain Wang with a few sword strikes, then signaled the two to hurry and drive away. You guys just go, no need to wait for me. It's urgent to return the national treasures to Huaxia. Okay, be careful. After escorting the national treasures, I'll come to bail you out of jail. Hold on. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing grabbed the national treasures and rushed into the car. Captain Wang followed closely behind. Hey, you. Really don't take me seriously? Stealing right under my nose and still want to run? Spider-Man said as he shot a massive web at the car. System, open detailed information on Spider-Man. Conduct real-time analysis and prediction. Immediate action, use webbing to trap the windshield of the car in front. Predictive action, prepare to use the web shooter to aim at the street light on the left. Starting aerial agitation. Sure enough, I can know all your next moves. How can you fight me like this? Su-chen thought as he casually swung his sword, accurately cutting the webbing. Spider-Man shot into two. At the same time, Captain Wang successfully started the car and sped towards the airport. What? After a brief moment of surprise, Spider-Man immediately shot a web towards the streetlight on the left, preparing to swing through the air and catch up with Captain Wang and his companion's vehicle. Another flash of cold light appeared, and the web that had just connected to the streetlight was directly severed by Su-chen's sword. Before he could react, Spider-Man fell from the sky to the ground. The live stream slowed down Su-chen's movements, leaving countless viewers in shock. Whoa, it seems like Spider-Man's actions were a beat slower than Whiskey God's, right? Just as he raised his hand to shoot the web at the streetlight, Whiskey God jumped right over. What is this? Prediction? Did Whiskey God anticipate Spider-Man's actions? I'm kneeling on the ground and my knees are already giving out. Whiskey God's direct confrontation is unlike anyone else. He predicted all of his opponent's actions. How can he fight like this? It's over, this Spider-Man is going to be the first pursuer taken down in this match. Experts from around the world widened their eyes at this point. Whiskey has this kind of ability? He can instantly analyze Spider-Man's every move? Is his IQ really that high? This is too exaggerated, right? Fighting while calculating like this, isn't he afraid of burning out his brain? With such high-intensity analytical ability. Why isn't Whiskey in our country? If he were here, Zeus and the like would have to step aside. This Spider-Man is doomed. His IQ is completely outclassed. He only has one way to deal with Whiskey now, and that is to fight him without thinking. Just go wild. Only by completely abandoning strategy can he possibly escape Whiskey's calculations. But is that even possible? Soon, Spider-Man provided the answer. Impossible. Every attempt he made to escape using his webs was interrupted by Su-chen. No matter what method Spider-Man used, he could not evade Su-chen's pursuit. Yes, in this battle, he was completely being overwhelmed. How are you doing this? After narrowly dodging Su-chen's thrust, Spider-Man looked at him in confusion, predicting all of his movements. Was that even possible? Some of his actions had been completely improvised. Scientifically speaking, it was utterly impossible to predict. Moreover, his spider sense seemed to have completely failed against this mysterious person. He could not foresee where he would be in danger. This was a situation that had never occurred before. You'll have plenty of time to think about it when you're asleep, Su-chen said calmly, quickly moving forward and slapping his sword horizontally at Spider-Man. This time, Spider-Man wasn't so lucky. He was knocked out cold. Current status of Peter Parker, unconscious, spider suit automatic alarm sent to Iron Man Tony Stark, who will arrive on the battlefield within 5 minutes. Spider suit, damage level 16%, activating full protection mode, surface has electric shock facilities, please handle with caution. Iron Man is about to arrive on the battlefield? Forget it. The goal has been achieved, no need to linger here. I should hurry to find Yao Yao, Su-chen said as he casually tossed the bronze sword beside Spider-Man and turned to head back to Yao's home. Just as he passed by numerous police cars and prepared to catch a late-night taxi home, a humanoid figure shot through the sky like a meteor towards the spot where Spider-Man lay unconscious. At the same time, Su-chen's notebook in his pocket vibrated again. Jiang Chang had already loaded the national treasure onto the plane. The mission was completed beyond expectations. Standing under the streetlights, Su-chen took out the black notebook from his pocket and opened it, the previously blurry text gradually becoming clear. Your current identity is werewolf. Your task is to assist the mysterious force in killing all the evaders. My identity is a werewolf? Does that mean I'm in cahoots with Spider-Man and the others? But I just offended them. As Su-chen furrowed his brows in thought, the place on the notebook where his codename was written gradually became illusory. The 3 characters for Whiskey seemed to have faded, as if smeared with ink. What's going on? Right, system, check my black notebook. Someone, unreadable, exclusive black notebook. It contains some deceptive information. The identity of this notebook's owner is a wolf. What the hell is someone? Isn't this my exclusive notebook? So my identity might not be a wolf. I've got some wolf's notebook. If it weren't for the external help, I might have been misled by this notebook into thinking I was a wolf. So what is my identity, really? I need to go back and check Yao Yao's notebook immediately. Suchin quickly hailed a taxi, and after paying double the fare, he returned to Yao Yao's home within half an hour. At that moment, Eliza was still asleep while Yao Yao was anxiously pacing around the house. Upon seeing Suchin walk in, Yao Yao was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Whiskey God, have you finished your business? That alarm from the museum just now wasn't caused by you, was it? Nothing happened, right? If you thought something would happen, would I not bring you my tool? Yao Yao, let me borrow your notebook." As Suchin spoke, he repeatedly examined the notebook in his hand. The function to check detailed information couldn't reveal who the original owner of the notes was. This seemed to be a limitation on his abilities. After taking Yao Yao's notebook, Suchin silently recited in his heart, "System, check the detailed information of this notebook in my hand." Someone's exclusive notebook filled with the memoirs of a terrifying killer. The original owner of this notebook should be a murderer. A murderer? This is a clue. This means that Yao Yao's current notebook belongs to a challenger who has killed excessively. Why does her notebook contain such information while mine does not? Is it because the identity recorded in the notebook is a wolf? No, the clues are still too few. I must find more notebooks to prove my guess. In this werewolf game, everyone's identities are completely chaotic. I need to find at least half of the notebooks to determine the identities of the other challengers. While pondering, Suchin suddenly found an unexplainable point. I can gradually determine the identities of other challengers through the query system, but how do the other challengers determine others' identities? The notebook in my hand representing the werewolf doesn't state what special skills the werewolf has. Without special abilities, how can the other challengers determine others' identities? Am I overlooking something? As Suchen thought, the system panel in front of him suddenly lit up. Players Whiskey, Player Prophet, Player Black Crow, and Player Thick Black Scholar have found their identities. Challenger chat box opened. Challenger offline meeting activated. When all surviving challengers are within 500 meters of each other, the offline meeting can be initiated. After entering the offline meeting, all challengers can collectively vote to directly kill one person. Besides me, 3 others have found their identities. The system didn't say that the identities we 4 found are our own. Something similar to the Evader chat box has appeared again. This time it's a bit different. This time, there are 2 players from different factions in the collective chat box of 13 challengers. Challenger offline meeting? This thing is definitely going to be difficult because its mechanism is collective voting to kill. All challengers will worry. What if the one voted to death is themselves? Challengers with a sense of crisis will directly choose not to attend the offline meeting, and then this meeting will be scrapped. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were excited as the challengers chat box appeared. Here it comes, the pinnacle of intellectual confrontation. Now let's see how the Whiskey Master utilizes this chat box. This challenger's chat box is definitely a game changer. All the amnesiac challengers will start probing each other. If anyone reveals their location or identity in the challenger's chat box, they'll be sent away on the spot. On the playground of Qingbei University, numerous students raised their hands to ask Su Chen, "Teacher Su Chen, what should we do if we encounter this challenger's chat box in the hide-and-seek space?" Yeah, it's not good to lurk in this chat box. I wouldn't even know what to say. I feel like I'd just drop dead. We have no experience in this kind of verbal sparring. If we say the wrong thing, we'll be exposed immediately. After listening to the many students' questions, Suya pondered for a moment before responding. The best method is to wait for the other challengers to speak first, then judge what you should say based on the situation. Those who don't know what to say can refer to what others say and just echo them. If it's the Whiskey Master, then he will definitely take the lead and guide the entire conversation. You all need to take notes on everything the Whiskey Master says. When you go back, make sure to carefully consider why he said those things. This will greatly enhance your thinking abilities. Yes. The students looked at Su Chen on the podium with admiration. Teacher Su Chen is amazing. His analysis is spot on. Our professors can't do that. Exactly, Teacher Su Chen's theories on technology are truly unbeatable, leaving those professors and students speechless. I heard Teacher Su Chen is under 20. Ladies, you better seize the opportunity. Don't even think about it. I've already started chatting with Teacher Su Chen. We had a great time last night. He's a super warm guy. After a moment of noisy chatter, the students returned to focus intently on the live broadcast. Just as Suya expected, after a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen chose to take the initiative and strike first. All challengers except me have lost their memories. They don't even know about the hide-and-seek space, which gives me a huge advantage. I'll drop a bombshell to take control of the entire chat's rhythm. Let's have an offline meeting. In the challengers chat box, Whiskey, let's meet offline. No matter which camp you're from, it will be clear as day. I still don't understand why I'm playing this deadly game. Let's all gather and chat. Anything is fine. Seeing Su Chen's message in the challengers chat box, all the viewers in the live broadcast room became excited. Here it comes. The Whiskey Master is going to hold an offline gathering and cause chaos. As long as this group gathers, this match can end quickly, right? The Whiskey Master is a werewolf. Isn't that just random killing? The viewers in the live broadcast room didn't have any hacks. They currently didn't know that the notebook in Su-chan's hand wasn't his. Yes, in this match, the Whiskey Master is a wolf. Once the offline gathering starts, the Whiskey Master will definitely take them out one by one. Experts from around the world furrowed their brows upon seeing this. Whiskey took the initiative to speak, gaining the upper hand in the conversation, as long as a few challengers agree with his plan. It will be easy for Whiskey to trigger a herd mentality in the group. Now all challengers are in a state of amnesia. Faced with Whiskey's all-in-one solution, they will surely be tempted. As long as nothing goes wrong from here on out, the probability of Whiskey winning is very high. Now, as long as Whiskey instructs Yao Yao to send a message of approval, it's likely to lure out many challengers who are on the fence. Just as the expert group anticipated, after a brief silence in the chat box, Yao Yao's message appeared. Yao Yao, alright, it's Whiskey, right? You pick the place, preferably tonight, and we'll come over to settle this matter. Whiskey, of course, no problem. I'll try to choose a place with a lot of people for the meeting, that way, no one can object, right? After witnessing Su-chan's self-directed Q&A during the live broadcast, all the viewers were shocked. Indeed, it's the great Whiskey, leaving no stone unturned. He even pretended not to know Yao Yao. Yao Yao is doing a great job as a decoy. This should definitely lure out some lurking challengers, right? After all, everyone knows that dragging this out isn't a good thing. The great Whiskey even mentioned meeting in a crowded place. Isn't that lowering the guard of all challengers? Too cautious, right? I feel like this is definitely a textbook statement. I've already noted it down. Most challengers were fooled by Su-chan's words, hesitating to echo below. By Xing Yuan, alright, just tell us the location, and let's quickly end this killing game. I want to see who the wolf is. Knowledge is power. The werewolves must be in the absolute minority. If we all gather together, they definitely won't have a chance to act. Thick Black Scholar, I have no problem. You name the place, and we will definitely gather. Su-chan nodded in satisfaction at the effect he had created. This was it. Push for an offline gathering, then find an excuse to scrutinize their notebooks for detailed information. He wanted to end this competition quickly. He wasn't ready to deal with Iron Man or the Hulk yet. He had to finish the fight before these people came knocking. Su-chan thought as he replied in the challenger's chat box, Whiskey, then let's meet under the Statue of Liberty in New York. It's an open area, and there are quite a few people there at night, making it an excellent gathering spot. After a brief silence in the challenger's chat box, a row of agreeing messages appeared. Just as Su-chan was about to express that he would arrive at the Statue of Liberty first, a different voice burst forth from the chat box. Prophet, Whiskey, you want us to talk in such an open place? You must have ulterior motives, right? If something happens later, we won't even be able to escape. Everyone, don't believe Whiskey's words. I'll reveal my identity. I have obtained the identity of the Prophet. Yes, just like my code name. I belong to the good side. My special ability is, as long as there are challengers within a 300-meter radius of me, I can predict their identity. Whiskey, do you dare to let me predict you? You are definitely the wolf. Hearing the Prophet's words, Su-chan raised an eyebrow. Troublemakers were still showing up. This person called the Prophet was truly relentless. Even with amnesia, he still wanted to oppose him, trying to lead my rhythm, slandering my identity. Whiskey, oh, how coincidental. Your code name is Prophet, and your identity is the Prophet. Where's the luck in that? This identity of the Prophet can't be something you made up, right? Didn't you complete your task? Show us your notebook later. I bet it's just a wolf pretending to be a good person. Everyone, be careful of this person called the Prophet. You might just get tricked by him. Pay special attention when voting later. The Prophet, dressed in a starry robe, sneered as he spoke. Whiskey, although my strength has dropped to F level, my ability to predict has not disappeared. Through my prophecy, I vaguely remember that you are my enemy. I must take you down. Let me ask you this. Do you dare to show your notebook? Su-chan's eyes lit up at the Prophet's statement. A loophole had appeared. Whiskey, oh? How do you still have memories from before? Why can't I remember you at all? So, you slandered me like this just to get back at me. So, you made up the identity of the seer too. The reason you want to confront me up close is to take me out. Everyone, pay attention to this seer. He is a wolf. This person doesn't want us to gather because he's afraid we'll discover his identity. The thick-skinned scholar said, Seer, do you have memories from before? Your amnesia? Quickly tell us what's going on. The Wild King said, Yes, Seer, your slander against Whiskey raises suspicions of revenge. The probability of you being a wolf is very high. Yao Yao added, That's right, right? You still want to face Whiskey? You must be looking for a chance to take him out. The direction of the chat suddenly changed. The seer was left dumbfounded. What? Why is everyone supporting Whiskey now? He only learned through prophecy that Whiskey was his enemy. He hadn't foreseen anything else. How to explain this? After a brief silence, the seer gritted his teeth and typed in the chat, Aren't we supposed to gather in front of the Statue of Liberty? Good. I hope you dare to come. You are definitely a wolf. His outburst only made him seem a bit guilty. The viewers in the live stream were left stunned by Whiskey's impressive display. He directly resolved the identity crisis and splashed dirt back onto the seer. This seer has fallen into the language trap of the great Whiskey. He just blew up. Exactly, he shouldn't have claimed to have information from his past life. That's equivalent to standing against all challengers. Now all the challengers think the seer knows the reason for their amnesia. The seer has become the biggest threat in their minds. What will happen next? Will the offline meeting resolve this game in one go? Looking forward to it. After shifting his gaze away, Suchen immediately turned to Yao Yao and asked, "So, can you still get on my head now?" "Get on your head?" Yao Yao thought for a moment and nodded. "I think I have that skill. It should work. Let's give it a try. If you can't get on my head, then we'll have to raid the police station and grab some firearms and bulletproof vests for protection." "Okay then," Yao Yao said as she wrapped her arms around his neck and began to chant a spell in a broken manner. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Eliza walked out, clutching her neck and looking pained. "Whiskey, what happened?" "I passed out after drinking. Did I hit my neck?" Eliza said, looking up to see Suchen holding Yao Yao. "So your purpose in inviting me to dinner was to get close to my sister?" "Pervert. Eliza is still a year away from adulthood." "Ha? How did you wake up?" Suchen was a bit surprised. "That shouldn't be. After I hit you, you should have slept for a whole day." "What? You were the one who hit me, you." "Before Eliza could finish her sentence, Suchen quickly approached and knocked her out again. Well, if they were still in the hide-and-seek space tomorrow, he would have to check Eliza's neck. After placing the once again unconscious Eliza on the bed, Suchen and Yao Yao embraced again, trying to merge. After a burst of brilliant blue light, Yao Yao, glowing with colorful light, invisibly sat on Suchen's head. Success. Later I'll take Yao Yao and my notebook to fool them. With Yao Yao's shield blocking a bullet should be no problem. After signaling Yao Yao to quietly be a tool on his head, Suchen left Yao Yao's house, took a bicycle from the yard, and rode towards the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, Spider-Man Peter Parker, who had been knocked out by Suchen, woke up at the Avengers headquarters. Captain America and Iron Man Tony Stark were by his side. "Mr. Stark, what happened to me?" Peter Parker asked, feeling confused. "Nothing much, just a bit of a concussion." "You finally met your match this time," Tony Stark said, casually pointing in the air, where a virtual screen appeared showing footage of Suchen battling Peter Parker. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Stark, I'm chasing this thief. He's really good, able to predict all my moves." "Sir, have you caught him?" "No, and it's not quite right to call him a thief. He just wants to return his country's national treasure." "Maybe we're the ones who stole his stuff," Stark replied calmly. "Also, I looked into the claims that Whiskey stole hundreds of billions, and it turns out they're all fabricated. It seems someone is deliberately trying to frame Whiskey. Damn, this framing is way too obvious, right? The stuff he stole is almost half of my total wealth. Hey, what should we do? This guy named Whiskey is really strong." Spider-Man Peter Parker reminded. "We want him to join the Avengers. But first, we need to assess his strength and character," Tony said, pulling up the city's real-time surveillance. Suchen's figure appeared, riding a bicycle. "Sir, are you going with the captain?" "Yes, we're both going to check out this young man named Whiskey." Late at night, next to the Statue of Liberty, bright lights shone as groups of romantically inclined young people gathered to soak in the atmosphere of freedom. From the audience's godlike perspective, 13 challengers had arrived one after another beside the Statue of Liberty. Most of them blended into the crowd, moving slowly with the throng. Everyone was waiting for Suchen to arrive. The prophet was no exception. He was carefully blending into the crowd, hand on his waist holster, searching for Suchen's figure. That day, having sacrificed 10 years of his life, he regained some memories from before his amnesia. In the images, he knelt before Whiskey, his eyes filled with rage and terror. "Whiskey is definitely my opponent. I must eliminate him at all costs. Even if I'm his teammate in this match, I must completely eradicate him. This werewolf identity has given me too many advantages. My goal is to kill everyone from the other camp. I can try to find other wolves among the challengers and team up with others to take down Suchen. Everything depends on the situation." Just waiting for Suchen to arrive, the other 12 evaders, while surveying their surroundings, inadvertently spotted someone riding a bicycle, waving a black notebook. "What the hell? Who is he? Holding a black notebook? He must be one of the challengers in this death game, right? Isn't he a bit too arrogant? Doesn't he fear for his life? Where did this fool come from? Doesn't he worry about getting shot in the back? Whiskey? That's him. Now that there are so many people, I can take him out directly. No one should discover my identity, right?" The prophet, hiding in the crowd, recognized Suchen's identity at once and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just as he was about to draw his gun to shoot, Suchen suddenly sped up, darting to the side of the Statue of Liberty, which was in the prophet's blind spot. "Damn it! I need to get closer to shoot him," the prophet said, slowly moving toward Suchen's position. At that moment, Suchen, who had already reached the Statue of Liberty, said in the chat box, "Whiskey, everyone? You see my figure now, right? You can come out with the Black notebook, right? Everyone can come out without worry. We're now less than 500 meters apart. If anyone dares to shoot, we'll vote to execute the murderer. No hesitation. Now, who knows when the next gathering will be? The sooner we resolve this, the sooner everyone can go home. After receiving the message from Su Chen, the other challengers took a moment to think before choosing to pull out their black notebooks, slowly stepping out from the crowd and gathering towards Su Chen's location. Damn it, kid, consider yourself lucky. The prophet had no intention of perishing alongside Su Chen and could only walk out with the black notebook. From this point on, all 11 remaining challengers appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. 11 black notebooks also came into view. System, check the details of these notebooks. Someone's notebook is filled with investigations into infidelity. It seems to be a detective's notebook, and the identity on it is the prophet. Someone's notebook is filled with drawings of pretty clothes and little skirts. It seems to be a girl's notebook, and the identity on it is a civilian. Someone's notebook is filled with statements about grotesque creatures. It seems to be a criminal's notebook, and the identity on it is a werewolf. Detective, investigating. Infidelity, isn't that me? Little skirts? Besides Yao Yao, there are no other girls here. This must be Yao Yao's identity notebook, right? There shouldn't be any crossdressers here. As he continued to look, Su Chen frowned. All the remaining notebooks were about criminal activities. Could they all be wolves? Only Yao Yao and I are the good ones here? Something's off. So far, only I, the prophet, the black crow, and the thick-skinned scholar have completed the tasks in the notebooks and obtained the identities listed. The 4 known identities are the prophet, civilian, and 2 wolves. If the space isn't joking, there can be at most 1 wolf among the remaining 9 notebooks, and all the others must be civilians. The criminal methods recorded in these notebooks are set by the system to confuse me. But what if the system is really just joking? Su Chen couldn't help but think of the identity of the regular guest in his live stream. That's right. This identity would only increase the difficulty for him. In other words, outside, there might really be all wolves. Coming to this offline gathering is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Wait, there's another question. The prophet and the civilian must be on the same side. Since there are no special abilities, why not just use the same name? Wouldn't it be better for the prophet to just be called civilian? So the prophet must have special abilities. Given the current situation, the probability of me being the prophet is very high. But so far, I have no special abilities other than the external aid. Could it be because the prophet's notebook isn't in my hands? Su Chen thought, his eyes lighting up. That's it. The prophet's notebook isn't in my hands, so I can't use the prophet's abilities. These werewolves' notebooks also aren't in their respective owners' hands, so they don't have special abilities either. It must be like that. I need to find an opportunity to get my and Yao Yao's notebooks back and try again. If there really are all wolves here, I can create an information gap. Disguise myself as a wolf. A sheep in wolf's clothing. Su Chen thought, smiling as he looked at the challengers gathering around him. The viewers in the live stream saw Su Chen's expression and began to flood the comments. Here it comes, the standard smile of the whiskey god. Someone's going to be unlucky. Ha, I suddenly remembered, when the whiskey god tricked Yao Yao before, he had the same expression. The whiskey god is about to show off. The whiskey god is a wolf, now everyone is in trouble. Maybe the whiskey god and his wolf teammates will send everyone away in one round. Space Lord, can you show us everyone's identities now? So looking forward to it. The last viewer's comment garnered agreement from everyone. Yeah, Space Lord. The match is about to end. You should satisfy our curiosity. Right. All-powerful Space Lord, please fulfill our wish. I'll send you rockets. Count me in. I also send rockets. Hey, why is there no button to send rockets in this livestream? I can only send silver tickets. Amid the requests from countless viewers in livestreams around the world, the hide-and-seek space revealed the identities of the 13 participants. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, there was 1 prophet, 1 civilian, and 11 wolves. All the viewers worldwide were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell? 11 wolves? I thought there were a ton of good people in the camp. How is this supposed to work? The Great Whiskey and Yao Yao are in the good people camp. They have to deal with 11 wolves. Aren't they directly surrounded by the wolf camp? If the Great Whiskey keeps giving us such huge surprises every time he's in a camp, it's going to be a disaster. So the notebook in the Great Whiskey's hand isn't actually his? Everyone mixed up their notebooks. So that's how it is. Experts from around the world immediately began a comprehensive analysis after seeing the current situation. Right now, Whiskey is definitely at a disadvantage. If these wolves recognize each other, he will die on the spot. 11 wolves can directly vote him out. These wolves haven't completed the tasks in their notebooks yet. They still don't know their identities, which gives Whiskey a chance. Whiskey must eliminate all the wolves here during this offline gathering. Otherwise, once all 11 wolves know their identities, he won't have any chance left. What will Whiskey do? He has to kill at least 9 wolves at this gathering. Otherwise, the wolves will still have the advantage at the next offline meeting. In the hide-and-seek space, 11 people stood with black notebooks beside the Statue of Liberty in New York, forming a large circle with Su Chen at the center. What's going on? Why are we missing one person? The offline gathering is only useful if everyone is present. A man in a floral shirt frowned and said, Yao Yao is in stealth mode while using her skills. It doesn't matter if everyone is here or not, anyway, only 4 people have completed the tasks in their notebooks. We came here just to see the identities of these 4 people. Right, Whiskey, right? You're the one hosting this offline gathering, why? Don't you tell us your identity? Wait, didn't a prophet say you were a wolf? Where's that prophet? Step up and confront him. Someone among the 11 started to jeer. Prophet? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy. By the way, can my judge passive still be used here? If it can, wouldn't that mean if I get close to the prophet, he'll die? Su Chen said, turning to scan everyone's information, finally fixing his gaze on an elderly man in a starry robe. You must be the prophet, right? You say I'm a wolf? Step up and confront me. With so many people watching, if there's a wolf among us, no one can escape. Humph. Whiskey, a wolf is still a wolf. The notebook in my hand can prove I'm the prophet, the prophet said, raising his foot to walk towards Su Chen, but an inexplicable sense of fear made him retreat. He suddenly felt an unexplainable dread about getting close to Whiskey, a fear etched deep in his soul. Hey, what's wrong? Aren't you the prophet? Why are you backing down? Come on. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, signaling the prophet to come closer. This is a confrontation. Why should I stand in front of you? What if you take me out? The prophet forced himself to find an excuse and then opened the black notebook in his hand for everyone to see. Everyone, look. My identity in the notebook. I'm really the prophet. Whiskey is the wolf. Everyone focused on the prophet's notebook, and indeed, it stated his identity. Whiskey, what about who would have thought that the organizer of the gathering is actually a wolf rushing right to our doorstep? Everyone be careful, there might be a wolf teammate among us who will come to rescue Whiskey. As they spoke, the crowd surrounded Su Chen, the encirclement gradually tightening around him. The viewers in the live stream began to feel anxious. It's over. How can the great Whiskey prove he isn't a wolf? The identity on his notebook is that of a wolf. If the great Whiskey proves he isn't a wolf, once the other 11 wolves know his identity, he will still die. It seems like a deadlock. Now, the great Whiskey can't say he's a wolf, nor can he say he's not a wolf. Yes, the current situation was very unfavorable for Su Chen, as only 4 people, including him, knew their identities. If Su Chen told the others they were all wolves, they would definitely not believe him. He had long been prepared for this situation. The key to breaking the deadlock was the absent Yao Yao. The others thought Yao Yao was not present. Without Yao Yao, an offline gathering vote could not be held. The method to break the deadlock was simple. Directly disguise as a wolf and team up with another wolf to start a frenzied hunt. 2 against 10. With the non-combatant Yao Yao, it became 2.5 against 10. First, let's check the detailed information of the other wolf to see if they could fight. Su Chen thought as he turned his gaze to the man in the black robe. System, check his detailed information. Codename, Black Crow, Orc. Subordinate of Mr. World, Special Class A-Level Powerhouse. Current identity, Wolf. Subordinate of Mr. World? Orc, Crow? Could this guy be the one who rescued the seer before? System, check the seer's detailed information. Codename, Seer, Cultist of the Evil God. Subordinate of Mr. World, Special Class A-Level Powerhouse. Current identity, Wolf. As expected, they are both subordinates of Mr. World. Are there any exploitable aspects here? They both have amnesia and don't recognize each other. The seer currently thinks he is a good person, while Black Crow has the identity of a wolf. I can disguise as a wolf, team up with Black Crow to take down the seer, and then kill everyone else. Su Chen thought, opening his notebook and first showing it towards Black Crow's position. Let Black Crow confirm his identity first. Come, take a look, I'm a good person, Su Chen said, slowly moving closer to the seer's position. After seeing Su Chen's identity, Black Crow fell silent for a moment before quietly moving closer to the people around him. He understood Su Chen's intention, although he didn't know how Whiskey knew he was a wolf. Cooperating with him to take down the others was the best plan. Hey, seer, did you see my identity? Am I a good person? Su Chen said, vigorously shaking his notebook. As he walked towards the seer widened his eyes and took a closer look. Wasn't this a wolf? Whiskey, you've exposed yourself. Wolf. What? Wolf? The others wanted to shift positions to confirm Su Chen's identity. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly lunged at the seer without warning. Attack! After getting close to the back of a nearby person, Black Crow heard Su Chen shout and unhesitatingly extended his claw-like hand, piercing into the back of the nearby person. The situation changed dramatically. The audience was left dumbfounded. Whiskey actually chose the most dangerous option, directly playing the role of a wolf in a riot. What the hell? The great Whiskey directly played the wolf riot. Doesn't he fear death? Even if he has a wolf teammate, he can't take on 10 players, right? Wait, how does the great Whiskey know Black Crow is a wolf? They didn't communicate before, right? Logically, the great Whiskey should only know his own identity now. Yes, the whiskey god has not communicated with anyone alone throughout the entire process. How did he know the identity of the Black Crow? Werewolf? Could it be through eye contact? Just now, the whiskey god and the Black Crow exchanged a few glances, and in just a few seconds, they had already communicated their identities. Through their eyes? This time, not only were the audience dumbfounded, completely unable to grasp the current situation, but the expert groups from around the world were also baffled. How did Whiskey determine the identity of the Black Crow werewolf? Does anyone know? I just rewatched the eye contact between Whiskey and the Black Crow. Whiskey signaled the Black Crow to start killing, and at first, the Black Crow's eyes showed a look of confusion when he was staring at Whiskey. This indicates that the Black Crow also doesn't know how his identity was exposed. Why is Whiskey becoming more and more inscrutable? While all the experts were going crazy over Su-chan's actions, Su-chan had already approached the seer. After a brief moment of panic, the seer immediately drew a pistol from his waist, aimed it at Su-chan's head, and was about to pull the trigger. Evil souls appear around and ambush the judge. The judge is hidden. Passive activates, provoking the judge will shorten your lifespan. Detected multiple souls entangled within the provocator's body. Punishment damage increased. The judge's divine might is inviolable. Double punishment begins. Here it comes. The judge's divine might. This is the gamble. After the system's voice echoed in Su-chan's mind, the seer in front of him began to decay. At an astonishing speed, the 40 years of lifespan borrowed from the Black Crow was rapidly diminishing. 10 years, 20 years, 60 years. The seer's pistol fell directly to the ground, his eyes wide as he looked at Su-chen, and he vaguely saw a deity with an indistinct face behind Su-chen. What is this situation? What is that thing behind you? The seer wanted to say something more, but his life had already returned to the underworld, completely vanishing. Player Whiskey kills player Seer. Current remaining players 12. Player Black Crow kills player Scholar Heisey. Current remaining players 11. The system's voice rang in the ears of all challengers. The hide-and-seek challenge began to see casualties. The battle had started, and the identities of the two wolves had been confirmed. After observing the situation, the remaining 10 immediately chose to unite. They charged directly towards Su-chan and the Black Crow. Whiskey, you really underestimate us, don't you? 10 against 2. Are you out of your minds? These two are worth killing. Once we take care of you two wolves, the game can end, right? Everyone, attack together, don't hold back. The thick black scholar shouted as flames ignited all over his body, leading the charge towards Su-chen. Su-chen did not look at the charging thick black scholar at first. Instead, he bent down to pick up the notebook next to the seer. The moment he picked it up, a virtual panel popped up. Congratulations! You have found your identity notebook, Seer. As the Seer in this round, you will gain the following abilities: 1. A one-time 100% chance to reverse fate, predicting a future beneficial to yourself. 2. Every 4 hours, you can check the identity of another player once. 3. Once both the Seer and the civilians have obtained their exclusive notebooks, they can hold a small meeting every other day to eliminate one player. Just as I thought. Only by obtaining my exclusive notebook can I gain skills and my true identity. I am the real Seer. As expected, this game will be me and Yao Yao against the remaining 10 wolves. The 3 abilities of the Seer, aside from the completely useless second ability, are all godly skills. First, predicting a future beneficial to oneself can be used to save one's life in a critical moment. I can use it right now. Secondly, as long as he can get Yao Yao's notebook, he and Yao Yao can form a small meeting to vote to eliminate someone. Help Yao Yao get the notebook, then squeeze out the utility of the Black Crow, and finally vote the Black Crow out together with Yao Yao. The tool Black Crow. Everything can be a tool, even the enemy. The profitability that Su-chen obtained was displayed on the public screen in the live broadcast room, and countless people began to mourn for the Black Crow. The audience clearly also thought of the usefulness of the third skill. Whiskey God is definitely going to use the third skill to take out the Black Crow. What a tragic guy. The Black Crow served as a henchman for Whiskey God for 1 round and then was directly sent away by Whiskey God. I wonder if he will be furious when he watches the replay. I feel like the Black Crow will definitely be infuriated by Whiskey God, helping the good guy and killing teammates for so long. Only Whiskey God can do this. If only we had a way to trick such a good henchman into joining us. At Qingbei University, in the luxurious grass field, Suya began to predict Su-chan's next actions. As far as I know, Whiskey is very reckless, somewhat like an opportunist. After obtaining the 3 skills of the prophet, he might directly use the first skill to gamble for a favorable fate. He wants to end this game of hide and seek directly, and I believe that Whiskey already knows the identities of everyone present. Suya's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Why, Teacher Su-chen? How does Whiskey know the identities of all the challengers now? Yeah, Teacher Su-chen, Whiskey didn't have the prophet's ability before, and the prophet's ability can only be used once every 4 hours. Teacher Su-chen, your judgments are too decisive, right? How could Whiskey be reckless? I think he will definitely escape safely with the Black Crow and then slowly eliminate the others using the Black Crow. Exactly, escaping is definitely Whiskey's best choice right now. How could he want to risk everything to take out everyone at once? Facing the doubts from the audience, Suya smiled and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Once everyone settled down, she slowly said, "Because I understand him better than you do, I know what kind of person he is. Through his eyes, I can tell what he is going to do next. I have no evidence or clues or logic, just my personal intuition. If you don't believe me, just wait a moment, Whiskey's choice will soon be revealed." In the hide-and-seek space, Su Chen, having picked up the notebook, turned directly to the Black Crow and said, "You 5, I 5, any problem? Let's resolve this match quickly." With a desperate method. The Black Crow pondered for a moment upon hearing Su Chen's words. "If I use desperate means, it will definitely attract the mysterious forces of New York, and then we won't be able to escape. If I take you to retreat now, we can slowly eliminate them all." "No, that's too slow." Su Chen shook his head in refusal. If they managed to escape and complete the tasks on the notebook, it would be disastrous. The Black Crow must be kept. We can't escape. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have already attracted the attention of the mysterious forces in New York and offended them. They have definitely locked onto all of us now. If we don't end the game while we can, the situation will change drastically. As Su Chen spoke, he directly used the Prophet's first skill. Rewrite fate, create a favorable future. After using the Prophet's first skill, a line of text appeared in Su Chen's mind. "Iron Man and Captain America are about to arrive. They will have a friendly discussion with you. No one here can escape. Iron Man and Captain America are coming to surround everyone? Great. This way, no one can escape." Su Chen thought as he charged directly towards the thick black scholar. Without looking back, he shouted to the Black Crow, "Don't hesitate. We only have this one chance as werewolves." The Black Crow watched Su Chen's figure rushing forward, gritted his teeth, removed his black robe, and a pair of pitch black wings appeared on his back. The two of them each targeted 5 people to launch their attacks. The thick black scholar, who rushed towards Su Chen first, became the first sacrifice. How could the weakened F-level thick black scholar compete against Su Chen, who had an external advantage? Thick black scholar, student of the combat department at Qingbei University, B-level fire element extraordinary. Current thought, use flames to strike close to Whiskey, then burn him to death. Holographic dynamic analysis activated. In Su Chen's line of sight, countless orange lights appeared around the thick black scholar's body. These were all his fatal weaknesses. An orange light pierced through the thick black scholar's body, flying straight towards a challenger holding a small dagger. Behind him, this was the path. As the thick black scholar forcefully stomped the ground and lunged at Su Chen's body tensed up and he instantly bent down and charged at him. When the thick black scholar was above his head, Su Chen grabbed the black notebook from his pocket and elbowed him. He sent the thick black scholar flying towards the extraordinary with a dagger. Slash! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh echoed. Player Whiskey has killed player thick black scholar. Current remaining challengers, 10. Yao Yao's notebook was in hand, taking down one without injury. The fire-burning effect from the thick black scholar was completely blocked by Yao Yao's shield. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Just as Su Chen was about to rush towards the young man with the dagger, a sharp wind appeared behind him. The Black Crow had turned against him. He took advantage of Su Chen's inattention to launch a sneak attack. Why? All the spectators were stunned at this moment. Hadn't the Black Crow just been tricked by the Great Whiskey and lost his way? How could he suddenly turn against them? It's over. If the Black Crow turns against him, the Great Whiskey is in danger. Now it's 2 against 8. The Great Whiskey's performance was flawless. How could the Black Crow turn against him? It makes no sense. Could it be that the Black Crow just lost his mind and wanted to take down the Great Whiskey? That would be too unfair for the Great Whiskey. Experts from around the world began using high-speed cameras to closely observe every move of the Black Crow. When the Black Crow turned to sneak attack Whiskey, there was obvious hesitation in his eyes. At that moment he definitely did not doubt Whiskey's identity. Yes, while he was thinking of taking down Whiskey, he still believed Whiskey was his teammate. He must have suddenly realized a reason he had to eliminate Whiskey. Whiskey absolutely did not expect the Black Crow to turn against him. Even if Yao Yao's shield could block this attack, he would still be at a huge disadvantage. Is Whiskey's undefeated status about to be broken? What exactly is the reason for the Black Crow's attack on Whiskey? It seemed that the Space Lord had heard the last expert's question, and the live broadcast camera actually began to replay. This replay's background was on top of a teaching building at Qingbei University. The nearly dying prophet exchanged the death prophecy of the Black Crow for 40 years of life. The death prophecy was as follows: you will lose everything in a duel of 10 people, unless you first eliminate the person you are cooperating with. After receiving this prophecy, the Black Crow inscribed it into his bones using some secret method, and every so often he would feel a piercing pain reminding him of this death prophecy. This excruciating pain followed him into the space. This message successfully reached the amnesiac Black Crow. This was also the reason for the Black Crow's sudden betrayal. The audience gasped at this point. Had a major twist occurred? This dying prophet has set up the great whiskey. How could the god of whiskey possibly know about this death prophecy outside of the competition? Which country is this prophet from? They actually have the ability to predict such things. They can foresee death. That's just too twisted. I want to know my own death. Prophecy 2. The god of whiskey is now going to use the prophet's third skill to kill the black crow ahead of time. After killing the black crow, he will have to face the other 7 challengers. The situation is taking a sharp turn. Once the black crow breaks Yao Yao's shield and she appears before everyone, the god of whiskey will be in real danger. The last audience members' words drew countless nods of agreement. That's right, before the god of whiskey tricked these challengers into thinking that without everyone present, the public vote couldn't start. Now that Yao Yao has appeared, the god of whiskey's lie is exposed. As long as someone remembers the public vote, the god of whiskey will be in great danger. Logically, the other 7 will definitely vote him out first. Now the god of whiskey can only quickly escape to a place 500 meters away from everyone, only then can the public vote not be initiated. I feel like the god of whiskey won't be able to escape. The black crow has already entangled him, and it's extremely difficult for the god to run 500 meters. Experts from around the world are now focused on the prophet's image, feeling a bit excited. This prophetic ability is just too overpowered, right? Quick! At all costs, we must capture the prophet. A death prophecy, and this mysterious skill that can turn misfortune into fortune? Where did this person come from? We've never heard of him or the black crow before. These two mysterious, extraordinary beings are indeed putting a lot of pressure on the god of whiskey. We must capture them back as test subjects. This prophet won't be completely killed by the god of whiskey's skills, right? If they die in the space, can they recover? I feel it's a bit precarious. In the hide-and-seek space, the battle continues. Just as the black crow's sharp claws were about to pierce Su Chen's back, Yao Yao's colorful shield shattered once more, appearing to block this attack. The shield disappeared. Yao Yao fell from above Su Chen's head. After quickly catching Yao Yao, Su Chen immediately retreated with her, forming a triangular standoff with the 7 challengers and the black crow. The scene fell into a stalemate for a moment. But soon, one of the 7 challengers, codenamed the 100-Star Wild King, discovered a way to break the deadlock. Wait, if this girl is present, we can implement a public vote, right? We can vote someone out. The 100-Star Wild King's words made the other 6 react in unison. Yes, we can implement a public vote now. Great, this guy named Whiskey actually hid the last person. If it weren't for his teammates' interference, we wouldn't even know we could vote now. Now the initiative on the battlefield belongs to us. Which wolf should we kill? Wait, does that mean there are 3 wolves on the field? What is that girl's identity? Forget it, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, let's vote Whiskey out first. This wolf is unforgivable. Our good camp almost collapsed. All the audience held their breath upon hearing the 100-Star Wild King's words. The god of whiskey is in trouble. It's over, if the god of whiskey can't come up with a solution soon, he will be completely finished. This definitely isn't the god of whiskey's fault. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. No one expected the black crow to know about his death prophecy. Now the control of the entire situation is in the hands of the 100-Star Wild King and his 6 companions. As long as these 7 stick together and vote, the lives of the god of whiskey and the black crow will be completely in their hands. If the black crow doesn't turn against them and Yao Yao doesn't expose herself, it would be a different situation, but alas. In the lecture hall of Qingbei University, Suya couldn't help but feel a pang of worry as she watched Su Chen's predicament. Now she couldn't think of a way for Su Chen to escape. Su Chen, you will definitely win. You're Whiskey. How could Whiskey possibly lose? Suya clenched her fists and said softly. The current situation was simply the worst for Su Chen. The tool, the black crow, suddenly turned against them. The threat of the 7-person group. To break the deadlock, a super-perfect plan must be found. Looking at the 7 people across from him, Su Chen fell into deep thought. At that moment, Yao Yao in his arms spoke up anxiously, Whiskey God, what should we do? Seeing the 7 people about to vote Su Chen out, Yao Yao panicked. If they voted Whiskey God out, how would she face this situation alone? The little charm didn't come with a combat system. Once Whiskey God was eliminated, she would be eliminated too. If Whiskey was out, how could the exclusive charm survive? Whiskey God, let's charge over. Let's die a more heroic death, Yao Yao said as she hugged Su Chen's neck, preparing to attempt to merge again. Charge over? Die a more heroic death? Su Chen was speechless as he tapped Yao Yao's head and handed her the notebook he had snatched from the thick black scholar. Yao Yao, quickly try to see what information appears after you get this notebook. What information will be in this notebook? Yao Yao asked, puzzled, as she took it. The moment Yao Yao received her notebook, a mechanical voice sounded in her ear. Congratulations! You have found your identity book, civilian. As the only civilian in this round, you will gain the following abilities. 1. As the only civilian in this round, you will represent the will of the good faction. During the offline vote, you alone will have 6.5 votes, half of 13 people. 2. As the only civilian in this round, your favorability with the mysterious forces of New York is friendly. You will receive protection from the mysterious forces of New York. 3. When you and the Prophet both obtain your exclusive notebooks, the two of you can hold a small meeting every other day to eliminate one person. 6.5 votes. Gaining protection from the mysterious forces of New York. The situation flipped again. Seeing Yao Yao's civilian identity privileges, the audience's hearts rose and fell like a roller coaster. Damn! Whiskey God is in control. Again! Yao Yao's civilian identity is so powerful. No wonder the good faction only has one prophet and one civilian. Now the 7-person group poses no threat to Yao Yao and Whiskey God at all. Yao Yao's 6.5 votes plus Whiskey God's 1 vote directly control the vote. Both the small meeting and the voting rights are in Whiskey God's hands. He can now eliminate 2 people at once. Now Whiskey can directly take out the Black Crow and the 100-star Wild King together. Only 5 people will be left. As long as Whiskey God wants to play it safe, he can use the small meeting to kill one person every other day. Slowly eliminate all the wolves. Whiskey God has turned the tables again. Suya breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Yao Yao's civilian privileges, her face breaking into a smile again. I said, how could anyone have better luck than this reckless fool? Since the most difficult time has been resolved, I must give Xiaomu a big surprise. Helping Xiaomu find so many girlfriends with his identity, he must be very grateful to me, right? Let me pick the best one first. That one called Zheng. Hongxiao seems pretty good. I heard she was knocked out by Whiskey with a stick before. Not bad, not bad. They already have a fate. In the hide-and-seek space, Yao Yao excitedly told Su Chen about the abilities she had gained. After hearing about Yao Yao's skills, Su Chen's plans in his heart immediately began to change. Sure enough, this space still pays attention. To gain balance, the situation with the 11 wolves definitely compensates the good side. First, take down the Black Crow. Then, team up with Yao Yao to eliminate the other 7 challengers. All at once. I request a public vote. Su Chen said without hesitation. Ha, Whiskey, are you looking to end your life early? Baixing Yi Wang stared blankly at Su Chen. They were still discussing whether to kill the Black Crow or Whiskey. Is this Whiskey really so eager to die? First, let's vote Whiskey out, and then the 7 of us will take down the Black Crow. As soon as Baixing Yi Wang finished speaking, a system prompt panel appeared in front of everyone. It displayed each person's name, with a 0 next to each name. This was their current vote count. Please select the challenger you want to eliminate. As the system's prompt sound appeared, the number next to Su Chen's name began to surge rapidly. It jumped directly from 0 to 3. Seeing this, the Black Crow silently cast a vote for Su Chen. We can't let them all vote for me. We must confuse their vision. Su Chen thought and quickly turned to Yao Yao, saying, vote for the Black Crow. Okay. After receiving the instruction, Yao Yao immediately cast all her 6.5 votes for the Black Crow, the only civilian in the good side. Yao Yao voted for the Black Crow, giving the Black Crow a total of 6.5 votes. The only civilian in the good side? Upon hearing Yao Yao's identity, Baixing Yi Wang and the other 7 were instantly stunned. How could the civilian from the good side be mixed up with this wolf? Whiskey. Hey, that girl named Yao Yao? What's going on with you? Whiskey is a wolf. Don't let him use you. The only civilian? Damn, after you die, we won't all die too, right? Baixing Yi Wang hesitated and lowered his hand that was about to vote. Whiskey is not a wolf. He is the seer. The previous seer was fake. You all got it wrong. Yao Yao immediately retorted. She still didn't know the situation of everyone being wolves. Whiskey is the seer? Isn't he a wolf? Baixing Yi Wang and the others looked at each other, a bit confused about the current situation. The notebook that Whiskey has clearly states he is a wolf. How could he possibly be the seer? Hearing Baixing Yi Wang's doubts, Yao Yao quickly replied, as a civilian, I have an ability to judge a person together with the seer. We can directly eliminate one person. We can directly eliminate the Black Crow to prove it to you. System, I request a small meeting with the seer for a public vote. Players Whiskey and Yao Yao hold a small meeting for a public vote. The person they both agree to eliminate will be voted out. Please select the person you want to vote out. Except for Su Chen and Yao Yao, the other players' system panels displayed information about the seer and civilian voting, but there were no names for Su Chen and Yao Yao. It really is. If Whiskey is the seer, then how do we explain what happened before this? Whiskey, isn't your identity a wolf? The notebook doesn't make mistakes. Baixing Yi Wang frowned and said, the notebook we have might not be our own. After getting our exclusive notebooks, the system will give a prompt. I also thought I was a wolf before. Su Chen shrugged and said, Yao Yao did well this time, turning the situation around. As long as these 7 people were confused, they would have a chance to escape this perilous vote. Su Chen thought and quietly explained some things to Yao Yao, then sat back to watch the show. It was rare for Yao Yao to show some intelligence. She should make good use of it. After getting your own notebook, there will be a system prompt for your identity. So Whiskey, you just killed 2 wolves and coincidentally got back your identity and Yao Yao's identity, and both of you are good people? What a coincidence. Baixing Yi Wang questioned. Yao Yao's identity was announced by the system, but How can we trust your identity? Our system panel only shows the identity of the prophet, but your name hasn't appeared. Maybe the real prophet is among the 7 of us, but we just don't know it yet. As long as we get the prophet's notebook from you, we can prove it. Bai Xingyi Wang said, but was immediately interrupted by Yao Yao. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the system prompt? A small meeting must have a unanimous vote from 2 people to eliminate someone. I need to vote with the prophet for it to be effective. If the prophet is among you 7, can I eliminate the Black Crow alone in a small meeting? I see you don't trust the Great Whiskey at all. Could you be a wolf? What means did you use to deceive the system's announcement of the werewolf? How could I possibly be a wolf? Bai Xingyi Wang quickly retorted. The system doesn't specify that there can only be 2 wolves. There might even be 3. You 6 who are voting should be careful. This person called Bai Xingyi Wang might just want to eat you. Upon hearing this, the 6 people behind Bai Xingyi Wang seemed to think it made sense. They pondered for a moment and quietly moved a little further away from Bai Xingyi Wang. The division was successful. Now there were 4 factions on the scene. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Yao Yao's performance and exclaimed in excitement. Wow, this girl who often follows the Great Whiskey has really learned a lot from him. Yeah, such meticulous logic is hard to imagine coming from someone who just clings to others. Are all of the Great Whiskey's followers this capable? It's over. I can't even aspire to be the Great Whiskey's follower anymore. Who can underestimate the strength of this follower? Incredible. In just a few words, the situation has been redivided again. This girl is sure to rally at least 1 more vote. Experts from around the world finally acknowledged Su Chen's follower, Yao Yao. This girl picked the perfect moment. These words must be spoken by her, a civilian recognized by the system, to be effective. Yes, if these words were spoken by the whiskey, it definitely wouldn't have such a good effect. Bai Xingyi Wang and the others would absolutely think whiskey was just making excuses. Now, the situation has really turned. When the identity of whiskey as a werewolf is uncertain, the best choice is to vote out the Black Crow, who has already been confirmed as a werewolf. Even the follower beside whiskey is this strong? Unbelievable. In the capital, in the office of the head of a special department, Qin Xia nodded in satisfaction as he watched Yao Yao's performance in the live broadcast. As expected of his daughter, she really has some skills. Make arrangements. I want to head to the playground of Qingbei University immediately. This guy called Whiskey actually dared to put his hand on my daughter's leg. How many times have I seen this? He's living too recklessly. Once this game of hide and seek is over, I must have a good talk with him about life. Let him feel the anger of an old father. In the hide and seek space, the Black Crow, who was watching the show from the side, sensed something was off. Why was the focus suddenly turned towards him? This plot doesn't seem right. It seems like no matter how these people discuss, he is going to die. The Black Crow thought, his expression turning cold. He charged directly at Su Chen. First, he would take out Su Chen, disrupt the prophets and civilians' small meeting authority, and then fly away from the scene. This was the best plan. The Black Crow thought, his claws quickly enlarging, slicing through the wind as he lunged at Su Chen. Contrary to the Black Crow's expectations, Su Chen did not dodge. He smiled and looked at the Black Crow, silently saying one phrase, "You're finished." Yes, the Black Crow was finished. The last thing he should do now was charge at Whiskey, who was holding Yao Yao. This action by the Black Crow could easily be interpreted by the 7 people beside Bai Xingyi Wang as an attempt to kill Yao Yao and the suspected prophet, Whiskey. How could they agree to that? Therefore, seeing the Black Crow charge at Su Chen, those who had not voted immediately cast their votes for the Black Crow without hesitation. Su Chen had 4 votes, while Black Crow bore all the remaining votes. Player Black Crow has been voted out. Just as Black Crow was about to pounce on Su Chen and Yao Yao, his body began to collapse on its own, turning to ash. Player Black Crow has been eliminated. Remaining challengers, 9. Seeing Black Crow eliminated, Su Chen immediately said, "Yao Yao, let's vote all the tickets for Bai Xingyi Wang." Okay. What? Hey. Wait, I still don't know my identity. You're just voting for me like this? Bai Xingyi Wang explained in a bit of a panic. We can. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned directly to Ash. The seer and the civilian meeting has concluded. Bai Xingyi Wang has been eliminated. Current remaining challengers, 8. Wait, why hasn't the game ended yet? Isn't Bai Xingyi Wang a wolf? The other 6 asked Su Chen, in a bit of a panic. Oh, so there's still one wolf among you who hasn't revealed their identity? Su Chen said with a smile. There's still one wolf who hasn't revealed their identity? The 6 were startled by Su Chen's words and instinctively moved a bit away from each other. No need to rush. We'll help you check each of your identities one by one. A wolf will surely show up. Of course, you can also mention any strange things about the person next to you, and we can eliminate some people on the spot. The audience in the live stream exclaimed at Su Chen's words. These 6 are all wolves. Who dies first? Isn't it up to the Great Whiskey to decide? The Great Whiskey wants these wolves to turn on each other. It's simply too wicked. The intelligence of the werewolf camp has been exposed. There's no helping it. Who would have thought everyone would be a werewolf in this round? Now these people all think they're good guys, all wanting to save their own lives. This mechanism of not knowing one's identity is simply outrageous. The Great Whiskey is truly exploiting the rules to the fullest. The 6 people near the Statue of Liberty heard Su Chen's words and immediately began to be on guard against the few people around them, constantly calculating their next plan in their minds. What if I'm the wolf? Isn't following the crowd just waiting to die? Should I take a gamble and try to kill the person I think is most likely a wolf? Or should I run away now and secretly confirm my identity? In the brief confrontation, 4 of the remaining 6 had their eyes turned sharp, starting to scrutinize the people around them. These 4 wanted to gamble that they weren't wolves. The other 2, out of self-preservation, immediately turned to escape the scene. The situation was already clear, for wolves disguised as good people were hunting the remaining 2 wolves. Regardless of the outcome of the chase, the winners could only be Su Chen and Yao Yao. The audience in the live stream was truly filled with emotion at this scene. If the Great Whiskey hadn't quickly taken control of the challengers' chat box at the beginning and proposed such an urgent offline meeting, the situation would have been really different. Yeah, if this offline gathering had been held a little later, more people would have known their wolf identities and the Great Whiskey's method wouldn't have worked. Now what the Great Whiskey needs to do is trap these 6 here, making them continuously turn on each other. By the time these 6 realize something is wrong, it will already be too late. This game is truly an IQ battle. If it were someone else as the seer and civilians, I think the werewolf camp would definitely win. Experts from various countries sighed as they watched the scene. You can't compare reasoning with Whiskey. If Zeus and the others could meet Whiskey in a force field, it would be easier. But it seems that Whiskey's combat power isn't strong to a certain extent. If Whiskey were to fight a B-class extraordinary being without using his brain, he definitely wouldn't win. Yeah, but how could Whiskey possibly fight without using his brain? With a brain, the power level of Whiskey jumped straight from F to A. Quick! We must find the whereabouts of the Prophet and the Black Crow. I have a feeling these 2 are related to those mysterious S-levels. People like the Prophet shouldn't be overlooked. If we find the Prophet and the Black Crow, we might just find a way to deal with Whiskey. As the crowd discussed, the 6 people in the battle continued to lose members. Player Lone Gunman killed player Black Cutter. There are currently 7 challengers remaining on the field. Player Herbal Essence killed player Lone Gunman. There are currently 6 challengers remaining on the field. Player All Bark No Bite killed player Sinful Glutton. There are currently 5 challengers remaining on the field. At this point, the 3 challengers still alive on the battlefield looked at Su Chen in confusion. Whiskey, wait. Why hasn't the last wolf been discovered yet? Are we this unlucky? The last wolf is still among us? Damn it. I'm done fighting. I need to complete my task and check the identity in my notebook first. Damn it. I'm not fighting anymore either. I don't want to keep killing teammates. I need to complete my task and see the identity in my notebook. I can't let that last wolf survive until the end. The 3 challengers cautiously began to move towards the outskirts. According to Su Chen, one of them must be the wolf. A 1 in 3 chance was too high. What if they were the wolf and it was all for nothing? What if they weren't the wolf and ended up being killed by their teammates? That would be so frustrating. Leaving to complete your tasks? Sorry, 3 of you, but I think you won't have that chance anymore. Su Chen set Yao Yao down and smiled at the 3. What do you mean? Hey, we might be teammates. Does Whiskey find it interesting to watch us kill each other? Yeah, anyway, the good guys have already gained a huge advantage. What's the harm in delaying a bit? I don't care. I want to see my identity. If I really am the wolf, I want to die knowing. Among the 3, the challenger with the code name All Bark No Bite said this and quickly turned to escape. The other 2 challengers, seeing All Bark No Bite's actions, no longer hesitated and ran in different directions. Our actions here have already attracted the attention of the mysterious forces in New York. They can watch our every move from around us. You can't escape, right? After watching us for so long, shouldn't our friends come out to meet us? After Su Chen finished speaking, he looked around. He didn't know where Iron Man and the others were, but they must have arrived. How big could New York be for those flying in mechs? The commotion here must have caught the attention of Captain America and the others long ago. They probably wanted to observe the situation for a while. What? The mysterious forces in New York are here? Damn, they are here to catch us. We can't let them take us. No, we have to escape quickly. Why didn't Whiskey tell us such important news? Scatter, quick, we are now wanted murderers on their list. If they catch us, it will be disastrous. The 3 said in panic, quickening their pace to escape. Just as All Bark No Bite, who was leading the escape, was about to leave the Statue of Liberty Plaza, a shield adorned with stars flew out from the shadows and knocked him to the ground. After knocking down All Bark No Bite, the starry shield spun in the air and returned to the darkness. Su Chen turned to look into the darkness, and a man in tight battle armor and a helmet stepped out. This outfit was all too familiar. Captain America. On the other side, The challenger with the codename Herbal Essence and another random challenger were directly pushed back by a laser cannon that descended from the sky with the appearance of Iron Man and Captain America. A massive invisible spaceship also revealed itself in the sky. This is the aerial aircraft carrier of the American Special Forces, SHIELD. The three, on edge, cautiously moved towards the direction where Su-Chen was located. Hey, Whiskey, what should we do in this situation? Since you anticipated they would come, you must have thought of a way to escape, right? Come on, share the method. Yeah, even though there's a wolf among us, we can still unite now. Let's charge out together. Charge out? Why? They're not enemies of our good camp, Su-Chen said as he took Yao Yao's hand and walked towards Captain America. They're allies of our good camp? The three were delighted and hurried to follow Su-Chen, only to be knocked back by a laser blast from Iron Man. Whiskey? What's going on? Save us. Are you from the good camp? Werewolves don't get treated like this. The three were bewildered, helplessly shouting towards Su-Chen. Whiskey, what do you mean? We're all wolves? How is that possible? Not just you three are wolves, the 8 who just died were all wolves too. Only Yao Yao and I are from the good camp. Just wait in prison for 12 hours, every 4 hours, one of you will die. 11 wolves? Only Whiskey and Yao Yao are good? Impossible, right? Whiskey, you just want to get your teammates killed. Yeah, 11 wolves? How is that possible? How could the space allocate such a huge disparity in camps? Exactly, the werewolf camp is the pursuers. Logically, 2 wolves would be about right. How could there be so many wolves? How can the good camp win? How to win? Haven't I already won? Su-Chen said, speechless. The three exchanged glances. Their comical expressions were faithfully broadcasted on the system's public screen. Coo. Sorry, I couldn't help it. These three expressions are priceless. They still don't believe there are 11 wolves on the field. Even now, they're still deceiving themselves. Whiskey has really played these wolves badly. You can't argue with that. Only Whiskey can make 11 wolves dance in circles. By the way, where did these mysterious forces from New York come from? They seem quite powerful. The last viewer's comment shifted everyone's attention to Iron Man and Captain America. This mech looks very sci-fi. It's much better looking than the FBI's exoskeleton mechs. Yeah, that guy over there throwing the shield isn't bad either. Are these all hidden powers of the Eagle Nation that haven't been exposed yet? That's terrifying. Is the huge aircraft carrier flying in the sky also a hidden combat strength of the Eagle Nation? What we're seeing now might just be the tip of the iceberg. No way. I remember an expert saying that something like an aerial aircraft carrier wouldn't be built in less than 50 years, right? Has the Eagle Nation secretly developed to this extent? No way. I still remember those terrible troops from the last national war. The expert group of the Eagle Nation looked bewildered at the massive aircraft carrier floating in the live stream. Flying aircraft carrier? Did we ever establish a project for this? I thought this was still in the realm of fantasy. Is this our Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier? I checked again, and the flying aircraft carrier really has been established. We set it up back when we were trying to deceive research funding, and there's still a new folder on the computer. Damn, this shouldn't be our work, right? Could it be that some genius here secretly designed this? Did the boss design it? The expert said as they looked towards the old man sitting in the front. The head of the expert group from the Eagle Nation was at that moment grasping the 3 strands of hair on his head, lost in thought. Gentlemen, it seems we have a bit of trouble. This flying aircraft carrier should have been conjured up by the hide-and-seek space. We don't need to worry about that for now. We should think about how to deal with the FBI when they come knocking. I remember we applied for $11 billion in funding using the flying aircraft carrier. This is going to be hard to explain. While the experts from the Eagle Nation were racking their brains over how they had deceived funding for research, Su-Chen had already brought Yao Yao aboard the flying aircraft carrier to meet Captain America and Iron Man for the first time. Oh, and there was also a black egg claiming to be the director of SHIELD in a remote video call. All right, Mr. Whiskey, it's a pleasure to talk with you super criminal masters. The super masters who inexplicably appeared in our crime database. If I hadn't carefully examined that bizarre material, I would have shot you all dead on the spot. Damn it, a little girl can become our #1 wanted criminal just for buying a dress. I think this world is absolutely insane, the black egg said, speechless on the display screen. Anything is possible, isn't it? I never expected to see the real Captain America and Iron Man here. Su-Chen smiled as he looked at Tony Stark, who was sitting across from him, and Yao Yao. You haven't lost your memory? I just checked those 3 criminals. Their neural stems are brand new. Clearly, someone has brainwashed you with some super technology. From our perspective, it seems someone has switched your brains, which is something that is currently impossible to do. Tony Stark, Iron Man, said, somewhat astonished. Also, Mr. Whiskey, could you tell us what these notebooks are about? As Tony Stark spoke, he arranged the 11 notebooks on the conference room table in order. Each notebook corresponded to a virtual image of a challenger. This is a game. We, who have lost our memories, have been divided into 2 factions. Yao Yao and I must eliminate the other 11 criminals to win the game. As for who organized this game, sorry, I don't know. Even if I knew, I couldn't say. I must find an excuse to quickly eliminate the remaining 3 wolves and end this game as soon as possible. There's no point in wasting time here, Su Chen thought and continued, to survive, we must eliminate them within the next 12 hours, otherwise, we won't make it. Is that so? Whiskey, in fact, this isn't the first time we've encountered people like you. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Egg, said slowly. In April 1841, on a battlefield filled with gunfire, Steve Rogers had just become Captain America when he encountered people like you. 1841? Encountered challengers? Isn't this a separate space? Could it be that this is the real Marvel Universe? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Captain America. People like us? How are you so? Sure, Captain. Before I was frozen, I encountered 3 people similar to you who always had missions on their lips. Not just me, all of us Avengers have encountered people like you. The audience in the live broadcast room was collectively dumbfounded. What's going on? The NPCs here have seen other challengers? Aren't they supposed to be one-time NPCs created by the system? Just now, the Eagle Nation issued a notice that these people don't exist in reality. Is there such a world in the hide-and-seek space? Can challengers enter this world at different time periods to complete tasks? Mr. Whiskey seems to have unearthed a huge mystery. This is an independent world. We were sent in by the hide-and-seek space to complete tasks. Shouldn't such a world only exist in entertainment mode? How can there be such an independent world in the hide-and-seek challenge? The world in entertainment mode is also constantly being reset. This world has a timeline. Clearly it hasn't been reset. The expert groups from various countries were immediately filled with big question marks. Upon seeing this is a new topic. In the Life and Death Challenge of Hide and Seek, one can actually enter another independent universe to complete tasks. Challengers entered this world as early as 1841. How come we have no news at all? This is very unscientific. Yes, so many of us have never encountered such an independent world. It doesn't make sense. The extraordinary level and technological advancement of this world seem very high. Someone must have benefited from it. This world is somewhat similar to the Prophet and the Black Crow. They all appeared suddenly. Is there any connection here? The appearance of the Prophet and the Black Crow, along with the exposure of the Marvel Universe, sparked the imagination of all the experts. Could it be that someone in this independent universe has abilities similar to the Prophet, just like this Prophet? The Prophet's abilities are derived from worlds similar to this independent universe? Could it be that as long as the Prophet and these people appear in the hide-and-seek challenge, the hide-and-seek challenges of this type of world? Unfortunately, there is too little evidence to draw a conclusion. It could also be because Whiskey used a difficulty doubling card, remember? When the competition just started, the live broadcast screen showed that Whiskey used a prop card. That's not right. We have used the difficulty doubling card too, and we have never encountered such a world. There must be some special conditions. While the experts were debating, countless little black collars were busy moving the deceased Prophet and the Black Crow, who had lost all its feathers, from the rooftop of a teaching building at Qingbei University. The Prophet died of old age, while the Black Crow was roasted like this by Suya using a laser weapon on the grass field, daring to oppose Xiaomu. This is the consequence, Suya thought, turning her gaze back to Su Chen in the live broadcast. Those close to Xiaomu are not ordinary people, they all wield mysterious powers. Unlike the loyalty spell I learned, the mysterious powers of this group have clearly surpassed a critical point. I really don't know where they came from. What exactly is attracting these people to Xiaomu? No, when Xiaomu comes back this time, I also need to prepare for my S-rank hide-and-seek ranking. As an older sister, I must use absolute strength to protect my brother. Mr. Whiskey, would you like to join us? I think our family would warmly welcome you and Yao Yao. Of course, the little girl is currently just a reserve member. What we urgently need in the Avengers is someone like you. The welcome ceremony is ready, and we all look forward to your joining. Inside the flying aircraft carrier in New York, Black Egg officially extended an olive branch to Su Chen. As long as Su Chen nodded, he could join the Avengers. Unsurprisingly, when they returned to the hide-and-seek space for settlement, Su Chen would obtain a title related to the Avengers. From then on, entering the Marvel Universe would mean having someone to back him up. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, a system prompt window popped up in front of him. Do you want to join the Avengers? After joining the Avengers, you will gain some special attribute bonuses, along with achievement bonuses in the Marvel Universe. After joining the Avengers, you will share the fate of saving the Marvel Universe with the Avengers. In the upcoming hide-and-seek challenges, you will continuously unlock tasks in the Marvel Universe until the Avengers mission is finally completed. Share the fate of saving the Marvel Universe? Does that mean I'll have to fight Thanos soon? Maybe I'll even have to die once. Not only that, but joining the Avengers means that all my future hide-and-seek challenges will take place in the Marvel Universe. How can that be? Su Chen immediately expressed some regret and said, I'm very sorry, but I have to decline your invitation. Well, then, let's start welcoming. Black Egg paused, looking a bit confused, and asked, Wait, Whiskey, you don't want to join our Avengers? The viewers watching the live stream were also baffled. Why isn't the Great Whiskey joining the Avengers? What a great opportunity. If he comes to the Marvel Universe again, he'll have someone to back him up. Yeah, if it were me, I would have accepted without hesitation. The Great Whiskey actually declined? Why? Could it be that joining the Avengers has some downsides? It seems like there are only benefits. If you join the Avengers, you might even get a suit like that one called Iron Man. Captain Rogers said gently, Whiskey, with great power comes great responsibility. Your superpowers won't let you remain mediocre forever. One day, people will come to you with various intentions. At that time, the Avengers will be your greatest support. With us around, no one can harm you. No, Captain, although the conditions for joining the Avengers are very tempting, I still have to decline because Su-chan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, because I have already joined an organization, the distillery. That's right, I can't join two organizations at once, so I can only decline your invitation. I'm very sorry. Su-chan spread his hands, showing his helplessness. Distillery? Selling alcohol? No, we are a super organization with alcohol as our code name. Su-chan answered calmly. A super organization with alcohol as a code name? The distillery? Hearing Su-chan's words, all the viewers around the world erupted. My god, there's actually such an organization? The distillery. It sounds so mysterious. An organization with alcohol as a code name. So do the members of this organization all have code names related to alcohol? Are there experts in this organization like the Great Whiskey? So the Great Whiskey didn't just appear out of nowhere. He comes from a super force called the distillery. There are hidden forces in the hide-and-seek space? If it weren't for the Great Whiskey's revelation, we would have never known. So the Great Whiskey's abilities are closely related to this distillery? In the super organization with the codename distillery, how many people are on par with you? Did the distillery train you? Black Egg inadvertently asked the question everyone wanted to know. Of course, some people in there are on par with me. On par with the Great Whiskey? This distillery is full of strong individuals like the Great Whiskey? I'm curious. What kind of alcohol does the Great Whiskey's organization, the distillery, have? Are these alcohols as powerful as the Great Whiskey? Can we join the distillery? Let me take a wild guess. At the distillery's members. Vodka, Wolyanya, Red Star Erdwotu, Brandy. My son is about to turn 18. After I let him in, I'll quickly have him set his code name to an alcohol name. If the distillery selects members in the future, my son will have a natural advantage. Ah, Space Lord. Why are there no code name change cards in the space right now? I urgently request a code name change card. I want to become a member of the distillery. Experts from various countries quickly added the name of the distillery to the highest investigation list. Whiskey has never lied. This distillery should really exist. We must find traces of this organization. Whiskey said the members of the distillery are on par with him. But I have some doubts. Whiskey's strategic abilities have already reached the world's peak level, right? How could there be anyone stronger than him? No. Whiskey is stronger than him. It must be in terms of strength. Do you all remember those 13 S-class challengers who never showed up? They might all be from the distillery. These people have one thing in common with Whiskey. They all appeared out of nowhere. If it weren't for Ling successfully advancing to S-class, we wouldn't even know there were so many S-class powerhouses in the world. It's terrifying. If we find the trace of the distillery, we must lower our attitude when contacting them. We can't withstand the devastation of 13 S-class powerhouses. Su-chan's lie exploded globally, and the name of the distillery became a sensation worldwide. Countless people believed in the existence of the distillery and wanted to find a way to join it. Countries around the world were mobilizing all their intelligence agencies to inquire about the distillery, hoping to find other members to collaborate with. Since the distillery could cultivate a super powerhouse like Whiskey, why couldn't they cultivate a second one? We must establish a good relationship with the distillery. Just as everyone was speculating about what kind of organization the distillery was, Su-chan had already taken all the notebooks and left the flying aircraft carrier with Yao Yao. The other 3 challengers remained on the carrier, waiting for death. Alright, from now on we just need to hold a small meeting every 4 hours, and our mission will be successfully completed in 12 hours. It's too troublesome to go back to Eliza's house now. After going back, I would have to explain why I hit her, so let's not go back. So, Yao, let's just find a hotel to rest for the night. There's nothing going on anyway. As Su-chan spoke, he took Yao's hand and led her towards a nearby luxury hotel. Yao, who was yawning continuously, suddenly thought of something and quickly shook off Su-chan's hand, asking with some anticipation, Whiskey God, can I join the distillery you mentioned? I want to be in the same organization as you. Join the distillery? The distillery is just something that was just thought up. It currently has nothing. And what if Yao joins and leaks the secret? No, the selection criteria for members of the distillery are very strict. You can't join. Su-chan immediately found a reason to refuse. Is that so? I just want to be in the same organization as Whiskey God. Yao Yao looked a bit disappointed, instantly losing her energy. Su Chen looked at Yao Yao's expression, speechless. She just wants to be in the same organization as me? Fine, give the tool a little motivation, then paint a big pie to make her work harder. It can also be considered a reward for her outstanding performance just now. Su Chen thought and rubbed Yao Yao's head, encouraging her. Although you can't join, you can think of a code name for yourself. Consider it a preparation for entering the distillery. Really? That's great. Then I need to think of a nice code name first. Yao Yao's eyes lit up, instantly regaining her spirit. Whiskey God, can I call my drink name Sherry? Sherry? No, I think it should be called yogurt. Yogurt? A confused expression appeared on Yao Yao's face. Whiskey God, isn't yogurt a drink? Have you ever had alcohol? Yao Yao shook her head and said, no. Then why do you want to name it Sherry? You've never even had it. It's nice, isn't it? Can't Whiskey God allow it? Has anyone in the distillery already used this drink name? Yao Yao asked with some confusion. No one has used this title. Yao Yao, when you choose a code name, it should at least sound nice and you should have at least tried that drink, right? But I haven't had any alcohol, what should I do? Then just use a drink you've had as a substitute. You can change the drink name once you officially join the distillery. A drink I've had? Yao Yao unconsciously tapped her forehead with her finger, falling into deep thought. Anything is fine, iced black tea, pearl milk tea, fruit, yogurt, Tolunsu, Mengyo. Whiskey God, can Mengyo also be a code name? Of course. How about using Mengyo as your code name? Su Chen said with a smile, coaxing her. What's your code name, Mengyo? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yao Yao's little face scrunched up, shaking her head vigorously. No way, no way. Then what drink will you use as a code name? I like drinking flower tea. I want to use jasmine tea as my code name, Whiskey God. Jasmine tea? That works. Alright, Yao Yao, from now on, jasmine flower will be your code name. Among the preparatory staff at the distillery. Don't forget it. I must quickly improve my skills to join the distillery. Yao Yao said with some excitement. What a silly girl. Su Chen and Yao Yao joked as they arrived at the front desk of an international hotel. The female receptionist at the international hotel warmly stood up to greet Su Chen and Yao. Yao, sir, do you need a room? Yes, 2 luxury suites. 2? The female receptionist looked at Su Chen and Yao Yao, then showed a knowing expression, smiling at Su Chen. Sorry, sir, we only have 1 luxury suite available. Su Chen, oh, that's really unfortunate. There aren't any other hotels within 100 miles, right? Yes, sir. Those hotels don't have our level of service and facilities. Would you like to pay by card or cash? The female receptionist replied with a smile. Cash. Ah, what bad luck. 1 room it is then. Su Chen shrugged and took out his wallet to pay promptly. Yao Yao, Whiskey God, won't 1 room be too cramped? No, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Once I hold you, it won't be cramped, Su Chen said calmly. Okay, Yao Yao took Su Chen's hand and walked up the stairs. The female receptionist watched their backs with satisfaction and then took half of the room fee Su Chen paid and slipped it into her pocket. Another day of helping others. After entering the room, Su Chen directly activated the live stream avoidance feature, allowing Yao Yao to take a shower in peace. In fact, there was no need for him to activate the avoidance feature. The focus of the live stream wasn't on them at all. The current focus of the live stream was entirely on the 3 challengers locked inside the flying aircraft carrier. After learning from Su Chen that these 3 had no background, no strength, and were purely cannon fodder, S.H.I.E.L.D. began some special interrogations on them. They wanted to extract information about the hide-and-seek space from these 3 challengers. How could the hide-and-seek space let S.H.I.E.L.D. know? Information about the hide-and-seek space had long been erased from the minds of these 3 challengers. Unconvinced, S.H.I.E.L.D. initiated a series of interrogation actions, attempting to delve into the subconscious of the 3 challengers' cerebral cortexes to find information. Tiger bomb, chili water. All the punishments that the audience could think of were inflicted upon these 3. The hide-and-seek space directly marked the livestream with an 18+ label, indicating bloody violence. This time, all the viewers truly felt the terror of the hide-and-seek challenge. My God, please don't make me go to this place to complete the mission. Wow, if I get caught and tortured like this, I feel like my mind will collapse. Please don't give me any punishments other than I already have psychological trauma. I'm about to turn 18 and start my first hide-and-seek. If I encounter this kind of situation, I might as well jump off a building. Whiskey God can act so casually in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. because he has strength. If we went to such a world, we would definitely die on the spot. This stark contrast has once again made me realize the gap between myself and Whiskey God. I can't take it anymore. These people are planning to torture these 3 for 12 hours, and the live stream will continue for 12 hours on them. I can't watch this anymore. I need to slip away. If I don't, I won't be able to eat tomorrow. It's such a pain for a foodie to not be able to eat. The expert group from the Eagle Nation broke out in a cold sweat watching these punishments. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are theoretically representing their Eagle Nation. Quick, Public relations. Hold a press conference. Our Eagle Nation has never treated criminals this way. Punishments are always fair and just. Damn, are these SHIELD people really this reckless? Now we're going to be trending globally again. The Twitter Emperor is calling again. He's asking if we've really built the flying aircraft carrier and established the SHIELD organization. How do I answer that? As Su Chen played with the computer in the luxurious suite, Yao Yao took off her clothes behind him and entered the bathroom. This suite was really strange. The shower area was made of transparent glass. Su Chen could see Yao Yao's figure as soon as he turned his head. His knowledge of strange luxurious suites increased. Ignoring the sporadic sound of water beside him, he began to focus on the computer. This was in the Marvel world. Isn't strange knowledge online more interesting than Lola's? Su Chen thought as he skillfully opened some bizarre video websites, and then logged into a place called the Dark Web. The media network under Eagle Nation surely didn't have anything good to watch. To find the wonders of the Marvel world, he had to log into such websites. In 2005, a giant green monster appeared on the streets of New York City and fought with another monster, creating a shocking scene. Is this the birth of the Hulk? I should ask him one day what material his shorts are made of. They seem indestructible. In 2009, Stark Industries experienced a massive explosion, and Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man. In 2011, a huge vortex appeared in Nissa's city of Eagle Nation, and passers-by vaguely saw 13 men in black robes attacking a monk in a yellow robe. Su Chen frowned at the last piece of information. A monk in a yellow robe? The Ancient One? Is this in the original Marvel storyline? It doesn't seem to be. The number 13 is too sensitive. It easily brings to mind those mysterious 13 S-class powerhouses. These 13 must be challengers from another dimension. They could very well be those 13 S-class. The Ancient One with the Time Stone should have no problem dealing with 13 S-class challengers. These people probably want the Time Stone in her possession. Do these people also know about the Infinity Stones? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen pushed these thoughts aside. It was too early to think about this. At least he needed to wait until he advanced to S-class before he had the ability to intervene in these matters directly. The current priority is to eliminate all 3 challengers with my notebook, then claim the task rewards to improve myself. The rest can be ignored for now. Right, I should also consider the situation of being surrounded by special departments from Huaxia when I return to reality. Suya should help me with these matters. Whiskey is Su Chen's secret and must not be exposed. From now on, Whiskey should not appear in reality. If it shows up again at Qingbei School, the enemies will definitely suspect something. Once I return to reality, I can comfortably use Su Chen's identity to praise how amazing Whiskey is. The small wish should come true, right? Although I always have a bit of an ominous premonition. While Su Chen was thinking, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and after a while, Yao Yao, wearing a bathrobe and a headscarf, walked out of the bathroom. Whiskey God, can you help me dry my hair? How old are you, and you still can't dry your hair? Su Chen helplessly shifted his gaze from the computer screen, picked up the hairdryer that had already been prepared from the desk, and gestured for Yao Yao to come closer. After pulling Yao Yao to his side, Su Chen skillfully untied her headscarf and began to dry the droplets on the ends of her hair with the hairdryer. This was a challenging task, but fortunately, he had maxed out his skill proficiency from Suya. Whiskey God, what are you searching for on the computer? Why are the 2 people in these images not wearing clothes? It's nothing, this is a traditional fighting technique from the Eagle Nation, not suitable for minors. Su Chen calmly said as he closed the strange website on his computer. I'm an adult. I just turned 18 this year, so I can watch this. An adult? Su Chen looked at the 1.5 Yao Yao and shook his head. Anyway, I feel like at least 5 years of sentencing is in order. 5 years? Who's going to be sentenced to 5 years? Yao Yao asked, a bit confused. No one is going to be sentenced, Su Chen said, ruffling Yao Yao's hair. Alright, your hair is dry. Now, let's go to sleep? You can sleep peacefully, and I'll wake you up every 4 hours for the little meetings vote. We can leave this place around 9 tomorrow morning. Okay. Yao Yao blinked her eyes, walked over to the big bed in the suite, quickly took off her bathrobe, and dove into the covers. Seeing that Yao Yao was settled, Su Chen got up from his computer chair, turned off the room lights, and then took off his outer clothes, lying down in the bed as well. He had been thinking about the Yao Yao pillow for a long time. The soft and warm feeling was very comfortable. Su Chen thought as he grabbed Yao Yao's hand under the covers, and then a small pillow automatically nestled against him. I haven't slept with the Whiskey God for a long time, Yao Yao said happily, skillfully leaning into Su Chen's arms, finding the best sleeping position. Alright, the Yao Yao pillow can sleep peacefully. Good night, Su Chen said, extending his hands, wrapping them around Yao Yao's smooth back, holding her in his arms. Yao Yao. Mom said you can't wear clothes to sleep. Oh. Over the next 12 hours, every 4 hours, the system's prompt sound would ring out from the space. The 3 challengers imprisoned on the SHIELD flying aircraft carrier died one after another. Player Grass and Trees was voted out by the little meeting. Current remaining challengers 4. Player Herbal Essence was voted out by the little meeting. Current remaining challengers, 3. Player Explosive Bandit was voted out by the little meeting. Current remaining challengers, 2. All werewolves have been eliminated. Good people remaining, 2. The Prophet Whiskey survives. The only civilian Yao Yao survives. Good people win. In the hotel, Su Chen and Yao Yao transformed into a beam of white light and were teleported back to the hide-and-seek space. The werewolf-killing hide-and-seek came to an end. The audience who had gotten up early to wait for the end of the competition cheered collectively. The Whiskey God is amazing. Surviving the hellish start with 11 wolves perfectly is simply a miracle. Absolutely. Every challenge the Whiskey God faced before, I thought he would die. But not only did he survive, he solved the troubles with incredible skill. That's right. When I learned that all the werewolves were present at the offline gathering, I thought the Whiskey God was doomed. I really didn't expect the god to turn the tables. At the offline gathering, the god's performance was absolutely godlike. Facing the betrayal of the Black Crow, the Whiskey God didn't panic at all, directly counterattacking the werewolf camp. It really left me dumbfounded. Anyway, congratulations to the Whiskey God for completing another incredible challenge. I'm waiting for the global broadcast. +1. I got up early just for the Whiskey God's global broadcast. At this moment in the exclusive space, Su Chen began his space reward settlement. Congratulations on leading the good people to victory. The system is scoring your performance. In this match, the 4th round of hide-and-seek is starting to settle. This time, an SSS rating should be secure. The competition venue was an incredibly dangerous Marvel world. In a match of 13, 11 were enemies. One wrong word could lead to instant death. Is there a more dangerous challenge than this? At least I haven't seen one. Once I return to the real world, I need to tell Suya about the appearance of 13 S-class powerhouses in the Marvel world. His S-class hide-and-seek challenge might just be in the Marvel world, and it's very likely that he will run into other mysterious S-class challengers. I must be extra cautious. As Su Chen was thinking, the system panel finished calculating the scores. Congratulations on using the identity of the seer to lead the commoner Yao Yao to kill all the werewolves, successfully achieving the ultimate victory in the escape werewolf game. System announcement: Player Whiskey has defeated the strong with the weak and desperate werewolf, successfully killed 2 special A-class powerhouses. As the first player in the world to kill special A-class powerhouses, Whiskey's final game score received a huge bonus. His final score is SSS. All the viewers who had been eagerly anticipating this moment instantly erupted in excitement. Another SSS score. The Great Whiskey has achieved SSS scores 4 times in a row. His record continues to rise. Who can break the Great Whiskey's record? It seems only a god could do that. The Great Whiskey killed 2 special A-class powerhouses? The Seer and the Black Crow? Are these 2 recognized by the system as special level powerhouses? The Great Whiskey is the first player in the world to kill special A-class powerhouses? The Seer and the Black Crow have never died before? Are they the only 2 special A-class players in the world? Their abilities are indeed very special. One has the prophetic ability that countless people dream of, and the other is a half-beast state that enhances one's physical body. Why have I never heard of these people before? After the expert groups from various countries listed the Black Crow and the Seer as capture targets, they quietly placed their plans regarding Whiskey in the pending area. Gentlemen, it's time to discuss our attitude towards Whiskey. With Whiskey's current rate of advancement, if nothing unexpected happens, we will see a new S-class powerhouse emerge within 10 years. If Whiskey becomes an S-class powerhouse, the pressure we face will increase several times. Should we issue a public statement to ease our relationship with Whiskey? Yes, offending an S-class powerhouse is not in our national interest. We cannot act impulsively. In my opinion, we should start to ease our attitude towards Whiskey. After voices calling for peace emerged from the expert groups, opposing voices quickly followed. No way. How will other countries view us if we seek peace? This would severely damage our international image. Exactly. Not only that, we have a large number of patriots in our country who dislike Whiskey. We cannot let these people down. The main issue is that Whiskey offended us too severely in the last national war, leaving us with no way to back down unless Whiskey first puts aside his pride and initiates friendly communication with us. Otherwise, reconciliation is impossible. That's right. The East Japan side has already clearly stated they won't reconcile and will fight to the end. We cannot lose our momentum. I suggest we continue to intensify our assassination attempts on Whiskey. While the expert group from the Eagle Nation was discussing how to assassinate Su Chen, an old man in beach shorts knocked on the conference room door. Let me introduce myself. My code name is Mr. World, and I can help you. Target Whiskey. All the experts from the Eagle Nation present looked at the old man claiming to be Mr. World at the door, bewildered. Damn, has our security system deteriorated to this extent? Even a crazy old man can just walk into our conference room? Where's the security? How did this person get in? Quickly take him away. Damn it, it's already chaotic. Enough here, I don't want to see an old man in beach shorts. Is this still a conference room? There's no reason for this, our security system is very sophisticated. Even if the security Personnel didn't see this person appear. There's no way our computer security didn't detect them. The old man sitting at the head of the conference table frowned and tapped the table. Stay alert. This person is an extraordinary being. Extraordinary being? Most of the experts from the Eagle Nation immediately stood up from their seats, quickly retreating in the opposite direction of Mr. World. Most of them were research-type extraordinary beings and lacked any offensive capabilities. After the experts gathered beside the old man, a research-type extraordinary being with some offensive capability approached Mr. World with a hostile expression. Every time I deal with you, it always ends up in a fight. Mr. World sighed, raised his left hand, and made a gesture of greeting. All the extraordinary beings approaching him fell down. Perhaps I didn't introduce myself thoroughly just now. Let me reintroduce myself. Codename Mr. World, S-Class Special Extraordinary Being. The two A-Class Special Extraordinary Beings killed by Whiskey were my subordinates. I'm here to seek cooperation to deal with Whiskey. Let Zeus come to see me. I'll help you deal with Whiskey. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. A grand conspiracy against Su-Chun was quietly unfolding in the shadows. In the exclusive space of hide-and-seek, Su-Chen was waiting for his next reward to be distributed. With the difficulty doubled twice, the rewards should definitely be doubled too, right? Congratulations on completing the 4th hide-and-seek mission. The rewards you have received are as follows: basic attribute points 50 points, 10 difficulty doubling cards, 1 mysterious dragon egg, special job transfer card, temporary usage rights for the special sacrificial altar. As a guest in the live broadcast room, you scored 40,000 performance points, max, in this competition, and you will receive an extra reward. Congratulations, you have received a commendation from the Space Distillery Organization binding card. 6 super divine rewards. This time it seems like something truly extraordinary has begun, Su-Chen thought, directing his gaze straight at the dragon egg adorned with star patterns. A dragon egg that can be brought into the real world. Once it hatches, can I fly around the world on it? Dragon Knight? Dragon Master? What kind of dragon will hatch from this? Su-Chen said impatiently. System, check the specific information of the special items I obtained. Mysterious dragon egg, unhatched, stored in exclusive space for 50 days, can hatch a small dragon. Special job binding card, after use, can bind to a hidden job. Temporary usage rights for special sacrificial altar, can convert all personal items into basic attribute points. Distillery Organization binding card, after binding, all names of wines will be locked. Challengers entering the space will not be able to choose wine names as their codenames. Any member who joins the Distillery Organization will have the right to modify their codename once. They can change their codename to a type of wine. A bountiful harvest. The mysterious dragon egg can really hatch a dragon. After using the special job binding card, I can have an additional job, similar to the job of a judge in the underworld. The special sacrificial altar can convert unwanted items or skills into free attribute points. The appearance of this distillery binding card might be because the name of the distillery is widely known around the world. There's no rush to establish the distillery, it can only be left to fate. Currently, I haven't infiltrated the extraordinary circle yet. Once I blend into the circle, I'll start looking for extraordinary beings with potential to draw into the distillery. System, use the distillery binding card. Distillery binding card used successfully. You have created the organization, distillery. All wine names in the space are now locked. After binding to the distillery, the next step is to use the special sacrificial altar to convert any excess skills or items into attribute points. Su-Chen thought as he summoned his attribute panel with his mind. The whiskey attribute panel is as follows. Code, whiskey level, E physique, 20 points spirit, 30 points strength, 20 points agility, 20 points distributable points, 69 points profession, judge of the underworld title, permanent guest of live broadcast, fortunate star skills, cell electrotherapy, transformation, disguise items, spirit pen, Chinese chessboard, 10 buckets of purple clay lake water, 10 double difficulty challenge cards, 1 dragon egg, 1 special profession binding card. System, sacrifice the cell electrotherapy skill. Let me see how it works. Will you sacrifice cell electrotherapy? After the sacrifice, you will lose this ability. Yes, sacrifice cell electrotherapy, Su-Chen said without hesitation. The temporary stimulation of body cells was no longer very useful to him. As his strength continued to rise, he could achieve similar effects without side effects. Cell electrotherapy has been sacrificed. You gain 11 attribute points. 11 attribute points? Not bad. System, use the special profession binding card. I want to see what this special profession is. Special profession binding card is being used. Congratulations, you have obtained the special profession, Disguiser. Disguiser? What kind of profession is this? System, check the detailed information of the Disguiser. Special profession, Disguiser, LV.1, profession exclusive skills, faceless. The face can transform into any character imagined in the mind. Conceal, can disguise one's title. This skill can deceive all detection skills, including system searches. Disguise, LV.1 can always conjure a beautiful suit. 80 free. Attribute points required for upgrade. This profession can be upgraded? It's so expensive to level up? The system must have calculated that I only have 80 attribute points. 2. Expensive. Upgrading this profession now feels like a loss. I'll consider upgrading the disguiser profession later when I have more free attribute points. For now, I'll make do. The 3 skills that come with a level 1 disguiser are already amazing. With the conceal skill, I can change my title at will. This can be used to create alternate accounts. To go incognito. With the combination of faceless and conceal skills, I can directly become another person. The disguise skill can be used as a money-making ability. If I run low on cash, I can just conjure up a suit and sell it. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The disguiser profession could really solve many current problems, and Whiskey's identity could be better concealed. I remember there's a social function in the space, right? If someone wants to trade with me in the space, I can just make up an identity to fool them. With this skill, in the real world, apart from Suya, no one will know my identity as Whiskey. Before becoming a top-tier S-class powerhouse, I must develop cautiously and not be reckless. The system will raise all my 4-dimensional attributes to 40 points. Distributing free attribute points. Distribution of free attribute points completed. Your current basic attributes are as follows: A code, Whiskey level, E physique, 40 points. Spirit, 40 points. Strength, 40 points. Agility, 40 points. Distributable points, 10 points. Profession, Judge of the Underworld, Disguiser. Title, Permanent Guest of Live Broadcast, Fortunate Star. Skills, Transformation, Disguise. Items, Spirit Pen, Chinese Chessboard, 10 buckets of purple clay lake water, 10 double difficulty challenge cards, 1 dragon egg. Player Whiskey's attributes have significantly increased, detecting your life level. Congratulations, your life level has reached the minimum standard of sea level. Congratulations, your level has successfully risen from E level to sea level. Sea level? I've only been in the space for less than a month and I'm already at sea level. My upgrade speed is absolutely unprecedented. 4 rounds of hide-and-seek challenges have raised my life level to sea level. Who else can do it? As long as I keep steady and don't mess up, within a year, I will definitely have the chance to reach S rank. System, use the avatar skill to maintain the character model of Whiskey, then use the disguise skill to give me a stylish suit. When I return to the real world, I will directly appear on the luxurious university playground. If I return using Su Chen's identity, it will expose me immediately. Suya should be waiting for me on the playground. She must have arranged the escape plan. Now, what I need to do is make a grand entrance, then announce my upcoming fake itinerary. After drawing everyone's attention away, I can finally take a good rest. Recently, I've been inexplicably entering the hide-and-seek space, exhausting myself to the point of going bald. The brilliance of the system began to take effect on Su Chen, and the detective coat he was wearing transformed into a beautiful black suit. After confirming that there were no details wrong, Su Chen transformed into a beam of white light and exited the hide-and-seek space. After a dazzling display of light and shadow, he was met with a tsunami of cheers in his ears. The luxurious playground of Qingbei University had arrived. All the students were here eagerly awaiting Su Chen's return. They all knew that Whiskey was pulled into the space from here. When they saw the white light flickering beside the podium, the students erupted into cheers. The great Whiskey is back. Wow! Will the great one give us a lesson before leaving? So excited. Yes, the great Whiskey can just tell us about his experiences in the hide-and-seek space. This is a rare opportunity. How did the great Whiskey determine that everyone was a werewolf? I really want to know. The great one must give a lecture. Near the stage, Qin Xia rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk up to the podium. Back? Great. I absolutely need to have a good talk with Whiskey. The other little black collars present quickly stepped forward to stop Qin Xia, who was eager to confront Su Chen. Director Qin, be mindful of the impact. The whole country is watching now. If you go up to challenge Whiskey, who knows how the media around the world will portray us tomorrow? That's right, Director Qin. Whiskey can't be provoked right now. If you must act, it should be after inviting Whiskey to our station. Director Qin, Yao Yao has also returned to the stage. If you rush up, how will you explain it to her? Calm down, calm down. We came here with orders to befriend Whiskey, not to stir up trouble. If we mess up the tasks assigned from above, we won't be able to handle the consequences. Hearing the loyal subordinate's advice, Qin Xia had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Fine, I still know my limits. Public matters are public, private matters are private. I understand that. Alright, let go of me. I won't rush up now. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, his subordinates tightened their grip even more. No, Director Qin, we can't let go of you now. If you act impulsively later, we won't be able to stop you. That's right, Director Qin, why don't you go down and take a break? We'll handle things here, don't worry. We'll definitely invite Whiskey back for tea. Director Qin, we can't trust your current state. When you came, you were wildly gesturing with a gun at Whiskey's photo. You guys really? Qin Xia was speechless, struggling to shake off the two Subordinates holding him, I'm more clear-headed than you right now. It's safest for me to handle the connection with whiskey. If it weren't for the fact that your cabbage is about to run off with whiskey, you would definitely be the best candidate. But right now, Director Chin, you are absolutely a powder keg. Quickly, pull Director Chin down to rest. Alright. Shin Xia's subordinates responded in unison and took action to escort him down. Shin Xia was left in disarray in the wind.at this moment. Su Chen, who was on the podium, had regained his vision and fully returned to the real world. He turned his head to survey the surroundings. Yao Yao, sitting in a wheelchair, had returned and there was a familiar figure around the podium, Su Chen. After a brief moment of confusion, Su Chen immediately realized what was happening. Suya was still playing his role according to the plan. It seemed that he had not been exposed yet. Before Su Chen could ask Suya about the current situation, a chat box automatically popped up in front of him. This was the high-tech artificial intelligence system that Suya had given him. Their communication within this system would not be detected by anyone. Suya, Xiaomu, you really are a trouble magnet. I just started impersonating you on the playground and you entered the hide-and-seek space again. Fortunately, I adapted quickly and directly took on your role to continue the next class. Otherwise, it would have been chaos here. The reckless troublemaker Xiaomu, hee, I didn't want this either. After all, being too handsome really attracts hatred. Suya, Xiaomu, what should we do next? Should we continue to follow the plan and finish the remaining schedule? The reckless troublemaker Xiaomu, let's stick to the old plan and continue. I'll directly give these students a lesson and announce my itinerary at the same time. Suya, okay, I'll cooperate with you. By the way, the special department of Huaxia wants to meet with you. Should we arrange that? The reckless troublemaker Xiaomu, forget it, I'm almost exhausted. After this performance, I just want to go home and rest for a few days. Let's decline the invitation from the special department of Huaxia. The final performance is starting now. Suya, alright, after it's over, I'll use optical transmission to send you back home. And I'll take care of the rest. The reckless troublemaker Xiaomu, okay, the final performance has begun. After finishing his reply in the chat box, Su Chen turned around and took the microphone that Suya handed him, waving to the tens of thousands of students. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. An unexpected incident caused the class to be delayed for a few days, and now I'm here to make it up. The Whiskey Master is about to start the lecture? All the students in the audience erupted in excitement. Great! Finally, we get to hear the Whiskey Master lecture. I've been waiting here for almost 2 days. Ah! The Whiskey Master didn't ditch us. He's really going to analyze himself. Absolutely invincible. I've got my notebook ready. Everyone, quiet. Quiet. Listen to the Whiskey Master's lecture. Don't waste our class time. The sooner we settle down, the longer the Whiskey Master can lecture. At the students' spontaneous calls, the noisy sounds gradually quieted down, and countless teachers and students looked at Su Chen on the podium with eager eyes. This person, called Whiskey, was incredibly mysterious. In just a few weeks, he had emerged out of nowhere. With his extraordinary intelligence and godlike strategies, he had gained worldwide fame. In an instant, having such a person give them a lecture was simply the greatest opportunity of their lives. If they could learn even a fraction of the Whiskey Master's wisdom, their abilities would see a significant breakthrough. Even just hearing Whiskey explain some of his incredible maneuvers would benefit them for a lifetime. Will the Whiskey Master call on people to ask questions? I have so many questions I want to ask him. Me too. I have a little notebook of questions I want to ask the Whiskey Master. What exactly will the Whiskey Master talk about? I'm really looking forward to it. Countless eager eyes were fixed on Su Chen on the stage. Seeing this situation, Su Chen smiled wryly. After this lecture, I must control the number of students. 500 would be best. These 500 must be personally selected by me. Boasting about how amazing I am in front of tens of thousands of people feels a bit awkward. So, what should I talk about now? Shall we analyze the recordings to review our actions? Or should we just call on people to answer questions? Let's go with calling on people to answer questions. With Suya's AI system here, any questions these students have should be solvable, right? If it really can't be solved, we can just cheat by contacting Suya through the chat box. After a brainstorming session, Su Chen operated the 3D blackboard on the podium and pulled up the recordings of his 4 rounds of hide-and-seek. Then, facing all the students, he officially began his first class. Are there many students who feel confused about certain parts of my 4 live broadcasts? How about this? I'll call on a few students from the audience right now, and each student I call on can ask me one question. Let's start the class with their questions. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, all the students quickly raised their hands. The Whiskey God was really going to answer their questions. Or rather, call on people to answer. This was the moment to resolve their doubts. The countless impossible events created by the Whiskey God would be unraveled one by one. Whiskey God, look at me. I raised my hand first. I have so many questions to ask. You, Whiskey God, do you see my little notebook? It's full of questions I want to ask. Let me ask. My questions are of high quality. If anyone gets called to answer questions, make sure to ask about the mysteries that haven't been solved yet. Let's maximize our benefits. This might be the only chance to attend a class by the Whiskey God. We can't miss it. What was happening on the luxurious playground of Qingbei University was being broadcasted live to the world by various media invited by the president of Qingbei University. Countless viewers were envious of the situation at Qingbei University. The chance to ask the Whiskey God a question. This might be the only opportunity. Why am I not at Qingbei University? I also want to ask the Whiskey God. There are so many unsolved mysteries. The Whiskey God isn't teaching at our school. These students are so lucky. I hope they ask some high-quality questions. Zoom in on the live broadcast. We can't see the Whiskey God anymore. This effect is far worse than Space Lords. I hope the Whiskey God shares more knowledge. I'm about to start my first hide-and-seek challenge. I want to learn from the Whiskey God. Upon learning that Su Chen would personally explain his incredible operations, expert teams from various countries quietly gathered and opened the live stream from Qingbei University. They also wanted to know how the Whiskey God accomplished those inexplicable operations, like the pencil issue. They still had no clue. Start the screen recording. We must capture the Whiskey God's upcoming answers completely for repeated viewing. This is a great opportunity for us to understand the Whiskey God. We can't miss it. I hope these students can ask some high-quality questions. By the way, hurry and check if there are any international students from our country present. If they are here, we should also try to ask the Whiskey God questions. We must order them to secure the right to ask. On the podium, Su Chen looked at the countless raised hands and decided to illuminate the selected students in each area with the venue lights. A total of 8 students were chosen by Su Chen to represent the class for questioning. The 8 lucky students selected by Su Chen joyfully stepped out from the crowd and approached the podium. With Suya's help, their voices could also be amplified throughout the venue. Alright, this time these 8 students will ask questions. For those who didn't get called, don't feel regretful. The questions you want to ask might be raised by one of these 8 students. As Su Chen spoke, he scanned the 8 students and finally locked his gaze on a girl with a simple and honest appearance. Well, it doesn't look like someone who would ask tricky questions. This student, state your question. Whiskey God, how do you detonate a volcano with a pencil? Su Chen, is it too late to regret now? How do I explain detonating Mount Fuji? Detonating Mount Fuji is actually quite simple, provided you have special skills like mine. Special abilities? As expected, the Whiskey God accomplished the feat of detonating Mount Fuji through special abilities. What is the Whiskey God's special ability? Prophecy? Did the Whiskey God predict the downfall of the Eastern Kingdom in the hide-and-seek space? No way. The Whiskey God has such strong prophetic abilities, directly predicting the downfall of the Eastern Kingdom, seeing the possibility of its demise from the future, and then realizing that possibility in the hide-and-seek space? That's too intense, right? If the Whiskey God has such abilities, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a deity, would it? The ability to see the future is just too outrageous. After hearing Su Chen's words, the expert group from various countries fell into collective silence. Is it possible? Can Whiskey really see the future? Did he find the possibility of the Eastern Kingdom's demise from the future and then realize that possibility in the hide-and-seek space? If Whiskey has such abilities, how can we compete with him? Everything we target at Whiskey can be discovered by him. If Whiskey can see the future, then he would be an invincible person. How could the space possibly grant Whiskey such a perverse ability? Whiskey doesn't even have an A rank now. According to the principle of balance, Whiskey absolutely cannot obtain such a powerful skill. Gentlemen, let's not worry about how Whiskey obtained this ability for now. What we can be sure of is that Whiskey really has a power, and he used this power to detonate Mount Fuji, leading to the downfall of the Eastern Kingdom in the hide-and-seek space. If Whiskey predicted the possibility of our country's demise and reality through this ability, what should we do? We would be like lambs to the slaughter. The last expert's words instantly made everyone break out in a cold sweat. No, we must prevent this possibility. We need to control all elements that could lead to our country's demise. We must not let Whiskey find an opportunity. Damn it! Quick! Send more people to guard our nuclear arsenal. If Whiskey really finds a way to destroy us, that nuclear arsenal is definitely a place he must come to. We must guard both the volcano and the weapons depot. Monitor Whiskey's every move. We absolutely cannot let Whiskey enter our country, cutting off the roots of his plan to destroy us. You all saw it. If the Eastern Kingdom didn't have the Stalin super bomb, then Whiskey wouldn't be able to detonate Mount Fuji. As long as we eliminate all possible factors, Whiskey poses no threat to our country. The expert group from the Eagle country trembled at Su Chen's words. Hey, we were just discussing how to deal with Whiskey. Could these words be predicted by him? If Whiskey finds out, our country will be in trouble. Our Yellowstone Park can't withstand an explosion. If Whiskey detonates Yellowstone Park, we're finished. Boss, I think we need to slow down our cooperation with Mr. World. We really can't afford to offend Whiskey, who has super strong prophetic abilities. Yeah, Mr. World, even if you're S rank, you can't withstand Whiskey's prophetic abilities, right? I think we should keep a low profile for a while, and perhaps we can postpone our plans against Whiskey. Listening to his subordinates chattering suggestions, the head of the expert group from Eagle Country frowned and looked at Mr. World beside him, saying, Mr. World, what do you think? Whiskey shouldn't be lying. If he really has such abilities, then our cooperation may need to be delayed. After all, we really can't afford to offend someone who can see our future. Mr. World shook his head as he looked at Su Chen's figure on the live broadcast screen, saying, Impossible, Whiskey's ability definitely hasn't reached that level. My understanding of special ability users is countless times higher than yours. Even if Whiskey uses his special ability without any side effects, he couldn't possibly foresee the conditions for a country's demise. The cost involved is unimaginable. Whiskey can be said to be favored by the gods. Those favored by the gods possess abilities that we envy immensely, but such abilities are also limited. Unless Whiskey is a true deity. Otherwise, I would bet my life that Whiskey absolutely cannot use this ability to bring about the downfall of a country. The head of the Eagle Nation pondered for a moment and asked Mr. World, then how do we explain Whiskey using a pencil to trigger an explosion at Mount Fuji? This miracle has already proven that he can bring about the demise of a country. After a brief moment of thought, Mr. World replied, No, that's different. Whiskey used his skills in the space to bring about the demise of the East Japan. It's impossible to do that in reality. The hide-and-seek space has never aimed to annihilate us humans. This is evident from the fact that the hide-and-seek space gives each of us a chance to avoid death. The East Japan is a major country that supplies fresh blood to the hide-and-seek space. It cannot allow Whiskey to destroy East Japan, or else the number of people entering the hide-and-seek space would at least decrease by 1%. That's unfortunate. The head of the Eagle Nation pondered for a moment and declined Mr. World's cooperation. I represent the entire Eagle Nation. I cannot put the whole Eagle Nation on the gambling table just because of your words, Mr. World. Mr. World frowned and looked at the head of the Eagle Nation in silence for a long time, then sighed. Alright, it seems that to eliminate this Whiskey, I really have to bleed a lot. If it weren't for some reasons preventing me from going directly into the field, Whiskey would have died on the podium long ago. Cooperate with me, and within 3 days, I will elevate Zeus's life level to S rank without any damage. After taking down Whiskey, I will tell you how to mass-produce such special extraordinary beings like the Prophet. This is a significant offer. Do you want it? I believe many countries will be interested in this. My cooperation is not limited to just your Eagle Nation. Within 3 days, to make Zeus undamaged and become S rank while providing a method to mass-produce special extraordinary beings? All the experts from the Eagle Nation present began to breathe rapidly, even the head sitting in the front seat. He stared intently at Mr. World and said, This is a huge bargaining chip. Once the contract is signed, you must enforce it. No one can resist the contract from the space. Looking at the greedy crowd from the Eagle Nation, Mr. World smiled and said, Of course, to show my sincerity, after signing the contract, I will immediately take Zeus to start advancing to S rank. You said, for the Eagle Nation, killing Whiskey is a must. We, the Eagle Nation, can afford to gamble. On the mechanical floating podium of Qingbei University, Su Chen's class continued. I learned the location of the super bomb placed on Mount Fuji in East Japan through a special ability, which led to the plan of using a pencil to trigger the explosion at Mount Fuji. Great God Whiskey, the operation to explode Mount Fuji was filled with various uncertainties. How did you overcome them? As far as I know, there isn't a super ability that can be used very frequently, right? Among the 8, another student couldn't wait to ask, How did I overcome the uncertainties? Asking such a simple question? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Great. This time, they hit the nail on the head. The bluffing mode activated. What you call uncertain factors are completely controllable factors for me, Su Chen said, displaying his live stream of charging towards the summit of Mount Fuji on the screen. Sometimes the charm of language is boundless. This group of guardians from the land of the rising sun has all fallen into my trap. I want to call this method chat flow. Chat flow, the charm of language? The students gasped in amazement. I think when I go back, I need to drink 6 walnuts to boost my brain. I'm really lacking in IQ. Even though I won first place in the international mathematics competition in front of the Whiskey God, I'm still just a child. The Whiskey God wants us to think more when facing challenges, to cultivate our temperament and thinking ability. Yes, we need to carefully observe the Whiskey God's movements while climbing Mount Fuji. Confidence is absolutely essential. If the Whiskey God can't remain calm and confident in front of thousands of people, then he will definitely perish on the way up Mount Fuji. The pilots flying the fighter jets in the sky were also stunned by the Whiskey God's words and confidence. Fearing they couldn't take him down, they thought about launching a missile to attack. After a lively discussion, everyone gained a lot. Indeed, listening to the Whiskey God's class is enough to cover my studies for several years. The wisdom of the Whiskey God is truly enough for us to learn for a lifetime. Once the Whiskey God finishes his lecture, I will immediately sign up to improve my demeanor. Exactly. We can lose at anything, but we must never lose our momentum. The Whiskey God is definitely my life mentor. The students looked at Su Chen with admiration. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't understand why this group was suddenly so excited, it didn't matter, nodding was the right response. The class continued, and due to Su Chen's deliberate delay, the bell signaling the end of the class rang after he perfectly resolved the question posed by the fourth student, marking the end of the 2-hour session. After 2 hours of talking himself into a daze, Su Chen calmed his mind and quickly waved to Suya, who was standing behind the podium, to get ready. He was about to give his final speech. Alright, classmates, happy times are always short. This class ends here. The students who came to the podium can leave first, and I will give the final summary speech for this class. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, all the teachers and students were taken aback. Was it over? How could that be? All the teachers and students hurriedly pleaded loudly, "Whiskey God, no. We haven't heard enough. It's only been 2 hours. Please, talk for another 4 hours. Whiskey God, you've only solved 4 people's problems. There are still 4 left. My most anticipated analysis of werewolf and hide and seek hasn't even started yet. Yes, Whiskey God, please talk a little longer. I've really benefited a lot. My notebook isn't even full yet." 1,000 people write in blood to ask the Whiskey God to continue being the teacher of this class. 1,000 people in blood. Count me in. Requesting the Whiskey God to be the eternal teacher of this class. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the frenzied calls and adjusted the microphone to cover the entire venue. Classmates, I also want to stay and take over as the teacher of this class, but the current situation indeed does not allow me to do so. As everyone knows, I have enemies all over the world now, even many countries hold grudges against me. If I stay here to teach, Tsinghua and Peking University will definitely become the most unsafe places in the world. After this lecture, I will go abroad to completely resolve this grudge with these enemies. Going abroad to completely end this grudge? Everyone was shocked by Su Chen's words. What the heck? How is the Whiskey God going to end this grudge? Kill all his enemies? That's impossible, right? The Whiskey God has enemies in several countries, at least tens of millions, right? Not just tens of millions? Now, in the land of the rising sun, apart from the loyal fans of the Whiskey God, almost the entire nation harbors animosity towards him. Is the Whiskey God planning to annihilate the entire country again? Which country is the Whiskey God planning to visit first? The Eagle Nation or the land of the rising sun? I feel like a massive earthquake is about to shake the world. The Whiskey God's trip abroad will definitely be accompanied by bloodshed and chaos. This outing will surely be filled with slaughter. Not every enemy can resolve things peacefully with the Whiskey God. I suddenly look forward to the expressions of the Eagle Nation when they hear this news. At this moment, those who learned through the live broadcast that Whiskey was about to leave Huaxia to confront his enemies were collectively shaken. Who gave Whiskey the guts? We're not looking for him, yet he dares to come. Looking for trouble with us? We must take down Whiskey. Quick! Send spies to Huaxia. We must find out Whiskey's whereabouts. We need to eliminate him as soon as he steps out of Huaxia. Damn it! Whiskey actually dares to leave Huaxia? I've been looking forward to this for so long. Tan Lang is my best brother. I must take down Whiskey to avenge Tan Lang. An F-level loser actually dares to shout about taking us down? Let him come to the land of the rising sun. We countless extraordinary beings will bury him with sheer numbers. Many people were eagerly waiting for Su Chen to come out so they could kill him directly. However, those countries that had declared Su Chen as their enemy were not too keen on Whiskey going abroad for revenge. Damn it! If Whiskey comes to our country to cause destruction, like triggering a volcano, won't we be doomed? We need to come up with a plan. We absolutely cannot let Whiskey enter our country. Experts from the Eagle Nation began to get nervous and started to regulate. Whiskey dares to be so arrogant, he must have some means or methods at his disposal. Is there really a way to trigger Mount Fuji? Quick! Strengthen border control. We must not let Whiskey enter our country. Experts from the land of the rising sun were trembling. How about we go and soften our stance towards Whiskey? We don't have much enmity with him, we just lost the national war to him. Let's hold a press conference and invite Whiskey to visit our country. An expert from Bear Country thought of this alternative approach. The world was once again ignited by Su Chen's decision. The news that Whiskey was about to leave Huaxia to settle scores with the Eagle Nation and other countries exploded across the internet. This news topped the global trending list within just 3 minutes. The topic had over 100 million shares. One person challenging at least 3 countries? Is that really possible? A huge doubt loomed over everyone. Isn't the Whiskey God's current strength still below A level? Is it really possible to crush a country head-on just with his superintelligence? How is that impossible? If the Whiskey God teams up with Ling to manipulate global finance, the Eagle Nation will definitely be played to death by Whiskey. That combination is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I'm not in the land of the rising sun or the Eagle Nation. The Whiskey God shouldn't threaten us commoners, as can be seen from his lectures at Qingbei University. Yeah, the Whiskey God isn't a cold-blooded animal. He helps players from his faction escape during every live broadcast. So this should be a high-level competition, we just need to watch the show. In the luxurious grass field of Qingbei University, Suchen nodded in satisfaction at everyone's reactions, opened the chat box, and sent a message, Reckless Ghost Xiaomu, sister, it's over, quickly use invisibility. To teleport, I want to sneak back to sleep. Suya, okay, stand still for 10 seconds, and I'll teleport you back invisibly. You really stirred up a big mess this time. Reckless Ghost Xiaomu, it's fine, the one who stirred up trouble is him, Whiskey. What does it have to do with me, Suchen? Once I get back, I'll take a few days off and push this class to start in July, hee. Suya, alright, you hurry and go rest. I'll take over the next matters. Stand still, the transmission has begun. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown echoed. In the chat group, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed student in the front row loudly posed a question to Suchen. Whiskey God, may I ask if this revenge operation is being carried out by you alone or by everyone in the distillery? Are you representing the organization or yourself? The student's inquiry quickly captured everyone's attention. Yes, the Whiskey God is now part of an organization. That organization codenamed the distillery. If Whiskey is declaring war on his enemies on behalf of the distillery, that changes everything. Didn't the Whiskey God say that there are many powerful individuals in the distillery who are on par with him? If such an organization collectively declares war on the Eagle Nation, the nature of the situation is truly different. The destructive power of the Whiskey God alone is still limited, but the destructive power of a group is immense. The Eagle Nation and others must be cautious. If they're not careful, they could easily face disaster. This distillery is too mysterious, right? We've never heard any news about them. Perhaps this is the distillery's first appearance before the world. Experts from various countries were nervously listening to Suchen's upcoming response. Was it an extraordinary individual they had to deal with? Or an extraordinary organization? If it was an extraordinary organization, then things would really escalate. With such a mysterious extraordinary organization, who knows how large their branches are in countries around the globe and how many spies they have? If it's an extraordinary organization coming after us, we might have to consider negotiations. Fighting against a high-level extraordinary organization is too risky. We might not even win. Distillery, elevate our national security measures to the highest level. Whiskey's next answer will determine the future course of international relations. At this moment, Suchen was momentarily taken aback by the question about bringing the distillery along for revenge. That wouldn't do. Going to other countries for revenge was already a ruse. Now bringing the distillery into the picture would complicate things. The distillery was very real in the eyes of these people. If he took the distillery along for revenge, the nature of the situation would change. Tomorrow's news would likely turn into something like a terrifying extraordinary organization declares war on the world. Moreover, he was currently the only one in the distillery. It wasn't suitable to appear alongside Whiskey's identity. Chen calmly responded to the students below. This time, when going abroad to settle scores, I represent myself unrelated to the distillery. Of course, during the process, you will definitely see other spirits. I have a good reputation among the people in the distillery. Whiskey does not represent the distillery, it's just personal revenge. The experts from the Eagle Nation and others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news, but soon grew worried again. Although Whiskey does not represent the distillery, the people from the distillery will definitely come to help him. There must be A-level powerhouses among them, and it will definitely be a fierce battle. Dealing with Whiskey alone is already troublesome enough. Now we have to deal with other spirits. The difficulty has increased several times. Forget it, this result is the best. If we can't win, we can just surrender directly, and the negotiations. We're currently wearing shoes, and we're afraid of reckless people like Whiskey who have nothing. The head of the expert group from the Eagle Nation inquired of Mr. World, who had not yet left. What do you think of this distillery organization? I feel there might be top-level powerhouses involved. Mr. World frowned and pondered for a moment. Then said, don't worry, I know the identities of the 13 S-level powerhouses. There shouldn't be any S-level powerhouses among them, at most A+ level. By then, your newly promoted S-level Zeus will be enough to deal with these people. I will also send special ability users to assist you, so don't worry, Whiskey is doomed this time. Isn't he going abroad? Perfect, we'll just wait for him here in the Eagle Country. At this moment, there were only 2 seconds left on the 10-second teleport countdown. Everyone, and to my enemies watching the live stream, we will meet again, Suchen said as he vanished from the podium in front of everyone. After a dazzling flash of light, he was teleported back home by Suya's teleportation technology. The commotion outside on the grass field continued, but it had nothing to do with Suchen anymore. It was now Suchen's lazy time. After stretching, he returned to his original appearance and took out a bucket of Zisha lake water. Let's see what it's like to bathe in the Zisha lake water that the pen spirit mentioned. The Zisha lake water, extracted from the Zisha lake, was entirely purple and emitted a faint glow. If it weren't for the system saying this was harmless, Suchen wouldn't have touched it at all. A bucket is just enough for one person to lie down in. Anyway, I have 10 buckets. When the pen spirit wakes up, I'll give her 1 bucket or maybe just half a bucket to make it last. This half bucket of lake water a pen could use for a few years, right? Su Chen thought as he placed the Zisha lake water into the bathroom, then stripped off his clothes and soaked in the bucket. A strange power enveloped his body the moment he submerged in the bath. The Zisha lake water began to heat up continuously and steam started to rise from the surface, giving him a feeling of soaking in a hot spring. At this moment, a virtual panel popped up. Player Whiskey is using Zisha lake water. Effect enhancement begins. Stay in Zisha lake water for 1 minute, gain 0.5 free attribute points. Stay in Zisha lake water for 2 minutes, gain 0.5 free attribute points. Stay in Zisha lake water for 3 minutes, gain 0.5 free attribute points. This was definitely the easiest way to gain points in history. While others struggled to complete life and death challenges for just 1 or 2 attribute points, Su Chen could soak here for 10 minutes and equal their entire hide and seek challenge. Forget it, I shouldn't give the Zisha lake water to the pen spirit. She's used to soaking before, so she probably wouldn't want to soak now, right? I think so. I'll soak 1 bucket a day for these 10 buckets, and while the pen spirit is still asleep, I'll convert all this lake water into attribute points. Perfect. The next hide and seek is in 3 days. I have 3 days of rest time. I must make these 3 days fulfilling. All my private money and savings have been confiscated by Suya. I need to find a way to make money and earn a big haul, or else I won't even have money for the pen spirits. Meals. Tomorrow I'll think of a way to make a big pile of private money and buy the pen spirit some snacks as compensation. Su Chen thought as he closed his eyes and soaked in the Zisha lake water, feeling drowsy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the system's prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Your item, pen spirit, has successfully advanced to E level. The pen spirit is returning from the space. Hearing the message in his mind, Su Chen instantly woke up. What the hell? Why is the pen spirit returning now? This is so untimely. System, hurry, don't let the pen spirit return to the real world. First, take back this bucket of Zisha lake water. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, the silly pen spirit in a white dress appeared in front of him. The system's teleportation light had not yet faded when the pen spirit eagerly said, Su Chen, quick, delicious food. Today we are going to eat soup dumplings. We have to eat our fill. I've advanced to E level. I can take human form for 2 hours. We have plenty of time to eat. You've saved enough money by now, right? Let's go. The pen spirit excitedly looked at Su Chen and the purple liquid in the bucket. How about you go out first? Wait for me to finish my bath? Su Chen said, forcing himself to appear calm. Why does this stuff you're soaking in look so familiar to me? The pen spirit furrowed her brows in confusion. Where have I seen this before? It seems like something I used to really like. Ahem, you must be mistaken. Hurry up and go out. I'll finish soaking in a moment and then we can leave. Are you still going to eat snacks? Yes, I want to eat a lot. Just as the pen spirit was about to turn and leave, she took advantage of Su Chen's distraction to dip her hand into the bathwater. This is purple sand lake water? The pen spirit's voice rose 3 pitches, her small face looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen, didn't you say there was no purple sand lake water? What is this? Ahem, this is purple sand lake water? I didn't know, I just won it in the space earlier. It's quite comfortable for a bath, Su Chen replied awkwardly. For a bath? Such a big tub. This tub is enough for me to wash for a year, and you just used it so casually? Boo-hoo. The pen spirit's eyes immediately turned red. Su Chen, you're so mean. I've wanted purple sand lake water for so long. I want to bathe too. You've made me all dirty. What do you want to do? I can just share a bit with you later? No, I want to get in and soak. Before Su Chen could say anything else, another person joined in the bathtub. Su Chen helplessly said, this is a one-person tub. It's so cramped like this. Why don't you turn back into a pen? Your body is pressed against me, isn't it cramped? The purple sand lake water can only be used for 1 bath. Turning back into a pen would be too wasteful. I've never used a human body to wash with purple sand lake water. I won't change. I want to soak like this. The pen spirit said, burying her body in the purple sand lake water, mimicking Su Chen by only exposing her head. After feeling the soft warmth of the purple sand lake water, the pen spirit's face turned a bit rosy. This is the feeling. Su Chen, you're so mean. If I hadn't come back now, would you have hogged all the purple sand lake water? How could that be? I don't only have this tub of purple sand lake water. The rewards for this competition are quite generous, and the system also rewarded me with half a tub, which is specifically reserved for you. Really? There's still half a tub of purple sand lake water? The pen spirit's eyes lit up. Is it really all reserved for me? Su Chen is so nice, she said, directly pouncing onto Su Chen in joy. Of course, how could I not save some for you? Go out first, I'll help you take out the remaining half tub. No, just soak in this tub. I want to save the rest, turn back into a pen, and use it slowly. It's too wasteful. Why did you use a whole tub directly? Wait, something's not right. The pen spirit reached out and pressed her hand against Su-chen's face, leaning in closer. Look into my eyes, Su-chen. Did you secretly hide a few tubs of purple sand lake water? You definitely hid some, right? The master's mouth is deceiving the pen's ghost. From the way you just secretly soaked in the purple sand lake water without telling me, you definitely hid a few tubs and only gave me half a tub. Does this girl have this kind of intelligence? Is she trying to fool me? No, absolutely not. How could you question the master's kindness towards you? It seems like there will be no soup dumpling feast later, Su-chen said, without hesitation. I was wrong. Will you dare to question me again in the future? Do you not want the soup dumplings anymore? I won't dare, the pen spirit said, feeling wronged as she hugged Su-chen's arm. Can we go out and eat a bit more today? I've advanced to E rank and I've become much stronger. Can we buy that big watermelon I saw last time I went home? I haven't eaten it yet. Advanced to E rank and become much stronger? System, check the pen spirit's current attributes. Name, pen spirit, pending, level, E-skill. Turn decay into wonder, gives life to drawn objects for 2 hours 3 times a day. Current thought, will Su-chen get angry and not buy me delicious food? I haven't eaten the big watermelon yet. Does the pen spirit only have the skill to turn decay into wonder? That makes sense, just this skill alone is enough to be an SSS item. By the time the pen spirit becomes A level, the ability to turn decay into magic will have no limits. The value of the tool, the pen spirit, has increased again. I should take her out for a meal later. As for that money, I should be able to get it by selling the suit that Whiskey just wore. While those manufacturers haven't started pirating yet, I should sell this suit for a good price first. Not bad. If I have time in the future, I could sell suits every day and get rich off them. So, does this count as milking the system? Su-chen thought and casually replied, not bad. After the bath, I'll take you out for a big meal. Buy 2 watermelons, eat one today and one tomorrow. Really? The pen spirit's eyes lit up and she jumped up to hug Su-chen's neck. Su-chen is the best. I want to eat a lot today. Hey, get down, please don't use face wash. While they were playfully wrestling, the living room window suddenly opened on its own, and Suya flew in from outside. Xiaomu, quickly greet your sister. I've finished handling your matters. Xiaomu, are you taking a bath? Why do I hear a female voice? Hearing Suya's voice, Su-chen paused, glanced at the pen spirit, and quickly said, hurry, change back into a pen form. Don't make a sound, my sister is back. Change back into a pen form. You'll have more time to eat later. Okay. The pen spirit obediently transformed back into a fountain pen. After twirling the pen around to calm himself down, Su-chen calmly replied, sister, I'm taking a bath. What female voice? As soon as Su-chen finished speaking, the bathroom door swung open, and Suya, with gossip written all over her face, rushed in. Excitedly. Where is she? Where is she? Xiaomu, don't doubt the hearing of an S-level powerhouse. Was there a girl here just now? Su-chen, unfazed, waved the pen spirit. Where? You must be hearing things. How could there be anyone else here besides me? Hearing things? Do you want me to play back the memories stored in my brain of what I heard? After revealing the truth, dealing with Xiaomu will be much easier. Sister is now S-level. If you want to lie, at least find a decent reason. Xiaomu, quickly tell your sister, where did that girl go? Did she escape through the bathroom window? Or is she still hiding here? Suya said, looking towards Su-chen's bathtub. Wow, I wasted my identity to attract so many girls. Turns out you've already found one. Wait, what do you mean by using my identity to attract so many girls? What have you been doing while I was gone? Su-chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Nothing. Quickly, let that girl come out. I want to see what she looks like. She's an extraordinary person, right? Able to hold her breath in the water for so long? Not simple at all. Suya said as she quickly ran to Su-chen's bathtub and swiftly reached into the tub. The car flipped, with some cuts and omissions. There's no one here? Could it really be that I was hearing things? No hearing things. There really is a girl here. Where? Before Suya could react, Su-chen grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bathtub along with him. What bad things have you done again? And no. Su-chen held Suya with both hands, leaning close to her ear. Is there now? Wah. Xiaomu is bullying sister again. Getting bold. Where's my little notebook? Why can't I find my little notebook? Suya's ears turned bright red and her neck flushed as well. What exactly happened? Su-chen gently pinched Suya's ear. Using your identity, I made a few close female friends. Using my identity to make a few close female friends? So is this a good thing or a bad thing? Su-chen pondered for 3 seconds and reached a conclusion. Bad thing. If I run into someone on the road, will I be called a scumbag? You didn't give out my certain penguin, which will be referred to as the chat ID, too, did you? I did. Your alternate account, using the alternate account outside. Oh, that's fine. Wait, how do you know about the alternate account I registered a few years ago? Su-chen was shocked. It seemed he had figured some things out. So that's it. I always wondered why my alternate account kept pushing some strange stuff. Turns out it was you sending it to me. Not to mention those weird virus ads like sisters are better than moms, listen to your sister at home. Were those videos about not growing tall without eating leeks and not getting strong without drinking milk also pushed by you? No wonder every time I had some private money in my account, a scam fund would mysteriously transfer all my money away, the kind that even calling the police wouldn't help me get back. Well, Xiaomu, I can explain this, Suya said somewhat guiltily. Forget it, no need to explain, Suchen said as he turned Suya to face him, then lifted her chin with his hand. Keep your dowry safe. From now on, all the dowry will be managed by you. Suya, let's go on a date tomorrow? In that moment, Suya's mind went completely blank, her thoughts drifting away. She felt a bit flustered. The CPU of the S-Class Tech Extraordinary exploded. Standby mode. The scene froze. Suchen, puzzled, pinched Suya's nose, then splashed a bit of purple sand lake water on her face, trying to cool down her cheeks to turn them into red apples. What's wrong? Okay. Suya came back to her senses and said softly. Okay, what? I deleted your alternate account from those girls' phones. That's right. Alright, I have something to take care of, I'll be right back. Having settled Suya, Suchen immediately grabbed the pen spirit and slipped away. After Suchen left, Suya buried her face in the water. Just as Suchen walked out the door with the pen spirit and a matching suit, preparing to cross the luxurious lawn of Qingbei University to leave the school, students who hadn't left the playground immediately recognized his identity. Wow, it's teacher Suchen from just now. Let's go. I still have questions to solve. If I have questions, I'll just ask teacher Suchen. Really, isn't teacher Suchen about our age? To have such a grasp of tech knowledge at this age, he's truly a monster. Exactly. We can't compare with teacher Suchen. His sister is the world's strongest tech extraordinary, and not only that, teacher Suchen is friends with the whiskey god. If I grew up in such an environment, I wouldn't say I could surpass teacher Suchen, but reaching 60% of his strength should be possible, countless students said, quickly surrounding Suchen, who wanted to leave. Teacher Suchen, I have a tech question I don't understand. What exactly is the three-dimensional number of the God Hand's precise alpha to the 9th power? Teacher Suchen, I've perfectly replicated the whiskey god's pencil 1-to-1. Absolutely identical. When can we have a class to imitate whiskey's pencil? Teacher Suchen, why can't I see your chat ID? Shall we go watch a movie together tonight? Suchen, what's happening? Why am I so popular all of a sudden? Why are people even thinking about me like that? Students, class is over now. If you have questions, we can discuss them in class later. I have some matters to attend to, so please make way. Just as Suchen was preparing to leave, someone suddenly focused on the suit in his hand. Teacher Suchen, what are you holding? This student shouted with shining eyes. His shout successfully drew everyone's attention to Suchen's suit. So familiar. Where have I seen this suit before? Wait, I definitely saw it within the last 3 hours. Isn't this the same suit as the one worn by the whiskey god? Wait, this suit is being held by teacher Suchen. Could it be? Everyone's eyes lit up as they spoke. Teacher Suchen, what are you planning to do with this suit? Are you going to find the whiskey god? This suit belongs to the whiskey god? Teacher Suchen, please don't lie. The counterfeit suits haven't even been made yet. Teacher Suchen, are you selling this suit? We have plenty of money, just name your price. The students became increasingly excited. It's the whiskey god's suit. If they could buy it, it would definitely attract huge attention. Not to mention, the whiskey god would surely notice them. Maybe they could gain some insights from the whiskey god through the suit. That would be a big deal. If teacher Suchen is selling it, it would definitely cost a high price. No, an astronomical price. The more money spent, the higher the chance of being noticed by the whiskey god, that's for sure. Suchen was completely bewildered by their enthusiasm. Is it really appropriate to sell it to them? This piece of clothing was meant to trick those clothing merchants. He planned to sell it for 5,000 yuan each, a super high price. He was going to rip them off. With that 5,000 yuan, what couldn't he do? He could buy soup, dumplings for the pencil spirit by one end, throw a little bit of crumbs. With money, he could be willful. Well, students, I really do plan to sell this suit. This is the same style as the whiskey gods, and I thought I could make a profit from selling it. I'll bring you another one next time, but this one is not for sale, Suchen said, trying to decline politely. The surrounding students were instantly stirred by Suchen's words. Teacher Suchen is really going to sell this suit. What whiskey god style? It must have been worn by the whiskey god. Teacher Suchen is testing us. Isn't the current scene just like when stock god Buffett sells the opportunity to have dinner with him? If we get this suit, we should be able to meet the whiskey god. Maybe we could become the whiskey god's disciples. The opportunity to have dinner with stock god Buffett sold for $8 million. This suit from the whiskey god definitely can't be priced lower than that. The onlooking students thought and quickly shouted, Teacher Suchen, just name your price. We can afford it. Yes. Teacher Suchen, I just developed a small program and sold it to Apple. I have a bit of money. I should be able to buy it. Teacher Su Chen, don't worry. Just name your price. My family does business in Africa. I have a bit of money. I can negotiate. A bit of money? Sold a small program to Apple. Has a bit of business in Africa? Su Chen shook his head. A bit of money probably means 1 or 2,000 yuan, right? That won't do. If he sells, it has to be for 5,000 yuan. He can't let these students lose their meal money. Better to rip off those wicked clothing merchants. Su Chen thought and quickly spoke up. Everyone, this is just an ordinary piece of clothing. You all can disperse. There's no need to buy it. No. Teacher Su Chen, just name a price. I've already called my dad. Cash is on the way. I can pay directly. I can pay directly too. I brought back a bit of small goods from Africa. I can afford this suit. Teacher Su Chen, you name the price first. We absolutely won't haggle. Cash and parents sending money? Isn't that inappropriate? Small goods from Africa? What would he want that for? Bartering is so troublesome. If this goes on, the pencil spirit snacks will be gone. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, the news about the auction of the whiskey gods suit spread wildly through some students present in the entire high-level circle of Huaxia. The whiskey god is going to auction that new style suit? Quick! Mobilize our funds. We must buy it at all costs. This suit definitely has some significance. Hurry! Use a helicopter to send the billion-dollar diamond I just brought back from Africa to my sons' hands. Make sure to secure the whiskey suit. Damn it! Get me in touch with the head of the Imperial Capital Clothing Company. Rush over to Qingbei University with cash. We must get the whiskey god's suit. If we get the whiskey's endorsement for our suit, it will explode globally. We are determined to get the whiskey suit. Through this suit, we can definitely connect with whiskey. Spending a few billion for such a return is a no-brainer. This will absolutely be the most successful investment I've made this year, and the higher-ups haven't reacted yet. Hurry, quick and decisive. Get the whiskey suit immediately, no matter how much it costs. This will give us a 100-fold return. A future S-class powerhouse will be our biggest trump card. This opportunity must not be missed. Just 5 minutes after Su Chen was dragged by this group of students onto the playground, countless helicopters flew in. A bunch of big shots with briefcases stepped out of the helicopters. The chaotic scene began to take on a very orderly appearance with their arrival. Before Su Chen could figure out the situation, a banner with the words auction was placed beside him. Su Chen? What happened? Why is this group making such a big fuss? This seems a bit off. Everyone, this piece of clothing is only worth a few thousand yuan. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Su Chen asked, somewhat bewildered. Hey, Teacher Su Chen, you can't say that. We all understand. These bosses had done their homework before coming and were already very familiar with Su Chen's identity. Yes, we all understand the intrinsic value of this piece of clothing may only be a few thousand, but its added value is incredibly high. Teacher Su Chen, just set a base price. I suggest no upper limit. We won't miss the chance to befriend the whiskey god. Exactly. Teacher Su Chen, just quote a price. Hearing this explanation, Su Chen finally realized. These people want to invest in this piece of clothing. To indirectly befriend whiskey? No wonder they kept insisting that this clothing belongs to whiskey. So how much can this piece of clothing sell for? 5,000? 10,000? Even 100,000? Or a million? I can't sell this piece of clothing to them. Su Chen's identity with whiskey can't be too entangled. Selling it to these people will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. For example, asking for whiskey's contact information or seizing the opportunity to say they want to invite whiskey to dinner. Selling this piece of clothing to make a little pocket money for the pen fairy is enough. Any unnecessary trouble should be avoided. What if someone gets the idea to kidnap me because of my close relationship with whiskey? Or, what if whiskey's identity attracts enemies who come after me? Although these issues are minor, completely resolving them is still a bit difficult. Since he had already mentioned wanting to sell this piece of clothing, it was hard to take it back. He must sell this piece of clothing to someone who simply wants the clothing and sell it for a high price of several thousand yuan. Who should he look for? Su Chen thought and began to scan the people at the auction site. Most of the people here came with the desire to befriend whiskey. Finding a simple person is really not easy. Those in suits with briefcases can be ruled out first. They are definitely here to buy this clothing for whiskey. And these students can be ruled out too. How much money can the parents of African business students have? I can't take advantage of them. Su Chen frowned as he surveyed the entire venue, and finally, in a corner of the auction, he found the best candidate. Yao. She hasn't left yet. Who is that middle-aged man in a small black collar looking displeased behind Yao? Is he Yao's father? Great. The salary of someone in a small black collar should be quite high. Spending a few thousand yuan on a piece of clothing shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, selling this piece of clothing to the little black collar, these suit wearers wouldn't dare to say anything. Thinking of this, to avoid dragging it out and causing more trouble, Su Chen immediately decided to start the auction right away. Alright, time is limited. I won't wait for others to arrive. Let's begin the auction now. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, all the bosses were filled with excitement. Here it comes. They must seize the opportunity to connect with the whiskey god. Bids, bids. I won't back down. Teacher Su Chen, as long as you nod, this box of diamonds is yours. Teacher Su Chen, I have 2 courtyard houses next to the capital. Please accept this, and we can discuss this piece of clothing separately. Teacher Su Chen, I bought a few small islands in the Pacific. As long as you nod, they will be called Su Chen Island. You all get lost, Teacher Su Chen. As long as you nod, the ice castle in the 10,000-meter grassland within the borders of the Bear Country will be yours. A box of diamonds, courtyard houses, Su Chen Island, and even an ice castle and a 10,000-meter grassland? I don't even have cash. What use are these things to me? Am I going to pay for soup dumplings with diamonds later? I might just get kicked out by the bosses. Su Chen thought calmly and said, everyone, there's no need to rush. This auction will not have a fixed highest price, nor a starting price. This auction is all about fate. First, let me clarify. I really just want to sell this piece of clothing for a little profit. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. If there are no issues, then the auction will begin. All the bosses nodded in unison. Teacher Su Chen, I must be destined to meet the whiskey god. I understand. This piece of clothing is definitely not from the whiskey god. Teacher Su Chen, I don't know if I'm destined with the whiskey god, but I am definitely destined with you. The few Su Chen islands in the Pacific are waiting for you to take over. Teacher Su Chen, you set the starting price? Let's start the bidding directly. Starting price? After pondering for 3 seconds, Su Chen said, then the starting price is 3,000 yuan. Each bid must not exceed 100 yuan. A starting price of 3,000 yuan? Each bid not exceeding 100 yuan? All the bosses whispered to each other in confusion, wondering if they had heard wrong. No way? A starting price of 3,000 yuan and we can only increase by 100? Teacher Su Chen, how long is this auction going to last? My budget for the lowest price is 500 million. Teacher Su Chen, let's start bidding from 500 million. Increasing by 100 is too underestimating us. I want a super double. A starting price of 500 million? Su Chen had no doubt that if he dared to accept this 500 million, tomorrow his capital would increase by 500 million. Not a single cent would be his. 3,000 yuan might still be his own, but 500 million is definitely not. Seeing that no one was bidding from the audience, Su Chen quickly turned to look at Yao Yao, who seemed to be focused not on him, but on the clothing in Su Chen's hand. No matter how Su Chen hinted, she completely failed to notice. Just as Su Chen was contemplating whether to forcefully shove the clothing to Yao Yao and have her pay directly, his gaze met that of a middle-aged man behind Yao Yao. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, raising his hand. I bid 3,100. Oh, quite perceptive. Seeing Qin Xia bid 3,100, Su Chen quickly addressed everyone. Alright, this gentleman bids 3,100. No one else is raising the bid, right? Good. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this item. This auction is now concluded. Everyone disperse. The clothing has been sold. After Su Chen finished speaking, he walked towards Qin Xia with the suit in hand. The bosses present, holding their briefcases, were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell? It's over just like that? They hadn't even started shouting yet. Where is there an auction that ends like this? Those auctioneers usually ask several times if anyone wants to raise the bid before dropping the hammer, practically repeating that question dozens of times. Why did Su Chen become different? Why isn't Su Chen playing by the rules? These bosses who want to wait for others to raise the price before bidding really are foolish. Teacher Su Chen, too fast. We didn't even have time to react. Let's start over. I'll bid 100 million first. Yes, Teacher Su Chen, how can an auction be like this? None of us have reacted yet. The value of this outfit is definitely not just 3,000. At least 1 billion. Let's do it again. Teacher Su Chen, I've already brought the land deed for the island in the Pacific. I'll give it to you for free. Let's auction it again. As these bosses spoke, they surrounded Su Chen again, not allowing him to leave with the suit. Hey, I've already said, the one who gets the suit must be fated. The fated person for this suit is the first one to bid for it, Su Chen said as he forcefully pushed through to create a path. Everyone, I'm sorry. If there are more clothes next time, I'll look for you. If you still want to buy this suit, please go to this gentleman. The item is already his. This suit can be disposed of as he wishes. If he wants to sell it, he can. Upon hearing this, the bosses immediately made way for Su Chen, starting to look around for that lucky person. Who is it? Who bought this suit? Just give me this suit and 10 billion diamonds are yours. I have several islands in the Pacific that can be named after you. I have the land deed for a courtyard near the capital in my suitcase. As long as you're willing to buy, those courtyards are yours. Where's the little brother who bought this suit? Come out and let's meet. It was me who bought it. I also want this suit, so I won't part with it. As Qin Xia spoke, he pushed Yao Yao towards Su Chen. The bosses recognized Qin Xia immediately upon seeing his clothes and face. The head of the special department's little black collar. They all mixed in this circle. If they couldn't even recognize a high-ranking official, then they really had wasted their time. Oh, Director Chin, so it was you who got the suit of the whiskey god, then there's no problem. Director Chin, you are definitely the fated person for this suit. I have no objections to Director Chin getting this suit. My kid still wants to work in the special department, so I'll withdraw first. You all continue to compete. Oh, I suddenly have something to do. Since Director Chin got this suit, I won't get involved. I'll take my leave. The bosses and Chin Xia exchanged pleasantries and soon slipped away cleanly. The suit was in Chin Xia's hands, and trying to buy it back from him wouldn't be that simple. If they tried to use money like they did with Su Chen, they might end up in jail tomorrow. Chin Xia dared to take it, but they might not dare to offer testing officials with money? That's definitely courting death. Businessmen and officials can't be too familiar on the surface, so the best choice now was to exchange a few polite words and leave directly. After most of the surrounding businessmen had left, the students who were watching also dispersed, and only then did Su Chen and Yao Yao meet. Shamu, a very nice young man. I'm your uncle Xia, although we haven't met before. I've often heard your sister mention you. Chin Xia smiled warmly as he took the suit from Su Chen's hands and handed it to Yao Yao in the wheelchair. He knows my sister? Director Chin? A high-ranking member of the Little Black Collar? He could be my sister's colleague. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly replied humbly, "Hello, Uncle Xia. If it weren't for you, I would have had a hard time this time. Daddy, he's the big brother who saved me at Yongchuan Middle School before. I definitely didn't get it wrong. The big brother even knows the whiskey god. Can you quietly tell me where the whiskey god is?" "I absolutely won't tell anyone," Yao Yao asked softly. "Well, to be honest, I don't know where the whiskey god is either. This suit is really just a replica I found." Su Chen shrugged helplessly. "I don't know where it is? Is this suit a replica?" Yao Yao didn't believe it. She had previously gained 2 skills in the space, along with a title related to the whiskey god. The space had already recognized her as a little charm. Title: Exclusive Little Charm of the Whiskey God. Effect 1: When the little charm is placed on the player's head, both can receive a significant boost in attributes. Effect 2: The little charm comes with a search function, always able to find clues related to the whiskey god, and then reunite with him. In the space, she was the little charm of the whiskey god, and in reality, she had to be the little charm of the whiskey god too. How could the little charm be separated from the whiskey god? With this title, she could sense and find traces of the whiskey god. Just when Su Chen brought over the suit, her title had already started to shine. This was definitely related to the whiskey god. Before Yao Yao could ask further, Su Chen took out his phone, opened the payment code, and smiled, indicating, "Well, Uncle Xia, let's talk another day. I have some things to attend to." "Alright, next time I'll bring Yao Yao to visit." "Yao Yao, you should learn well from your brother Su Chen. I remember he's just turned 18, right? He's already a teacher at Qingbei University." Chin Xia said as he took out his phone to pay the bill. "Xiaomu, if you encounter the whiskey god again, ask him. Just say we from the special bureau of Huaxia want to have a formal conversation with him. It would be beneficial for both sides. It's a pity we didn't meet him this time. I originally wanted to spar with the whiskey god." Definitely. As the sound of money dropping from the phone echoed, Su Chen smiled, put away his phone, waved goodbye to Yao Yao and the others, and ran off. Comfortable. Quickly take the little charm to have a big feast. Just after he left, the shining title on Yao Yao's exclusive panel suddenly dimmed. Yao Yao looked at the suit in her hand with confusion, then turned to look at the gradually receding Su Chen. It seemed like she understood something. "Dad, is Su Chen brother the younger brother of Sister Suya?" "That's right, he is Sister Suya's younger brother, but it's a pity we couldn't get any leads on the whiskey from him," Chin Xia said with a hint of regret, clenching his fists and waving them in the air. "Dad, I want to go learn technology skills from Sister Suya. The sooner, the better." Yao Yao, weren't you planning to learn about Guardian-type extraordinary abilities? Why do you want to learn technology now? Chin Xia was a bit puzzled. "I suddenly became interested in technology. With Sister Suya teaching me, my strength will definitely improve quickly." Alright, it's rare for you to have this kind of thought. Listen to Dad, don't think about that whiskey god. What's so good about him? If I see him, I'll definitely give him a good beating. After parting ways with Yao Yao, Su Chen found a secluded spot to let the little charm in his pocket transform back into human form. "Su Chen, are we going to start eating now?" The little charm bounced around excitedly. "Okay, let's hurry and have a big feast. Today, I'll make an exception and let you eat to your heart's content. When we come back later, I'll bring back 2 big watermelons." Su Chen smiled at the silly little charm. "Really? Su Chen is the best." The little charm immediately hugged Su Chen's arm, eyes sparkling. "Do we have so much money today? Last time I remember we spent 200 yuan. To eat to our fill we need 400 yuan. Su Chen, do we have 400 yuan? Yes, we do. Now, we don't lack money anymore. Eat as much as you want." Su Chen said as he took out his phone, showing the balance to the little charm. "I taught you how to count before, right? Now, see how much this is? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds." The little charm counted one by one. "What is hundreds, thousands, hundreds? Didn't you pay attention when I taught you math?" Su-chen was speechless. Not at all. Su-chen, quickly look at your phone, the string of numbers is decreasing. It's already down to 900. There's a thief. The pen fairy anxiously pointed at the phone screen. Ha! Su-chen hurriedly turned the phone screen towards himself. Just as the pen fairy said, the balance in his mobile wallet was rapidly decreasing. The previous 3,100 yuan had already dropped to 900. Ha! What happened? Was my phone hacked? That's unlikely. This phone was made by Suya. Who could hack it? Su-chen nervously tapped around, then suddenly paused. Yes, who besides Suya could hack his little money? Just as Su-chen was pondering this, the amount in his mobile wallet stopped fluctuating at 800 and then suddenly began to surge at a rate of 100 per second. It quickly broke through the 3,100 yuan mark. What on earth was happening? Just as Su-chen was confused, a string of messages popped up. Wife fund reminds you, any extra money must be deposited in advance. The daily spending limit is 800 yuan, and if you take someone to a hotel, all expenses will be cancelled. System update. Suya has granted you access to the wife fund. Your daily spending amount has increased to 5,000 yuan. Note, the wife fund cannot be used carelessly. If it runs out, you will need to recharge it. The amount would be submitted as the wife fund once it hit 800 yuan. It turned out there was such a privilege before. This is a sad story, and Su-chen only just learned about this. How could there be so much money in his phone before? Su-chen looked at the 5,000 yuan on his phone, pondered for a moment, then pulled the pen ferry to the food street. Let's go. Eat whatever we want, we're super rich now. Yay! By the way, when we start eating, hold back a bit, don't eat too fast. Last time we went to the breakfast shop, we almost scared the manager to death. Okay, I definitely won't trouble Su-chen. The pen fairy happily replied, but when they arrived at the food street in the capital and saw countless foods she had never tried before, she completely forgot Su-chen's words. So, a super ethereal-looking young lady began to frantically sweep up various foods on the street, and her ability to eat for 10 people drew the attention of countless onlookers. My goodness, is this person a strength-type extraordinary being? Only a strength-type extraordinary being could eat so much. Ah, I'm really jealous. Why can this person eat so much and still have a better figure than me? Oh no, I was just thinking of dieting, but seeing her eat like this, I instantly got hungry. Woo-woo, why did I have to see this scene? Wait, don't you think the guy next to her looks familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Seeing this situation, Su-chen, who was taking the pen fairy around to eat, immediately felt something was off and quickly grabbed a bunch of snacks, taking the pen fairy to escape the scene. After the two of them went back and forth at two food spots for a few hours, the pen fairy happily patted her slightly bulging belly and reminded Su-chen, there are still 2 watermelons. Save them for tomorrow. Okay, turn back into your original form. I can't carry both the watermelons and you at the same time. Oh, okay. After finding a secluded spot to put the pen fairy back in his pocket, Su-chen prepared to find a place to buy 2 watermelons before heading home. While Su-chen was looking for watermelons, a handmade shop inadvertently caught his eye. Su-chen casually asked, Pen fairy, besides soup dumplings, what else do you like? Custard buns, flour rolls, grilled skewers, chocolate, milk tea. Su-chen was speechless for a moment, then reached into his pocket and tapped the pen fairy. What do you like besides eating? What else do I like besides eating? I like Su-chen. Forget it, asking you is pointless. Do you like bracelets? I bought one for you too. Su-chen said as he walked towards the handmade shop. I like it. I saw so many people on the street wearing bracelets. The young lady used to love making bracelets for herself. Is that so? Then I'll buy 6 bracelets to keep. Su-chen thought as he chose 6 bracelets of the same style but different colors in the handmade shop, and they varied in size. The shop owner frequently glanced at Su-chen while he was checking out, then nodded secretly. Bro, impressive. Most people buy at most 3 of the same bracelet here, but you're the first to buy 6. I'll give you an 80% discount on these bracelets. When I was young, I was like you, a sea king with the ocean. What a pity. Su-chen looked completely bewildered. After a crazy afternoon, Su-chen, exhausted both physically and mentally, arrived at his doorstep with 6 bracelets and 2 watermelons. He opened the door. Sister, I'm back. Come quick, I brought 2 watermelons. Xiaomu is back? Just in time. Come, let me introduce you to my new apprentice, Yao Yao. Suya said as she pushed Yao Yao out from the bedroom. Yao Yao, hello, brother Su-chen. Yao Yao smiled as she looked at her virtual panel, and with Su-chen's arrival, the emblem on her title began to shine brightly again. Sure enough, brother Su-chen is the whiskey god. I never knew I was so close to the whiskey god. Right beside me. Brother Su-chen even saved my life before. This is all destined. The little charm has found you. Whiskey god. Seeing the sweet smile on Yao Yao's face, Su-chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Apprentice? Yes, Yao Yao's main focus is on being a technological guardian, and the one she chose is an extremely niche, extraordinary sequence. Currently, only I can teach her. Technological? Why didn't Yao Yao choose a tank-type guardian? I think a tank-type guardian would suit her well. Technological guardians are weaker than tank-type guardians in certain situations. If Yao Yao chose a tank type, she could always take the front line without any cooldown, but if she chose a technological type for defense, she couldn't just let Yao Yao rush in as a scapegoat. There's already one technological tool, and now we just need a tank-type tool. Yao Yao is someone who can take on this great responsibility. Su Chen's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Suya. Do you think Yao Yao can become a tank and take damage like this? All her attribute points are invested in spirit. Where's the potential to become a warrior? Sister, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Why can't Yao Yao take damage? Using Yao Yao as a shield is just as effective as using a real shield. A moving Yao Yao might even be better than a shield. Yao Yao, quick, put down the watermelon and wash your hands. You just want to steal my apprentice. Suya dismissed Su Chen's inner thoughts and took one watermelon from his hands. Yao Yao will probably stay with us for a few months. She can start her training in August or September. Yao Yao is going to stay with us for a few months? Then tomorrow, Su Chen said, glancing back and forth at Suya, hinting at tomorrow's plans. Realizing what Su Chen meant, Suya's face turned red. Yao Yao is just here to take a look and have a meal today. Her dad will come to pick her up later. Alright, let's warmly welcome Yao Yao and cut a watermelon to celebrate. After Su Chen finished speaking, the pen in his pocket began to move wildly. Do you have something in your pocket? Oh, I set my phone to respond to watermelon as a command. As soon as I say watermelon, it vibrates. This watermelon is so delicious, I need to buy a few more to keep at home tomorrow, Su Chen said calmly. As he placed the watermelon in the kitchen and started washing his hands, hearing Su Chen's words, the pen spirit in his pocket calmed down. By the way, Xiaomu, after we finish dinner, I'm going to start my S-level hide-and-seek challenge right away because I have the chance to challenge now and I want to take this opportunity to see what the S-level challenge is like. The S-level challenge is different from the A-level challenge. The time flow in the hide-and-seek challenge space is different from reality. You can set the time flow for how long you stay inside. For example, 1 year in reality could be 1 day in the hide-and-seek space, or 1 day in reality could be 1 year in the hide-and-seek space. When I participated in the S-level hide-and-seek challenge, I just needed to set the time to 1 day in reality, and it would be 1 year in the hide-and-seek space. You could take a nap, and I would be back. S-level challenge? Before Su Chen could respond, Yao Yao beside him had already exclaimed in surprise. Master, I heard Dad say that after you advance to S-level, you only have one chance to avoid death, right? Aren't you going to prepare a bit more? This is an S-level challenge. My dad always prepares for at least a week for A-level challenges. Master, you don't need to rush like this. You can play a few rounds of the entertainment mode to rest a bit. This is an S-level challenge. The difficulty will be very high. It's fine, I'm already prepared for this hide-and-seek challenge. Winning this time is just one of my goals. As Suya spoke, she looked at Su Chen. From the black crow we caught earlier, it seems that the leader of this group of extraordinary beings is an S-level challenger, and he is very likely an enemy of whiskey. After entering the S-level hide-and-seek space this time, I want to meet these S-level challengers and see what the situation is. Also, I want to see what the S-level hide-and-seek challenge is really like. Suya wanted to enter the hide-and-seek space to meet those mysterious S-level challengers. The so-called prophet who provoked me before was a subordinate of an S-level challenger? Is that person called Mr. World an S-level challenger? So how did I offend these people? It's so strange, I've never seen them before. Could it be that this group is very familiar with the Greedy Wolf organization? But that doesn't make sense. Before Greedy Wolf died, he didn't plead for mercy, saying he had a super powerful boss backing him. Su Chen thought and quickly asked Suya, sister, did you find out anything from that black crow? Suya shook her head. No, the black crow's head has a special energy protection and I can't directly read his memories through technology. It's almost impossible to dig out the identity of that S-level challenger from the black crow. Is that so? Sister, are you really ready? Of course, I'm an S-level challenger. At midnight, Su Chen's home was brightly lit. In the bedroom, Su Chen was helping the just awoken Suya change into formal attire. After dinner, Yao Yao was picked up by Qin Xia, leaving just the two of them at home. Well, the pen spirit doesn't count. Wash your face later to clear your head a bit. Don't get taken out as soon as you go in, Su Chen said as he tied Suya's long hair back with a rubber band. Am I that weak? I'm S-level. S-level, okay? Suya protested, twisting the soft flesh around Su Chen's waist with her hand. Su Chen inhaled sharply. Oh? I remember someone was brought to S-level by me. Suya said, eh? You brought me to S-level? I don't remember that. It was at most a collaboration. I helped you a lot. Yes, Suya, for this S-level challenge, please bring your brain along. I will support you on a mental level. Alright, how about I take you, Su Chen, along this time? That way, you won't have to support me mentally. Maybe I could just take your brain off and carry it with me. I would like to go with you. Tell me, what are the chances that I would get matched with you if I participated in the hide-and-seek challenge now? Hearing Su Chen's words, Suya immediately became nervous. No, you just completed a hide-and-seek challenge. Our ranks are so different. How could you possibly match with me? Don't be foolish. I'll be back soon, even if I have to stay in the hide-and-seek space for a year. Only a day will have passed in the real world. Xiaomu, you will see me within a day. As Suya spoke, a white light began to glow around her body. The forced teleportation of the hide-and-seek space had already begun. In the blink of an eye, Suya vanished into thin air before Su Chen. Su Chen turned to survey Suya's bedroom. So what should I do now? It's a pity there's only one permanent guest, otherwise, I could enjoy the operations of other streamers. Sleep, I've been busy all day. Just as Su Chen was about to turn and leap onto Suya's bed, a burst of white light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. Su Chen? What the hell? Am I also being forcibly pulled into the hide-and-seek space? What happened? Why was I dragged into the hide-and-seek space? Am I going to compete with Suya? But isn't the S-level hide-and-seek challenge supposed to be solo? There weren't any options to adjust the flow of time at the A level. No way. Is it because of my identity as a permanent guest on the livestream? No way. Is it because the S-level hide-and-seek challenge has significant meaning that I was pulled in? S-level challenge. Space Lord, you have to consider my rank. I'm only C-level. It's absurd to match me with S-level players. Forget it, let's enter the space. It's just a matter of using a bit of brain capacity. I'll find Suya and bring her back later. As Su Chen thought this, his vision blurred. The familiar exclusive space reappeared. Global broadcast. Player Ling has initiated an S-level challenge. As the first person to initiate an S-level challenge in nearly a century, she will receive a substantial reward after this competition. Permanent guest Whiskey has joined this competition. A high-end showdown is about to begin. This S-level challenge invites 8 S-level challengers, 1 A+ level challenger, 490 A-level challengers, and 1 C-level challenger. A total of 500 challengers. Except for S-level challengers, all other failed challengers will not lose their immunity counts. Passive competition or unconventional disruption of the competition will result in direct elimination by the system. Please strive to showcase your strongest side in this challenge. After listening to the space's announcement, Su Chen's mind began to explode. 500 challengers. Including Suya, there are 8 S-level challengers. With 490 A-level challengers, this is definitely more than half of the top combat power in the space. That A+ level one should be Zeus, and the C level is him, the first person to initiate an S-level challenge in nearly a century? The other 13 S-level challengers haven't initiated an S-level challenge in at least 100 years? As expected, these are all old monsters. Now that 7 of these old monsters have come, the difficulty of this challenge will be unimaginable. Passive competition and unconventional disruption will be directly eliminated by the system. This is a rule of the competition. This competition will definitely be extraordinarily exciting. Almost all the peak powerhouses in the world will stage a super showdown here. After the global broadcast, the homepage of global livestream platforms once again displayed the title of Whiskey's livestream room. Not only that, across the globe, on large screens, car TVs, radios, countless places that wouldn't cause large-scale disturbances all displayed advertisements for Whiskey's upcoming broadcast. Audiences from various countries flocked to the major livestream rooms once again. My God, it's finally here. Let me see just how strong the S-level extraordinary beings are. Can the great Whiskey show off here? Have these S-level challengers been in the entertainment mode for hundreds of years? They haven't initiated an S-level challenge in nearly a century. For 90 A-level challengers and only 1 C-level player. Each person here is a master of hide and seek. The showdown of intelligence and strength is about to begin. Wait, isn't the great Whiskey also among them? Why hasn't the system announced the great Whiskey? Could it be that the C-level challenger is the great Whiskey? The last viewer's comment in the live chat instantly piqued the interest of all the spectators. Yeah, the great Whiskey should be a participant, but there's no F level here. Did the system make a mistake? How could this C level be the great Whiskey? The great Whiskey has only participated in hide and seek 5 times, including this one. How did he jump straight to C level? He leveled up to C level in just 5 tries? No way, I took 10 years to reach C level and the great Whiskey did it in a few weeks? This must be the difference in leveling speed between humans and gods, right? The great one wants to level up, and it's not just a casual thing. Given the SSS ratings from the first 4 rounds, I have no doubt he can reach C level. After receiving the news, experts from various countries immediately began forming a task force to open Whiskey's livestream. This live broadcast will be recorded in full. We can't miss a single detail. This is our first time witnessing an S-level hide and seek challenge. This S-level hide and seek challenge will be the strongest intellectual showdown we can currently see. Arrange for middle and high school students as well as university students who have become hide and seek challengers to watch. As long as one person grasps the essence of this, our country will quickly gain another strong contender. Let's see how this S-level challenge differs from our usual challenges. Zeus seems to have entered as well, right? Perhaps this S-level challenge will be the key for Zeus to advance to S-level. What does it matter if Whiskey has reached C-level? This challenge is not something he can show off. In the hide-and-seek space, Su-chen's body automatically transformed into that of Whiskey. As he donned his detective coat, the system's prompt sound officially rang out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Preparation time is over. The match begins, and we wish you a pleasant game. As the system's voice faded, Su-chen's vision began to blur, and his consciousness gradually faded. When Su-chen regained consciousness, a frantic sound of propellers filled his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He was on a rapidly flying helicopter. There seemed to be other challengers around him. Just as Su-chen attempted to stand up, he realized that his body was tightly bound to the seat. His companions were dressed similarly. Due to limited visibility, he could only see the scene in front of him. Su-chen roughly counted there were at least 30 people bound in front of him. What is going on? Su-chen tried to forcefully break free from the shackles, but it was of no use. His strength had been weakened again. This time, it seemed he didn't even have F level. He had gone from an extraordinary being to an ordinary person. These people haven't woken up yet. We can only wait quietly. Once everyone wakes up, the system should issue the challenge task, and then we'll know what this is all about. For now, just close your eyes and wake up with these challengers. This way, we can avoid being guessed by the people in the plane. Right from the start. Just as Su-chen closed his eyes, waiting for the other challengers to awaken, his image was also simultaneously transmitted to the global livestream. All the viewers saw Su-chen's current predicament. The great Whiskey seems to be in a bad situation. He's directly tied to the seat and can't move. It feels like he's been captured. Yes, all the challengers on this plane have been captured. They are all tied to their seats. What on earth is going on? Are they all criminals? Criminals playing hide and seek? No way. It's not that simple. Keep watching, something is definitely going to happen next. These A-level challengers haven't woken up yet. Once they wake up, the showdown will begin, right? I roughly estimated that there are only a little over 100 people here, right? Where are the others? On another plane? Ah, I can't wait. Space Lord, can you tell us the specifics of this challenge? Count me in. I want to see too. Same here. As the audience got hyped up seeing this scene, the experts in the live broadcast room had already figured out more things. Whiskey just tried to get up from his chair but failed. There are only two possibilities. First, Whiskey's strength has weakened. Second, the binding facilities are quite special. I tend to lean towards the first one. Whiskey's strength must have been greatly reduced. The material of this rope doesn't look impressive. It shouldn't be made of any special material. So all challengers' strengths have been weakened this time? There shouldn't be much difference between S-level and A-level in terms of strength, right? At least for now, that's the case. Maybe something will allow the S-level strong to regain some abilities later. Those old monsters at S-level should have many such means. Let's wait for the other challengers to wake up. Once they do, we can know the true content of this competition. In the next 5 minutes, the challengers around Su-chen began to wake up one after another. Everyone was briefly startled by their current situation, then calmed down and started to observe the others around them who were in the same predicament. For a moment, whispers filled the cabin from all directions. Just as Su-chen was preparing to open his eyes and pretend to have just woken up, a hoarse voice came from his left. Whiskey? Whiskey is actually here. Someone recognized Su-chen's identity. Hearing Whiskey's name, the discussions in the cabin came to a halt, and countless people strained to look towards the source of the voice. Whiskey is actually in this hide-and-seek challenge? I wonder if I have a chance to befriend him. Not to mention, Whiskey is really sharp. I'll see if there's a chance to team up with him, and then at the last moment take him down. That would be fantastic. I didn't expect to be with such a celebrity. So this challenge will be broadcast live worldwide. Ha. If there's a chance, I must take down Whiskey. Whiskey is so handsome. There must be something special about that head, right? I'll chop it off and take a look. Su-chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart as he listened to the voices around him. The hostility from these people was quite intense. It seems that my face is indeed well known. After this challenge, I really need to change my identity. The other aliases from the distillery can make an appearance. Waking up now is definitely not the best opportunity. I'll continue to pretend to be asleep until the system announces the competition rules. Want to take me down? Let's see if you have the ability. Just as Su-chen was thinking about continuing to pretend to sleep, a loud shout came from beside him. Whiskey, still pretending to be asleep? Your breathing just sped up by 3 seconds. The pulsation speed of the veins in your hand increased by 1 second, and your heart rate decreased. You're pretending to be asleep. Su-chen was instantly dumbfounded. Is there such a talent here? And sitting right next to me? How good are their ears? They can still hear my heartbeat amidst this loud propeller noise? The quality of the challengers in this competition is so high? Impossible. Stay calm. This person is definitely trying to trick me. Su-chen thought as he continued to pretend to sleep. No matter what the person beside him said, he wouldn't wake up. The challengers On the plane, each with their own motives, began to join in on the harassment of Su-chen. Whiskey, say something. Don't think you're still in the old low-level game. We see through everything you do. Still pretending to be asleep? No way. Is this what Whiskey is like? Can't even pretend to be asleep? I think the space has made a mistake. How could they choose this person to be a permanent guest in the livestream? So pathetic. Exactly. If it were me, just on the pretending to be asleep part, I would definitely be more professional. Then Whiskey. The audience in the livestream watched this scene, feeling anxious for Su-chen. No way? Did the plan of the Whiskey Master just fall apart? This group of A-levels seems to have some skill. Has that A-level challenger trained their ears? It's over, the Whiskey Master has bad luck. How did he end up sitting next to someone with keen hearing? Now the Whiskey Master has been recognized. The Whiskey Master is definitely at a disadvantage right from the start, running into a gun barrel. Mainly, the Master is too well known. Now, we just have to see how the Whiskey Master responds. After discussions among experts from various countries, they provided what they thought Su-chen was most likely to do. Whiskey will definitely pretend to wake up as if nothing happened, then start to retort others, launching verbal attacks, offending everyone. That's very Whiskey. Exactly, Whiskey's situation is a bit awkward now. I really didn't expect him to be next to someone with developed hearing. As expected, Whiskey can't show off in this match. The start is like this, and it will probably get worse. Among these 500 A-level extraordinary beings, many have lost to Whiskey in national battles. While the experts were chatting, the events on the plane in the hide-and-seek space did not develop as they imagined. After Su-chen chose to continue pretending to be asleep for 10 minutes, the voices mocking him gradually quieted down. A rival of Su-chen, with a somewhat dry throat, asked, "Hey, that person who heard Whiskey's heartbeat. Are you sure Whiskey is awake?" "Ha? Not sure, I was just bluffing him. I didn't expect you guys to actually shout. You actually believe I could hear his heartbeat over such a loud propeller noise? That's really childish." It seems that Whiskey really hasn't woken up. What a pity, didn't trap him, just trapped you fools. After shouting for so long, your throat must be sore, right? We might be tied up here for a day, and you guys will probably die of thirst first. The person next to Su-chen said with a sinister laugh. Hearing what the man next to Su-chen said, all the shouting people were instantly dumbfounded. Fuck, playing us? Just wait. If there's a chance, you'll definitely be the first to die. I haven't been provoked in a long time. I'll use you as a sacrifice later. Kid, there are no rookies here. We're all extraordinary beings just like you. Do you know the consequences of what you're doing? If we weren't tied up, you'd definitely be left with nothing. Using us as guns. You really haven't considered the consequences. After being thoroughly mocked, the anger of Su-chen's enemies was ignited, and the entire cabin echoed with their curses. Just as Su-chen's enemies were about to greet the person who teased them again, a calm female voice came from the last row of the cabin. Hey, it's so noisy. Save your energy. If you're really tied up for a few days, you loudmouths will definitely be the first to die. The angrier you get now, the more pleased that person will be. Can't you see? He hasn't responded to you? Obviously, he's conserving his strength. It's strange, how did such fools appear in this game? How did your A-levels get through? Hearing these words, Su-chen's enemies silently shut their mouths. Indeed, the person who provoked them said one sentence and then fell silent. This was definitely conserving energy. It seems that their previous actions were indeed incredibly foolish. After witnessing the entire process, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted in applause. Wow, I thought the Whiskey God had been discovered. Turns out this person was just playing tricks. He doesn't even know if the Whiskey God is pretending to sleep. Fortunately, the Whiskey God continued to pretend to sleep, otherwise he would definitely have been bombarded by these enemies. This trickster is so insidious. Exactly, he had two plans in mind. One was to set up the Whiskey God, and the other was to trap the Whiskey God's enemies. Brilliant. He made the Whiskey God's enemies lose their rationality and rage for so long. Is this what a high IQ game looks like? Details determine success or failure. Both the Whiskey God and this cunning little man achieved their goals. It's getting more and more interesting. Experts from around the world broke into a cold sweat. Here we go again. They had been fooled once more. This person really is a weirdo, speaking so convincingly that I almost believed him. Damn, I thought Whiskey was going to crash this time. Seeing that Whiskey wouldn't take the bait, this person immediately turned his attention to Whiskey's numerous enemies. His scheme can be considered a success, as Whiskey's many enemies are also this person's potential foes. He successfully drained the stamina of his potential enemies while also messing with their mindset. That's right. Whiskey's A-class enemies took him too seriously. They got overly excited upon seeing him, and all they could think about was how to take down Whiskey completely, forgetting their current situation. This is a master of manipulating hearts. If it weren't for a girl waking up Whiskey's enemies, this match would probably have ended in casualties. What is his identity? Is there really such a master of manipulation? We seem to have never heard of an A-class challenger with this style. Just as all the expert groups were puzzled about the identity of the person next to Whiskey, the live broadcast room unexpectedly revealed his identity. Codename, Joker, Special Class A Extraordinary, subordinate of the S-Class Powerhouse Mr. World. P.S. It's the previous co-soul, the one with deep green hair. Joker? Subordinate of an S-Class Powerhouse? The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Wow! It's starting! We've met someone related to the S-Class Powerhouse. Codename Joker? A circus clown? This subordinate of the S-Class Powerhouse has some skills. Given the current situation, he must have a showdown with the Whiskey God. Go, Whiskey God! From what we can see, the Whiskey God has a slight advantage because Joker's deception hasn't affected the Whiskey God at all. Once the Whiskey God wakes up, the duel will begin. The expert group from Eagle Country perked up at this point. This is a great opportunity for us to understand Mr. World. I want to see why he's willing to pay such a high price to take down Whiskey. Yes, logically speaking, if he has his own organization and power, he wouldn't need to rely on us. He must want to achieve some unknown goal through us, something only we can accomplish. Let's thoroughly study what abilities these so-called special class extraordinary beings possess. S-Class, truly a realm to aspire to. Zeus and Mr. World are also involved. Through this live broadcast, we can fill many gaps in our understanding of the extraordinary field. In the hide-and-seek space, after an hour and a half of challenges, the system announcement still hadn't appeared. They had been tied up here for almost 2 hours. Those who had been shouting the loudest earlier were now hoarse from lack of water, leading to dry and swollen throats. Their stamina was continuously depleting. To make matters worse, after 2 hours, the light outside the helicopter cabin suddenly intensified several times. Without air conditioning, the entire cabin had turned into an oven. It seemed that Joker's words were indeed right. The hide-and-seek space seemed to have no intention of directly informing them of their task this time. After another 30 minutes, someone hoarsely broke the silence in the cabin. Everyone, let's not fall silent. We need to come up with a plan. None of us have participated in an S-level challenge, right? What if the S-level hide-and-seek has no rules announced by the system? We're just sitting here waiting for death. Maybe the first task the system gave us is to escape from this cabin? If we just sit here, we're wasting time for nothing. This person's words garnered agreement from many in the cabin. Yeah, this S-level challenge might wait until we escape from this cabin to announce the rules. We can't just sit here. Let's work together to find a way to break free from the ropes first. Once we all get out of the cabin, we can fight later. Speaking of which, given the current situation, we're likely on the same team. Exactly. There's no need for us to turn on each other. Let's concentrate everyone's wisdom to come up with a method. This is the best plan we have right now. I agree. Me too. We can't just wait for death. Alright. I agree too. I happen to have 2 methods to break free from the ropes. The last sentence was spoken by the clown next to Su-chen. He was up to something again. The clown's annoying voice was very distinctive, and soon it was recognized by Su-chen's enemies. They wanted to curse the clown, but their sore throats constantly reminded them of the consequences. These enemies forcibly suppressed the flames of anger in their hearts, and one person gritted their teeth and said, "Speak. What's your method?" The first method is simple and doesn't take long. Have you seen the movies? Using the ropes that bind you, you can disable your thumb and forcibly pull your hand out of the ropes. The second method takes a long time. The strong light coming in through the blurry windows can help us. The challengers sitting by the window can pull the ropes towards the window, and they should be able to be directly illuminated by the strong light. Let's see if the dry ropes binding us can be ignited by the strong light. If they can be ignited, then our predicament will be resolved. Of course, this method has a small risk. Disable your thumb with the binding ropes? Ignite the ropes to escape? This is indeed a good idea, but who will implement it? Who is willing to give it a try? The clown seemed to see everyone's hesitation and immediately said, "Oh, who is the first to propose this? I can tell by the voice that you're sitting right by the window, aren't you? Perfect, the 2 methods can be used together. You're the proposer. Make a small contribution to the team. If you're afraid to try this, then our team is really pathetic. Let the person who spoke up take the lead in trying this. Let him be the first to see if this path works." The clown's words instantly struck a chord with everyone. They all jumped on the bandwagon and echoed, "Alright, this method is brilliant. The first proposer, come out and try these 2 methods. It'll be quick. Go ahead and try, big brother. I'm studying medicine. Don't worry, I'll help you reattach your severed thumb, and I can also heal your injuries. Big brother, our whole team is counting on you. If you escape, you'll be the leader of our team. You'll be the commander. We'll all support you mentally. It's only normal for the first proposer to make a little sacrifice for the team, right? Don't worry, we'll cheer for you. Big brother, you're a good person. Well, you all, the leading big brother hesitated for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, the clown immediately added fuel to the fire. Big brother, you must be some big shot from a certain country, right? The whiskey is right in the cabin, and now your every move might have already been broadcasted live worldwide. You need to think this through. Your relatives, friends, colleagues, and so on are all watching in front of the TV. Looking at the way the big brother speaks, he doesn't seem like someone who would hide his identity. Your identity and code as an A-level challenger must have been leaked to your family and friends. If you back down, what will the people in front of the TV think? How will you face the world after this? Intentionally bringing up the global live broadcast to pressure this leading Big Brother into trying dangerous methods. The clown was clearly telling the Big Brother that if he didn't set an example, first, his image in others' eyes might drop a level after this game of hide and seek ended. The audience in the live broadcast gasped at this situation. That's ruthless. It's outright moral coercion. Now this Big Brother has to take the lead. This clown really knows how to play with people's hearts. Indeed, if this Big Brother backs down now, I can understand him, but in my heart, I will definitely lower the Big Brother's status a level. Su Chen, who was pretending to be asleep, silently raised the danger level of the clown beside him. Although Su Chen currently didn't have any information query hacks, he could see the man's cleverness. A master at playing with people's hearts. Su Chen thought about quietly, opening his eyes a crack to observe the clown. Deep green hair, a face smeared with white makeup. Definitely a freak and a villain. Still not knowing this person's name, let's just call him Greenhead. The purpose of Greenhead saying these words is not just to force the Big Brother to try dangerous escape methods. He has already said this is being broadcasted globally. There's a reason Greenhead is so openly persuading the Big Brother during the global live broadcast. If the global live broadcast camera is really on the Big Brother. Now, unless this Big Brother agrees without hesitation to sacrifice for the team, many people will see him as someone who had to sacrifice for the team to maintain his own image. Because the global live broadcast camera is on the Big Brother, Greenhead's words of persuasion will also be broadcasted. From start to finish, the rhythm of this game is in Greenhead's hands. Originally planning to wait for the hint sound of the hide-and-seek space to open his eyes, it seems this plan needs to be moved up. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, pretending to just wake up. Just as Su Chen opened his eyes, the live broadcast camera that had been focused on the Big Brother instantly turned to him. Countless viewers sensed that a good show was about to start after seeing Su Chen's movement. If the whiskey god isn't pretending to be asleep, something must be about to happen. It should be to disrupt the clown's actions. I thought the whiskey god would keep pretending to sleep. What is he planning to do? Isn't it the best time for the whiskey god to wake up now? Wouldn't it be better to wake up after the Big Brother experiments with the clown's method? If the whiskey god keeps pretending to sleep, even a fool would know something's wrong. There's no reason he would sleep for so long. Experts from around the world immediately began analyzing Su Chen's micro-expressions. When Whiskey opened his eyes, he instinctively turned to look at the clown. The reason he stopped pretending to sleep must be related to the clown. Whiskey started surveying his surroundings. What is he planning? Looking for an escape route? His movements caught the clown's attention. The two locked eyes. The show is starting. Oh, who is this? Our wise brain, Whiskey, has awakened? Just in time. I believe the whiskey god can solve the problem we are facing now, right? The clown cracked his lipstick-painted lips, looking at Su Chen with the gaze of an art connoisseur. So, our whiskey god, do you have a way to help us escape this place? The clown's words shifted everyone's focus from the Big Brother to Su Chen. Whiskey is awake? Great. Let the whiskey god lead us. Surely the whiskey god has a way to escape, right? Yes, with the wisdom of the great whiskey, we will surely escape from here smoothly. This time, let the great whiskey lead the team. Yes, the great whiskey definitely has better and safer ways to leave here. We just need to follow him. Many in the crowd who had previously cursed Su Chen were now feigning compliments. Their intentions were obvious. They wanted to replace Su Chen as the leader and turn him into their tool. The viewers in the live stream were not fools, especially after witnessing these people's earlier curses against Whiskey. Great Whiskey, don't agree to them. This group is very bad. They act one way in front of people and another behind their backs. So hypocritical. If you can escape, definitely don't take them with you. I think they are just taking advantage of the great Whiskey's kindness, trying to bully him into doing their dirty work. He must not agree to them. Exactly. This clown is too wicked, so ugly, and the makeup makes it worse. He looks like a villain. He thinks he can trick the great Whiskey? That's impossible. Just wait and see. The great Whiskey will definitely not rescue these people. He was just pretending to be dizzy before he heard everything they said, including the clown's words. The global expert panel fell into discussion at this point. It's certain that Whiskey will refuse the invitation from the clown and others. They can't use the same tricks they used on the leader against Whiskey. Right, Whiskey is no pushover. He has never gone easy on enemies. In this situation, he will absolutely not agree to the challenger's requests. I want to see what method Whiskey has to escape. Since he dares to wake up, he must have a way out. I think aside from the two methods proposed by the clown, there don't seem to be any other options. Besides brute force, this rope is not something they can break free from with sheer strength. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen in the live stream. Su Chen did not disappoint the audience's expectations. He directly rejected the clown's proposal. Why should I help you? Su Chen said, slightly adjusting his posture to sit more comfortably. This is the first bizarre thing I heard upon waking up. A whole group of A-level extraordinary beings actually wants me, a C-level challenger, to lead the escape and be the head? This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Are you admitting that you all have no brains? How did you A-levels even get here? Teach me too. Aside from the clown, the previously raucous A-level challengers turned dark-faced. Whiskey really wasn't giving them any face. Whiskey, you're not an ordinary C-level challenger. We've all seen your videos. You can take on Zeus and the others. We all acknowledge your high IQ. Yes, Whiskey, we acknowledge your high IQ, which is why we recognize you as our leader. Why are you speaking like this? Don't be ungrateful. This is a global live broadcast. Think about the image you're establishing in front of the global audience. Whiskey, we're all in this together now. Challengers from the same camp should help each other. Those speaking were Su Chen's enemies, and to make him wholeheartedly help them escape, this group was truly shameless. All of Whiskey's enemies were secretly holding back their anger. Once they had drained Whiskey of his usefulness, they would definitely kill him, even if he was a challenger from the same camp. Su Chen almost laughed out loud upon hearing their words. Who told you we are from the same camp? If I manage to escape first, rest assured, none of you here will get away. Is a plane one camp? Such childish and ridiculous deception. My image in the eyes of the global audience? I believe the audience will have their own conclusions. Oh, right, seeing my enemies desperately flattering me feels pretty good. Please, continue. This is a global live broadcast now, Su Chen said as he began to close his eyes and relax. What? Damn it, you were awake this whole time? We were played? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the enemies finally reacted. When they were cursing Su Chen earlier, he had been fully awake, just pretending to be asleep. Su Chen had known they were his enemies all along. Now, it was clear. Their previous attempts to curry favor with Su Chen had become a complete joke. Just as Su Chen said, this was a global live broadcast. Their foolish actions were likely being reported worldwide. Countless people were watching their embarrassment. In an instant, the cabin was filled with roaring shouts of anger. Faced with this abuse, Su Chen remained completely unfazed, continuing to close his eyes and relax. The clown beside him curiously asked, Whiskey, how do you make these people lose their minds when they get excited? Is it a built-in mockery? No, it might just be because I'm too handsome, right? Let them shout a bit more. When they get dehydrated later, it will be even worse, won't it? Su Chen replied calmly. Oh, no wonder you're the great Whiskey, you think just like me. If we weren't enemies, we would definitely have a drink together after the competition, the clown said, revealing an exaggerated smile. Enemies? Sorry, I have enemies all over the world. Who are you? The clown, a subordinate of Mr. World. The prophet you killed was my friend. It's a deep blood feud. If it weren't for this shackling, I would definitely rush over and tear you to pieces. Oh, a subordinate of Mr. World, I've heard a bit about you. It seems you won't survive this game of hide and seek. Only one of us can survive, that's for sure, but I want to save the part where I kill you for last. Before the grand feast arrives, I want to have some fun with these howling groundhogs. After saying this, the clown turned his head away, mimicking Su Chen's posture, closing his eyes and letting the noise of others wash over him. It turned out that in a state of extreme anger, people could ignore some physical discomfort. This time, the female voice at the back row of the cabin did not wake Su Chen's enemies. It was only when the blinding sunlight outside the cabin disappeared and night fell that this group of enemies snapped out of their extreme anger towards Su Chen. The excessive physical exertion had caused them to lose a lot of water again. Realizing this, they were both shocked and furious, using the same tactic again. The stinging pain in their throats made them stop cursing and struggle to adjust their physical state. The cabin fell completely silent. Just then, the clown, with his eyes closed, smiled and whistled, Shadam. Who's so heartless to do this now? I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it. Is someone really shameless enough to this extent? That sound, it's that guy again. Hey, kid, do you dare to reveal your name? After we get out, you'll definitely die before Whiskey does. I'm serious. Is there really a challenger in A-level who can stir things up like this? This is my first time seeing it. Stop whistling, this is a global live broadcast. How much longer are we going to be tied up here? Is this rope too tight? My legs can't even close. I can't take it anymore. If I find that whistling person after we get out, I will definitely give him a good beating. The clown's actions were faithfully captured by the live broadcast cameras. Wow, this guy is a talent, so bold. Using such underhanded tricks? I'm really dumbfounded. Is this clown not afraid of being eaten alive later? Daring to play like this, he must want to die first. If the great Whiskey and the others don't get out soon, then there will be a good show to watch. It's the first time I've seen these A-level challengers being played so badly. Is this the power of S-level hide and seek? Yes, so far, the S-level hide and seek hasn't even started, and these A-level challengers already feel like they're gone. Of course, this is mainly because of the clown's interference. After analyzing the clown's behavior, experts from various countries gave their evaluations. This clown is definitely a tough opponent. He will make things very difficult for Whiskey in this game. The clown's personality is quite bizarre, somewhat akin to a performative personality, treating everything in life as a game. This is an extremely twisted psychological issue. Such people are often the ones we need to be most wary of. They can eliminate any audience in their way by any means necessary. Killing in front of them is just a game. Mr. World has indeed recruited some good subordinates. Come on, let's see just how strong the A-level special extraordinary beings are. Let's see if Whiskey can withstand the challenge from the clown. At this moment in the hide-and-seek space, the clown's hissing did not stop amidst the crowd's curses. Instead, it grew louder. He whistled loudly while mocking. Hee, what's wrong with you all? Learn from Whiskey, okay? Stay calm. Making noise will only increase your dehydration speed. Want to break free and hit me? Sure. Then break the ropes my way. It's dark now, and there's only one way. Breaking your thumb isn't that hard. Let's see if you cowards, who can only talk big, dare to come up. If you don't dare, I can keep hissing. Someone will eventually break their fingers because they can't hold back from wanting to hit me, right? Many people in the cabin heard the clown's words, their faces turning deep red, yet they couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. Half an hour later, in the cabin that had entered the night state, the temperature began to drop continuously, and the extreme heat contrast made all the challengers, who had been weakened to ordinary people, feel immense discomfort. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and gritted their teeth to speak. That little brat. I remember you, Doctor. If I break my finger, you can reattach it, right? Everyone in the cabin who heard the shout perked up. Someone was going to be the first to experiment. If he could escape, it would mean everyone could escape. Was this prolonged war of attrition finally coming to an end? Hurry up, bro, start now. I can't hold on any longer. Good brother, once you get free, untie me first. I can't take it anymore. After getting free, we can take down the troublemaker too. That person absolutely cannot be left alive. We will support you mentally. Yes. Quickly break the ropes and take me down. Hurry. The clown also offered his encouraging words, which became a great provocation. Chen noticed that after the clown finished speaking, he used his left thumb to feel the rope tied to his hand. He was thinking of this idea. If that person successfully broke his thumb to escape, the clown would also quickly break his thumb to escape. Can breaking a thumb really lead to escape? Chen was skeptical. In the past few hours, he had already determined that the ropes binding everyone were not the common hemp ropes. This rope was made of special materials, completely adhering to the skin. The difficulty of getting out by breaking his thumb from this rope was not small. Unless he cut off his entire palm, there was no way to escape. Even if we break free from the restraints of our seats now, the hints in the hide-and-seek space won't appear, because the plane hasn't reached its destination yet. Only when the plane arrives at the designated place will this hide-and-seek task truly appear. The movement of this space and the turbulence of the plane are definitely reminding us that this plane is heading to a specified location. Unfortunately, the windows of the cabin have been specially treated, so we can't see what's outside. Otherwise, we could at least gauge where the system wants us to go. Just as Chen was pondering this, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the cabin. The sound of hands rubbing against the rope was incessant. The man who broke his hand to escape was a tough guy. He didn't even scream in pain and immediately started to grind the rope. Could he really get out? 2 minutes later, a wave of blood filled the cabin. What a ruthless person. With this amount of blood loss, an ordinary person would have fainted by now. The viewers from various countries in the live stream were stunned by this scene. Wow, there's a reason why others become A-level hide-and-seek masters. With this kind of determination, it's completely normal for him to be an A-level challenger. We E-level players would never encounter such a tough guy. No way, I need to learn from this big brother. I'll search for tough guy tutorials on Baidu. I'll start training the day after tomorrow. No wonder this hide-and-seek competition has a broader global broadcast. This S-level challenger match is truly extraordinary. We never see such ruthless people in our usual hide-and-seek games. Isn't it terrifying that everyone here is A-level or above? I feel like if I entered here, I would definitely be the first to be eliminated. Here, only the whiskey god is C-level. It's really tough for a master like him to survive in here. While the audience chatted, the burly man inside the cabin, who had broken his own finger, frowned and gave up on his escape plan. No, this rope will tighten automatically with my hand's movement. Breaking my thumb is completely useless. This plan won't work. The clown sniffed the bloody air and released his thumb from the rope. What? A pity, it seems we have to stay trapped here. Our whiskey god, are you still unwilling to share your plan? You're not planning to stay here forever, are you? That would be pointless. This is wasting your time and ours. Other challengers might have already started completing their tasks. Our hope of escaping now rests solely on you. What are you planning to do? The clown shifted his tone and threw the question back to Chen. This time, Chen's enemies collectively chose silence, and everyone in the cabin was waiting for Chen to propose a way to escape. Whatever grudges they had, they could discuss them after getting out. Being tied up here for several hours was already unsettling. Chen said, just wait. Once this plane reaches its destination, the hide-and-seek task will come. Your attempts to escape like this are just futile. If you have the time to waste, you might as well close your eyes and take a nap to regain your energy. Waiting for the plane to reach its destination? Taking a nap with eyes closed? Someone couldn't help but retort, "Whiskey, don't treat this place like a flight. Our current task is definitely a high-altitude escape room. The top priority now is to free ourselves from these ropes." Right. Did you see the door at the front of the cabin? We definitely need to untie the ropes and then head to the cockpit to control the plane. I think that makes sense. If we don't hurry to find a way to free ourselves, this plane might crash into a mountain or something and eliminate us all. Regarding Su Chen's suggestion to wait, some viewers in the livestream also opposed it. Yes, just as the A-level master inside said, the door to the cockpit clearly needs to be opened by them. Whiskey God's insistence on waiting seems like a death wish. Exactly. This clearly resembles a high-altitude escape room game. The first step is to break free. I think that's quite obvious. Careful upstairs, you might get slapped in the face. Would an S-level hide-and-seek challenge present a task that even we newbies know what to do next? I sense a twist. I reserve my opinion. Anyway, I'm watching the livestream on my knees, and whatever happens, I can handle it calmly. Experts from around the world began to seriously consider Su Chen's opinions in light of the situation. It's not impossible for the plot to reverse. After all, this is an S-level hide-and-seek space, and no one knows what will happen next. Yes, in this case, what everyone thinks is an escape room might actually be a big possibility of being fake. Waiting for Whiskey might just be the right choice. Indeed, locking these masters in the cabin for a few hours might be to test their will. That's right, it's a test of their will. Perhaps the purpose of the hide-and-seek space is extremely simple, it's just a test of will. These experienced masters are overthinking things and have overlooked this layer. In the hide-and-seek space, after challenging Su Chen for a while, the challengers suddenly realized that Su Chen had fallen silent again. No matter how they called, there was no response. Those who had been speaking immediately understood what was happening. After finishing his words, Whiskey had gone completely still. They were wasting so much energy here for nothing. Truly a cunning old fox. The challengers in the cabin helplessly complained in their hearts. "Whiskey, can you estimate how much longer it will be? If this injury doesn't get treated soon, it could lead to serious problems," the burly man from before asked. "How would I know? It could be any moment now, or it might take a few more hours. Just be patient, this little blood loss won't kill you," Su Chen replied calmly. Shoo, don't be a coward, young man. Your mighty image is being watched by the whole world right now. If you show weakness now, all your previous efforts will be in vain, the clown beside Su Chen said, whistling and closing his eyes. The clown chose to believe Su Chen's words and prepared to continue waiting. As the challengers listened to the hissing sounds, more lines of frustration appeared on their faces. More and more people wanted to break free from the ropes binding their legs. Half an hour later, one challenger could no longer endure it and thought about breaking his fingers like the burly man did before to make a last-ditch effort. Suddenly, the cabin began to shake. Something was happening. Everyone who had been silently resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Su Chen clearly felt the airplane's speed beginning to slow down. It seemed that the plane they were on was preparing to hover in the air. Oh, it seems our whiskey master really guessed right. Binding us here for a few hours seems to be just a simple test of our willpower. Next comes the opening ceremony for the S-level challengers. I'm suddenly so excited. The bloody atmosphere in the cabin makes me want to go wild. The clown laughed widely, quickening his whistling. Many people's faces turned a bit pale. After seeing the plane hover, the viewers in the live stream displayed expressions of "I knew it." Indeed, Whiskey Master's guess was right again. Luckily, I held back my opinion, otherwise, I would have been slapped in the face by Whiskey Master again. Those who doubt Whiskey Master always lose. Is this hide-and-seek space deliberately playing with us? Testing the willpower of these A-level challengers? Do these A-level challengers even need testing? I'm dumbfounded. I can't believe it turned out like this. I've already knelt down. Every time Whiskey Master makes a guess, I oppose him, and I lose every time. I've realized that my wisdom really can't compare to that of the Masters. This space is really slick with these tricks and counter tricks. What will happen next? A plane malfunction? Or something else? As everyone spoke, the live stream camera suddenly shifted to the front of the cabin, to the door of the cockpit. The cockpit door creaked open. There was someone in the cockpit. Although the sound of the propeller greatly diminished the hearing of Su Chen and the others, the sound of the cockpit door opening did not escape their ears. Everyone involuntarily stretched their necks from their seats, looking towards the cockpit door. Is there actually someone inside? I thought it was on autopilot. Who's flying the plane inside? They're not reacting at all to our commotion? Could it be those S-levels flying the plane? No way. We're in competition with those S-levels now. They must be thinking about how to deal with us. Just as everyone was worried, a system prompt sound appeared above the airplane cabin. Welcome to the S-level hide-and-seek space showdown. The code name for this game of hide-and-seek, Escape from the Planet, The Last Survivor. The place you are currently in is an extraterrestrial planet similar to Earth. The ultimate goal of this space, by any means necessary, board the Noah's Ark piloted by 10 people to leave the planet and enter the space station to complete your escape. Next are the competition rules. Please listen carefully. The rules will only be repeated once. In this round, you are the prey. Being caught by the pursuer is considered a failure, and death is also considered a failure. Due to the difficulty restrictions of the S-level challenge, the space will not disclose any information about the competition. All rules need to be explored by yourselves. The maximum number of escapees this time is 8. The rules introduction is complete. The competition will continue. In 3 seconds. Escape from the planet, the last survivor? The space actually brought us to an extraterrestrial planet? This means there could be unimaginable creatures and all sorts of strange rules that defy Newton. The Noah's Ark, piloted by 10 people, must have 10 people to operate. This implies that only 10 people can board the Noah's Ark. Moreover, the maximum number of escapees is 8, which means there will be a fight after entering the space station. A peak showdown among 500 experts. Only 8 can survive. Do these 8 correspond to the 8 S-level powerhouses? So this could be a lifeline for all S-level powerhouses? While Su Chen was pondering, the system broadcast was converted into text and transmitted to the public screen of the live broadcast room. Countless viewers were ignited with emotions after reading it. Extraterrestrial planet? The battlefield for this escape is an entire extraterrestrial planet. How impressive. Truly worthy of the S-level challenge. The Space Lord didn't mention who the pursuers are this time. It seems they're not picking from these 500 people, so these big shots are currently in the same camp? These big shots can at most form a small group of 10, anything more is impossible. They will definitely go all out later. After all, taking out one person means one less competitor. What mysterious things does this planet hold? Who are the pursuers? I'm all ready. Sitting on my little stool, ready. This extraterrestrial planet must have something unique. After seeing these rules, expert teams from around the world immediately began more professional analyses. An extraterrestrial planet similar to Earth? Indeed, the strength of the hide-and-seek space has grown powerful enough to mimic a star system. How many pursuers would it take to catch someone in a survival area as large as Earth? We still can't determine what the pursuers are, maybe we'll find out soon. Who's flying the plane? I suspect it's the pursuer? This extraterrestrial planet definitely has a deep world background to explore. We might be able to grasp some information from another civilization. While global audiences were hotly discussing, in the hide-and-seek space, the 3-second limit was lifted. The S-level hide-and-seek competition officially begins. Have fun. Creak. The cockpit door slowly opened, and all the challengers who had stretched their necks saw a figure tightly wrapped in protective gear. Could this be the pursuer? A human? An NPC in the space? Why did he tie us up here? Wait, didn't it say earlier that being caught means elimination? If this person is a pursuer, why haven't we been eliminated yet? This person shouldn't be a pursuer. Brother, can you understand what we're saying? What kind of work is this? Why are you tying us up? Facing the shouts of the challengers, the person standing at the door said nothing, merely opened the large door of the cabin and then stepped back inside. What is this guy doing? One of the challengers behind Su Chen looked confused. This hide-and-seek space isn't giving us any information. What should we do now? Damn, could it be a language barrier? Is the hide-and-seek space automatically blocking our translators? Given the current situation, this person definitely has a grudge against us, an absolute enemy. If this guy is our enemy, then we're doomed. Right now, we have no strength at all, we can't even move, clearly just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I hate these brain-teasing scenarios the most. Charging forward is what suits me. While everyone was talking, the clown suddenly turned to Su Chen and said, Whiskey, do you think this person is a pursuer? I can share a piece of information with you. The way that person looked at us was filled with a desire to kill. This is definitely our enemy. This race that wants to hunt humans. A race that hunts humans? Pursuers? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, you can feel his gaze through such thick protective gear? Should I praise your eyesight or say your imagination is too naive? You wouldn't understand this, would you? When two equally crazy things come together, they create an incredible sense of familiarity. I can already feel it from him. As the clown spoke, his body began to tremble involuntarily. This S-level challenge seems to be a bit more enjoyable than I imagined. What a pity, why am I not a pursuer? If I were a pursuer, I would definitely see you as a perfect work of art, ready to welcome death. Sorry, I don't communicate with lunatics. Su Chen turned his head away in silence, staring at the cockpit door. About 3 minutes later, the person temporarily referred to as the pursuer walked into the cabin carrying a large bag and approached the first person in the front row. Under everyone's gaze, this pursuer took out a sharp blade from the large pocket and moved it close to the first person in the front row. What is this for? Are they going to kill us directly? What kind of twisted game is this? Did we really have to break free from this rope, or else this would be our fate? It's over. I shouldn't have listened to Whiskey. What waiting? Now look, we're all sitting here getting killed one by one. I never expected my first S-level challenge to end in such a bizarre way, locked up in here for several hours, faced with the knife handed over by the pursuer. The first A-level challenger in the front row had no choice but to close his eyes and wait for death. Just as he was preparing to welcome death, the pursuer pried his mouth open with his hand and placed the sharp knife horizontally on his teeth. Ha! What's going on? Not killing us? The first A-level challenger opened his eyes in confusion, somewhat puzzled. Before anyone else could react, the pursuer suddenly slapped his seat 3 times. With the pursuer's slaps, the floor beneath the seat slowly began to open. A chilling wind howled into the cabin from below. Everyone understood what this meant. Damn! Are we supposed to bite a dagger and fall from a high place with the chair? No way! We're still tied up. Does this mean we have to use our mouths to cut the ropes binding us while in midair? This difficulty is a bit high. This chair doesn't look like it comes with a parachute. If we hadn't cut the rope in midair, would we have died instantly? What's the situation down there now? If there's no water below, falling like this is definitely a dead end. All the challengers in the cabin frowned at the scene. With such strong winds right now, we have no idea where we'll be blown after we untie the rope. This difficulty is way too high. It's the first time we're parachuting without a parachute. Is this what S-level difficulty means? We have to throw the dagger in our mouth onto our tied hands before we fall. There's no way to hold the dagger while falling from such a height. Is there any chance to use the dagger held in our mouths to take out this pursuer? That seems unlikely. If I weren't tied up, I could definitely bite the dagger and take this person down. Let's think practically. This pursuer won't give us such an opportunity. After he shoves the dagger into our mouths, he'll keep his eyes on us until we fall. The audience in the live stream gasped at the sight of the floor opening beneath their seats. No way! Is this for real? Jumping out of a plane with a small dagger while being tightly bound? How is that even possible? Yeah, especially since the dagger is in our mouths, not in our hands. This difficulty has skyrocketed. I feel like this is completely impossible. I think we can only leave it to fate. Wait, is this challenge testing not strength but luck? Is this a survival game? If we fall into the water with the dagger in our mouths, we might survive. If we land on land, then it's death? So this challenge is actually about luck? Testing luck? Then the Whiskey God would clear this level instantly. Who can have luck as good as the Whiskey God? The last comment in the livestream instantly reminded all the viewers of previous broadcasts. Right, this kind of challenge is nothing for the Whiskey God. In luck-based challenges, the Whiskey God has never lost. If the Whiskey God can escape this time, I'll immediately make a statue of him to worship at home. Let's see if I can share in the Whiskey God's good fortune. Now let's see how the Whiskey God operates. This game is too crazy, it's beyond our understanding as newbies, and I've got my notebook ready. Experts from various countries, using the unique perspective of the livestream, gain more information. With such a strong cold wind, we should be in the troposphere. From what we can see, it's snowing heavily outside, which means the area below the plane can't possibly be ocean. The probability of water on land is very low. To survive, we can only rely on the thickness of the new snow on the ground. If the new snow is thick enough, then falling down won't be a problem at all. This really depends on luck. If we land on rocks covered in snow, that would mean instant death. In a stormy night, trying to judge the landing point is truly a pipe dream. The difficulty of S-level challenges surpasses A-level by so much. These experts above A-level have lost all their strength. Surviving a night in this icy wilderness is already a tough task. As the experts spoke, the floor beneath the first person in the front row of the cabin had completely retracted. This A-level challenger, biting the dagger, sat in his seat with a look of terror as he fell straight down. He couldn't even scream. The dagger in his mouth was the most important thing right now. All the challengers watched the closing floor and began waiting for the system's prompt sound. Some had already started counting down. Su Chen was also silently calculating the falling time of this A-level expert. If this A-level challenger had bad luck and fell down to become a pile of ash, a hide-and-seek space would definitely announce his death. This way, one can roughly calculate the current distance of the plane from the ground. From the current situation, the gravity of this extraterrestrial planet is not much different from that of Earth, so the calculations used on Earth also apply here. Once a few more people die to refine the data, tech experts might even simulate the approximate environment on the ground and find the probability of death from this parachuting incident. Based on the recent situation, the first person to fall probably had no chance to use the dagger in his mouth to free himself. He can be considered a good reference target. The weight of the seat plus his own weight, and considering the wind speed, the first person should fall not far from the left side of the plane's hovering position. If this first person dies, he must use the dagger to free himself, otherwise, there's a high chance of death when he falls later. While Su Chen was thinking, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. The evader Heiyu San Sha fell to his death from a high altitude. Current remaining challengers 499. The first death has occurred, just as Su Chen had guessed. If he doesn't cut The rope with the dagger in midair, the next outcome is death. He must find a way to have the dagger in hand before falling from such a height. As Suchen pondered, the pursuer in a protective suit was already dragging a bag towards the second challenger. Similarly, he patted the seat, opened the floor beneath it, and took out a dagger for the second challenger to bite down on. The second challenger seemed to be prepared. As the pursuer placed the dagger above his teeth, this challenger suddenly whipped his head, sending the dagger flying towards his left hand. This seemed like an excellent method. This A-level challenger appeared to have practiced throwing. The dagger traced a beautiful arc in the air, flying straight towards his left hand. All the spectators' eyes lit up. Hey, this guy is going to get his dagger. This move is pretty impressive. Using this method in the cabin, one can indeed retrieve the dagger. Those who haven't practiced wouldn't be able to do it. Wow, someone actually practiced throwing things with their mouth? No way. Is this the difference between me and the pros? Not to mention anything else, just this throwing skill alone, I could practice for a year. So this is how to break free, but it really tests precision and wrist flexibility, right? With him tied up like that, it's quite difficult to catch the dagger. This method should be hard to imitate. I'm a bit curious about what the Whiskey Master's method is. The Whiskey Master must have other ways to break free, right? Experts from around the world collectively thought of a possibility. Wait, if this person can use the dagger to break free before the seat drops, could he possibly counterattack the pursuer? Yeah, the pursuer is very close to him now. As long as he unties his left hand and grabs the dagger, he can stab the pursuer. He might not even need to jump out of the plane. He could choose to take control of the aircraft directly. It seems so. From the looks of it, this person will definitely be able to get his dagger. He might really have a chance to take down the pursuer. His movements must be quick. He has to take down the pursuer before the seat drops. The second challenger, watching the dagger flying towards his left hand, envisioned a plan similar to that of the expert group. Catch the flying dagger, cut the ropes at lightning speed, and deliver a fatal blow to the pursuer. After calculating the distance between himself and the pursuer, this A-level challenger gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. Just as his fingers brushed against the dagger, the pursuer in protective gear suddenly swung his hand quickly, knocking the dagger out of the A-level challenger's grasp. The pursuer was also quite intelligent. He gave this person no chance at all. After knocking the dagger away, it fell directly from under the seat, disappearing without a trace in the air. And asterisk. After the pursuer spoke a string of incomprehensible words, he directly pushed the second challenger, along with their seat, down. He didn't give this challenger a second dagger. This meant that each person only had one dagger. If it fell, it would be no different from death. Some clever tricks were useless against the pursuer. If the pursuer discovered these little maneuvers, it would mean instant death. Everyone's heart sank. So, we have to get the dagger in midair or it's a dead end? The difficulty of getting the dagger in midair is too high. I feel like at least half of the people will die in this skydiving. It all comes down to luck. In midair, if you let go, the dagger will fall faster than us with our seats because of its small size. We can only untie ourselves without letting go. But that's impossible. We all have ropes tied around our necks. In this strong wind, it's utterly impossible to untie the ropes binding our bodies. This is a deadlock, a situation that relies solely on luck. This must be the S-level hide-and-seek challenge. Those with bad luck will be eliminated. First, after witnessing the fate of the second challenger, the global livestream audience could only mourn for them. This method won't work either. There's no way to untie the ropes. In the cabin, this pursuer will keep an eye on the Whiskey God and the others. It's over. This NPC seems quite clever. The Whiskey God and the others can only rely on luck now. It's terrifying. The elimination rate is too high. Everyone can think about it. How can an ordinary person tied to a seat with a dagger in their mouth escape in a high-speed descent? Don't be so pessimistic. These are all A-level big shots. The methods we can't think of, they might not be able to either. There must be a perfect way to get through. Yeah, the Whiskey God hasn't even started performing yet. The God must have a way to escape. As everyone spoke, the livestream chat was suddenly flooded with a series of death messages. Player flying. Dutchman fell to their death from high altitude. Current remaining evaders, 498. Player Skywing fell to their death from high altitude. Current remaining evaders, 497. Player 3. Zhang Mage fell to their death from high altitude. Current remaining evaders, 496. Are these challengers from other planes? They are playing the same game. It's over, it seems. Like all the big shots haven't come up with a suitable method. These A-level challengers are dying like dumplings. Is this the power of the S-level challenge? I suddenly understand why these mysterious 13 S-level powerhouses didn't participate in the S-level hide-and-seek challenge. The elimination rate is too high. Hey, do you think it's possible that just this round could eliminate 99% of the challengers? In the end, only a few challengers are left. That's a bit sinister. If there are fewer than 10 challengers, even Noah's Ark can't set sail. Don't be too anxious upstairs. The top gods haven't made their move yet. Hey, the camera is on the Whiskey God. Could it be that the Whiskey God has a plan? As everyone spoke, they all focused their attention back on the screen. This time, the audience was right. Su-chen indeed thought of a method. After watching the first place challenger throw the dagger, he found inspiration. This inspiration needed a tool to test if it would work. Su-chen thought and quickly stretched his neck to look ahead. At this moment, the pursuer had sent off the second A-level challenger and was dragging a bag towards the third challenger. What a good opportunity! Su-chen's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Everyone, I have a way to get the dagger in hand while in midair. Third brother, are you willing to try my method? This method's success rate isn't high, life and death depend on fate. Do you want to give it a try?" All the challengers in the cabin, who were deep in thought, quickly turned their attention to Su-chen and loudly asked, "Whiskey, if you have a method, please tell us. We won't forget your kindness." "Oh, Whiskey has a method? Let's hear it." The third challenger, who was ready to bite the knife and wait for death, quickly said, "Whiskey, speak your method out loud, and I'll help you try it. A dead horse is better than a live one. The method is simple. What is the purpose of the pursuer stopping you from holding the knife? Isn't it to prevent you from fighting back? If you self-harm, the pursuer definitely won't care about you." Self-harm? What does self-harm have to do with breaking free from restraints? Whiskey, you don't mean for us to cut off our hands, do you? That's impossible. We are all ordinary people now. We can't possibly use our mouths to throw a knife and cut off our own hands. Yeah, Whiskey, don't forget, we are ordinary people now. We don't have that much strength. Your method seems immature. If we hold the knife with our hands, we could cut off our hands, but the pursuer won't give us the chance to hold the knife. Many A-level challengers questioned Su-chen's words, and the clown beside them pondered for a moment, then turned his eyes without speaking. He couldn't figure out what Su-chen was planning. Facing everyone's confusion, Su-chen calmly replied, "It's not about cutting off your hand with the knife, but rather inserting the knife into your thigh. The area above our knees can move slightly. This dagger looks quite sharp. It should be easy to do this. Once you insert the dagger into the flesh, just move your wrist vigorously to grab the dagger. This distance should be fine, of course, except for those with short arms. To be safe, you can control your body in the air, with your head down. This way, the dagger will be firmly embedded in your flesh due to pressure and air resistance, reducing the chance of being blown away." Insert the dagger into the flesh? Everyone felt a tingling sensation at the thought. It was painful just to imagine. This method does have a certain feasibility, as Whiskey said. The danger is quite high. Not to mention, once the dagger is embedded in the flesh, it must be inserted deeply, otherwise, it can easily be blown away. Whiskey's method has inspired me. We can position our heads down and then fling the dagger in our mouths onto the seat. Under the influence of pressure, perhaps the dagger will just happen to land next to the wrist due to the wind. My feasibility is a bit lower than Whiskey's method, but it won't cause injury. After hearing this method, the third challenger hesitated briefly while biting the dagger, then directly flung the dagger towards his leg. Just as the pursuer was about to knock the dagger away, this challenger leaned his leg against the dagger, driving it deep into his flesh. The sound of the sharp knife-piercing flesh echoed. "Ah!" A roar filled the entire cabin. Watching this self-harming operation, the pursuer clearly paused for a few seconds before choosing to slap the challenger's seat. The pursuer acknowledged the possibility of this method. It was possible to place the dagger next to the thigh through self-harm. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Brother, give us a code name. We need to confirm your safety." Someone couldn't help but say. There were still other planes with people dying. If they didn't confirm the code name, it would be troublesome if they got it wrong later. "See say," the challenger said as he was carried away by the seat from the floor. As long as this person was alive, they could all try to escape using this method. Su-chen was no longer anxious. There were still many people ahead, and with a guaranteed plan in place, he didn't need to rush to find other methods. Just as he was about to take a look around to see if there was anything he could use, the pursuer unexpectedly strode past everyone in the front row, heading straight for him. What the hell? Can it really be played like this? Didn't he say he couldn't understand us? How did he come straight for me? The situation suddenly turned extremely unfavorable for Su-chen. This pursuer was coming at him without following the usual rules. What was going on? Oh, it seems our whiskey god's luck is running a bit low now. This guy is coming straight for the mastermind, the clown said with a hint of schadenfreude. "Whiskey, all your little schemes are falling apart now. Looks like you're going to become a pawn to pave the way for us. Oh, what a pity. Take care, Whiskey, haha. By the way, remember to stab deep. Be careful the dagger doesn't get blown away by the wind. It's fate. Whiskey, you seem to have a strong connection with this pursuer. It looks like our god is about to be eliminated first." Seeing Su-chen in such a dire situation, his enemies began to laugh loudly without hesitation. All of Whiskey's cunning plans had led him to fall into his own trap. The audience in the global livestream was collectively dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. What's going on? This pursuer actually understands what the whiskey god and the others are saying? Wow, the whiskey god is really in danger now. The method being tested on the whiskey god hasn't even landed yet, and he still doesn't know if his method is useful. He has to take a gamble. It's over. Why do I feel like the whiskey god is really in trouble this time? If he gets unlucky now, it's probably going to get worse later. Surviving a high-altitude fall depends on luck. The whiskey god should have a way to deal with this, right? All the viewers nervously looked at the screen in the live stream. After the pursuer slapped the back of Su Chen's chair 3 times, he stood still, quietly waiting for Su Chen's chair to drop. The process of handing over the dagger was completely omitted. Everyone was truly stunned. What the heck? How did the whiskey god offend the pursuer? Not even a dagger? What do we do? Damn, no dagger. This is clearly meant for the whiskey god to die directly. I really have to make a judgment now. The whiskey god is undoubtedly doomed. What? Not even a dagger? That's too ruthless, right? This is definitely a 10-death situation. Bound to the chair, Su Chen frowned at the pursuer. Not even a dagger? Am I being treated so preferentially? Is it because the regular guest in the live stream increases the difficulty? Yes, it must be that way. Every time danger arises, it must be this title causing trouble. How am I supposed to escape without even a dagger? Is it really down to luck? Just as Su Chen was feeling a bit lost, the virtual panel in front of him suddenly displayed different changes. The assistant is loading. Given the difficulty of this match, the search box is starting to transform. Voice function activated. You will receive language prompts from the system. Here it comes. The assistant is online. Voice prompts? What will it tell me? Before Su Chen could think it through, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You are about to be dropped by the overseer of this planet's hunting ground. Quickly press your head tightly against the back of the chair to reduce the extent of your injuries. Wow! If you control the chair to spin 3 times in the air, you can drift down onto a thick layer of snow safely. There's a big gift waiting for you after you land. Be careful. If you close your eyes and shout for the heavens to save you, you will crash into the rocks with the chair and be eliminated directly. Ha! This overseer seems very interested in you. If you speak again, he will kill you directly. These prompts were guiding him on what to do next. If Su Chen continued to speak, he would be directly executed. There was only one path left to take: control the chair and spin 3 times in the air. This is the best choice, Su Chen thought as he closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Su Chen's performance and all thought he had given up struggling. This time, the whiskey god really has bad luck. No one expected this outcome. That pursuer went straight for the whiskey god and didn't even give him a dagger. I really didn't see that coming. How tragic. Is the whiskey god's first failure going to happen here? It's only a 4-game winning streak. It seems the S-level hide-and-seek challenge is still a bit too much for the whiskey god. The whiskey god can only fight again next time, as the lowest-ranked C-level challenger here. Achieving this much is already impressive. By the way, if the whiskey god gets eliminated, will our live broadcast room just shut down? I've never considered that. It shouldn't, right? Maybe the camera will switch to someone else. Without the whiskey god showcasing his skills, this livestream has lost a lot of its joy. Experts from around the world cheered collectively upon seeing Su Chen's situation. Great! If whiskey dies, the live broadcast might shift to other challengers. Among these 500 challengers, there are quite a few experts from our country. If they perform well, they might even gain permanent guest status in the live broadcast room after the competition. That would be just like whiskey. Yes, the permanent guest status in this live broadcast room definitely has unimaginable super profits. We must fight for it. It's proven that whiskey is not a god. He can lose too. This is very helpful for us to break the fear that whiskey instilled in us. Whiskey is now just waiting for death with his eyes closed. Tell me, what kind of turnaround can happen in this match? It's impossible. I can make a judgment now. Inside the cabin, fierce wind and snow swirled up from beneath Su Chen's feet. The temperature below seemed even lower than expected. Surviving the fall was just the first step. Everyone would then have to face various difficulties. In the icy wilderness, storms, cold, food, the survival challenge would be incredibly tough. Fortunately, there's a system prompt. As long as I complete 3 spins in the air, according to the system's instructions, I can receive a big gift package when I land. If all goes well, this big gift package will definitely help me get through this cold night. Su Chen thought as he leaned his body closer to the sofa, closing his eyes and making no movements. The clown looked at Su Chen's body about to fall and said with some regret, "What a pity. Whiskey, you haven't even fought me yet, and you're already getting eliminated? Hey, do you have any last words for everyone? We'd love to hear a dying declaration from a poor soul. After all, no one is as unlucky as you, right? Ha ha." The clown's words instantly stirred all of Su Chen's enemies. These people, ignoring their sore throats, forced themselves to laugh loudly at Su Chen. Is the whiskey god just gone like that? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why can't you be arrogant anymore? If whiskey falls and isn't dead, I'll commit seppuku on the spot. I think the clown is right. I'm really looking forward to whiskey surviving, so I can give him a good beating. Before Su Chen could react to these comments, the cabin door beneath the floor had completely opened, and his seat fell directly out of the cabin. Thousands of meters in the air, with strong winds and snow. What does that feel like? Su Chen quickly felt it. The biting cold wind was like a knife cutting through The severe temperature difference made Su Chen's body start to feel uncomfortable rapidly. His eyes couldn't open at this altitude, and all he could hear was the howling wind. Start. I must control the seat to spin 3 times in the strong wind before landing. After landing, getting the supply box will be my time to shine. The state of the people falling from the cabin definitely won't be as good as mine. I can take them out one by one, randomly picking the lucky parachutists, Su Chen thought as he struggled to control the seat, spinning it 3 times in the wind. The camera in the live broadcast closely followed Su Chen through the snowstorm, and countless viewers witnessed his efforts in the fierce wind. What is the whiskey god doing? Why is he making the chair spin? Is there some significance to this? I'm in tears. Is the whiskey god not ready to give up? It turns out he was leaning against the back of the chair for a reason. He wants to control the seat to move left. The gap between the master and us is immediately apparent. If we encountered this situation, we would have surrendered long ago. The whiskey god hasn't given up and is still persevering. Choosing the whiskey god as a guest for hide-and-seek space is a thoughtful decision. With his spirit of not giving up and moving forward, it's rare for anyone to achieve that nowadays, right? Is there a master who can explain what the whiskey god is doing? Spinning with the wind to make the seat float a little longer? Is that it? Experts from around the world frowned at this scene. With this spinning speed, how far can whiskey float? Without a dagger, it should be a certain death, right? He stopped after 3 spins? Why? Has he given up struggling? That doesn't seem right. Whiskey's palm is relaxed, but his body is still pressed against the seat. His brow is relaxed, and from micro-expression analysis, this is a confident expression. Has he found a way? How long does it take for an object to fall from thousands of meters high? 10 seconds. The live broadcast camera switched to a wide-angle view the moment Su Chen fell into a snowfield. Countless people watched as Su Chen, with the seat, was engulfed by the snow. Wait, this can't be fresh snow, right? How thick is this pile of snow? If it's thick enough, the whiskey god might survive. An audience member in the live stream quickly said, "No way. Is it possible to crash into a snow pile and still have a chance? I think the whiskey god is done for. If he survives, how thick does that snow have to be? Where's the report of him dying?" The absence of a report means the whiskey god is still alive. Of course, this state of being alive might be debatable. Maybe the whiskey god is just hanging on by a thread and about to die. Putting aside everything else, I never expected that he could still pick up a life after falling like this. 3 minutes. If the whiskey god doesn't come out of this snow pile within 3 minutes, then he's done for. Now, as an ordinary person, he is very likely to suffocate in the snow. If the whiskey god's current physical condition is extremely poor, he definitely won't be able to crawl out of the snow pile. Experts from around the world shared the live broadcast footage on supercomputers, preparing to simulate Su Chen's impact with the snow pile and see what the survival probability is. Based on the analysis of the surrounding terrain, Whiskey's current landing point is on a rock covered with snow. This layer of new snow is very thin, and Whiskey should have crashed directly through the new snow. The snow pile formed by snowflakes in the sky, soft like cotton candy, and hit the rock. He's out. The computer analysis results are as expected. With that speed, falling here is certain death. His body must be shattered now. So we'll hear the report of Whiskey's death in 3 minutes, buried in the snow. He definitely won't last that long. Should we celebrate Whiskey's death? This has solved a huge problem for us. Wait. Damn. It seems there's some movement where Whiskey fell. An expert looked at the snow pile in shock. Movement? Could it be that Whiskey is okay? How is that possible? His words pulled everyone's attention back to the live broadcast platform. Just as the expert had said, after a minute of silence, the snow pile where Su Chen had fallen began to tremble continuously. This makes no sense. The supercomputer can't possibly make errors in scene simulation. Whiskey is definitely on the verge of death. This is just his futile struggle. Whiskey's life is really tenacious. He still has the strength to move. I admire his will to survive. But this is as far as he goes. Whiskey, just die a little faster. Don't make it half dead. It's making my little heart race. Su Chen's die-hard fans in the live room felt a surge of hope as they saw the snow pile shaking. Could it be that the Great Whiskey is okay? Is the Great One's luck defying the heavens again? The Great Whiskey is definitely fine. The 3 circles he just spun in the sky were absolutely part of his plan. The Great Whiskey wanted to land here with the chair. I hope the Great Whiskey is only seriously injured. This match can't do without him. Without the Great Whiskey, the excitement of this match would be greatly diminished. While everyone was chatting, the snow pile stopped shaking, and a silver box the size of a suitcase slowly rose from the snow pile, where Su Chen had fallen. What is this? Where's the Great Whiskey? Why is there a box? No way, what a letdown. It seems the Great Whiskey really has no way out. It's already been 2 minutes. Indeed, this box seems to have floated up after being hit by the Great Whiskey. What's inside? It should be related to the system, right? It must be a supply box sent by the system. Wait, why is there a hand under this box? Just as the last audience member finished speaking, the entire snow pile exploded. Su Chen sprang out from the snow pile completely unscathed. It seemed even his clothes were intact. The global audience was collectively stunned. What the hell? What is this? I'm really kneeling. He didn't die like this? This is too fake. Space Lord, I want to call foul. Someone is cheating. Falling from 1,000 meters and nothing happens? How is that possible? Is the Great Whiskey even human? Anyone would die. Okay, it's ridiculous that he fell and his clothes are fine. Who said the Great Whiskey has bad luck? Step forward. You call this bad luck? If this is bad luck, do we even have luck left? Experts from various countries stared wide-eyed at Su-Chen standing in the snow pile. What the hell? The ordinary whiskey fell from 1,000 meters into a snow pile with rocks and came out unscathed? Hey, this is a joke even God wouldn't believe. Unless whiskey has developed a body of steel, he should definitely be injured or even dead. What is going on? Has our supercomputer broken down again? This can't be. To study whiskey, we upgraded to the latest supercomputer. This kind of computer has no problem measuring the environment. Quick, mobilize the water army to attract Space's attention. Let Space give us a replay. How on earth did this godlike operation happen? I have no clue at all. The expert teams from various countries began to take action, using national power to rally the audience in the live room. Countless viewers interested in how Su-Chen survived began to petition. Almighty Space Lord, please tell us how the Great Whiskey survived without a scratch. I really want to know. Count me in. Space Lord, look at our confused little faces. You can't not tell us. Space Lord, I'll send you silver notes. Can we have a detailed replay? Amid the requests of tens of millions of viewers, the Hide and Seek Space began its analysis of Su-Chen's miraculous survival on the live room's public screen. The place where Su-Chen fell was remapped by Space, displayed on the public screen in a three-dimensional format. This area was indeed a rocky zone, just as the supercomputer had indicated. However, at the moment Su-Chen landed, the supercomputer made a critical error. The area where Su-Chen fell turned out to be a deep pit, a full 50 meters deep. The public screen showed that this pit had just been filled with snow 10 minutes ago. If Su-Chen had landed even slightly off, he would have died. Only by landing in this pit could he survive. The 50 meters of snow acted as a super cushion, allowing Su-Chen to land safely without injury. Even more fortunate was that when Su-Chen fell into the pit, his seat scraped against the nearby rocky area and shattered. The ropes binding Su-Chen broke apart along with the seat. Upon seeing this, many experts took out fast-acting heart pills and swallowed one. An expert couldn't help but curse, is this for real? Can we even call this luck? How many times luckier than a European king is this? This guy landed safely without a dagger, and he even found a supply box from the system at the landing site? It's over. Unless the system reports that Whiskey is dead, don't even tell me. Whiskey is dead. With this kind of luck, even dying would be a difficult problem. Watching Su-Chen's figure appear, the audience in the livestream erupted in excitement. This must be the child of destiny. Surviving in a rocky environment like this, the odds must be 1,000,000 to 1, right? Whiskey God, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your luck. No more talk. I've already customized your statue online. I will definitely pray to you before bed. It's over. I've been slapped in the face again. How many times has it been? Every time Whiskey God is in a desperate situation. I think he's going to die, but every time he comes out just fine. Incredible survival rate. Incredible Whiskey God. Enough talk, let me jot this down. The first survival rule of space, be lucky enough. At this moment in the hide-and-seek space, Su-Chen dragged a treasure chest out from the snow pile. His head was still a bit dizzy. Falling from a kilometer high was bound to have some effects. After resting for a while next to the snow pile, Su-Chen opened the chest with a single motion. Come on, let me see what's inside. This damn weather is freezing. How am I supposed to get through tonight without some warm clothes? It was a blizzard, and it was night, with very low visibility around. Su-Chen had to reach into the chest, feeling for the items one by one. Got it. A winter coat. This is water? Yes, 3 bottles of mineral water. Wait, there's a double-barreled shotgun in here? And 2 bundles of bullets? Su-Chen joyfully put on the fluffy snow coat and donned a warm white bear fur hat. He slung the gun over his back and found a bag in the resource box to pack all the food and take it with him. The audience? What happened? What's going on? A landing shotgun plus a full set of winter gear and mineral water? How did it turn into this as soon as I came to my senses? No way. Is Whiskey God the beloved child of the hide-and-seek space? Falling into a snow pit and coming out fully equipped? This is like falling off a cliff and emerging with unparalleled martial arts. I bet Whiskey God is definitely the best-off challenger alive right now. Who else can land and come out with such gear? No matter what, we can watch Whiskey God perform again. What is the god planning to do now? Hide in a cave? Without any hesitation about what to do next, Su-Chen was already informed by the system's prompt in his mind about what lay ahead. Hurry up, go left. Over there, you can see a beautiful girl with blood running down her leg. Save her, and you can have a wonderful night together. You need to move quickly, she's about to freeze to death. Wait, what's ahead? That's your enemy. The one who mocked you on the plane. Take him out with your double-barreled shotgun. If you don't act fast, he'll escape. Whatever you do, don't go to the right. There are deep dark pits over there. If you fall in, there's no way out. A beautiful girl on the left is waiting for me to spend a lovely night and an enemy is waiting for me to kill in front. Do I even need to choose? Of course, I'll go forward. If I can take out an enemy, I will. Who needs a girl? You can't eat her anyway. Su Chen thought as he raised the shotgun and charged ahead. The cold wind and snow were no match for his snow coat and hot. Su Chen braved the cold wind and snow, and after some searching he found a person ahead, huddled and limping. This person clearly survived by his own means, a dagger in the flesh. He was a tough one. Who? Hearing footsteps behind him, Su Chen's enemy turned alertly, pointing the small knife at Su Chen. Then, he was dumbfounded. How does this guy have a gun? A pursuer? No, why does this face look so familiar? Whiskey? You really didn't die? How do you have a gun? Wait, how did you survive the fall from such a height without even a dagger? And you're completely fine? What the hell? You should go back and watch the footage of this round. You were the first, Su Chen said lightly, raising his gun and pulling the trigger at the heart of this A-level challenger. Bang! The muzzle of the double-barreled shotgun flared, briefly illuminating the dark snowy ground. Player Whiskey kills Player Black Shark. Remaining number of evaders 465. By the time Su Chen found Black Shark, 34 had already been eliminated due to bad luck while parachuting. As time goes on, this number will continue to increase. While others haven't found any weapons yet, I need to quickly kill more of my enemies. The more I kill, the easier the next matches will be, Su Chen thought, quickening his pace and constantly searching for his enemies to hunt down based on the system prompts. Look to your right. There's a snow pit under a big rock. An enemy is hiding in the snow pit, ready to ambush you. Hurry and kill him. Hee, there's another beautiful girl ahead. She seems to have heard your footsteps and is speeding away. Rush up and catch her, bring her back to be your wife. To the left. Go left. There's a group of mutated bears hibernating over there. You can take off your hat and go take them out. Just make sure not to wear your hat. Be careful they don't wake up early. In an instant, gunfire erupted in the area where Su Chen was. Player Flying Free killed by Player Whiskey. Remaining number of evaders 464. Player Eagle Nation Captain killed by Player Whiskey. Remaining number of evaders 463. Su Chen had already killed 3 evaders. He was currently the only one to have killed evaders. There was no way. Some of the other challengers were still sitting on the plane. The challengers who fell and survived were barely alive. Would they think of actively killing others? Only Su Chen, the lucky one with a shotgun, was harvesting the battlefield. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were excited. It's begun. Hooray, the Great Whiskey is starting to show off. Who said the Great Whiskey can't shine in the S-level challenge? Step forward. The Great Whiskey has already killed 3 A-level challengers. That's right. At this rate, the Great Whiskey can at least take down 10 A-level challengers. The Great One is currently harvesting the battlefield. Indeed, only the Great Whiskey is lucky enough to find a supply crate. The others are still wandering around with small daggers. Yes, the supply crate obtained by the Whiskey God definitely relies on incredible luck. Otherwise, how could he possibly find this supply crate? It's buried in a snowdrift. Experts from around the world felt a familiar sensation as they observed Su Chen's current situation. This seems like the prelude to the Whiskey Show from the last few live streams. Exactly, I feel the same way. But isn't this where he has to stop? Whiskey is currently dominating the scene just because of his good luck with the weapons. Once the other A-level challengers find some tools, Whiskey's weapon advantage will be diminished. This process won't take long at all. Half an hour later, with only 400 challengers remaining, a special system announcement rang out. Phase 1 complete, current death toll, 100. Challenger chat box activated. Phase 1 is over? 100 people eliminated in just the first phase? Now there are still 400 survivors jumping from the plane, and since Suya's death announcement wasn't heard, it means she has survived as well. Now it will be difficult to find those challengers who fell. Let's just call it a night. The snow is getting heavier. I need to find a place to spend the night. If I keep wandering outside, this cold weather gear might not hold up. Perfect, I can take this opportunity to rest and study the situation in the Evader chat box. Su Chen thought about putting away his shotgun and, braving the increasingly fierce blizzard, randomly groped in one direction, trying to find a place to shelter from the snowstorm based on the system's hints. At this moment, the audience who heard the system announcement erupted in excitement. The elimination rate is just too high. 100 A-level challengers eliminated in the first round? Is this the S-level hide-and-seek challenge? That's insane. The upcoming challenges will probably be even more difficult. I think a lot of people are going to die tonight. The former big shots turned ordinary people have about the same cold resistance as us. If they can't find a resource crate or a cave, they'll definitely freeze to death. With so many eliminated in the first round, the Whiskey God is definitely responsible. He has taken out at least 20 challengers with his currently invincible double-barrel shotgun. Could the appearance Of this evader chat box be for challengers to collaborate in the hide-and-seek space? After all, the difficulty of this hide-and-seek challenge is too high. Without collaboration, it would be impossible to continue. The expert groups from various countries were continuously receiving messages from the eliminated challengers. These more than 100 challengers were not all from Suchen's plane, some were on other planes where there were S-level challengers. The live stream did not show these S-level challengers, but that doesn't mean they couldn't obtain information about them. Soon, the eliminated challengers who returned to reality compiled the information they had gathered. The expert group quickly organized the character information of suspected S-level challengers. A person who looks like a big tree? A treeman? What kind of genetic mutant monster is this? Could it be someone who has combined their lifespan with a tree to achieve immortality? Our people saw Mr. World on one of the planes. Even after he turned back into an ordinary person, he still had some extraordinary powers. Mr. World took advantage of the pursuer's unpreparedness, injured the pursuer, robbed him, and jumped out of the plane to escape. These S-level challengers seem to have retained some extraordinary powers. Ling forcibly manipulated the plane to fly at low altitude and then directly unbuckled her seatbelt to jump out and escape. This competition is definitely the pinnacle of what we can currently access. Everyone, stay alert. We must not miss any details. Continue analyzing Whiskey. Next, Whiskey found a super black bear's winter den, took out the bear, and occupied its den? Wait, why is there wood in here too? Whiskey, are you making a barbecue grill? In the hide-and-seek space, the lair of the mutated black bear, Suchen settled into the black bear's den and began his fragrant barbecue journey. After wandering around in the snowstorm and circling back to the black bear's lair, Suchen thought for a moment, took off his hat, and rushed in with his gun, taking out 2 sleeping black bears. He then treated this place as his temporary hideout. To be honest, these 2 black bears really knew how to enjoy themselves: dry wood, a small pool, various animal meats, and even flint. What a luxurious cave, ready-made. Let's just have a makeshift meal tonight and get some sleep, then see how things are tomorrow. If the snowstorm eases, we'll start exploring the surroundings first thing in the morning, Suchen said as he used the flint to ignite the dry wood, placing the meat on the grill, and a rich aroma of meat filled the cave. Although the viewers in the live stream couldn't smell the meat, they collectively swallowed their saliva while watching the meat cook. Damn, Whiskey, you call this a makeshift meal? I'm getting a bit hungry just watching this. Isn't this an S-level hide-and-seek challenge? Why does the vibe here with Whiskey seem different? A barbecue grill is even set up. Isn't that too much? I bet the other challengers are probably struggling to even get water. Of course, except for eating snow. People are just too different. Clearly, this is hell-level difficulty, yet Whiskey seems like he's on vacation. Is this what it means to be a master? I've learned my lesson. Next time, I want to have a barbecue in the space too. Just as the audience was drooling over the meat, Suchen opened the chat box for the hiders. At that moment, the chat box was being flooded with messages. Various messages appeared: team up, looking for a team, fire type A-level extraordinary. Once I recover my strength, I'll take you flying. Teams with resources get priority. I have 2 pieces of dry wood, I can start a fire. Does anyone need it? We can trade for food in the chat box. Water is fine too. Where's Whiskey? Dare to report your location. Let's duel. I want to avenge my brother. Damn, is anyone forming a team? Just give me something to eat. I'm starving. After skipping some irrelevant messages, Suchen's gaze landed on the second message. Trading supplies in the chat box? Suchen thought about trying to fiddle with the chat box's functions and found an item called exclusive red envelope. Through this, he could send supplies to others to complete a trade. The downside was that this trade carried a significant risk. It was entirely a test of both parties' credibility. If you sent supplies and the other party didn't send the agreed items back, then your stuff would be taken for free. Moreover, this trade was conducted in the chat box, where everyone could see the items being traded, but they just couldn't claim them. Just right, there's too much meat. Even if I pack it up, there's still a huge pile left. It would be a waste to leave it here, so I might as well send it to Suya. After understanding how to operate this red envelope, Suchen divided the grilled meat in half and stored it in the envelope, then added a bottle of mineral water. He sent this exclusive red envelope directly to Suya. Player Whiskey sent an exclusive red envelope to Ling, 1 bottle of mineral water, a pile of grilled meat. The chat box fell into silence. Mineral water and grilled meat. And the grilled meat is counted by the pile? How much is that? All the challengers had just landed. Not long ago, right? How did Whiskey become so outstanding? He had so many quality resources that he could give them away? Almost all the challengers were unsettled looking at this exclusive red envelope. They were still fighting for survival. This red envelope could directly solve their food and water needs. British gentleman, what the hell? Whiskey, where did you find these things? The grilled meat is one thing, but what's with this mineral water? Where did it come from? Light dance, Whiskey, want to team up? I am a strength type A level extraordinary being, and being a meat shield is a great choice right now. Let me join your team. Rabbit Giant, whiskey, are you trading? Rabbit meat for mineral water and barbecue, I can. Pay first, I trust your character. I have no fire or dry firewood here, I can't barbecue at all. Teammates? Trading? Suchen thought briefly about this and chose to refuse. Whiskey. Sorry, I don't need teammates for now. Unless you offer something more suitable, I won't trade for barbecue and water. These are all A-level old foxes, I definitely won't need teammates. I can just find an opportunity to meet up with Suya later. I don't lack food at the moment, being a lone wolf is the best choice. In a small cave far away from Su Chen, Suya was huddled by a small fire, waiting for the blizzard to pause. She looked at the red envelope sent by Su Chen, feeling a bit confused. Mineral water and barbecue? How long has it been? Xiao Mu has these things already? She was still worried about whether Xiao Mu would encounter danger. Now it seems that Xiao Mu's quality of life is much better than hers. Suya thought about accepting the red envelope, and after sending a message to reassure him, she happily took out the barbecue and water. So delicious. Eating Xiao Mu's soft food comes with no psychological burden at all. There's no need to rush to think about meeting up with Xiao Mu. After all, I don't even know my own location right now. Once the snow stops in the morning, I can start checking the surrounding terrain to find the secrets of this planet. I can't fall behind. At that time, I'll lead Xiao Mu. Wow, this barbecue smells so good. Right now, even a bottle of mineral water feels inexplicably delicious. I was just about to get so thirsty that I would have to eat snow. After lingering for a while in the chat box of the evaders, the global live broadcast camera shifted its focus to other challengers. All the viewers felt a strong contrast. Searching for a hiding place in the cold wind, some had collapsed on the ground. From frostbite, unconscious. This is the true portrayal of the challengers in this space. These are all experienced A-level big shots, and now they are all in such dire straits. No comparison, no harm. The treatment of the great whiskey is indeed the most special. The treatment these A-level big shots are receiving is more fitting for an S-level hide-and-seek challenge. So miserable. If their outdoor survival skills were just a bit worse, they would be done for. No, I need to practice outdoor survival so that I won't die in such situations when I enter the hide-and-seek space in the future. The Great Whiskey is always the most unique one in the hide-and-seek space. A good survival game has been completely ruined by the Great Whiskey. Tonight is definitely the Great Whiskey's home ground. Yeah, there shouldn't be anyone more awesome than the Great Whiskey right now, right? From the current situation, I believe the Great Whiskey can definitely survive until the end. That's obvious. I want to see what the other S-level challengers are like now. Can Space Lord satisfy our curiosity? The last audience member's words immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. I think these S-level challengers should be doing well, right? They seem to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Whiskey, at most just a bit behind him. Exactly, after all, they are mysterious S-levels. Space Lord, let these S-levels go live? Don't keep us in suspense. I want to see which is stronger, these S-levels or the Great Whiskey. Count me in. Same request. Under the requests of a large crowd, the camera in the hide-and-seek space began to spin rapidly, quickly arriving at a huge cave. There was no fire or sound in the cave. It was completely impossible to tell if anyone was there. Is there an S-level challenger in here? No. Fire, no sound. Are they about to die? No way. Could it be that this S-level big shot wants to play tricks? No way. Isn't he afraid of freezing to death in this cave? I see that this cave is drafty, and the temperature can't be much different from outside. Space Lord, turn on the night vision. We can't see what's going on here at all. As soon as the audience's words fell, the system's perspective suddenly darkened, and a person with a face full of tree spots appeared in the center of the screen. Everyone was startled. What the heck? What's wrong with this person? Has he mutated? Is this still a human? He looks like a tree, and his hair on his head is still green. Branches? Is this the S-class challenger? Not quite human. Not quite ghost. This is too much. If I had to turn into this to become S-class, I would definitely give up. Does turning into a tree person mean living a long time? No wonder the hide-and-seek space said this S-class challenge is the first in nearly 100 years. If this person combines with a camphor tree, could his lifespan reach over 1,000 years? Wow. If that's the case, this person's age is at least a few hundred years? No wonder we haven't heard about other S-class challengers. That's just too long ago. So this person is rooted in this cave, surviving by absorbing moisture through roots? That's too bizarre. He doesn't even need to eat. Experts from around the world, upon seeing this person, quickly input the information into their computer inventory. Do all these S-class people like to turn into something that's neither human nor ghost? It's a pity we can't see his growth rings, otherwise, we could determine how many years he has lived. This person is definitely a major enemy in the future. A few hundred years of longevity is truly terrifying. Even a fool could become a wise man. Isn't a big tree a symbol of wisdom? I boldly speculate that this person's intelligence might rival that of Whiskey. It's not impossible for him to be smarter than Whiskey. If this person has been S-class for over 100 years, what level is he at now? The sea cannot be measured. The threat level of S-class strongholds is indeed too great. This forced these experts to respond cautiously. This competition can completely reveal what S-class challengers are like. What we need to do now is study them and then defeat them. I hope Whiskey can bring us surprises. It would be best if Whiskey could encounter these people. That way, we can gather more information about S-class strongholds. Exactly. At this moment, Su Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to those S-class challengers. He was facing a difficult choice. Just as Su Chen was about to go to sleep, the system in his mind unexpectedly began to automatically prompt him. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. Outside the cave, there's a evader being chased by a pursuer. She's a really good tool person. You can pretend you didn't see her. That way, the pursuer's chance of discovering you will be much lower. The plane in the sky hasn't left yet. Now is not the time to hunt the pursuer. There's a good tool person outside the cave. Should I go save her? This is a choice with pros and cons. Saving her might attract the pursuer, while not saving her would mean losing a good tool person. The main thing is that the pursuer cannot be killed. The system's prompt made the consequences of killing the pursuer very clear. The plane in the sky would hunt him down. With only a double-barreled shotgun in hand, Su Chen couldn't take on a plane. In the drama, they at least used machine guns to shoot down planes. His equipment is even a bit worse than that. If he's careful, it should be fine, right? Having a tool person in the S-class challenge is still quite necessary. According to the system, the probability of this tool person being S-class is very low. As long as she is an A-class challenger, she can be used freely. Anyway, there's no punishment for failing challengers below S-class this time. She's simply the perfect tool person. Let's take a shot. The entrance of this Black Bear's cave is extremely concealed, and with the heavy snow now, unless someone comes to the entrance, it's impossible to find this place.